The girl unexpectedly discovered that she looked exactly like a blogger with millions of followers, but while the other person was already earning tens of millions monthly, she couldn't even afford rent. So, she got the idea to start live streaming. Her expectations weren't high, just making 2,000 a day would suffice. After filming a casual video, she began her livestream, deliberately imitating the other's makeup and outfits. Viewers who saw her makeup were stunned, with some immediately calling her shameless for allegedly getting plastic surgery to resemble Wolf's Temptation. Lin Xiaoran watched the barrage of comments on the screen, her smile unwavering. Wolf's Temptation had built her brand on this very image, gentle, sweet, and understanding, which attracted countless big spenders to shower her with gifts. As long as she could make money, what did a few insults matter? Clearing her throat, Lin Xiaoran said, "I've never had plastic surgery, and I feel honored to resemble Wolf's Temptation. I don't think it's shameless at all. In fact, I'm grateful this face is loved by everyone." Just as she finished speaking, someone suddenly requested to connect with her live. Being a first-time streamer, Lin Xiaoran had little experience and decided to ask her family in the chat, "Someone wants to connect with me. Should I accept?" TZYY typed, "Probably a PK challenge. Go ahead and accept, I'll send you gifts to guarantee a win." With the phrase TZYY, Lin Xiaoran didn't hesitate and directly answered the call. The connection was established, and on the other end was a male streamer with 150,000 followers, whose live stream had over 1,000 viewers. When Avicii saw Lin Xiaoran, his eyes widened. "Are you the Wolf's Temptation?" Avicii was so excited that he immediately started frantically taking screenshots and recording the screen. Lin Xiaoran smiled and explained, "I'm not the Wolf's Temptation." Avicii's excited expression vanished in an instant, replaced by an indifferent look. "How do we play? Hurry up, let's not waste time." Lin Xiaoran replied, "I'm fine with anything, you decide." She knew losing would mean facing a penalty, but since she had come to play PK and wanted to make a living in this field, she was ready to play along. Upon hearing that the decision was left to him, Avicii's eyes gleamed with mischief. He turned to his live stream audience and said, "Come on, guys, what do you want her to do? How about a suggestive dance? Wolf's Temptation is her specialty." Seeing the suggestions from his audience, Avicii's smirk grew even wider. "The guys all want you to imitate Wolf's Temptation with a suggestive dance. Think you can handle it?" Lin Xiaoran readily agreed, "Sure." 5 minutes later, Lin Xiaoran unsurprisingly lost. Not a single viewer in the livestream sent her gifts. Even TZYY, who had been online the whole time, didn't send a single one. Wandering Swordsman tagged TZYY, "Didn't you say you'd guarantee her win? What's going on?" TZYY replied dismissively, "Is she even worthy? Think she is really the Wolf's Temptation? My gifts are only for the real Wolf's Temptation." Lin Xiaoran instantly understood from this barrage comment that TZYY was deliberately trying to set her up, wanting to embarrass her. Across the screen, Avicii finished thanking his brothers for the gifts and quickly unmuted Lin Xiaoran's mic, unable to hide his mischievous grin. "Alright, come on, hurry up. My brothers here are getting impatient." Lin Xiaoran maintained her smile. "Okay, what dance do you all want to see? I might not know it, but I can learn it right now for you." TZYY said, "How about 90,000 words?" Lin Xiaoran had never danced to it before. She searched online for the 90,000 words dance performed by Wolf's Temptation, watched it once, then stood up and started learning and dancing on the spot. She somehow managed to elevate this lowbrow, borderline dance into something sophisticated. The viewers in the livestream were utterly shocked. TZYY stared in silence for quite a while. Last time, he spent 500,000 on Wolf's Temptation to make her dance, and her half-hearted attitude had genuinely annoyed him. As soon as the music stopped, Lin Xiaoran returned to her seat in front of the camera. She spoke somewhat sheepishly, "It might not have been perfect since it's my first time. I hope my dear audience will forgive me. Next time, I'll make sure to practice harder." "That was so beautiful I couldn't get enough of it," TZYY said, asking her to dance again. Facing TZYY, who had just tricked her, Lin Xiaoran smiled sweetly and generously. "Of course, brother TT, but the last dance was a punishment for losing the PK. If you want another one, it'll cost you a sports car per dance." Avicii across the way was also stunned. He wanted to watch it again too. Glancing at his livestream chat and seeing that his bros weren't satisfied either, he seized the opportunity with a shameless grin and called out to Lin Xiaoran, "The brothers in my livestream haven't had enough either. How about you dance another one for us? I've already done my punishment. If you want to see it again, just send a sports car." Avicii's chin slightly raised, her back leaned to the back of the chair, raised her legs and snorted, "I'm an anchor with 150,000 followers, you're just a rookie anchor with more than 100 followers. The longer you connect with me, the more traffic you'll have, which can be more profitable than a sports car, do you understand? I'm giving you traffic, and it's good that I didn't ask you for a sports car." The white whoring man at the bottom of the table was not willing to paint a sports car, but also said that he was very generous. Lin Bebe smiled gently, "Really? Then families who want to continue to watch the dance can pay attention to me, to my live room to see. Oh, bye." After she finished speaking, she directly hung up the connection. Fish that were willing to brush money and truly wanted to watch would naturally swim over on their own. Fish that only wanted to whore themselves out were useless no matter how hard she performed. Although she was eager to make money, but this kind of white whoring man, it was not necessary for her to waste a good time of her life. After looking at his original live room of more than 1,000 people, which only had more than 500 people left, Ai Weiqi was furious and gritted his teeth. A large portion of the people in his live room had been trolled away by the woman who had just circled money. At the same time also regret how he just stingy poor that a sports car, or his brothers will not run away. Lin Bebe live room. It had gone from over 100 people to over 800. All of them wanted to come and watch her dance. Lin Bebe slightly hooked her lips and turned her attention to TTYY. From TTYY's speech just now, it wasn't hard to tell that he was a hardcore fan of flower wine thickness. And for TTYY to ask her to dance again at this moment, he must have appreciated her dancing. So she must seize the opportunity to make money, otherwise wouldn't she have just let TTYY fool her for nothing? TTYY gives away a sports car, emoji, 1. A sports car was 1,500 Soundwave dollars, equivalent to 150 renminbi, and after splitting it with the platform, she would be left with 75 renminbi. Together with the 26 yuan just now, a total of 101 yuan from the target of 2,000 yuan, there is still a difference of 1,899 yuan. TTYY, quickly jump, don't talk nonsense. Brother T, didn't you say that your gift is only for real flower wine thick brush? TTYY, the small amount of money is not money, just take it as a way to get rid of the beggars. TTYY, by the way, it's fun to watch. Lin Bebe inwardly smiled disdainfully. Obviously spend money, like as not to say, have to find their own complimentary said to send off the beggar, see a fun. This TTYY is really hard mouth. Although TTYY has a bad temper and attitude, but he has money as a real brush off. Without saying a word, Lin Bebe got up and danced again, and did not show a single perfunctory expression on his face. 2 minutes, $75 in the account, she simply cannot perfunctory a little, one step closer to her goal. TTYY, is it a gift for you to do whatever you want? Lin Bebe, illegal and disorderly things cannot owe. TTYY, how much money can you spend to meet with me? Imitate flower wine known and meet with me. Imitating Hua wine known's appearance to meet with him? This TTYY is afraid that she has gotten a little taste of sweetness and is therefore addicted, right? Because as far as she knows, Hannah never meets offline. That's a big reason why many men are crazy about her. Seeing it and not being able to get it is the most addictive. Lin Bebe politely refused, what about accepting offline meetings for now? TTYY, I think you're worried that you won't look like her at all after the meeting and flip the car, right? Favorite Wine and Liquor, who had been engrossed in Lin Bebe's dance, also came back to her senses. Yes, did you use beauty face and elaborate makeup? That's why you look so much like Wine and Liquor? Lin Bebe propped her chin with her hand, her clear and translucent eyes looking at the camera, her tone calm. I didn't turn on beauty face. The netizens in the live broadcast room froze once again. What? No beauty face live broadcast? Really? TTYY then typed 2 words, don't believe it. Volume 1 Chapter 4 1005 into the account. Before opening the live broadcast, above the beauty settings she did not touch at all. It is not that she does not want to open, but she feels that not open is very much like open for fear of counterproductive. Show us if you really didn't open the beauty face. I remember last time when Flower Wine Known sang live with a microphone, the microphone was obviously crooked. How could you not turn on the beauty face? Flower Wine Known doesn't even dare to say he's lived without a face. You're too good at pretending, sister. Brother T said he doesn't believe in it, so you should hurry up and prove it to yourself. In the face of the netizens' skepticism, Lin Bebe was not angry at all. She smiled slightly, her deep and godly eyes curved up, permeated with an affinity that made people irresistible. Don't you guys just want me to imitate flower wine thickness? As for whether or not there's a beauty face on, I don't think it's that important. Everyone's happy is the most important thing. What does Brother T think? TTYY gifted the sports car, emoticon, 1. Brother T didn't say anything and only swiped the sports car. In the beginning, everyone did rush to Lin Bebe's live room because of flower wine thickness. But now that the topic had rushed here, how itchy would it be to not see just how much Lin Bebe looked like his own white moonlight? With another $75 in the bank, the corner of Lin Bebe's mouth hooked up with a faintly undetectable smug smile. Thanks to Brother T for sending me the sports car, then I'll prove it to Brother T. Didn't Brother T say he didn't spend any money? Brother T said it's just a little bit of money, it's not money. Look at the fun. She got up and went to get a small mirror for makeup and pointed it at the phone screen, allowing the netizens to see clearly from the image reflected in the mirror that she had tapped on various beautification functions, all of which were in their initial state. Lin Bebe thoughtfully asked softly, see clearly? The state of no beautification was actually exactly the same as Hua Wine Known with a beautification filter. This face is really resistant. The skin is also too good, the pores are tight and the skin is white. This foundation can be completely into the entertainment industry debut. Lin Bebe put down the makeup mirror, truthfully said, "Skin is okay, but I have makeup, mainly to see the family, specially dressed up." Truthful, I like it when anchors speak truthfully like this. I can't believe she dressed up specially to meet us, so heartfelt and sincere. Gentle, sweet and beautiful, the key is also real, so important to us, Big Brother is concerned about you. Just because you dare to broadcast without beauty face, I have to pay attention to you. It's like, even better looking than flower wine thickness. TTYY, it's just like that, she can't compare to flower wine known. Lin Bebe pursed her lips, clear eyes flashed a trace of obvious sadness, pitiful, she is a big anchor, I naturally cannot compare, after all, people's list of a big brother, I see the brush or some special effects dazzling luxury gifts, I have never seen so beautiful gifts, I do not dare to imagine that if there is a day, I live in the room of the list of a big brother can also give me to brush that high-end gifts, then I want to be happy into what kind of gifts. I can't imagine that if one day my big brother on the top list can also give me high-end gifts like that, then I'll be so happy that I'll probably be able to carry the wind with me when I go out and walk. List 1 Big Brother TTYY has no pity, put away your unseen look, not at all like flower wine thick. Good. Lin Bebe changed her face in a second, replacing it with a gentle and sweet smile. TTYY, this time it looks much smoother. Jia Fugue, I still like her imitation of flower wine known better too. TTYY, just keep imitating flower wine known, and when you've made me happy, I'll swipe you those gifts you want. Lin Bebe blinked, a simple, harmless smile in her dark pupils. That's fine, but do you want to consider a down payment first? I'll get a taste of the sweetness and be more motivated to imitate it. What if TTYY played her again with empty words like earlier? Moreover, it was now these people in the live broadcast room begging her to imitate flower wine known. With capital, she was bound to utilize it well, seizing every opportunity she could to harvest these fish who only wanted to use her as a stand-in. Lin Bebe's words had just fallen. The screen was suddenly filled with gorgeous special effects, the bright and brilliant colors of light reflected in the bottom of Lin Bebe's dark and clear eyes. Her extremely restrained expression still couldn't help but flash a hint of being stunned. TTYY gifted Radiant Castle, emoji, 1. A very beautiful castle, but it wasn't a gift for her, it was a down payment for a flower wine thick substitute. A Radiant Castle was 3,000 yuan, and after splitting it in half with the platform, Lin Bebe was left with 1,500 yuan. Her previous job as a customer service agent in her new company was only $3,000 a month. But today, in less than an hour, she had already earned 1,676 yuan. It was impossible to say that she was not happy at all, but this was what she deserved. After all, how difficult this TTYY was to deal with, the people in the live broadcast room had witnessed it for all to see. But where she has a bit of strength, she kicked this TTYY out of the live room and blacked out the first time TTYY said she didn't deserve it. Wow! Brother T is atmospheric. It's not a small fortune this time, is it? TTYY, it's just a pastime, it's not as expensive as a piece of clothing on my body. AAA Building Materials Wang, damn, T is a real tycoon. Look at me. Is it too late for me to get a facelift according to flower wine thick? Momo, brother Wang, you're not the right gender, forget it, it's not your money, don't embarrass yourself. AAA Building Materials brother Wang, in case brother T is good at what I do. You all give brother T the whole thing and don't want to talk. Receiving the down payment, Lin Bebe began to imitate Hua Wine known more diligently. That's $1,500. What's so hard about asking her to imitate another girl's every move? Just as she was mesmerized by her imitation, the second PK link came. This time, when someone connected, Lin Bebe didn't ask the live streaming family members. She thought about it and felt that PK was something she earned no matter if she won or lost, so she should still go on. Even if there was no one behind her, she had to charge upwards with her head. For her goal of $2,000. This time, the one who linked up was a cute-looking female anchor named Bunny Baby, with 98,000 fans, and there were now more than 500 people in the live room. Rabbit Baby was also shocked for a while when she saw Lin Bebe. Wow! Are you Sister Flower Wine thick? I like you so much. Lin Bebe, I'm not Hua Wine known, I just look a bit like her. Oh, then you look so pretty. Bunny Baby said, hesitating for a moment and asked, do you want to play with me? Bunny Babe just wanted to play a game with a handsome guy connected to her. She herself looked cool, and she could also make the big brothers in the live room fight for her. It turned out that the opposite side was a big beautiful girl. What if all these people in her live room were hooked up with the woman on the opposite side? The other party was still a newbie anchor with little popularity. I'm fine with all of it, look at you. Lin Bebe opened her mouth in a friendly manner. Bunny Baby was just about to say that she wouldn't play then, but she suddenly realized that there was a level 30 rank 1 big brother on the opposite side. If she remembered correctly, that big brother seemed to be the tycoon big brother on the flower wine thick list. Bunny Baby's eyes flashed, how could she miss such a good opportunity to let her godly big brother see her? She immediately raised a vivid and lively smile, play it, how do you want to play? I'm a newbie, first day on the air today, don't quite know how to play, you choose, I'll do whatever. Bunny Baby doesn't know any talent. She usually relies on some sweet words, disguises herself as a poor little bunny, and clips her voice to sell her cute, to get fans to like her. So Bunny Baby usually prepares her own punishment props, and when she loses, she eats the punishment props. Like mustard filled with matcha sauce. Bunny Babe, then the loser will be punished by eating mustard, right? Eating mustard, ah. Lin Bebe slightly gritted her teeth, okay. She thought about the feeling that went straight to her nostrils and heaven's aura. If there was a chance that this PK could be won, it was better to think of a way to win it. Volume 1 Chapter 5 Make enough 2000 to get off the air. After the two turned off each other's mics, Bunny Baby kept selling cute and pulling votes in the live broadcast room. Although Lin Bebe's tycoon big brother over there couldn't hear the sound, he could still see it by looking. Rabbit Baby stared with big eyes blinking and blinking, puffed up cheeks, beeping, trying to be cute. Lin Bebe was also trying her best to not eat mustard. In a row, she danced several rubbing dances that Hua Wine Gnome had danced. But she didn't dance with the flirty vulgar flavor of deliberately pleasing men like Hua Wine Gnome did. She did not regard herself as a plaything to please others in her heart, and the dance she danced naturally was not cheap, and her every move exuded a noble and charming charm that was uniquely her own distinctive flavor. Let a person look at more easy to heart, more easy to produce conquest desire. Rabbit Baby's live broadcast room. Everyone looks at the opposite beauty's charming dance, but can't hear the music, itchy heart. Rabbit, I'm going across the street, so don't wait for me at night. Family Silvers, help me tell Rabbit that I'm dead outside. Bunny, I feel that the dance across the street is a bit problematic, I'll go and give some guidance, I'll be right back. Cute in front of sexy, really can't be compared, I'm a woman looking at it and drooling. I'm sorry Bunny Babe, please allow me to betray you for a moment. Bunny Baby looked at the comments on the pop-up screen, pouted, clamped voice a little broken, not allowed to go. What's wrong with you guys? Didn't you agree to support me forever? When Bunny Baby looked at the more than 500 people were left with more than 100 people, her heart was not to mention how desperate she was. Now PK is still 1 minute left, the opposite side of the god big brother also does not come over, not to mention see him to that beauty brush gift, even that beauty live room gift is not as much as her. The popularity of the opposite beauty is not good. Lin Bebe's heart is also drumming. After dancing, she simply wiped the sweat on the corner of her forehead and said with a smile, you guys wanna see me eat mustard so badly? If it was flour wine thick, you guys definitely couldn't let her eat it, right? Lin Bebe was actually not aware that the online audience in the live broadcast room did not want to give her gifts, but Lin Bebe's dancing was just too good looking, causing everyone to be so dumbfounded that they completely forgot about the matter of playing PK. AAA Building Materials Brother Wang presented roses, emoticon, 1. Jia Fugue presents love, emoji, 10. Favorite Wine and Liquor presents a sports car, emoji, 1. Favorite Wine presents sports car, emoji, 1. Favorite Wine and Liquor, I'm not looking at you, I'm brushing you off for the sake of flour wine and thickness. Lin Bebe raised a gentle smile, no, it's all for the wine and liquor. Topping the name of his favorite wine, betraying wine, and still have to find a reason for himself. Scumbag. Although she wants to eat this bowl of rice, it doesn't affect her ability to express her opinion in her heart. Jafuyu, right. We mainly don't want to see Hana Sakanon being punished for eating mustard. Thank you all for your support. Rushing to the last second, Lin Bebe won Bunny Babe with 2 sports cars and some scattered loose votes. Some of the scattered votes were still provided by fans of Avichai and Rabbit Baby. Rabbit Baby reluctantly opened the mic and picked up the punishment props placed aside. Alright, I'll accept the punishment. Godly Big Brother didn't catch it and lost a wave, it's too much of a loss. Bunny Baby had just picked up the mustard filled with matcha sauce, and a look of fear deliberately appeared on her face. At this time, a gentle voice suddenly rang out, forget it, why don't you sell 2 mo? I just watched you sell mo in a cute way, I want to see that. Bunny Baby abruptly raised her head and looked at the beautiful woman across from her, feeling as if she was plated with a layer of holy light. She came out to play for so long, encountered a lot of unqualified and impolite people who deliberately made things difficult for her, and after a long time, she had also long lost the simple and good-tempered look she had at the beginning. But now that she saw the beautiful woman on the opposite side giving her such a break, she suddenly felt a warm current welling up in her heart. Bunny Babe immediately nodded, good. After she made 2 of her most classic cute gestures for Lin Bebe, she carefully and nervously asked, so, can we turn off each other? Lin Bebe smiled and responded, of course you can, I'm following well, then we'll see you next time, wishing you better and better, cute Rabbit Baby, bye. Rabbit Baby. The beautiful sister actually called her cute Rabbit Baby eh. Rabbit Baby was about to be mesmerized by Lin Bebe. How can there be someone who is good looking, dances with charm, and has such a good temper? Lin Bebe's live studio. Lin Bebe, who had narrowly won, slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Almost she was about to eat mustard. But looking at the income she had just made, and the account that had currently risen to 500 followers, overall today's harvest was still very good. Happy to have accomplished the goal on the first day. Lin Bebe, it's getting late today. Babies can point a concern and card a fan light sign. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, I'll start broadcasting on time. After just 1 hour, Lin Bebe is already somewhat comfortable with the live streaming process, and the words are much smoother than just now. Jia Fugue. It's only 8:30 p.m.? It's not early enough? Which country are you in? Favorite wine and liquor, 7:30 p.m. on air, 8:30 p.m. off air? It's not even peak time yet. You don't have to go off the air yet, wait a little longer, there might be a mysterious tycoon on the air at midnight. Momo, so early? I haven't seen enough. Tearful cry, Tonica, I just came. TTYY, broadcast for a while longer. AAA Building Materials Brother Wang, look at the list of Big Brother has spoken, you just broadcast a little longer. Lin Bebe smiled, then a love heart, today my goal is completed, we will see you tomorrow night, everyone should also take an early rest, the money is not finished, physical and mental health is the most important, oh, bye, good night. At the same time, a high-end club box. Man lazily leaning against the leather sofa, the box light dim, cannot see the specific appearance of the man. But through the brightly lit cell phone screen in his hand, he could vaguely see the man's hard contours. As well as can also be heard in the quiet box, the woman's gentle voice, today my goal is completed, we will see you tomorrow night, we also need to rest early, the money is not finished, physical and mental health is the most important, oh, bye, good night. The man's slender fingertips fell on the screen. The words were just half-typed. Suddenly, the screen in front of him went dark. Above is clearly written a few big words, the anchor has gone offline. Gu Qinya was stunned. Shocked with disbelief. He was the first Big Brother on the list. How dare that understudy say he's off the air? Volume 1 Chapter 6, off the air just after going on air. In an old single apartment building. Lin Bebe was lying on her bed holding her cell phone, giggling and repeatedly admiring the 2,150 yuan she earned today. What a surprise that on the first day of live broadcasting, she had exceeded her goal. I hope to just keep this kind of earnings every day in the future. Don't ask for a surge, just don't fall. As for making bigger money, that was all reserved for strong people with strong minds. She only wanted to retain the last bit of joy of being a human being in this foul world. Not to be a slave to money, not to be troubled by poverty, not to be mesmerized by the world of flowers, to earn enough to spend, and a lot of time to rest and enjoy, is enough. Knowing enough is always happy, she is very contented. Lin Bebe giggled and appreciated her daily income, before clicking on the background private messages that were already full. Almost all of them were asking for her contact information. Among them, there was also her big brother on today's list TTYY. As well as AI Weiqi, who had been mic'd. TTYY, add me. AI Weiqi, add contact information, I'll take you on the next live broadcast. She did not add AI Weiqi, a sports car are not willing to brush, but also want to take advantage of her cheap people. TTYY well. The list of Big Brother to add a bit also line. After all, it is her main economic source today, do not look at his face, but also have to look at the face of the money. Flip to the end, she just wanted to quit, and a few new messages came in. Rabbit baby, pretty sister, thank you for releasing water today. Rabbit baby, thinking about it, I decided to come clean with you, otherwise I'm too upset in my heart. Rabbit baby, actually, my wasabi is a prop, it's filled with matcha sauce, and I can't help it if I'm forced by life, I can't really eat wasabi every day for a little bit of money, that would be too horrible. Rabbit baby, sister, you can also prepare it as matcha sauce next time, so you won't be suffering. And as a live newcomer, you don't be too real, there are a lot of bad people on the internet, don't trust anyone easily, and don't sign up for any media company, there are especially a lot of unreliable ones. Rabbit baby, you're so beautiful, you must protect yourself. Lin Bebe smiled and replied, okay thank you, cute rabbit, you are really cute today. At that time, when she connected, she looked at the little girl wearing a pink Lolita dress with long fluffy rabbit ears, quite cute. Thinking that we are all out to make money, it is not easy, did not want to make things difficult for each other. As a result, I didn't expect this little girl to be nice. Rabbit baby, hee, sister, you can also come and ask me if you don't know anything on the live broadcast in the future. I've been live broadcasting for more than a year, and I still have some experience. Lin Bebe, then thank you so much. She did have a lot of things she didn't understand on live streaming. After chatting with Bunny Baby for about 20 minutes and figuring out the live broadcasting equipment and basic operations, she put down her phone, washed her face and took a shower, and went to get her beauty sleep. As for list 1 Big Brother TTYY, who was still waiting for her to add her friend. She had long forgotten about it into outer space. Early the next morning, Lin Bebe finished strolling through the morning market, went to the flower market at noon and bought 2 pots of lilies, did yoga for a while in the afternoon, ate dinner unhurriedly, and started broadcasting at 7 o'clock in the evening on time. Compared to Lin Bebe's leisurely day, her fans didn't have a good time. Momo, I was worried that you wouldn't go live today, after all, you were too capricious last night. Jia Fugue, finally waiting for you. Recently, Flower Wine Thick isn't even live streaming, so if you, the understudy, doesn't live stream as well, it's going to be too hard for us. Enjoying the life of a wimp, great, it's Hua Wine Nong's flat stand-in, fans who love to watch Hua Wine Nong are saved. It should be because her live broadcast yesterday was pretty good. Today, when she just started broadcasting, there were more than 300 people in the live room. Obviously more popular than yesterday. Lin Bebe sat in front of the camera as a rule, revealing the same Flower Wine Nong style signature gentle smile as yesterday. Hello everyone, welcome to my live room. TTYY, how did you get off the air so quickly yesterday? Lin Bebe was a little surprised that Big Brother Punji had come back again and asked after her why she went off the air so quickly yesterday. That said, aren't you watching for fun? Her eyes curved up and her tone was calm. I left work early after completing my task. Favorite wine, will it be live every night at 7 p.m. from now on? Star, Big Brother upstairs, don't you feel awkward asking with that name on top? Why don't you change your name to Favorite Bebe? Favorite wine, what do you care? I'm just here to watch to pass the time. I'll still go back to support Wine and Liquor when it starts broadcasting. Enjoying life as a wimp, right? We'll always be loyal fans of Wine and Liquor. We won't betray wine. Enjoying life as a loser lights up the fan sign. Favorite wine lights up its fan board. Lin Bebe smiled and replied, the 1st, 15th, and 25th of every month are off, and the rest of the time, every night at 7 o'clock will be live. Favorite wine, okay, it just so happens that those days are the days when Wine is live streamed. It's just as well that I'm going to go watch Wine if you're not on the air. Lin Bebe thought the same thing. She was originally a substitute for Flower Wine Nong in the hearts of netizens. Once Hua Wine Nong was on the air, no one would come to see her. So she chose to avoid Hua Wine Nong's live broadcast time. The Flower Wine Thick in the first 15-25 open broadcast spread nets to fish, the rest of the time she opened broadcast harvesting pick up the leakage to drink fish soup, just right. AAA Building Materials Wang, at Favorite Wine Liquor, how do you say this? Why do you feel that Hua Wine Nong seems to have become her stand-in? Favorite wine. I don't know how Favorite Wine suddenly said that just now. It could be that right now at Hua Wine Nong's place, Hua Wine Nong wouldn't even reply to the message she sent. But not here in Bebe. Here in Bebe, he would be warmly welcomed, Bebe would patiently respond to him, and would be called brother. Other than that, the emotional value was sufficient. Same face, same person, why wouldn't he choose a cost-effective favorite? It wasn't like he was stupid. Thinking about it, Favorite Wine was stupid. What was he just thinking? How could he betray his favorite wine? It must be a ghost. Favorite wine, don't be ridiculous. Wine is not a double, I'm not stupid, I know who's a double. TTYY, why didn't you add me yesterday? Lin Bebe's action of picking up the cup of water slightly pause, face smile with a hint of apology. Yesterday, the background need to reply to too much information. I may be busy to forget. Sorry. Oh, wait a while off the air I look down. TTYY, all those messy messages don't need to care. Just reply to my messages in the future. Lin Bebe couldn't help but lightly TSK in his heart. Actually, right, if it wasn't for the fact that he was a rank 1 big brother. In her heart, his messages were also in that messy category. Lin Bebe sipped her water and nodded with a smile. Big Brother List 1 is spending money, so give him some face. After drinking the water, she thought of hurrying to do the right thing, go out to PK, make money, and strive to earn enough to get off work and rest 2000 earlier today. As a result, she was not ready. The screen suddenly appeared 2 consecutive special effects that she had not seen. TTYY presents City in the Sky, emoji, 2. 1 City in the Sky is 3,888 yuan, and 2 City in the Sky is. Lin Bebe was too late to count how much, but it was enough to get off work. I didn't expect to get off work so quickly today. She suppressed the elation in her eyes and tried not to show a very unseen look, comparing love hearts towards TTYY. Thank you brother T, then we'll see you tomorrow. Oh. TTYY. What see you tomorrow? He swiped gifts because he felt that he didn't swipe enough yesterday for Lin Bebe to go off the air so quickly. So today he swiped more because he wanted her to broadcast for a while longer. Volume 1 Chapter 7 Losing and Retiring. The fans in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Favorite wine, didn't you just start broadcasting? How come I'll see you tomorrow? I just lit up the fan light board. Jiafu Gue, that's right, don't you have a mission? Have you completed your mission yet? Enjoying wimpy life, you're kidding, right? It's only been less than 10 minutes since we started broadcasting, and Flower Wine Thickness isn't broadcasting live, so if you get off the air so early, who are we going to watch? Where else can we find a body double that looks like you? Goat Village, Tonic is off the air. I still want to watch Flower Wine Nong. I want to see Flower Wine Nong dancing. Lin Bebe smiled and waved her hand. My task has been accomplished. Oh, thank you all for your support today. Everyone take an early rest. Bye. Lin Bebe, who had earned enough for today's business goal in advance, smiled and closed the live broadcast room. Kuchini, who was sitting in the restaurant box, his head felt like it had been hit by a muffled stick. The cell phone screen went black and his eyes went black. No, why did she go off the air again? She was off the air. What was he watching? Shinpri, who was sitting across from him wearing a baseball cap and a black casual suit, saw that Gu Chenya wasn't quite right, put down the cutlery in his hands, and raised his eyebrows suspiciously. What are you doing? Not eating and staring at your cell phone all the time, and what's wrong with that expression of yours? What's the problem? Gu Chenyi didn't raise his head, his tone grumpy. Eat your food, don't talk nonsense. The man smiled disinterestedly. Over that flowery wine thick again? In the circle of rich second generation, almost no one didn't know that Gu Chenyi Gu's youngest master liked a rubbing female anchor. At one time, for the sake of this rubbing female anchor, young Master Gu also smashed a lot of money to pack big screens all over the country to celebrate her birthday, which was a sensation, and made a lot of little girls cry with envy. There was also a time when a creepy guy threatened the anchor woman's personal safety, and young Master Gu directly found someone to beat the creepy guy into the ICU, and his life was almost gone, and I heard that he spent a lot of money to settle the matter. The degree of infatuation, the whole network record can be checked. It's a shame that after such a long time, we haven't seen Mr. Gu succeed in capturing the heart of the anchor woman. But it's also possible that there are too many good men around that anchor woman. After all, the 10 million fans level anchor woman around should not lack of rich and powerful brother. Gu Chenyi, not her, a pleasure. Shinpri, a fun child. As to why you're so angry? Gu Chenyi suddenly loosened his eyebrows. Yes, it's just a joy. Why is he so angry? It was just a substitute, so broadcast it if you like, or forget it. The man sitting beside Gu Chenyi teased. I'm mainly curious about what kind of fun it is that can make young Master Gu so interested in not eating, just staring at his cell phone. Why don't you send it out to the group, so that all of us can take a look at it as well? Gu Chenyi casually sent a screenshot to the group, then put down his phone and casually opened his mouth. There's nothing to look at, it's okay to pass the time, and it's cheap. Spend a few thousand or a few hundred and you'll be willing to coax you to be happy. It's more interesting than having a pet. Every live broadcast of flower wine thickness, Gu Chenyi has to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars at least. Compared to this one named Bei, isn't it cheap? The group was full of rich second generation in the circle. Gu Chenyi sent a screenshot of the account of the live broadcast, too lazy to look closely. They are not interested in this kind of online live broadcast. Especially that live avatar is a chubby capybara, even more no one to see. Shinpri picked up his cell phone and looked at it, and said with a lack of interest, the avatar is not sexy at first glance, and it's definitely not a beautiful woman. If you can't catch up with flower wine thickness, don't give up on yourself and find a capybara to deal with, at least find one for dinner. Gu Chen also had no time to pay attention to them. There wasn't much appetite for eating either. Why the hell did that substitute go off the air? Lin Bei, who was happily lying at home counting her money, had a good night's sleep. What did she have to lose sleep for when she accomplished her goals so easily every day? At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Bei, who was full of food and drink and full of energy, opened the live broadcast on time again. This time, there were even more people pouring in the live room. Directly close to more than 700 people. Jia Fugui now have to squat at the door of the live room to guard the opening of the broadcast, otherwise come a minute late, the anchor may be off the air. Enjoying the life of a loser, isn't that right? If you don't come early, you won't see anything. I've been waiting since 6:30. Favorite wine, it's only 6:30, I'll be ready at 6 o'clock. Favorite wine and liquor, Bei, what exactly are your criteria for getting off the air? Lin Bei propped her chin on both hands and said directly, depends on the mood. Can't tell them her goal. What if they give her goal away and they give her a hard time? Jia Fugui, I analyzed it as T's gift swipes were too fierce yesterday, and she got off the air when she was happy. Favorite wine, at TTYY, brother T, don't brush today. If you have money you can't spend, hit my account up, don't brush for her. TTYY. TTYY, so little money and you're happy to get off the air? He said that this woman was cheap, and he wasn't wrong at all. Lass? It's quite a lot for me. Lin Bei thought again that she couldn't show such an unseasoned look, it wouldn't be like flower wine thick. She lowered her hands and sat down in a disciplined manner, selling herself as a qualified stand-in. Just when she thought TTYY was going to scold her again for not being like flower wine gnome, TTYY sent 2 words, out of breath. Jia Fugui, brother T, don't brush her so much today. Don't let her get off the air. At least let her broadcast until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Lin Bei bristled and didn't say anything, turning to pick up the first PK of the day. When the connection was connected, the opposite side was a secondary Yuan girl, wearing a blue wig, wearing exquisite makeup, wearing the same gothic black and white shades of dark wind low dress as in the manga. Fans are not a lot, 54,000, only 200 people in the live room. Not as many people as in Lin Bei's live room. Zhen Jiayuan dialed the blue wig bangs, looked at the opposite anchor, first stunned for a moment, then hurriedly looked at the other party's homepage. The face is not good to open the mouth. Who are you ah? Where did this imposter come from? Who let you impersonate flower wine thick sister? Lin Bei saw that she had met Hua Wine Gnome's secondary fangirl, and the other party was so loyal that they couldn't tolerate her as a look-alike. Lin Bei just wanted to come out to make money, and didn't want to clash with the other party and waste time. She explained good-naturedly, I just happened to look alike, and then the netizens wanted me to imitate her to see what I. Zhen Jiayuan's wig was removed and thrown onto the table, pointing at Lin Beibei angrily. What happens to look alike? This trick of yours to fool those men in the live broadcast room is okay. Want to fool me? Don't even think about it. Lin Beibei smiled faintly. Then are we still playing? Zhen Jiayuan looked like he was being reasonable and unforgiving, took off his headgear, tugged at his hair, and hurriedly said, play. If you lose, you'll turn off your beauty face and remove your makeup for me. Let everyone see what you originally look like. What looks like flour wine thick? Zhen Jiayuan didn't believe that someone could be so lucky to have the same superb beauty as wine thick. Turn off the beauty face, maybe it looks like some kind of demon or devil, so don't come and touch flour wine known. Zhen Jiayuan wanted to make a fool out of the opposite party, but a comment suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Sheep Village Bearer, sister, she is live without beauty face, advise you to be kind, people really just look alike. Zhen Jiayuan was dumbfounded. What? Live broadcast without beauty face? There is still someone who dares to live broadcast without beauty face now? I don't believe it. Zhen Jiayuan's eyes rolled, and with a bad smile, he continued, if we play like this, the person who loses will not only have to take off his makeup and turn off his beauty face, but he will also have to withdraw from the network. They won't be allowed to broadcast live again in the future. How about it? Do you dare to play? In her heart, she had always treated Wine as her sister-in-law and liked it as family. Even her favorite sister-in-law, Jojo, dared to pretend to be her sister-in-law. She was simply tired of living. She was going to completely mess up this imposter today. So that this imposter can no longer go online and rely on this face to touch Wine. Zhen Jiayuan live room, although only more than 200 people, but these more than 200 people can be her circle of thousands of girls. Other than that, swiping money to make Lin Beibei lose PK is simply not too easy. Those little sisters also knew that Zhen Jiayuan liked wine and liquor, and as Zhen Jiayuan's good sisters, they naturally had to be towards Zhen Jiayuan. So they all went to Lin Beibei's live room to attack Lin Beibei. Sweet, imposter. Don't you have a face of your own? Ruwashi Zihan, don't come and get involved, you can't replicate Wine's overwhelmingly beautiful face in your lifetime. Me, absolute lovely sauce, while the PK has not yet begun, I advise you to have the good sense to get off the air yourself, it won't look good if you lose later. Sugar girl, live big brothers don't be fooled by her, our girls, she this little trick who don't understand later she remove makeup off beauty face, will definitely scare you to death Lin Beibei watched these kids speak and didn't get angry at all. She was just thinking about whether or not to take this PK. If she did, if she really lost, she would lose her job. Especially these fans in the live broadcast room. Here is the key to naming the first big brother TTYY. Cannot be relied on at all. So she has to be careful. In the face of the provocation of Zhen Jiayuan's sisters, the big brothers in Lin Beibei's live broadcast room were not vegetarians. Enjoying the life of a wimp, I'm looking forward to her coming online with great difficulty. You little brats really got her offline for me, be careful, I'll find your parents. Jiafu Gue, it's not easy for me to find a good and inexpensive flat replacement, and you guys still want to make her withdraw from the network? No way. No way. Favorite Wine, big brothers are not stupid A group of children hurry home to play. TTYY, pick up. Lin Beibei was instantly stunned when she saw TTYY's statement. Big brother, what are you picking up? Does this TTYY hate her so much that she wants her to withdraw from the network? When Big Brother Pengjiai spoke, the big brothers in Lin Beibei's live room all went to Zhen Jiayuan's live room to spread the word. All of this was moving too fast, was simply out of Lin Beibei's control. Zhen Jiayuan smugly curled his lips. Good, then let's start now, I'll turn off your mic first, and you, just grab the time to do the farewell ceremony for the last live broadcast. After Zhen Jiayuan turned off her mic, she began to ask her sisters to hurry up and swipe gifts for her. The topmost popularity value of the two had only just begun, and Lin Beibei was a long way behind. Lin Beibei looked at the situation and suddenly panicked a little. This TTYY wouldn't really want her to quit the internet, right? But the next second, special effects of gifts spread over her live room one after another. Volume 1 Chapter 8 Sealing Lin Beibei. TTYY presents Rocket, emoji, 10. TTYY presents Brilliant Castle, emoji, 5. TTYY gifted Sky City, emoji, 6. Favorite Drinks gives away a sports car, emoji, 5. Enjoy Wimpy Life gifted Roses, emoji, 2. Ja Fortune gifted Lollipop, emoji, 300. Stars gifting Dream Cruise, emoticon, 2. Lin Beibei never dreamed she would receive so many gifts. Especially since TTYY hadn't tricked her. The sun really did come out of the west. Opposite. Zhen Jiayuan was dumbfounded as he watched the popularity value that he was originally leading being overtaken in an instant, and even at a gigantic and terrifying speed. It's over. Sisters, there seems to be a big brother on the opposite side. Swede, what are you afraid of? You have so many sisters. Ruwashi Zihan, yeah, and there are less than 1,000 people in her live room, how many big brothers can there be? You calm down, how can her few big brothers compare to these little sisters in our circle? Me, Jedi Lovely Sauce, she has big brothers, don't you have big brothers too? Yuan, get your big brother here and tell him someone is bullying you. Let your big brother her. Sugar Girl Heart, yes, Yuan, isn't your big brother a shareholder of Soundwave? Have your big brother block her? Let her never be able to broadcast live. Zhen Jiayuan thought for a moment and suddenly spoke, let's wait and see, I don't think we may lose, she only has 1,000 or so followers, I guess Big Brother's quality isn't that high either, so the wallet will bottom out later. Sweet VV, then don't let her off easily. What if she doesn't keep her word and changes to a smaller number for tomorrow's live broadcast? Zhen Jiayuan straightened out her wig, well, I'll get Big Brother to block her number when we go off air. Daring to impersonate her future sister-in-law, her big brother would definitely block this woman's number. Lin Bebe looked at the screen full of gifts and reacted only after half a day. This stand-in of hers had only just been live-streamed a few times before she had so much weight in the hearts of the netizens. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so bursting with gold coins. Much less would they be afraid of her completely retiring from the net. But, today's harvest was truly beautiful. One should really thank the little sister across the street for the unexpected surprise she sent. Tomorrow she was going out shopping to buy new clothes. Lin Bebe put her palms to her lips and smiled as she flew a kiss at the camera. Thank you brother T for the gift, thank you brother favorite wine for the gift, thank you brother enjoying a wimpy life for the gift, thank you brother Jafu Gue for the gift, and thank you sister Star for the gift. Favorite wine and liquor, brother T is hemorrhaging money this time. TTYY, it's all small money. TTYY, if she withdraws from the network, I won't have any fun to watch in the future. Favorite wine, this is still called a small amount of money? T is a real tycoon. Jafugue, I see how Brother T's ID looks a bit familiar, it looks like the name of his big brother on the flower wine and liquor list. Favorite wine, no way, maybe it's just a name bump, that big brother is a big fan of flower wine gnome, how could he go behind flower wine gnome's back and give gifts to his understudy? Don't be ridiculous. Enjoying life as a loser, that's right. And that big brother has never swiped gifts for Hua Wine Gnome alone, there's no way he'd swipe a gift for another woman. Lin Bebe didn't care what they said, anyway, she had completed her task today. It was. Not sure if she could win against that little girl on the other side. She looked at the popularity value at the top of the screen, almost on par with the opposite side of the tense situation, still a little worried. Because her side mainly relied on TTYY alone, and she didn't know if TTYY's wallet could hold up. Just when there were only the last 3 seconds left in the PK, TTYY sent 10 Sky City in a row, directly suppressing the other side to win. Lin Bebe happily applauded and thanked, thank you brother T, you're so handsome. Great, she didn't have to quit the net anymore. TTYY was silent for a while before returning a single word, aha. At Hua Wine Gnome's place, Guchini didn't even know how long it had been since he had seen Hua Wine Gnome thank him so much. Now looking at the girl with a simple smile on the screen, he seemed to see the old Hua Wine Gnome who would care for him in the live broadcast room, softly comfort him, and would dance for him to make him happy. Zhen Jiayuan looked at the PK failed result and his whole face puffed out in anger. Sweet VV, damn it. What on earth is the big brother on the opposite side of the list one? Surprisingly, he's so powerful. Ruashi Zihan, I don't know the opposite big brother is definitely mesmerized by that woman. Me, Jedi Cute Sauce, don't say anything. Yuan, find your big brother to get her killed. Lin Bebe looked at Zhen Jiayuan with a smile, when are you going to take off your makeup and turn off your beauty face and retire from the net? As a result, Lin Bepe's words had just fallen. The connection was hung up. Zhen Jiayuan wasn't going to do a punishment to that imposter. And what about withdrawing from the network? Her big brother was a shareholder of Soundwave. As long as she didn't want to withdraw from the network, who could make her withdraw? Lin Bebe looked at the hung-up connection and raised her eyebrows slightly. Kids can't afford to play, and they still don't have much manners. Forget it, don't care about her. PK ended. The netizens in Lin Bebe's live room were relieved. Favorite wine, it's still Brother T. Almost I couldn't see Bebe anymore. Enjoy wimpy life, almost lost my internet double, scared me to death. Jiafu Gue, every day, I rely on this spiritual food to renew my life. That stinky girl can really mess things up. She can't afford to play, so she'll run away as soon as she's allowed to do the punishment. Lin Bebe, thank you all for your support today, I'm going to get off work, we'll see you tomorrow. Favorite wine? Another 10 minutes today? Enjoy the life of a wimp, finished, today's gift to her brush fierce, let her cool too. Sheep village bearer, damn it. I just thought of letting her win, and forgot about her going off the air as soon as she was happy. Star, it's okay, there's still tomorrow. As long as we don't go off the air, we'll be fine. TTYY, add more money and you can broadcast for a while longer. Favorite wine, don't be in a hurry to get off the air, don't you want to make more money? You'll have to PK 2 more games in a while, and Brother T will also give you money. Sword walking to the ends of the world, the main reason is that we haven't seen you dance yet today. The netizens in the live broadcast room frantically begged Lin Bebe not to go off the air and tempted her with money. But Lin Bebe wasn't tempted in the slightest. Money can't be earned, there are still a lot of things to do in life. What's more, who loves to go to work or imitate others every day, can't even painfully be themselves. As well as Lian Mai still didn't know what kind of oddballs to meet. After a long time, she was worried that she didn't make enough money to pay for the mental damage. But can't end up not making much money, people depressed. That was too uneconomical. After Lin Beibei went off the air, she received another friend request from TTYY. Lin Beibei then remembered to add Big Brother List 1 to his WeChat friends. Lin Beibei, thank you for today. TTYY, how much can we meet offline? TTYY, imitating flower wine thickness. It's not like Guchini hadn't asked Hua Wine-nong out before, and at first Hua Wine-nong had met him privately twice to have dinner together. Later, when he wanted to confess his love and asked Hua Jiao-nong to meet him again, Hua Jiao-nong didn't agree to meet him anymore. Not long after that, Hua Wine-nong's popularity rose, her fans broke 10 million, and there were more big brothers on the list, so it was even more difficult for him to ask Hua Wine-nong to meet her. Anyway, no matter whether Hua Wine-nong likes him or not, in his heart, he will always have only Hua Wine-nong alone. As for this Beibei, it was just a substitute. But the substitute also rejected him. Lin Beibei, not wired down for now. Oh. TTYY, don't you want to make more money? Carry out some other business? For example, being a substitute offline can earn you more than in the live room. Lin Beibei is not too moved, offline as a body double, every day to face the group of them, shall not be angry with her? After all, she wasn't the real Hua Wine-nong, they definitely couldn't hold her in the palm of their hands like they did with Hua Wine-nong. Lin Beibei doesn't want to. TTYY. TTYY, think about it again, you'll agree. Lin Beibei frowned, not feeling that there was anything to consider about this matter. She put down her phone and went to take a shower to catch up on her drama and sleep. The next morning, Lin Beibei took the money that had just arrived and went to the mall to buy 2 new sets of clothes. One set bought her favorite jeans and t-shirt, and the other bought a long purple halter dress that was very similar to Flower Wine-nong's style. The latter set was mainly an investment for her career. People should get tired of seeing her wearing just that one dress all day long. With the money she was making, she had to be professional. Bought 2 more beauty lights, listening to the rabbit baby said with lights live effect is good, otherwise her live room is too dark. After shopping, I went home to take a nap, woke up and ordered a bowl of deluxe version of spicy hot pot, ate dinner, sat down and waited for another half an hour to start broadcasting. She lay on the sofa and swiped her cell phone while waiting for the time. Suddenly an unfamiliar number called. Just as she connected, the voice she hated rang out, "Do you have any money in your pocket? I'm in a hurry to use some money." The caller was her father, Lin Dadong, always gambling. When she was a child, she lost all of her mother's dowry, and in recent years, she lost all of her mother's death before she fell ill, to her younger brother, Lin Wuan, to prepare for a wife's money, and sold her mother's old house at a low price. Just last year, also lost a little thumb. For so many years, Lin Beibei knew that gamblers were not worthy of sympathy, and even extremely detested her irresponsible father, moved out early, and blacked out his number, not expecting him to find her new contact information from somewhere. No. What a loser. So many years outside without earning any money at all? What about your brother? Do you know where Lin Wuan went recently? I don't know. Lin Beibei hung up the phone without a good mood, then blacked out Lin Dedong's number and sent 2 WeChat messages to Lin. Lin Beibei, where are you? Lin Beibei, your father is short of money again recently, he might go looking for you, so pay attention to yourself. Meanwhile, Zhen Jiayuan, who was infuriated, directly called her big brother Zheng Jingshan to complain, "Big brother, someone is bullying your sister." Zheng Jingshan's cold and unfeeling tone came from the phone, "Just find assistant Wang to handle this matter, I'm busy." He was about to hang up the phone after he finished speaking. Immediately afterward, Zheng Jiayuan's anxious voice rang out again, she touched her future sister-in-law, Wine. Zheng Jingshan's movement that was just about to hang up the phone paused, his tone was clearly displeased. "Who? Give me the other party's information, I'll deal with it personally." Zheng Jiayuan smiled smugly and sent the ID of the one called Beibei to Zheng Jingshan. "Big brother, she's live streaming at Soundwave right now, so hurry up and block her." Got it. Zheng Jingshan hung up the phone and saved the ID to deal with after the meeting. Volume 1 Chapter 9 Spit collected. In the single apartment. Lin Beibei did not receive a reply from Lin Wuan. She was also used to it. This brother of hers was like this. Rebellious and disobedient since he was a child, he wasn't very close to her, especially after his mother died and she moved out. Lin Wuan almost never contacted her again. The relationship between the two was now similar to that of a stranger. Maybe even less than a stranger. But Lin Wuan was also her brother. Also having fallen prey to such an unlucky father, she, as an older sister, could more or less pity the reason why her brother had become like this. She could only say that she tried her best to be nice to him, and if he didn't appreciate it, then she wouldn't force herself. Lin Beibei put down her cell phone. Put the beauty light set up, changed the new skirt bought today, and opened the broadcast. Life is still to look forward, no matter what other people do, she has to live a good life that belongs to her. Favorite wine, it's finally on air. It's got to be more than 10 minutes today. Favorite wine. This dress is too pretty today. Lin Bei's own skin was fair, and with the lavender skirt, it made her skin even more white and transparent, like she could pinch out water. Xingxing, it's too stunning. I remember Hua Wine Nong seems to have worn a similar style skirt, but compared to Bei, it seems like it's still Bei that's better. Bunny, yes, I feel that Bei is missing a little bit of the flirtatiousness that Hua Wine Nong purposely revealed during her live broadcasts, but instead, she looks even more charming, and is covered in a noble aura that people can't take their eyes off of. TTYY, what kind of eyes? Obviously flower wine thick better look. Favorite wine and liquor, right, obviously wine and liquor is more beautiful. A double is a double. Lin Bei smiled gently, maybe each has their own style, after all, I'm not really flower wine known, there's no way to copy it exactly, I can only try my best to imitate it at everyone's request. Anchor's temper is too good. Speaking is also pleasant to the ear. No wonder there are so many people in the live room as soon as the broadcast starts. Lin Bei now only 2,300 fans, but just opened the broadcast, the influx of thousands of people, visible Lin Bei's popularity of the fans are squatting at the door of the live room to wait for the opening of the broadcast. But in fact it is, not enough to see, simply not enough to see, a day on the live 10 minutes, come late, let's see a minute is a huge loss. Enjoy the life of a loser, everyone must not brush gifts to let her off the air today. Momo, focus on naming brother T. Gordo to save grandpa, pretty girl is so pretty. Is she a newcomer? It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. Lin Bei's lips curved up and patiently replied, yes, Huluwa save grandpa baby, I'm new, thanks for liking. Huluwa save grandpa, anchor is so gentle. Concerned. Lin Bei had previously heard Bunny Baby say that often playing PK hurt Big Brother, she couldn't pinpoint whether the netizens in the live room liked to see her play PK, so she inquired, are we still playing PK today? TTYY, fight. Good, brother T wants to see playing PK, then we'll go ahead and play a little. Favorite wine, no one is allowed to swipe gifts today. Huluwa saves grandpa, is it forbidden to brush gifts in this live room? Favorite wine and liquor, if you brush gifts for the anchor will go off the air. Gordo to save grandpa, first time I've heard of an anchor like this. Lin Bei's first time taking the initiative to go out to play PK, looking for half a day to figure out how to connect. Not a moment later, the screen split into two, Lin Bei's left screen appeared in a sexy beauty dressed as Jinjin, with more than 200,000 fans, more than 3,000 people in the live room. Lin Bei stared at Jinjin's plump body and accidentally looked straight. Then she slowly lowered her head and looked at herself. People are more angry than people. Jinjin smiled and greeted, hello beautiful. Lin Bei then reacted, she hadn't greeted her yet, it was true that beauty was a mistake. She hurriedly greeted, hello. Hello beautiful woman. It was her first time playing PK with an anchor with so many fans, and she was slightly nervous. Adding to the fact that the other party looked like she was the same type of rubbing anchor as Flower Winethick, she was still a little worried that she wouldn't be able to beat the other party. After all, as good as she was at dancing, she was definitely not as professional as the other party. Especially these fans in her live room. Alas, none of them are hers, they are all a group of traitors who might defect at some point. Now just hope that the other party will not be too difficult for her. Jinjin looked at Lin Bei in surprise, hello beautiful girl. Oops, why do you look like a big netizen? Yes drop, so many people say that, what kind of anchor is the beauty? Jinjin threw a wink at Lin Bei, I'm a face value anchor, what about you? Lin Bei thought about it and replied with a smile, I'm the nothing is good, everything can come a little anchor. Jinjin, then it's an all-round anchor, very impressive beauty. Then let's do this, the one who loses will have a petulant 8 in a row, is that okay? What's 8 in a row? You search the internet, there are ready-made lines, you just follow the lines above to be pampered. Good. The opposite beauty not only had a sweet mouth and good body, but was also particularly good at talking. Lin Bei instantly fell a little in love. As soon as PK started, Jinjin's side was leading with a popularity value of nearly 10,000. At this point in the live broadcast screen, Jinjin had been doing a rubbing dance in an effort to canvas. To Lin Bei all looked straight. Who doesn't love to see a beautiful woman dance? Favorite wine, Bei, are you stuck? TTYY, drooling a little. Watching a woman dance can make you look straight. Lin Bei. Lin Bei's eyes curved and she operated a few times on the computer. Isn't this taking you guys to see the program? How about the performance of the opposite young lady? Do you like it? If I like it, I can learn it too. TTYY, you just imitate flower wine thickness, nothing else suits you. Jiafu Gue, just focus on imitating flower wine gnome, don't imitate anyone else. We just want to watch Hannah Wine Gnome. Still really a loyal Iron fan of Hannah Wine Gnome. Okay, then I'll sing you guys a song. These people said they wouldn't swipe gifts for her, she couldn't really ask them not to, or else she'd be working for nothing today. Favorite wine, more than listening to a song, we want to see your sappy octet. Enjoy wimpy life, that's right. In the past, Flower Winethick used to perform the Spoiled 8 Company for us as well, but it's hard to see it now. Want to see the Spoiled 8 Company? I'll give you guys a show even if you win. And I'll even sing for you guys if you win. You guys really don't want to hear it? Lin Bebe said and played a song, and just after the intro, the fans in the live room were all stunned as if they were triggering some special memories. The Ashes level old fan favorite Wine immediately heard it. This is the signature song that Wine used to sing often. Jafu Gue, after Flower Wine Thickets caught fire, she stopped singing it, even when she swiped money, saying that she was about to vomit from singing it, but she sang this song really well. You polite, tears, this song followed the Flower Wine Thick accompanied our Iron Powder more than a year, bearing too many memories. Dream back to the small wine just live that time. TTYY, you sing it first, listen to it. This is what I deliberately learned for you this afternoon, but the learning time is relatively short. If there is a bad place to sing, I hope the babies can be more tolerant. Enjoy the nesting life, specially learned it for us. Too touched. Jia Fugue, you have this kind of awareness, you will succeed in everything you do. Ultraman doesn't fight small monsters, happy again. This understudy is so good. Earthly Fortune Flower enters the live streaming room. Volume 1 Chapter 10 Spoiled 8 Company. Music sounded in the live broadcast room. Lin Bebe sang softly, you really understand the definition of the only not as simple as breathing. The gentle and unique female voice full of deep feeling slowly rang out along with the nice music, causing the netizens in the live broadcast room to be shocked. Sheep Village Bearer, or the first time I heard the anchor singing is also too good. Star, good to hear and love to hear more singing. Enjoying the life of a loser, good to hear, good to hear, good to hear. The first time you open your mouth, you will have the flavor of Flower Wine Thick that flavor. The anchor must have learned it by heart. I'm so touched. We're really lucky to have you. Jia Fugue, it really does sound like Flower Wine Thickness. If you didn't know, you'd think it's Flower Wine Gnome himself. AAA building materials, I think Flower Wine Thickener himself would be confused. Star, honestly, I feel she's better than Flower Wine Thickener. Flower Wine Thickener sings with a sound card, but she sings cleanly, don't spray me, I'm just telling the truth. Single Dog, surprisingly, it's clean singing. She doesn't use a sound card. It's so awesome. Momo, no beauty face anchor, still dared to sing cleanly, really powerful. Concern to go away. Jinjin's live broadcasting room. The first time I've ever seen a woman with a face like that, I've seen a woman with a face like that, I've seen a woman with a face like that, I've seen a woman with a face like that. The rich woman and the low insurance are lost, afraid of what? We are 30,000 popularity value, the opposite side only harvest 2 lollipops, what she take with us to fight? Jinjin fixed her hair, pouted her lips and pouted at the big brothers in the live room. Don't believe me, just based on Flower Wine Gnome's popularity, she'll definitely have a big brother in her live room, so let's not let our guard down, don't give them a chance to steal from home. If I really lose to a newcomer, how can I still mix in the future? Shame on me. Sexy boy, I'm going to show you guys what's going on across the street. Sexy young man went, and then sexy young man never returned. Don't say, Flower Wine Thick deserves to be the 10 million fans of the anchor, this advanced looks, and then sing such a deep song, who listen to do not want to fall into awe. Jinjin looked at the sexy young man who never returned, speechless, seeing a beautiful woman can't come back, right? Said good only do my big brother it. Lin Bebe live broadcast room. A song ended. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all still immersed in Lin Bebe's heartfelt song. Favorite wine, I want to hear more. One more song. Enjoy Wimpy Life, it's too good to listen to. TTYY, continue singing. Keep singing, yes, order the song for the Ferris wheel. Lin Bebe, this is to give everyone as a stand-in, not gratuitous selling, sweeten the end to give, naturally want to start charging. But no one in the live room dares to brush. Fear Lin Bebe off the air. Just when Lin Bebe thought that today's goal might not be completed, the animated special effects of the Ferris wheel appeared on the screen. The rich and noble flowers on earth gifted the Ferris wheel, emoji, 1. Earthly Rich Flower presents the Ferris wheel, emoji, 2. Earthly Rich Flower, this will allow you to order 3 songs, right? Favorite wine, at Rich Human Flower, what are you doing? Who let you brush? You hurry up and withdraw. Jia Fugue, tonic downcast. Xing, a look at Fugue Hua is new. Enjoy the life of a loser, Maru spicy. Let her get high again. Lin Bebe did get high, who doesn't get high when making money? She smiled in love, thank you Fortune Flower sisters for the Ferris wheel. That's right, you can order 3 songs. Human Fortune Flower, calling brother. Lin Bebe. Only then did she notice that Fortune Flower was actually a guy, and hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, I thought the name was a girl. Human Rich Flower, it's okay, keep singing. Okay, what does Brother Flower want to hear? People's Rich Flower, sing that song just now 3 more times. Okay Brother Flower. 1 Ferris wheel is 300 yuan, 3 Ferris wheels, she can earn 450 yuan, singing just 3 songs is very easy for Lin Bebe. TTYY, sing it once, and sing something else for the remaining 2 songs. Human Rich Flower, upstairs alphabet, now I'm the top 1 big brother. TTYY, no, who is alphabet brother? When has Gu Chen Yi ever been such a loser? If it's not for the fear of Lin Beibei going off the air. If it's not for the fear of Lin Beibei going off the air, there's money that can't be spent. Lin Beibei also followed the laugh and said, "Right-o, people, Rich Flower Brother is not only the top one, but also spend money. So Rich Flower Brother want to listen to what I will sing. Sorry OT brother, you are not very good today oh." Usually it was TTYY that pretender who was pointing at her. Today, she finally saw TTYY being sanctioned, so naturally she couldn't miss the chance to flirt with TTYY. TTYY. Who did she say couldn't? This woman is really a stand-in, still so arrogant with him. How dare you doubt his ability to pay money? Favorite wine and liquor. T, don't be agitated by her. Lin Beibei sang 3 times in a row, with a patient and gentle expression throughout. After singing, she also did not forget the after-sales service, with an excellent attitude. Brother Fuguehua is still satisfied? Human Fortune Flower was so satisfied that he even forgot what his purpose was when he came into the live broadcast room. Jinjin's side was also working hard to pull votes, but after half a day of her rubbing her edges and dancing, the people in the live broadcast room were getting fewer and fewer. All of them ran to the opposite side. Jinjin was half dead with anger. These dog men are really unreliable. When they see a beautiful woman, they run away. But in the end, Jinjin still won. There weren't many big brothers in Lin Beibei's live room who could brush gifts, and the old fans even deliberately didn't brush her in order to control the length of the live broadcast, causing her to lose the PK. "Then I'm coming to spoon-feed the 8 company, Lin Beibei said, her eyes rolling. "Just spoon-feed our top big brother today, Brother Fortune Flower." Favorite wine? Ah. Ranking 1 big brother still has this treatment. Enjoy wimpy life, and with a little brushing you can be a ranking 1, brush it or not? Jiafu Gue, damn it, this woman did it on purpose. But I want to brush it, after all, she imitates flower wine thick. Favorite wine and liquor. I'm also moved. 3 Ferris wheels at flower wine and thickness are not good for doing anything. The cost effectiveness is too high. TTYY didn't brush, but it's a sappy 8 link. But the next second, he immediately regretted. Only to see the woman in the live broadcast room stood up, slightly bent over, hands on both sides of the cheeks, the corners of the mouth gently curved, blinking and blinking big eyes, gentle voice as if the spring breeze brushed by. Flower brother, please. Flower, please, please. Flower, I don't care. Flower, you're the best. Flower, please, please. Flower loves you the most. Flower, can you do it? I want you, Flower. The rich flower people are numb. This who can carry ah. The Ferris wheel is being offered to the rich and noble flowers of the world. The rich and noble flower is giving away a cruise ship, emoji, 1. The rich and noble flower on earth presents a sports car, emoji, 3. TTYY presents Ferris wheel, emoji, 20. TTYY presents a cruise ship, emoji, 3. TTYY gifting sports car, emoji, 8. TTYY gifting sports car, emoji, 8. Regardless of how many gifts the earthly rich and famous flowers give away, TTYY doubles them. Favorite wine, fighting. 2 godly big brothers are fighting for the top one. Volume 1 Chapter 11 Scrubbing Handsome Boys. Enjoying wimpy life, exciting. Jiafu Gue, it's over. The first position on the list has gone up. Sexy young man, what are you doing? Raising prices? AAA building materials brother Wang, can't beat it, this is not beatable at all, it's better to let the 2 of them fight it out. Lin Beibei pressed the corners of his mouth. Not swiping gifts? There are ways to make them obediently brush it themselves. There is also that deathly pretentious alphabet TTYY. Missing out on a flower wine thick version of spoiled 8 company must have been regretted. The opposite side of the Jinjin saw the situation, envious drooling. Your big brother is really powerful, is too slow reaction, our PK end, only began to brush, hand speed is not too good, is not using the old machine? Hurry up and change your phone. Lin Beibei covered her mouth and snickered. Beauty, you can talk too much, why don't we point at concern, next time we will play together. Lin Beibei originally also liked the beautiful woman across the street, she just liked to look at beautiful women with good bodies. Jinjin gave Lin Beibei a click of attention and said half-jokingly, okay, but I don't want to run into you next time, you're too strong, you just sang in the live room and attracted all the big brothers on my side of the chart away. Lin Beibei was a bit embarrassed, she didn't want to buck Jinjin's corner. She hurriedly spoke, there's still this kind of thing, then any of the babies on our side who like Jinjin, hurry up and give Jinjin a little attention too. Jinjin smiled generously, it's okay, you are mainly this face, too authoritative and invincible, looking like flower wine thick is really a good life, don't forget to take me with you when you're on fire in the future. Okay, then bye, see you next time. Bye. Only after the mic connection was cut off did Lin Beibei put her attention on the 2 big brothers who were still fighting in her live room. She pretended to frown, you guys stop fighting. It was only after a while that the 2 stopped swiping gifts, and it was Earthly Rich Flower who stopped first. In the end, TTYY managed to ascend to the position of ranking 1 big brother. Usually he was the ranking 1 big brother, just today he missed the ranking 1 big brother position and as a result, he lost a huge amount of money. He couldn't make the same mistake next time. TTYY, spoiled 8 in a row. Lin Bebe blinked in mock innocence. Just now was the punishment for losing PK. Now I'm going to get off work. Oh, if you want to see spoiled 8 in a row, come back tomorrow. Bye. When she asked for a gift just now, TTYY didn't want to give it. Now, no regret. A late gift is cheaper than grass. She doesn't let TTYY get high that easily. Favorite wine. Off the air again. Another 10 minutes. Enjoy wimpy life. Am I not worthy of watching you live for more than 10 minutes? Jiafu Gue, today's pleasure was short-lived, but hearing Hua Wine thick singing and pampering, satisfying. Gu Chunyi looked at the cell phone screen that was darkening again and clenched his teeth. To his list one, she even got off work? Damn earthly rich flowers. That flower robbed him of the spoiled 8 company. At this time, the earthly rich flower is busy reading WeChat. Zhen Jiayuan, big brother, have you blocked that imposter's live room yet? Zheng Jingshan then remembered what he had gone into Beibei's live room for. Zhang Jiayuan said that there was an imposter touching flower wine thickness, and he personally went over to deal with it. If the situation was true, he had someone block that imposter's live room. As a result, once he went in, the girl was using the face of Hua Wine Nong, singing Hua Wine Nong's famous song, imitating it especially like it, and singing it extraordinarily well. He listened to the two fascinated, ghostly god brushed the gift. Then inexplicably became the list of one, inexplicably again by the top of the flower wine thick face of the girl pampered 8 company. As soon as he was on top, he swiped a few tens of thousands of dollars in gifts. Put the main thing are forgotten. Zheng Jingshan, I have my own measure in this matter, don't need you to manage it. Zheng Jiayuan, okay big brother. I don't worry about you. Lin Beibei started counting his money after he got off the air, ignoring even TTYY's messages. It was only after an hour that Lin Beibei picked up his phone to look at the messages. TTYY, have you drifted? TTYY, it's so easy to drift, don't call Beibei in the future, change your name to PPO, right? Lin Beibei, yeah, it seems to be quite nice. TTYY, really going to be pissed off by this understudy. If he hadn't sent a message to Hua Wine Nong, who hadn't gotten back to him by now, he wouldn't have contacted this double to relieve his boredom. Forget it, seeing as she looks like Hua Wine Nong, he won't bother with her. Then the next night when he was live, TTYY directly brushed 3 Ferris wheels to sit on the list of the first Big Brother position. TTYY, spoiled 8 in a row. Lin Beibei had almost forgotten about it, and TTYY even remembered it. However, what she doesn't know is that Gu Chen can also remember this matter for a night and didn't sleep well last night. Brush up on your money and do your business. Lin Beibei had the same gentle smile on her face as Flower Wine Thick and spoke with dedication. Brother T, please. T, please, please, please. I don't care, T, you're the best. T, please. T loves you the most. T, can you do it? T, I want it. TTYY, aha. Favorite wine, wow, we meet again, just came to have a pampering storm, also too happy. By the way, don't ever let her off the air again today. Enjoy your life as a loser, all control your emotions, no unswipe gifts. Star, just opened the broadcast and there's the spoiled 8 company. The child who comes early has candy to eat. Favorite wine, brother Alphabet, why did you brush her on again? TTYY, I observed yesterday 3 Ferris wheels she won't get off the air. TTYY, and, I'm not called Alphabet. Earthly Fortune Flower enters the live room. Lin Beibei warmly greets, welcome, babies, welcome flower. Human rich flower, you imitate flower wine thickness live every day? Lin Beibei, yes, everyone lets me be the stand-in and says they like to watch. Human rich flower, plastic surgery? Lin Beibei touched the bridge of her nose with her hand, no plastic surgery, manhwa face, pure natural. What a perfect double. Lin Beibei just finished answering, someone even hit her PK. It was AI Weiqi who came over with 2 other brothers. AI Weiqi looked at Lin Beibei and smiled danglingly, sister, hello again, the 4 of us play together off. Mainly that what, my brothers in the live room had to see you dance, made me have to even you or they won't do it. Lin Beibei, how do we play this time? AI Weiqi, the loser dances, and this time I brought 2 handsome men with me, and they'll rub it in. Lin Beibei was hesitant to play with this white whoring man, but once she heard that the 2 handsome men he brought would also rub, she was instantly seduced. Oh no, she was attracted. She looked at the fair-skinned teenager at the bottom of the screen, and another well-built muscular man, her eyes were wide open, and she asked curiously, how do the 2 of them rub it? Volume 1 Chapter 12-2. Both men are very handsome, anyway, better looking than Avicii, if they rub the edge again. TSK, it seems to be a bit of a looker. The fair-skinned teenager smiled at Lin Beibei, danced the rubbing edge dance too. Lin Beibei sat up straight, pursed her lips, and tried to look more serious, a good student, and asked casually, wearing clothes? The muscular man was amused by Lin Beibei's appearance, wanting to look but a little embarrassed, it was excessively cute. AI Weiqi really didn't lie to him, the one who connected this time was really a different kind of big beauty. The muscular man raked his short black hair in front of his forehead and puffed out his chest, his slim white t-shirt instantly tensed up, his firm pecs calling out. He smiled and replied, "That's for sure." Okay, a hint of disappointment crossed the bottom of Lin Beibei's eyes. She remembered that she had brushed up to that kind of boys rubbing dance, and so many people didn't wear clothes and danced in a very astringent manner, and she didn't know if the two of them would have that kind of feeling if they danced with clothes on. After a while, Lin Beibei asked again, "Then if I win, do you all have to listen to me and follow my requirements in your performances?" "Right." AI Weiqi nodded, a smug smile on his face, "That's for sure, but you have to win first." This time, he had come prepared. He had the brothers in the live broadcast room sufficiently accounted for, and he had those two brothers bring the rich woman with them. Lin Beibei was bound to lose. And his goal today wasn't to let Lin Beibei lose one game and forget about it. He wanted Lin Beibei to keep losing, to keep giving him shows, so that Lin Beibei would know what the consequences were of taking a stand in front of him. He also dared to let him paint a sports car. Oh, he didn't paint a sports car, there were also ways to make Lin Beibei give him a show. Today, he wanted Lin Beibei to kneel down and say, "Big brother, I'm wrong." Let Lin Beibei know his true strength. Good. Lin Beibei had a little bit of desire to win today, he just didn't know if the live streaming family members would give it a go. Losing was no big deal. And she realized that every time she lost as a punishment, the number of people in the live room would go up a lot. It was worth it to have the heat, just in case there was a new godly big brother big sister in there. Avichai suddenly remembered something. "Why haven't you been live streaming for the last 2 days?" After the last time when Lin Beibei PK, AI Weiqi live in the room of the brothers or noisy did not see enough, the last few days live, the brothers also always let him connect Lin Beibei, but helplessly he simply cannot catch Lin Beibei people. "Lin Beibei, live I have live every day." That's really strange, how come no matter what time it is, he can't brush her on the air? AI Weiqi asked in a puzzled manner, "What time is it live?" "Every night at 7 o'clock on the air." AI Weiqi remembered, every night at 7 o'clock, every day at this time in the future, he could come and connect a wave. Okay, then let's start PK now, 1 penalty 3. After saying that, he was worried that Lin Beibei, that newcomer, didn't understand, and followed with an explanation, the one who wins can penalize the other 3. Turning off the voice, Avicii, with shrewdness in his eyes, hemmed and hawed to the houseguests in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, from now on, every night at 7 o'clock, everyone prepare the big missiles for me to win, and you'll be able to see the beautiful women doing the rubbing dance. Agu, you kid can find the secret to pulling out the brothers' pockets. Isn't this also a benefit for the brothers? Everyone give a little effort out. It's up to the brothers to see how many times they can see the beauty dance today. The number of beautiful women in the live room today is okay, and there's 1. And 1. No, it's 2. What the heck are 2? A level 38 and a level 39 big brother. Only a few days after starting the broadcast she has a level 30-something big brother. Brothers, this woman is not ordinary. We have to work hard today. After finishing her speech, Avicii took out her cell phone and sent a tweet back to the other 2 brothers. "Brothers, there are 2 big brothers in that woman's live room, you guys let the rich woman in your live room give it a shot. Must not let her win." Xiao Ku, received. Fierce Archie, good. Avicii, the 3 of us will just control her popularity value and press her to fight. Although it was 1 penalty for 3, Avicii was mainly running to punish Lin Beibei. Mainly because the purpose was too obvious, he was afraid that Lin Beibei wouldn't play, after all, that little girl's mind's eye wasn't solid. AI Weiqi put down the phone, just crossed his legs, with a grandfather-like sitting, "Do not perform the program, also do not need to canvas, directly a sentence. Want to see the opposite looks like flower wine thick beauty to be punished brothers look at their own duo." Then he rested prettily, waiting for the brothers willingly pay out of their own pockets. This money earned, really cool. In the future, he will fight with Beibei every day. In the live room of the other 3 anchors, the gift effects kept on coming, the popularity was overflowing, the heat was climbing, and the atmosphere of playing PK was rushing to a climax wave after wave. And in Lin Beibei's live room quiet as a chicken. Cold and quiet, no waves. Poor thing didn't even have a lollipop. Is Lin Beibei not trying hard enough? Not really. Rather, the netizens in the live room deliberately didn't give her a brush. Favorite wine, don't give her the brush. As soon as she just heard that 2 guys from the others dancing the rubbing dance, her expression was different, her eyes were all straight. Can't let her look and let her have her way. Enjoy the nest life, right. Can't let her top the flower wine thick face, like other men. Lin Beibei. Only allowing them to look around at beautiful women, not allowing her to look at handsome men, right? Men. It's okay, she still has a new friend Brother Hua. She felt that Brother Hua must be a good person. Because as soon as Flower Brother entered her live room, he swiped gifts for her, and even directly rose to level 38 in just 1 day, didn't say a single word about her that wasn't true, and didn't say anything about treating her as a substitute. Anyway, he felt that he was a good person, and he was much better than that hard-mouthed and grumpy alphabet brother. The corner of Lin Beibei's mouth hooked up. "Brother Hua, I'll sing for you, do you want to listen? I specially learned a new song for you today. Human Rich Flower. The internet is not very good at this moment, let's talk about it later. Favorite wine and liquor. Translation, brother flower, politely declined haha. Lin Beibei little rolled her eyes. With your translation? She turned to ask TTYY with a smile, brother T, do you still want to see the Spoiled 8 company? TTYY, later on, no rush. TTYY, what's so great about rubbing edges? Lin Beibei. Yeah, what's so great about rubbing edges? There's nothing to see. Why are you all under the skirt of flower wine thick? Double standard dog. Lin Beibei huffed and puffed and bristled. Looks like she's going to lose this game. These people were definitely not going to pull out a single hair. On the opposite side, Avichai looked at the last 10 seconds left on the clock and spoke excitedly, last 10 seconds, brothers, hold on, and we'll win. The battle was equally fierce on Xiaoku and Slammer Archie's side. As Lin Beibei watched, she couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Her popularity value was only 0, why were they so nervous? Fierce Man Archie's side, in order to hold on to the final hurdle, directly lifted up his sleeves, revealing his robust biceps and beautifully tempting the rich woman to sprint. Lin Beibei watched this scene, the corner of her mouth unconsciously rising slightly. Enjoy the nest life, how about? Or let her get off work. Favorite wine and liquor, someone pull out her internet connection. Hurry up. Volume 1 Chapter 13 Damn Traitor. Star, Beibei quickly cover your eyes and don't look. Bunny, wow. That slugger really has something. This is what we girls should be watching. In the end, the fierce man Archie became number 1 with 30,000 popularity value, Avicii was second, and Xiaoku was third. Lin Beibei sked lightly and couldn't help but whisper in envy, and also rich sister lasting and powerful I've never gained such a high popularity value. The big brothers in the live broadcast room. Being told no again. Enjoy wimpy life, next time I'll show you the true strength of Alphabet Brother. Favorite wine and liquor, wimpy brother you are a real wimp, you don't even dare to talk about yourself when you're blowing your power. Human rich flower, this is considered high? I thought a popularity value of over 100,000 was considered high. Favorite wine and liquor, fortune and noble flower is a wealthy and generous sister. Big brother, can you change this name? I always want to call you a sister. Human rich and noble flower. Human rich and noble flower, borrowed account. Zheng Jingshan's own number is the official big number, Zheng's group chairman and executive president as well as the shareholders of the Soundwave, he took the big number to come in to seal Lin Beibei's live room, that's too inconvenient. So he borrowed the account from his secretary and didn't pay attention to the account name at the time. As a result, he was hard controlled by this woman who looks like a flower wine thick, and the secretary's bank card was swiped. The money had been transferred to the tearful secretary last night. AI Weiqi proudly opened her voice, how about it sister, willing to gamble and lose, right? The brothers just want to see you do the rubbing dance. Okay, no problem, Lin Beibei raised an eyebrow, but the slugger is first. Avicii choked instantly. This little girl really wasn't easy to deal with at all. AI Weiqi raised her hands and gave in, okay, slugger to punish. Slugger Archie cleared his throat and looked at Lin Beibei gently, his tone polite, is it okay to rub it in then, brother she said you're a good dancer so I kind of want to watch. Lin Beibei nodded, it's okay. What about the two of them? Slammer Archie almost forgot about Avicii and Xiaoku, he said indifferently, the two of them do squats. Avicii. Kirk. Not human, this damn Archie is so not human. Before he came, he clearly agreed that if the three of their brothers lost, they would simply blow each other up and forget about it, mainly punishing Beibei. As a result, Archie forgot about his honor and directly asked the two of them to do squats. That's squatting. It's exhausting. Thinking of the two of them as a part of play? Avichai pointed at Slammer Archie, impotent and furious, speechless and helpless. Kirk stood up in resignation, how many to do? Slugger Archie turned his head to Beibei and asked, how many do you think is appropriate? Lin Beibei looked at Avichai and smiled, a real man should start with at least 30, right? Avichai and Xiaoku looked at Slammer Archie with what looked like hidden knives in their eyes. This damn traitor. The friendship of the three of them from today onwards fell apart. Not even a little test could be forbidden. Lin Beibei was showing mercy, mainly because she was worried that the thin-armed and thin-legged Avicii would die of exhaustion in her live room, which would be too bad luck. The fierce man who received the eye blade, Archie, smiled evilly and spoke, 30 then. AI Weiqi stared resentfully at Slammer Archie, you're good, you're marvelous, you stick 2 knives into your brother for a beautiful woman. Slugger Archie hemmed and hawed. When Xiaoku and Avichai finished doing 30 squats, Lin Beibei asked Slammer Archie to choose a rubbing dance, and she watched and learned as she danced. The ancient-style DJ dance music slowly sounded, the woman's delicate waist swayed with it, without the slightest intentionally pleasing expression or movement, completely enjoying the music, all natural elegance and nobility, giving people an inexplicable unattainable nobility. The fierce man Archie looked dumbfounded, and Avichai and Xiaoku also looked dumbfounded. The rubbing dance could still have this kind of feeling. Who said she was imitating flower wine gnome? She looked much more noble than flower wine gnome. Flower Wine Gnome's dancing was all about the dusty flavor, deliberately twisting her butt and inadvertently revealing her breasts, but Lin Beibei didn't have it at all, and didn't have a vulgar feeling at all. The earthly rich flower in Lin Beibei's live broadcast room also froze. It was the first time he had seen a rubbing dance that was more flavorful than Flower Wine Gnome. No, it must be because she was topping Flower Wine Gnome's face, that's why she danced with flavor. Yeah, that must be it. It was impossible for someone to surpass Hana Wine Gnome's position in his heart. After all, that was Hana Sakinu, the Flower Wine Gnome who had accompanied him through every long, hard time during the most obscure moments of his life. The time is also the Flower Wine Thick life career lowest period. Just open broadcast. Not many people are his. A big rocket, a sky city, a Porsche, a bright castle, and so on. An expensive customized gift smashed to now 10 million fans. Big anchor. Flower Wine Thick also said she could not live without him, although usually very busy, but every time before the live broadcast, she will come to accompany him to chat for several hours. Visible Flower Wine Thick to him, but also with deep love. Alphabet brother Gu Chinya's hand itched. Want to brush gifts, but in control. Favorite wine, every time I watch it feels like a different experience. The dancing is so beautiful. Enjoy Wimpy life. There must have been a deliberate imitation of Flower Wine Gnome, otherwise it couldn't have been so similar. Jafugue, I feel like I'm seeing the way Flower Wine Gnome used to dance for us again. It's so nice. A bald man will always shine. Isn't this Hua Wine Gnome himself? I'll be damned. It's so thick, it's not even a fraction of what it used to be. Star, it's so fake it's real. AAA building materials. Brother Wang, are there really people in the world who look so much alike? It feels like twin sisters. Socializing female Hummer giving away a cruise ship, emoji, 1. Socialite Hummer giving away a sports car, emoji, 1. Socialite Hummer presents a Ferris wheel, emoji, 1. Lin Beibei just finished dancing. She saw someone swiping a gift for her. She smiled and flew a kiss to the socialite female humbug. Thank you, humbug sister. Thank you for the gift from the rich woman sister. Muah. Social female Hummer, the big brothers in your live room can't do it either. Such a good looking dance that they don't even brush a gift? Big brothers who were swept indiscriminately. They've been told that they can't do it again, and they're the ones who want to not be able to do it. Favorite wine and liquor, we are not wanting to brush, we are forced to brush the gift and she is off the air. Avicii saw the gift effects appear on Lin Beibei's side, and the ID was still somewhat familiar. He quickly said, Archie, why is your rich sister running to someone else to swipe gifts? The fierce man Archie also froze. How did his rich sister run away? Avicii, we've got a second game to start. Slugger Archie, it's okay, she'll be back in a little while, she's my best rich sister. Volume 1 Chapter 14 Rich Bitch Sister. Socialite female Hummer hadn't brushed much before she smoothly became the number 1 on today's list, squeezing TTYY out. Lin Beibei suppressed the smile at the corner of her mouth. They occasionally have a line, but compared to Rich Bitch Sister, it's still a bit worse. Social female Hummer, ha 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 ha, little sister, you are also too daring to say, you are not afraid that the big brothers in your live room will raise their knives. Lin Beibei laughed out, they won't, they can't spare my face. Socializing female tough guy, got it, take you as a flat replacement, right? These men really know how to have fun, the big netizens can't see them, so they come to your live room to be a grandpa, right? Social female bandit, but what is the relationship between you and Flower Wine Thickness? Why do you look so much like each other? Lin Beibei said honestly, I have nothing to do with Hua Wine Gnome, I don't know her, I'm just an ordinary laborer. Social female Hummer, so did you learn to dance before? How come you dance so well? Lin Beibei pursed her lips. I didn't learn, I used to sneak a look at it when I was a kid when I passed by the dance classroom. I wanted to learn it but my family didn't have any money, and then I practiced it myself at home secretly for a while, and I didn't dance very well. Social female Hummer, self-taught, then you're too good. You're really talented. Lin Beibei's eyes curved up, revealing a sweet smile. Talent I dare not say, but thank you humongous sister for liking it to be able to get into the eyes of a rich sister. It's also a good thing that I'm destined to be good at it. Enjoy the nest life, really the same face different life. Flower Wine Thick his parents sent to learn dance. I heard that smashing pots and pans spent a lot of money to cultivate this comparison. Flower Wine Thick than she is much happier. The least Flower Wine Thick parents are willing to pay for the dream of Flower Wine Thick. Favorite wine, I didn't expect this little girl to be so unforgiving, alas. Socialite female Hummer, it's okay, sis will spoil you in the future. Lin Beibei looked at the words of the socialite female humbug, blinked, and a burst of acidity somehow inexplicably flooded between her nostrils. After her mother's death, she hadn't heard anyone say such words of defense to her. Especially live broadcasting these days, it seemed easy to make money, but before every live broadcast, she had to forget herself, remember that she was Hua Wine Gnome, always reminding herself that the person they liked was Hua Wine Gnome and not her, accepting everyone's cold words of mockery, smiling and nodding her head to agree with those that she couldn't compare to Hua Wine Gnome's comments. Although she wanted to make money, but she is not a cold-blooded animal without feelings, so this is why she is not willing to live more live, if it is not for the sake of making money, who would like to live in other people's halo. But she had nothing to complain about, after all, she made money. There was nothing qualified to say that she was aggrieved if she made money, and she usually wasn't someone who liked to be melodramatic. It was just that the sudden concern of Sister Hummer now inevitably touched the softest corners of her heart. Lin Bebe stood up and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, humongous sister. TTYY gifted a sports car, emoji 1. Earthly Fortune Flower presents a Ferris wheel, emoji 1. Favorite Wine and Liquor presents roses, emoji 1. Lin Bebe smiled and thanked. Thank you, Brother T, for the sports car, thank you, Brother Flower, for the Ferris wheel, and thank you, Brother Favorite Wine, for the roses. AI Weiqi's legs trembled, holding onto the wall as she sat down on a chair. Let's hurry up and start the second round. Lin Bebe also sat back in his seat. Still coming to the second round? Are you still good? Questioned, Avichai directly stood up to prove herself. I'm viable. Who said I can't? Ouch. Just halfway through his sentence, his thigh muscles were trembling with soreness and pain. He couldn't stand it all. He hurriedly sat down. You don't need to care about me. The brothers in the live broadcast room still want to see you dance. The point is that he hasn't seen enough either. A little squatting is just a little squatting. The thought of being able to ring up a large sum of money tonight and seeing a beautiful woman dance, he felt it was worth it. Lin Bebe thought about it. Let's have another round then. It just so happened that she hadn't seen those two handsome guys rubbing dances yet, and she wanted to boogie too. Socialite female hustler, it's too much of a drop for three of their men to bully a girl like you. Socialite female hustler, I'm here this time, don't worry about charging. You have to take it down. As soon as Socialite Bandit said this, the netizens in Lin Bebe's live room also saw the situation clearly. Favorite Wine, isn't this bullying Bebe with no one behind her? Ja Fugue, that's right, bringing two brothers over and fighting with Bebe all the time, this purpose is obviously not right. Isn't this a pure attempt to abuse Bebe? TTYY, fighting with him. TTYY, fighting with him. Enjoy your life as a loser, Brother Alphabet has spoken, fight them. I'll pay for the whole game, Brother Alphabet. Favorite Wine, made me a little blood boiling how it is, long time no so exciting on the battlefield feeling. Enjoy the life of a wimp, maybe you brush less, in the Flower Wine thick live room is not much use, in this small live room you find a sense of belonging it. Favorite Wine and Liquor. Favorite Wine, but Hua Wine Gnome's understudy can't be abused, he can't disgrace Hua Wine Gnome. Gnawing on a pig's ass, right. I can't stand to see Flower Wine Gnome's face being bullied by others. Lin Bebe looked at these people's speeches. One of them can't be trusted, this group of people have never been very reliable, except for the humongous sister. Good, then let's start now. Avicii struck the iron while it was hot, and hurriedly began the second round of circling money. On the other hand, on Slammer Archie's side, the expression on his face was like that of a resentful woman. What about his rich sister? Didn't she say that she liked him the most? Social Female Bandit also left a message to him, waiting for sister to come back to spoil you. The fierce man Archie aggrieved, that sister will come back tonight? Socialite, leave a like for me, depending on your mood. Slugger Archie. Social Female Hummer finished speaking and went to Lin Bebe's live room to brush gifts. At this time, Lin Bebe's live room had a constant stream of gift effects, quickly surpassing the other three men with a popularity value of more than 50,000, becoming the champion. Favorite Wine and Liquor, really think there's no one in our family. Enjoying the life of a loser, it's so cool. This screen full of gifts, Rich Flower Alphabet Brother and Humongous Sister is also too powerful. There was even a vague smell of gunpowder from the three. That was the desire for the top one. The fierce man on the opposite side was on the verge of tears. Now that Bebe was his love rival. Who let her steal his only rich sister? Lin Bebe won this round unsurprisingly, and after thanking everyone for their gifts, she began to punish the other three. AI Weiqi really didn't expect to lose even this, it's all because of that traitor Archie, his family's rich girl is also a traitor, a nest of traitors. Lin Bebe propped her chin on both hands and smiled as she spoke, Slugger, let's do a rubbing dance first, the kind that reveals your abs. Socialized female tough guy, good. Will point. I love to watch. Favorite Wine, no way. Someone pull out her internet connection. TTYY, what's there to see there? TTYY and Fortune Flower instantly regretted their impulse just now. They shouldn't have let her win just now. After a few seconds, Fortune Flower tapped on WeChat and edited a message out. Volume 1 Chapter 15 blocked. Slammer Archie agreed without hesitation. Isn't it for the scene after practicing so hard for so long? To show it to rich women, to show it to beautiful women, and to show it off to his brothers. Otherwise, who would he be practicing for? Especially since his rich sister had run away, he had to sell his efforts to seduce her back. Lin Bebe straightened her back, staring intently at the screen on Slammer Archie's side. As for what the live broadcast said that made her cover her eyes. It's not easy to make a handful of benefits for herself, so can she cover her eyes? But Lin Bebe still took the time to appease them. I still love you guys the most, the ones over there are just passing through. But it still couldn't resist the big brothers in the live broadcast room making a scene. Lin Bebe knew that the big brothers were jealous of Flower Wine Gnome. Alright, a stand-in should have a stand-in look. She had to gently agree, okay, I'll cover my eyes, I won't look, I'll let my rich sister look. She raised her hands to cover her eyes. But in the next second, a gap slowly opened between her index and ring fingers, and her small eyes secretly glanced toward the fierce man Archie. Big brothers. Socializing female tough guy, men should be more atmospheric. You all have been watching her as a double for so long, what's wrong with letting her look at the handsome guys outside? Lin Bebe looked at the female tough guy's statement with surprise, thinking, this is not a female tough guy, but clearly a female bodhisattva. Tough guy Archie put in all the effort to seduce his rich sister back. He turned off all the brightest lights in the room, leaving only 2 beams of ghostly blue ambient lights. As the powerful DJ music played, his long fingers lifted the hem of his white t-shirt as if he was not thinking. The grooves of his abs are more ambiguous and seductive under the mysterious dark ambient light. Top waist twist cross, a set of action down smooth and natural, force and rhythm just right, not greasy at all. Rabbit baby, ah. Fast nosebleed. This abs are too good looking. Want to touch. Socialite female hummer, too burnt. It's good that you're willing to put in the effort for your sister. Star, these abs are perfect. Lin Bebe inwardly exclaimed good guy. It's still the first time I've seen it live. Weirdly excited. But she had to restrain herself, she was the stand-in for millions of fans of flower wine known, she couldn't look like she hadn't seen the world. It's just that the corners of her mouth are really too unproductive, always wanting to run upwards, and she can't control it at all. Slammer Archie's live broadcast was also screened by screams and various emoticons. Just as Lin Bebe was enjoying watching, snap, Slammer Archie's screen turned black. The joy was gone. Where's the person? Why was he carried away? Avichai also asked in bewilderment. However, in a few moments, Avichai received a message from Fierce Archie and frowned, he's been blocked, so he's forced off the air, let's play, don't wait for him. Lin Bebe asked with some disbelief, this can still be blocked? It seemed like she had to be careful in the future as well. It must not be blocked. It was so hard to get up some traffic. She had to cherish it. Otherwise it would be in vain. Avicii, he said he was blocked because it involved vulgar content. Just for showing his abs? It should be. So that's how it was, that Slammer Archie was still implicated by her. Lin Bebe hurriedly gave Mighty Man Archie some attention and sent a private message to Mighty Man Archie, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be blocked, why don't you wait for your next live broadcast, and I'll swipe a gift to make it up to you. Mighty Man Archie, don't, you return my rich woman's sister to me on the line. Lin Bebe, what rich woman's sister? Lin Bebe, you mean the socialized female hummer? Slugger Archie, right. That's her. Lin Bebe scratched his head, oddly embarrassed, scooping up the rich woman's sister and getting her number blocked. Bunny could see that Lin Bebe felt very indebted to Mighty Archie. She directly said in the live broadcast, you don't have to feel sorry, they're tight, it's normal to get their number blocked, and they came to abuse you, it would have been a bad silver, you don't need to feel guilty. Bunny, playing PK are willing to gamble, even if you let them go, they won't let you go when they win the next one, playing on the internet, just don't be too kind. Everyone is out to make money, you just have to treat yourself right. Lin Bebe, thanks Bunny, I got it. Social female hummer, yes, baby Bunny is right, Archie he gets blocked a lot, I'm used to it. Sister hummer, are you a big fan of Archie? Social female hummer, yes, I only love his abs, it's okay, there are plenty of abs, but like sister you dance so beautifully is too little, than abs, sis loves beauty even more. Lin Bebe's eyes curved up, thank you humongous sister for liking. The human rich flower looked at the WeChat message, the corner of her lips slightly hooked. Soundwave Management Group, Mr. Zhang, it's been taken care of, Slammer Archie's live room has been blocked. Head, show abs to seduce his people. His double? Don't even think about it. Live broadcast room. AI Weiqi urged, what are we too punishing to do, the rubbing dance cannot be danced in case we are also blocked we'll be finished. Then punish. Lin Bebe racked her brain and finally looked at AI Weiqi and calmly spoke, punish you for doing eye exercises with your feet. AI Weiqi. Avichai was close to thinking she heard wrong, you're a carbon-based creature coming up with this punishment? It's also too devilish. Socialite female hummer, ha, this punishment is kind of fun. It's just going to be too flavorful, ha. Favorite wine, ha, bebeño. This punishment looks fine to me. Let him bring someone to bully you. He deserves it. Tough enough. TTYY, 6. The Flower of Fortune, 9. Enjoying a wimpy life, 6. Lin Bebe smiled faintly and looked at the time, do it quickly, don't waste time. When this game was over, she could get off work. Her line of sight went back to Xiaoku who was on the side, Xiaoku would join us, Xiaoku doesn't need to do eye exercises with his feet. AI Weiqi had just taken off one of her shoes, and when she heard this, she immediately refused to do so, why does he not have to? Lin Bebe said righteously, people go on the face value track, I have rich sisters here who love to look at it, unlike you, so Xiaoku will give a live confession to our live broadcasting room's socialized female humongous sister for a while. AI Weiqi was dissatisfied, I can go on the face value track too. I'm also handsome alright. Socialite female hummer, can you share half of your confidence with me, bro? Lin Bebe, say it again and add penalty hours. Avicii immediately shut up. The corner of Lin Bebe's mouth lightly hooked. If you can't handle a single AI Weiqi, how can you handle those difficult netizens in the live broadcasting room who use her as a stand-in? Xiaoko breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. This was much stronger than the punishment of blocking the number and doing eye exercises with his feet. Next time, he wouldn't dare to come. This woman was too fierce. Just the two big brothers in the live broadcast room felt like two tough guys. Avicii finished taking off her shoes, her face wrinkled into a ball, and under the urging of the brothers in the live broadcast room, she put her toes on her eyelids. Avicii almost smoked herself to vomit. Lin Beibei was obedient this time and really covered her eyes. Not looking at Avicii. Waiting for both Avicii and Xiaoko to finish their punishment. But Avicii said unconvincingly, "One more round. I'm going to beat you in the next round." He must win back today's humiliation at his feet. Volume 1 Chapter 16 Curing Foot Fungus for the Eyes. As soon as Avicii's words fell, Xiaoko hurriedly opened his mouth. "That what? I still have something to do. I'll leave first, you guys play off. Bye, see you next time." Xiaoko exited the live broadcast room. "How can I play this? I can't beat it. If I don't slip, do I wait to do eye exercises with my feet?" Avicii's left arm is gone, a traitor, a deserter, leaving him to fight alone, simply hateful. Last night we promised to be brothers. This brotherhood won't last 24 hours. It's too plastic. Avicii didn't have a big brother like Lin Beibei in the live broadcast. He didn't want to do another perverted punishment. "I also remembered that I suddenly had something to do, so let's play next time." AI Weiqi said at the end, afraid that Lin Beibei would think that he had slipped away because he was afraid, and added one more sentence afterward, "I'll definitely be back." The three men came to abuse Lin Beibei with full confidence, and ended up leaving with heavy losses. This picture, don't mention how funny it was. Lin Beibei watched them leave. She also smiled and spoke to the netizens in the live broadcast room. "I should get off work as well. See you tomorrow. Bye, good night." Social female hummer? You're only live streaming for this short while? Favorite wine, it's all your fault for swiping gifts for her. Got her off work again. Socialite female hummer, what does this have to do with swiping gifts? Isn't it usually the more gifts you swipe, the longer you're on air? Enjoy wimpy life, she's different, she just needs to earn it, she's happy to get off work, so next time you mustn't brush her gifts. Social female hummer, it's her recklessness. Jia Fugue flower and alphabet are also a bit on top of each other today. TTYY, I'm doing it for flower wine thick. Human fortune flower as well. Lin Beibei was of course clear that they swiped their gifts so violently today because they didn't want to see anyone abusing Hua Wine Gnome's face. She wouldn't be so narcissistic as to think they were doing it for her. However, the exception was Rich Sister, who should genuinely like her, or else she wouldn't have run to her from Muscleman's livestream. After turning off the live broadcast, Lin Beibei looked at today's daily income of nearly $30,000 and happily lay down on her bed and rolled around. She had directly exceeded her goal for several days today. But tomorrow, she would still be operating as usual. After all, her popularity was still unstable right now, and it was better to stabilize her business at first. The next day during the day, Lin Beibei received a private message from Sister Humongous. Lin Beibei clicked on it, didn't hold back, and snorted out a laugh. Socializing female hummer, I heard that AI Weiqi went to the ophthalmology department this morning to see the foot fungus, her eyelids were swollen beyond recognition, and said that she had foot fungus in her eyes. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death, too deserved it. There's no one else who can treat foot fungus for the eyes. It is estimated that it is some kind of fungal infection that causes the eyelids to be swollen. By the way, she suddenly remembered last night's toe eye exercises. Po ha 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 ha. Lin Beibei sat on the sofa, the mask she had just put on was about to fall off with laughter. AI Weiqi definitely wouldn't dare to come back to her to fool around in a short period of time. Lin Beibei just laughed halfway. TTYY sent a message, really can't meet offline? Lin Beibei, can't oh. TTYY, I can pay for it. Lin Beibei, then I'll think about it. Let's just casually deal with it first, wait for 2 days, it's not likely that he will forget about her as a substitute. Because there were still 2 days to go before the 15th, the day of the live broadcast of Flower Wine Thickness, by then they might have forgotten about her as a stand-in. In the evening, I don't know who spread the word about Avicii, but Lin Beibei's live broadcast was full of people laughing about Avicii's eyelids getting foot fungus. Favorite wine, ha 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 ha, I've been laughing all day, my stomach hurts from laughing. It's been a long time since I've seen such programmatic fun, ha ha ha. Enjoying the life of a loser, Beibei is too absolute, ha 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 ha. Jia Fugue, that said, I'm curious, did he end up hanging up with ophthalmology or dermatology? TTYY, didn't you say yesterday that you prepared another new song? When will the song start? Lin Beibei took care of her freshly braided hair. Today's hairstyle was something she had braided herself, following Flower Wine Gnome's styling. It took quite a lot of effort. So this understudy's money, she really didn't earn it in vain. Yesterday, everyone played PK quite hard. She thought about it and said good-naturedly, "Wanna listen? Then I'll sing one for you first." Having said that, yesterday when Brother T gave the word to fight him and swiped money again, he was still a bit handsome. Even if she was dabbling in flower wine thickness. TTYY had thought that it wasn't that easy to get her to start singing. He was just about to say don't ask for too much for a stand-in you, and just as the words were half-typed, Lin Bebe nodded her head in agreement, which made it seem as if he was jerking around with that sentence. TTYY deleted it, retyped it, and sent it out. Well, the gifts that should be there, I'll make up for all of them when the time comes in a while. Lin Bebe? This alphabet brother still want to control her lifetime? To time. Is to what time? TTYY, 12 o'clock at night. Lin Bebe stroked her face and whispered, staying up all night is bad for your skin, it will grow acne. Do you guys want me to give up this face to become dull and rough and yellow and full of acne? TTYY, don't talk nonsense, long acne will take you to cure. Lin Bebe blinked, her eyes were instantly drenched in mist, a look of wanting to cry but not crying. Pathetic, you're so fierce, brother T. TTYY. Lin Bebe blinked and continued, it takes a hot air balloon to heal the wounds in my soul. TTYY presents a hot air balloon, emoji, 1. TTYY, is that okay? Lin Bebe changed her face in a second and replaced it with a smile, of course. Thank you brother T for the hot air balloon. Then I'll start singing now. Favorite wine, alphabet brother, why are you on the hook again? Jafugue, yeah, said I wouldn't swipe her gifts. Star, what's going on with brother alphabet? I'm a bit spoiled today, I can still coax people. TTYY, I don't want to see flower wine thickness sad. Favorite wine and liquor, too affectionate for alphabet. TTYY, enjoying the life of a loser? I'm going to ask you a loser question. Alphabet, are you the big brother on the flower wine gnome side of the list? TTYY didn't answer. Then TTYY exited the live broadcast room. Lin Bebe was about to start singing. TTYY people unexpectedly left. Favorite wine, eh? How did Alphabet go away? Alphabet brother left. Lin Bebe had to sing as usual. Regardless of Alphabet brother, she still had to take care of the other fish in flower wine thick fish pond. With this big brother gone, she had to find the next one in a hurry. She never intended to hang herself from one tree. Moreover, in their line of work as stand-in anchors, it was most taboo to fall in love with the big brother on the list. The music started, and Lin Bebe sang her newly learned song with all her heart, mesmerizing the fans in the live room. GCY enters the live room. GCY gifted a hot air balloon, emoji, 1. GCY became number 1 on the charts. Thank you brother GCY for the Ferris wheel. Favorite wine, eh? How come there's one alphabet brother gone, and another one coming? Volume 1 Chapter 17 Two anchors competing for people. Lin Bebe warmly welcomed GCY and gave GCY another big heart. Favorite wine, one more song. One more song. Haven't heard enough? Enjoy wimpy life, or dance. I want to see a rubbing dance. GCY, dance. Rich human flower, singing. And then not a single gift. Lin Bebe could see that these people in the live broadcast room today were really determined to let her imitate flower wine thick broadcast until 12 o'clock. Just then, someone wanted to connect with her to play PK. Lin Bebe connected, and found that the opposite side is actually fierce man Archie. Slugger Archie changed his trumpet and looked at Lin Bebe's eyes, obviously already treating Lin Bebe as a love rival. I'm here to find my rich sister to go home. Lin Bebe, the rich woman's sister didn't come today, why don't you come back tomorrow? Really? Don't lie to me. Really, she really didn't come. If you don't believe me, come and check. As a result, just as Lin Bebe's words left her mouth, she saw the words socializing female humans entering the livestream. Lin Bebe hurriedly changed her words, she just came. The humongous man, Archie, shouted across the air, sister, when are you coming home? You're not going to not come back and stay at her place all the time, are you? Socialized female hummer, for the time being, that's the way it is. Slugger Archie was on the verge of crying. He had managed to circle the rich sister with great difficulty, and he blamed it on Avichai. Saying something about looking at beautiful women, he ended up seducing all of his rich sister. Fierce man Archie, am I still your favorite person, and she doesn't have abs? Lin Bebe's eyes curved and smiled, I can practice now for my humongous sister. GCY, no practicing, it's not pretty. GCY, with me around, there's no need for that female hummer. Favorite wine, at GCY, who are you a little big matha, will not think to come in to brush a Ferris wheel as a list of one, can wanna say what say it, you do not know that our live room there is a god ho alphabet brother TTYY. Don't talk too much, and then you won't have enough money to play PK, which would be a shame. GCY, shut up. Jafugue, I, T brother also do not know what to do, without him, Bebe today PK in case of abuse again how to do? GCY, it's okay, there's still fortune flower. Slammer Archie looked at Lin Bebe with anger in his eyes, didn't you promise me yesterday that you'd give fortune flower sister back to me? Lin Bebe blinked innocently, I didn't say that, this depends on voluntariness, humongous sister likes me, I can't stop her from liking it. What's more, this morning she knew through Bunny Baby that Slammer Archie and the others really came to abuse her yesterday. There were a lot of words sent out in the fan group to enlist the divine magnificent big brother and big sister, and she saw all the screenshots. Said something about letting her perform a show, begging for forgiveness on the spot, there are some even worse gags, she looked at all the stomach. Each one of them looked like a human being, but behind her back, they actually didn't respect her at all. She suddenly felt that last night's guilt over Slugger Archie was redundant, and that the punishment was a bit light. The three of them should be made to do eye exercises with their feet together. Socialite female Hummer, Archie, this matter has nothing to do with Bebe, if you have something to do come at me. Slugger Archie was already almost pissed off. The rich girl sister that he had worked hard for a year to show his abs before he was just snatched away by a woman. How could he swallow this breath? Slammin' Archie, let's have a handful of matches and then let sis choose. Sister, me and her, you have to pick someone out today. There's her but not me, there's me but not her. Lin Bebe wasn't afraid. Okay, how do we compare? Socialized female tough guy, how come they still fight over her? Slammer Archie, each take out their own stunts. Within 5 minutes, whoever the sister brushes the most gifts for wins. The losing party kicks the sister out of the live room and permanently pulls her out of the black, and is not allowed to have any contact with the sister anymore. Okay, no problem, I'll take it. Favorite wine, holy. I've seen Big Brother fight for the top one, 2 anchors fight for a rich woman, or the first time I've seen it, wonderful wonderful wonderful. Enjoy the life of a loser. Where did Bebe get her confidence? What does she take with Archie's abs then? Jiafu Gue, with Hua Wine Known's ability to kill both men and women. You guys don't know that there are not only big brothers on the Flower Wine Known list, but also a lot of rich women, sisters, and aunts. So with Bebe's face, she won't lose. Goat Village Bearer, that's right, having the face of a Flower Wine Thick authority is the magic weapon that Bebe will win. The two of them stared at each other for a while, feeling that the atmosphere around them was becoming tense with swords. Yesterday, it was still a handsome man admiring a beautiful woman, and a beautiful woman liking a handsome man's abs. Today, the two people turned into love rivals who looked at each other twice. Turning off the voice, the two started to make their own skills. Fierce man Archie did not dare to show his abs today, for fear of being blocked again, but it's okay, he prepared a series of fitness equipment. Can't show it, then he'll show it in a different way. Iron lifting, push-ups, sit-ups, arm wrestling, all the opportunities to show off his muscles, he didn't miss them. Sweat flowed down his neck and soaked his black undershirt. The bulging muscles are even more obvious and seductive under high-intensity exercise. It made the female tough guy's blood spurt as she looked at him. Lin Bebe's side wasn't idle either. She put on a DJ rubbing dance song, twisted her waist, hooked up her lips, hooked her hand towards the Hummer sister, flew a kiss, and pouted, "Sister, wanna see me?" Social female Hummer, good look at you look at you. Hustler Archie also does not show weakness, sister, don't look at her, come see me. Socialite tough guy, okay, you too. Damn it. Why can people only have 2 eyes? She's almost too busy. It's too hard to choose. Human fortune flower, why don't I get this kind of treatment? GCY, why don't I get this treatment? Favorite wine, why don't I get this treatment? Enjoying wimpy life, why don't I get this kind of treatment? When did you see Bebe make such an effort to compete with people? The jealousy in the comments section was about to burst through the screen. They couldn't wait to turn into a socialite and be fought over by Bebe. Socialite female Hummer, can't I have both of you at the same time? Lin Bebe and Slammer Archie simultaneously refused, can't. Social female Hummer. Human rich flower, female Hummer, go away. We don't need you here. GCY, female Hummer, you go away. We don't need you here. Human rich flower, we're enough for her, go find your abs brother, that's your home, bye bye. Below Rich Flower of Humanity, everyone cleans up and copies this paragraph from Rich Flower. Socialite female Hummer? Volume 1 Chapter 18 Can a bankrupt rich sister still pop gold coins? Socialite female Hummer, if you guys say that, my backbone can come up. If you say that, my backbone will come up. I have to stay here in Bebe today. Socialite female Hummer directly swiped a lollipop for Lin Bebe. Fierce man Archie took a look, only a lollipop, popularity value 1 only, not to be feared, he still has a chance. But I didn't expect PK to end up with just 1 lollipop. That is to say, he and the opposite beauty so hard to compete with the rich sister only swiped a total of 10 cents worth of lollipop. Lin Bebe had won over him with just this 10 cents. This insult was too strong. Fierce man Archie really held back from asking, are you broke, rich lady? If you're broke, you should have said so earlier, so why did he have to come here to make this mess? Lin Bebe also saw that 1 lollipop, her chin raised high again, lips pursed and pursed, still cannot suppress the smile. Deliberately increasing the volume of her voice, she laughed and thank you for the lollipop sent by humongous sister. As if he was afraid that the opposite side of the humongous man, Archie, couldn't hear him. Favorite wine, ha 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 ha, this little expression, she's still strangely smug. Jiafu Gue, this girl has a bit of a cute howdah when she's not pretending to be flowery and drunk and thick. Xing, how nice this is, much more beautiful than the fake smile every day. It feels like this is the real Bebe. Don't let her imitate Flower Wine Known in the future, just let her be herself. Favorite wine, I still prefer Flower Wine Known. GCY, without this face, who would look at her being herself? In the end, it's still thanks to wine and liquor, she can't earn a penny if she doesn't imitate wine and liquor. GCY, thank her for that face, God rewarded her with food. Enjoying wimpy life, I also came here because of Flower Wine Gnome's face, although she's really cute, if she doesn't imitate Flower Wine Gnome, I won't be swiping her gifts in the future. Only then did Lin Bebe notice the pop-ups, and she hurriedly retracted her chin, changing back to the gentle fake smile she had worn during the opening broadcast. Just now, I was too happy to compete with the rich sister and accidentally got carried away. Pay attention next time. During working hours, always remember your understudy status and be professional. Social female hummer, a lollipop, thank you for what? You are giving me a whole embarrassed. I am also the first time to brush such a small number of gifts. Social female bandit, mainly because they said, brush too many gifts you off the air, I also want to see you live for a while longer. Favorite wine and liquor, simply abominable, I also want to be a rich sister, buy her so fight. Enjoy the nesting life, alphabet brother don't even have this treatment. GCY. Human rich flower, flower brother also doesn't have this treatment. A lollipop is also love, unlike some people. Lin Bebe touched her left delicate pigtails, looked at the fierce man Archie, and said with some tea, even a lollipop is not. Seeing this, mighty Archie's eyes reddened with anger. Sister, do you like this teeming look of hers? I can too. Socialite female hummer, you go home first, stop it, be good and listen. Then slugger Archie thought for a second, forget it, it's just a lollipop, it's not worth it. Can a bankrupt rich sister still pop gold coins? Not likely. Let's go. Slugger Archie directly hung up the connection. Social female hummer, just now she was mouthing off about true love, and now she's leaving without even paying attention to her? Although she made the choice first, on the internet, there's no need to be so serious, right? Social female hummer, Archie really pulled the plug on me. Lin Bebe hurriedly comforted with a soft voice, it's okay sister, I'll never pull the plug on you, no matter who you like in the future, where you go, who you swipe gifts for, who you become the first on the list, here in Bebe, it's always going to be your home, your haven, you'll always be welcome. Socialized female hummer, too touched. Or sister hello. GCY, you two aren't finished? Favorite wine, what are you going to perform next? Lin Bebe blinked, haven't I been performing all this time? Since the start of the broadcast, she had appeared in the live broadcast with the appearance and posture of Flower Wine Gnome, wasn't this considered a performance? She was already working hard to be in business. Yuan hungry enters the live broadcast room. Yuan hungry, why are you, an imposter, still on the air? Yuan hungry, you pick up my connection, come on. Yuan hungry, shameless imposter, dare to pick up. Yuan hungry, I must let everyone see what you really look like today. Lin Bebe frowned, why are they all up to pick a fight today? It seems that today's day is not very auspicious. Originally, she didn't want to pick it up, after all, this Yuan was really affecting the atmosphere of her live broadcast. But Yuan couldn't help but keep connecting her. After thinking about it, she still picked it up, sooner or later, she had to face it. Just after connecting, Zhen Jiayuan shouted at the top of his voice, who let you this imposter broadcast live again? Lin Bebe said defiantly, I should be the one to ask you this, I wasn't the one who lost PK last time and wanted to quit the network. What, did you connect over today specifically to honor your promise? Zhen Jiayuan reasonably crossed his arms and said brashly, last time was an accident. What's more, the person who should withdraw from the network should be you, the imposter. You should hurry up and use your own face to broadcast live. No live broadcasting with Wine's face. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. At the same time, Zhen Jiayuan also wondered what was wrong with her big brother. Why is he still letting this imposter jump around with his future sister-in-law's face, and is blocking a small anchor's number? So much work for Soundwave's shareholders. Favorite wine, what's wrong with this little girl? Why is she so rude? She's so uneducated. Don't you have any elders at home? Enjoying life as a loser, can you get rid of this girl? It's affecting my ability to watch the live broadcast. Jafu Gue, it's hard to find an approachable substitute. If this little girl really gets Bebe off the net, I'm not done with her. Socialite female hummer, what live broadcast with your own face, isn't this Bebe's face? This little girl is so unreasonable, should I die just because I look like her? Bunny directly into Yuan hungry's live room, said, make money on the internet each according to his own ability, not to mention the main owner did not say anything, what do you dog bark? Zhen Jiayuan, that's our family wine atmosphere, do not care with a small anchor, but I cannot tolerate sand in my eyes. She deliberately made her face like Flower Wine Gnome's, so there's something wrong with her. If she has the ability, let her rely on her face to make a living. I didn't deliberately make my face like Hua Wine Gnome's, I'm just relying on my own face to eat. Lin Bebe's tone slightly paused as she looked at Zhen Jiayuan, I can prove myself and confirm in front of you that this is my face, but you have to brush me off with a rocket. Give it to her as a mental damage fee. Otherwise she had let this arrogant girl scold her for nothing. Volume 1 Chapter 19 I'll wrap you up. Good. Zhen Jiayuan agreed very painfully. It wasn't just a mere rocket. It was just a little bit of money to her. As long as she could dismantle this imposter, it was all worth it. Zheng Jiayuan picked up her cell phone and was about to swipe it when she suddenly looked up and asked, "It's not like you're going to run away after I finish swiping, right?" Lin Beibei found the makeup remover wipes and put them aside, slightly raising her lips. "Don't worry, I'm not as playful as you are." Zheng Jiayuan instantly blushed. Who couldn't afford to play? She just didn't care to play with an imposter. Zheng Jiayuan was reddened from her neck to behind her ears by what Lin Beibei said. Against Lin Beibei's gaze, he swiped a rocket for Lin Beibei. The netizens in Lin Beibei's live room anxiously went to the opposite live room and brushed furiously. No, no, no. Can't brush her. But it was still too late. Looking at the rocket special effects on the screen, their hearts were like knives. Lin Beibei's face was permeated with a smile. Thank you, oh. Today's turnover, isn't this enough? Where is this girl coming to pick a fight? She is clearly coming to give her money. Including the last time as well. Without that girl, those fish that used her as a stand-in wouldn't have been in a hurry to swipe so many gifts for her. Alright, you start proving this face of yours. Zheng Jiayuan was very much looking forward to seeing that familiar face on the opposite side of the room flopping on the spot. Lin Beibei received the rocket and immediately showed Zheng Jiayuan the no beauty face setting, then took out the makeup removing wipes and wiped off the makeup on her face. Letting everyone at the scene clearly see that even with a purely vegan face, the contours of her features were not even close to those of flower wine thickness under beauty face. Enjoying wimpy life, who on earth said that Beibei would die in the light? So good looking, how could she die in the light? Sheep village carrier, this girl is too brave. Flower wine thickness doesn't even necessarily dare to go live without beauty face and remove her makeup now. Zheng Jiayuan was instantly stunned. How was this a little different from what she had imagined? What she had imagined was that the girl on the other side had turned off her beauty face and removed her makeup, looking like a demon or devil. But in reality, the opposite side was actually exactly the same as flower wine gnome. It even seemed like the face value was a bit more resistant than Hua wine gnome. Previously, she and her girlfriends went out to travel together and met Hua wine gnome once by chance, and Hua wine gnome's face makeup was very thickly beaten. And when she wanted to take a picture, Hua wine gnome also coldly refused her. But after all, Hua wine gnome is a big anchor. People privately just want to be an ordinary person, do not want a business is also understandable. Who let Hua wine gnome gentle and beautiful? But how is that woman across the street also so beautiful? Damn. It makes her a face controller who only wants to like one person so hard. Favorite wine, this time she even took off all her makeup and still looks so much like her. Too powerful. Enjoying wimpy life, I feel like I'm a little heartbroken. Gnawing on a pig's ass, can you fall in love with me, so I can experience what it's like to talk to Hanasake thick? GCY, let's be my body double, I'll wrap you up, price is good. Socialite female Hummer, it's amazing that a pure vegan face can look so good. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Beibei, don't listen to those people upstairs, I think you're much better looking than what's called flower wine thick. Lin Beibei, thank you, humongous sister. Zheng Jiayuan took a long time to come back to her senses. She rubbed her eyes and rubbed them again. It wasn't her eyes that were blurry. Zheng Jiayuan was still upset. It's not okay for you to look like you. Even if you look like you, don't presume to replace Hua wine gnome's place in our hearts. I didn't want to replace Hua wine gnome, and I know I can't replace Hua wine gnome. Lin Beibei didn't want to replace either. She was only here to make a little money. Didn't want to live her whole life as someone else's substitute. Zheng Jiayuan snorted coldly. It's good to know. Count on you to know your place. Just as Zheng Jiayuan finished speaking, one called Earthly Rich Flower appeared in the live broadcast. Hurry up and get the hell out of here and go home. Zheng Jiayuan was originally not that angry, but when he saw the sentence, his anger came up. Hey! Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you not want your number anymore? Zheng Jiayuan said and nodded to herself. Oh, I see, you're that imposter's die-hard fan, coming to stand up for that imposter, huh? She sneered. Since you're defending her so much, let's fight again. I was careless last time. Imposter. Do you dare to play? If you lose, you'll quit the net for me. Lin Beibei raised an eyebrow. Back off the net again? Can you afford to play? Zheng Jiayuan, of course I can afford to play. If I lose, I'll swipe you 10 rockets and back off the net. Lin Beibei hesitates to play this one. GCY, fight her. Socialite female Hummer, with sis here, don't worry about it, leave it to me. Socialite female Hummer, I can't stand this kind of bully. GCY, let's not fight, Alphabet isn't even here. I'm scared. Jiafu Gue, yeah, I'm also a little unsure in my heart, who has Alphabet Brother contact information and can get Alphabet Brother up here Favorite wine, isn't there a new Alphabet upstairs? I think it should be fine. Star, can the new Alphabet be reliable? GCY, dependable, cut the crap. Favorite wine, eh? How is this tone? A bit like the last Alphabet Brother? Gu Chunyi frowned. How can this still be seen as him? The small number he had just deliberately changed was because he didn't want others to know that he was the big brother on the flower wine and thickness list. The matter of finding a double outside, he was afraid that wine would be sad if she knew. However, the number of times Wine live broadcast is really too little. About her also do not come out, send a message does not return. The live room reward Wine performance program is also perfunctory. I've heard that if you're in the anchor business, you'll end up depressed. He understands the wine, but he cannot see the wine, will miss her, can only look at the double to ease the mood. And he will finally look at these 2 days, will soon be the 15th Wine Open Live, he will never give this double brush gift, into this double of the live room. Volume 1 Chapter 20, seal the number, all seal the number. Anyway, as long as he didn't admit it, this little number shouldn't be exposed. Lin Beibei and Zhang Jiayuan's second exit PK started again. Then the netizens who had arched their fires and said they agreed to the PK in the last second suddenly expressed their heartbreak. Favorite wine and liquor, we mustn't lose off. If we lose, where else am I going to find an anchor that looks like flower wine in thickness, and whose talent can also hold its own? Enjoying life as a loser, I don't have much money in my pocket, so I'll just brush a rose for a little bit. Flower wine gnome will start broadcasting soon, and I still have to keep the money to buy milk tea for wine. Favorite wine, you've reminded me, I'll have to brush less today, or I won't be able to explain it to wine. Favorite wine presents big beer, emoticon, 20. Enjoying life as a loser presents a rose, emoji, 1. Jafuki gifted a bunny, emoji, 1. Lin Beibei looked at this point of scattered votes, and her heart followed the drums. This PK she originally did not want to pick up. She is not confident that she can win every time, especially not a few reliable people in her live room. But there are always people who are uproarious, running to the opposite side to arch fire. She is no way. These people are just watching the fun and don't mind the big deal. When they swiped their gifts, they all went out. Zhang Jiayuan's popularity value on his side quickly crossed the 50,000 red line. Lin Beibei looked at the astronomical number and her heart went cold. How was this going to play? There was a difference of that much money. Giving her away wouldn't even sell for that much money. How about waiting for this one to end? She'd better find a factory to go to work. Favorite wine and wine, this is really sorry Beibei, brother's ability is limited, can only help you here, the rest is up to you. Jia Fugue, brother in the next 2 days also want to spend for the flower wine thick, so your side, I cannot help, we are all the flower wine thick loyal fans. Since it's so unreliable, why did she go to the opposite live room just now in great numbers to shout and agree to PK? These people are really screwing her over. But Fortune Flower clearly had no such worries. Earthly Fortune Flower gifted a rocket, emoji, 5. Earthly Fortune Flower presents Brilliant Castle, emoji, 2. Socialite Hummer presents Cruise Ship, emoji, 2. Socialite Hummer presents Rocket, emoji, 2. GCY presents Rocket, emoji, 3. GCY presents City in the Sky, emoji, 2. Earthly Fortune Flower gifted City in the Sky, emoji, 3. Lin Beibei's eyes instantly lit up as she looked at the subsequent power-ups of Brother Godly How and Sister Rich Flower. Thank you Brother Flower, thank you Sister Humongous, thank you Brother Y. Looks like there's still a turnaround? 3 minutes later, Earthly Rich Flower became the top one, successfully winning this PK. It pissed Zhen Jiayuan off enough. Who the hell is this damn Earthly Rich Flower? Why does she have to protect that imposter and go against her? Sealed altogether. She was going to tell her big brother to block this Earthly Rich Flower's account as well. Lin Beibei looked at Zhang Jiayuan across the table. Are you withdrawing from the net now? Zhang Jiayuan then had a kind of deadly shameless spirit. If I don't back out, I won't back out. What can you do to me? Before Zhang Jiayuan finished speaking, Lin Beibei saw that Zhang Jiayuan's live room was gone, and then clicked on Zhang Jiayuan's account, and the account was gone as well. Favorite wine, I go. What's going on here? Being forced off the net. Enjoy wimpy life, it looks like it. Zhang Jiayuan looked at her account and couldn't log in anymore. She immediately tweeted her big brother Zhang Jingshan. That imposter's account hadn't been blocked yet. How come her live account as the little princess of Soundwave was blocked first? It was simply too outrageous. Zhang Jiayuan, brother, find someone to unblock my account. I don't know why my account was blocked by mistake. Young GA1, did your company block the wrong person? Zhang Jiayuan, and then help me seal that imposter's number in a hurry. I saw her posing as Flower Wine Gnome live streaming again today, and it pissed me off. She even brought someone to bully me and told me to go home. It's just too much bullying. Zhang Jiayuan, there's another one called Human Rich Flower, that account is also blocked. He's the one who scolded your sister. Just as Zhang Jiayuan gritted his teeth and thought that those two accounts would definitely not survive the night, Zhang Jingshan's message came over. Zhang Jingshan, I had your account blocked. Zhang Jiayuan. Zhang Jiayuan's sky collapsed. Her account was actually blocked by her big brother? Zhang Jiayuan incredulously tapped hard on the screen. Big brother, I asked you to block that imposter's account, not my account. Zhang Jingshan, I know, I didn't block the wrong one, so don't go to her live room for trouble in the future. Zhang Jiayuan? What is her big brother talking about? Zhang Jiayuan, big brother, were you seduced by that imposter? She's not the real Flower Wine Gnome. Just an imposter. Zhang Jingshan, no. Zhang Jingshan, don't worry about this matter, I have my own rhythm. Zhang Jiayuan is a bit confused by Zhang Jingshan's rhythm. Lin Beibei PK1 and successfully accomplished today's goal, but she didn't immediately go off the air today. In order to thank the babies for their support, before I leave work, I'm going to perform a little show for everyone. Regardless of what everyone was doing it for, she had made a lot of money today, and appropriately, she had to give everyone a little bit of sweetness. Especially the rich sister who sincerely supported her was the person she wanted to thank the most. Favorite wine, wow, there's a reward, happy happy happy. Enjoy the nest life, think when the flower wine thick is also so spoiled fans, now. Alas, since the number of fans up, not to mention spoiled fans, let her perform a more difficult than the sky. How to look at this understudy, the more you look more than the flower wine thick smooth eyes. Crazy gnawing pig's ass, this has to remind me of Wine Live before the list on the Big Brother. Brush 500,000 wanna see a rubbing dance, the results of wine that the perfunctory look. That 500,000 might as well brush to the north as long as a sports car, what do you want to see what now learn, but also jump thieves look good. The 500,000 can probably let Lin Beibei jump a year not repeat the same. Favorite wine, you guys can pull back, Wine must have been in a bad mood that day, she's not the person you say she is. The rich and famous flower, yes, Wine Gnome is definitely not that kind of woman. GCY, she was just in a bad mood that day, don't talk nonsense. Socialite female Hummer, what's thick or not, I think Beibei is Beibei. You guys don't blindly treat her as a double, okay? Lin Beibei played an ancient style tune, singing and dancing. The netizens in the live streaming room looked straight in the eyes and were even more reluctant to let Lin Beibei get off work. But Lin Beibei didn't like working overtime. After saying, see you tomorrow, she went off the air. After going off the air, Earthly Fortune Flower also came to add her contact information. She had just seen in the live broadcast that Earthly Fortune Flower was also Flower Wine Thick's big brother, and was also using her as a stand-in. She hesitated and added Fortune Flower. The 13th Lin Beibei is still live as usual, and the 14th is also. Only on the day of the 14th, the netizens in the live broadcast room were obviously not as excited as the previous 2 days. Yesterday, there was still excitedly looking forward to her live broadcast. Today, all of them are looking forward to the live broadcast of Flower Wine Gnome. The topic in her live broadcast room has all become like this. Favorite wine, what do you say, will Wine be live on time tomorrow? Enjoying life as a loser, tough, she's always late by at least half an hour. Favorite wine, impossible. I remember she's always on time for live broadcasts. Jiafugue, that's Beibei ah, only Beibei will be on time live, are you watching Beibei live every day lately and remembered it? Favorite wine and liquor? Seems to be. Favorite wine, how come Alphabet hasn't come lately, where did he go? Favorite wine, Beibei, tomorrow you will be at ease on vacation, play well, tomorrow brothers will not come to see you ah. Lin Beibei had known this would be the outcome. She pursed her lips in mock sadness, then the day after tomorrow, will you guys still come to see me? GCY, no. Volume 1 Chapter 21, he also wants to be pampered. Lin Beibei skimmed her lips. Even if she wouldn't, this GCY didn't have to say it directly, right? Doesn't she, the understudy, want to lose face? But seeing as this GCY spent money generously yesterday, let him say it if he wants to. Favorite wine and liquor, will do, you live stream it. Enjoy the life of a loser, I usually have to rely on you to make ends meet. I'm sure I'll come to see you, or else it'll be another half a month before I'm able to get on the air. Jiafugue, waiting for half a month, I don't know if I can see anyone, she always takes a vacation without saying a word, have you all forgotten? We don't even know if we'll be able to go on the air tomorrow. Favorite wine and liquor, as long as the broadcast can be opened, 10 hours late. It can even be said that after not having the worldly families and powerful clans as a buffer, they have to face the hidden ancient clans and the heavenly court directly. Commander Wang, I'm afraid this is inappropriate, right? Another awkward Chinese accent appeared in the sky, followed by a tall and strong Nordic type man suddenly landing on the ice, only to hear the ground clicking and the ice on the ground cracking wide open. Seeing himself in the mirror, he wanted to laugh, in order to give up his life for her, give up revenge. His heart surprisingly did not have the slightest hesitation. Cultivate the devil had 1,000 years ago in the great war with the demon world Dragon Zune, although the result is not divided, but this 1,000 years of seclusion, Feather Zune Scale Zune is bound to be in the discussion to be able to resist the devil's method. Perhaps there has been a long time of helplessness, can only be closed to enhance their own strength. In the city, in front of the sheltered government house, a powerful black fog swept in an instant, more and more accumulation, black fog covers the sky, covering the immortal cover. Hisu's pupils flashed, glaring at the orangutan monster. The cold and unusual sight made the orangutan monster feel retreated, would not dare to provoke this great god again? The scene in front of them was shocking. The 4 divine beasts fell to the ground to restore their energy. Huixing was transformed into a colorful peacock, lying on the ground with no breath of life. And in the middle of a person, eyes red, claws and teeth appear. It is the one who has gone off the rails, Mercy Harding. Although the shelter is expanded several times, but still overcrowded, a moment of influx of too many mortals, not yet had time to be properly placed, cries and shouts constantly, ears noisy. Although it is only a shadow, but this shadow is also too big, it feels like it is crowded with the sky, pressurized people cannot breathe. In the bored intense wait of hundreds of millions of viewers, the camera finally shifted from the live broadcast to the scene, before the staff and security personnel as well as the logistics personnel of the three teams made the final preparations for the contestants, and not much later, 10 o'clock would arrive. Ike, on the one hand, immediately sent someone to contact Hopkins and his agent, and sent the script directly to them. On the other hand, he waited in his office with a meeting with Jude Law. This way to the wilderness is quite close, although the situation is the same as he guessed. Along the way still encountered a lot of demonic beasts. So all the way to kill will come, really let him another level up. In the corner where Yi Jinmu was looking just now, a big man with a cold face was frowning, staring at the direction the two had left. Almost years do not forget, to later realize that is called a hit, that is, love at first sight, so in the end, do whatever it takes to do a lot of things, until today, will be pushed further and further away from the person. But who knows, that box is extremely heavy. He just held up an inch high from the ground, and then fell back again. Taisher Siaige's cold is already no trace of emotion, just filled with the crazy killing intent of Yen Baihu. Must Yen Baihu 1,000 cuts to be able to solve the hatred of the heart. Lily, why did you also come? Looking at young Lily, Lin Hongfei couldn't help but whiten his eyes. Everyone nodded. This is natural, the face of things must pass, otherwise the Greater China Federation will have to make a north-south divide. However, how to level this bowl of water is not easy. After all, assimilation is the most critical step to promote the unity of the Federation of Greater East Asia. If you don't give us a reason, we won't break up. Lin Tiancheng once again pulled up Joy Yiting while staring at her cheeks. And while Wu Dawei had full confidence in this, he didn't attack continuously. Although the second half of the game had only just begun, and he had already taken a 15-minute break beforehand. It didn't take long for more than 200 tables and chairs to have been worshipped on top of the square outside the kitchen hall, and many of the Dao masters were looking around at the bustle or rolling up their sleeves to help as well. David, on the other hand, had already been turned into a piece of broken meat and bones, piled up in another corner of the elevator, his head placed on top of the broken meat, his face full of horror. Wan Yanjin's heart choked. She should have felt grateful that she thought so much of him, at least he wouldn't give her any hope, but the pain in her heart was so real. Gao Han immediately ordered his men to remove all the white sheets covering the corpses, one by one. He just didn't want to cause any trouble, so he simply used sleeping pills to make her fall into a deep sleep before aborting the fetus in her womb, thus saving a lot of trouble. Xia Wanjuan's face became more and more serious as she spoke, and when Zhao heard this, she was like a cat bitten by a snake, so excited that she almost jumped up. All in all, in the island country, which was very rich in seafood, pufferfish wasn't considered a rare species, and it wasn't that difficult to get this toxin. The dungeon was very spacious, about 30 square meters, with a floor bunk, a lamp, a desk, a bottle of mineral water, and a bowl, which was sitting on the table, with only 2 white buns in it. Okay, brother. Wang Xiying was no longer playful, watching carefully from the sidelines. Yu Tianqi was also explaining as he repaired. Didn't it say that after the original owner surnamed Imo moved away, a new neighbor came? That new neighbor, was it someone Yi Jiao knew? Sister, don't be modest. The sisters in this mansion all say that the second prince is the sister's confidant. Only the sister's high talent can be compared to the second prince. This sidekick, the second prince, is never able to look at it and press to ignore it. Zhuang Muyin is still not dead. How can she not be angry with her? Volume 1 Chapter 22 Flower Wine Thickness opens. Lin Beibei dropped her defenses and opened the door. The light in the hallway of the old neighborhood was dim, spilling onto the slender teenager in front of her. She suddenly felt a pang of strangeness. I do not remember how long I have not seen. This kid seems to have grown taller again. The impression, the last time we met, seems to be only half a head taller than her. Now she has to tilt her head to see his face. Just look too thin, should be outside to eat a lot of suffering. He also dyed a head of yellow hair, so yellow that it is almost white. He looked like a delinquent middle-aged rebellious teenager. The contours of his features are also completely grown, more deep and handsome than the original, permeated with a flamboyant and passionate youthfulness. Lin Beibei looked at the long time not seen, familiar and Yu Huan on the way to manipulate the Lakers, all the way to establish prestige, in fact, rely on his vision of the draft. Tonight he lived in this bull ring is still clean, come close to the front, did not smell a lot of stench. Just have brute force, strength, no matching leadership ability, measurement, grasp of the battlefield, guess the opponent's psychology at the same time, hide their own psychology to avoid being prejudged. Only, Yagi Yukisai, based on his intuition, firmly believed that Caesar should be faking it. Realizing this, Orangewell Nua's face could not help but become unnatural, her legs clenched, her throat itchy, and her mouth dry, in front of her eyes like a hallucination, dressed up in a very flamboyant and very seductive the only was flying kisses at her, smiling at her. Occasionally in the midst of waking up, Orangewell Nua took a deep breath. But, this is destined to be a very difficult road, and still don't even dare to think about the road. Don't you think it's too difficult to walk? Zheng Ping laughed bitterly. However, the holy crystal stone was someone else's, so what business was it of his own? People have fun on the line, love to summon who was not. And it wasn't like it could be summoned just by being stable. Properly speaking, I am proficient in all kinds of physiognomy, and bone touching is also one of them. He still said honestly, and his eyes didn't change much, as if he was just talking about his job. I believe that my disciple won't lie. If you must insist that he bumped into you, why don't we go and take a look at the CCTV? I believe that the CCTV won't lie. Yi Xian said coldly. That's more or less the same, otherwise, I'm really worried about our life in the future. Wan Lily said triumphantly. The giant savage dragon was pleased to learn that Jifid had made such a decision, and made up his mind to assist Great General Jifid in the combat mission of annihilating the official army of the Great Tang. So it launched a counterattack against the Cold Blood Legion that was besieging the Demon Mountain. The Night Underworld Palace was the place where the king of the underworld was located, and inside there were the high priest, the 12 protectors, and some ordinary magicians. The location of the Night Underworld Palace is the edge of the underworld, said he pointed me to a high tower in the distance. That tower was so far away from me, but it looked like the grandeur was not reduced in the least. Mountain stone-shaped crystals seemed to have a spirit. Straight toward Cassius flew over. Cassius subconsciously reached out to catch, immediately felt a breath of the earth, thick and calm. In the end, Feng Changqing, with the help of all the masters and disciples, after recovering the underworld mountain in one fell swoop, he continued to chase down the main legion of gifted and drove off to Kangju City. With great success, Xia Xia found the necklace in the treetops of the mountainside. Revolver anxiously held the necklace in his hands. That necklace was made up of sapphires and topazes in the shape of a pistol and a bullet. It's all my fault next time it won't be. Gui Nianfei hugged Ling Shuer and quickly killed himself inside the room. If the onlookers knew what was going through his mind, they would have snorted with laughter. It was only now that he reacted to who the bitter enemy was. And Zuoshu's senior brother was originally the elders who guarded the Evil Spectre Tower, because the Evil Spectre Tower somehow broke through the original seal to escape, and chased it out, which led to the eventual fall, which is how the specific process of how the Heavenly Soul Palace is also not clear. Zishang constantly shaking his head, how these people are so ancient, the future of the motherland, how to do it, 8 or 9 o'clock in the sun or withered half, which if that what country to fight over, China is finished. More importantly, the formation of the Black Shaggy Star's wish is completely defeated. Sun Yu said, I am willing to do Mengde this favor, persuade Great General He Jin to support the western expedition against Lu Fan. What does Mengde think? Sun Yu was still sitting upright. The emperor of the West Lin dynasty, Jun Moli, right? At this time, Bei Ao Royal Wind suddenly said to Jun Moli sexually. Immortals have died, gods have fallen, where can I live in peace? Fiercely, a sigh rings in Louis's ears. Louis instantly wakes up and turns his head, but it is a white-clothed old man. This old man has a long beard and hair, an immortal style. After that, after 2 more runs, it is time for lunch. Old Lu took Luo Nan to a makeshift shed to get a boxed lunch, said it was a meat and a vegetarian, but could not see 2 slices of meat. Outside came in a man in white, the wind blowing in from the window right on his body, his clothes fluttering, hair flying, full of seductive eyes staring straight at me, thin red lips pursed tightly. Shugu hard to roll over to avoid the deadly sword of the lightning Sawa, not waiting to breathe a sigh of relief, and then stabbed a sword. He previously killed a number of guards, has long been exhausted, body soft. Now this space is surrounded by Lu Yi's heavenly cold world heart. It is impossible to shield out. With Lu Yi's performance, if he catches it, where is there any good fruit to eat? The bones of the whole body seem to be broken, the slightest movement causes immense pain. It's a miracle that he didn't die after falling from such a high height. As long as he lives, everything is fine. Because she was afraid of losing her love, Gao Wanwan yelled that she was willing to do the examination and that she was innocent. But Yi Lingfeng not only didn't listen, but also got up and walked away, causing hearts to break, painful and disoriented. For a while, the people of Jinyong City of Heaven were burning with the fire of gossip. However, Su Ruoshi was here. It was not good for them to ask directly forward. Good horse, walk a little bit further and you'll go back. Jian Quan patted the horse's back and comforted this war horse underneath him that had been fighting for many years. Now at this time, he remembered his precious hoofed cloud horse White Spirit. If it was there now, it wouldn't be afraid of such a bitter cold environment. Then Panga God is looking at Emperor Jun and Tai, is toward the direction of Emperor Jun and Tai. Because of the height of 10,000 feet, only need 1 or 2 steps will be able to reach the place of Emperor Jun and Tai. If the Empress says so, there should be no mistake. He didn't quite understand Zi Chen's thoughts, but he always felt that what Qing Jin said wouldn't be wrong. Volume 1 Chapter 23. A blood brother is also a hardcore fan of flower wine thickness. Lin Bebe peeked at Lin Wuan's cell phone screen for convenience. At this moment, he was bent over with both arms lying on the back of the chair. To her left was Lin Wuan, who was sitting on the sofa. Her afterglow glimpsed Lin Wuan turning his head to look at her, and she subconsciously turned her head sideways to meet Lin Wuan's line of sight. Her long hair fluttered slightly, bringing up a tiny breeze. The cozy fragrance of the woman's body gradually lingered in Lin's nose. It was as if the network was thick with flowery wine, and the sense of reality that suddenly traveled from the screen to his side grew stronger. Lin Bebe saw that he didn't say anything. She looked like she guessed something. What are you looking at? Do you think that I look similar to your favorite female anchor? Lin suddenly reacted to something, retracted his line of sight, following. What era is it now? Internet technology is so advanced. Since computers were involved, there was no need to even consider traditional methods to investigate the matter. A software took care of it all.
Khan, this old man's second spring has come? Rascal and Lone Rain thought with contempt, full of flashes, there must be an inside story?
If you say another word, I don't dare to guarantee that your head will fall to the ground. Almost at the same time, Knight and Blue Yen opened their mouths, their sharp swords exuding a gust of coldness, and the members of Sword Pointing World immediately burst into a rage, when rows and rows of arrows appeared in front of their eyes. In an instant, Zhao Si standing on the bedside of the ankle, suddenly was a palm pressed, the force is strange, and the trance, that Zhao Si feel the palm on the ankle cold like a dead person, is it really a lonely ghost to claim his life? Seeing Jing Yunwan lying peacefully on the bed, Han Shuai Air can't help but produce a wave of sadness. She blames herself for not giving the child a peaceful living environment. Ling Nan didn't want to think much about the other party's speculation, because with just this point that couldn't be called a clue, nothing could be deduced at all.
Thanks. You should not be too polite. According to Chinese custom, you can just call me Michiko. Is it okay if I call you Seaman? Michiko Oshima said eagerly.
Fang Tianjua's heart was filled with guilt. He pulled out the Browning pistol on his waist and shouted, "Guards platoon, charge with me." And he wanted to jump out of the trench and rush to the position.
Xing Han. Bai Zhe rushed to support Chung Han. Chung Han gave a bitter smile. Did it not come after all?
Weeks was quite enthusiastic and had been looking for them to talk when they were on the fishing boat, asking questions. And Zhu Yan naturally didn't want his best rival to deal with what might happen next in such a mood. Seeing the seriousness of his expression, the witch woman withdrew the smile on her face, pulled her arm out of Mo Yan's hand, and became serious as well. Just as the old king froze, a hand stretched out within the large pit, and that hand picked at the edge of the pit. They didn't finish Luli because they felt that Luli was not useful at all. In their eyes, Luli was just an ant. What was the point of finishing off an ant? What's wrong, bad? Is it those 3 cars? Lu Yun also sensed that something was wrong. But he started to think it was just the other rich kids fighting over car skills. Moving around, wherever adjustments were needed, they themselves would go and get it according to their favorite style so that everyone would also feel comfortable with the environment in order to better engage in their work. See, the time is not late. Rainier Rare accompanied her mother. I do not go to bother them. They drove to the studio, and now the studio things have not been general to the villa. I can only go there to stay a night. Shuan is still the first time to see Kong. She's such a sleepy look. In the past only thought he would only board square sleep, like a board, but today so see, like a child. Li Linlang didn't say anything and followed behind this director's assistant towards the so-called conference room. The steak was not knocked flying, in which was picked up there fell in which, the whole process smooth to watch that person's heart. Participate in the selection of the voice and even all the way to be able to advance to the finals, and the thought that the popularity of the rise, the official debut? The other cops treated him as a real club member and put Li Xiao in jail. It was in prison that Li Xiao followed Chen Yongjian. They found out that the biochemical world was undergoing great changes and there were signs of a destroyer invasion, so they came in time.
Oh smiled and tried his best to hide his embarrassment.
Bai Yalan gave Li Linlang the look that everyone understood. Fangwood Tian cannot stand it. He counted to see through. Chen Tianhao do not want to return that 90 million, is not going to give up, and then let him count on it. Still do not know how much money he can want to count on it. Sorry, I don't have a grandson as big as you. Halfway through her sentence, Lu Qing suddenly spread her face and smiled, because at the back, the man she had been waiting for finally appeared. Chen Feng stood still and looked at Yen Shu's disappearing position for a long time without words, silently bowed and turned to leave. This one was long and fat, and his back was full of meat. He didn't choose the yellow sheep and badger pig because those 2 animals were too big to eat by themselves, but instead he shot them, and that would be against the invisible agreement between explorers and nature. In fact, there was a very important part that Wang Chen did not say. That was the heaven executing sword air and battle soul divine decision that he had learned from the 9-star immortal monarch Heavenly Fury and the golden light great god divine warfare. He did not say. You still say that you are old friends with clan chief Feng Qingyun. Could it be that he didn't even know that he had ascended more than 100 years ago? Now our patriarch is the nephew of Feng Qingyun patriarch, Feng Yunlong. Feng Qiushui smiled coldly, disdain in his eyes. When Left Scar Eyes heard Li Yan's words, he first didn't understand, but then he reflected. Just now as Li Yan but said this matter his mansion, so Left Scar Eyes know who this person is. This person is the person he is looking for, Li Yan. Is it in pursuit of a goal or your own ideal? Gato Haruko asked curiously as she poured wine for him. Even those few old men in that compound in the center, although they had always had this idea, they were unable to put it into practice. Obviously, at this very moment, there were no less than 20 agents in this tightly guarded building who were still keeping a constant eye on the situation outside. Of course, except for those who were now sleepy enough to start napping. The brisk sea breeze stirred the fine waves of the sea, blowing the moon color even more pale, like a cold-toned print, so that people's souls began to quiet down. Prairie Sun's face was covered in despair. Could this be the true strength of an elf? How else could this be struck down? Dragon Clan Chief Ao Guang is the patriarch's master. If you leave today, I will pretend that this has never happened. Tang Shirshir's voice slowly sounded.
Because his body was all vaporized, and because he trusted Li Minhua, he believed her words that the photos were peas and fake. Those who did not understand the way of demonic beasts, even an expert like Chen Feng would only be torn to pieces under wave after wave of demonic beasts. Pei Shouqi still had some foresight. Yan Yi really couldn't eat the things she usually loved. In the clear wind and bright moon, there were hidden cries of spirit insects, which cleared the mind and could be said to be a good time for contemplation. Volume 1 Chapter 24 Don't try to tempt me. But then TTYY did not come. As soon as Lin heard someone imitating flower wine thickness, he somehow suddenly turned his head to look at the woman beside him, with a few hints of warning hidden in his eyes. Lin Beibei ignored Lin Wuan and continued to watch the situation in the live broadcast room. Flower wine thickness cleaned up her hair, her face was not half unhappy, but instead vaguely carried a hint of superiority. She softly said, re-imitating her has no way of replacing the real me, but it's just a small role, so let's just ignore her. Well, the brothers and sisters who can brush the gift hurry up and put the gift on again, after a while they super up. I but rarely play so big, everyone must. However, there are some people laugh, after all, not everyone is stupid. Yi Changluang this kind of black through the maneuver, there are also people here out. Although Huang Chao was asleep, this blinding light made him feel that the crisis was approaching, and he violently opened his eyes. If Hugo found out that his sister-in-law wasn't in her room, but had instead gone to Brother Saint's room, this matter would probably come to a head. Sorry for the delay. I wanted to be concerned about him, but it was these words that came out of my mouth, and Yi Mengyong lowered her head without looking at his expression again. Yi Mengyong hurriedly closed the door behind her but didn't make it. Qin Xinghao pushed against the door and froze with himself. The Black Sorcerer, if he really followed the rules, probably wouldn't have appeared alone in the Annihilation Forest, right? The reputation of adventurers was very bad, and most of them were very far from the 4 words of high moral character. Before he could reply in the negative, the man upstairs had already been unable to support himself for a moment due to the imbalance between his upper and lower body and the zombies pressing above him trying to bite him, and finally the man lost his footing and directly fell from the 7th floor, falling to the ground, blood staining him all over as well as a large portion of the ground underneath him. Jun Yucheng outside the lace news as much even if, he himself on the body even so many holes. That's enough, thanks. She turned around and nestled into his lap, used to having something to cuddle up to while she slept. He could also be sure of one thing, and that was that he could never do what Kudo had done, thinking about people even after he was dead, even if that would be a disadvantage to the 2nd generation, and a disadvantage to Red Leaf, but not at all halfway beneficial to himself. You shut up, you yourself don't know how much trouble you've caused. Yi Tianqi, who was pondering on how to get Ling Yun to put this matter of today behind him completely, could not help but chide Su Yufei when he heard her words. If she had known that there would be today, she would not have parted with a single millimeter even if the entire world were to die out as a result. Elder Yu was the same, his worry about the excessive power of this thunder was not about the fate of those bored spectators. Rather, it was that if they destroyed half of the street, there was a possibility that the 5 elements sect in Cloud Sky City would make a move and cause trouble for them. The most important reason for him to participate in the outer courtyard battle was to obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm. Zhao Gong discovered that Zhao Yugong was considered an all-rounder, perfectly inheriting Zhao-like talent for martial arts practice. His body was flawless, and the power of his strikes as well as his attacks were all fluid. Among other things, Zhao Jiu also tried to counterattack, not realizing that Zhao Yugong actually didn't care and directly punched out to attack his lower part of the body, instead of defusing his attack. Although Guo Wei hadn't explicitly expressed that they, the spiritists participating in the examination, must capture more wooden tiles, he had already hinted at it. Only, when Yinan was about to leave, they all went up to him and chatted with him a lot, and thanked him once again for saving their lives. Damn it, this change, when did it appear? The person in the darkness directly slapped the stone table in front of him. It's not right, it's too wrong, just because of the wearer's words, there's no reason why it would be like this now, right? Thanks for your hard work. Su Rongrong watched the waiter leave before turning around and continuing on. It was simply too late to even let out a cry of pain, and this 4th stage of the Qi Material Realm's prison Yanhou Ministry had already planted itself in a pool of blood. Blood was gurgling out of his throat, but his vitality had already dissipated. Shinivana didn't feel aggrieved at all, although those rooms in the backyard were a little bit shabby. Shinivana felt that the room they were living in now wasn't much better than those rooms in the backyard. To the entrance of the cave, Hua Qing pupil almost sure, this is a with countless spiritual treasure arranged from the boundary, which is rich in the power of the sky, is simply tongue-twisting, into the cave, the white fog, those white fog, are the power of the sky is too rich and so formed. Sighing, she took her cell phone back into the bag, then sat upright, secretly pondering the way to make Yin Jingshan and Han Yu make up. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise his head and smoothly plop down onto her body, a face penciled in front of Yu Charming. Hua Qingxin face palmly glanced at that pupil, raised her hand and flicked it. A pill suddenly popped into Wang Balian's mouth, and the other, also suddenly flew into Lin Juan's mouth. In the past 2 days, he had already woven an infinite love net for her, big enough for her to never run out of his sight again in this life. While the shopkeeper was wrapping the meat, Shinivana saw a wooden basin with a few pieces of pork big bones in it. Two Dao Dao sword pie condensed thick, harsh chopped down, instantly, the void cut out two burning pale shadow, carrying endless pressure Lingmang, as if it can cut off the mountains and rivers. Tang's second master shook his head, Yabo sighed, no one responded, after all, at this time where both of them have the mood to think about these, once Su Chen lost, in the future, not to mention playing stars, it is estimated that to go to a trip to the Neptune casino, have to spend their own money. The purple color of the sky gradually dissipated, a voice like thunder exploded, fell in the sky above the Danwu square, only heard its voice, did not see its people. It's about to start. Just after Xiang Qing finished speaking, the people in the screen image each returned to their posts and kept operating on their computers. At the banquet, Fan Cheng saw that Nia Feng's drinking had become bottomless since she sat next to Sweetness, and knew at a guess that Nia Feng was the one who had secretly made the move. Thus, he withdrew his attacking stance and gathered all his aura back, transforming it into a Mori white aura to block in front of his body. Volume 1 Chapter 25 Emotional Value pulled full circle. There was a small table in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and on the table was a bunch of cosmetics, as well as a special lamp and stand for live broadcasting. Lin only looked at it for a moment before withdrawing his eyes. Early the next morning, the weather was exceptionally sunny after the rain. Lin Beibei stretched and got up to open the window to breathe fresh air. Then she walked out of the room and looked at the living room where there was no longer Lin Wuan's figure. Her face was calm. Such a big person wouldn't be lost, what did she have to worry about? And this kid was really rude, he didn't even know to say a word to her as his sister when he left. Lin Beibei finished her breakfast and took out her cell phone to open the Soundwave app. She recently often searched for videos of flower wine thick, just a little. She coldly glanced at Walter, and that look was not the contempt of viewing ants or the laxity of seeing mud and rocks, but an attitude of complete indifference. Didn't it go in? Yan Feng watched the ball fly out of bounds, unable to accept this fact. Zoukai, directly stunned master, shook his head, turned to the crowd, remembered Su-han look at his own eyes, especially calm, confident, there is an indescribable feeling, let's go, if Su-han is this school, we will not be lonely in the future. Just such a look, Su-han came to the conclusion that this is completely horizontal practicing kung fu practice is not right, although it can increase the power, but there are too many secret injuries, can live to this age has been a miracle. The surrounding people hear this also for one of the quiet, just now also uproar of the crowd froze for a moment, no one out to pick up this stance, no one out to persuade down or something, discerning people can see, this is in order to curry favor with Chen Lei and purposely aimed at Su-han. He was Bosun Duo Luo, and the body he now possessed was a painted skin purchased by the White Bone Spirit at the cost of the only remaining 18,800 phantom coins, which was of average quality, but particularly suitable for heavenly demons in need of concealment. For this matter, evil self Shang also just understand it first, right now with his cultivation, wanting to find the idea of the upper level of the barbarian race, it is simply no different from looking for death. What, don't recognize me? Turning his head to look at the white bone demon whose temperament was more mature and composed, the old Taoist smiled and said. They stood by Sylvia's side with one on the left and one on the right, looking as well behaved as the two sisters, Dima and Dana. Especially Lolita, although she had the title of Mixed Demon King in the Apprentice Academy before she became Charlotte's disciple, even though she was heartless, she still had an instinctive awe for this king of Icewind Castle. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, Brother Jiang, just take a look at how we play first and you'll understand. Li Jiduan smiled faintly at Jiang Yi. The agent glanced at Xin Shuer with some heartache, but in the end sighed and left with her. This elixir is the Metamorphosis Dan, it can mask the aura of your body, although you have this elixir you must not be careless, if you expose your identity the consequences are unimaginable. Situ sect master instructed. The speaker has no intention to listen to the heart, surrounded by those relatives originally have no place to vent their grief and anger, at this moment naturally one by one all blame on the body of Tang Shiqing. Especially since this is still the clip that the director released after considering and even asking Su Jing's opinion, what about the one that wasn't released? Cui Yuling was very unconvinced at first, but no matter what aspect of learning was concerned, snap could easily crush her. So that's how it is, I guess your ancestor must have produced a resounding great man, otherwise it would be impossible to have such a precious sword. Commander Duanmu said. Through what this disciple said, there were a total of 8 inner disciples in this Haotian sect, and what surprised Su Chen the most was actually hearing Tantai Mingyue's name among them. The man looked at Tang Shiqing walking over, thinking that she was trying to pester herself again, and had a face that was not good. Qin Yuan was incomparably excited. If Su Muya was interested in him, he would definitely stop promiscuously dating and instead marry her and have children. Yi Yin gritted his teeth. This is not just a hot pot restaurant, where else can it be expensive? So he asked for this meal so that he could draw a line with Bo Yujie. Yi Yin looked at Bo Yujie's action, also anxious, busy grabbing Yi's arm to push the door to leave. If you give the 10 square force demon road to Yuan Wuji or Niu Taiyuan, you will be able to use your 10,000 feet or even 10,000 feet of your body to perform boundless strength, which is not comparable to a great power like the heaven and earth. Ordinary people don't dare to look up at him, even the ministers above the courtroom, few people stare at his pressure and lie. The matter of these sects hadn't completely ended when a new sect suddenly opened in the county town.
Rushing to this juncture, none of the other dozen or so martial arts sects that had been in full swing had dared to go up and call the shots. Only Dream Li Gu, with its own special physique and technique, is enough to withstand the medicinal power of this pill. If it is replaced by ordinary human cultivation, it is estimated that the next moment of serving this pill will be directly held up by the living cannot be. Alas, the annoyance left them to worry to go. Then I first seek of Wu Mengyuan, will be Maiden Dao Law Sword in the hands of Yin Shenyang informed, and then Lu Haito things with her said, also save me run a trip to Qin Qiushan, whether it is the extraterritorial emptiness or the polar overseas, is not a good place. He used to take the bus to go to work, and now for a moment did not realize that he is already a family of 500 billion, can completely change the higher level of transportation. And right at this moment, the other stern ghosts around him had also rushed over towards the political crowd. Each of these stern ghosts was no less powerful than the one that had just been there, and those auras emanating from their bodies were also exceptionally powerful. Since Si Shionai has already so arranged, Shu Xianqi also no longer entangled in this, simply dressed up, wash some, quietly waiting for Si Shionai's call, that is, waiting for an incense time. Inoue Yuya lightly move lotus steps, once again slowly come. It was a large hall that appeared to be somewhat wide, permeated with an ancient aura that gathered many martial artists. Although the profound jade forest has a vast land, but the product is poor. In addition to fruits and some wild plants that can be eaten, they are almost unable to produce any crops, especially in the center of the profound jade forest. All of the land is extremely dense black land, rich in minerals, such as iron, copper, and other things. So I wonder if the Chiyu Chief flagship can cut us some slack and make some Falcon Eye rapid-fire cannons for us as well? How much you can't let go of me, already at the police station, you still don't want to separate from me, to firmly tie me to your side. Hua Xian raised the handcuffs that were handcuffed together with explosive Muing Ying, with an evil face. What are you doing? Don't mess around, you'll get Mayor Zhang killed. The casual man rolled and ran over, trying to stop Hua Xian. Volume 1 Chapter 26 Young Master Qin recognizes the wrong love cast. Lin Beibei looked at the red and swollen eyelids on the opposite side and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Who else could it be if it wasn't Ai Weiqi on the opposite side? Lin Beibei pressed the corners of her mouth, trying not to make her gloating too obvious. She asked with concern, the foot odor in your eyes, is it better? Ai Weiqi stood up, his eyelids were a little itchy, but he had just applied ointment and couldn't touch them. It was unbearable. You still have the nerve to ask. If it wasn't for your stupid idea, I would be like this now. Lin Beibei, this cannot blame me. You are not for the benefit of your brothers in the live room. How is this not considered another kind of welfare? Without you, how can they have seen the eyes of the foot fungus, this section? So what can be favorable to the swordsman now is the second kind of running while beating back the pursuing enemy. After all, the Soviet Union's social system is different from the United Kingdom, including the United Kingdom and other European countries, are unanimously guarded against the sudden rise of this beast, and even go so far as to use the policy of appeasement to connive at Reinhardt to raise a second beast, and against it. When Reinhardt and his entourage in Rossi and he arranged the Italian Gestapo as a guard accompanied by the guards, into the God Giovanni Hospital, came to the door of Mussolini's room, he saw, is a wrapped-up tight mummy is sitting in a wheelchair to look at this side. The 18 demon kings who win are the 9 demon kings, and the remaining one spot is contested by the 9 losers. Right Wing replied with a smile. This position is also known as the Dantian. When she enters the Dantian, it can give birth to divine power, and can be used to defeat 100 enemies. Even there is also the stream of 1,000 enemies and 10,000 enemies. Wang Hao said. When Rin Yuan went to look for his father, others went to look for their former friends, and it was for this reason that the crowd was all implicated by Quan Bufan. Throughout the ages, those who hailed themselves as kings felt that they were the destiny of heaven, but they forgot about the so-called heaven. Thank you, Duan Mushi, I'll remember you. Duna took the rank card and smiled meaningfully at Duan Mushi before turning to leave. After that, Wan Manman let out a loud laugh. When she was in school, she was crushed to death by Lin Mengyao in terms of both her academics and her looks, and now she could finally raise her eyebrows. To be honest, this had been the easiest battle he had ever fought. The German army responsible for crossing the river and attacking was the second army that attacked all the way here from Portsmouth, not the German, French, and Norwegian allied forces in general, the paratroopers under Stodent. And feel, now so just sleep with freshwater fish, although freshwater fish do not understand human rules do not care, but his heart is a little twisted. The wagging tail stopped wagging, and his ears branched out, and his round eyes stared unbelievably at Yen Cici's head shell. Brothers, what are you doing, having a memorial service? That second lieutenant had presumably knocked into something when he climbed out of the escape door, and was still grimacing a bit when he spoke until now. Early the next morning, Knight Baiming did not want to be like before, has been accompanied by Yi Guozhua, but early for Yi Guozhua everything is ready, also left to letter, the only thing is that there is no one. Yen Cici finally understood why Caesar would put down his godhood when he transformed into a cat and actively paralyzed in front of her to let her jerk him off. No, how dare I, it's just that I thought of a fragment and felt that it was quite close to what you just said. After saying that she smiled to herself again. No matter how many times I've watched it, Sister's sword dance looks so handsome. On the training ground, Dan Zhu sat to the side, chatting with Jilin while playing with the red iris wing, which had a lifeless face at the moment. Liquid generally black shadow was captured by Mu Qingfeng in his hand. Noiselessly, the black shadow dispersed, like sand blown away by the wind, out of sight. Night Pro was even glad that he didn't follow his father in, or else he would have been unlucky enough to take him with him. At this moment, all the male guests, whether single or not, had a hint of jealousy towards the man who welcomed Shin Sisi. However, it was undeniable that the scene of the stars lighting up was so beautiful that almost everyone was infatuated for a moment, wanting to take pictures to record this perfect scene. He was dreaming again, wasn't he? With this thought of Lin Bai, his eyes finally opened. The sunlight in front of him was a bit harsh, making him squint his eyes again. There was just one more thing that he had to attend to. He had to go to the lab of Talbot Private Medical Development Company on the outskirts of Phoenix and get all the information that he had after his accident, in order to facilitate the research that he was going to conduct in the future. The Lin dynasty in field, and even the entire Daliang officialdom, but anyone who knew about the showy youth would be chilled to the bone, and there was once a joke that it would be better to die under Zhao Jin's sword than to fall into Zhao Xian's torture prison. Khadgar tugged the letter of introduction with the purple wax seal in his hand tightly, and looked blankly at the towering black tower in front of him. Seeing this letter of apology, Zheng Igua thought that he had misread it. This was the first time he had seen such a strong letter of apology, and for a time he thought that the employees of Future Technology had gone crazy in the head. The golden flame giant entered the battlefield, and without saying anything, he rode on the back of the black goat cub and threw an old punch. If the upper limit of the way of the celestial man depends on this heaven and earth, with almost infinite possibilities, then the way of the divine man, its upper limit depends on the deity that follows it, with borders and limitations. This is a military restricted area, you cannot trespass. The captain commander shouted with a serious face. With water moisturizing the area, flowers, plants, and trees would gradually grow around it, and years later, no one would remember that this area used to be a poor, arid, and harsh area, or how many people had once sacrificed their lives just to drink a little bit of water. Nowadays, among the geniuses of the lower 8 immortal mountains, apart from you, I really can't see any that can be compared to him. She just ate it? Neither washing her hands, nor sitting down, crude as a roadside folk. Si Junhao and Wu Daijin thought in surprise at the same time. At this time, the sky was already dark, and the vision became more and more unclear. But the night color didn't affect the hearing, and the baby's cry on the citadel was extraordinarily loud and clear in the quiet night. She is actually quite shameless. According to reasoner, backed away, one by one, to find people to settle scores. How also should being Guji counted in, after all, even if he is unintentional, but also directly led to the Guan family disaster. In fact, she had already eaten enough. It's just that the habit she had developed in prison over the past 3 years made it necessary for her to eat everything, no leftovers. Demon, eat my old son's stick. Clad in golden armor, feet on the auspicious clouds, fiery-eyed golden eyes of the great sage of Qi Tian Sun Wukong, both hands holding the Rui weapon, a sweeping out, instantly as a few chaos blood demon race powerhouses crushed into pieces of foam, pulverized, and nothing left. The new invention is still in the category of radio. After all, there has been wireless telegraphy, then the invention of radio has all the prerequisites. Even if the conditions are not complete, it doesn't matter. Stallion Labs has Nikola Tesla, and there is a miracle with Nikola Tesla. It is not easy to be a eunuch in the palace. Not only the body is harmed, but also often criticized behind people's backs, and the most critical thing is that the ability to give birth is lost, and finally can only end up alone. So many eunuchs at a certain age will adopt a son to their old age, but it is really difficult to find that kind of loyalty and filial piety. Volume 1 Chapter 27 Is young Master Qin trying to piss off your love broadcasts? Qin Yojo still didn't quite dare to believe that this girl in the live broadcast room wasn't wine. As a 70-level iron fan of flower wine thickness, he would definitely not recognize wine's face. It must be that these people in the live broadcast room were deliberately swindling him. Qin Yojo took another close look at the girl dancing in the live broadcast room. The girl was wearing a light purple halter dress, and her skin was just as fair and tender as flower wine known. But the difference is, the same color skirt, flower wine thick, that not only short skirt, neckline is also wide open appearance. And the girl on this, skirt hem and knee, neckline is conservative one-line collar, in addition to reveal two bone shape is very beautiful collarbone, and thin arms, other places wrapped tightly. At this time, Yi Zifen has no effort to pay attention to the chartered lady. He first dialed the emergency telephone, and then one by one to the two people did artificial respiration. That mage was dumbfounded, not understanding why Azra did so arrogant and unbridled. Gu Linger will be scattered in every part of her body, strength slowly gathered in the middle to together, just want to climb up, but was a pair of strong and powerful hands across the bag to hold up. The depression of the stadium changed on this day, because Yao Ming and McGrady came. The arrival of the two world superstars made the outside of Sheep Sports City become lively all of a sudden. Girl, were you the one calling for help just now? Zhang Chu asked again with a smile on his face, very patiently. Luo Qinghan ignored the two people's calls, his eyes looked straight at the door. The current him only had one thought, to rush out and find her. How about this? Yi mother moved towards Grandma Zhang's ear, nibbling her ear with Grandma Zhang. What makes Nianshui feel even more surprised is that the self-master once he went back to the closed door to crazy cultivation, day and night. Sometimes a sit down and a closed eyes is several years. Nianshui also only have to inch by inch to guard. Lack of elixir will rush to find the Demon King to ask for. Demon King is really generous. What to give are also the best. Hey, this day, too boring. At this time, a lazy sigh came from the roadside, and that slightly hoarse magnetic voice made people turn their heads. It had to be said that this ultimate ability produced by the 99 major consummation of the Golden Bell Shield really made Li Yunmu's heart ruthlessly excited. With the cultivator's aura as a pull, Principal Zhuang saw Yunsong and Linda in the greeting team at the first glance, and when he came close to the two of them quickly raised their hands in salute, while Zhuang Shibei wore a smile on his face as he looked up and down at the two of them. Yan Xianfeng had already looked at Zhu Cheng busy in droves, until Asa Sang got on the carriage. Yan Xianfeng was still apoplectic and soulful, but after all, Asa Sang was still going, so what could he do? Not bad, right? The same skirt. I bought one for Weiwei as well, but she likes blue, so I bought blue for her. Both of them wearing it at the same time, they really look like sisters. Lu Chuanji was very satisfied with her choice. In fact, like him, Wang Yang, and Zhen Jiayuan, to be able to reach the peak of the questioning realm at this age was not to say it was absolutely unique, but it was definitely also something that could be counted on one hand. Only compared to the other two, Sun Bing, who had a pandering smile on his face, was going to appear to be much more out of class. Want to know why there is so much suffering on earth? You need to feel it personally, and only really bitter pain, empathy, only great compassion. Dozens of white whirlwinds visible to the naked eye exploded from the blade of the 10,000 killing sword, sweeping toward the ghosts. Originally said to go to find a cafe or tea house to pass the time. But they were strolling around looking for a cafe when they inadvertently passed by a painting studio as organizing an event in the square, so that people can make a painting competition on the spot. Because Mei Jipping has been sick, the outside of the Mei house of discussion and has not been broken. Mei Yulian's death, although it did not cause too much bad speculation, but the Mei house suffered such a blow, but it is not rare, so it makes the Mei house once in the wind and waves on the top. Although Chen Yajing didn't know martial arts, but born in a martial arts family, she had heard that only Huanjing masters could release their true qi to injure the enemy, and at this moment, Yang Di used his true qi to condense the flowers as if they were substantial, which showed that he was already a Huanjing master. She closed her eyes and tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. What should have happened on the wedding night now seems to have been postponed for too long. Just as Summer's End's voice fell, a familiar voice came from the doorway with a semblance of playfulness in its voice. Mother consort, this is my son's family matter, my son wants to solve it by himself. Huang Fuyo still said calmly, but the resentment in his voice could be clearly experienced by anyone. Some people might not be able to see a single innate realm powerhouse even after a lifetime of cultivation. Then today, they saw 6 innate masters at once, and they were truly standing in front of them, and it was not something they heard about in the Tao. Team, Sea and Sky, if I don't call you sister then I have to call you disciple? Now nominally she is your master mother. At first everyone felt that Xiao Fan had the secret of entering the Tao with martial arts in his body, but Xiao Fan was running around, and many people couldn't find his whereabouts and couldn't capture him and force him. Xin Aofeng's tired body seemed to be a bit unable to hold on, and he fell several times on the way, but Xia either pretended not to see anything or hummed the tune of that unknown tune to himself. However, that was after all a battle between ordinary people. Now this time, it is a martial artist and cultivator battle, cannot be compared. Given that the experience of listening to rain rhymes in the bamboo forest was a lesson in failure, she really didn't want to come into contact with those celebrities of the so-called great gods. The person in front of her had become a celebrity just the minute before as well, so she had to stay away from him as a source of trouble. Damn! I'm going to find Herrick and tell him the truth, I don't want to be stuck here. With that, Lucia stood up and tried to leave. When she arrived at Vian City, in order not to make anyone suspicious, Suyan even purposely ate a lunch before setting off, so that it appeared that she wasn't in a hurry and didn't feel like she was in a hurry. If it wasn't for Song Ning's pride, it would be fine to send the other party a set, and since Mother Song wanted a discount, it would just be appropriate to collect a little at that time. In a helicopter, Leary looked at the scene in front of him, a flash of sinister in his eyes and said coldly. It was like there was a dry heat fermenting in the air, and after a few minutes, Ming-Yi had already endured and reached out to hook the man's neck. The second uncle is more than 50 years old, naturally understand my mood, he did not stop me, just said to me, the family has been unable to live people, let me go back to sea, we'll come back, he left the door for me. She knows very well that this tomb is very dangerous and abnormal, it is estimated that after this departure, it is unlikely to let ordinary archaeologists come in to excavate again. My mind flashed to what Xing Yang explained to me before the wedding, their family still has an old house, could it be the demolition money? Looking at Yufei's thin figure, I cannot help but sigh. Originally I thought she was the best in life, born with a golden key, and a good skin, but fate this kind of thing, who knows how the next moment will change. Lu Ming's face was grave, and he wanted to intercept the opponent's ball but was Su Lianliang a false move, avoided away, a 3-point shot. The people lined to the front of the palace door, a few attendants behind the West Rong are stopping. West Rong stepped forward to raise his hand, jade finger crossing, in the transparent invisible boundary on a trace, like ripples. Volume 1 Chapter 28 The 7 in 7 Out Young Master Qin. Seeing the pop-up, Lin Beibei hurriedly smiled and spoke, "Welcome young Master Qin." She hadn't even finished her words. She saw the next pop-up screen. Enjoying a wimpy life, young Master Qin is gone again. Lin Beibei. What the hell? Favorite wine, young Master Qin is gone again. Lin Beibei smiled again and spoke, "Welcome young Master Qin." Enjoying a wimpy life, young Master Qin is gone again. Lin Beibei blinked and her smile froze on her face once again. This young Master Qin has been in and out of her for 3 times. What, he wants to be Zhao Yun? Does he want to be Zhao Yun? Favorite wine, young Master Qin is here again and again and again. Lin Beibei did not say anything this time, just look at him in the end. General heroes have to rise to level 6, all the skills point on, to be considered a complete hero, auxiliary even more need to level 6. Everyone hasn't reacted to what's going on yet. The green peacock had already taken off into the air. The teenager also disappeared with it. Wan Yanjia, on the contrary, he felt fresh and fun, more exciting, his heart is itching, stupid. Qin Yibai's few words actually made everyone on the city head laugh in unison, even the immortal emperor couldn't help but chuckle at it. There weren't many that could really leave an impression on him, and the players that made him fall in love with them were even more rare. Commander Lang looked at the dinner plate, the 4 dishes and 1 soup that had just come from the cauldron, and smiled slightly. The red cell selection was a special requirement of the Wolf Fang Special Operations Brigade for the War Wolf Squadron, hoping that the War Wolf Squadron would use their ultra-high standards for selection and training. Tang Xin took a few steps forward, then secretly blocked up his nose a little, so he didn't have that nauseating feeling. The red ribbon, so long, all rely on his support. I just stood on the top of the snowy peak, Yang spread out. After all, before the death of this group of people but went to find General Wei to seek justice, that time is also because of this teenager. Now look at the people involved in this matter all died in the hands of the teenager who was seeking justice. Chen Shihao, who covered his face and sighed, heard the sound of the door of the locker room opening, took a strong breath and prepared for the shocking visual impact. He twisted his head and saw the 2 people coming out of the locker room, his eyes immediately stared out and his jaw directly fell to the ground. Zhou Xian continued to tell Yi Yang that in the ancient times, the Dragon Elephant clan was the peak existence of the Demonic Beast clan at that time. What with the Sky Wolf clan and the Green Jiao clan, they didn't even have the qualifications to give others a lift in their shoes. You are the subordinate members of the 5 Elders Association? Chen Shihao suddenly asked a question that no one would have expected. While such a heavy loss drew the astonishment of the remnants of the Lu clan, it also caused Lu Xingzhe to become thunderously angry, and after scolding Lu Yuan, he vented all of his anger on Qi Yuan. Yun and I stirred the soup in the pot in silence in the kitchen, and in a short while, she took a spoon and scooped a little bit out to taste the flavor, then casually grabbed the salt cup and scattered some salt powder into the soup, then she covered the pot and moved the pot to the side. Let the 6 devil generals to complete this thing, that unformed consciousness no matter what cannot blame his head. The human race were all excited and looked at Yang Fan with respect. On the other hand, the young prides of the 10,000 races had very complicated looks. Many of them had threatened to step on Yang Fan to get to the top, but now when they saw Yang Fan, they could only hide and did not have the courage to go forward to fight. Lu Dongxing frowned. Brother Han's fellow student? Is it a fellow student of Kongcheng Academy? He glanced at those people and laughed coldly in his heart. These people were all from Kongcheng Academy as well, why don't we see them contributing a hand? God Wu Dao shrugged his shoulders, not caring about this statement from the heavenly Dao injury as he rushed forward to collect the immortal tree. The Origin Blood Clan, even if there was only 1 branch left, it wasn't something that anyone could take lightly. After all, the clan could still have an ancient supreme being of the divine deity realm, whose divine might was hard to measure. The one who made the fireball instantly completed his fireball, then looked straight at the water cold to hit, then the water cold and did not hide, did not resist, did not make means to resolve, but head straight up. So after dozens of days of hasty march, the Meng family army finally rushed to the Great Wall, and the local garrison convergence. Sure enough, not after a minute or 2, we'll be far to see someone head, just a sneaky, shrinking head, bowed waist, a thief's posture. See really came, water cold cannot help but bitter smile, how my prediction are so accurate. The ice bird escaped. Feng Qian is also aware of it. The reason why he did not stop the ice bird to leave, on the one hand, the ice bird cannot threaten him, plus he cannot fly, want to chase also cannot catch up, it is better to let him away of life. Xiaoyu Jiao faced into the bed and lay motionless. Shoulan knew that she wasn't asleep, she just didn't want to face the Chen family. Shoulan moved a chair and sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at her thin shoulders exposed outside the quilt. All of the people all coincidentally sniffed and looked over, only to see that Old Man Ban was piloting a huge organ flying machine, greeting the people in the air. If anything happens to you, how am I going to explain to your father? Account to the millions of your Thunderquake Kingdom's subjects? Lin Yifan asked rhetorically. Shoulan stepped out of King Ning's room with a green face and rushed towards the guest room at the other end of the corridor without hesitation.
Han Meiling had been driven away by the Void Silence Realist. In fact, the Void Silence Realist had long known that Han Meiling was an undercover agent sent by her senior sister to oversee her. She had never broken it up because she wanted to see what her senior sister was up to. I don't think I need to explain anything, do I? Ma Wenling continued, seemingly testing the waters. Ningyu suddenly felt 2 drops of liquid dripping onto her collarbone, like 2 hot sparks searing his chest. There are also quite a few people who specialize in cleaning up the corpses of black beetles, which can be used for medicine and alchemy. So many corpses, this time the alchemists in the town will be blessed. Yan Jingyu did not belittle this somewhat withered young man, but slowly clenched his fists and took the same step towards Aben. Wei Qinghe had already left to prepare Ma Gentle's aftermath, which gave a very inexplicable feeling of white hair sending off black hair, so only Li Banruo and Old Five were left in this large conference room. Volume 1 Chapter 29 AAAA Gold Medal Male Model Nationwide Flyable. Lin Beibei hesitated and clicked agree. The camera over there was black, and the account name was AAA Gold Medal Male Model Nationwide Flyable. She clicked on the other party's homepage, and the other party just followed one person, and there was only one fan, and the video was nothing. It looked like a new account. And seems to be a male model. Favorite wine, who is this? Enjoy wimpy life, looks like a male model, and is still a 5A level gold male model. Chairman of limited ability, serving rich women during the day, earning money from them, and then spending it on the anchor woman? Helping Granny run the red light, it couldn't be anyone's trumpet, could it? Lin Beibei took the initiative to greet, hello you. But she could understand, who would want to keep a person like Wang? Did she think that everyone in the world should give in to her? If it wasn't for the fact that she really couldn't leave, this would only be decisive to leave as well. Afterwards, Xia Fei immediately closed his mouth, lest he be affected by the disaster of the fish. Wang Zhai even hid to the side early, causing Xia Fei to curse in his heart. After these few encounters, he also understood that ordinary power could not cause harm to Yixing. I'm afraid, in that case, let's use special means. The clouds in the sky appeared at first, and the piercing and eye-catching light sprinkled on Hatsune's body, and the body that was still sleepy and painful before was suddenly much easier. But Ozil's luck was good. The soccer ball scurried through the gaps at high speed and flew towards the right side of Tang Zhang, whose body was starting to drop. Tang Zhang, of course, would not sit still. His left foot in control of the ball at the same time set up his right elbow, pressed on Gentner's left shoulder, to maintain body balance. Lin Mother said, men, only always hang on to his appetite, this can make him dead to himself. So now most of the men who see the water Qian Mule will only dare to look at a few more eyes, and stay away from it, because they really cannot afford to mess with it. Ling Yang, how is the situation over at our manor? Thinking of this, she opened her mouth and asked. It could be said that such a stretch of road. If there was no Lin Yu to open the way in front, 80% of the people would have to die. Since the moment Mu Ziyun regained consciousness, she was walking on top of a foggy street. On both sides of the grey stone wall uneven, wrong height, he also see not very clear. Unique far, see sit to wind image must, so said yes, seniors. So both hands a press, the right button, directly but break contact. Xin Ming and the waiter out of the voice to speak when smelled a very rich curry flavor, and this flavor is not spicy at all, but also let him have a kind of appetite open feeling. Just did not expect is that the other side actually so bold, actually put this before had shown the face of the pawns still remain in the government office, more let it throw its head in front of their own. Lu Zhen naturally will not let go of this opportunity, then immediately sent into the government office. Sakuraji said, suddenly stretched out her hand towards Yun Chen, seemingly exactly as she said, wanting to make a friend with Yun Chen. The old Blade King snorted coldly and moved his fingers, but Mu Ziyun had already been ready to strike and immediately flicked the fire bead out at the old Blade King's side, dissolving all of the invisible blades that the old Blade King had sent out to decapitate Tiger Z. But it was too late, the evil wind had already reached the two of them. Fang Tianmu protected Mu Ziyun, and then used the black hole to create a spiral suction field, expecting to resist the force at the core of the evil wind, and looking at the gale swallowing Fang Tianmu and Mu Ziyun, Suzuka's heart was about to break in anxiety. The two of them once again drank freely, and the time was almost over before they gradually dispersed, and when they left, Zhou Wasatian settled the wine money in advance. I also know this, but there is still some worry. Zide didn't even know what he was worried about. Cheng just for Hong Koan's fawning is very flattering. In fact, it is also the reason that Hong Koan this smart mouth, although he did not do things too sharp, also still deep in the high position of one of the reasons. Jiang Yin straight talk, he is not like to go around the bend of the person. Anyway, now Zhong Kue has a request for their own, even if it is evil, he will let himself out, the point in front of the straight, simply not worth mentioning. As for Li Qin, he was even more unexpected to Yi Xiao, he even chose double swords, or Yingzhou's katana. Don't worry, we have an armed team, just going in to explore the situation, even if it is a grave robber. We don't want to have a firefight with an armed team, even if we meet, the big deal is that each one of them goes their own way. Zuoshan Yang pinched a sample plate and patted it down. The reason why the teenager dared to do so was not how confident he was in his control ability, but because he knew that after the two had gone through the baptism of the ancient array, their bodies and souls were just like one, and the kind of problem mentioned above would not happen. If Li Chungjin and Li Yun join forces, what are the chances that they can fight against Zhao Kuangyin? Chai Zongxuan took a deep breath and still couldn't help but ask this. It was probably Hu Yenzan's prayers that had worked. After Zhao Guangyi's border troops arrived underneath Yancheng, they barely prepared and directly launched an attack on Yancheng. The 2 Tiger squatting cannons that his own rushed manufacturing had already been delivered to the front line at the moment. This kind of super-age soldier was enough to discourage even the cavalry of the Skittles, and Yi Shao was not in the mood to preside over the battle at this moment, but instead put his mind on the great walls and construction. Roar! Lu Fan felt the body hair on his back grow wildly, and when his knuckles grasped his waist, he felt serious resistance, and his werewolf form could give him strong physical qualities and strength, as well as a bloodthirsty instinct. The god's void frowned at the sight, thrusting the divine spear in his hand out in succession, and dozens more huge golden lights rushed out. Each light, consisting of 5 thin lights, all carried lightning. In front, the 3 tyrant zombies split in a zigzag shape, and the blue bulging eyes of the first-order wisdom zombie in the center looked at Yi Shao. "Hey, old man, you said that our Erlong made so much money in one go, isn't he quite capable as well?" Lu Hohat was also happy and praised Li Erlong in front of him. Even if these days, when Zhao Chuixia couldn't sleep at times, she would often think of this matter, and then she would stay up all night. Lin Kai skillfully wiped his belt again and took out a heavy black box, lifting the lid to reveal a neat golden color. Volume 1 Chapter 30 Killed in Seconds. Lin Bei was a little scared, originally thought it was just a performance of a talent even if, but the result was that he also had to run outdoors holding a garbage can. It was a little too humiliating. 5A baby, can you do it? AAAA gold medal male model national flyable. Well, it's okay. Is it okay to do the punishment, or are you confident those big brothers of yours can bail out and win? Both can. As soon as Lin Bei heard this, she knew that this 5A little sister was afraid that she didn't have much chance of winning. But it was all here, and it wasn't in her character to run away from the battle. Anyway, there was no one behind her, so she was done with the boredom of charging. Good. Let's get started then. After Lin Bei answered, she hurriedly turned off the other 3 people's mics. New. From this battle, we can also see why the 4 major war clans usually how they don't care about anything, yet they enjoy no less than the king of the earth. Tao Tai knows all day long to eat all kinds of food, but the royal family up and down is still very respectful of them. It's not that they dare to be angry, but they really don't have anyone who has a heart to complain. Damn demon king, you kill me. You asshole. Li Meng frantically glared at the surroundings. Rushing over to the apartment that Charles had locked, which on the surface appeared to be an ordinary apartment, there was a security guard sitting and dozing in front of the main door. Huo Chang'an seems to recall that once in his previous life, Mu Boyang mentioned why he rarely wore ornaments like gold and jade fan blades. This matter to 3 people into a tiger posture, spread the whole clan. Many people know about this matter. Close people feel very sorry, neutral people feel incredible, but those who have ulterior motives gradually began to stupid. With mixed feelings, he typed, "Wrong, I am the only son of the family, you can't count." As if deceiving himself, he did not mention the rest. When he glanced away from his head to his side, the self-control and calmness that was deep in his bones could not resist instinct. She should have tried to call them over and pull down their center, and even if she couldn't, she would have tugged on it until she brought them down. If it wasn't for the fact that the handcuff chain was attached to the iron base under the table and was made especially strong, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been able to withstand Liang Haoyan's tossing and turning. That performance is so obvious, even if the words are not unpleasant, can endure not many. No wonder Zhao Xian are a little angry. In fact, after the news of Lu's death, Liu carefully thought about it. Dongying Group is Lu's industry, the future is sure to give Lu watermelon. And after Mom ate it, she thought about whether to share these things with the closer relatives and friends of the family, because usually the family has good things to share. So, hearing Wang Qingyan's words, the 5 ghosts that had already subsided suddenly became condescending. The sharp blade, as if it was gently cut through like flowing water, and the blazing blood suddenly gushed out. Upon hearing the words of County King Chang, a look of ecstasy spread across the faces of both the green-clothed old Taoist, Mr. Wei, and the others. The old man took out his wand and performed a transformation on the monster he summoned, enlarging this Pegasus, which was more than 2 meters tall, to more than 10 meters. This time, when he went to the flower god temple outside the city, all the things were prepared by Sun or prepared, so there was no need for Zhou Sun to worry about this. "Why are you so full of crap? Stay if you are told to help, or else I will whack you again." Lu Tian glared at him. The Snow Emperor could only aggrievedly follow dozens of sharks, not daring to say leave again. The male police officer at the front desk who was not seen just now probably heard the commotion and came out from nowhere to ask inside. "You know, all generations of the champion marquis, our heroes, in the army has an incomparable influence, but it has come to this generation, out of a waste that has never been on the battlefield at all." With Li Ji's order, the 10 airships of the White Bird Starfleet immediately turned around and flew upwards. While flying, the 10 airships also continuously sprayed out fierce cannon fire, blasting away at the enemy ships that were in the way. On the stage amidst the darkness, suddenly, the sound of Lin Yunxian lightly plucking the strings to play the zither could be heard, the sound of music, plain and simple, but the rhythm was euphonious and incomparable, which made one's mind involuntarily be moved. As soon as Xiao Tianqi's words fell, all the soldiers under his command all laughed, and even pointed at Xiao Tianya to hurl curses. Ha! A loud shout came from the fifth prince from outside, and a bright light flashed in the pitch-black night. Speaking at the back, Zhen Tingyi's emotions were a bit agitated and his voice got louder. Xia Jun glanced at Zhen Tingyi, whose face became flushed, and secretly shook his head in his heart without uttering a sound. This young man's behavior is still a bit childish right now. It seems that he really stayed in the greenhouse for too long and the people are all a bit dumbfounded. Damn, unexpectedly did not kill it. Li Ji let out a bitter laugh, so he could only force his spirit and try to tough it out. I can only try, I'm not sure if it will work. Comrade Hu Daming was indeed unsure, but he felt that he could do it. People in the Jianghu only know that after the death of Imo Chuishan is Imo Naikyu as the giant son. No one knows how old Imo Naikyu is. He has been the leader for 10 years. In fact, Imo Naikyu was 16 years old when he became the giant son of the Imo clan, and the status, love, and affection of the Imo clan. He has been the leader for 10 years. In fact, he became the great son of the Imo clan at the age of 16, and his status, love, and reputation are deeply rooted and unshakable. Nia was stunned by the question, and after a long time, she said, "No, in order to control me, Pito would not use self-harm to carry out his plan. There is no need for that. I think there are other reasons." She had to admit that. Luckily, the range of the pigment's exploration was not large. They only searched 4 or 5 kilometers forward, and when they saw that there were no traces of the enemy, they withdrew unhappily, and Lu Ji did not make a move to retain them, and when the 2 pigmen disappeared, they quickly withdrew to the campsite. If all the demonic beasts were fearful of Shuyu who possessed devouring instincts, then creating an army of demonic beasts with the same desire from the top and bottom was undoubtedly the best choice at the moment. Hello, Mr. Shin, General Manager. Most of the company bosses that Zhao Liang came into contact with were in their 40s or 50s. That was why Shin Li's appearance made her still a little uncomfortable. Zhou Zhe had already felt the laxity of his consciousness. He could no longer support himself, having been so passive, and the other party was Xie Xie's doppelganger. Even with his zombie physique, he could only hold on until now. This time, the Dragon and Phoenix ranking, countless people are concerned about the battlefield in the eastern region. At least everyone in the eastern region is staring. The reputation of the Leaving Alliance has soared. However, Bai Min Yuanshan was already very weak, and when it exploded, the power was not great, and with Shinchi Yuanshan's mana wrapped around the outside, the explosion power was then controlled within a space of more than a foot in diameter, and did not damage anything. Bai Yingying carried Zhou Zhe downstairs, into the bathroom. The old road in Su Qinglang they are not. Bai Yingying said that the old road to go to the driver's license test, the old Su was back to his hometown. Volume 1 Chapter 31 Young Master Qin is across the street again. Why did this young Master Qin come to at her? Weren't they all pampered away by her? Lin Beibei clicked on the backstage and accepted young Master Qin's friend request. Beibei, hello, do you want to request a refund? You can just click refund directly. Thinking about it, this was the only possibility. Last night when she fought that game, her income directly broke $500,000, so this $90,000 refund would be fine. Moreover, people had said that their numbers were stolen, so she couldn't afford not to give them a refund. Qin Yoju didn't reply to her. Lin Beibei didn't wait for a reply and turned to click on the social news just now. 800,000 fans male anchor stealing garbage cans. This news, it will not be the old 6 last night, right? Lin Beibei clicked on. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at him from afar, did not say anything, turned to leave. Behind him came the sound of him crying and laughing for a long time. Another big expansion of the army. This time the army's big expansion of the army has a very strong bottom. Due to the expansion of the territory by more than 10 times, the source of the soldiers has also increased dramatically. Perhaps you, the god who claims to be omnipotent, won't believe it, but the truth is, from the first time I saw you, I was suspecting that you, Su Fu, are the Heaven's Gate Empyrean. Huang Chang looked at Su Fu and said. Yu Chanlin was also just used to asking Gui Jia and the others, and had become reliant on them, thinking that their solution was the best. In fact, he already had a response in mind, the same as what Gui Jia and the others had said. It was clear that the vacuum environment could not transmit sound waves, and the entire battleship heard the Black Bat King's voice for the first time. As Chen Fan's cultivation realm increased, the power of the spirit robbing finger could no longer keep up and could almost be given up, so this Daming Fist was the best kind of supplement for Chen Fan at the moment. Better to die than to live. This really wasn't said for fun. Those who hadn't died would never know the pain of dying. It definitely wouldn't be any better than any moment you were alive. Here are 5 bottles of Pippi Experience Pills, extreme quality. I hope that Patriarch Xiao can accept them. Concubine Ya blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled sweetly, charming the crowd. Lucio husband still looked shocked after coming down. Seeing a ghost in broad daylight was indeed not easy to accept. Standing opposite Chen Fan, Yang Yu's face was green, wanting to cry, countless gazes around him. If he could not wait to shout out to admit defeat now. Li Mu glanced at the hidden mechanism, but did not dare to carelessly try to restart the stone door. He pressed against the stone door and listened for a long time, until he was sure that there was not a single sound in the dark room. Then he restarted the mechanism. Yuan Meng laughed and cursed as he slammed his fist on top of Yu Zhouqing's chest, knocking him back a step and reaching out to rub it violently. See, it must be that we are too talkative, and even called Princess Huan such a good-tempered one to be vicious. Shu Fei didn't mind, fanning the flames was very energetic. Guanjin, are you crazy? Huatire mortal has great kindness in Gongzi Dan. If you kill Huatire mortal, Gongzi Dan will not spare you. Zhang Sanli Si over there was horrified. At this time, the scroll in his sleeve turned into a knife, which was held in his hand, constantly blocking the arrows that were coming. At this time Du Aidong happened to be out of school, and didn't go straight home, but headed to the western market in Chang'an City. It would be caught by Emperor Wu Ming, just in time to take him down with him. So he chose to bow down like Emperor Wu Ming. He had been bent on death, but he lived through the imperial power struggle between King Huan and the crown prince. It must be that he did not deserve his fate. Then he saw a Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and a goatee, holding a sail in his hand that read, "Cure all diseases." Last year, Yanjing Hanya Spring Auction, a Yongjing pink-colored double deer rocking Belzoon, auction price of 48 million, this joyful piece, estimated at 50 million, not low, right? Jean Big Eyes met Lin Shuxing's light, as if $50 million was like $5,000. This marquis is here. At this time, the voice of the Southwest waiter came from outside the government office, and he saw the Southwest waiter walking from the door with big strides. However, in the lampless tower, this kind of ghost place suddenly gets so 7 or 8 let a person look at the appetite of the food, which makes me more half of the appetite is not. I look at these foods, think every dish above a label ghost food. Give up the kid for the wolf, it's true for me and it's true for him, it's up to him to make the choice. I said with a straight face. Even if he wants to find outsiders, the old knife grandfather can also choose his former boss's children and grandchildren to inherit, and then a little less even if Ouyang does not want, he can also find Qin Ruoyan and other people can. Why should he find me? If you don't look at the appearance, you will never think that this voice is from the mouth of a girl around 20 years old. Fu Ling Yuan's eyes gazed darkly, watching that brother took out the tinfoil, poured a little powder onto the tinfoil, then took out the lighter and roasted it under the tinfoil, and then sucked the smoke with the empty paper tube in his mouth. All of his tenderness and warmth is an illusion, and his bone-killing stance destines him to not give you a stable life at all. Fu Lingyuan also smiled, because Lu Xiaoxiong's words were again similar to what Yulan had said not long ago, except that Yulan's focus was on the relationship between herself and Lu Genhua. Isn't there a police officer there? Just go arrest the suspicious person if you lock him up. What's the point of talking to me about this? I said back coldly. I am afraid that there are still high people behind this old emperor to point out, just that we do not know it, which makes me cannot help but think of the person in the palace in the last life who found that Ro Fei's body had a compulsion, and that person, I remember, seems to be a eunuch. He hopes to always maintain his magnificent image, his invincible look, and his dignity as a brother who will never be defeated. Not long after, Lin Mingjia and Lin Yijia each held a bouquet of plum blossoms and walked in, and after greeting them, of course, they couldn't help but inquire about how Zhao Shurian had come this time. Grand Mrs. Lin didn't hide it from them either, so she told them about the situation. If it wasn't for the fact that Xia Jivan had always had a good impression of Jin Xingyue, and that changing someone halfway through the process would attract Xia Jivan's resentment, then perhaps the 17th prince would not want Jin Xingyue to appear in front of Xia Jivan again. The two of them walked to the courtyard one after the other. The people in the house did not move, thinking, but it is just a problem solved in 3 or 2 strokes, it is not worth it to come out and go in for another trip. This slight movement of Jinsei, He Xian could see it, and Yunjin also saw it. Yunjin smiled and walked over as well. Sheriff, on the big day, you're a little bit more taboo, said Wutong, pouting as she took a cup of water and handed it over. After saying that, she slapped her hands violently, looking as if she was about to hit someone. Lin Bashu was taken aback by her appearance, and after a slight stare, she didn't dare to say a word more. Volume 1 Chapter 32 Big Brothers angrily fighting for ranking 1. Lin Beibei wanted to say a word. What kind of karma is this? It's clearly abusive karma, alright. Yesterday, I don't know why young Master Qin didn't give that old six a gift, but today, she didn't see how she could still be so lucky. She had gotten to know young Master Qin a little bit on Soundwave during the day, but he was a hardcore young master who had topped Flower Wine Nong's live broadcast for a month. It was hard to maintain the top spot on a live broadcast like Flower Wine Thickness, let alone being the top spot on all 3 broadcasts in a month. This must be a young master from some family who had thrown away a lot of money to attract Flower Wine Nong's attention. It's a pity that she's not the real Flower Wine Nong, and it's impossible for such a young master to chase after. Then, do you mean we go back? Silky asked softly, and Hagrid nodded, but Dare had a different opinion. When the tanks pressed up against the American positions and crushed the American soldiers into a pile of mush underneath the tanks, the American army's will to resist instantly collapsed. As soon as Wang Bold got off the mountain, he was defeated under Huang Zhenhu, and at this time, his heart was extremely depressed. Dare was taken aback, fully operating his pupil power, but how could he not discover Jian San? Obviously he had already run away. Lightly frowning, he felt his mood a little heavy. Inside was a large amount of ice elemental stones. Just as the crowd was surprised by these elemental stones, Yixing took out another letter from the bag. The crowd became even more puzzled. What's written on it? Everyone moved over and finally got a good look at the contents of the letter. Dare steadily landed on the ground. The look on his face was still so flat and indifferent, as if the victory of the match was simply deserved for him, with no expression of surprise showing at all. The ghost messenger froze there like a statue. Only after a long time did he open his mouth, his voice as stiff as a rock. After Huang Xianling and his mother finished eating breakfast, he returned to his house and began to organize the harvest from this experience. Really? You didn't lie to me, right? Yang Shui was still blaming herself for her performance in the haunted house just now. When she heard Lin Yifeng's words, she immediately raised her head and looked at him very seriously. The momentary amazement seemed to add a touch of luster to the world. Even Ji Tianfang, who had a firm and refined sword mind, had a momentary loss of concentration. Not to mention the blood sword ancestor and these evil people who were not good people in the first place, each one staring over colorfully, the green light blossoming in their eyes causing Fei Feng to feel nauseous for a while. During this period of time, Master Qing Shura was watching over Uncle Gu, and he was not able to go to the funeral today, so Yun Qinglan's safety is now the responsibility of Auntie Lu. Ling Baizhou was being surprised. The conscious body in his brain's voice became a little shaky at this time. Of course this was Ling Baizhou's feeling, there was actually no sound. Although Shang Chunshang saw through his sunglasses that Shuer's body was gray, he could brainstorm this image. Taking advantage of the fact that Shuer closed her eyes, Shang Chunshang looked out from the top of the rim of the sunglasses that were perched on the bridge of his nose, and could see Shuer's furry silhouette that was outlined by the light. This is no joke, although the Five Sacred Palace covers only a few hundred square feet, but this is the back of the mountain. Mr. Li's eyes seemed to be looking at him, but his gaze dispersed away from the side of his head, omitting him. Duan Qiqing looked at the ground he landed on, and swept a glance behind him at the black shadow that was felicitously chasing after him, and his figure suddenly disappeared again. That's enough. The Gu family's people also dare to curse angrily. Who gave you the guts? Gu Zhiheng really couldn't stand that someone was bullying Chu Xingran. In his heart, no one could bully Chu Xingran. Zhao Haiwang saw that I was wearing a Dharma robe and knew that I didn't come to save people without some means, so he brought me to meet the village chief. I've long heard that when a transcendent metamorphosis occurs a beast master will shed his skin. I didn't expect it to still be true, it's really rare. Jian secretly felt magical and smiled. Really? I also feel that the second prince is very familiar. I think we must have met in our previous lives. Shi Yao laughed, then pushed his must to his previous life. After Zhao Yi left, the soldier opened his reddened eyes. How could he not die to his lord when he treated him so well? They went up the stairs together, and after finding the examination room, they went down the stairs together again and rode their bicycles home. Xian Wang looked at the wound on his arm, as if thinking, and secretly alarmed. In such a short time, she is enough to turn stone into a sword. When she goes to gather the undead again, will he have 100% certainty of stopping her? The first morning of the math test, Zhao Wei felt that the test was not very satisfactory. There are some fill-in-the-blanks questions ambiguous, and there are some big questions that cannot be done. Sure, master, how are you doing? Looking at Jiang Yuan with blood left on his body, Hong Yi was filled with sadness. Zhao Wei took the water cup, drank some water, put it down, and leaned on Li Jingguo's chest. Li Jingguo wrapped his arms around Zhao Hui and they seemed to be that inseparable. He was mocking the scarred man for not being able to pay the price. At the same time, his gaze swept over Shi Yao's body. The sarcasm was more than obvious. Shi Yi heard Ling Xiaojuan's name a moment later and turned without a backbone, pacing anxiously in front of me with a complete look of despair at the prospect of a catastrophe. Not an inch of grass will be left. Mui coldly finished, then the 7 figures will take Mui as the center, scattered in all directions, began to follow Mui's command, hunting the demon in Ghost 2 races. The reasoning is really this: owe money to the brocade guards, that is not the lifestar hang smacking his lifelong? When the two people's body temperature rises a little after, the person's various aspects of function will naturally slowly recover some. Anxious shouts came from not far away. Turning his head, Lin Xiang found that more than 20 policemen were running towards their direction in a hurry. His amazing eyesight made Lin Xiang realize that these policemen's foreheads were covered with running sweat. No, Third Holy Father, spare your life. Another for invincible powerhouse steeply shouted out, but unfortunately, he could only watch as Mui raised his hand, a white jade-like fist fell, and the opposite Yen demon didn't even have a chance to escape, staring wide-eyed in astonishment. Volume 1 Chapter 33 Being Confessed. Favorite wine, it's over, this little girl is angry, all the big brothers hurry to coax it. Enjoy the life of a loser, without 10 or 8 rockets, I feel like I can't coax it. The big brothers hurry up on it, she a moment unhappy directly off the air, then we have no watch. Help Granny to run the red light to give away this sports car, emoticon, 1. GCY presents a rocket, emoticon, 1. GCY, just going across the street to take a look, not planning on not coming back. Human Rich Flower presents City in the Sky, emoticon, 1. Human Rich Flower, I'm just going to check it out too. AAAA Gold Male Model Nationally Flyable presents Rocket, emoticon, 1. AA. The relatives on the White Emperor continent. A taste of loneliness, haunting eyes also cannot help but glue me down. Au revoir passed the order to go. All the soldiers of the Golden Army relaxed and sat down. Many people began to yawn. Originally Luan Wui's Yuan Qi was almost consumed, and with the addition of Zhu Zhao's fierce blow, he collapsed in the middle of the stones and fainted without even being able to hum. The students in the audience also saw the dialogue on the screen, holding on to their last glimmer of hope, expecting the student representative with the hidden ID to output a little more damage and stop being saucy. Ding Xiu's face was covered in cold sweat. His lips turned white. His body was even heavier like lead. He gloomily lowered his eyes, looking at the seemingly endless tide of corpses below. A wave of despair suddenly surged in his heart. These people on the opposite side saw that the other party not only didn't obediently hand over their things, but instead wanted to make a move on these people of theirs. They were instantly furious, and the one who opened his mouth was also a Martial King level 6 expert. He was also a person who was admired in their sect, and had long since developed the habit of treating human life like grass. When Lin Yi had first studied at the Zone Fan Academy, he had almost always passed with perfect scores in history and geography. He was naturally very clear about the geographical layout of the Kelen province. The exact location of Ebony City came to mind right away. Royal Father Regent, I wonder what Ming Dog said in his letter. Luo Hong and others for this time the Ming army to send a letter is also very curious, would have liked to wait for Duer, read it will be handed over to themselves, did not expect Duer, read the letter pinch in the hands, faces several changes, which Luo Hong and others are even more curious. After leading the fleet to arrive at Tunman Island, Eppled Wang personally led the fleet to approach the Portuguese fleet and asked the other party to surrender. After being rejected by the new leader of the other side, Culver, Eppled Wang immediately ordered a large number of hulks that had long been ambushed on both sides to strike, completely blocking the Portuguese fleet's channel to flee to both sides. That's about as much as I can add to my abilities right now. I said to Urahara Kisuk as I pretended to be tired, if there wasn't any exertion from an ability that unbelievable, Urahara Kisuk would probably want to dissect me to see what it's like, and pretending to be weak appropriately can also promote friendship and whatnot. These words, Chingu voice low, which carries a trace of the meaning of inquiry, its eyes from time to time flashed a trace of playful color, looks unusually bizarre, give a person a kind of calculating feeling. Su Shen looked at in this periphery there are more than 30 white transformed people, all of these people are the real God of War program people, some people are hands transformed into machine guns, some people are long knives, Su Shen heart is also feel bad, this time trouble, these people estimated that the heart magic poison is useless. Hearing Luo Lai's words, Lu Yu's heart was slightly stunned, and a trace of revulsion passed through his eyes. Right at this moment, Yun Tuan suddenly covered her heart and half kneeled down, she barely used her moon god halberd before supporting herself. How can this be done, with such an injury, how can I move against people in 3 months? This is a million times no good. You don't want to die. Xiener became anxious when she heard this. Healers were parents, and they couldn't stand to see people not taking their own bodies seriously. At their feet, starry flowers clustered and bloomed. There was no wind for miles, and the fragrance of the flowers was refreshing. Li Ruhai signaled that he could leave, and he hurriedly picked up the money on the ground, opened the door without looking back, and ran away. He has always been against me at every turn, and when he gets such an opportunity, he won't screw me to death. Song Jiuya was a bit depressed. Han Lin couldn't help but smile when he heard this. 5 features dyed with a layer of warm color, the smile, the original voluptuous and peerless is even more moving, even the night cannot be blocked. Whether it's Chris's or Guy's, their bodies have been biotechnologically modified, not only have all sorts of special abilities, the strength of their bodies is also far beyond ordinary people. Songya directly went into the main hall to see Song Orange old man quietly sitting on a chair, not saying a word, eyes closed, as if asleep. During the period of time that Dong Guiyuehua had left, they were like deaf and blind, they were unaware of any messages, they didn't even know about the matter of the 3 clans competing for immortality. However, this Knife One seemed to have an uncomplicated identity yet, he even possessed the heavenly flame pill that only core disciples of the Knife Emperor sect could possess, thus showing that even if he wasn't a core disciple, his identity was definitely uncomplicated. The human devil killed him will definitely have to bear the revenge of the Knife Emperor sect. Although it was said that at the back, Flanders had already overtaken Tanglo, Tanglo had been following closely behind Flanders without taking half a step back. That's your business. Wherever you captured Jima Zifeng, send it to me. Mu joined forces face squatted down and straightened Mao Shaoli's hair that was spread out over her face, revealing her frightened and trembling face. Xinger froze, looking at Su Liuin's complexion dimmed, and then looked at Chur on the side, so he stopped speaking. It was he who underestimated his strength, the teenager who could split an adult giant bear with one palm. How weak could this strength be? This big brother, do you want to buy water chestnuts? Su Muli looked at his sneaky appearance and asked suspiciously. Su Muli utilized the same tactics to fill up a few more children, which really made this side of the location hot. Gongsun Fan was naturally most concerned about his family's safety, but on second thought, he could only ask one, hesitated or changed it to, my family where are they now? However, after asking, he immediately regretted it, just knowing the name, he did not know how to go. It would be a waste of time to ask, wouldn't it? Sure enough, the slow tactical movements of the Qing army immediately attracted Rick's attention, the musket battalion slowly advancing, always biting the Qing army's rear ranks, unable to stop the flush, finally forcing the Qing army to run away in a lousy stride until close to the range of the crossbow on the wall before stopping the pursuit. Volume 1 Chapter 34 Young Master Qin is not right. Exposing the big number, by then the wine will know that they are watching the double live outside, then the wine will definitely be unhappy. AAAAA Gold Medal Male Model Nationwide Flyable, it's okay. Lin Beibei smiled and picked up the small props that had just been placed on the table and opened the small props again. Thank you 5A small. Baby. Almost mouthed to say thank you 5A little sister. Favorite wine, wow. How is this still a little baby, but also too spoiled? I'm a little jealous how to do. Lin Beibei's lips curved slightly. Favorite wine is also a little baby, so can a little baby help me pull some people over? Favorite wine little baby was a little embarrassed. This is also too spoiled. Of course, without fourth sister's 7 times a night of springtime charm, desperate infusion, yin and yang dual cultivation, complementing each other, Wabao couldn't have progressed so rapidly. Don't you think that Zen Master Jingde looks at Mrs. Qian with strange eyes? Chen Xin said. He was so angry that his body was trembling. It was the greatest insult for the Tsangyu sect's patriarch to be described as a traitor by Qin Yang. Jin Xingzhe saw Heiji crouching in front of him, calling out in a loud voice, looking anxious, and his eyebrows were wrinkled together. On the contrary, because of the massive reduction of chaotic internal energy, the power of thunder and lightning furiously surged into the Dantian, gradually taking on an anticlimactic stance, jingoing in the Dantian and driving out the few chaotic internal energy in all directions. Li Shimen good treatment of meritorious officials in history is notoriously good, but good does not mean that he does not have a bottom line, in order to avoid the recurrence of old events, so the implementation of the policy of killing chickens to warn monkeys, unfortunately, Ho Junji became the chicken. This was a habit from the end times that gradually returned to him after he got rid of the stigma stone. Linda was anxiously trying to rush out of the weeds, but was stopped by her father, and the villager who had just trapped Mo Chen in a difficult situation was now safely back in the weeds. Princess Changle to Qin Feng is the main. She is used to seeing this polygamous life pattern since childhood. She will not oppose. Through her to Zhang Liwan's attitude can be known one or two, Zhen Liwan, not to mention. However, when he returned home, the first one did not call him father, nor did he greet his mother. Righteous father, you're kind of hard work, how did you survive so many years? Screamed bitter Ling Chang. Everyone knew that this Shinshuiji and Muronging Shui were not good things. Why didn't Zhong Mushin watch the cranes and clams fight at this moment and reap the benefits of the fishers, but instead, he went to save a person who he had never met before, and even had a threat to his own family in this way? Seeing Zhao Ming like this, the hearts of the people trembled, especially Qiu Shirer who went down and pounced over. So ye clumsy just sacrificed Xianing fell feather when already have a decision. He still want to go in to see, really encounter what things say to deal with. Can't just think about it in their own heart to be scared. This is not a way from the Cloud Island children should have the style of doing. After a rest and meditation to recover, Yun Yu also did not beat around the bush, directly asked so. With the bird-like spirit violently swooping face and go, rapidly surging into the cultivator's skull, that let Jin Yu heart and soul trembling with the horror of the qi, but also suddenly for a stagnation, so disappeared. Impossible. The moon immortal patriarch heard the corpse does not speak cold tone. There is still a trace of disbelief in her eyes. How she cannot believe. The mixed origin sect is only a short existence of less than 1,000 years, even if the 3 factions of the Supreme Elder, even if the enemy is not able to retreat calmly. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, facing this kind of gambling with their lives. They had not experienced it less when they had previously ventured into the world. However, now being faced with this kind of difficult choice again, they still couldn't decide in their hearts. Courtyard? Wang Ju followed Xiao Mingfeng's gaze and turned his head to look behind him. He did not know when there was already a huge mansion. The crowd did not find it in the slightest. It felt like it appeared out of thin air. When the monster landed, the people only see clearly that is an extremely huge monster fish, body length close to 2 meters, a mouthful of giant teeth, just slightly twisted, will make Zhang Yu corpse head divided. Blood spurted out from Zhang Yu's neck and sprayed on the head of the monster fish, which glowed with scarlet blood under the light, making it look incomparably hideous. This Wang Ho seems to have reached the stage where he has participated in a battle mission as well. Do you guys think it's possible that this Wang Ho has exchanged all of his merits for this prop that makes space shatter? Fong Ton thought. Chill and Nami, Donghua's bottom lane is going to be more functional this hand. Rainbow said. Then hurry up and leave. Head towards the back of our army and keep going to get away from here. Tai Chongying pointed to the rear with her horsewhip. Zhang Jinfeng sidestepping, struggling and fleeing startled the baby in the package in her arms, at which point the baby wailed. Zhang Jinfeng stood and stared at the other side, thinking that the crying would scare him away. Despite some strain, with the flexibility of her body and some dexterity, in a moment's time, the other 2 men, one covering his blood-spewing nose and the other covering his crotch, lay on the ground one after the other. Chen Ziong sat down, sitting loosely, arching his back like an ordinary student. However, when he looked at the instrumental Lu Mofeng across from him, he subconsciously sat up straight. Bending down, still in her usual way of loving them, she gave each child a big kiss on the face. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled. Only to see that Xiao Pei was lying on her chest, staring at her with a pair of big bright eyes, staring at her tightly. "Crown Prince, I'm here. You should be able to send your troops as promised, right?" Lu Nanyu looked on the surface in a very calm manner, but in essence, his hand shook gently. Harvey's palms were precise and incomparable. With every strike, a big man fell down in response, and just as he was getting complacent, a man suddenly sprang out from those two sides and caught him by the shoulders. However, the difference is that in the spiritual martial arts continent, the heavenly rank technique is rare, but not in the Kyushu continent. And above the heavenly rank is the divine rank. God rank techniques are also divided into low level, intermediate, and high level. Especially the next table of the two people, that big man with a rosy nose, far away from Yiming will be able to smell the smell of cinnamon wine on the other side. Not long after, the crowd was led by Dahua to the center of the palace, and the guards at the entrance immediately opened the door when they saw the visitors. Wang Qingxi was Yin Jingrui's side consort. In the third prince consort's opinion, Sui Yi's relationship with her should have been antagonistic. How come the two of them were even coming together now instead, and were even talking and laughing? The sky is a clear day, our life. Old Zhao hummed a song. He hummed the song while basking in the sun. The winter sun is really warm now. His body is also getting warmer and warmer. Even the zombies outside are less. Ha! And Zhu fell after seeing the reaction of the ice thousand birds. Immediately protected himself, as if he was afraid that the ice thousand birds would hit him next. If it wasn't for the secret help of Elder Du and his brothers and sisters, the Peach Song Company would have long been washed away in the last financial tidal wave to the dregs, and where would they be able to negotiate cooperation now? "You're late." Yijin didn't care about his trespassing, and only spoke blandly at him. Volume 1 Chapter 35 Revealing Photos. AAAAA Gold Medal Male Model National Flyable? Everyone has spoken, why are you only targeting me? Lin Beibei, I'll give you the admin access when our round is over. In addition to the humongous sister who hadn't been here for a few days in this live room, she couldn't trust any of the rest of these people. But Alphabet Brother was also the highest ranked one here anyways, and had spent the most money with her, so she definitely had to give Alphabet Brother some face first. On the opposite side of the table, Ah Feng didn't win the table. His heart was very sad, but young Master Qin personally went on the opposite side of the table to brush the sports car and help the opposite side to win. It made his heart ache even more. Ah Feng once again covered his chest and opened his mouth with a painful look. "Young Master Qin, you?" In the inherited memory of the heavy bright bird, even Yinglong is its partner, so it seems nothing strange to have more Qinglong friends. The robot's attacks were very intensive, and with its tall stature and strength advantage, the white fox was also forced to retreat step by step. So the thing I have to do now is to find a chance to follow these yin-yang masters and find their strongholds. Zhang Jiaosong returned to the side of the coffee table, pulled out a Hibiscus King cigarette from the cigarette box on the coffee table, put it on his nose and sniffed it, but his eyes looked straight at the fat policeman. Over here, Yen Muyu and this Muhan deceased Xie Hanjiao were still sizing each other up, as if they were in no hurry to make a move. Without speaking, Bai Lu leaned against the edge of the table. Backlit face, unspeakable expression hiding in the darkness, unwilling to be seen by Jane Grey. Back in the courtyard, because of the holy demon pill, the heavy bright bird also spontaneously entered into cultivation. Out of the darkness walked a silhouette with white clothes. It was the ruling deacon of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, Lu Yuehan. "Hello Sister Lin, my name is Yang Shui." Yang Shui hurriedly stood up and extended her hand, but her face was a bit dark. Of course, this mood of Lu Sancher also had a lot to do with the personal feelings between him and Xing Zijian. "It's fine, when you get to Luoyang, I'll take you to upgrade and make up for the levels you've fallen behind." Gu Ting comforted him. Xinjin got out of bed and shouted, "Mom, it's not what she said, don't go to her, none of you, I won't do the surgery, I don't need her to donate bone marrow to me, and I don't want Brother Yang to marry her." After saying that, she squatted on the ground and covered her face and cried. In this situation, and those who are worried about the courtiers is very different from the Princess Changning herself, only to see her hair bun high, gorgeous clothes, one hand holding a cup of laziness reclining in the main seat above, a full set of indulgence posture. Inside the hall of Luoyang City Hall, the master of a strong wisp of his goatee, staring at the gate, not the slightest trace of the appearance of the treacherous just now, this old man, pretending to be a dignified look at the ancient Timothy. A few people want to laugh. Her handbag fell in the car, the cell phone did not ring. Finally, not afraid of cell phone ringing to be checked, just, the heart always still cannot be solid. Sure, you raised her eyes and looked. Standing in front of the door was Ching. She was shocked, hurriedly got up and greeted her. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her two hands tightened, and while others couldn't see it, two darts had flown towards where Ouyang Hao was. When Nie Meiping and Nie Meichin rushed to the vicinity of the restaurant, Zhao Dingdong and Zhou Ruijie had actually just gone in not long ago, and also just ordered the fried dishes still waiting. "Don't be like this, boss, I'm here, even if I leave you still have the atmosphere to continue doing it?" Lian Ruohui waved his hand and swaggered in. "Casho has some scalp numbness, people are not talking about how many to buy, but how many. My god, a class of battleships, even if the whole inspectorate inside adds up to only a few dozen ships." Linny, when he went with us on the way to that mansion, first went to his master to make a phone call, and after finishing the matter, he rambled on and on with us for a while about his situation. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, full of nonsense, suddenly feel the urge to urinate. They wear shoes down to the outhouse, out of the house, all the way to the outhouse. Grandpa is still thinking about a whip to tell himself. Grandpa's the more he said the more twisted. Suddenly the door rang, then, the figure of the teacher's aunt appeared. Grandpa immediately felt like seeing the general feeling of life-saving benefactor. Busy to stop talking, meet the teacher's aunt went up. Of course, the four colored dragons were relatively homely. Counting on them to update their internal news in real time was hopeless. At this time he could almost come to the conclusion that killing monsters in this dragon realm would probably not explode finished flying swords and treasures, and would only explode some materials out. No matter what these things are, but at the very least they saved us, and they are also targeting those fallen ones. We are with them. And by the looks of it, these things should be very powerful. Now those fallen ones are going to be in bad luck. A person lying on the ground spoke up. Hearing this, Deb Dao was about to retort, then he saw a scene that made him feel unbelievable. All those men of his had collapsed, and Xingfeng didn't know when he had already stood beside Lu Dong and the others. Moreover, in the sea of consciousness, any thousand means could not be used, and could only fight with the strength of the divine soul, and Zhao Xian's divine soul were better than the opposite side of this old demon's divine soul, even if the person was just a remnant of a soul. Although the true qi in Xingfeng's body was suppressed and his body had serious injuries, the power of Xingfeng's punch was still unimaginable. Tang Xiao seemed to be in a boundless desert, as the wind rose and swept countless sands whistling and sweeping towards him. When Li Ziyuan replied to Guo Lao-san, when he said the words younger sibling, he even specifically added some emphasis on the word sister. He thought that the meaning in his words, this Guo Lao-san in front of him, who was an old man's spirit and a ghost spirit, and was obviously not an ordinary person, would definitely understand. Blue Yumming was now stupid. Yes, he was really stupid. First he was ruthlessly struck by the 9 heavenly thunderbolt, and then he was placed in the wooden leaf boundary, and suffered from corrosion, and this painful feeling made him almost faint and die. Volume 1 Chapter 36 almost coaxed into a placenta. Only to see that the revealing photo Lin Beibei was holding in his hand was actually an X-ray photo. AAAA Gold Medal Male Model Nationwide Flyable, convinced. AAAA Gold Medal Male Model Nationwide Flyable presents Rocket Radiant Castle, emoji 1. Favorite wine and liquor, Big Brother on the list are almost coaxed into placenta, right? Limited ability chairman, this little girl is really capable, to face value with face value, to talent with talent, to live the whole can live the whole. No wonder you can hard control these big brothers to stay and consume. The emotional value of this every day shall not pull full off. Help granny run the red light, not only pull full? I see dream will laugh awake it. GCY. Si Chen has no reason to blame her. After all that, how could Chen Xiang love him as much as before? At that time, Qi Tianjinren took a large number of elites with him when he left, so even though he was only a 3-star Daoist, he was still the leader. There are many police officers around, and they cannot help but nod their heads. The vast majority of these people do not have a background, they are all fighting with their own abilities. All the martial artists, all asked Night Sky, Zhao Xixi and others to come up with evidence, but the conversation between Tianmen sect leader and Dai Li, all of them were heard by Zhao Xixi. Zhao Xixi at that time was also difficult to protect himself, and was able to bring out these words was already not easy enough. How could he come up with evidence out? Secondly, this day Xiao Jiayuan was particularly exceptional. In the past day she is the entire South Lavender Hall get up the earliest, serving Li Longji dress wash the palace eunuchs have to be under her leadership, to Li Longji's bedchamber, but today are this hour, look at the court are going to miss, Xiao Jianyuan has not been out of the temple. Tisk, TSK, angry, very good, I like you like this. Wan Sheng said happily. Finally, the spell ended and the man picked up a delicate glass and poured the liquid inside onto the candle. The great duel that the crowd was expecting didn't happen. It hadn't even started, it was already over. Was out of line, not going over to duel with the second master god and directly sneaking in. Bang, the wolf's claws slapped hard on the spiritual shield, which was directly shattered and scattered into a particle of light. She was an undercover agent sent by their building master in the Qi family. She should have continued to stay in the Qi family, she shouldn't have been repudiated just like that, but she didn't want Qi Wei Mang to suffer so much anymore, that's why she let Qi Wei Mang repudiate herself. Linya, who was waiting anxiously, heard the news, and her hanging heart was finally put down. She didn't want to know what method Yi Chen used, she just kept this matter in her heart. Zhou Kai nodded, gratefully accepting the cigarette that Summer handed over. He heard Summer faintly smile and said, when the woods are big, there are all kinds of birds. The people who came out together from our South City University are a little better, while these people who were collected outside, or Zhang Chun is right, they all still don't have a sense of belonging. Before, Duo Xia had placed them all properly, but nay, with Master Mu joining in again, it just wasn't enough. Baby. Quiet immediately broke down in tears, crying and laughing as she wrapped her arms around Baby and who lunged towards her. Smelling it on a normal day would only make people feel that the aroma was light and refreshing, but what many people didn't know was that this incense had another medicinal use. In every dynasty that is about to fall, there are countless, self-serving situations.
Many times, even if the country is destroyed, they are going to die also absolutely refuse to let go of a little bit of their own self-interest. In the end, even with their own destruction of the matter of countless. For Lin Xiaoyao this is also an excellent opportunity. Mainly because this guy's attitude will inevitably cause the casino to treat him badly. Across the street came Zhang Han's voice, making Zhang Xian froze for a moment. So many days, this girl remembered him? Nowadays, it is even more a big age is still kissing ass, is also enough to suffer them, aggrieve them. But, how can one dare to complain? Lady Hammer and Bai Li just looked at each other, always feel a little strange. This is one more housemate? Is this an accident or a surprise? Wraith King Kong wanted to use to emphasize such a method, can make the other party listen to their own for you to arrange to go to find the actual situation is quite bad, no matter how much he emphasizes, he is just not willing to compromise. The loud boom startled her, and she opened her eyes abruptly, staring in confusion at the sparkling crystal chandelier on the snowy white ceiling. When he drilled out of the car and straightened his body, completely exposed to everyone's sight, there was a momentary pause in the scene's clamor, and people thought they had blinked their eyes. It was too extravagant, to use Yufan as the best man? Alan was a bit surprised. Originally he was worried that Riel would stay here for too long and get caught by Mrs. Dark, but he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to leave now. So it is. The thief man similarly laughed out loud, appearing to have no worries. They weren't the only ones who were puzzled. Seeing the harmonious scene here, the creatures of the Triangulum Galaxy were also puzzled, each one of them dumbfounded as the picture wasn't quite what they had imagined. Where did you hear that from? Old Li's heart stirred, suddenly remembering that Bai Wuxiu wanted to dig up the Qian tombs to resurrect Yuan Tiangang. Alan could feel it, and Borstu, who had seen too much darkness in the hearts of people, had been trying to resist this negativity, but in the end, he still couldn't withstand the erosion that was taking place day in and day out. Only to see the beast let out a loud roar, powerful energy in the form of sound waves emanated, instantly shocked the man to spit out blood back. The others are not easy to bear, have to retreat or dodge, slow reaction or falling and flying out. Driving a new car every day is like changing brides every day, it should be very comfortable. Under the stage, a young man looked at the black shiny SK super sports car with infatuation, and said with some delusion, "Brother Lu, you see we are leaving in the morning. Before we leave, shouldn't you show something?" Daniel had something in his mouth and spoke in a squeaky voice, but his head was thinking about last night's food. Volume 1 Chapter 37 A Savior Appears. Enjoying wimpy life, you guys don't know yet, do you? Little news, today there is a fan benefit in the group of 70 levels or more over at Wine and Liquor. The big brothers who didn't come today should all be waiting for the benefits in the group over at Wine and Liquor right now. Favorite wine, damn it. Why don't I have any? Madly gnawing pig's ass, at Favorite Wine and Liquor, you should get up to level 70 before you do that. Favorite wine. No, I'm going to save up a rocket for next month's paycheck, so I'll be happy here at Substitute before I do that. Momo, know what the benefits are? Enjoy the Nest life. I heard that it seems to be a confession benefit. I'm not sure, I don't know if it's true. Internet crying. Even more intriguing is that a almost blue and red light column as if from the sky, straight inserted within the walls of the Tudong district, outside the walls of that countless mutant beasts. Every time you look up and see the light column, cannot help but a hissing. Gradually, with the distortion of space, the stone platform in front of Renexian had already disappeared, replaced by countless plant people surrounding her and Lu Jiu's corpse. Are you seriously injured? It looks like you need to treat your wounds first. Ning Fei turned around and went to find a medical kit and handed it to Crescent Moon. Receiving the influence of his own level of supernatural ability, Yin Buli's water current ray at this time can reach 360 MPa, even compared to Xiao's technology is also much inferior, not to mention what the limit of compression. In the use of water current rays, Yin Buli still has a great deal of room for growth. Seeing your efforts, I will naturally give you help. Throwing 2 AKs to Wang Hao and Mo Yan, Lin Hao coldly sized up Zhao Yan without a word. Looking further down, it was surprisingly a long river. There were no passers-by on the river, not even a boat in sight, let alone a bridge. On the opposite side of the river was a 10,000-foot cliff that was unclimbable, and there were no traces of human habitation to be seen. Taking Qianhou away from the battlefield and putting that golden Buddha medal back on Qianhou, Monroe's gaze slightly slanted, casting a glance at the two people of Arioka and Naresh. This kind of armor-shattering bomb is not a newly invented weapon, initially invented by the British, using the principle of superposition of stress waves to cause the collapse effect. In the Second World War against homogeneous steel armor tanks is most effective, but to this day, with the widespread use of composite armor, armor-shattering bombs have been more and more incompetent. A month or two ago, Lu Tao probably felt this way. Nowadays, he actually vaguely saw some clues, and then according to this basic sub-paragraphs, sub-punctuation, the meaning became much clearer again. Guisi was taken aback, and was just about to unleash her supernatural ability when Chao Zihua made an earth thrust that prevented her from concentrating her strength and quickly dodged his attack. Not caring about the birds circling in the sky, Lu Man had Black Shadow drag the unconscious Hagar to the sea of corpses, ready to search for the iron threadworm. A zombie smelled the scent of a living person and was the first to walk to the dumpster. Lu Jingli instantly trembled in fear.
Although Border City is not big, it has existed for a long time. It's not unusual to have so many people. Zuiyu still couldn't understand Qi Shui's point. With that earlier outburst, the Qing Shui Lu's matter has spread throughout the entire White Festival town. Who doesn't know about Su Sanhua behind their konjac tofu stall now? Luo Sun and Guangu looked at him at the same time. Do you have money? Not with you two around. Ziqiao hemmed and hawed, then turned around and butchered away. Cecil had already known how to deal with the pairs of destroyers after his last loss. Without letting it pair up, the ability wouldn't be able to exert its power. Chen Hao's office was empty, with several large tables set up out of place, and the food cups and bowls on top of these tables had all been put away. A fair face, thin ears, added green hair, a sharp and pointed bow and arrow in his hand, and that upright figure with a unique aura. Gulp gulp. The primitives behind us who brought us here spoke first, and I turned around, and they unexpectedly fell to their knees at some point. Next to them also sat Long Jiahao, who had a gloomy face. At this moment, he was gripping the corner of his coat tightly with one hand, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chu Yang gently leaped directly over the courtyard wall of the villa, saw that the villa did not turn on the lights. Now the time is still early, just after 10 o'clock. Sister Rushua, they slept so early? Qi Jingshan looked up at Wu Fengjing, who was talking in a serious manner, silent and quietly looking at her. After a long time, he revealed a smile and nodded his head fiercely. The two of them continued onward and came to a stop next to Shi Hanxiao's car. Because there was a shelter from the rain next to her, Shi Jingshan put away his umbrella. She inclined her head and glanced at Shi Jingshan, only to see the man's body slightly leaning against the car seat, his arm resting on the windowsill, his long, white fingers supporting his smooth jawline. But this night, especially in the latter half of the night, Yi Hao was like an owl with both hands on the pillow, a pair of eyes looking at the window of the 5th floor staring at this all night. The serenity made Yi Hao almost fall asleep. Hatred has nowhere to vent, it will lead to her hostility all transferred to Li Xian's body. Distorted thinking makes her feel that all the mistakes are brought by Li Xian. Hatred crazy rampant climb can be expression is unusually calm. After a while, the old woman whose aura rose again. A few words to Tan Xinli said, gloomy face. I subconsciously thought of Nishang, such as her, like the beauty of the world, and this Shuyan fruit really match. And if she has this fruit, even if a moment or 3 moments cannot return to the sun, but also ultimately be able to stabilize the current spirit body, to give us to buy the most time. This friend, just now it was my Taiyue sect elder's attitude that was bad. I sincerely apologize to you now. This sect elder finished just in time to make a deep bow. Upon hearing such insulting words, Lin Dong's face instantly turned iron blue, and the fire flared up as he decisively chose to kneel down the moment he saw that Grimm was about to throw another punch. Only after the sect leader had left, did Zhang Yi walk up to Elder Fong's body, his face suddenly becoming serious. And once the world government makes a move, it usually sends the Navy out as well, because the Navy is the most well-known and largest armed group under the world government, whether it's a job that's on the table, such as chasing pirates, or a mission that's not on the table, such as slaughtering civilians. Ling Xiao was able to feel the looks in their eyes. There were cold smiles, surprise, and disdain, but then all of their faces returned to calm. Up to this point, the first Heavenly Father still doesn't understand. Back then at the top of Buzhou Mountain, the ancestor taught the Tao, and it was clear that only he had learned this amazing great technique, so why would Su Yuan do the same nowadays? Evil spirit blood tree. That Lady Rosa's face seems to be very surprised. The strength on the shattered brain or body is synthesized after hundreds of years of research, accurately said that it is a biochemical man of our body ultimate transformation. It is almost impossible for someone to overcome it in the strength body. Volume 1 Chapter 38 Heartless Woman. Favorite wine? Ah. It's young Master Qin coming. We're saved. Favorite wine and liquor. I was just about to say whether we should go get young Master Qin over, and then young Master Qin came over. Enjoying a wimpy life. Is young Master Qin here to help again this time? Young Master Qin is so nice. Gnawing on a pig's ass. Young Master Qin is simply the god of wealth with a soft heart. Qin Yojo presents City in the Sky, emoji, 2. Qin Yu Liquor presents Rocket, emoji, 4. Qin Have Wine gifted Sparkling Castle, emoji, 5. Favorite wine. This one will definitely win. Knock them out. When Lin Beibei was dancing, her eyes intentionally swept to the computer screen. But looking at the president just let her take the luggage in. The rest did not say anything, puzzled at the same time, heart also completely relaxed. In the dimly lit corridor, the two of them exchanged glances, both spying a hint of stealing joy from each other's eyes. Although Zhang Kaixian was simple, he still knew more than Lin Feng about many things in the qi refining world. Ma Yong and the others had never seen David so angry before, even if it was because of a fight or something else, even if it caused him even more trouble, they had never seen him like this. Su Ming feels that this matter is not so simple. A look at Leng Fei is not a good deal. This kind of rich second generation to be more ruthless than Ji Tongfei, was beaten up, directly to the people to bankruptcy. Originally, that big brother should have arrived, but today at noon there was a little change, it was delayed. Li Dog ordered his soldiers to split to both sides, bowed and saluted in unison, and watched the crowd leave. As soon as Zhu Ban heard this, he became angry. Why, how can a baby be the leader of the gang? Who does he think he is? If you want to be the leader of the gang, then show us your real skills. After the old leader died, let's see who you can still rely on. Come to me. He held up the 9-ringed Zen staff in his hand and was about to show his moves. Although Lansher had already guessed that the young master's relationship with the Su group was not simple, but he still had not thought that the young master was the younger brother of the chairman of the Su group. "Ha, I already knew this already, look at you, isn't it just getting married? What are you embarrassed about? I just want to tease you, he he he." Lu Yuqing then plopped down on her arm. I roughly swept a glance and looked up straight at Husan Fan, calming my voice and saying to him that it was for him to like it. As soon as I heard the words of these 6 divine messengers, after also some curiosity, he also wanted to see what this giant dragon statue was like. Wind miserable howl, flesh and blood and sinew heavy injury, and that confined space is still crazy turbulence, forcing, Ling foam only sacrifice immortal power, suppression, which can contain the momentum of the turbulence of the confined space, little by little dissipation. It's been a long time since we've had such a river breeze, today let's walk a little longer, shall we? Zhang Yuel held Moron Yu's arm and smiled happily. Then let's go in and take a look, this cave should not stop us from going in like the Dragon God Temple. Violet Gold Godly Monarch said at this moment, but how he heard it, he felt that his tone contained resentment. Wooden box of those cosmic nuclei, it is as a treasure-like collection, every time the craving cannot help, will take out a lick, do not dare to really swallow. Silent night, only the stars were watching all this happen. 3 people who have not yet slept, each other's heart is a knot, do not know when, we can unravel their own knot, can really continue to live, in the current identity to live well once. If Yun Shen did not open his eyes to see, just with his senses, he would only think that these dozen figures were all corpses, all dead people. Before in the Chushan and by Shaoxing 2 people fight each other when Jing Phantom can only be on the sidelines dry anxious. See, this time the atmosphere eased down, is also rushed forward, a hand from the hands of Bai Shaoxing will Chen Chen snatched over. If really according to Bai Shaoxing's statement, let Chen Chen bully their own master, that can be more than the sky step through the still scary. Night Raintrace shook his head slightly. His purpose of becoming a trainer is not at all, but because of the system's arrangement, if his only purpose, it may only be for the master revenge, but now on second thought, this kind of emotion is not how strong, but more presented is confused. Quan Tianqi's gaze sunk slightly, how could he not be worried? He had left for such a short while and almost put her in danger again. Dear dad, I think your chicken curry smells more authentic. Once inside, Imam inhaled deeply, enjoying herself. The crowd bursts out laughing and looks at Bai Fei Zhan, who was whispering to Shiny with a helpless smile on his face. Jun Xingyu had been holding Charlene's hand from start to finish. Jun Xingyu at this moment was so beautiful in Charlene's eyes, even his iceberg face felt a little more gentle at this moment. My god, that. Su Qingyuan sighed in his heart and rubbed his brow to continue communicating with the coaches about the teaching plan for this semester. Su Qingcheng, in hearing these words, almost a little crazy, she is now 100% sure, Yichen just now is absolutely intentional, but she cannot say anything, no matter how just now as Yichen saved her, this point cannot be erased. The road in front of her left clear footprints, obviously just walked not long ago, while the other road down the sand and rocks piled up. At a glance at as many years no one has walked from that side, so, which road should be good to go? Night Yu Trace made a decision in an instant. Tan Zhenjin, however, as if she was self-mutilating, always wanted to move towards Xiaoyan's side, and when she was met with a cold reception, she revealed an aggrieved and pitiful expression. But Shen Tian has still decided to confess on the spot, and must snatch Xiao Lin away from whichever philandering man. Just as soon as he left the house, Zhou Ming realized that the old man did not go far, as he was stopped by someone. Rumble. Immediately after that came the sound of heavy footsteps, and the Great Eclipse army lined up in a neat battle formation, holding shields and spears, and pressed on towards the 40,000 Han troops. Following the place pointed out by the hotel lobby manager, he drove to a very famous tea house by the West Lake, where famous mouths sat down to play and sing. Warriors, hurry home. Morthy waved his hand, and the Turkic army started out, embarking on the journey south. The 4 people listening gulped, knowing that the key place came. One straightened his ears. Although the shadow-retaining crystals could leave a rough image. But because the battle was mainly born under the shroud of the Star Luo Shroud. Volume 1 Chapter 39 Meeting Arrival. Didn't that person before say that she liked him a lot? After 2 seconds of silence, Qin Nanzhou inclined his head and laughed silently. It turned out that this woman had 2 other faces. In the live broadcast room. As soon as Lin Beibei's words fell, brilliant special effects flashed on the screen. GCY gifted Sky City, emoji, 1. Earthly Fortune Flower gifted a rocket, emoji, 1. GCY presents rocket, emoji, 2. Earthly Fortune Flower presents city in the sky, emoji, 2. GCY, happy? Rich flower of humanity, feeling better yet? Favorite wine, wow, how does it feel to be a bit of a fight? Coaxing people also need to fight ability to have. Just now, while she was about to take a shower, he went out to chat with Kadoku and Nangong Hao and came back to her lying on the bed. Ryu Ji Na is thinking about his relatives? The Willow clan in the north has always been known for their shrewdness within the territory. Xian Feng suddenly opened his mouth and asked. The most annoying thing was that after the start of this Xiao Lifu's mission, one couldn't use flight pieces, or feathers, or anything that could temporarily teleport. Recently, something happened in the gang. The bald cool European side of the mob head suddenly ran to Asia to rob his territory and goods. This when the boss must step in to set things right. Liang Shan cat play rats like the intention to come out. He thinks he is not a pervert, but after seeing the color of fear on the face of the valley source Naoki heard this, but unexpectedly some excitement. It really is level 98, and there is a weapon that looks formidable but unknown. The beauty-loving Chu Aotian immediately pushed the mirror away, and really couldn't accept it, this comical ugly look. Liang Shan nodded, and only then realized that he had just overreacted a bit. Although this black man deserves to die, but he has now become a human again, naturally, he should be concerned about the norms of the Yang world. If he had just destroyed this guy in a fit of rage, he would have gotten into trouble, but this breath must be taken out. Strangely enough, although it was the first time Liang Shan came to this space, he felt unusually at ease, as if he had lived here for a long time. Liang Shan hesitant to refuse, open as just as soon as he opened his mouth was Yi Qiuyan smiled and interrupted, "You will not really believe it, I was just joking with you." But the smile is with a trace of lingering melancholy color. As soon as the gift box was unwrapped, two cobras whooshed out, one biting on Lu Haoran's face and the other on Lu Zhenghe's leg. The master suddenly felt something and intends to close the door to dive into cultivation. Yuan, take care of yourself, intensify your cultivation. If there is something you don't understand, consult your eldest senior brother Suda's opinion more. It was the instructions of master by Lan Xin. That night she had just fallen asleep, only to hear a rush of footsteps by the door, bang bang bang. The wooden door of her house was tapped straight on, and the knocking was interspersed with two penetratingly clear teenage voices. Lin Lan received it solemnly. Indeed, the medical path is profound, just relying on luck will not go far. She decided to learn some real skills with the old Murong to improve herself. You could say that. Meng Xiaoyuan smiled even more lewdly. I heard that he is a diligent person, and a diligent person is not willing to stop. Feng Nan wanted nothing more than a recognition of the sacrifices she made, so that she could feel that her choices were valuable. However, Feng Mu was indifferent, only listening quietly, his eyes fixed on the fighting beast cage formation below. Yi Qian had killed his mother, and now she was working with the islanders. Li Jilong wouldn't let her go no matter what. Fortunately, perhaps the big Jujube horse is particularly sensitive to danger and knows that Suyu is not to be messed with, so it is particularly close to Suyu and does not have any resistance. Even if he knew that he didn't know, the old man still wanted to fight with Du Cheng. Moreover, he still had more than 50% confidence. In that instant, there was inexplicable anger and unwillingness rising from Chun Yi's deathly gray heart, and a blood-stained broken breath surged out of the shattered Shone cavity, hissing in a hoarse and mournful low roar. If it is not that the coming and going between the western continent and Jiangning is really restricted too much, Li Yizhuan would like to pick up his wife. Casually and naturally, he nodded his head. For him, it was such a matter of course, since Ma Liang wanted to help, it was good to help. I know, Yi Fun. Luo Yun still expressed her agreement. She listened to everyone's reasoning and analyzing. She looked very energetic, and seemed to have been mesmerized. I'm sorry, there's really no way I can refuse the hotel manager's work arrangement. Cheng Chu hurriedly apologized as soon as he entered. He knew that Buhi didn't like mistakes in his plans, and now that he had actually rented room 209, Cheng Chu felt that Buhi would be very angry. When Luo Yifan's sister Luo Yun was kicked out by her mother, it was when Luo Yifan hadn't graduated from college yet. He was at most about 21 years old at the time. Luo Yifan is now 34 years old, that is, 13 years have passed. At this time, the night is deep, outside there is long 12 guard, the two speak in a low voice, so there is no fear that someone will find out. So can only first record in advance, wait until the resurrection over and then ask the same questions. If all the answer out, then it means that the soul does not have problems. The art of breaking is also without flaws. Besides, after what happened today, Wu Yong also had some distrust in Tian Company, and having one more intermediary company involved would also enhance the competitiveness of both sides, allowing his company to hold more initiative. You should watch the video first, I'm afraid you won't think so after you've watched it. Zhang Wei revealed a hint of a playful smile and said. Of course, what Broken was happiest about was that Aiello had exposed Suzaku's weaknesses, so that when he faced Suzaku again in the future, Broken would be able to think of a way to solve it. I think you're telling me because you know that you really can't hide it from me anymore. Broken said coldly. Su Yalan of course did not want him to go to Burma, but unfortunately persuasion was ineffective. Song Yi which would listen to her. Su Yalan turned to Su Mei for confirmation, learned that he was indeed with the county government Fus delegation to go to Burma and immediately on the car to leave, and was angry and helpless, but she was far away in East China Sea. On Song Yi's behavior can be said to be beyond the reach of the whip. Cheng Yang, on the other hand, said that he would often come over to have a look. He was in Donghai and coming to Pin Xiang Club was definitely much more convenient than the two of them, Han Dong and Wang Mingyang. Ha, Sovereign's guess was right, the inheritor of this relic is finally coming out. Ha ha. Unlike the other Hierophant cultivator's nervousness, this leader said with great joy indeed. Volume 1 Chapter 40 Substitute meets Substitute. GCY, didn't go, went to the opposite side to see what's going on. Favorite wine, see what's going on? GCY, nothing, I saw two familiar faces. GCY, nothing, I saw two acquaintances. Favorite wine, who?
Gu Chen also did not answer, but it is not difficult to hear that this game is not good, and Alphabet is an acquaintance. How much Alphabet is not bad, the opposite side of the big brother and big sister is not bad. Chen Jinza's live broadcast room. Chen Jinza saw a pop-up screen, and the smile at the corner of his mouth instantly froze. She's not a flower wine gnome trumpet? Just an imitator? Then my punishment is a bit light, isn't it? Pendulum King, isn't that right? Win first and then say, win, and then you can add some other punishment for them. Good, if Yimao can get out alive, I will try to preserve you all, but everyone should not be careless, after all, I'm afraid there are more dangers inside. Yi Fei also understood the other party's meaning, so he also agreed. You're crazy. You're really crazy. The devil Daowol looked at the devil clouds in the sky and kept chanting under his breath. When they left, I managed to buy the gravity control room for $750,000. Everyone didn't grab it from me because they hadn't intended to buy this thing, which was suddenly added into the auction by Andrew. Mingyu was shocked in his heart. He had only thought of the power of the drunken shadow phantom sword before, but he had simply overlooked the most essential issue. Although the effect was not as strong as the mother of all things Qi itself, it was still good to think about quenching it for some more time. It could be said that any of his current glances reflected the sharpness that a powerful sword cultivator should have. Absolutely not, I can't look away. Who doesn't know that my Erga Z's eyes are so good? Gaz said. At this time, I was still immersed in my old man's reasoning just now, because I felt as if things were not what he thought. No, it should be that my old man had gone astray in his thinking. The one who followed him early this morning was Zhao Beiji undoubtedly, and so he took Ergatzi to be that deceased person. Came to the secret room in front of the big cottage. Master did not see any guard's heart suddenly tightened. Just at this time that team of patrols walked here again, they saw the big cottage master came here while saluting, while stealing music, in their hearts, inside the person to be unlucky. Hey, when will he be so active? Actually will say I love you 3 words. Yua's lips left her lips, but yet the lip piece was stained with a bright red. Shin Mukin revealed a hint of an expression of gritting his teeth to endure the pain, his heavy body still pressed tightly against her. Just now, I was still wondering, Thingdu Good Mutual has 2 regiments of troops. Surprisingly, it was lost in less than a day, so it turns out that Wei Li Huang actually reinforced the 15th Army to the southern front. Lu like yellow color TSK said. Orochimaru's laboratory, the area is also extremely large, at least has a soccer field so big. In Orochimaru's laboratory, placed a dense experimental instruments, as well as experiments need to use the material. Good. Everyone pick a favorite slaughter. Wait. Before this could be said, Orochimaru opened his mouth and blasted a flame that hit Lancelot. In the darkness, she couldn't even see his silhouette very well, only the deep eyes glowing. His hand had been holding hers, the warmth in his hand, this was something she had never enjoyed before. Ling Feng, you didn't care about these guys in the slightest. Anyway, these guys don't stand a chance no matter what. Even if they don't want to, they are destined to become nothing more than a stepping stone for Artoria. And right now Ling Feng Yu is happily enjoying their dog-eat-dog drama. Yeah, you don't worry about it. The person who can kill me, there might have been in the past, but now, well, there won't be anymore. Lu Xing hemmed and hawed and said. Wu Xinyan then walked over and asked, only to know that today the sky is not yet bright. The superintendent of police bureau arrested a lot of people. I don't know what's wrong. There are superintendent of police among the people arrested. There are a lot of treasures in the first world cannot be obtained, and some treasures are too rare, but also not the young city master of this level of cultivation can be obtained. Words fell. The figure that appeared gradually dissipated. The human emperor old man body slowly rose, looking down on everything below, eyes filled with indifference and ruthlessness, from the beginning to the end. To Lu Xianqing did not look at a glance. Third Grandma Lu was slightly stunned. It was the first time she had encountered someone who had been sent away directly before she had even said 2 words, before she had even sat down in her chair. Even though she wanted to act decent and big-bellied, her face was still slightly angry. Yes, men who do not have a colorful hard time. Lu Dongting smiled and answered without ambiguity. Inside an old residential building, Hanka took the stairs step by step up to the 2nd floor. Here only 6 floors, and old houses. The elevator are not there. The stairs also look narrow and shabby. That door in the middle of the 2nd floor is their former home. Pishy's words made Zhu Lu Immortal King's face darken, and his just improved mood became even worse. The spicy alcohol, mixed with the stale aroma, could make one's throat on fire and one's mind sink in an instant. When Chuibin saw this, he waved his big hand, holding Ruan Qingyue tightly, and was about to rush towards the periphery to impact out when all this blood whistled by, and all of the many blood struck on top of the bodies of both Ruan Qingyue and Chuibin. Seeing his son's back being beaten to a bloody pulp, he was still screaming miserably and rolling on the ground. All of a sudden tears came out of his eyes and he fell on his knees at the brocade-clothed young master, his head thumping on the ground, and in no time, blood flowed out and covered his head in blood. As he kowtowed, he begged the young master to spare his own child. Okay. The top of the car agreed. Chuibin looked at these two, although he was not sure what they were thinking in their hearts, but he could feel that there was a gap between them that could not be crossed. He paused, and followed the two towards the middle of the city. Sula secretly judged in his heart, it seems that these two people are also the internalized candidates of the young committee. No wonder Wang Yang just now had such a relaxed attitude, and also had the heart to flirt with girls.
After all, they have ghosts in their hearts, so naturally they don't dare to say anything more, and the original plan has been temporarily shelved. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoran took off his jacket and spread it on the ground, pulling Su Xiaoqing to sit on top of the clothes. Su Xiaoqing looked, Bai Yuha was actually also there. She was sitting on the right side of Su Minghua. There were still 2 empty chairs next to her. She looked infatuated with a hint of jealousy. Her eyesight was fixed on Gu Xiaoran. Looking at Smoke Wanchong, but in the end, the starting hand turned out to be Su Mori. We were careless. Dong Liangshi's tone was very miserable, but the people listening were stifling their laughter to the point of no return. As the hot and wet cloth wiped over his body, and the cold air startled the skin exposed to it with another grain of goosebumps, Gon Yungue secretly pulled down the covers and rolled both of his eyeballs to survey the person in front of him. The truth was, Lu Xiaoqing herself was in a daze. Her own sister had reacted this way, but Lin Zihan didn't even know yet? Volume 1 Chapter 41 Most Favored Bei. Flower Winemaker whispered, the opposite side is too similar. I'm afraid I don't have much chance of winning. Beggar on the run, what are you afraid of? We have a mysterious person Big Brother on our side. We are sure to win. And you imitate the flower wine thick dance. I dare say you are the best imitation of the whole network. Right, if we don't fight for it, how do we know it won't work? What if you're the only one who's good at it? The opposite side doesn't necessarily look like you, but you'll definitely be able to kill her if you learn to dance like Flower Wine Gnome. With the encouragement from her fans, Flower Wine Gnome's confidence grew. The flower winemaker whispered to the fans, what's the punishment? Beggars on the run, just punish the opposite side can never imitate Flower Wine Gnome. Yuanqing's status in Ningzhou is honorable. At this time over, of course became the focus of the crowd, surrounded by the crowd. Xin Yuan's brain flashed Jiang Fuyan voice and Jiang Su's voice the same Jiang Fuyan, but this thought is truly ridiculous. So the clan has a rule that no matter who, as long as you find a genius with both cultivation and music talent, it will be considered a great achievement. One could receive a reward or a credit. In fact, in some of the history of world music compiled by Western scholars, there has been a very arrogant South Asian music collectively referred to as San music, or South Asian music only mention San music, trying to equate them. In the past few days, she had also received some letters from Qingyan Jiahir one after another, all encrypted and transmitted directly from Wei Chang'ing to herself. The matter ends here. You are not allowed to harm my friends. On the phone, Li Lanqi coldly said. It was different from the one said by the people of Great Yen and what His Majesty said back then, because he had gone to the battlefield with the people in the general's house, and he knew how upright and how much the general's people loved Great Yen. A top Hollywood director like Clement generally has his own directing habits and style. Yu Tianlei nodded his head slightly, feeling the feeling of being worshipped by the crowd. His Yu family's position in Ningzhou was supposed to be like this. Go to Peace Road. Yang Ziyi grunted to the driver, looking out the car window at the street, pondering. However, the question came up, if the demon god seed in his body was stimulated. How to further stimulate the predestined bloodline? This has always been a headache for Dingyu, and is also the bottleneck that plagues Dingyu's 100-foot pole. Su Xiang still used this skill after a slight hesitation, rather than an urgent situation. The temptation of Sultan magic is really great, and once he loses this opportunity the next time he doesn't know when it will be, even if it's just to increase the success rate a little bit, it's still good. I don't know, I just called and asked them to wait for me near the traffic light into the town. Let's go over there for a bit. Chen Tianyun spoke blandly, but only he himself knew that he was doing everything he could to find a chance to be alone with her. What's more is that the two of us are now the equivalent of water RU intercourse. It's not much to tell him. Yi Chenxian noticed when her eyes hua. The 5 fingers lightly trembled. But did not think deeper. I took the white veil and wrapped it around her hand. Returning to the royal residence late at night. Su Jinyu was so tired that she even saved herself the trouble of freshening up. As soon as she saw the bed, she hurriedly jumped on it. I thought I was sleepy. But as soon as she lay down, she was completely sleepless. Dazedly staring at the empty ceiling. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I am naturally embarrassed to refuse. It just so happens that Tangwei is also there. Su Lao smiled and looked at Tangwei. Tangwa, why don't you also follow a piece? It looked like Elder Su quite liked Tangwa. The completely liberated soul elegy's basic attributes were no longer inferior to the current Baradian, and would even be slightly better in terms of skill aids and enhancements. The two effects of increasing the success rate of skills and decreasing skill cooldowns were definitely something any player could only dream of, especially for high-end players. It's nothing, it's not like I'm missing an arm or a leg, don't worry about it. I'll just go upstairs and wash. Gu Xian acted indifferent. The current scene once again made Xiao Yumiao firmly believe that 99% of men in the world are as black as the crows. Not only is Di Tianli highly skilled in spells, chess, cooking and tea ceremony, but he is also proficient in sound and rhythm. They don't dare to hum at my temperamental dominance. Li Ming busy said, Mr. Ma, sorry, you do not fire. Shriek, surprise, delight, these changes in a moment are all shown on the faces of the disciples. There was also an icy blue bead on the wedding dress. That bead emitted a cold air. It seems that the cold air that came to her face when she opened the door just now was emitted by it.
She was halfway down the stairs when she suddenly stopped. She squinted her eyes to a slit. While trying her best to maintain a state of tortoise breath, trying not to expose any of her breath, she poured force into her palms, concentrating her entire body's internal energy into her hands. It was as if the heavens were deliberately trying to refute Lao San's words. At this time, from the top of their heads directly fell down a dark green-colored bird eggs. Barking sound fell right onto the surface of Lao San's feet. Yellow and white liquid instantly pasted him a foot. However, this is good. The torture in these months did not let her mind produce resentment, but also let her innocent smile emerge. Just as this team member shouted, Chen Jiayuan also felt a cold wind blowing on his neck. Just as Yang Lei had just said, it was as if a gloomy wind was blowing against him, and he also tensed up. With a point in his hand, the crimson flying sword thunderously pierced through above the ugly old man's brow and disappeared into it. Why would the dead man climb up this construction building that had just been topped off in the wee hours of the morning? What method did the murderer use to bring or lead the deceased up? Seeing Lucia, Pan Jinlian was a bit surprised. She felt that Lucia was not quite the same as the frivolous male gentleman she had seen in the past. We thought we had become powerful enough to deal with you by joining together, but I didn't expect you to feel so perverted. You're simply a super demon. Cheng Daqian could only say that after being arrested. When Fire Yuan saw his longsword being blown away, his face suddenly became gloomy, and a roar resounded. Yodio, Mom doesn't blame you. Both your father and I didn't, despite our responsibilities as parents, didn't take care of you properly, and that's why this happened to you. If there really is a fault, it is also my fault, said Mama Yu, wiping her tears. Volume 1 Chapter 42 Meeting Offline. Flower Winemaker was furious and stomped her feet, not to mention that the mysterious big brother had left. Even the Iron Fan who had always supported her had unexpectedly left as well. Her eyes were slightly red and she almost cried out. She shouldn't have fought in this PK today. At this time, Lin Beibei's live broadcast room. Mystic 11 gifted a rocket, emoji 1. Mystic 11 presents a sports car, emoji 1. Mystic 11 gifted Sky City, emoji 1. Favorite wine, holy, who is this mystery man? So powerful. Favorite wine, OMO, the Victim Alliance members are going to add another one. Enjoy the life of a loser, how dare you, also do not go out to inquire about, seconds to kill 80 levels of big. As if that was the only way to temporarily free herself from the stupidity of actually doing something like that. She cried out, and sat up, her eyes full of fear, while she fell back into the back of the chair, and closed her eyes from murmuring. Before I explain my intentions, there is a letter that Yinan Khan may take a look at. Ma Zhou handed over the wooden box with both hands. She was still rambling, but she also felt that the table full of fine food did not seem to have much appeal to her. The company's employees had already learned the news and waited at the entrance early, and when they saw them coming, they rushed to welcome them. Good idea. Another said excitedly, then immediately commanded his men to fetch water. After Su Chen was the only one left in the house, there was a dark shadow that gently leapt down from the beams of the room to kneel on the ground. Xian Shen secretly cursed him in her heart. Her face was even more unpleasant to look at him. Then the music passionately played. While she was still in a haunting mood, he had already pulled her up in a gorgeous and intense turn, and led her to passionately fly. Ruan Jun was also honest, aiming to let the second sister do not think that he went out every day to look for flowers. The father said a few more words, can be wrongly accused of tight. The TV was broadcasting today's news from Jiangcheng, with the three of them appearing on the screen. If the human beings in this animal world can gradually understand the technological crystallization on this cell phone, then Zhuo's purpose has been achieved. Unable to do anything, Wang Jin had to hold his fist frame tightly at the first time and chose to use his arm to harden against Black Andy's hook. Compared to them, the construction company that had just been established under Chen Yu's name really didn't have any advantages. The remaining Li Tianyun and Liao Changming combined their thoughts and had yet to try the hot springs in the nude bathing area, so they planned to go and soak for a while before returning to their rooms. Boom! The main door of the temple was yanked down by someone with the entire door in frame, casually throwing it. I don't know how far it flew away, not even the sound made by the landing was heard. The smoke and dust dispersed, revealing 5 shocked old men inside the temple, staring blankly at each other. Hey! Oi! What in the world happened? How is that guy doing? Retreating from the sea of consciousness space, Sumu realized that his surroundings were covered by roiling yellow sand, and right after sensing Sumu, Zero also inquired in a hurry. The red thick fog was the first to approach. Su Zichen also knew that his fists were useless against this Zimmer Fury Soul, and he didn't attack. His body shape kept retreating. Then what are you going to do? Shen Yangguang adjusted his emotions for a moment before speaking. What's more, if this matter were to really be stabbed to the dean, he himself would really be in trouble. At the same time, the flames burning throughout Lin Liang's body also gradually extinguished. The energy was exhausted, the burning refinement naturally came to an end, and the benefits brought about by the burning refinement were also displayed at the moment the burning refinement came to an end, and a far constant amount of spiritual chi surged towards Lin Liang's body from all around the sparring platform. Speaking of that day, the fat man was so angry, only that Li's people are thin and unrighteous, causing Lu Pingchuan suffered more than half a year of prison, and said that they must not be lightly forgiven, to take the time to go to Li's house to release the ants.
The problem is out on their own, Lin Feng but also cannot come hard, so with a smile on his face said. Lin Feng felt between the words of Shiman Coffin silk killing intent, followed by a burst of martial intent from the body of Shiman Coffin. I did not expect Shiman Coffin will also be martial intent hammered to this point, there is such fame, the name is also true. Good, good, so that Mimi will not have to suffer, but also can be reincarnated earlier as a human being. Wei Jianwei was self-congratulatory again. Su Huai also followed towards ring number 1 but looked at Su Qi with some doubts. Su Qi is usually good at traveling and making friends, and he is also very well informed in all aspects. These few days Su Huai has formed the habit of asking Su Qi whenever he doesn't understand. It seems like we have to build a cave of our own so that we can just let them fight. Qi Lin sighed. This time, he went to the Hang Yuan shops firstly to report a message to his family, and secondly, naturally, he wanted to branch out some silver. From going up to the high stage to going down, in less than 10 breaths of time, Lin Feng was thus memorized by many people, drawing this teenager as a dangerous symbol in his heart. Looking at the wooden carved starfish, Ichino's Chinami didn't speak and didn't move a muscle, so Ibuki Kazuko sent the starfish closer and closer to Ichino's Chinami, until it was in front of Ichino's Chinami's nose. What? How dare you try to devour us? You're daydreaming, aren't you? We are even if our strength has fallen badly. But we are always true gods. How dare you, a true god splitter, try to devour us? You're taking it for granted. The wind god immediately roared and sneered disdainfully. Although it wasn't certain that Intu was dead, the fact that Songli had appeared here without any news from Intu already indicated that Intu had most likely been killed by Songli. Therefore, the Xiongnu, who was now in desperate need of sustenance, naturally targeted their invasion at us, Liaodong. Tian Feng, who hadn't said anything, analyzed in detail the reason why the Xiongnu had invaded Liaodong. What a pervert, and even more of a loser. The sword spirit muttered, somewhat reluctantly releasing those essence qi and blood that it had absorbed earlier once again, supplying it to Qin Tian. The number of deaths increased all of a sudden. One person was bound to die when the boost struck down, but this stirred up excitement. But after passing through this time, Xiao Mutong vaguely seemed to have understood the reason for this in her heart. Shen Gong, who had rested for a day, had recovered a lot of his spirit, and even the matter of Cao Cao had faded a lot, and was chatting with Zhao Yun and the others quite well. The space here is extremely weird, and the abilities have been suppressed a lot. The sight you have now, big brother, is our devil clan's innate aptitude, the spirit eye. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with Jin Jia, Wu Jia, Neza, Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, Tu Xing Sun, and all the characters from myths and legends going into the war. Strange, how come you're willing to hand over the authority of the main event to me again, La? Aren't you afraid I'll make things difficult for your favorite again? I think she tilted her head to look at him, her phoenix eyes flushed with an involuntary flush, spreading over some kind of unknown heartbreaking past. The Academy's new round of mainline quests wasn't really that difficult, and the corresponding rewards wouldn't be very high in addition to the gold yuan and experience that one was bound to get. What one got additionally was just 2 lottery opportunities. Capture Kamada alive. Just give the order directly, Brother Wild. As soon as Ma Yun heard Brother Wild say that he had gotten hold of Kamida's trail, he waved his fist and said, Volume 1 Chapter 43. Which one of the two of them is the Gold Master? Lin Bebe finished speaking before reacting to the fact that she had called wrongly. This person in front of her was TTYY, before it was all called Brother T. She called GCY Brother Y, she was used to calling him. But the same with Y. Didn't let the other side find out to call the wrong person on the line. In front of the man's looks temperament out of her surprise superior. Although the person is not good. But rich. The quality of the fish in the flower wine thick fish pond was quite high. Lin Bebe reached out her hand and shook it in front of Guchini, before Guchini suddenly shook himself. If it wasn't for the slight difference in voice, he would have almost thought that the girl in front of him was Hua Wine Nong. Hua Wine Nong's voice was soft, and the girl in front of him had a slightly raised voice that was on the playful and sweet side. Lao Zi has already helped you guys so much, let this problem be dealt with by yourselves. When Su looked at the whitened sky and walked towards Han Shixian. It has nothing to do with you, don't cry ha. I patiently comforted Chen Shui, holding Chen Shui's slender, bony jade palm in one hand and shaking my head at her. Thieves dare to violate my northern way border. Dian Wei drove his mount out of the line and barked at Lu Meng on the opposite side. Beverly's #1 French restaurant. EMO they went in and also saw 2 familiar faces. Of course it was only EMO they saw, the other side was familiar, but the other side didn't recognize EMO in them. After Su Weigua hung up the phone, Li Feng lost his mind and took his brothers to leave the Tiger Gang headquarters in flames, and the Tiger boss, with a look of life after the robbery, hurriedly picked up the bank card that was thrown on the ground by Li Feng and escaped from Yunhai City in the night, and from then on, he was incognito and no longer appeared. 1,000 years ago, the father god Panga told him that Tai Hao's soul was hidden in a certain grain of black fire, and then, obscenely hid aside to watch the show. Lu Press was then firmly bolted to this place during these 1,000 years, and except for brief outings, the seated Lu Press had become a fixed site here. Since this is the case, then he is naturally not a brother of my gang, and should be dragged out. Zheng Debao contradicted this gangmaster, and should be dragged out as well. You guys have taken in people without the permission of this gangmaster, haven't you also violated the club? Xiong Badian looked at the crowd and said coldly. Evra's slide. The Frenchman had been waiting for an opportunity, and seeing Gary's acceleration after Su Jin's breakthrough, he thought the opportunity had come. The Frenchman directly shoveled over, whether it was the man or the ball, whichever was better. At the beginning of the second half, Liverpool didn't immediately launch a wild attack on Newcastle like most people thought. Instead, they kept pouring the ball in the midfield and slowly organized the attack. Okay, Brother Lu, sorry about today, I will personally apologize to Sun Yang another day. Zheng Hua's face reddened with indignation and shock. He stared fiercely at Jifeng before squeezing out a hint of a smile to the manager on the side. The teenager's nasty words were kicked away by the person behind him before he could finish. Shenruan Ruan looked at Qing Long, who stepped on the teenager in front of her and left a scar on his left chin in horror. Her intuition told her that this was also a dangerous person, and she turned her sight to the man behind him. As Hu Weiwei said, an investor who couldn't bring resources to the business, what was the point of having one? I don't know whether it was the hatred from before or the elasticity was too good, but Li Shun's right hand pumped on top of Lin Jier's honey buttocks again and again. Keep it, give it to your child to play with later. Xia Zhaozhao hadn't thought much about it and casually said so. There was even an odd sound, like fingernails scratching through stone, making one's teeth sick to hear. Nangong Yingshui got up, holding Yingying was about to get on the car, a blue Bugatti again just at this time parked beside the two. Obviously the hardware conditions are not the top, but as long as the hot bar appeared on the red carpet, whether it is the body or charm, makeup or styling, can make people bright. Xingyu brainstormed about Kitahara Ayano joining this office and couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Gong Jiaopei, who followed him in, did not open his mouth. His gaze inadvertently swept over Yu Rongjio, his brows unconsciously furrowed. For some reason, there was always a familiar feeling. Unlike the other big brothers of rank 1, Qingyu was emotionless. In other words, it was similar to the relationship with Ai Li, to each his own. The unlucky man in Mo Huai's mouth naturally referred to Yi Feng, who was currently traveling to Pilking Island on Lingya's boat. This. You looked at Chen Yu in shock, somewhat incredulous, her hands trembling and not knowing where to put them. Shi Xingyu, slightly shocked, raised his eyes to look at Gao Jun, flashing eyes, looking at the stalwart face. Long gone is not a teenager touch, but that fearless temperament has not changed in the slightest, but rather a few more points of heroic perseverance, so that people feel more secure, more reliable. Lost the protection of the city's anti-aircraft fire. At this time the Arcanan star people became a lamb to be slaughtered. The huge claws of the octopus ship that were as big as trucks made the Arcanans below have no way to dodge. Every time they dropped their claws there would be Arcanans turned into meat cakes. The woods became a paradise for these 8-clawed monsters to slaughter. Do you believe in soulmates? I think we are very compatible. We must be soulmates? Gao Jun spoke cheerfully. No need to be so troublesome, wife, you are already very beautiful like this. I'll be insecure if you're any prettier. Nangong Lin wrapped his arm around Ouyang Sakuraki's waist and leaned intimately against her neck. It's not just an exam for a shokai, other people. Chen Hai even went to the capital to catch the exam. If he became an official, will this Chen family still put other people's shokai in their eyes? This comparison, people know that ordinary people may still be jealous of Yu Shotsai's reputation, but the Chen family does not need to worry at all. Then every time the mineral water and bread placed over there is from you. This was really strange to Morongdi. He thought for sure it was another gift from some nymphomaniac, so he didn't even bother to look at it. It's just that what he didn't expect was that every time he played soccer there were these two things placed there every time. Volume 1 Chapter 44 Punishment List. A big brother on the microphone pampering. Lin Bei could see the number of people who didn't click into the live room on the computer. Outside did not come in. It is not good to say that there are precise customers. The excitement of the fans in the live broadcast room is not over yet. Someone connected over. It was Jinjin who had connected last time and brought two sisters over. Jinjin ruffled her head of big waves and smiled as she opened her mouth. Little beauty, I'm here again. This time I brought two sisters over. Let's play together. Jinjin swiped this little beauty online 2 days ago and heard that she had a lot of horsepower lately, playing with a good atmosphere. Good ah. Lin Bei was happy when she saw Jinjin. Because Jinjin and Bunny Baby are considered to be her current encounter on the internet. The one who received them was a girl in her 20s, wearing a military uniform and carrying the rank of major with 2 bars and 1 on her shoulder. This Feng Xiaolin is worthy of doing propaganda work. Do anything. The first thing to consider is the information and evidence. There is evidence to be persuasive. Hamya shook his head, and in his heart, he only felt completely desperate, although he was still doing resistance, but he himself knew that he wanted to escape from Qingyu City was already impossible. Yunimo brushed his status over and over again. Spirit Aoi transformed into the body of a green dragon and barreled across. Wherever he went, limbs and hands were broken. He was absolutely invincible. This is the real you. I was right yesterday. Marrying you is like marrying a bomb. But it's okay, I haven't married you yet, and you haven't married me. Things still have a chance. Lu Fan said with a smile. Although Ling Feng was well aware that the Demon King was very much in favor of Princess Yun Xian, but using the strength of a legion, along with the great General Sita Xing leading it, he could almost walk sideways in the sea of spiritual void. If Lu Fan really made a request, he fell back on his dissatisfaction instead. As could be seen from his education of his own children, he focused on their independence. Xiao Lang's wolf brothers were not prairie wolves that grew in the grasslands, but wild wolves that grew in the deep mountains. Because, once such a problem is solved, the impact caused by that is too great, and a large number of villagers are afraid that overnight, they will all become millionaires and billionaires. I looked to Xiao Yu. Seeking his opinion, he nodded his head meaningfully. What's the meaning of this? Damon grinned triumphantly and laughed, and his hands grabbed Ghost's neck and legs, and Ghost showed a painful look. No. This is still my first kiss. Zhang Lang said with an obscure face, time waits for no one, drowning is no joke. You let go first, I have 90% certainty that this bomb is a watery one. Su Yifan was selfish and immediately started letting go. Yemo read all of the above in one breath, and he looked at the people around him, wanting to see what their reactions were. Although he knew that Itohara had lost his mind and didn't remember himself at all, it would be impossible to say that he didn't mind a little in his heart. It is. Hoshi, however, became partially surprised at the first moment, and I looked at him strangely. What's so exciting about him seeing a melon? You think so? So many people in the village have told your grandpa Changping about it. If you go and ask him for one now, it would be nice to be able to get one. Luo Baolin shook his head. Su Yifan was very confident in his marksmanship, and must be confident. You don't believe in the gun in your hand, naturally you can't shoot 100 times and hit 100 times. My cold hairs stood up, because those threads were literally sewn on his skin, and it felt painful at first glance, and the two completely black sensitivities on his chest were embedded with red gems. Kairoka was very touched by what he heard, and secretly decided that he would repay the principal's kindness by doubling his efforts. Muli pulled out his decapitating large knife and with a demented hairy smile cruelly walked towards Yun Tianxiu, being that he was about to have something to say, laughing at Yun Tianxiu for even deluding himself into thinking that a toad would want to eat a swan's meat at the same time. The unicorn blood was added to the magic treasure to refine it into a feat. Aside from the data of the existing attributes being improved, no new attributes appeared in the cluster of flames. However, Ling Hao was well aware that this was because the materials currently added were not enough to cause a qualitative change in the magic treasure. After all, in the middle of a battle, once both sides opened up a gap, the weaker side would always have a bit of passive resistance in mind. This wasn't a real battlefield, so if you lost, you lost. Louis Pin suddenly came out from the heavy pressure environment, and for a moment it was difficult to control his power, and the kitchen monster obviously had no intention of caring. At that moment, Louis Pin leapt directly into the high altitude with a prancing motion, and only landed half a day later. After saying that, the light star wants to fall decisively. Imperial Air flying away, ran to the side of Lu Ha Smoke and Rain to continue to recognize the family. Jiang Yen Dai fingertip raised, the string of ice candy gored slightly upward, gently Su Zian's jaw pick up. Ling Yiqi nodded her head in agreement. Xiang Yunshan held Lai Xiaolan in another police car and went to the hospital, and Officer Lu took the prisoner back for interrogation. This kind of lewd behavior of pretending to be dead and cheating a kiss fell on his master as a matter of course. But good thing they found in time, collected a little force, which did not the opposite person to come to the same end. However, there were some people who could not escape the result of serious injuries. Meng Jiayan was choking. Xie heard Song painting Shrine's amplified voice outside and couldn't hold back her head as she hung her head and laughed. Meng Jiayan also lost his smile and shook his head. After all, Kato's special treatment of her seniors is obvious to anyone. After the plane landed in Zhengtian City, her mind immediately became active again, feeling that the air in Zhengtian was divided into sweetness, and she couldn't hurry to her home to hug Zhao Zhao and Tatsu. But this is also a common thing. Before, many times when he took the initiative to contact Ani, the other party also often delayed for a while because of playing games or in the filler or other reasons before replying to him. Sun Tao glanced at the cell phone. Expression became grave. He picked up the phone and did not pick it up in front of Sophie's face but went out the door and took a few more steps outside before picking up the phone. You guys want on this also has no realistic role. Forget it, since you want I will sell it to you. The boss said, not caring much about these things at all. But it wasn't surprising. If the service department disappeared, then this club activity room also had no reason to exist. The most likely outcome would be to turn it into a utility room, right? Brother King, there is no movement in the heavenly realm. The heavenly palace is singing and dancing, and the jade clear realm is calm and silent. The superior gods are doing their respective duties. Hey Mo came to report. The turtle demon had died, and there was still demonic power remaining in the bodies of these ghosts, but after the Baiyin monk's transcendence, they all went to hell with smiles on their faces. Chu Tianqing immediately climbed up from the ground, shouting out of his mouth, then we'll leave first, we'll come back to see me your old man later. Pulling Yishir Xiong, the two of them ran outside, and after running outside, sure enough, the orderly who had blocked them before also jumped out to stop them, as if he hadn't seen them. Sister not too friendly said, like you go buy it, that thing is not ours, we can't make the decision, you got the wrong person. After saying that she picked up her sister to turn around. Tang Ruohui flashed his eyes. His father said so many words on his deathbed, it made him mixed feelings. They said he was irresponsible and confused all his life. Who would know his sour and bitter heart? Drink it, maybe you'll like me afterward? She suddenly smiled and handed me my own cocktail. Volume 1 Chapter 45 GCY, Bebe please. Human Rich Flour? Human Rich Flour, new rule? Favorite wine and liquor, at Rich Human Flour, don't brush, run. Run as fast as you can. Jiafu Gue, at the rich and noble flowers of the earth, don't turn around. Enjoy the life of a loser, at the rich and noble flower on earth, I'll call you when the program starts. Human Rich Flour, there's still a program today? Favorite wine and liquor, or you can just sit in the live room, don't ever swipe gifts or believe anything alphabet says. GCY. GCY, at Man Earth Rich Flour, they're all screwing you over, trust me, swipe 5 rockets and Bebe will dance for you alone. Human Rich. Seeing that Master Zhao Shen was so excited, Li Tianlan and Huangfu Qianzhong both looked at each other and both saw the color of shock in each other's eyes. He was all set to wait until Smile accepted his confession in the future, and he would give away the items in one breath, counting it as a surprise for her. Seeing Landlord Zhao's father and son kill one after another, and also kill in such a shocking manner, Shi Luo couldn't help but feel some heart palpitations. This was the first time she had seen the process of killing so visually. The feeling of pressure caused by her feet dangling in the air and her collar being yanked up made Zhou Lifei immediately yell out in fear, and the yellow peaches and prunes in her hand also fell to the ground. The hugging, pulling, tugging, crotch pulling, eye poking, straight to the Jiao Demon King was caught off guard and suffered a violent loss. He Xian silently smiled in his heart, his own love life is lost, for pulling the red line this thing, he is really happy. Go Dong. Xiao's heart began to beat violently. He wants this empress to send the fox spirit to the gentleman's side on her own initiative? Does he think this empress is bored? The one in the Western Palace is already annoying enough, another one, where else can this empress eat? Not only did she lock her brows, but her eyes showed extreme dissatisfaction. So what if I see His Majesty? This matter and I do not have the slightest relationship. The rules are also the old ancestor hundreds of years ago set down. It is difficult to not the king can go to the old ancestor to reason not? Zhou Yuan very much did not take the Duke of England's wife seriously and waved her hand at the personal maid beside her. Because it was a brand new hero, Xiaozhua couldn't find anything to draw on at all, so as soon as he fought, it gave Xiaozhua a feeling of playing LOL with a giganticized Timo Demon King when playing an active human machine. But the Night Fork speaks in a low voice, but the approximate meaning must be almost the same. In exchange for himself would not bet on himself. Is the sound of breathing, there is the Shurins on the opposite side of the bats of this direction. Distance is about 40 or 50 feet. Ir Tsong shouted. Sister Chen is worried, the album cannot wait any longer. After the release of the album, the concert will be held, a ring set a ring, cannot be disrupted at all. Shengu vaguely remembers that at that time in the night, the black-robed man who traded with him, wearing an iron mask, a pair of eyes lit up with a ghostly green aura, just that pair of eyes alone already made him feel an incomparably powerful sense of intimidation. It is hard to imagine how strong those people will be. That night, Dai Chun, who was 8 months pregnant, gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix babies early. Unfortunately, neither of the 2 children survived to the full moon and died. Bai Haiqing, on the other hand, didn't go in. He stood still and stared at the faraway car, revealing a few cold smiles. Wan Tianqi, didn't you say that he broke through the seal with the help of heaven and earth aura? A core disciple of the Yin Huang sword sect questioned angrily. Lin Yu and Amoya sat down on the sofa. Jai Zong stood respectfully in front of Lin Yu, while the 2 sisters Jiayu and Jiahui stood behind them with more than a little fear. You cursed, I and Yu Qin Zhe had wanted to scream and fight with Qin Ziheo, but when he saw those bodyguards on the ground who were falling over, he suddenly couldn't say the words afterward anymore. After Han Ruobing finished speaking, she hung up the phone directly without waiting for him to say anything else, just like before. Soaking in the warm pool water, with a warm and soft jade sitting in his arms, and with his eyes enjoying the beauty of the surrounding purple misty waterfalls, this feeling was like heaven on earth, making people linger. However, what surprised them was that these big families of the ruling family actually revealed a grave demeanor. Inside the cave, a plant with a pleasing growth swung its lush branches and leaves, and the ghostly blue fruit hung on the branch and swung with the branches and leaves. There seemed to be streams of light flowing within the fruit. It was quite tantalizing. Scare you as a punishment for your reckless behavior. Su Shinxiu patted Ma Hongjuan's shoulder, giving him a good lesson on his previous style of acting recklessly, admonishing him to never do so in the future. At first, Ning Xiao was not patient with the presence of these 2, but later realized that he really couldn't do without a concierge, and he couldn't rest in peace himself with people knocking on his door all the time. Crow! Ma Hongjun sniffed, instantly possessed by the martial spirit, a fat phoenix behind him, spreading its wings and flying, surrounded by mysterious purple flames. In the reflection of the fire, Ma Hongjun looked at Meng still proudly. So how Naughty City AI managed to change and wash 2 sets of clothes every day and never get dirty, he still cannot understand. By the time Swordy's shield appeared on her body with a bloody hand while hitting the blood return formation, the RNG couldn't handle this demon king of the battlefield any longer. I hid in the steam church's office. I have the secret cabinet of that place. This is my key. The secret cabinet number is B83. Cromwell didn't dare to delay, and while revealing his secret, he took out the key from under the table. The unspoken rule of the casino was to let the guests win a few hands first to taste the sweetness, and then when they were fattened up, they would come out and bleed. The slender figure wearing a mask turned his head to look at a certain part of the city, as if he had seen the other party traces through the distant distance, and saw the other party decapitating the strong men of the Silver Moon Church, and saving a big pirate with an important identity. Just, poor Shirley, all he can think of at the moment is super expensive wallet is CK and so on the second line brand of Europe and America. I do not know why, he felt in front of this Mando, seems to become a little different, in the end where is different, but cannot say. Discovered that the village entrance has a bus, the crowd spread legs and ran, but unfortunately still did not catch up, the car has started to go far away. In the end, they had to rent a car to get there. Tall man. Tall man. Leader. I was wrong, please let me off the hook, okay? I really don't know what they did, I just mobilized the villagers to make a living, I didn't participate in these things, I don't know, please spare me. Wang Chang directly kneeled down, begging with a snotty nose and tears in his eyes. Miyamoto Genichi was not in the exhibition hall at the moment, he was in the security room, paying close attention to those silent alarms, monitoring all the movements at the scene together with the security director in case any accidents occurred. Volume 1 Chapter 46 Who is Zero? Why did he get on the mic just now? It was perfectly fine to exit the live room and let the double embarrass himself in the live room. What did it have to do with him? Alphabet Brother went down without saying hello, and Lin Bebe didn't mind. Even though this spoiled aid company wasn't very honorable, it was good to torture Alphabet Brother in a small way. Instead, her mood was extraordinarily beautiful. Lin Bebe clapped her hands and was very cuddly. Thank you Brother Y for bringing us the petulant aid company. Jinjin, Cool Meat and Cold Rainy Season were all confused after hearing this. This tone of voice could not be heard as a crush on Bebe for a long time. It was clear that they had wanted to assassinate Bebe for a long time. Jinjin couldn't help but speak in confusion. Your family list of Big Brother. Class was in session, and Liang Hua once again pushed Chen Ming away, who looked a little impatient this time, but didn't dare to get angry. A soldier hastily threw over 2 scratch hook ropes, a monk and a man grabbed one of force, a spinning one flipped over and ran above the fortress to fly. There really isn't the kind of relationship you think there is. Caitlin explained. This explanation made it seem as if Azure had overthought it. The latter inevitably felt a bit embarrassed, so she turned her gaze out the window with a red face. Just like in the past, I put my fangs away and swallowed my sins into my stomach and returned to the Cloud Palace before dawn, but this time when I returned, I found that it wasn't the same as before. Devil-like figure, exposed to the air. Her skin was like milk, so shiny, and her black hair was waist-length, casually batch spread. Alright, don't talk, let brother hug you. Lu Yu saw that Xia Yin was in a hurry, he couldn't help but laugh softly as he pulled over Xia Yin and rubbed her directly into his arms. Climbed out of the Were Mountain Armor Demon Belly, I slightly panting, wipe off the face of the demonic liquid, looking at the feet of the demonic corpse. The higher the cultivation of the demonic beasts of wisdom is higher, it is good that the wisdom of humans has always been more than they are even more high, or else the physical body of the strong they have long been enslaved to the human race. Wooden porch columns, if even a little paint is not painted, a little drying is not dealt with, is not it very easy to be bad by insects? But like Lu Tua, quenching body realm high-level cultivators want to reach the peak of the through-hole period is extremely difficult, so Lu Tua is full of dependence on this one divine elephant rolls the sky Dan. The depth of the water is about 6 or 7 meters, visibility is average, there are many fine sands. I am lucky, it happens that this fish swims through the front head. We probably ate about a caddy of rice last night, obviously, are not full, the remaining 10 or so pounds, up to last 7 or 8 days. Shen Shui got off the elevator, walked to the open space, and waved his fist fiercely. He finally knew that he had finally waited for the opportunity. The tiger-backed teenager stumbled as he spoke, trying to get closer to the bearded man. Su Fan, you should never have let me go at this time. He was so proud of himself that Su Fan fell back and wrapped his arms around him. At one time, Li Shiyu also regarded Lixikyu as her own sister, and would think of her for any good things, but Lixikia had snatched her fiancé, and collaborated with Li Junshin to send her to a mental hospital. Brush from the outside ran into countless guards, clad in armor, hand holding a long knife. Majestic, the body of the Fury has not dissipated, obviously from the battlefield, just retired from the generals. She followed a piece of yesterday in the outside, busy half a day, compared to others, for the wild mushrooms will be more understanding, some, separate, more appropriate. At once, the whole tent was a mess, and the guards who rushed into the tent looked at the diffuse slime mist, and did not dare to make a move for a while. The curling immortal mist shrouded the top of Star Luo Mountain, and he could only vaguely see the figures of Gu Feng and the Black Dragon in battle. 18 county kings gathered in the imperial capital, and at this time, above the golden palace of the imperial palace, Shu Tongtian sat on the main seat, and below it on the left and right, the 18 county kings were seated. And after moving things, Raza also ordered his men to exit the cave, all surveillance with cameras, as a way to give Stark a relatively quiet working environment. Before the words were out of his mouth, the bastard dodged past Claire, opened the door as soon as he could, and with a smooth motion, pulled his buzzing axe out of his backpack and rushed into the corridor. I'll ask the last teenager. Luosher looked towards Xiaoyun with a smile on his face. He must have learned from Hallmaster Dust about Xiaoyun's performance in the previous examination and rose in love with his talent. There were more and more air bombs. There was not much space left to dodge. Mu Qibing quickly twisted his body to minimize the arc of his movements. Although it was becoming more and more difficult to dodge each time, Mu Qibing still managed to hold out under the siege of the three organ implements. At the order of the carrion man, all the half-demons in the surroundings pounced towards Xiaoyun's trio, clearly wanting to utilize the tactic of a sea of people to completely obliterate Xiaoyun's few people here, not allowing the news of the fall of the annexed city to be revealed. Sure, Yen was going to purchase some pills used for cultivation on weekdays, while Longchen needed the heavenly materials used for foundation building. The two of them had the same purpose, of course. The most crucial thing was that Longchen had no money and could only rely on Sure Yen. I am worried that Pan Danian had some kind of human accident, Zhang Hu said with a less than brilliant reason. We'll try to contact each other by phone in the future. You don't have to look for me to avoid exposure. We have to let Naylan Jun have fun for 2 months. He has money anyway, so we just happened to take advantage of the opportunity to make a profit as well. Zhang Yunfan finally instructed and sent Xiaoyun away. They naturally didn't dare to smash Xiaoyun. That kind of practice was purely too much for their lives, so they could only smash the cage to take out their anger, and at the same time, hopefully wake up the two demonic beasts. I don't know who said a word, unwilling to have someone willingly fall behind, so my red equipment was stripped bare, accompanied by an excited wow, a trash monster also has this kind of equipment, pissed off kind of growl from them, and then venting their anger like a knife destroying my corpse. Why? I subconsciously asked. The dragon god is never a step ahead. This seller for what purpose? I naturally do not know too well. The crystal brain to make the move I am also not clear. So the number of questions synthesized into 3 words, which also shows that I have too many questions, do not know how to ask. Volume 1 Chapter 47 Adults do not make choices. Lin Bebe live room is now also 3,900 people. The fan level with 0 will have to be rounded up to the nearest whole number. Enjoy the life of a loser. Finished. I went through half a day in the live broadcast room and did not see the fans with 0. Will not be so point back it. The first round will lose. Favorite wine and liquor. I suddenly thought of a 0. And a very powerful 0. Level 50 young Master Chin. Crazy pig but ha 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 ha. Upstairs. It feels very ambiguous for you to say that. Aren't you afraid that young Master Chin will see it and come to you to settle the score? Ha ha ha. Jiafu Gue, young Master Chin, is this how you guys publicize me outside? Enjoy the life of a loser. Half an hour later, the sky lit up with a ray of dawn, and the rising sun pierced through the heavy cloud cover in turn, spilling down on the yellow sand on the ground, like a layer of faint red clothing. Yao Fei's words completely have the suspicion of hitting the face. The war soul laughs at the song was poked in the pain point, the face immediately iron green. The killing opportunity in the eyes is also a moment to become strong. Or Fang Zhengang calmed down the two men's agitation, discussed and analyzed together, and finally made some detours, called the natives to the sidelines, and only then figured out the ins and outs. The same is so gangster, the same as love to tease people, the same hard mouth and soft heart make people cannot understand. Speaking of Duan Qingyan, this innate, but also a bit of half a bucket of water wobbling feeling, other disciples into the innate generally will get the master, senior sister's special care, all kinds of innate necessary knowledge will be taught. For her blood volume of 120,000, 1200 plus damage, is really not too strong. Not bad, fragrant and refreshing, just cut for a long time big fish and meat, the oil and water piled up in the stomach. It is said that usually go out to participate in banquets, always dressed up with a mobile jewelry store like gold, silver all inserted into the body to wear, a little connotation, as long as a talk can be choked by those official ladies back 3 steps. Azalam didn't want to talk about this, so he urged Meow Park to leave one by one, not because of how much he cared about Meow Park, but once Meow Park's secret of being a key master was known by Destiny 4, then the duel would come earlier, and he wasn't at all ready for the duel yet. Thinking of this, Chen Fuyan couldn't wait to instantly start another furnace and refine 4 or 5 more return to Yuan Dan out, and it wouldn't be in vain for him to stay up all night this night physically and mentally exhausted. Buzzing, this supreme treasure appeared and floated above Ling Han's head, a chaotic chi dropping down, the light of thunder flashing. This time the treasure weapon did not obscure itself, emitting a supreme aura. That, Mo Feng, this pill you gave to the patient, can you give me a few? Just as Mo Feng was deep in thought, Zhang Qingyuan's words pulled his thoughts back. Wang Yu and the others were also anxious in their hearts, their feet did not dare to have any pause. The sooner they left the desire forest, the sooner they could feel at ease. Sima Yu felt the ripples of power pass through her body. There was some familiar feeling, but she didn't know where she had felt it before. He had accidentally drank the big red robe that she had brewed before, and fell deeply in love with it. But Sima Yu had only brewed it once or twice in those days, and although she had also given him some for him to brew on his own, she couldn't brew this flavor. Shen Nai Tian's head was empty and thoughtless, and just as soon as the muscles in Winsong's right leg moved over there, he jabbed out a finger as if by reflex.
The god-slaughtering gun was known as the strongest attack-type artifact ever created, and there was no second divine weapon that could match the Lord God powerhouses he had slaughtered in the god realm. Dozens of Lord Gods, a third or even half of the number of Lord Gods in the divine realm today. This meant that once he broke through to Quasi-Emperor, then he would be a 5-star Quasi-Emperor just in terms of realm. Shin old man under the gang of people will not be this kind of morality, Yu Chen, Bing Hao, Lang Ruobing, plus Lei Ming and save Ling Shuashen that what the Special Affairs Bureau of Lang Feng, one by one, all with the lifting out of the freezer like. Different cultivation also has a certain quota, into this hell to clear the suppressed ghosts is not without benefit, but also does not want to enter into, you come in naturally need to reach a certain standard to go out, otherwise you will stay here forever. In any case, now finally have the real destination of the foreigners love you always than before that no purpose mess looking for a lot stronger. There is such an effect as no less than burying 5 high-quality 5 elements of the spirit vein, but also can draw their own from the surrounding scattered 5 elements of the source of power, a steady stream of complementary in, as long as the nearby underground scattered spirit source does not give people maliciously truncated, can maintain a tens of thousands of years is not in the matter of words. Stone is putting a lot of scouts in the Maolin, but Yang Zhouhua is the same, both sides will not just sit back and wait for death. I poo, you're dreaming. Lu Xiaoping would feel like a cutie herself if she believed it. Frustrated Sun's men still have more than 1,000 men, and the pursuers are chasing them very closely, so I'm afraid that they have long been ambushed in the neighborhood. And the other horse thief gangs in this neighborhood have a good relationship with frustrated Sun. Han Feng first injured, is very difficult to escape. But the good thing is that not many of frustrated Sun's men have seen Han Fengxian in person, and when they arrest someone, they have to rely on a token to recognize him. During these 2 months, the two men were also busy with an even more important matter, the reorganization of the Liangzhou government. Standing in front of the spirited Zheng Chuanji, they don't look like husband and wife, but rather like mother and son. Lin Yu thought of here pondered for a moment, this matter is related to the Brahmaputra hidden secrets, even if Bai Ji is not willing to say more, he will not have any complaints, after all, this is also common sense, will be under the heart, Lin Yu, if standing in the other side's position will certainly also hesitate a bit. In the outside is not ambition, home is also chicken and dog, back to the day Yu Hanong to come to take care of him, Yang Zhouhuai were willing to know that she has no innocence, did not say to drive people out, but also to see in the 2 children and his past reputation of benevolence and generosity, the results of Yu Hanong is still as usual, no brain. What, master, Swordfather's master? Everyone was dumbfounded, this old man that appeared was actually Sword Zun's master. Yishui still couldn't figure out whether this was the real world or a fake scene set up by the game. God knows how much force was used in the Decepticon's punch just now. Wang Peng's face was pale and white as he half squatted on the ground with a pained expression. Zhang Bureau made the first move, trying to overpower Lian Yunqing in terms of momentum. In these words, it was to press Lian Yunqing's compulsion system's ability to be relatively low. The thing that the 3 past town guards longed for the most, of course, was to walk out from the Star River Scroll. No one would want to be imprisoned by others for the rest of their lives, let alone the fact that these great divine beasts had been sealed here for thousands of years. This big tiger. At least 8 feet tall and 3 feet long. That green oily skin coupled with this incomparable huge volume, whoever sees it will inevitably produce a powerful fear, not to mention that this is still a big tiger with a strong poison, one touch will die. If she died, it would still be beneficial to the remaining 8 players instead, she could only beg these people to read a little bit of human kindness and morality. Volume 1 Chapter 48 This double actually cares about him so much. Lin Beibei smiled out gratefully, thank you, favorite Beibei brother for your support Favorite Beibei, haha. GCY, what are you 2 doing here? Gu Chunyi looks annoyed. GCY, a moment later, Jinjin's side loses. GCY, and what the hell kind of name is this? It's childish and ugly. Favorite Beibei and Lin Beibei are both in a good mood right now, they have to help Jinjin win, so they ignore Alphabet. Enjoy wimpy life, at Alphabet, I think you should also change your name to Beibei while you still can. GCY, hard to hear. Favorite Beibei brought someone to Jinjin's side and swiped 32,765 votes. North. He is not to pretend to be a bully, but just to trouble to give an explanation directly. After all, the entire sanctuary, just now, in his perception, it is obvious that many people think that he is dead. Ha! Threw me down and ran away? Too unethical. Gong Fei, you suddenly realized that the Warlord and Carp Green Bull trio actually did not surround themselves and disappeared. And then looked up, sure enough. Have they gone to fend off Fujitaka's attack? The Eastern Realm King God saw that Zheng Chen didn't listen to his advice. His face was a bit unpleasant. Well, since you're determined to go in, I'm not going to say anything. If you die inside, I won't be able to save you, and your soul won't be able to come out. The only thing I can do is to notify your friends, and build a tomb for you. The surroundings were suddenly quiet. Zhao Qian was also a bit at a loss for words. It all happened too suddenly. Now what exactly should be done to remedy the situation? You have to know, Osborne's share price has fallen to 16%, it is completely considered to be on the verge of collapse, and there is no hope of recovery in sight. Now someone is actually willing to take over, or at a premium. What he didn't realize was that the green bow was surrounded by a protective barrier, and Lee was so careless that he was actually catapulted more than 10 meters. Okay. Snow Vegetable, naturally, knows something about Leyu, and knows that Leyu has a sister. You'll have to clean yourself up by then. The two of them were laughing and joking around on the length. The second success made Luluan once again convinced of his luck today, and the third draw began. The scene was so shocking that many people looked at Li Chuan with fearful faces, especially those cultivators at the early stage of spirit enlightenment who did not even dare to utter a single breath. Hua Qingxi took a deep breath. Her heart couldn't help but feel some trepidation. In the vast universe, in unfamiliar surroundings, and in front of this dangerous man in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness and coolness welling up in her heart. After Bai Qianran returned, she went to Mo Jingyuan's office without delay, took out the lunch bento that she had prepared early in the morning, and knocked on the door. She then took out the photos from her bag to show us, but the size is really a bit big. But I seriously looked at the photos, only one is true, the other is all PS. I've been looking forward to it for a week, endured it for a week, and never contacted her just so I wouldn't stress her out. During those days in Japan, he was so looking forward to hearing her voice and talking to her that the feeling was so strong that it made him want to talk to a therapist. As usual, before she finished her words, Ji Chang Mo had already wiped her face carelessly with paper. Su Jinlang had said that if the misunderstanding wasn't explained clearly, then it wouldn't do anyone any good to keep misunderstanding. Du Ruo woke up in the middle of the night, opened her eyes, and found herself lying in an unfamiliar room, an unfamiliar bed. Cui Qingwan was stunned, hesitated for a moment or timidly said, "Master Ho, Nu came to serve you." After saying that, the blush on her face suddenly spread down to her neck. The entire slender jade-like neck was red, more and more beautiful. Midway has been a phone call in, Xiao Anling organized in smooth arrangements for rescue and follow-up work, but the heart is very anxious, full of Du Ruo's safety. Wime opened the mouth of Xiao Shang natural also dare not say no, can see Xiao Shang seems to be very afraid of Wime, always been in awe of him, he said a Xiao Shang dare not say too. Zhou Chuchu a face suffocated red, she cannot speak, can only desperately nodded, Fang Jingji this a little bit loose in his hand. Xiao Chen was stunned, then scratched his head, but not well, he said with Tongyan, to go home with her. Until the Holy Lan line of 3 people are gone, Wang Mingqi screamed. Zhang Xiaoqing is also angry gums bite creak sound, but also to comfort Wang Mingqi, the heart is more impatient. By chance, she asked about her ex-husband and realized that he had died 5 years ago. Just 3 months after their divorce. That's why this true love seems so natural that people, even their hearts can't hurt, as if only fulfillment and blessing can live up to this tender picture. They are not only noble and extraordinary, their cultivation level is extremely outstanding, and their appearance is a first-class beauty. He is not good at storytelling, but from his story, he has also encountered many life and death crises, and each time, he has turned out to be safe. The difficulty of studying in her senior year of high school increased. Zhao Wei would pay attention in every class and rarely went out to play after class. She studied until late every night, and woke up early the next day to memorize foreign language vocabulary. With no choice but to put the matter of finding Lu Mengmeng to one side, Yan Nanning peacefully accompanied Duan Murong after her physical examination and slowly calmed her down. Can run around to deliver the letter are smart, look at emotionless follow the king like Duoji naturally feel wrong, especially Duoji also closed his eyes, body with the stench of corruption. These two goods in the first time to receive the news is like a male dog in heat like a joyful run out of the mountain door. Yu Yuan also did not say anything, now or come over to stop the fight, you come up to kick people, fight the black fight also did not say so down. A few people said this, Dao Hong's face full of dirty stains, actually also rose a trace of redness. The next second, Dongfang has arrived in front of Lin Feng, a slap down, the other side coldly laughed and punched, not the slightest bit soft. Volume 1 Chapter 49 Vests are stripped. Finally Lin Beibei hurriedly added, everyone must not just transfer money to strangers, on the internet we still have to be a little defensive. Favorite Beibei, Beibei is great, thank you Beibei for reminding me. Favorite Beibei, everyone must not transfer money to others casually. GCY, it's okay, whoever dares to cheat me, I can find all his 18 generations of ancestors. Lin Beibei said with a straight face, don't take this risk, I'll try another method. Mystic 11, if it doesn't work, don't tough it out, let Alphabet get on it, it's okay to be cheated, it's not like it's money in our pockets that we're cheating anyway. Lin Beibei quickly said, that can't be done, I will be heartbroken. Such Fusu, inevitably left in the emperor's mind not like me impression, go out on a hunting trip, rather than take the youngest son of the delightful Huhei, but also do not take this always make their own unhappy eldest son. The rest of the lizard people there are still thousands of people, mostly young and strong. Saying that they were young and strong, in fact, most of them were also shapeless, gathered around the sacred fire, and were slaughtering their domesticated lizards. Green Lotus adhering to the innate 5 elements of the first day of life, and get 12 pints of the creation of Green Lotus of the creation of the first day, as long as you can understand a trace of the rules of heaven and earth of the two, only qualified to step on the quasi-saint realm. The Switch will have to take the risk of fighting with the Northern Expeditionary Army in front of the gate, not to brag about Hey Fu, Wang Ben has passed away, Li Xian did not return, Meng Tian was imprisoned, there are still generals in the dynasty? Who would dare to fight him? High Priest and His Highness the Messiah, you guys go in here, we'll wait outside. Obviously the Holy Teaching Army was trying to prevent them from going to other buildings with dissenting intentions. Paramount Saints were even more so, fearing that only the Green Lotus Heavenly Father might be able to hold on for a little longer. The rest of the Paramount Saints would be able to consume all of their mana already in just a few months' time. On the deck, the yellow wooden boards were occupied by black bodies, and these bodies were all dragged into the sea by hair. I vaguely had this feeling before, it doesn't seem to be an illusion, it did sink a little bit, this girl is starting to develop, shit. What a troublesome physiology. Vina this question on the point, indeed if everything is to be so easy, then Vina can completely rely on Carol's seconds of heaven and earth and air, they are still so tired running around what? So Chen Wugui look at that wound dressing the first look, was fascinated, this era already have wrapped the wound and then fight, treatment of wounds will be wrapped with fabric, but are very rough and casual, whether it is a triangular scarf, or zigzag, or a twisted rod, where has he seen such a perfect way to deal with the situation? Would it be alright if you helped me take care of my mommy here? I'm going to school, and mommy always expects me to do well, so I'm going now. But I don't trust mommy, can you watch for me? A certain munchkin pulled at Ding Yao Yang's pants in a pitiful manner. Mouth full and gushing, his previous self was in that state. Just started shopping, just saw all the bull and absurdity and thought he had seen through the world. Sense of scare, sense of scare. When Ling Ming thanked the old man next to the car who had told her in dialect that he had just come to look around and was leaving now that his master was here, that mouthful of authentic dialect instantly crushed any thoughts of commitment. It's all true. Upon hearing those words, Nagano Shin wasn't sure exactly how he felt the secret had finally surfaced, but had it had the desired impact? Are you saying that that ball of energy is communicating with the body? Could that energy ball be activating the memories of the bloodline in his body? I see, this is the real him, this is his original genesis. The blood-devouring divine beast said in a sudden realization. In a daze, it promised to feel a sharp pain, instantly coming to its senses and locating the thing that had inflicted the damage on it, it was a space barrier. Bosha don't be like this, since ancient times it is only natural for soldiers to kill thieves, these moth thieves know what happens when they go down this path. Chao Chao patted Jiang Qi on the shoulder and said comfortingly. With a wave of his hand, he put the bracelet into his Qin Kuan ring, and Morong Chen immediately received a prompt from the Lord God. Good, I've already received the relevant orders, so don't worry, if I have news of them I'll also notify you in time. Headmaster Su said smilingly. To the very beginning, Lin Lin didn't feel that she belonged to a privileged person, nor did she think that the Chamber of Commerce should satisfy her unconditionally. He Chongkong violently raised his voice, shocking and touching Zhang Yuanyi's mind. The words "don't give up" immediately touched the depths of Zhang Yuanyi's soul. After the lunch gathering was completed and the participating leaders were sent back to their workplaces, Xi Jingtao, who was in the guise of a trainer, began to carry out his training business as planned. As for the direction of where that Southern Ocean warlock is, there is even less to worry about. The three division chiefs have long anticipated that there will be this, and therefore have deduced the location of that warlock at the time of the Feng Bai battle. Master Du, is not just a drink well, the Yi counties only remarkable? One by one, they make the lower E County company like a fire pit. Xi Jingtao disdainfully skimmed his lips. Where is the entrance? Who is it controlled by? Han Bing was a bit agitated, after all, his friend was locked in. The disc sense came out. This would make it clearer to deduce the possible future market of this individual stock's share price based on its past performance. The Lin family, as a celestial immortal family, is not so easy to pull together, and it coincides with the departure of the separation of Li Jin, and then never saw Lin Shiyu again. After returning to China, I had a week's fever, played a few days of hanging water to see good. After the disease, I cleaned up the mood to defect to my cousin in Guangzhou Lighting City, responsible for door-to-door installation, intends to rise again. Si Gu Jiaojiu is indeed alright, Liu Beilan this is assured point hungry nod, and then slowly turned his head, just in the moment he turned his head, that just also with worry eyes as if suddenly changed, in a moment will be full of cold. That's just the right time, I haven't seen my senior brother for a long time either, so we can go together to pay a visit at the door. Lin Mao laughed, and then set his eyes on the warlock upstairs. The situation on the street is getting more and more chaotic. A little inattention Mu Yanjin was a wooden cart full of food bumped into, the pot of hot noodle soup splashed out, full of hit in his face and neck, the car and the bowls and utensils also fell down broken all over the place. At this time, Shi Deep also has long regulated his mood, he admonished himself, he must be strong, so that Su Yan Shi have confidence in the cure of their own disease. In other words, Shi Yan had already known that all this would happen? He had deliberately arranged for himself to come with Su Ju? What exactly was his purpose in doing so? Only at the end of her words did Ada realize that something was wrong, and she was so frightened that she hastily covered her mouth with her hand. The #1 trending topic in the #1 trending search was all about Yi Linghuan defeating Su Manmiao and by evening Qing to win the award last night.
Su Yilu didn't reveal too much shock. He could tell when he was in the Yellow Springs village, there was something wrong with Su Ju. Besides losing his memories, he even changed his temperament quite a bit. In a moment, 3 sides of the camp were on fire. Zhang Ying was awakened from a big dream. He was directing his soldiers to extinguish the fire with his bare spine. When he heard a loud bang, the camp gate was crashed head-on by LV Meng with his men. LV Meng rode on his high horse, roared and rushed in like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, and stabbed Zhang Ying in the chest with his spear. Volume 1 Chapter 50 Forget about the days when flowers and wine were thick and live. Jinjin patiently explained to Bei Bei, this is a routine operation, we sometimes really can't beat it, so we'll let the fans in the live room to brush first, and then look for the anchor to reimburse us. Lin Bei Bei suddenly realized that there was this kind of operation, but this is similar to cheating, it is actually allowed. She was a bit surprised. But when in Rome, since people were playing like this, she couldn't seize on it and say that people were just swiping votes. Even though Hip Hop 1 kept giving said reimbursement, the final number of votes still went up very slowly. He picked up a fan and fanned himself while wiping his sweat. What's going on tonight? Didn't we play Cohesion PK yesterday? It's all swiped pretty much, there's nothing today. At the same time, the Xin power that existed in the silver needle was then poured into the old lady's heart. Just as Wang Yu was ready to sit down and rest for a while, but suddenly realized that the useless and worthless, mysterious sword. The current him, really has an air of invincibility in the world, Li Weiyang murmured to himself, making Li Kunlun, Louis Wu's several hearts and minds shaken. Finally, on top of a steep mountain peak towering into the clouds, that Lu Ming suddenly paused in the void. Facing the tidal wave of attacks, Wang Yu's mind moved. No matter how conceited he was, he couldn't do it alone in front of the opposing Highland defense turrets, in the midst of the increasing number of opposing soldiers, to fight 1 against 5 and retreat in one piece. The golden silhouette walked forward, came to the temple door, a pair of golden hands against the tightly closed ice door, and then with a force, pushed the temple door open to a width that could allow one person to pass through. Being crushed by Lin Feng with a furious whistle, Ouyang Xiong was also full of incredulity. Looking at Lin Feng, the corners of his mouth wriggled, but he could no longer hear anything. A sea tide flooded in, the stars shone brightly, the moonlight was bright, the sun was dazzling, and the scene seemed to be a void vision presentation. Anyway, everyone chooses the prizes, the top 3 get the letter of recommendation for the sect selection, and each goes back to his own home and looks for his own mother. Zhang Jinwu's information has naturally long been checked by Guo Jinxing, Peng Huachang, Han Fei and others, knowing that Zhang Jinwu's master is the mysterious old Taoist priest on Red Spring Mountain. When Zhang Ying and the others rushed over, they were a bit baffled to see that there were Qing soldiers kneeling here and playing the trick of killing each other. Then let's go to Jade House for dinner. Don't call me commander when you go in, just call me second young master. Heard Zhang Qingyi and the others had been to Yihong House, so Wang Yu chose Jade House. Zhou Xingzu smiled. The supernormal capabilities he showed in the midst of 10,000 soldiers had already done what only divine spells could do from another angle. This, old brother, he's from the world family. Sun Moqing smiled and spoke to Li Lu. Ha 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 ha. Do you know why I don't want to call you, don't want to take care of you, and don't have the same attitude towards you as I did before I was born? The official soldier looked up to the sky and laughed madly before asking him coldly. The eyes staring at him seemed to see through the cowardice and incompetence in his bones. He did not expect that he would be able to stumble upon the famous generation of medicine sage on Tianfu Mountain. Not to mention that Jia Yan and Lu Sun took Zhang Sun's head and captured Yuan Yao to Cao Cao. Lu Bu got the news, but only briefly discussed with Chen Gong, and then ignored it, focusing on making money. Send Yun Chang back to rest, have the military doctor go over to take a look, and notify me immediately if anything happens. Liu Bei said. He didn't really care about the man's life and death, but Jia Jia cared, and was even willing to use his own blood to save people. And at that moment, how is it? Skeleton, is that all you can do? The Underworld Force teenager asked. Maybe it was God helping Xiao Yang in the underworld. The card password he entered for the first time turned out to be correct, and Xiao Yang checked the balance on the card with more than 50,000 yuan. There was no pregnancy and his great aunt was late, so Xuefei and Luan Feng took the test results to the doctor. Wait, you let them go, I'll go with you. I don't know which one of Luo Li's tendons was wrong, she had to give up her life to save them. Gradually, everything grows, spiritual grass is bred, fierce beasts chase each other, the world began to have people, tribes fight, clans stand. Uncle, can I make a call? I have something urgent. Xuefei said as he opened the door to his room and looked at Qi sitting on the sofa with begging eyes. Alright then, just follow, wipe your eyes clean, so much like a child who hasn't grown up. Hearing that Dansha would no longer kick her out, Green broke into a smile. Wiping her eyes haphazardly with her sleeve at that moment, Qiu Hanyue pushed the door in. Bang, it's not good. Qin Shasha that smelly really rolled up our money and ran away, Wang Tao shouted loudly on the other end of the phone. Yu nodded his head and mentioned the speculation in his heart to Long Yanfei, who also nodded her head and said I also think so. From the situation that my people fought with these people, their way should be the ancient period of the demon cultivation talent, which is not quite the same as in our time. You sister, how do you talk? You ing fart in my sixth brother. Guo Bailu viciously said. Because of this, he was suppressed even harder by the grey-robed and black-robed old man teaming up, and his defeat became more and more obvious. Not only her, but also Buddha Rulai, the rest of the gods and Buddhas of the heavens, could only be a bystander to this plan to hunt down fate. No one dared to personally intervene for fear of being affected by fate and suffering the great catastrophe of Nirvana's fall. The elders instantly knew that their children had been tricked, and directly tore the photocopied everlasting knowledge to shreds. Immediately after, a holy power came from an unknown place, and the monks' bodies all shone with colorful spiritual light. Just now, he was clearly sitting on a chair, and his eyes suddenly went black, so he knew nothing else. When he woke up, he was lying on the ground. Westerners have no oriental kind of intrepid spirit, will not hold the explosive packets and enemy tanks to die with. Can only passively avoid the tank's attack without being able to fight back. Wang Rui raised her pretty face in bewilderment, and when she saw everything clearly, her face turned even whiter, making people's hearts ache. Since he's with Princess Xiao, how did he get mixed up under the Xiao family? Han Mo was very strange. Zhou Yu's face was extremely grave, and on his shoulder, there were 2 deep teeth marks, and with this bite, he had actually bitten through the sky-covering battle armor. Prince Yanqing had been accumulating power in the Jianghu for many years, and had always been delusional in his attempts to seize the supreme leadership of the Dali kingdom. To this end, he united a variety of opposition parties and organized their own control of the strong armed forces that is, the famous 4 evil in the Jianghu. But her eating speed is not slow at all. The key is, she ate especially elegant, looks as if she ate those things are especially delicious. Volume 1 Chapter 51 Female Deceiver. Zhou Weinair pursed her lips and looked pitifully at the computer screen. I am an old man in the company, so the performance requirements have to be a little bit higher. There is no way. As long as you guys help me to get the data right, the company will definitely continue to promote me in the future. Zhang, meaning we just need to brush up a bit more so you can broadcast more, right? That was the meaning, but Zhou couldn't expose her ambition too obviously. She softly said, no, you guys just look at your own abilities, I don't want to make it too difficult for you. Zhang Jingshan didn't feel embarrassed, but he is a shareholder of Soundwave, not to mention checking the water flow of an account, as long as he wants this account. Although his beast form wasn't very flexible and it wasn't convenient to counterattack, it was still possible to block them for a moment. Highly powerful SSS level or even SSS plus and above ghosts and gods and ghosts serve as the top order officials of the order world and formulate and manage the order and copies of the entire order world. Govui held the axe and walked over to Hot Bara, pulled her up from the ground, and continued to walk forward. I hope that you will inherit and carry forward the traditional virtues of the Deng family, and start from every little drop, every word and deed, and strive to become a talented person with good character and all-round development. Who knew that 10 years later, the grown-up her was so bold that just a look could make people feel a strong sense of oppression? In the eyes of everyone in the classroom who were either scared or fearful, Xiaoyu laughed enough and lightly walked up to the podium, curling her fingers on the desktop. The western side of the country was originally filled with more foreign beasts than people, and the main battlefield this time was still in the east and north. Junse thought things over again, before and after, to make sure there were no mistakes, before sitting down in his original position. When his finger scratched the tip of the sword, golden light burst upwards from the sword body, and a huge heavy sword phantom took shape in mid-air, and with the momentum of breaking mountains and rivers, he chopped down towards Ouyang Chengli. These, what mother can teach will be taught to you, but whether you can do it or not, it also depends on yourself. In her dream, Gu Suifeng married someone else, and the bride was not herself. She was a little desperate, and when she woke up, she was lucky that it was a dream. Perhaps, it was because she cared too much, she consoled herself. Han Ziduan, who was sitting on top of the futon, had the corners of his mouth tilted slightly after hearing these words from the Yi family. The loose cultivators Li Ziru spoke of were those wild awakened people who had no sex or attachments to any forces, or some cultivators. She felt an indescribably great pressure from Yuan Sheng, as if she was facing a huge dragon. He suspected that he was sleepy and dumbfounded before he inadvertently blurted this out in front of Xiong Xinyang, and he would definitely not be able to escape her questioning later on, and it looked like this night was destined to be sleepless. The poor Blade Chi player, who had thought that after obtaining the C-rank talent, Blade Chi vertical and horizontal, and successfully passing the first round of screening, he could still make a killing. You said you know the reason why that mist appeared? The middle-aged man's voice continued to ask. Xiong Xinyang made a zipper-up gesture in front of his own mouth and managed to make Guichi laugh. Luo shook the wind and frost from his body and dismounted his horse to look at the extreme underworld cold pool that disappeared in the distance like a white dot. The mournful screams were hair-raising, everyone had fallen beyond human shape, and the thick smell of blood drifted with the wind. Yang Guang's mouth turned up in a half-moon shape, looking up innocently at Du Meiyu sitting on his thighs. In fact, his thighs were also injured, although he was sitting on 1,000 beautiful people, but the silky pain was still very drilling, and he was now wondering how he survived last night. It is just that although Paris is a million times more willing, but looking at the expressionless O'Neill, this agent also sighed. It was also in the short moment when Lin Hai Gundora lunged out that those 5 mechs immediately became aware and reacted accordingly at the same time. The kites I originally flew were all bought and straight away. That's like this ugly one of yours, not to mention what balance to find. Wang Jingxi began to play rogue.
He, like many European and American powerhouses, only knew some obvious dead spots such as temples and eyebrows, and knew nothing about some other deadly dead spots in the human body. This is an order, and it is issued by the late king in his lifetime. In this order, Meng Tian's command before and after the left and right center 5 army generals are listed. Of course, this is not for them to increase the rank and promotion, but an execution order. After a day, Louis early in the morning climbed up to get up, also disregarded every day adhere to the exercise, ran to the waterfield side to check the situation of the dollfish. Does he, as a father, completely trust his son, or does he not want a son to hinder his progress towards greatness? The past 7 or 8 hours, that Linglong Demon King finally vent too much, found their own demonic power is not good, tens of thousands of tribes have not much mana left, which is horrified to stop. The 7-colored Linglong Pagoda dissolved, still tens of thousands of heads shaped like lanterns Linglong Sky Demon. At the moment outside the array came dozens of people, a 3-Jack loose immortal, a Mahayana stage cultivation, other have more than out-of-body stage cultivation, each person's heart on the peak of the array of prohibitions are greatly shocked, can lay down such an array of prohibitions of people, must not be easy to get along with the generation of the 2 years of the legend is even more convinced. This matter is simple, fellow Taoist, please follow me. After Gongsun Chenghua finished speaking, he led Linny out of the Tonga hall and towards the side hall on the left. But since he had already worn in this node, Xiaqiu could only accept the reality and also planned very well. So what if it's true or false? Nothing to do with us, you are wrong here, have to use this formula to find out the shadow area first. Yi Jian was smiling faintly, not giving a damn about her. That was a person whose whole body was hidden in a black cloak, and his face was also wearing a mask, so that his face could not be seen, but one could see that his grim gaze was staring at her at the moment. After all, there were so many guests around. Yi Xiao represented the face of the Yi family. Once she went back on her word, it would be more than just losing face. In front of the empress and the old lady, she would just let this younger sibling play the big game, and then she herself would not be wrong to be a mute and a wooden person, not saying or doing anything. This will looms as high as a mountain, as vast as the sea, as vast as the starry sky, viewed as if it were clear, explored as if it were empty, and looked up to a few as if it were infinite and limitless. Chan Ruan Lin. You don't talk nonsense, being heard we both have to be notified and criticized. Xiaqiu blackened her face, somewhat regretting that she had stayed behind to listen to his nonsense. The aura of a demon and a spirit creature spilled out, causing a burst of chi explosions in the courtyard. The sound was amazing. That's why she didn't even raise her head and buried her head to eat. Who knows, when she was halfway through eating, she glimpsed the opposite side of the table and sat down with one person. She didn't need to raise her head to know that it was that Yen Lord just for that aura alone. Now in order to live, he had to humbly beg for mercy, because he was really not willing to die like this. Volume 1 Chapter 52 Damn. Who the hell was working against her? She was the pirated flower wine gnome in order to prevent others from realizing that she was that pirated flower wine gnome. Today, she purposely went out and spent a huge $100 to buy a new cell phone card and register a Soundwave trumpet. This way she could again casually swipe small videos and enter other people's live rooms. She also used the small number to follow Hua Wine Gnome, so that there would be a reminder of the start of the broadcast, lest Hua Wine Gnome would suddenly add broadcasts one day and they would bump into each other. If that day really came, she would definitely be finished. Just those people in her live room would definitely support Hua Wine Gnome without hesitation, and her live room would become miserable, being beaten up by Hua Wine Gnome. Lin Bebe watched for a while and then quit. Nothing interesting. Flower wine. Walking on her side holding her arm was Sang Bao, today's Sang Bao, similarly dressed in a noble and charming manner, only the slightly taut back revealed her nervousness. I don't know, I only heard that the condition of the man's family is not bad, other than that, Bing Bing's sister didn't say much to me. Kiran returned directly without thinking. To be honest, the Vajra Eagle had been completely enraged by He Chi. When it attacked Zihan and the others just now, it had thought that it was already in a position to win. Young lady is offended, it is the young master who asked us to capture you back immediately and confront Lin Bo, so? Young lady, you'd better obediently go back with us. Rin Feng tried to use a gentle voice to say. That is? See Yao Yi with his own spoon to eat, Guanlin's face violently red, looking at Yao Yi's look some of the embarrassment, the rest of the eyes glanced at the side of the Dingmu. At this time, he took out a USB flash drive and waved it in front of Sima Chi-Chi's eyes and put it on Sima Chi-Chi's table. Thinking of Su Jianan being confined in Yao Yi's arms, Guanlin's struggles began to intensify, her hands began to knock Yao Yi, and her feet were not idle, ready to kick at Yao Yi's body. Sima Chi-Chi heard still chattering and repeating such words, patted the shoulder, pulling back to reality. Blue Dome walked over with a bad smile and patted Lin Bo's shoulder with a serious compliment, even unintentionally glancing towards between Lin Bo's legs. The commander knew that no matter what, his fate was a life sentence for life imprisonment at the very least. The officers and men of the 2 frigates were left with less than 40 people, and his whole life was over, so he might as well take advantage of this time and go crazy. Gu Dalong also didn't dare to mention Mi Xianger, knowing that every time the chief hears this name, he either sinks his face or doesn't speak for half a day, which has become a taboo that can't be touched.
In an instant, Wu Yu ravaged his body, his right hand spirit sunlight sword with a bit of cold light, respectively pointing to the black servant's right knee and the white servant's left knee. The two people, if they still want to follow the previous intention of sudden killing move, it is the same as directly send the knee to Wu Yu's sword tip. Where Yu Yu was sitting, there were a few designers whispering, and those words just happened to reach Yu Yu's ears. Gu Jincher, you're not trying to, make excuses for failing to formulate the potion, are you? Do you think anyone will believe it? As soon as Ally's voice fell, a look of sudden realization appeared on the faces of everyone present. Takakoshi felt aggrieved. This Jin Muyan fellow was a godly pit, 1 foot in, and one couldn't even climb out if they wanted to. Jin Mayan subconsciously inclined his head. The first half of the sentence is quite reasonable, but the second half of the sentence, why do I suddenly have a kind of sadness rush? After Ling Qin and the others noticed that their own elders had come, they also breathed a sigh of relief and each went to the side of their clan and sect elders. Looking at Zhang Jialiang swallowing clouds, Zhubuyan hard like eating a fly is disgusting. Zhang Jialiang this is in and their own naked talk about the dealer, and also let themselves out of the bidding. They also had to look like a pander to the appearance of the slaughter, on the level of their own high Zhang Jialiang a cut which, this is what is the matter ah? However, she was unable to utilize her cosmic chi now, and could only rely on her body's instincts to avoid it. Just, if you did, probably the hot search is going to become O Ting and Tom's suspected father and son. A voice as warm and moist as pearl jade came from Xiamengshi, and Xiamengshi only felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Since cousin Jinsu already has her heart in the right place, and is also a brother, I am naturally overjoyed. Father, if you don't agree to this marriage, I'm afraid there won't be a store after this village. Nangong Huasu leisurely got up and said to Nangong Elder. He Dangue scratched the tip of his nose and tilted his head. It sounds like it's amazing. How did the old liar make this play? Entering the house, Jadeite was kneeling in front of Gu, and a teacup had shattered on the floor next to her, and the shards all over the floor looked a bit hideous. What did she come here for? Xia Mengning heart out, but still sitting quietly, the moon yellow gauze tent hanging down. From the outside cannot see the window view, but one can carefully see every move in the courtyard outside. Second brother, you really don't blame me? Mayor and Shan Liu were the only two left in the room. Looking at Shan Liu, Mayor always felt that she owed him a lot. However, their conversation was heard word for word in the eyes of Ling Feng, who was hiding at the side. His half-narrowed cold eyes looked like he was pondering something. And Yi Baoqing, even more damned, directly moved to kill, assassination of the master, but also will be several kinds of poison personally poured into the mouth of the master, and will be pushed off the master of the 10,000-foot cliff. The means of the cruelty of the staggering, deserve to have today's fall of the cliff of retribution. Watching this bloody scene, whether it is the soldiers brought by Lang Yawu, or the generals on the side of the Duke of Zhang, all are looking at each other with fear and trepidation. The clouds are treacherous, the hearts and mouths are not the same, but also because of this, so it has the ability to climb to such a high position, right? Xu Yan, this size cute. Still not reacting, one asked Chen Shui. Chen Shui raised her head that was so red that it could drip blood, looked behind Xu Yan, and gave him a wink. After dismissing the waiting maid, she yawned, sleepily undressing her clothes, and only when there was only her undergarment and blasphemous pants did she slowly step into the hot springs. But if not, the problem is the same. First of all, you need Xing Yang to make a mistake, that is to say, Xing Yang did not refine 3 Yuan Dan, the opportunity to take their turn, and at the same time, you have to make sure that you can refine 3 Yuan Dan, but the odds are really too low. That stone block with a sharp edge, and it was thrown by an expert like old Taoist pine crane. A normal beehive would definitely fall in response to the sound, but after this beehive was smashed, it only shook a little bit, yet it still hung on the tree branch without being affected in the slightest. Halfway up the mountainside, there was a large wire bridge crossing between two large mountains, covered with wooden planks, looking very solid. Not only Nong Zaiqian, that Shang Ru Hai and Xiong Jian Lin had also long been prepared, each of them performing their own stunts to escape in the other two directions. Only Qing Yang hesitated slightly, seeing that senior brother Kai on the ground was indeed no longer in a sound, and only then did he head in the last direction. Volume 1 Chapter 53 Chaos in a Porridge. Enjoy the life of a loser. Who is that guy called Wolfman? He's the one who swiped the lollipop just now. Favored Bebe management. At Wolverine, babies don't brush gifts first, wait a while for Bebe to finish this game, you can brush whatever you want to brush. Oh. Lin Bebe patiently explained again, babies don't brush any gifts for the time being, if you want to brush you can wait until the end of this game, be obedient, be good. Oh. Towards the end, she curved her eyes, her tone was as gentle as coaxing a small child, her tone rising slightly. The baby is so cute. I'm the most obedient. Favored Bebe management, everyone must listen to Bebe, or else Bebe do punishment to hurt. Ouch! A miserable scream rang out, and a certain culprit who had supposedly disappeared tens of thousands of light years away and was nowhere to be seen, fell straight to the ground. On the most ordinary carriage in the palace, at first when Timothy and Red Sleeve heard that Li Hong asked the two of them to ride together, the two of them were so scared that their legs and stomachs went soft, and they really wanted to open their mouths and say, I will just walk to the palace.
After crossing these several hundred meters of forest and then continue to go deeper inside, it really enters the cruel land completely ruled by nature, poisonous snakes, fierce beasts, cliffs, mountain streams, torrents, thieves, heavy dangers, countless. Blunder, blunder, blunder. She really didn't expect to come out as a water system and hit on the other party's special ability. Looking at the back of the serfs working hard to labor, Wu Qingchen's gaze did not have any guilt. Who am I? Hello barbecue sauce, goodbye barbecue sauce. Obviously ketchup is considered the most normal, okay? The ministers are even more alarmed, regardless of whether there is any act of corruption in ink. The heart is apprehensive, they have never thought about the nature of corruption in ink. Listening to the words of the emperor, all acts of corruption in ink, in the final analysis, it is surprising to be the use of a variety of means to privately share the country's taxes, and the taxes of China. Many of them come from the emperor's own hands to fight the territory. Don't you look towards us, you can't even find the heavenly realm authority in your hand, it's hard to expect us. The descendants watched as Ho-Tu fixed her gaze on them again, and hastily grabbed the opportunity to refuse. Then you guys have been to many officials' homes in Chang'an? The other girls in the building didn't go there much either, did they? This time it was Li Hong who asked the question. Laluf hung his head slightly, eyes closed, fingers crossed and placed in front of his chest, lips slightly moving as he recited the words. Could it be that just because he was deeply favored and reused by Wu Zetian, it made Helan Mingji unconvinced before he fell on his sword? Shouldn't be, Helan Mingji's mind wouldn't be so simple. Chen Yi had always felt that his great-uncle brother, apart from his flirtatious nature, had something to offer in other aspects as well. Thinking that she was bound to die, so when she woke up Su Mengli couldn't help but ask this. And after saying that, she reacted to the fact that there was some kind of liquid in her mouth, with a strong smell of blood and a salty feeling, so she couldn't help but vomit. When Xin Huzi was already only half a step away from the fish. His already very slow footsteps, but also followed the stop. At this time, but also can only hear, the stream flow and issued by the clattering sound. As he unfolded the paper above, his face suddenly changed expression, causing Lu Ping's heart to burst, and an ominous feeling of foreboding suddenly emerged. In the face of the shocked expression that Li Yang showed at this moment, the figure that called himself this Taoist monarch blandly spoke out. Xiongsu did not speak, Lu Shu also did not speak. Inside the cave is quiet and no sound. It seems that the people are sleeping, why not take advantage of the night, no one to look for it? There are 3 hurdles in the realm of life and death. The first hurdle is to reach the 5th heaven, but this hurdle is negligible for Luo Chang, because he is a genius. After walking a few houses in this way, Hong Ye finally got a bit unable to hold back and directly barged into a house, causing Lu Ping and the others to be surprised, but it wasn't long before she was seen walking out with a belt of dried food. With a wave of his hand, Li Tian received the enemy's storage bag into his hands, then tapped his own storage bag and had taken out his black longbow. At this moment, the one remaining enemy was also greatly alarmed and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Li Tian's arms powered up and took out 3 spirit arrows in a row, shooting them at the enemy in a row. Lu Haikong looked deeply at Han Lingdi, confirming that what he said was true would only be. Lu Haikong coldly smiled before Han Lingdi did not react directly, a hand to smash him hard on the ground. The battle between the 2 8th order, Bone Dragon advancement creatures, the Blood Dragon and the Ghost Dragon, attracted the gazes of countless people. Let's go then. Just in case, let's go to the secret passage. Spatial fluctuations would bring about great energy fluctuations, and it wouldn't be a good thing after all if it was detected by the outside world. As the saying goes, only when you look away will you be fearless, and only when you vow to die will you return. At this moment, Jushin's burden that she had been carrying for more than 20 years could finally be put down, and she could look back to see that it was only at this moment that her body was clear and her heart was still. The strong wind brought up by her and its attack is enough to leave very horrible scars on the surrounding trees, and even just the strong wind is enough to knock down the big trees. Now that the connection between Fan Xiehua and Zhong Hongxing is very clear, and Zhong Longxian is attempting to pursue his sister at the behest of others, both clues point the problem to Zhong Hongxing of Wanfeng. Shen Shenhan picked up the long gray incense bed to the top of the ash as the axis point, clockwise bed a beautiful radial pattern, the so-called playing incense tendon. Smooth incense ash appeared on the rules of the pattern, elegant and beautiful. This piece of dragon knot grass is only inferior. The real top grade with fish food ambergris need to be purified in the sea for more than 100 years, in which the toxicity of the impurities are removed, can be detoxified, precious very much. With Hu Yu's order, a storm of bullets like a torrential rain killed Ryubate's Ryuba and his troops. To the front of the city undead city, and then surrounded the undead city, so that the zombie city to gather a large army to come over and surround the point to fight. When I picked up the phone, I saw the watch on my wrist again, and I couldn't help but think that Lan Xinjie had given herself such an expensive one. Shouldn't she return a gift to be reasonable? After finishing breakfast, the crowd started walking towards the Academy Square after scrubbing up a bit. Yu Nairobi heart a bit of a shock, if it is before, Shizai this words he will not put on the knee, but now, Shizai Han has a young dragon in the head of a return to one bomb, so, Shizai's this sentence weight is very different. Stealing a gesture of victory, Tang Tang had a thankful face and a fawning smile. Alright, then in that case, we won't bother much. Soren hurriedly took Arthur with him as he rose to take his leave.
Volume 1 Chapter 50 For the big troops are coming.
Lin Bebe asked, "It's all about liking the live broadcast and seeing who has the highest number of likes?"
Lon, right.
His side couldn't win playing anything else right now, and everyone didn't have much money in their pockets, so they could only play the likes. Brother Long picked up a water cup and drank some water. "If I lose, I'll do a pole dance and you'll do a handstand." He now has 8,000 people in his live broadcast room. The opposite side is only 3,000 people, playing the likes. The opposite side of the 3,000 people, even if their hand speed is fast to the stumps, there is no way that he can have more than 8,000 people to click the number of likes. So this game, he must win. If he wins, he'll ask for a rocket with "Life is like a play," and then go off the air in a beautiful way.
Favorite Bebe admin, I'm going.
This old deng is too good at planning his game.
He's live on.
Papa Barrow and Do Shanha are also considered to be on the same path. Do Shanha looked calm when he learned that I didn't ask him to come out of the altar. The palm of his hand firmly restrained the short knife, and there was a bone-chilling pain that violently flooded out. His eyebrows under his mask frowned slightly, but they loosened up again in a flash, because this pain was nothing in his eyes, not even half as much as the pain of that wound on his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Zishuan wasn't an ordinary Harmony sect disciple, at this moment, he was afraid that he would have to reveal himself because of the shock in his heart.
What in the world was this thing, the mount of a one-eyed man?
Besides cannibals there's actually such a strange mount. I flung my fire whip and sent a fierce attack towards that bulging orb, the whip striking a yellow spark on the meatball. Lin Feng carefully looked at all the murals and couldn't help but frown. He accidentally discovered a place in the murals that seemed to be inconsistent with reality. The light of the sky gathered around her body and she didn't stop. The morning breeze blew across her body and she didn't stop. Invisible ripples appeared in the void in an instant, a bizarre aura rippled out, and the starlight in the sky seemed to focus together in an instant, bursting out in a brilliant light. Please sympathize with someone who has a limited amount of waking hours each day. In fact, I would be very insecure if I knew less and was caught in this situation.
I grew more and more sincere. I'm not stupid, and with all that daily lethargy and various nightmares, if I can't find out something, then I really deserved it.
Already, mind power had begun to gather towards his body, and it was gradually increasing. This shows that his initiative is effective, not to conquer by killing, but to give them hope and let them spontaneously believe. This robber's hole is simply a work of art. Learning civil engineering to fight this robber's hole, it's probably just like this. Nail and Shui in front of the fight, we are responsible for dispersing soil, we'll dig out of the snow to dispose of. With the flags of the Qing army opposite the restoration of the Han army like war flags flying, a battalion flag was raised high by the flag bearers, red-colored flags like soldiers wearing robes, from a distance, as a group of burning flames.
After tonight, Changsha is worry-free.
The Changsha Qing army will definitely lose their guts after this battle, like the turtle that is scared out of its wits, hiding in its shell with death.
A guest is coming, please make way.
The shopkeeper unceremoniously gave an eviction order to Generalissimo Lu. Of course, this original chairman Li Jingwei is also more powerful, founded Jian Libo not to mention, there is also a feat, that is, Li Ning Company was also founded by him in conjunction with the world champion Li Ning, although the majority shareholder is Li Ning, and he was kicked out of the game a long time ago, but at least his vision is still good in this era. His son is doing wrong in Jingde Jun, as a father he must not be clean on him either, as long as he catches the evidence of his treachery, how can Wei Guo not cooperate with himself?
Relax, relax.
Alda gently said, her hands gently guided, white light flowed between a clear mind and tranquilized the mind meditation technique cast to Yang Yi. For the first time, Emma knew that the originally serious man was actually like this, covered in a halo of light that could easily light up the world.
Inside, Xuanwu City Yang Bufan does not think about it. In fact, Yang Bufan is interested in including this underground continent in the bag. I just don't know where the Demon Emperor is.
But just at this time, he is still holding the hope that the Adriana can rely on her huge tonnage to pull through from this disaster. Ning Jilan's front foot left, and saw several disciples dressed in Netherworld Peak's clothing had already walked over. These several Netherworld Peak disciples had all succeeded in building their foundations. However, in front of Shen Cheng's three people still acted politely, and when they arrived close to the front, they greeted each other in a disciplined manner. Enlighten the general, I am a blessing from a disaster, escaped from death from an ancient cave, a cultivator of the Tui son of the divine ability, called the Tui seal. Qilin spoke bluntly, knowing that he couldn't hide it from her either. Blatant robbery is not good, but when the preciousness of the item reaches a certain standard, many people will not be able to help it. This immortal guide is this kind of item. Ordinary people get it hate to hide it immediately, but this poor girl will announce it to the world. Such a move is mind-boggling. Maybe they all still think that I killed Wang Dawei and Jia Kaiki, and fear me, or they are curious about how we also carved words on the tree but nothing happened, and want to know the truth but are afraid of this legend, so they don't dare to approach us.
Han Ku analyzed. Even after getting out of the Blade Moon Cliff, Ling Feng went straight to the Sangwu sect in the night, naming Lin Liang to come out and fight until he later got the news that Lin Liang had left the Sangwu sect. Only then did Ling Feng return to the Yuanyue sect and started preparing to accept the mission. Hey, even the saddle down Jiayuan didn't work. How the hell is this course going to be completed?
Lin also experienced a sense of helplessness.
Because you are endowed with great chi, doing it together with you, even if you fail, you will be assisted by someone high up.
Long Ao said with a smile. Entering the third level, the surroundings seemed to have become quiet. The stream of water that cascaded through the entire water moon cave sky had disappeared. However, the entire cave was still incomparably humid.
Paralyzed, isn't this nonsense? I still have an evil knife in my hand. Am I not as important as the red heavenly sword with the evil sword?
Fortunately, the Reliant battle team has not been reduced in number until now.
This is all thanks to the demonic beasts and demonic beast soul slaves of Xintian. Volume 1 Chapter 55 Excitement.
Lin Bebe, what kind of anchor are you? She didn't have the heart to ask Xiao Zhou why she was wearing a mask live. In case there was something unspeakable about the person's face, wouldn't that be hitting them right in the sore spot and hurting others? But it was also possible that the other person was inconvenient to appear on camera.
It's all people's freedom.
The focus of her PK playing concern was not here.
Xiao Zhou's tone was modest. I can sing a little, count me as a talent anchor, how about you?
I also count as a talent anchor, I can dance a little and sing a little.
Then let's have some fun?
Yes. Lin Bebe thought about what to play this time. As a result, nothing came to mind. Because the number of times she had broadcast live was still too small, the only thing she knew was. But after the situation in Hanoi Da was completely stabilized and Shen Huashan and Zhang Gu returned to Jingzhou, things were different. With Jingxing Emperor's suspicious nature of mind, coupled with and on the Shen family's scruples, grandfather, although the merit, but may not be a blessing. Such silence but cannot last long, for today can only let Lei Yen take Hua Lao to escape, their own and desperately dragging blood red, think in accordance with the blood red character of the loneliness will not be in a hurry to help, or else all the way trailing those strong people will not be cleaned up by him. The bronze-colored yuaning of the bronze Sting Mountain Lord's chest was chopped out by the Green Emperor Divine Goblet, and now it was suppressed by the Blood Phoenix Luo, so it simply couldn't even self-detonate. At this time, at a glance, the people of Zhanzhou Zeti had also lost more than half of them, and the sky was filled with eyes of despair. The old disciple he also heard, after all, he knows that Zhaoan has openly pursued Tangmeyer, just seems to be delayed to get it, now received such news of course to come to tell each other, but the result is to touch the nose, only to dismayed to exit the manor. These things don't need Li to remind Ling Feng also know, he is now just short of some craftsmen, those systems of the ship need a lot of parts, and these underground clansmen are the best candidates, exactly what Ling Feng needs. Before the fight, is to let him feel the phoenix carpets difficult, did not expect after the previous ghost bucket of the battle, not only has not shaken to the phoenix carpets of the foundation, but also let him more and more courageous. I turned my head to see, this girl is quite beautiful, thought, give me a foot massage is also good, enjoy.
Following the great sun Dharma King pointed out, the top of the sacred mountain is a lone black tree with leaves like bushels. Luo Bei is not lazy practicing too little. In fact, Luo Bei did it a dozen more times yesterday after Broken Sky left, and had already made these 36 styles very pure, it was just that now Broken Sky was present, and a moment of nervousness caused it to be like this. Who also did not expect it will suddenly attack, the hall a moment of cloudy winds, the child's eerie and creepy mournful screams continue to echo in the living room three-dimensional. Since this script was selected, then next, it was time for him to choose a director, after all, this director was the key to a good or bad drama. Akita Koen, I'll be waiting for that day.
Maituko crouched in Akita's arms, and a touch of ruthlessness also surfaced in her eyes. Seeing that the crowd was talking, Wang Liang thought slightly for a few seconds before telling his guess. Before Puya could express her gratitude to Zhang Jing threw out his own trifecta of follow-up questions in one breath. After saying so and gesticulating for a moment, Laura still withdrew her chain blade and twisted her head away. She knew that even though the one called Shin Yuyan was very strong, and the rules of the program were very favorable to the vegetarians, everyone could defeat a rift-mouth megalodon, but everyone knew exactly how they had defeated it. However, the development of things, sometimes is so sound strange. Shenin surprisingly in a simple novice guide mission, was infected with the mutant T-virus, and in the return to the space, but also half of the body left. The caster's voice came out from the monster's body, and then as he chanted like a prayer, a huge amount of magic power was released from the monster's body, and the wind pressure formed by the huge amount of magic power blocked the crowd's way like a wall of wind, and even pushed Artoria to the far side. However, while she was hesitating, Chen Yufan had already grabbed Mo Wen's hand and went down the elevator with Grandpa Chun Xiao. Speaking of which, that host made to squeeze his eyebrows. The look on his face seemed to say, this party is absolutely hot and exciting. Whoever was able to attend would definitely have enough money. This led to a lot of like men whistling and cheering. Unlike the original, Blackbeard, who brought his men to Marineford to join the battle, looked at Leylin with a bad smile on his face, looking at him as if he couldn't wait for Leylin to turn his back on the navy right now. Said, Rosalind Will Chen has been wanting to know the things, originally told out. Qin Shouwei did not leave the hall, that guy was a huge variable. For Qin Shouwei that wallflower, in fact, Park Hae-jun also hated it very much, but at such a critical moment nowadays, Park Hae-jun didn't want to see Qin Shouwei's joining.
This yellow pipe with the words just fell, the opposite side of the table will come a snicker. The crowd's eyes all of a sudden to the sound of the place to look, only to see the Lee dishing face with a sneer smile, obviously just out of the voices he. After a good few moments before reacting, Faye could also feel the confusion and resentment of Dia's gaze. It was all his own fault, he blamed himself for being impulsive at that time. However, for that impulse, there was naturally a punishment, not only for Dia, but also for himself. Her body fell limply onto a broad, warm chest, her body laying down uncontrollably like a sponge, and her sanity gradually drifted away. The mechanical herald had no choice but to hand over two skills, purification and flash, before she managed to escape the red side's GK. She at least knew what it was to pursue and fight for. Although knowing that she didn't have much of a chance. Inside, Zhou Ying attempted to get up and was held down by Dr. Zhao, but Chu immediately rushed over and squeezed Dr. Zhao out of the way, stretching out two claws to replace Dr. Zhao's hands. Dr. Zhao smiles and dodges away. Speaking of which, Tu Deming looked at Sun Yifan and found that the latter was actually still eating peanuts to himself. What, did she still think that she would write something on it and play some kind of note-passing game with him? This time, Bao Yifan was deeply disappointed in his mom, and knowing that he couldn't restrain his mom's restrained hand through normal channels, he could only look for his dad to negotiate first. Volume 1 Chapter 56 Wife. Zhou Weiner swept a glance and locked the screen of her phone, not bothering to look at it. It was annoying to come out on vacation and have to share news about her work. But then she thought of something and clicked on the chat with Chin Chin. You log in for me on the account for the next 2 days and interact with the fanbase instead. Her accounts were all run by the company at first. Those big brothers and sisters on the list were also people from the company's operations department who specialized in private messages to maintain their feelings. The people in the operation department have a set of anchor professional words. A few words down, big brothers and sisters on the road, become her iron powder. Even sometimes big brothers and big sisters did not come to her live room for a long time. The company's operations staff will also use her account on behalf of her. So, this is what New Year's Eve is like in other people's homes, and it's not much fun. Dong Yuching seemed to habitually spit out a sentence. At the same time, there were quite a few friends who jumped out to show that they knew why Lin Wanwan was able to bounce back. I got dressed and went out, came downstairs and wanted to drive, but thought better of it. Can you eat seafood without drinking? I'd rather take a taxi. When Master Gu is old, his eyes are not good, and when he pulls grass, he has to carefully recognize for a while before he dares to pull it out. So, now there are only 5 official players in Gung Hao Shi, a new substitute, left on the rubber track. Zhuang Tao returned to his own home, put all the cash in the safe into a trolley case, the bank card together to his own mother, and told her the password. However, considering that Mugo and the others could only develop in the TV circle at the moment, she still decided to make a few more TV dramas to bring them along. Brother! It's my turn to protect you this time. Huang Shengxian's boss reached out and squeezed Zhou Zhao's shoulder, saying with a straight face. Alright, don't be poor, the smell of disinfectant in the hospital smells uncomfortable to me, take me to see the child. Zhen Jiayuan rubbed her nose and pouted. This wait was a week, meals were eaten at the neighbor's house, sleeping in the corridor. A week later Luo Jia was sick with a high fever. I was in awe, it seems, he and Luo Nianqing this is targeting me. I think I usually in the village is very low profile, when did I offend these two siblings? Luo Nianqing targeting me is still understandable, but this Luo Hengzi and why? I cannot think of, but also had to deal with this first. Interjections are also been to the county, in fact, are still Li Anqi marriage time to go. At that time, the Li family invited a lot of people in the village, they went, came back, although the food is also good, but in the end there is no home free. In her previous life, Du Jiwei married the 6th prince as a side consort, and after the 6th prince ascended to the throne of the emperor, was appointed as a noble consort, holding the phoenix seal, is positively favored, but also has the power in the hands of the nobleman. Hangzhou, in a certain hotel, I walked around the room, glancing from time to time at the purple jade box placed on the bed, and then at Luo Qiaoyu, who was meditating with her eyes closed, as well as Luo Wantian, who had already collapsed on the sofa. Song Ershing glanced at him and asked him to help him put away the bucket in the flat, and then hurriedly ran home. Only to see a glimpse of a delicate figure in the mirror, a long red dress, the chest is designed as a diagonal pair of lapels, wide sleeves lining the waist is not a handful, the waist belt is just right to make the lower half of the dress more slender. Inside the basement, Yi Xiaolan familiarly ran to the room where Imo-san used to be. After opening the door, she only saw the dim light constantly flickering, the whole morgue is empty, just do not see Imo-san's figure. Where to know, her almond eyes glared, who told you I don't need to live anymore, my injuries are still not healed. As she said that, she suddenly flew into my body. This soft singing like the sound of the myriad Buddhas appeared holy and inviolable in this empty hall. Xia Hanwei even wanted to immerse herself in it, leaving behind the loneliness of her long life, leaving behind her long wait, and sinking down and down again. Not long after returning to her seat, the opening ceremony ended. The lights were a little brighter, brought back from one of the outermost classes, and a number of the children looked over at Song Ershing. Xian Duo didn't struggle, but this sudden move also called her blushing and shy. The two dived back to the inn to rest the next day to open the city, although still chaotic, but the two did not feel the slightest sign of the army mobilization. The test talent well. It is not from the attribute affinity to see it. In that case, from just now, asking the heart to absorb and refine the spiritual chi, both for asking the heart to pass the ladder of refining the God's reward, at the same time also through a certain way to test out the affinity of the attribute of asking the heart. High Priest, Yen Gun quietly left Blood Dragon Island for Blood Dragon City yesterday. A bizarre black-robed man steeply appeared beside the High Priestess. The black-robed man's entire head was covered by a huge hood that made it impossible for people to see clearly, and his voice was extremely hoarse and bizarre. The voice is also extremely hoarse and weird. Nantian said with his right hand lightly raised, and after the words, he turned around and led the several people who asked for the heart to walk forward casually. Ji Fingyu said, although this is the case, but I and your father is after all the same generation, you still call me Uncle Ji. The evil old monster swung his sword positively, and the humanoid shadow on his head also made the same action with him, although the humanoid shadow had no sword in his hand, but when the evil old monster swung his sword, the humanoid shadow also sent out an aura attack. The seaman did not come, so Lu Xian heart more than a question. To say that this is a betrayal in a club is the first big thing. No, the people is the less the better. The seaman even sent brothers over. Chen Jingshuan cursed in his heart, not as much as the dragon style to make the hole, change the move in the air. The figure leaps up to avoid the Sita Xianin attack the long sword. At the same time the hand of the long sword when the head stabbed down. It is the stinging dragon sword technique of the leaping dragon style, the leaping dragon style of the stinging dragon sword technique. Yen language such as pearl, voice sounds very young, and then take a closer look, the appearance also looks very lovely. Especially Che's Wufei, long eyebrows and phoenix eyes, face like peach blossom, skin like snow, slender as the wind-brushing willow, delicate race hibiscus condensation, only, between the eyebrows, seems to have a few more sorrow. That is the great power of time, smoothing out the spatial storm, and then, a burst of mysterious fluctuations continuously came out from all around. Xiao Mo frowned slightly and brought the letter over, and after opening it and scanning it, his face calmed down. This time, the letter said something good. Xiaoxin's territory was about to expand, and the target was the desolate bear tribe. Inside the courtyard, those weathered ancient stones, rapidly recovering the green color pattern, from all directions, towards the feet of Yibei convergence, and finally all restored vitality, as if the appearance of the time to leave. Among the 4 people, Sun Mu was considered one person, and the remaining 3 were recruited by Night Lin. For these people, there were enough cultivation resources, regardless of whether what was done was in line with common sense. Volume 1 Chapter 57 Have you touched enough? Wasn't it a private stable? She thought Guchini was the only one there. That was a mistake. It's fine, it's all a small problem. Lin Beibei pulled up the corner of her lips, turned her head, and looked at the man standing beside her. Guchini was wearing a simple black t-shirt and casual pants of the same color today, looking like he was specifically out on vacation. To be precise, he was bringing Flower Wine Gnome out to spend the weekend together. The man's height and legs were long, his features were hard and handsome, and even with his simple style of dress, he could feel his innate nobility. That kind of nobility was like a bank card with an endless amount of credit in Lin Beibei's opinion. Gu Qinya also turned his head sideways and met Lin Beibei's line of sight. Even if it was the first. There is still half a month before the wedding. In this half a month, if you let the oldest 3 just stop and go smoothly, is it too unreasonable? This punch shocked Chenny elbow numbness, and the bandit leader is also very facetious fell down, foaming at the mouth cannot get up. At this point in time, Zhang Jaz no longer want to defend, do not want to argue, he instead had some relaxation. My master, his old man died long ago. Shurya thought about it, all her medical skills were learned in her previous life, and in her previous life, her family was originally born from a medical family, her own master was her parents. And her parents had indeed died long ago. In February, the Ryukyus sent news that another copper mine was found on the east coast of the Ryukyus, and Zhang San immediately became even happier, and the 2 copper mines were developed together, and Zhang San hoped that more than 100,000 tons of ore could be produced in a year. After 5 minutes of pain this time, a sound comfort came. It was the feeling of being relaxed to the extreme, surging up to the heart, cool from the inside out to the bones. In Shirshio would actually believe what Shur Haiyan said. Surprisingly, he would believe that this pair of brothers are good-hearted. At this time, Chen Wangfei and Ling Wang, at the border of the husband and wife of the matter, in the city of Kyoto, was afraid to have been known to everyone. If he immediately set off for the frontier, wouldn't that be the same as admitting to it? You come in and speak. Romy Vanisher faintly commanded, sidestepped, and let Xuanxiang enter the room, personally closing the door. She didn't open her mouth, but Xiao Yan had already seen the topic and he didn't continue the conversation. Xia Yameng looked at Hua Rinxue in such a hurry, which made him realize that Divine Servant Li was hiding something from him. Realizing that he had spoken too much, he made a zipper on his mouth motion like a child who made a mistake, treating Divine Servant Li and Hua Rinxue as if they were heirs. He continued to talk to Tianwan about his family. Afterward, Queen Mother of the West took 2 immortal pills, fitting in with the rules of heaven and earth, and dispersed all of the reward and punishment rules and purple thunderbolts with a single blow. I'm going to use the floating technique to go over there, they can't help me, you'd better honestly take off your mask and go. Yuan once again said in the legend. No, you guys go. Wu Bin waved his hand, people should know themselves, he directly stepped on the way he came, his back was very depressed. Help her in to rest. The old madam commanded, looking at Nyo in such a situation, she couldn't help but show a trace of pity. Cut the crap and kill him. The Flame King angrily turned to Aaron, the commanding tone causing Aaron to frown. But Zhongya still left his name and cell phone number for Xiaoqi's mother and left Xiaoqi's house with a glimmer of hope. Hopefully, it wasn't only Xinli who had a grudge against that snake-like spirit beast, but the dozen or so spirit beasts in this territory all had a grudge against it? Nope, Xine's mind spun and finally came back to his senses. Perhaps it was this territory and the territory next door that had a gap? Sang pursed her lips, but did not attack to resist, because the spiritual power scanning to see the people who came, Ningwan Luo Emosia Yi Xiao Lang, are familiar people. Whether it is flying in the sky or running underground, as long as the ass will smoke, it consumes oil. Why is there so much war in the Middle East? In the final analysis, it is actually to compete for resources, exactly oil. Oil is the Middle East, all the fuse of the war. Soft firelight, a slight wind, no one saw the picture in the general's tent, but all can guess that inside staged a mesmerizing drama. You don't have to understand, there is no need for outsiders to understand between His Highness and I, outsiders can't understand either. I am your highness's person, as long as your highness gives the order, I will slaughter all the Yin Yun people for her. Changshi smiled and uttered gut-wrenching words. Before the lightning could fall, it was cut off by the blood vault sword out of thin air, the electricity burned, crackled, and the space shook, and only then did it slowly dissipate into the air. Put it this way, Malfoy, there are so many people in Slytherin, why did you choose to catch me? Ningyan asked with a smile. Fabulous, what are you talking about, I don't understand. My eyes widened as I looked at the pretty compelling beauty in front of me. What exactly did this stunning and hard-to-find beauty mean by that? Her words were spoken as if Ningyan was the headmistress of Hogwarts. When everyone left and the corridor became empty, Ningyan invited Harry back into the classroom where he had just finished his activity and pushed the door open again. Inside, the soft cushions were scrambling to pile up on top of each other, and then immediately stopped when they heard Ningyan enter the room. It wasn't quite devastation, but the messy potholes and obviously replanted tree plants were enough to make Imo Changxing's face grow grim. The masked man frowned, unwillingly rummaged again, and finally fished out a thin letter not from the bag but from the guard's personal clothes. The powerful red light was incomparably blinding, illuminating the entire barbershop, and the cold wind outside the room blew even stronger. Just before the flying shadow appeared, he saw a flamboyant and beautiful man in a clean white robe sitting at the gate of the court, drinking to himself. As Zhu Origin spoke, originally Li Qingyan was quite impressed that he had thought so far ahead, but after hearing what he said later, he felt that this boss was really out of tune. The adult princesses of the Western Liang Kingdom, with the exception of Princess Taiping, all had their own mansions and did not live in the palace. Volume 1 Chapter 58 Who is the most powerful in your heart, Flower Brother or Alphabet Brother? Gu Chenyi's cold face, when he turned his head and saw the face that was the same as Hua Wine Gnome's, all his temper dissipated. Hua Wine Gnome had never called him that before. His voice was also unconsciously gentle. What's wrong? I want to see you ride a horse, I haven't seen you when you ride a horse. Lin Bei's eyes were filled with anticipation, smiling. You can't just let customers suffer. It is also necessary to give the clients some sweetness appropriately. Xinyu sat under the sun umbrella at the edge of the horse farm, looking at the two people not far away chatting and strolling. Gu Chenyi also willingly held the horse for the other party. He let out a light tisk. It's over, Gu Chenyi must have fallen in love. If you can't get flower wine thick, find a flower. And flower. At this moment, the atmosphere of the racecourse was already incomparably heated, and many people were frantically discussing it. I still have to say something, the person has been turned and pressed on the yoga mat. Then the whole body was lifted up, the clothes were lifted up, and a pair of pale hands wandered recklessly on my body, as if proving his ownership. As she finished that sentence, she visibly felt the man holding her, his hands suddenly tightening around her harder. Mostly. Yi Shui was amused in her heart, speaking of the very strange time she had spent her soul sleeping in the 9 heavenly star diagram. She took a light breath and drew out a huge red feather from her storage space, which was a full 3 zhan long and was erected almost to the top of the dome of the Great Hall. Yenny Feng's complexion was greatly shocked, so it turned out that, 6 years back, what Cattail Green had said was actually true. She really hadn't secretly colluded with the enemy, but was merely enduring humiliation. When her hard work was so firmly denied by herself, that kind of despair was something that no one could understand. Hearing the sound of a car horn, he slightly sidestepped his head, and the Chen Yuan who came down from the car made his eyes light up and then dim, and in the next second it diffused into uncontrollable anger. Hong Ling sighed and gave Lang La a worried look. This silly girl, so silly that it hurts one's heart. 6th young master, feel free to say. Sister-in-law Li was an old man of the old mansion, always loved Chu Yun. When Chu Yun came, she peeked at her twice in the kitchen, seeing her enter the kitchen, handing over the work in her hand to someone else, pulling her hand, pointing out to her the steamed grouper, sweet and sour pork ribs, and wood bearded meat on the flow table. The human beings kill the magical beasts in order to get all kinds of materials and magic crystals on the magical beasts, which can be used to make equipment and weapons and alchemy potions in order to achieve the purpose of enhancing the strength while the magical beasts kill the human beings. The purpose is even more simple, that is, in order to prey on them. Wang Defeng's words are true, so that people can't pick out half a flaw. Just Li Siqin only laughed in her heart. He, we'll know when the time comes. The man said to the condescending man who spoke. This is strange, I have a grudge against the Divine Palace by entering the Death Forest. If they want to deal with me they can do it openly and honestly, why do they need to do these useless things? Xiao Yan expressed his lack of understanding. The temperature dropped suddenly, the north wind outside the window was blowing, the ward had the heater on, it was still as warm as spring, and a bouquet of flowers was inserted at the bedside, it was swirling with a thick warmth. But if the heart is cold, can you still feel the warmth? So when half-curious half-longing Xing Mazi, the car parked in front of this look-no covers an extremely wide area of the mansion, in addition to the green tile and red brick ancient architecture, I'm afraid that only the 4 open decorated with copper nails on the vermilion red gate plaque, the 4 bucket of gold characters most eye-catching. That, third brother, if you don't have any orders, then I'll go down and get busy. Yi Piaoshang said as he found himself an excuse. Suddenly, Zhao Dare's ears flicked as he heard a strange sound. However, he couldn't care less because there was something more urgent at the moment. Right across from his Audi A6, a BMW M3 with a rather familiar license plate number was about to rush headlong towards him. If the strength of the candidate chosen by the noble family is very low, belongs to the kind of talent potential is very strong, but due to the age limitations temporarily cannot be a unique candidate, then the noble family sent the strength of the entourage must be strong enough to do, or a little negligence may lead to the candidate was killed by a sneak attack. Until the golden snow cat lying on the ground, grinned and finally breathed a sigh of relief, playing through the hands of the shield to the ground, and then do not care about the slightest face sat on the ground, panting heavily, 2 shield arms are powerless drooped next to the appearance of not to mention how lousy. No, she's not dead, she's lying to me. Chu Bing shook his head with a face of disbelief stubbornly said, suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood fainted on the ground. Forgetting that he had traveled a long human world, he was surrounded by several good companions with different temperaments. They were together in the hot springs on their birthdays and promised to go home together. Xin Wenji and Xin Junshuo couldn't help but snicker. This is the truest side of Mo Xingchen that is not known to the public, and the most adorable side underneath the flighty exterior. This side was rarely shown in front of others, I should say it was limited to Liang Kuan and Xin Wenji. The voice of Feng Xian, which came through the clear wind, lurched, and then a colorful object suddenly appeared from the green wind. Then why don't you protect her if you are so powerful? Xiaoyu turned his head with red eyes to angrily stare at the black shadow and question loudly. It was obvious that even though Yi Tong had turned to him for help, she didn't dare to trust him wholeheartedly, much less tell him the truth. Counting the various divisions and places of the Daqian dynasty, there is no place more suitable for Feng Hong to carry out the great cause of demon decapitation than the division of demon execution. Thinking about the big son called the 2 commoner son into the house, certainly not suddenly want to get up to catch up on the flesh and blood affection, that is something, or bad things. As early as where Su Mingyan had not initially realized, there were already so many people who had fallen in the rain behind him. Alice didn't answer back, except for just now when Su Mingyan asked her if she was willing to go back and she nodded very softly. She had been asleep the rest of the time. Her soul imprint was in the hands of the church, and now she was like a vegetable. Volume 1 Chapter 59, Hear Your Husband. Lin Beibei hadn't even seen what kind of anchor the other party was. Just then, she heard the other party's particularly loud-mouthed words come out. Gu Qinya, who was driving in front, heard the words and glanced in the rearview mirror. He was curious to know who that woman on the other side was, with such a big mouth that she dared to say that even flower wine known wouldn't necessarily be able to beat her? Gu Qinya asked in a deep voice, who? But Lin Beibei was so focused on what was on the pop-up screen that she didn't even pay attention to Gu Chenai speaking. Gu Chenyi's voice was also low, and the netizens in the live broadcast room didn't hear it either. Favored Beibei management, opposite the Qingyu you also too dare to blow, flower wine thick lose that few times, purely program effect, she really thinks she is very powerful. Li Yi drank lowly, his tall body instantly transformed into a huge killing blade, and instantly rushed out towards the sky wolf. At the same time, the ringdog and Jarius who were far away from it, but seemed to have heard Puwan's low whispers just now, 1 second they were still fighting happily, and the next second they were gone. Puwan wiped his hands clean, casually threw the blood-stained handkerchief on the ground, also disappeared. Isn't not seeing just as good as out of sight out of mind? Rain Flutter always felt that fighting with Fu Yunwan all the time, in the end, it wasn't her who suffered anyway. Taking advantage of the fact that he now had a deeper understanding of martial cultivation, he began to cultivate the White Crane Immortal Decree. He planned to cultivate his physical body into a true martial saint. That way, it would be more certain about opening the fourfold gate of soul space. Nor would he be so worried about the growing strength of other cultivation systems. A few of them have been injured a bit, but they are all fine. It's just that they let that Pan Yu who was following Turo run away. Zhu Zikai returned.
Suddenly, Hongxia's hand paused, sniffed carefully again, and looked at Yi and Luoli. Then she slowly moved over to Turtle Elder and spoke close to his ear, who spoke to Yi while squeezing Luoli and Jining away. Yenya gently patted her back and could only soothe her for a few moments. In the end, he could only shake his head and sigh bitterly. Zhuo Tian's silhouette swept up and flashed at the dragon's head at great speed. His left hand made a seal and fiercely slapped at the center of the dragon's brow. Other players have not popped out skills, and popped out which this is not good to ask, but Zhu Yang is really as one would expect harvest rich. After saying this, he ran upstairs. Guan Menjian closed the door, lying on the bed and took out his cell phone to check the news. The above has not yet reported out. Just as several people were making their rounds to understand the situation, suddenly the cloudy skies in the direction of Doomsday Mountain began to accumulate and become dense, and even thunder and lightning began to flash in the dark clouds. So Guanxing is ruthless, it's really congratulatory. Hearing that Guanxing agreed to remarry, Mo Qiantao was also relieved. Lanhua's nature like that would also have a bad influence on Guan Xiaofeng's growth in the future. Zheng Mengyuan spoke while patiently and in detail introducing the old lady to her restaurant's meals as well as the level of the chef. Suddenly, Wang Yuan's gaze once again landed on the item named Demon Beast Seal in his traveling bag. Could it be because this guy always gave people a sense of Zhu Yang's vestigial feeling? When Zhu Yang blew up his grave, he couldn't target him because he was the boss, so his anger was transferred to this guy. Into the night of the village exceptionally silent, a series of hoofbeats seemed very loud, splash of ink general black night, like a giant cave, the front hidden full of eyeing monsters. Regardless of who it was, they all had to go and fight for the 6th-ranked magical beasts, and only after killing the 6th-ranked magical beasts would they be able to obtain heavenly treasures in order to increase their points. Boss still has higher level elixirs. If we perform well, maybe in the future we will all have a chance to enter the Dozong realm. Farmer said, his eyes were still a little excited. After decades, he hadn't been able to break through the threshold of the Dozong. Yes. The disciples of the Punching Sky sect were no longer the Amazons of the past. As soon as Yi Zhou rushed towards the left side, they instantly followed. The martial arts cultivators were in the front and attacked strongly. The Dharma cultivators covered and assisted, and the array cultivators and runic cultivators used 100 means to hold back the devil cultivators, working together in perfect unison. Please do you see me as someone who has nothing to do with installing a wiretap on himself to eavesdrop on his own self-superiority? Of course. Fujimaru Tachibana immediately nodded. This was business, and she immediately narrated all the previous events and battles. After Li Tian's guidance, Li Ming also discovered some tricks, such as following the movements and strength that his father taught him, many times hitting the wolf and leopard orcs when their fist strength and foot strength would be exhausted. The sharp voice of the parasite actually also became maniacal, seemingly in a state of fighting for its life. Most of the nights in the refined sea wasteland had a bright moon and sparse stars, but in the latter half of the night tonight, there was a sudden fog, and it was also very foggy, while everyone was slumbering. Li Tian squinted his eyes and realized that there was no miasma in this thick fog, so he closed his eyes again and pretended to be asleep. Without a document to prove her identity, coupled with the language barrier of the people, Li Nyang temporarily stayed at Jin Shouzhenye's house. Xingchuan Great World quietly descended to the 5 regions Great 6, and then after only one day, it was approached by a large number of powerful people from the 5 regions Great 6. With such precision, Elder Ghost Fire thought that there must be a spy. This was a foreign fire that was powerful and terrifying. It was heard that with this kind of triple tribulation demon fire, ordinary cultivators might be affected by it even if they were slightly close, resulting in a calamity. Ever since she summoned that follower yesterday, she had become heavy-hearted, which was not Fujimaru Tachibana's style at all, and I'm afraid that the rest of the Chaldeans had sensed it as well. Yes. Xiaoran clenched his fist and swung it at the cavernous elevator door, his face carrying undisguised excitement. On the east side was the Yin 18 Writers Union that had recently gained the most momentum. Their help was a lean middle-aged man who had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked out at the sea of people, with a great air of being the only one who could do anything. These 4 people roam around looting, all everywhere like brilliant insects, like destroying into a disaster, raping and pillaging, doing everything. In this area can be called infamous, but because of its own strong strength, there is no one who dares to provoke them. The path pressed out by the giant insect compound king, since it just happened to lead to the location of the diamond-shaped light pillar, there was no reason not to take advantage of this. After all, cloaking was simply too slow. Volume 1 Chapter 60 Saying Bad Things About Big Brother List 1. Being driving Gu Chunyi looked quite calm, but in actuality, he was anxious inside. Can the substitute win without him in the live broadcast room? In the live broadcast room, everyone can't help but lament once again, if only Brother Alphabet was there. He has a wide range of contacts, and he can definitely find people with the strength to brush gifts, and our scores wouldn't be so low. Lin Bebe looked at Chairman of Limited Ability and blamed herself a little. Her eyes curved up and she softly comforted, "It's okay, I don't blame you, baby. Chairman of Limited Ability, Bebe is so nice. When I have money in the future, I'll swipe it all for you. Thank you, baby." This sound baby, Limited Ability Chairman, how can not confused? The main also really not blame can.
This sentence of the big monster, once again in Yihan's heart cleansing. The more he thought about it, the more he felt strange. In the end, where is not right? Even if the white man does not say, Yihan also knows that they are all dead deceased spirits. When it is dark, they will appear one after another in this village, and then walk around aimlessly, still like in the world. Everything listen to husband is, time is not early, husband or early to DM sister room rest. Zheng Ying nodded and said, she and Wei Yurua are convinced of Xiaoyi's vision in this regard. Just now some discussion, this moment is already not too late, to the time of rest. Husband also said that rest should also be regular. Just when she wanted to find some words to defend, her enemy number one piled up a face of indignation and unhappiness, and walked in with a huge momentum. Because, Tang Yan also saw that Luo Xan was very happy tonight. Since this was the case, let this girl completely relax. Anyway, Tang Yan herself was sober and would send Luo Xan home safely at night. This king does not accept his surrender. He killed my coronation son, this king will kill him. Avenge my coronation son. Guli Mang said at the same time. Bow or crossbow, ladder, or not, including the well appendage and the chariots that are about to debut, these all belong to the category of military science and technology, even if they don't reach a qualitative leap but is still a great improvement. Xiaoyi's knowledge from the afterlife plays a great role here, making the brave and good fighting trap army even more like a tiger. Two major strategists speak, Xiao Chao a moment and no reaction, but as Lejin Li Dian Chaoren and other generals secretly shaking their heads, to the city of Guangling firm plus fee and army defense, Xiao's army really do not have the certainty of can be taken within a few days, and now the enemy's morale is very high. It seems that one should really find a way to make money, otherwise, want to really become an alchemist, now it seems, is simply a fool's errand. If that medicinal powder that Zhuangsha drank at that time was not only effective for Great Zhou Heaven experts, it was a more ruthless medicinal powder that could act on the 5 Qi masters, and Zhuangsha was defiled at a young age, she, as a master and a guardian, would definitely kill herself after the killing spree as a way of thanking for her sins. Forget it, let's build it as usual, but only give them a set, just pick a place with a remote location. Zhang Hao frowned. Yukimi's face suddenly changed drastically, as if she had remembered something, and her hands grabbed her hair. Tokyo is a little better than Beijing, but this time of the year is also cold. I wore less. Not long after I got on the car, I shivered and fell asleep. Li Roland and Shan Shan were both confused. Just what happened? How did they appear here? Could it be that they have traveled across the world? The dragon lion beast also nodded, and it was clear that the dragon lion beast could also feel the power in the stone's body. The stone was also indeed a lot more honest, in the stone's opinion, although the person in front of him was an initiate, but after all, he was a wood system initiate, and he had the phoenix true flame in his body, so the other party would not dare to do anything to him. Yi Chen frowned and looked toward the intensive care unit. In his perception, Johnny's life breath did become a little weak. When she came out, she looked at me again. How can I say it? That look gave people the feeling that she was not cordial, but she originally had no obligation to be cordial to me. Chen Ji is to understand the, simply come over and pull my hand. He saw the golden lion for the first time, naturally did not know that the golden lion had no other pressure, but Chu Feng has a strong intuition. This is not the killer mace of the golden lion, there is a more terrifying existence, and it is even likely to be a taboo existence. Although Night Sky's stature was far above Huang Bo's, right now there were still quite a few clues on Huang Bo's body, so Night Sky didn't immediately show himself, but instead hid on the sidelines along with Bailan. I'm not going to talk to you about all that there is to talk about. While you sit down honestly for me now, I have something to ask you. Zhao Daxin ignored him, turned around and pulled the table back to its original position, then set up the table and chairs and sat down with a serious face facing Gu Haofeng. Alright, the person has already fainted. It's not like you can feel anything if you hit him again. When Gu Haofeng arrived, he pulled Zhao Daxin up and down and looked at her repeatedly, only to see that her originally bright and moving eyes were at the moment without any focus, stagnant and staring flatly ahead, like a wooden man who had lost his senses. When Su Guangqi they arrived in Nanjing, just met this missionary. This missionary is aware of Su Guangqi as a high official of the Ming dynasty, so full of doubt he asked Su Guangqi is not the policy of the Ming dynasty remains unchanged, otherwise the factory guards would be why the immigration to Taiwan. Guo Dalu has always considered himself a very principled person, no matter what he does. Because of the long war with the human race, they have also learned some of the experience of the human race, just like cultivating the offspring, those with potential in the offspring can be sent to the cultivation base, where the conditions are much better. You read, let's see what cracking method? Li Qingshan spoke to the dumbfounded Martha. Feng Jun alone knew that there was a jade stone weighing more than 10 tons that was in the process of being cut, and the other party was already talking to him about the price and said that the stone was just too big, and it was troublesome to move. If the price wasn't right, they might stop processing it for the time being. After saying this, his face reddened again. Wadalu's bottom was broken or not, how did he know? Therefore, Wei Shimeng finally decided to reduce the intensity of the training to 1 kilometer that each soldier had to run every day. But other requirements remain unchanged, such as formation, and then military posture. This is because formation is the basis for playing platoon gun, while standing in military posture can exercise one's will, and fighting a war relies mainly on one's will. Jiang Yin picked them up and rushed in, and found no one, but it was Ruian who was careful and found the footprints that were not cleared when they left, and the crowd chased after them again. The mouth said to pinch her to death, the body is very honest obviously loved to hug her and kiss her. Because her husband has the ability to take the exam, the top of the list, by the emperor himself as the assassin of Pingcheng, with honor, she naturally became that assassin's wife. Sure, Jessen even dared to do this surgery if he died. People estimate that it is a medical accident, will not think of her body. This person is both the Jinui 100, under the own children can be dispatched, and is Yingtian Fu side of the high family origin. I guess the family will not let him alone on the job, how will also give some manpower. This is injured so seriously, it seems that just 2 days, happened a big event? Volume 1 Chapter 61 Even eat with take. The black big G in the viaduct traveling at a constant speed. The yellowish streetlights constantly reflected through the car windows on the man's hard lines and side profile. Gu Qinya drove, his cold eyes narrowing slightly. Said the 10 disadvantages of the last game of List 1 Big Brother. The last game was yesterday. This understudy asked to be his wife, is he willing? He brushed a rocket, the understudy went off the air. Then List 1 was himself. Why is it that other people's List 1 is either a deep confession or a variety of benefits? Waiting for his List 1, either the man wearing women's clothing to confess to him, or he is on the list to give the double pampering, and now it is starting to turn to say bad things about him to his face. Gu Chenyi's face was cold and smelly. Swipe the most money and suffer the most? However, just as Ling Zuotian was planning to study on his own, the instructor came over with Yiming Shui and Tang Sini. Seeing such a passage, Chen Feng could not help but be shocked. In that case, probably everyone who was attracted to this forest would be given such a petal. The so-called collecting all the petals was actually a disguised way to encourage killing. When he knew what fruit it was, Ling Zuotian only had one thought, and that was to laugh. Surgical fruit, huh? What kind of ability is this? When I first watched The King of Thieves, I felt cool. At the same time that the black man was hit by Ling Zuotian flying, next to the appearance of 5 black people, a spatial fluctuation and disappeared in this space. Suffering from Tang Xian's blow, although he was in a sorry state, he had benefited from an extra trace of purple-violet true lightning in his body. They first occupied the northeast, then North China, and then launched a fierce attack on Shanghai Bund. More precious than gold, the very fine metallic threads easily broke through the defense of the inner qi, and were easily killed by unseen attacks while the other party felt that the enemy was strong. Even if the injection to take medicine, there are 3 poison it. Again, what gutter oil, toxic milk, sick pork, haze days, and so on for the people of the country's plague is still less. This extreme harsh environment we have to carry and endure over, but also afraid of it a few pieces of deep-fried stinky tofu? Ling Zuotian of course know what is going on with this guy. He had to feel sad for this guy's IQ. He even used a power similar to spiritual power to defend themselves against the power of lightning. This is not looking for death is what it is? Zhao family in the development of the family before, has done a lot of dirty things, suddenly was all exposed, including those black organizations such as money laundering, and even among them there is to help sell drugs. Xiao Chu and Shinsang planned to leave the route. They decided to take the waterway to leave, by car. It is not too safe, after all, Shenziyu in their own territory, there are still some forces. This is also the reason why Master Lin knew that Cheng Xian's reputation was ruined, but also resolutely refused to withdraw from the marriage. The Lin family is relying on the Cheng State Duke's residence to establish a firm foothold. If he withdrew from the marriage, Master Lin really do not have the face to see the Cheng State Duke. Xiao Chu's line of sight also fell onto that person, although the other person's attire was indeed not very formal, and also looked rather disheveled. His hair seemed like it hadn't been washed in a long time, and his beard also covered his entire face. Seeing the man's face, Xiao Chu let out a low grunt and tried to close her eyes again to go back to sleep. She felt so sleepy. But he still didn't understand how these fierce realm martial artists, how did they get the information that the merchant ships were sailing, and how did they make a move towards the merchant ships silently? Lin Miao was just waiting for mom to make a big deal out of it, but he couldn't not show up. He was just about to go out to the whole family, when an ashtray smashed over at the back of his feet, and the glass slag splattered onto the back of his feet. Middle-aged man and companion some shaken, looked at each other, said, "You really did not kill anyone?" There's no wind and no waves, the Jiang who was buzzing, even the ancient sword sect's great warrior Feng has come forward to speak. There was still deep skepticism under his eyes. This Lin Chong and Jiang Yiting's father was a life and death friend, but when Lin Chong assisted the government, he even presumed to sit on the river and mountain wanting to hold the emperor hostage. The root of the matter is that yesterday, he and Bo Qinghuan appeared in the capital together with the Lonely Line. It is thought that he was discovered by someone, so he reported it to the officials to alarm the emperor. Waiting to hit the meal, Xinqi noticed a large rectangular basin placed inside the window, containing many large white steamed buns. And the cow killed in the west seems to be a little timid, swaying back and forth, a look of wanting to escape. Seeing that this withered old man was about to die under Zhen Jiayuan's heavy fist, suddenly out of nowhere 2 7-feet-tall bald-headed barbarians appeared. These 2 barbarians were armed with heavy axes and long sticks, and with frantic swings, they blasted away Zhen Jiayuan's fistlight, and even took 2 steps back to slow down their strength. Of course I went to find Brother Yi. He didn't have time to come, so I'll just go find him. Gong Su had a tone of voice that was taken for granted. Obviously the chaos tree was aware of something. The tree should have been placed under a ban by a mysterious person in the tree. The exterior formed a double ban capable of shielding divine thoughts and soul thoughts. It was very powerful. Otherwise, Long Fei's soul thought would not be confused in the middle, and could not know the secrets within it at all. Kwonya's heart trembled a little. What it meant to be noticed by Suyu was clear in her heart. To be honest, Kwanya felt her blood boiling all over at the moment. It was nervousness and exuberance. 5th and 6th grade seniors, and even 3rd and 4th grade students, they themselves understood this. They had goals to strive for and reasons to work hard. This kind of situation is extremely rare. After all, there are very few evil places in heaven and earth where demonic chi converges. Even if there is a demon that has found this kind of vein of land, it takes great courage to give up the Dao line that has already been cultivated, and to fight to the death in order to get ahead. 3 points of pity, 7 points of expectation. See, not to mention the light wind feel strange, is around the palace. People are like to see a ghost in general. Yesterday, when the examination of the theory questions, this Su Hang's second middle school contestant was sitting in the seat in front of Shinchi, and he handed in his paper 10 minutes early, full of confidence and elegant and calm. In the face of such a perilous juncture, this Chow Mengda can still laugh and talk and drink, when it is really not the work of a commoner. Huang Yan cannot help, anxious to ask. However, even if this harbor is large, if it is too much boat, there will inevitably be bumps between each other. But he does not know, the body of the person is himself, and he also has a double soul physique. Even if the body of the person is strong, will not devour his spirit. Volume 1 Chapter 62 Sexy Photos. Lin Bei's side never swiped a gift. Afeng wasn't in a hurry. He only spent $48, swiped a small rabbit, and easily surpassed Lin Bei to become second. Spoof Explorer swiped a sports car and spent 150 renminbi to become the winner of this game. Spoof Explorer opened his voice and said with a hilarious smile, Bei, your love for your former big brother isn't deep enough either. Feng immediately said on Bei's behalf, it doesn't have to be swiping money to show love, right? It's enough for people to love in their hearts. Lin Bei nodded, my feelings for my former big brother and I are not something that can be broken up by a small punishment. And my former big brother is my own family, he will care. Here there are already many people from Qingcheng who have come to watch to take their seats. Most of them are already full. There are 3 places reserved for a large piece of empty seats, obviously reserved for the other 3 Royal Beast Master Academies. With Star Chow's departure, Chen Faki headed to the conference room with Song Zijia, Airplane, and Turkey, who had just returned. Anyone who tries to morally kidnap me, I won't be polite. Lin Hao sneered without a second thought. Compared to Prince Yu and Pang Kai's reluctance, Wang Su had already nimbly hung those 2 bags weighing 100 pounds on his legs, and then began to cozy up as if he was jogging in the early morning and started to run around the playground. Each of the true devils of the main world was hideous and ugly, and the lowest of them was 2 meters tall, and the devil's energy within their bodies was the purest devil's energy, more than 10 times more pure than Linya's as well as those of the devil's tribe. Lei Luo was a great clan of the southern border tribe, second only to the great elder Zhua Mist clan inside the southern border tribe. This place, ever so golden, there was nearly 200 square feet inside the house. The entire floor was all gold foil piled up. At that moment, Qin Yulong was transformed into a man of fire, even though his body was at that earth immortal half-step realm, but, under the shroud of fire, his shell was slowly being scorched at that moment. From the dawn of the day is still early. Lu Yuan wanted to sleep for a while, just to close his eyes and then go to sleep. He heard the door of his house room was knocked. So late will be who? Obviously, this Qingling Lai is all the way to run. This early in the morning, people are not in the house, is to do what to go? People still need to be recruited after a layer of assigned indicators. They are good, direct enrollment up to become, which is easy to everyone is a little bit unbelievable. That said, with the grudge between the blasphemous wizard and the old god, can the Lord of Filth really put it down so easily? Xing Linghan was naturally aware of this, and Si Jingshen could also tell at a glance that there was a huge difference between this car and his own one. He put the coins inside the storage bag inside his pants bag. His pants' inner pockets were large enough to stuff the storage bag. This was given to him by Huli. It was specially made by the Intelligence Bureau. The exterior looked like ancient clothes, but the inner construction of the pants were still modern pants. That gunman hiding under the second-floor window, his body shook, his expression solidified, slowly looking at the chest that was pierced by the steel ball. His previous life martial arts prosperity. There are martial arts masters to warm up the internal strength, can do flying eaves and walls, flying flowers, and leaves in order to hurt the point. Hu Qishan was instantly relieved and hurriedly led the way in front, leading Shen Yan and Lu Bo out of the Ping'an County Inspectorate. If it were someone else, the secret cultivator was afraid to have flipped out when she heard this, yet at this moment she disheveled and lowered her head. Obviously so good, so big, so many fish, how could it be less overnight? Not the right scale. But that mysterious sixth sense in her heart did not produce an uncomfortable physiological reaction, and she was relieved and bold. In the yard, the Wang family looked through the things they left behind. Rough hands touched the meat, touched the rice, touched this old much can save the life of the good things. Wang mother tears, full of shouting old man.
Originally intended to live this weekend to make up for the length of time, the school side of the basketball tournament is still on the weekend, which you set. But who did not expect? Zhang Shunhua really hate Lu Feng too much. Not waiting for the two of them to have any action, they looked for the door. Every day from this city, in and out of the people of all shapes and sizes, an endless stream of people. However, the security of such a populous and mixed city was the best in the entire Rong Tian continent, because the one who guarded Yunhui City was the #1 expert of the entire illusory Earth Kingdom, Zhenhai King by Ming. Seeing a similar scene again at this moment, her mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc, and where her eyes looked, there was nothing else but the man who was walking towards her. But in the end, she did not dare to do too much. After all, Yuan behind there is a Yuan family, and there is a military region this backing. She wants to offend, but also have to weigh. Those who enjoy the youth, living in the daily full of the present, naturally, with their kind of favorite virtual world, the long torment over every day out of character. At the same time, the three-eyed man gently stretched out his right hand. The black light that killed one person in seconds immediately flew back to his palm, transformed back to its original shape. It was that three-pointed, two-bladed spear. The tip of the spear was black and appeared incomparably terrifying. No one mentioned that bet again, and the names on the table with checkmarks became an overwhelming irony to Zhao Dongji. Then, my humble servant wishes Lord Zhang to find out the truth of the matter as soon as possible. Farewell. Subin smiled faintly and cupped his fists as he left. Wei Yunjin also gave an explanation and excused himself from the tent. That Lu is also a not virtuous, how not to stop the master? In the end is not crawling out of her belly, is not the same, if it is 6 young masters chanting, see her anxious not anxious? Hey, you don't say. So a search. Zhang Zia suddenly realized that the evil to come in his old man is still alive, so Zhang Zia's special run to cut these two goods, come back directly to the god. Now, he should have already understood the Minsur's intention to build a country, only he did not say. He is also embarrassed to directly point out. With Shin known will be many years gained. The method of refining medicine into the human race greatly improved the medical level of the human race at that time. The number of population once again surged, is a good deed that will be remembered for ages. The same Mark Shin known consummation day is getting closer and closer. Sent away millions of troops, Xuanqiu turned around, the original iron-blooded generals, and turned into an ordinary teenager in love. The Hanyu saw me come in and also came over and saluted and said, "Young master, you're here, haven't seen you for a long time." I said in my heart, I don't know you guys. In the end I don't know what you guys are called. The two look the same, let me how to call them in the future. With a loud bang, the ground was violently impacted, flooding a large area of dust, filling the surrounding area. This earth bear fell to the ground under the magical arrow art. Zhang Jiayuan's indifferent and detached voice came from the cell phone. After school tonight, come to the Night Phantom in Central. Xiao Lingxiao was shocked by what she heard, and hurriedly used her dark voice to ask what was going on, and then she heard the Divine Wolf explain that the Wolf Clan's demonic arts are based on fighting, which has to do with the characteristics of the Wolf Clan itself. Although this Bao Ronger was a wolf, she had learned many fox demonic arts from somewhere, which was tantamount to a crooked way for a demon wolf. Volume 1 Chapter 63 Former Ranking 1 Big Brother comes to settle the score. The 10 shortcomings that I just said as a punishment are talking about yesterday's Ranking 1 Big Brother. Lin Bei's entire body froze for a moment. Next second, her eyes widened slightly and she asked in surprise, "GCY is your trumpet?" Immediately after she saw the man sitting in the car, she gritted her teeth and smiled, slowly nodding her head. "Next time when you say something bad about someone, don't do it to their face. Not everyone has such a good temper like me." Oh, good temper? Did he have some misunderstanding about good temper? From the beginning of the broadcast until now, in Lin Bei's heart, the most difficult person to deal with was this alphabet brother, who was particularly bad at cheating. She laughed dryly twice. This is really, how can it be so coincidental too? Watching Zhaoyi disengage Dai Qiuxiang's hand, Airen slightly froze for a moment, but then she immediately ran toward Zhaoyi. When Yifei Shi was born, the Sea Tribe had already been dependent on the immortal race for many years, and had long since lost the crystal palace of the smoke and water world, so he had never seen it. Xia Mao could sense that this was the blue planet, and what he was using should be the cultivation style on Earth without any modifications. Before the meridian buckle could react, it had already been nailed to the soul body by an arrow from the clothes-flying stone, and flew into the distance with the sound of the hunting wind. The Shell Sun is all exactly the same as the royal residence of the third great royal lord, and the decoration of the 3 rooms of the bedchamber, that is completely different. The temptation was so great that any breeze on the pitch was able to startle the frogs. Ni too felt that the other party had found some basic literacy after this new scampering of a couple hundred kilometers in his own country. And he watched as the girl swung her long sleeves, the ropes binding Momoyan loosened, and she took a step forward to catch the downward-facing man striding away from the torture table. Meow. The black cat jumped in from outside over the window before jumping into Yi's arms with unparalleled skill. Although Magat was a bit dissatisfied that the players had begun to take liberties with their tactics, at the same time, he felt that it was time for an official attack, and it really wasn't a yes to always be so exhausted with the opponent. Hearing the roar of the beast, the elders in the corridor were even more surprised, and each of them looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. "You're the deputy director of the city council?"
Chen Weiqiang said in surprise. It seemed that this matter today was a bit tricky. This was an extremely large cave. If one were to describe it, then this cave was almost as big as a workshop in Chang'an. Moreover, the entire rock wall in the cave was covered with a layer of transparent crystals, which could not be compared to the kind of 10,000-year-old cold ice out there at all. These things, they were cold ice mica. The entire city outside the sound of war resounded through the clouds. A light rose in all directions, accompanied by the shouts of players. The battlefield was chaotic. The only thing that Long Kong still has to fight for is that his team was not dispersed, and there is still a chance to organize people to return to the defense. Set, so this was all a set. Fang Dust recalled that day and suddenly understood this. It was just that he couldn't have imagined that for this moment, the other party had actually put in so much effort. Eternity also sighed. It seemed that Boss Skull's analysis was not wrong, it was just that this place could not be entered for the time being. This other matter, of course I don't care, your old man's matter, of course I'm on it, so I paid special attention to it. Yan Lao laughed gleefully. Not bad, I truly cannot see where that ordinary disciple could have reached the realm of ascending to the heavens like you. Lu Zhenya shook her head. Clearly, she couldn't believe it any longer. What you mean is that someone purposely let the wind out like this, making a big fuss. In case Yitian really hangs up this time, those people behind Yitian will retaliate against us like crazy. If that happens, we can shed a layer of skin without dying. Li Zhangxuan's mind was a bit better than his son's. Hubby he is getting engaged. He asked us to go to the capital by Monday. Go to their Han family. After saying that, Shi Tian couldn't hold back any longer and buried her head between her legs and kept whimpering. Gu Fan deduced from only a few words from Ting Tian that the other party coveted his physique, so how could he behead himself so easily? As soon as Yang Dalong's words fell, another shell landed in front of him, pressurizing the crowd so much that they couldn't even lift their heads, so they had to hide behind a big rock. However, since they did not know the cost of the elixir, most of the transactions were dominated by merchants from the central region. Lu Peng was indeed enraged. I did not expect to actually have the other side of the backstabbing. If it is not lucky, I am afraid that the people did not save out, but in turn, he died here in a confused manner. Who is in seclusion, who is in training, who has a grudge against who is ready when to go to revenge, they can completely deduce. After doing this, Lu Peng knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer. The person who came in just now was obviously coming over to inform something. If he didn't go in now, the people outside would sooner or later find out the abnormality, so he covered his face with a square scarf, plugged the bolt on his side, and pushed open the door leading to the basement. The number of heavy artillery of the Turkish army is not large, but every shot can fall into the city of Haifa. A building was blown up, and the unlucky German soldiers were tragically affected. Lu Peng bellyached. It turns out that Hashimoto was nothing but a reckless man who likes to solve problems in a simple and brutal way. It should be his character, but his experience makes up for the lack of character and gives him a chance to have a greater success. Mu Bing knew about Xia Yang, and didn't pursue more on this matter, just turned around and walked back towards the room they came from before. This was a teacher of cultivation, who came from abroad and specialized in this for a very long time, getting quite a few degrees. You know, even Renta himself had or still suspected that that face code was just a character he had fantasized. The old man with the surname of Wan just wanted to be angry, suddenly heard, inside that cave, there was a boom as if a muffled thunder rolling sound. Shangguan Yu carefully looked at the tree, is a real tree, but also cannot see so. He tried to dig the soil, but also dug quite deep, can see the roots below, but also is indeed really loaded in. The people who came to watch the ceremony are not lack of celebrities, no one will notice such a broken arm of the dying old man. Exhausted at the time, Zhang Mingyue plopped down in the ginger water. Heavy knife is very heavy to fall down the whole body to sink, but after all, did not drown in the ginger water, because there is a man in green shirts came to the river surface idly will be a handful of pick up. This day, and Mu Feng mixed hot that rustic man, pointing to the distant city, laughed. Moreover, it is not just powder a certain cartoon, it is the powder of the whole series, that is to say, all of Suha's works Gao Yiro have chased, not only chased, and even she also bought a large number of hand puppet. But the good thing is that all the way is quiet, just like this. He came to the end of the corridor, from the stairs all the way to the 6th floor, through the structural diagram sent to him by the old who, found the wall ladder leading to the rooftop. That tea house boss hastened to explain, thinking that this person in front of me is who. How dare you so directly call the name of the dynasty's great prince, but do the business of the Jianghu. More than one thing is better than another, they do not dare to say more. Volume 1 Chapter 60 for the Wishing Pond's Bastard. Mystic 11, what accounts do I have? What do you think? Lin Bei's lips rose slightly, looking at the screen in a serious manner. Brother, why? I'll tell you, I think so. You first come up and brush me with 10 rockets, and then what? We go to play PK, and we come across a very powerful big anchor. When I was about to lose, you said to that big anchor in a rage, you dare to touch my favorite anchor, I think you were tired of living, then you swiped 100 customized gifts for me and beat the snot out of that big anchor. And then, after the PK ended, you said that the 100 customized gifts you just sent were too little, so you swiped another 500 for me.
A one-time strengthening potion is the kind of potion that completes the strengthening at one time. The magnitude of the strengthening is large, but this kind of strengthening is only once, and it will also affect the user's potential. Basically, after the strength will be stereotyped, and it is impossible to carry out other strengthening again. Xiao Lian Meng thought suspiciously, is Jane's silicon really so magical, and David reconciled? The courtyard was empty and nothing was there, and the gate was closed. Pei Jun was in the middle of his disappointment, when suddenly, he saw a brick with a note tied to it on the ground. Spread a looky Pei Langzhong, your son Titan air in my hands, quickly prepare 10,000 yang at midnight tonight to the west end of the town in the land temple, after the expiration date tear ticket. The plane landed directly in a temporary campground. Li Si once the plane, saw the surrounding set up multiple lines of defense, not only to prevent ordinary people to approach, and even the opportunity to approach. Gao Shui felt that the pressure on his body was steeply lighter, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his heartbeat gradually returned to its normal speed. Lu Qin looked down at the fan handle that was bubbling with blood, and could no longer raise his head. I see. Stranger Yui nodded, no wonder she was having an emotional outburst. Fooling you said that the next day was Saturday, and it just so happened that there would be a flea market open in front of the National Theater, so he went too. Hongdo held the lantern in one hand and didn't forget to check left and right, so as not to miss it with Wang Tsuetsue and the three of them. Although it was a dungeon, but it was just a few airtight basements. Usually there wasn't even a guardian sun. The whole Wulong town, only the 5 major villages would have such a design. If it's because of me, I don't think you have to. As you can see, my cultivation has been dropping. It won't take half a year for me to drop down to the heart stage. The Grand Emperor took the contract. Go, goodbye brother-in-law. The moment he said this, he really got an angry look from Lu Zhixing. The Grand Prince didn't mind. The more Lu Zhixing was upset, the happier he was. Even if he knew that she had a share of the credit for sending Xiao Zhixing away overnight today, it was limited to those in the Yin mansion, and in no way could it be outsourced. Just now when the blood gushed out, Ma Han already felt weak for 2 minutes, and now when he saw that the evil Taoist was about to absorb it again, he knew that if he let it devour him again, he was afraid that he was going to die today. Falling clouds of the Xian's people are going to busy New Year's Eve palace banquet. Zhang wanted she concubine leave to not go to help. She concubine also gladly agreed. Zhang Wan and hire in this New Year's Eve rare leisure, so in the back kitchen to prepare their own food tonight. Yin Qingli took a step into the house and called out to Yin Zhengye for his father, then looked towards Ning Luo who was sitting on the edge of the couch with pursed lips and didn't say a word, and softly called out for his mother. City Lord Gu Xian commanded with concern. Gu Ying and Ling Zimo are both one of the most talented youngsters in Shibi City, and with the two of them traveling together in pairs, they won't have to worry about the people of the 4 great clans making any moves behind their backs. Liang Xaner was furious and immediately reached out her hand to try to pull Song Qian off Chu Emozhan's body. Although she herself didn't know where the pishy flower on her back came from, this innate mark allowed her to have a high level of cultivation, and that day, if she hadn't utilized the power of the pishy flower, by virtue of her being an upper immortal, it would never have been possible for her to bloodwash the heavenly palace. The other party was instantly frightened, wanting to pull the sword out, but simply could not hold it, feeling that one sword was not like a dog leg stepping on it, but was pressed by a 5-finger mountain, standing, and not moving. The situation in the Hongmeng zone must be very tense as well. One even had to gather all of the topmost powerhouses in this world, otherwise if even one soul sacrifice realm was left behind, it would be enough to solve all of the problems at hand. The old man's back couldn't help but chill when he thought of these people hiding so deeply. If that was really the case, then I'm afraid that this power was even more terrifying than he had imagined. What was the meaning of making tea when saving people? And what the hell was this tea? A dark mass that also emitted a strange flavor. This thing, sure it's drinkable? What is the Xiong Feng Great Tonic Soup for? Tell me about it if you've drank it. Lin Luyu was curious. Lu Chu and Zhou Su were woken up by a scuffling sound. Zhou Su was the first to be woken up, and then he rushed to wake Lu Chu up. As the drink fell, the glowing black-scaled dragon man in front of the crowd, his feet suddenly stomped the ground, and the strong force directly caused it to storm up into the sky, and then in the crowd's stunned gazes, it directly slammed headfirst into that strong thunder. If he hadn't been stigmatized by the media, he wouldn't have been willing to tear his face off against Tang Bao, only now, he had no way back. Are you really not going to sit down? If it's too late, there's plenty of room here, so you can stay as well. Bai Li said with a smile. If Zhang Yoji was willing to go to work in the mine at that time, and Lin Jiaming went through the human relations, maybe Zhang Yoji could really escape the fate of being a youth. Sudden change happened in a flash. Long Yang suddenly only feel the bottom of the eye seems to have a flash of green light. At this time, in the center area, Li Sun Xin and Calcetier still do not know that the battle situation outside has undergone a reverse transformation, the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, to lay Dongtian to carry out the final decapitation. Even though the human order was just a weapon for the higher powers to rule over the ants, there was still a certain amount of order on the surface, or at least it wouldn't allow humans to blatantly kill each other. Volume 1 Chapter 65, Sacrificing Me Again? Favored Bebe admin, I don't know just now how a sudden burst of heaven and earth. Enjoy the nesting life, you guys look. Bebe is really upside down.
And not right. How come her hair is not hanging down? Limited ability chairman, I now suspect that we are upside down.
Lin Bebe just pulled out her cell phone charger and turned her phone upside down so that the netizens could look at her with the same upside down effect.
Madly gnawing on a pig's ass, good lord, she's giving the live stream upside down. Favored Bebe management, I also look at the phone upside down so that it does not affect he. Netizens who came over from old 6's live room to spy on the enemy.
Okay, as long as your request isn't excessive, I'll help you.
Chang Sun Jitao helplessly agreed. You're still in the mood to comfort me. Really, what about your Mu phone? Shouting Clear Shadow glanced anxiously at Dekuro Anki.
Ghost Aura was the most primitive energy of the Sanluo Death Realm. It was equivalent to attribute-less energy. It could inspire various attribute techniques and strike various attacks. For example, Mu Fei, he was able to execute Cold Ice Decision, but likewise he could also cultivate Wooden Escape technique.
Silly girl, it's really fine. Don't believe me? You can let Wang Yen come and take my pulse. I'll really be fine in a few days. Don't you believe me?
Gently drying the tears for Song Lu, this feeling of someone caring in someone's heartache makes her feel that she is not so lonely in the strange otherworldly world. If Rin Bufan told his family that he could insulate everyone from death if he refined the golden pill, he was afraid that no one would believe him. And this kind of thing can't be told all at once, need to give the family time to accept it slowly, and at the same time can't trigger a big upheaval in the whole world outside. Wang Yen came in was really shocked by the scene in front of him. This could end, suddenly flow so much nosebleed.
However, Su Qiaoyue really endured, but her straightforward character really couldn't endure it anymore.
After Yin Fan left the mansion, he returned to the academy and was thinking about his future path, as well as how in the end those private soldiers in the mansion should be subdued, and how they should be utilized. As for the reason why Jing Shun swore to do so, there was naturally only one reason. Behind Lu Xinjin was the two big families, the Wright family and the Lu family, which would be of great help in consolidating his position as the emperor, and also to balance the power between the 100 officials of the former dynasty. That look looks as if it is mocking Gubei. Even if you are more powerful, you cannot sway my thoughts. The time is uncertain, and it's a lot of trouble to go back and forth. Moreover, I can now seclude myself from the valley, and I can go 10 days and half a month without eating.
Azure said.
Marquis Leiden narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Hearing the stone say that his boss was still inside, he also first made sure of the stone's strength. If it was average, then his boss was not to be feared. She was truly frightened. Originally the way she was getting along with Huiza now was a bit weird, not like a couple at all, plus Li Xianing saying this was like a heavy blow of alarm in her heart. After she cowered in the corner and sat down on her knees, she quietly raised her eyes and looked at Lord jingling through her eyelashes. Two figures flashed out of the car at the same time, appearing at Essie's side, anxiously checking Essie's injuries. Because he sensed a threat, the seventh male called Huang Clan was too dangerous. Anyway, there's no rush, just wait until the princess wedding is over before you leave. She is your best friend here. It's not right that you don't attend a wedding that only happens once in a lifetime. I don't want you to think about it later and feel regret. Returning to his room, Su Jing said as such, ruthlessly moving Xueli. This reunion is destined to be the beginning of another round of games. Her entanglement with Li Xian was more complicated than she had imagined. But it was just what I wanted. The more complicated the test, the more you can see the human nature. Isn't it? Happy face. Thank you all for your encouragement and support. PK ended with someone comforting Bug. Bug appreciates it. As for the final result, it's still the same saying, let's be satisfied with what we've got. It's still okay for us to be less than the top and less than the bottom. At least the votes everyone gave me have far exceeded my expectations. You can't be too greedy. Amazed face. Xueli's heart fluttered. Bite? This kind of thing tends to only occur between extremely close couples, just like how she would bite Su Jing every time she was sad. It seems that the one Jin Zimo was talking about, she should be his ex-wife. Although the tavern also sells wine to its guests, most of the guests just buy a few jugs, like him who buys 5 jars of wine in one breath. The waiter has never really seen it. Just do not know, all this mind, in the encounter oneself, can appear very ridiculous? The girl that he met on the street and then invited to treat the prince was actually a Shin doctor? No, it was a madam. She said that she was Mrs. Nangong, and had obviously already married. Of course, there was another important matter. She didn't want this matter to disturb her university life. Of course it could also be because the shrine had a special seal. She couldn't feel the aura of the god skeleton. Has been waiting not far away from the long river, but the Zhanyang's indignation. Xiao Ying words heard clearly, helpless sigh, Xiao adults but the emperor's brother of a different surname, the crown princess again to the crown prince to cause trouble. Wait a while for Jean, Xu Huang is sure to go to relieve himself as well. At that time, he will just chase after him. Divine element advancement, need to be sharpened by suffering, knowing and doing essence cultivation, need to grow in heart, see through the desire of the original heart. He is Rong Yun. Suddenly, Luo Yaoer smiled with certainty and opened her mouth. Su Jin froze and did not speak. The black gas ruthlessly crashed into the light shield, dispersing into repeated black smoke, spreading towards the surroundings, seemingly looking for a way out, occupying the top of the arc, as if it was a black mushroom umbrella, the poisonous kind. So powerful.
Dihao's gaze condensed. He could hear that when Pil Wuji was talking about those truly ancient families, there was a strong color of scorn in his tone, and with his unpredictable means being so scornful, one could imagine how powerful the ancient families in his mouth were. Meng Fanglan once again performed the soul-shifting technique, sending her into the hall of the Meng family more than 300 years ago. She looked at Li Sally. Li Sally's skin was white, no need to treat it, skin care products can be used, the skin still needs to be maintained after all. No wonder Emperor Hua Qing is making a sudden visit this time. Next I'm afraid I'll have to give myself a hard time, Jia Baoyu thought with a bitter smile. There's no need to specially buy anything, I've already prepared it. Gu Yue took out a design of the necklace. This gift was given without any clichés, and it was also particularly pleasing to the host family. It was a good gift alright. Volume 1 Chapter 66 Brother-in-law come over later? It's okay if others don't brush. How come Brother Alphabet and the others don't brush too? Do they want to wait for her to kick them out of the live room? GCY, don't rush, wait for the last 5 seconds and I'll go on. You call that old 6? Mystery Man 11, doesn't that old 6 want to take revenge? Just screw him. AAAA Gold Medal Male Model National Flyable, directly let that old 6 break the defense. Favored Bebe admin, we're really in sync. I was thinking the same thing, hahaha. The other 3 looked at Lin Bebe who couldn't call up little yellow duck all the time. All of them looked at Lin Bebe in bewilderment. Sixth brother muttered in a low voice, what's going on? It's not like her family can't call up 100 little yellow ducks, right? Just. Strong words, forget it, go inside. Sharona shook her head helplessly, opened the door and walked in. Because of the round of combat power, IS terrorists, although there are many, but they are all some scum with a combat power of less than 5, for all are the elites of the bodyguard industry around the world. Killing an IS terrorist is no different from pinching an ant. Gu Haigu used to think that the Son of Destiny is limited to legend, but not until a short time ago to get the news, only let him for the real importance of this thousands of years of illusory characters. Joyfully, in addition to sending them, the Holy Lord had also secretly sent someone with greater abilities than them, so they were saved. Impossible things, but Chen Chang balked, not because of the Ma Dai trio, but Chen Chang himself felt strange. Why did the chaotic power that he had left behind in Nao Shang's shoulder grow bigger and bigger? When he obtained this sword seed, he was the one who was delighted to realize that the opportunity to break through to peak martial zone had come, and it was all about this sword seed. In the pavilion in the center of the back garden, Ma Chang and Beimua Mehua each held a cup of watery wine and gently touched it. Beimua Mehua took a shallow sip, while Ma Chang drank it all in one go. Then where is the exact location of the Death God Temple if not here? Yi Zun asked curiously. Chen Chang's divine sense swept around. There were 17 people present, including this Lin Duan. There were 3 high-rank Shenxian level energy fluctuations, the rest were middle-rank Shenxian, which in Chen Chang's eyes, were already considered unimpressive. What on earth? Could it be that he had been misunderstanding him? What Helian Wushuan wanted was not the power of the throne. For a while, the people realized that in Songhai, there was such an army that fought well. Thus, most people were praising and singing its praises. Yui, are you alright? I'm sorry, I came late. I didn't even think that you can't swim. How is it possible? That you are. Fan Shuhai was so worried that he was incoherent, and when he noticed that he said a little bit too much, he hurriedly closed his mouth. Sui, with a dumbfounded face, was hugged by Lin's mother, so to say, Mom, what exactly have you brainstormed? She can't work, she can't earn money, she's expendable, she's a disgrace, so what's the point of keeping her? The family spent all the money for her, and even borrowed $12 to send to the brigade. I say he deserves it, he's to blame. Su Jinga said word for word. Su Guoji panicked. In case Mrs. Gu even had a bad impression of Su Jinghua, wouldn't their marriage be over? She hurriedly took it out and read it. It was passed to her by her secret guards, so it must be about her grandfather. My name is Chen Xiu, word Keiji, with Xiu as my name. My father wants to encourage me to cultivate my body and family, rule the country and comb the world. Rume put the head and face are well washed. To know, there is no range hood. Get 10 dishes out. A head and a face is the smell of fumes it. Originally, I should be glad to repel the Black Eagle, but I didn't expect that the destructive and powerful arrow didn't stop at all, and directly smashed into the boundary of the spirit boat. I'll definitely fall on them if I have the chance, he he he. Su Yan gloated. Through this plaza there was a long corridor of about 20 meters. From the corridor all the way forward, another similar circular plaza appeared. Around the plaza there were command rooms, training rooms, intelligent control labs, entertainment and recreation rooms, cafeteria and dormitories, and there was also an iron gate that was wide and high enough to pass through an automobile that was in a closed state. I choose 3, I'll let that grandson know the terror of my Chao Wei. Chao Wei thought silently in his mind. Sure Hao asked Wang Ping to bring Ah Hu over for a careful search, and after a few minutes found a piece of rag that was recognized as the fabric of a prisoner's uniform. The men hurriedly finished eating and went off in pairs, looking like they had found a good angle in advance to watch the show. The white-bearded Taoist took the scepter and strided over to the celestial crystal stone, and with a violent shake of his arms, a circle of purplish-red spiral beams of light swirled back up along the scepter. This person in charge was Su Wucheng's comrade in arms, called Yu Ruifeng. The Luo City Display Center was the largest display center of Haoshi bionic technology, and the people in charge were all handpicked by Su Wucheng, and at the very least, they should have the ability to stand alone. Since you know about cultivators, you should know that they don't lack much money. Ling Zuotian said indifferently. And even though the Hulyua was sleeping, the old man went to chant twice a day, and it didn't seem lonely. But Lin Qingyu was curious. The old man went to chant in the Hulyua's ears every day. Wouldn't they go off the deep end? The old shouhead also did not expect the old man in green shirt to be such an incomprehensible person. His arm trembled slightly a few times, but still could not help it, opened the matrix and pushed the old man in green shirt out again. But the attack of the orcs did not stop. Only a second later, the orcs' more arrows with a bit of fire are like shooting stars falling from the sky, crossing a beautiful arc, falling toward the 10 rushing ships that have already faltered on the sea. Spiritual meals, not mortal dining, that even mortal restaurants usually slaughter a crocodile is not 1 or 200 pounds. They will be worried about not having specific stoves, pots and containers. Alright, let's not talk about anything else for now, let's start the meal. Lin Mother was also shrewd, immediately announcing that the meal was open. Then again, she deliberately arranged the seats so that Lu Tian and Lin Fengling sat together. Although Lin Fengling was unwilling, she had no choice. There are quite a few skills this time, but the skills that are really useful to Xiaoyu are the Wilderness Survival Master specialization and that chest-pounding fury. The Survival Master is not something that Xiaoyu wants to do wilderness live streaming. He doesn't need to rely on live streaming to make money, except that there is a high possibility that it will be used in the later film and television world. Volume 1 Chapter 67 Alphabet Brother 2 Licky. Just when she was worried that she couldn't find a suitable excuse to kick Lin Wana out, Lin Wana helped her think of a perfect excuse. Lin Beibei walked to the side of the coffee table, looked at Lin, and spoke without changing her face. Right, so you're going to stay at the hotel first. The teasing smile on Lin's face gradually solidified. After a few seconds of silence, he laughed out again. Or is $500 enough to stay in a hotel? You still have to pay a deposit. Lin Beibei rolled her eyes at him. If she didn't have that little bit of weakness of imitating the woman her own brother liked, and the worry of being sorry for her sick and dying mother, she wouldn't even want to give $500 to Lin Wuan. Ordinary hotels are enough, you still want to stay in a presidential suite? It's not enough, so you add some yourself. The two mangy men naturally didn't pay attention, but the man in the corner slightly sidestepped his head, as if listening. Everyone, gray-headed, looking at the only two cleanly clothed men left in the room, were inexplicable, having no idea what had just happened in the smoke and dust. Moros, Karis, you come with me. The rest of you, go back and gather your soldiers immediately. We need to move in and take control of the barracks now. Opius ordered in a cold tone as he put on his helmet and fastened his short sword to the belt around his waist. This is indeed a bit troublesome. If our big names are on the online wanted list, that would be bad. Han Zhenyu also said bitterly. Jin Xing had long wanted to go and see it. At this moment Yi Weian took the initiative to bring it up. There was no reason not to agree to it. Only just after following Yi Weian for a few steps, Jin Xing's hand that was hanging down at his side was quietly gripped into Yi Weian's hand. He could not imagine that Wu Zuoji, who always had a kind face, would actually insult himself in front of his face. This is simply audacious. Although he was a casual cultivator, he was slightly aware of the feud between the cold food sect and the Taiga sect. He was naturally too lazy to participate in this kind of sectarian dispute. Follow me. Hitler beckoned to Xiong Qi and said in an unwavering tone, then regardless of Xiong Qi's reaction, he himself turned around first and walked towards the house. The front yard this side of the bustling happy event, those stewards although the heart surprised, but will not show on the face, Mang bow one by one to toast, stewards and stewardesses are warmly congratulated, because this marriage is Mrs. Su, one by one, this temporary put together a pair of heaven into the ground can be vigorously boasted. As soon as the official classes started, evening study sessions were added in the evening. The same as the junior year, the so-called evening self-study is nothing more than a formal class under the guise of self-study, until 7 o'clock in the evening before the end. In Feng beside Sun Ren once again became frightened and restless, his face pale, completely did not expect just out of the wolf's den again encountered the tiger's den. At this time, Sun Zhihui do not know where to find a pull private work gold cup bread stopped in front of Tang Feng and others, the door opened everyone on board. In the dark room in the center of the enshrined Zhu Zhishan's portrait, this portrait and handed down Zhu Zhishan's appearance is not different, a flirtatious talent dress, behind a peach blossom forest. The class teacher in Mr. Z's English class is still light and strange, citing a messy example, instead of helping to understand, it will make people listen more and more confused. Swordsman inquired openly and secretly for a long time also did not inquire about where the 7-colored lotus seed was. But that's not important, the priority now is how to help the escaped 6th and 7th children to save the 5 gourd children who were captured by the snake spirit. Finally Li Fei understood, these are flood-level ferocious beasts, ordinary magic treasures in front of them are all waste products, now the only thing of high grade that can be sacrificed at any time is the overwhelming heavenly scrolls, but he got his hands on it and has not yet carefully studied how to use it. As soon as Xianyuan Tianqin's words fell, the cock-crowned python that was originally struggling violently also gradually quieted down.
This kind of incomparably valuable and rare map, for hundreds of years, I don't know how many people were searching for it without any whereabouts, let alone appearing in Li Fei's hands. Not long after going deeper into that oasis, Yin Feng saw a pure spring hibiscus tree with a body as crystalline as jade, emitting a bit of fluorescent light. I know Teacher Zhang, as long as you do your best, then I won't disturb your rest, I'll leave first, I said politely to Teacher Zhang. Although Firma agreed with Li Hao's approach, she still couldn't help but feel a bit worried in the face of Li Hao's outspoken behavior of asking for a gift. Like just now when everyone was messing around in the middle of the road, there wasn't anyone on the opposite side who was bloodied, so it made sense that he didn't show up. The crowd didn't know why the Red Queen was acting like this, but they still couldn't help but look at Alice with a strange expression. He himself maintained a neutral attitude, for one thing, because he didn't want the chairman to misunderstand that he and the other party had anything to do with each other, and for another, he and Zauber Kayamasu were simply superior and subordinate, with nothing personal, and he didn't want to hold up the path of development of a great young man. At this time, this bigger martial arts phase external body is the eyes light and godless, plus its body is a real six-realm martial arts cultivation martial arts phase external body. In the center of this bald peak, like being given a sword to the waist, cut off a neat chunk, really a chunk. He first scooped out the red iron from the furnace, poured into the pre-made mold to be cooled into a rough embryo, and then take out on the anvil repeatedly folded and forged, until the sword embryo molding. 3 people also do not want to owe the shopkeeper, let the shopkeeper send a seal IOU to finally buy. And they took these silver after they went back to the gambling house. This time, they did not so impulsive and reckless, with their own real skills, finally earned enough to buy the refining of the antidote to the herbs. He suddenly threw out the long rope in his hand, the rope flew through the air and swept across the 10 meters wide river, and flexibly wrapped around a tourist who fell into the water. The only difference is that the compass hook sky is still in the source and constantly absorbed this half-peak waist above the spiritual energy. As soon as Sun Wukong put away the cheeky smiling face from that dinner just now, his expression suddenly became extremely cold. To fall into the holy pool, Meteor looking around is still shrouded in clouds, his head is also suddenly pain, face shows the color of pain, Phoenix Aotion then fell, looking around the white light, and then looked to Meteor, lifting up his palm, pressed on the 4th white light, the body is instantly caught up in it. Yes. That Sergeant Tom immediately took more than 100 people with him and touched towards the front. The bearded man and the large troop, on the other hand, took a moment to rest in place. Yin Yumo listened to him say such words, she instantly didn't know how she should reply. It's not like she wasn't clear about Mui-chan's heart, but she had no way to accept it, she just wasn't mentally prepared for it right now, because she really needed time. Roar! Surprisingly, the cries of the de-perishable stone lions could be heard everywhere here. Clearly there were only hundreds of them, with nearly half of them still living together, but the entire Lion's Plains ridge reverberated with their voices, which showed just how powerful their lion's roar was. Ning Yufei's master and disciple had rushed all the way to Lion's Plains Ridge, and afterward, in order to save time, they had only rested a little bit before rushing directly towards the direction with the densest aura on Lion's Plains Ridge. However, the other party's less than 2,000 high-level undead had demonstrated a stunningly superior combat power and a variety of attack methods. One by one, their instruments were so complete and well-equipped that many of the large mercenary corps in the Klein continent were not as good as them. Volume 1 Chapter 68 Boyfriend? I don't know how he ran to Qin Yuyu before, but now how did he run to this imitator's live broadcast? Zhou Wine's heart was a bit flustered. Running to Qin Yuyu's place could only mean that Big Brother had changed his tastes, but running to the mimic's place meant that the mimic wasn't a bit capable? Jojo paused on her vacation and hurriedly called her assistant Qin. How are the data of our family's recent live broadcast? Has it slipped compared to before? Qin thought it was Zhou Jewel who had seen the link to Beibei's live broadcast that she had shared in the past, and she replied, there's no problem with the data, but we can't let our guard down, and my current thought is to suggest that you open the live broadcast a few more times, and then give more. Looking at wearing dirty clothes, Changsun Xiu seems to be a little uncomfortable. Wang Xingxin let Pepper take her to the backyard to cool off and rest, and he was waiting outside the door of the house for Wang Shi to return. Broken Sword Cliff, the core area of the Broken Sword End, is surrounded by mountains and rivers formed by the stones of the boundary wall, and the law storm scrapes out countless traces of the law, leaving behind a lot of great Dao patterns. The storm of laws was exceptionally strange. The storm passed through the traces of laws and ran along the grain paths. The power was as strong as the great Dao divine power. Samurai Sakata, who had inserted his sword back into his waist, slightly retreated 2 steps back, his face a thunderous pair of dead fish eyes. Ha ha ha. I'm sure you won't do that, on the contrary you're actually somewhat looking forward to being like this, right? Continued the evil grin. After Eloisa replied, Morongchin didn't bother anymore, but instead returned his hand and gave Hugh and Simon another healing wind, turning these 2 people directly from serious injuries to light injuries, and only then did he look at the spotter who was staring at the side with his eyes wide open, looking at himself with a face of disbelief. Xia Yenhua of course would not be stupid enough to just let Hao Xian go. He hastily reached out his hand and naturally held her. Then he trapped her in his arms, those deep eyes were looking straight at her, and finally looked at Hao Xian's heart suddenly beating sharply, at least 104 a minute. Looking away from the central frown, leaf mirror meditation flip hand took out a compass-like magic weapon, one-handed pinch, along with a black light into from the compass magic weapon on the light flooding, and then gathered into a beam of light pointing to a direction. The coldness on his body made Hao Meng want to change into dry clothes in a hurry, but he didn't want to be watched by others when he changed his clothes, so he nodded his head obediently now in order to exchange for the best result.
Yeah.
General, he is busy confused. I heard that the Jiang family are preparing to do funeral. Now in the hall mentioned an unconscious person, the general is deceiving the king?
Zhang Zhong's respondent Zhao Zhong then naturally chimed in.
Almost instantly, the 7 elders appeared in the sky above the sky city, seeing a silhouette in the distance from far away, the kind of aura pressure like a tsunami erupting, 1,000 waves sweeping over, the space trembled. Immediately after, the deep pit sprang out a beam of blood-colored flames, rushed up to the sky and the black clouds in the sky. From a distance it looks like the sky and the ground between the erection of a black pillar of the heavens.
Anyway, no matter what, she is certainly not an ordinary person. Understanding her as the reincarnation of Shiha is not wrong.
I was baffled, and when I turned my head, I found Ranyu and Jing Yimu gazing at me with their respective gazes. Just what was it that actually made the god of plenty personally visit the Tang family residence, and the old ancestor didn't even show up? Looking at Lin Xianer's puzzled expression, Lin Hong suddenly remembered the snake-tailed mouse he saw when he was hanging from the tree, as well as the black mist that hadn't entered his body.
But how was he not in the least bit alright now?
What do you mean? It seems like, it clearly is.
I exasperatedly gave him a blank look.
This person is like wood, blind people can see things, to his eyes also seems to seem like. This person has been tracking Wang Yang's shadow, but I do not know what secret technique it used. This way Wang Yang unexpectedly completely did not feel. The waiter and served 3 plates of dumplings, the most on and people judge, at least 2.5 plates, to the end of the day will be into the clear water have San's stomach. Sitting on the edge of the bed for a full few minutes, the brain finally became clearer, the body is also slowly recovering, finally not as tired as before, at least can get up and shush. Feng Changqin, the Anqi festival minister, who was known as the Imperial Twins with Gao Xinji, was in the middle of the group. Big Chief Li had the god of fortune behind him, but Kong Jia and Wu Chang did not, plus the arrangement of 2 flanks to block the reinforcements. The 2 men followed the discipline of shooting and tried to collect as many cartridges as possible. Even if the Tuoba sent a large number of troops to surround, but the North Wells lieutenant colonel is also a senior captain, combat experience, once he senses that it is not good, will inevitably look for a suitable position to die and wait for reinforcements. He exuded a light floral fragrance, making the air around him fresh and pleasant. He also wore a string of delicate crystal necklaces, on which hung a sparkling gemstone that was as bright as a star. Only after the car drove away did Song Su Su react. She was about to try to unbuckle her seatbelt when Gu Yin drove with one hand, and with the other hand, he squeezed her hands in a deadly grip. Auntie, at this time, Deng Zhou is no longer a problem. I'd better go back to the mansion. Without me around, there's no telling what the mansion will become. Lu Xianger lived in the Li mansion for a few days, then she was somewhat unable to live there anymore. It's not that she can't get used to the Li mansion, but there's no Huqing Song's flavor in the Li mansion. And the current plan to go south is still being kept secret. The empire is preparing in secret, and very few people know about it. Xianger, what are you pulling me for? I'm going to tear down that shed. Xiaoxia Ai's cold light appeared, with a bone-chilling chill. Playing mahjong has worked hard for the 3 of you. I am preparing to suggest to the municipal party committee to give you model labor medals. Xin Feng said in an unsympathetic manner, his face was so cold that it was scary. Volume 1 Chapter 69 Joe Weiner kicked out of the live streaming room. Chairman of limited ability, didn't Bebe just say there were guests at home? Madly gnawing on Pig's ass, but it's already past 7 p.m. and there's a guy in the living room, is that really normal? Favorite Bebe admin, maybe it's Bebe's relative, don't make a fuss, Bebe just doesn't have parents, other relatives should be there. Lin Bebe heard Lin Wuwan's voice suddenly come, and immediately startled her. People really cannot do something wrong. This is not really a wrong thing, coincidentally catch her own brother also like Flower Wine Thick just. I can only say that the charm of Flower Wine Thick is really great. Lin Bebe slowed down her mind and turned. This is the power of the flesh of a saint, as long as it is not completely dead, it can constantly recover. Sun Mangling's chest trembled slightly, her face was slightly red, and one jade finger pointed at the door of that office and drank. However, Li Fu Xiong still did not answer, even lazy to pay attention to his brother, but has been humbly kneeling on the ground, waiting for Lu Zheng to make the final judgment. Entering the Xie family's house, Su Cheng looked around and scrutinized it once, and found that it was not simple, but not luxurious either. It was a medium decoration, and it was relatively elegant and quiet. This is my room? Lin Lin looked at the pink color of the room, as if there was a kind of beep dog feeling coming out from the bottom of his heart. This company, a legend in the industry, had gone from nothing to a corporate value of over tens of billions of dollars in just a few months. In turn, if there was a chance to utilize it, that is, a chance to develop it into a dead man, Yi Tian would have absorbed it. At this point in time, Lu Zheng was conversely not in a hurry, so he could simply cultivate once more and also stabilize his cultivation.
When it flowed through the sword orifices, although it was slightly better and not like the last time when it was worse than death, it still made broken sorrow suffer. And after hearing He Zheng's words, the young man who was originally full of confidence had a layer of red color floating faintly on his face, that was given to anger. Not long after, the carriage entered the Zizimen gate in Beijing. Xiahua flashed his waistplate and said the reason for the incident. The soldiers of the 5 cities guarding the gates saw that it was Genie Wei, and heard about this kind of thing. How dare they be slow? He opened the gates and deployed soldiers to escort the carriage all the way to the Forbidden City's palace gates. When I woke up again, I was already on an ordinary civilian airliner, and the disabled young man was snoring against the window. And he himself was lying on Zhang Linger's shoulder. Following the direction of his finger, I saw that a patch of corpses there had joined together and turned dry and greenish-black, as if they were corpses in a coffin. That's right, this elite student award is also because that student started it. General Manager Xie also said. Taniju couldn't figure out what Su Shi was up to, although he didn't think Su Shi could succeed either, knowing that he had tried everything he could think of and couldn't do anything about it. Now even though those guys are stronger, at most a group will be able to take on the 2nd Xian Yuan Emperor, right? 3rd Xian Yuan Emperor, he. They can't yet. Tatsuya couldn't wait to bash those guys now. The devil said from above to reveal his head, in the head above the same hanging a flame, color green, but Fong Lei's green lotus holy fire. Well, he Greenstaff Fairy Wing today simply make use of home skills, let this arrogant guy and the dying know both sides of the huge gap between the cultivation gap is simply impossible to cross the moat. Yen Monan strides in, looking for one room after another, his temper becomes more and more violent. When he enters a room, he no longer pushes the door, but directly kicks it with his foot. Fong Lei's eyes widened as he snapped back to the night he had just arrived in North Stone City, the Yin man who had carried the ghosts of Fong Ro's family to fade away. I have to remind you that you are a spirit race, but at this point, you are already a human, don't self-destruct and do something confusing. Gu Lingshu said with a straight face. While saying this, Tian, whose mighty pressure was directly pressing on his mind, making Wu Qiyun not dare to hide. And in the face of this, Wu Guangyi could only sigh in vain. From the moment Tian who turned around and opened his mouth again, he knew that things were irreparable. Because I indeed did not expect that Zhang Zhu would watch this kind of movie, and it was in the office. Haimori-sen and Su Pathos are needless to say, the two were originally from the blood-clothes sect, there is no breakage in the Gongfu breath, to slightly change the appearance. Xiang Gangtian also has a way, his method of disguise can not only change the appearance, but also can change the breath of the body. The young policeman spat out his tongue, awkwardly smiled and looked at us. Ling Jing, this ice beauty is famous, in the police station no one dares to provoke her. When he slept at night, he leaned on my body to cling for a while, and left early the next morning. Sima Yu had the intention to chase behind, naturally, he was able to catch up. Tailed all the way, there is no intention of wandering. This difference which can escape Sima Feng's eyes. When seeing Xiang Gangtian and Zhao breathing together, Sima Feng's pretty face showed the color of surprise. When she saw Xiang Gangtian and Zhao together, Sima Feng's pretty face showed a surprised color. When she said this, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became tense. Lu Xianzhu and the others couldn't help but gather around, eyeing Holmium Tongue intently. As long as Xiang Gangtian gave the order, even the Dharma Pulse Realm crowd would not hesitate to strike. However, as far as they stayed, it wouldn't do to have no expert powerhouses around to protect them. Xiang Gangtian casually shook his hand, and the crowd saw a red aura fly down from between his fingers, landed on the ground and transformed into a form, but it was that blood slaughter who had been practicing in the Immortal Mansion. Hearing this, that big brother suddenly also reacted. Also right, the strength of the falling rain root is strong, he does not deny, but on top of such a strong strength also have to satisfy the learning requirements of that spatial ring remodeling drawings. This is absolutely impossible. Since you all have arrived, then we won't say much, let's get straight to the point. Just after sitting in his seat, Yin Ziki said very directly. When Yiming was as blessed as his heart, paying no attention to the pain in his body, his mind emptied as much as possible, paying quiet attention like a stranger, letting his blood chi run on its own. Really dismissed. I was shocked and angry. Things have not yet been finalized, so I am in a hurry to be dismissed. This is not clearly letting people fall into a well to go. Blue-white lightning raged in this huge room, tearing apart everything they could. Volume 1 Chapter 70 Whose jealousy has spilled over. 999 was kicked out of the live room by the management. Zhou Weiner looked at the words that she had been kicked out of the live room, her face dark and ugly. She, as the main owner, was actually kicked out of the live room by the mimics, and it was still those big brothers who watched the stand-ins who made the mimics kick them. And said something about her affecting the mood. She was the main owner. Zhou Zhouer was so angry that she covered her chest, consoling herself with the fact that she was using a small number that no one else knew about. If they knew, they definitely wouldn't kick her and would even be on her side. But who exactly are those powerful big brothers on that imitator list? So powerful, she shouldn't have no impression at all. Could it be that was also a trumpet? With more information pouring into Liani's mind, Liani also clearly understand the battlefield in the end, why the steep shift, and the cardmaster's tarot card suddenly prompted an unknown fate. She listened to also feel that said reasonable then heart not to show some strength is not enough to have convinced the public in the side will be towards their own behind the mountain as high as dozens of feet to hit. Is the night, the moon star sparse, and the wind comes, outside the temple of flowers and trees and the temple of the fragrance of the wine around, people do not drink also drunk again, the ear heard the stage rising ping department eunuchs played the sound of silk and bamboo, the eye to see around the alabaster bedrock on the crystal pots transplanted lotus, the heart of self-born disorientation feeling of the night feast. But between meals, Huizhu was noted that homely different from the usual that lively, eyebrows at the open air hidden sadness, which makes her cannot help but think of that moment in the afternoon too, so the food will be more concerned about homely than ever, when the cloth dishes, or care a few words. Yes, it's what we usually call the main gemstone, all the crushed diamonds or crushed zirconia, and all these metal shells are to set off the main gemstone. Yen nodded. Rolling around, the tip of the sword pointed straight to where Suda was, those blue-colored sword shadows from earlier merged into one, and once again shot out from the tip of the sword, like flower petal-shaped sword chi, locking Suda's location. The three of them walked into the middle of the living room. The three of them walked into the middle of the living room and were about to take out the wine and have a sip when they realized that a jade slip was placed on top of the main seat. Yen looked at herself in the mirror, and slowly moved her hands, pulling her shoulder-length hair, into a high bun. Willow eyebrows and phoenix eyes, with fair and delicate skin, at this moment, her beauty was like the most generous gift from the heavens. And not far away, Daifeng wasn't idle either, he was fighting with Devil 4, but Lu Fei could also see that at this moment, Devil 4 had at most taken out 10% of his power to fight with him, and with just this 10% of his power, Daifeng was almost abused as well. After the three people heard Wang Chen's words, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, and they thought that the last sentence of Old Four was really classic enough. Tengshi hurriedly made a wink towards Pan Yun, and Feng Bang also looked at Pan Yun one by one, who made him eloquent to be good. Long Qingduan watched this scene from afar, feeling silent sorrow for Tan Tai Channer falling into Long Jinxuaner's hands. It was estimated that she would be a maid's life for the rest of her life, and it would be hard to escape Long Jinxuaner's hand. 1 million is merely a reward for the person behind my curtain. I want 30%, give me 300,000. He said, looking at Song Hu with a smirk. Perhaps it was because he felt that Song Hu was easy to bully, and after probing the bottom, he felt that 1 million was still too little, and asked for the full 1,300,000. He opened a shorter spatial passage and walked in, suddenly appearing in front of the great rift of space. Originally, Blue Feather wanted to drag Ding Jin out from under the boat and beat him half to death, but now, she gave up this idea. While Colorado was still introducing the tsunami plan at the city council, Shin Tong had already received Mao Tiany's notice to take over the tea group industry. Shin Tong traveled as the chairman of the board to settle the matter of Dark M. You had it with you all the way? Saint Zun thought about it. It's time to take a look at this. Anyway, there's nothing to do. Why don't we not go tonight? After saying that, Saint Zun looked at Lan Kuan. You have already cut yourself off long before you were captured. In fact, you and I both know clearly that you won't give your life for your own cause. I'm very busy today, so I won't nag you. Stay put, I think, you know what I want. She looked at Wang Tianfeng, who had been silent. That. I want to ask, you just said that Fan will most likely regain his memory, so will he still remember us? When Ming Cheng asked, it also evoked a question in Ming Lu's mind. After saying that, Lin Schwanger just remembered that Knight Bei Chang was still waiting for her outside, so she stopped talking more with Hui. I'll bother you then. Jin Bao said as he led Qin Yuan and Lu Xian towards his car. Looking at Jin Beibei's scared expression, Qin Yuan turned towards the window and looked around before reaching towards the curtains. Professor Luo directly treats Bai Chen as a tool person. Su Bei nods. There is a wool-gathering opportunity. He naturally will not let go. That mouthpiece began to look for a gap, attempting to drill in. Qin Shujing could only dodge while carrying the rattan basket forward. What the group of people did not realize at all was that it was Su Bei who had already bypassed them and came underneath the large clock. I also asked young Master Feng to raise his hand. She hastily drew the handkerchief away from him and was polite to him again, with even more deliberate lividity. Lin Shi burst into a rage. Tonight he accompanied Su Bei to run east and west, seeing that he might have news of Lin Qingtan, but he was going to give up? We measured our spiritual roots at the age of 5, she drew qi into her body at the age of 8, and now she's 16. Lin Xiaoyun said. When the Song family heard that it was Feng Jianzhou who personally sent Song Anru through the door, they all came to the hall in the twinkling of an eye. They could not identify Ling Yun's gender, not because Ling Yun was not a boy, but because Ling Yun was a beast man. The melon field of the Moon Old Man, for him and Mitya at that time, was no less than the present-day Netflix karting mecca, and that was something that had to be visited. Qinghe anxiously brought back another piece of news. Mu Qiuhan took the initiative to rebuff the prince and did not intend to cooperate with him. But as the only heir of the Zhou family in the mountain city Zhoushiriwa, the people who ask him to take a shot at 4-5 a.m. every day are too many, although it is only less than 2 months in the past, but the Zhao sister in Wang Wei's mouth. Zhou Shiriwei remembered that she was still a real effort.
However, Kakashi's reaction is very fast. After the attack of the white tooth blade was blocked, the movement did not have the slightest stagnation. His left hand grabbed Uchiha Makoto's right hand arm that was holding the sword, and with a borrowed force, his body rose up in the air and crossed over the top of the Uchiha Makoto's head, and then in the air, a sword was sharpened towards the Uchiha Makoto's shoulder. Butler Yi, I don't know when Mr. O offended your party. I, Mr. O, am here to apologize to you. Oh, Genoa said in a low voice. The Emperor's dragon heart was so happy that he had to let Minister Gong stay in the palace to play a game of chess that he hadn't won in years. No good. Qi Xian'ang, who was at the front, was the first to realize it, and he yelled out as he dodged to avoid it. After 4 hours the acupoints will dissolve themselves, so you can obediently lie here. Don't call for help indiscriminately, or I'll have you to suffer when I come back. After Li Yihang finished speaking, he disappeared abruptly. Zhong Mingjian really didn't dare to call for help, lying down and sitting behind the mountain rocks waiting for the acupoints to dissolve themselves. Volume 1 Chapter 71 Large and Small Together. Enjoying wimpy life. At Changkong, how do you know that those three above are all trumpets? Madly gnawing on a pig's ass, this Long Kong is a bit powerful, only just came 2 days ago and can tell that those three are all trumpets. Long Kong, is it hard? Long empty, come up to brush the rocket with no money like, so powerful, consumption level only 60 level, if still in the flower wine thick their consumption, certainly not to this point of the level, it looks like you all are the flower wine thick there on the list of big brother, out to steal food. Enjoy the life of a loser, brother Changkong is awesome. Favorite Bebe management, at Changkong, I see how your account is a bit familiar, you were not before. This is the first time the mother had the thought of regret. She took hard steps towards her favorite lotus pond. She gave birth to that baby to the shore, while she herself jumped into the lake with a leap. Xiaoling's heart was shocked, and she couldn't wait to wonder why King Shua was waiting here, and hurriedly and hastily made a bow. Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, this seat will not move you. Hang out with me, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. The holy body said playfully. The feeling of being held in the arms of her mother and loved, in that time Wang Ruoliai enjoyed a whole 100 days. The Black Shadow Man said, I think you still need to pay attention. He said, I'll be near you guys to keep you in check at all times. With that, as usual, he dashed away. The teenager got up and looked back over, seeing that it was that black-robed man, and seeing that mask, thinking of the strength he had shown right at the beginning, not daring to come out with a single word, but turning his head to look at Tu Xiong and glaring directly at him. That absolutely beautiful face, full of fatigue, it seems that these millions of years have experienced endless perils. I'm sorry. Her mouth in addition to this sentence kept repeating, tears have blurred his eyes. Wang Ruoxin was completely unaware of what had happened again between Li Mimi and Yang Ziyuan. However, she knew that if Li Mimi went on like this, something was definitely going to go wrong. This enthronement ceremony could only be postponed. Yi Fengming also panicked in his heart. If there were any more changes, those dirty yeses of his own would have to be exposed as well. Words fell, a crazy Yuan soul power along Zhong Bulan's Yuan soul surged through, instantly covering the entire sky. Hit by a car and die? I was slightly surprised. Usually people who were hit by a car are those who died unjustly, and if they were hit outside, then the bodies are not allowed to enter the village because the villagers are afraid of attracting bad luck, and this is our custom here, no one dares to destroy it. After organizing everything, Hua Tian gathered his thoughts and flew in the direction of the Clear Forest Sword sect. However, he was still concerned about Jin Hong's face, and a direct refusal would be too unkind, and would also easily offend people. Zhouan didn't care if he would injure himself. He ran back to the entrance of the spirit hall in a playful frenzy. The injuries on his body hadn't completely recovered at all, but he didn't care, all of this was no longer important. Taking out 5 jeweled bird seeds, he soaked them in the liquid. This process takes 3 days, and it needs to maintain a constant temperature of 40 to do so. Seeing the man fleeing, I didn't go up to chase after him. After all, this matter wasn't very big in the first place, and there weren't any casualties. Mr. Du also came here to eat? Ran Jiqi smiled professionally. Not the slightest ripple of emotion could be seen. After doing embroidery for a while, Bian Xiniang felt a little low on energy, so she crooked herself on the bed and dozed off. Of course, Ling Jianfei did not force the matter, letting the disciples under the door choose freely. If they did not want to enter the sword pool, they would leave now, lest they miss their lives later. However, Bai Lu still had an unspeakable trust in the system. The system was so strong, if it was detected by the relics, wouldn't it be too well? Outside of the festival, this kind of high-profile way is not popular with the people of the time. Weekdays go out, that is, the powerful and noble are mostly traveling in carriages. After seeing the 2 bodyguards, Li Chuanshui's first reaction is to take Hui Ai hastily retreat to avoid. Already into the mountains will be half an hour, but nothing, in fact, in the mountains and forests to find people is not easy. Such dense forests are more suitable for hiding. Yang made a worried face and continued to talk smartly. Then he waved his hand, lifted the stone table with silk cloth covered things, suddenly revealed some golden color. See Big Mouth and Lulu returned to the tower to eat soldiers, Ruiz then back to the middle, from time to come forward to throw a skill, want to try to see if you can rub people to consume some blood.
This side is all laughing when, just listen to the side of the building someone talking, then two boys down a piece, but there is a familiar person, is the glasses on the train yesterday boy, next to the boy talking tall and thin, but no impression, should not be in the train net. Lieutenant Nomus then led him into a crevice in the ruins, traveling in the dark, sometimes drilling, sometimes crawling, and finally came to the north side of the ruins, where it is impossible to go out, but there is a gap overlooking the center of the city. Mr. Huangshur had a surprised and unbelieving look on his face, looking at Pei Zongji and then Wei Yaoqin, with doubts, shock and disbelief in his eyes. In short, 1,000 emotions flashed in his eyes. However, from Zhou Shangjing's attitude, he not only did not see Zhao Junqian as a threat, but rather appreciated, and even vaguely looked forward to it, as if he was not worried about the pattern of the court changing and his position being shaken. Only to see a low hissing sound coming out of his mouth. Under a flip of his right hand, instantly a huge chopping saber about half a zhan long appeared in his hand. The next moment, this ghost general gripped the chopping saber with both hands, and rushed forward to slash down at Huangfu Yunxian, who was only a few feet away from him. In this regard, some of the top mechmasters of the Chinese alliance have always been groping, but never easily used, because the ancient martial arts were passed down from the Chinese alliance, before the emergence of the real ancient martial arts mechs. In this regard, the top mechmasters of the Chinese alliance have been restrained. At this moment, as long as the spirit world cultivators who were within the range of the cold rain spell, from the top to the primordial, and the bottom to the foundation building, there was no more half of the aura left in their bodies, and all of it was transformed into pitch-black demonic qi. Even their yuaning, at this moment, was also tinted with a pitch-black color, as if it was poison, little by little, eroding their lives. In a moment Lulu arrived. Mark, however, was nowhere to be seen. The angry dragon roar and the general muffled sound of Mark's tank pressure came from the other side of the plaza again, and that all loyal harness law envoy figured that he had already fought the dragon to the death in order to protect Su Zhang's friend. They all knew that Xin Chao was their highest sergeant officer and the previous training had been very strict, so no one dared to come over slowly to resume their orders. That pillar of purplish-red light that rose up from the moon demon planet was slowly extinguished. The yellow light shield on the planet's surface, however, stood out. Lulu, loyal and true to his word, although it was a magical beast, it was the most faithful guardian by Su Zhang's side, and would never abandon it no matter what. There was no doubt that when the real danger came, the first one to stand in front of Su Zhang would definitely be this ever-loyal companion. Speed was the greatest advantage of the Zhongying space fortress, so when the battle was about to unfold, it was undoubtedly the best choice to first pull away and disengage from the enemy's fighting style. Volume 1 Chapter 72 Kissing Brother finds the live room. Favorite Bebe admin, wow. It's young Master Qin again, we're saved. Zhen Jiayuan presents a customized gift Starry Star Party, emoji, 10. 259999 Soundwave coins, emoji, 10. Favorite Bebe admin, I haven't asked young Master Qin to do anything yet, but young Master Qin swiped the gift himself? Enjoying the life of a loser, I'll go. Young Master Qin is too powerful, hitting over 2 million points in one go. He's got the opposite side of the table in seconds. Our family is finally at the top 10, great. The other side is dead. The opposite side of the Yuqing saw, some shock to live, just a rubbing girl, there are so many people for her consumption? Enjoy. Snort, snort, Zheng Shua's scimitar slashed at Zhu Yuanzhang's body, the blade deep to the bone. The cold aura emitted by Muyang Jie then also landed on Zhu Yuanzhang's body. As soon as the cold aura landed, the cold aura immediately spread on the torso, and in an instant, Zhu Yuanzhang became an ice sculpture. Is this for real? Just after arriving at the hall, Noara Lin heard Yahiko's surprised tone. Phew! After crouching down and dodging a horizontal slash, Kakashi Banner immediately attacked the puppet's lower body with a sweeping kick, but he saw that the puppet actually jumped up. Lin Shua hadn't replied yet, but that Qiu Lingjing started to scream, looking like she was defending Lin Shua. Unbeknownst to him, hearing her words, Lin Shua's heart was extremely disgusted. Behind Chestnut, Husbandman Zhou and Third Master Zhou and the others watched with smiles and didn't stop. After the play was over, and such an argumentative lecture came up, it was just the right time to not go cold. This disciple does know. Without waiting for Master Extinction to speak, Zheng Shua jumped down from a tree and came 2 meters away from the two. She had the divine soldier on her neck, and she was going to kill herself as long as the powerhouses of the major powers dared to make a move. He was afraid that Qin Miao would be greedy and not tell his parents about this. Out of prudence, it was better to tell Uncle Qin first. Wen Qing Song fiercely turned his head to stare at his father, but he saw the helplessness and sadness in Wen Hao's eyes. He frowned and withdrew his hand. Rome Simon's body dropped to sit on the ground as she desperately breathed in air. Because the round trip was just over a day, Chu Wooly thought about it and still didn't choose to turn in the quest, but instead went to the city to buy resources. Ah Hai nodded then retreated. At this time the shopkeeper immediately poured a cup of tea for Su Rui. Su Rui drank the tea and sat on the chair thinking about Su's secret. Because they used that sea squirt to refine a mysterious liquid that could mend those who were crippled on the battlefield. Lilia let out a cold grunt, choked and drew the pitch-black longsword at her waist, and followed the young pioneers in their charge. However, when the bad news of the murder of Lin Daomui, a collateral lineage descendant, came back, the shock it caused in the Lin family was no less than that of these few people. Then, she saw venerable Ling Xan's head, which still had its eyes open, fly up, and his headless corpse shook. The other young pioneers watched the first captain and the lieutenant captain's explosive acting performance, and all of a sudden, they all lowered their heads to hide their expressions, deeply afraid that they would burst out laughing. Chen Yao's gaze, without a trace, glanced at the restroom door, but happened to meet a pair of eyes squarely. As a matter of fact, the 7 great experts had been trapped here for centuries and millennia and couldn't get out, and they didn't think Lin He would be able to get out either. These 3 guard elders, although their cultivation levels were all at the 8th level of Star Zone, his strength had progressed too much in this period of time. Looking at the playful look of his clothes, old Lin Te couldn't do anything about it, so he directly grabbed him by the neck collar, and under a few dodges, he returned to Lianwei City. However, Song Jiahan was like he didn't hear Luofeng's pleas for mercy at all, still splitting his head and beating his face. It seemed like this could be a very effective way to vent his anger. A sound of shouting and killing came from behind the woods. Countless soldiers drilled out of the woods and surrounded Zhang Yan and the others. And with it the cover of an invisible large formation, also more certain of the idea in its heart. Just heart but also clear, flower and fruit mountain. There is a mysterious black lotus fairy, more have that innate treasure 12 product extinction black lotus, only to let it had to press cannot help but excited a heart, and at the same time cannot help but eyes flashing ceaselessly. Perhaps, this is a good way. Looking at He Xianyu, who didn't even dare to breathe a single breath because he was oppressed by his own aura, the Elder of Time suddenly said. It was nothing more than letting him make a trip to the Inferno God realm for nothing, but sooner or later, he would need to go to the Ice God realm to help reinforce the seal of the 4 divine beasts anyway. No random questions. You're chatting while the leader is speaking? Unorganized and undisciplined. Answer the question. Glaring at the disorganized and undisciplined Karthu, Yiling feigned seriousness and said. We are all under the command of Marshal Zhang Yan, and we have been ordered to go to the city gates to change the defense. Zhang Fei didn't care much when he saw that this person wasn't coming over and casually replied. 3 days time to grow into a 2-meter tall giant wolf, this still lets people live. If every wolf demon race had such a skill, wouldn't the continent have been unified by wolf demons long ago? Where are the other races? Zhang Lilong looked at Li Jun sneered, then one side of the body violently a loose car, Li Jun's fist suddenly no power to stop, the body at once leaned forward, chest directly knocked into the staircase railing. Suddenly a moment, White Ma knew only feel that a heart was what sharp thorns hard at eye, that is, was frozen into the chi piercing the bones of the 1,000 years of basaltic ice and the cold to the bone marrow. There is no way, the action must be consistent. Fierce Sun does not send a text message, their own also cannot now go out to put, now also can only delay the time waiting for Fierce Sun to send a text message. Eden, you Velcro, as long as you do not change the body will not be detected. I think I am in the dark again to shoot down the video of us carrying out exchanges. At that time, I am afraid that he would like to kill and kill also have to weigh the weight of the head here. This is a betrayal, it will be directly extinguished. Isai Baru laughed. Yi Bingyin lay on the bed and couldn't sleep, because he was too excited. Tomorrow he would find out the murderer, only he didn't know, after finding out the murderer, whether his own life could still be free from worry. The land that burst open merged back together at the same time they fell. Not a single break could be seen from the ground at all. No matter how hard Class 8 tried, the learning atmosphere, and the faculty, was always no match for Class 1. Big brother Longji likes it, I'll go get some more sandalwood incense. Shouyuan smiled, and organized the betting for Langri. Daoji, you guys have no evidence on what grounds to fabricate facts, we have no grudges with Yuan Iji, why would we kill him? You have to speak with evidence, don't talk nonsense out of thin air. The Taoist priest pointed at Shouyuan and shouted. Yi Weishing a moment mood suddenly became very bad, she pushed away War Jun encounter, see her mood is not good, always strong domineering him, the bottom of his eyes even flowed a trace like a child who did something wrong like miserable? Volume 1 Chapter 73 Finally I can see Hua Wine known play the chin. Lin Wuan was just sitting in the living room waiting for Lin Bebe. Idle and bored, he took out his cell phone and swiped it. Usually, he often swiped on Hua Wine Gnome's live broadcasts, and the content pushed by the cell phone data was also almost related to Hua Wine Gnome. Just after clicking in, he was pushed to an account that was live streaming. At a glance, he saw the other party's familiar face. It's just that this time. Today is not right, it's not even the first yet, how did Hua Wine Gnome start live broadcasting? He clicked in with the intention of first seeing what was going on, but the result was that the next second. You have been pulled black by the anchor and kicked out of the live room. He just went in and was pulled black and kicked out of the live room. Did he break the rules of heaven? In such a short period of time, he hadn't had the time to commit a heavenly. Did not stay for too long, here people come and go, stay for a while attracted many not very friendly eyes, originally already counted the luxury carriage, compared with the environment here, simply too shabby, no wonder the doorkeeper looked at them with a face of disdain. After running the Taodai technique, Lin Xiaoxiao obviously felt the change of his body, before for that wind is no blockage of the body, at this time is because of the operation of the Taodai technique, slowly condensed, as if it is invisible to establish a barrier. Here, the two of them were back to back, one dealing with the tide of Transformer women rushing up from the bottom of the mountain, and one dealing with the Transformer women climbing down the sides of the mountain rock. No one had expected that criminal Zhou Ting's strength was so terrifying that he had executed such an appalling tactic. In Long Ao's opinion, if this matter really came to light in the east, the entire Pingjiang city would not be able to stay out of it. Xiaotian, this guy seems to be tired, lying on Zi's side huffing and puffing, looking at the tired crowd. Ning Wendian will smile. After this battle, all the people's combat strength has been played to the limit, almost all of them will their whole body to use their strength. Hearing Zhang Qi mentioning go differently, Granny Flower was puzzled, but as people had asked, there must be a reason, so she told Zhang Qi all about go differently's past, word for word. The ancestor of the Black Emperor and this big white goose had been entangled with each other since Tai Zu's teenage years, with a long-standing relationship, and the two were both enemies and friends. After 10 minutes, the silhouette of the City of Happiness was reflected in the eyes of the four people. Although it was already the 8th day of the year, the flavor of the year in the city had not yet faded, and it was a red-hot look. Xu Xiaoying clearly saw the extreme sadness in his heart. Even the cigarette burned to his lips, he did not feel it. Love has no one who is sorry, just whoever falls in love, then, is destined to be the loser. Master, Madam's pregnancy must be God's blessing. Master will definitely get what he wants. The housekeeper comforted. Her eyes went black for a while, and even everything in front of her was blurred. This is still the weakest time in Zining's memory. Even that time when she fought against Moonkiller, she was not as weak as now. The feeling of being about to pass out, she could not be suppressed at all. Without much effort, the palace people who came in a line filled the entire large dining table with various and exquisite dishes. Lin Deep's heartbeat couldn't help but start to accelerate. She had waited for 6 years until now. How could she just lose all her efforts? The bracelets on her hands are several on one hand, the nails are too long to be true, and the jewelry she carries on her entire head is heavier than that phoenix crown of hers, right? Walking in the end, is just by Xin you scolded away that Feng Binggao. In his side, is a young man with inch hair. Moderate stature, face expression of old-fashioned, only a pair of eyes inside the flickering light of vigilance, obviously is the bodyguard hitman class. Because she and he had only met once 2 months ago, in broad daylight, besides having such skinship at night. I'm here with my dad, he's gone to collect the night incense, why don't you wait for him to come back? She tilted her head and widened her eyes, putting on a silly look. We are even more powerful, or not as good as the city lord. 10,000 points. Meng Chang smiled, arching his hand in a salute, his attitude quite sincere in appearance. With a sigh of emotion, her mind turned back to Yun Haotian. Although the mouth does not say, but the heart is always inadvertently remembered, no reason, no time and place distinction, he so naturally appeared. Think of the scale on the body of the momentum suddenly changed, behind the two sides, a pair of black feathers stretched out. Xiao Mandong first, in accordance with Xiao Father's sharp intuition, must be able to follow the clues to find them. Xu Yifu shook her head. Before she saw Xu Weiren she might have gone back, just assuming that Xu Weiren was a little unhappy, but seeing Xu Weiren's wretched appearance, how could she still feel at ease? Lu Zhenjiang went to a friend's house, without a few days will not return. Now there are only 3 mother and child, the remaining 2 second and third brothers do not speak, apparently still not much put her in the heart. Warm sun falling in the west, cloud haze dyed red half of the sky, or deep or light, 1,000 forms, such as unfolding a thick and colorful oil painting. Add a few points of vitality to this sluggish winter. Just at this time, by the door of the soldiers suddenly poof all fell to the ground, the back with feathered arrows. The rest of the people are not how to see the mystery of this competition, but also thought it was the general deliberately let the water to the prince. This man, everyone came and he was the only one left, no wonder Nishang had such a strong opinion of him. Not only that, the house was filled with organs and dark passages, not to mention living people, not even living creatures. It was restrained from the start, which several people joined forces to do it. Elderly naturally knew what was going on, and in reality, Yang Fan was just lost in thought, otherwise it would have been impossible for him not to realize it. The second-generation Matrix fell silent when she heard this, her ghostly blue eyes flickering with a light of contemplation. Just like that, Chen Ling kept practicing and performing that whirlwind fist in the park. To Chen Ling's surprise, that dream Jingqi unexpectedly reappeared in the Century Park at 10 o'clock. Only at the instant that Stardust's sword chopped down, it was that he realized that Qin Wuyo had already appeared not far behind Yifan at this moment. Volume 1 Chapter 74 Flower Wine Thickness and Substitute Connection. As soon as she spoke, a screen full of little yellow ducks floated up. GCY gifted the little yellow duck, emoji, 100. 90 Soundwave coins, emoji, 100. Mystic 11 gifted a small yellow duckling, emoji, 200. 90 Soundwave coins, emoji, 200. The rich flower on earth presents little yellow duckling, emoji, 300. 90 Soundwave coins, emoji, 300. AAAAA Gold Male Model National Flyable presenting a small yellow duck, emoji, 400. 90 Soundwave coins, emoji, 400. Favorite North Management presents small yellow duck, emoji, 10. 90 Soundwave coins, emoji, 10. Favorite North Admin, wow. Ji Dai sighed somewhat helplessly as he looked at the corner of his own coat, which was also tightly grasped by the other party. He tightly wrapped his arms around the man in black, his sharp teeth and claws, waving them with vigor as he rode the other party's body to slaughter. In reality, the executives of the foreign races could only whine and have some fun through the virtual conference room. Because in reality, they wouldn't dare to speak to the insect race units, saying something or other. Such a beautiful beauty, how can you let you drive away? Of course you have to keep her, maybe a little bit of indescribable things can happen. The secondary cannons of the ships with greatly reduced pressure can also finally defend against those abominable Taiku-class projectiles, without the hold of other units, relying solely on the scanty number of Taiku-class projectiles themselves. They simply cannot break through the secondary cannons of the number of 10 million uniformed fleets crushing fire. However, there were still quite a few of these things on the battleship, and Serena, who had received the order, commanded various machine instruments to pack and drop the designated substances. Only because the JZ-901 was too out of the way and not on the regular drop list, the preparation process took so many minutes longer than the regular materials, so it took so many minutes longer. The shy Zhen Jiayuan lowered her head and stopped listening, walked to the side and began to study the 6 non-divine dice among the feats. Lucky directly by the tail of the snake thrown out more than 10 meters away, and finally fell to the ground also, directly spit blood, suffered serious internal injuries, fighting ability plummeted. Gong Weili held her hand, placed the jade shao between the two of them, foreheads directly against each other began to explore each other's divine sense. Jian Wantong immediately patted his chest to ensure that this information is absolutely true and effective, are his hard work to arrange for people to collect. There was no way, from Lu Jianyuan's words, Ji Ruohua knew that Lu Jianyuan had already misunderstood that he was a son of a with someone behind him. As long as you kill this Chen Feng and then recover the entire city of Qin City, in a short period of time, you can use the name of the security forces to Qin City into their own pockets. Takahashi Sheni naturally can also be in this period of time in the city of Qin City to start a crazy looting spree. After hearing the nurse's request, Wang Hailong, who knew what he had to do, stepped forward and came to the operating table where the injured was. Definitely no problem, don't worry, brother, this Tim of ours is all proper fluff. Another companion picked up the conversation. Hey, don't you even have any reaction? Seeing him suddenly turn away, she drooped her shoulders and cried. Yiffy's divine skill, crossing like the wind, was seized by Iruza 3 and placed on Iruza 2's body. Currently your strongest and all-around talented subordinate is none other than Iruza 2. But who would have thought that although Duo was not able to be intelligent, he was talented in painting, and a painting could be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. If he had known that, he would have offered Duo up like an ancestor, and definitely would not have left Duo to fend for himself, not caring about his life or death. Brothers, the road ahead is long, let's start early. Captain Meng Lang snapped. She thought this at this moment, on the following day, actually hearing another version of her love story with Mo Huang. Roughly understanding Cheng Kai's order from the communicator in his ear, the armored regiment leader who had long received instructions to cooperate with the operation from his own division commander then answered and reported an affirmative reply towards Cheng Kai in his opening. In the first moment, the eyes of all those present shone brightly. The body shape swayed, then rushed to the extreme immortal weapon, wanting to take it for himself. Du Yuesheng's heart thumped once again, and his face then turned ugly as he reasoned out a more sinister possibility. I did not understand why he had this question, but Kai Heng's attitude really puzzled me, so I said, some strange, suddenly cold to me, but also told me about the recent street songs, the eyes. As if they suspected that it was me who did it. I suddenly had a chill down my back. He wouldn't really suspect me, right? I blushed slightly and said softly, later on, some of them were outlawed fornicating with the concubines in the harem. Regardless of which dynasty, illicit intercourse is an extremely serious offense. Although such a thing is found in every palace, it's okay that it wasn't discovered. If once it's discovered, it's useless for anyone to plead for mercy. It's good that you figured it out. You wait here. Yuim's eyes moistened and he set Mu Evening Harvest aside before walking towards the place Mu Evening Harvest had pointed to. My lord, are you going to go after these 3 forces of theirs? Although Wang Hammer had already thought about it, he still asked curiously. Man Yuan didn't say anything for a long time after hearing this. She came to look for Huahuan. It was just that Mu Yenrong wanted to know if Huahuan was living well. Now it seems that Huahuan is indeed no different from ordinary people. So, is this really a good thing? Everyone else do their jobs, and strive to make our earth stronger and stronger. Ji Yuchen said in a loud voice. Several people went down the stairs together. The car was parked in the open space not far from the front of the building. Lu Chen wanted to get on the car, but suddenly paused and looked back at Du Jun. His heart suddenly had an idea. If there is no special thing, Ji family ancestor ought to save us also, and it is not possible to long distance to bring him here, and it is not possible to just for Ji Yuchen to unlock the seal of the Regulus sword. Chen Yuan really did not have any different intentions, pulling Zhang Bufan through the cage to explain to him about the structure of the Faraday cage. In that wide pool, certain active spirit worms had begun to stir, crawling in tiny bits and pieces. Volume 1 Chapter 75 2 Flower Wine Thick in the direct broadcast room. Sitting in his office, Zheng Jingshan's face darkened when he saw that Zhen Jiayuan had not only given up others, but also him. He hurriedly called Zhen Jiayuan and said in a deep voice, "You hurry up and shut up, or you won't even be able to watch her live broadcast in the future." Zhen Jiayuan held up his lips in aggravation and retorted somewhat unconvincingly, "What's wrong? You're heartbroken when I said that I'd let Sister Wine connect the dots and go bully that double? That double is just trying to cheat you guys out of money, or is she half as good as Sister Wine? You'll break Sister Wine's heart if you do that." I didn't feel sorry for her. Then why are you in a hurry with me, since you don't like the double and only have Jojo in your heart? Li Yuanhao embraced Zhao Lianye. His heart felt a kind of guilt. How good it would have been if he had never brought her into Western Xia in the first place. This ambush, because of the Dark Knight perish out of the hand, the positive to the scene of the people were wiped out, but the melee in the sacrificial shadow religion many members of the church were also killed. Dark Knight Parish coldly said, "Martial arts is low, this should die, but also buried what?" Not stopping even further, he walked out of the tea stall. We are all good friends, how could we fight?" I said with some embarrassment. "How could it be you?" Tang Hanyuan obviously also did not realize that it would actually be Zhang Chenggong's attending doctor, LV Changming, and could not help but show a strange expression on his face. After the phone was connected, the soft and sticky voice that I imagined had not yet woken up came from the other end of the phone, but a clear and bright male voice. Resignation Heart helped Yang Tianxiang back to the spirit door to heal his wounds, and when he left, he did not forget to make a face at him, indicating that he was still angry. For the sake of survival, for revenge, the two of them transported the same extreme stance on the hand, vast strength, and cold blade. Palm destroys the mountain, sword shakes the sky, palm and sword merge the potential of the sky. She nodded and watched Li Yuanhao leave. She looked at everything in the Luanfeng hall. She raised a stove and waited quietly. She knew that Hua Jianyang would definitely come to her tonight. Li Yuanhao saying this was nothing more than saying it for her to hear. She raised her eyebrows and suddenly pulled up a smile, which was extremely pale. She felt a wave of dizziness, and her feet were surprisingly a bit soft and cold. Zhang Run hurriedly supported her, and she nodded, signaling that she was fine. On desperately swim towards the shore, while calling for help, but more people are already not breathing, the body floating on the water. In a puff of smoke, only a few of us were left in the cabin. Guo Jifei's henchmen were still holding onto me, and I didn't dare to look at Xiaohaoyu with my head lowered for fear of touching his gaze, so that I couldn't help but feel cowardly. Connie was an epic level creature, her strength was naturally strong. I'm afraid that there are few enemies in the entire continent, right? That's why, as a contemporary wizard with outstanding strategic insight, Louis didn't choose to rush things, but put down these two cities to surround but not attack, and has been constantly appeasing the people of Qi, while actively dealing with the unpredictable international situation. Landing the rash eagle at the edge of the lake, behind him Olivia also arrived at the same time. The two of them descended from the back of the bird separately, and Jia Zhengjin whistled at the ugly monster. "Mom, don't think too much, if I dare to do this, I'm pretty sure David wouldn't dare to find me in trouble," Han Fei said emboldened. But although the 300 Qin army iron horsemen were formidable, in this narrow hilly valley, their combat power was naturally greatly reduced. The mountain bandits on the other side were surprisingly no less than 1,000, most of them armed with swords and shields, and many of them were equipped with strong bows and crossbows, giving them the upper hand. They just like that quietly hold each other. In the end he was still squeezed out, Blue Lianxia also from his body down, on the trend of his neck lying next to him, heart full of pleasant satisfaction. Jia Zhengjin decisively accepted it, and rolled away his 100 million gold coins in the process, because Douglas didn't have any other good things left. Regardless of whether it was Guru Luo or the God Realm, they also subsided for a long time, and did not meet Jia Zhengjin involved again. "Your Highness, Bu Qiyu has already gone to ask the Imperial Doctor at this moment, what should we do?" Lang Xian told Lin Zhaoi word for word what she had heard, and then asked suspiciously. This time the torrents of torches, which amounted to 500 or 600, appeared extremely large in this large mountain, as if the entire mountain had been set ablaze, and then the two torrents split into two halves, rushing towards the east and west directions respectively. And the three snow foxes who sensed that things were not right, the first time they scurried up and fled away towards his three different directions. In order to let people can clearly know how to refine the merits of the immortal Dan, he put all the materials in his hands, all one by one to the presence of the crowd bright once. The fire meteor Daoist sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the golden great seal, and his face, whose mood swings had not been great, could not help but change color at this time. Xiao Shen reached out to block the sunlight that was revealed in, squinted his eyes, and tried to prop himself up. Bai Yen rushed up in an arrow step, held Xiao Shen up, and said, "The injury on your left hand is not yet healed, you can't exert yourself." Bai Yen helped Xiao Shen up and let him lean against the bed. "But, can we not just let her be selfish this time? Besides, he himself said that it was fine, so it should be fine." Even though Tao Tai is not considered strong, its devouring ability is really nothing to say, especially the internal organ system in its body, which is simply an extremely horrible big world. If they had a choice, they would definitely not be willing to come here and do this kind of thing that would offend people, especially this new master of the infamily. After praising Jiang Ping, Hong Jilong gently waved his hand, and all those bodyguards and waiters of his immediately retreated. Only Jiang Ping and Hong Jilong and his most trusted leopard were left on the entire third floor. Plankton thought for a moment and took a few steps towards the arena, and after thinking carefully behind him, he still went to the 7 billion man dream first. Li Qing inside the limousine let out a scream. The tone of voice is very strange, at first downward immediately after the upward. A silence, everyone in the audience saw with their eyes, including the martial soul fusion technique, the guy was controlled. After carefully checking and determining that there is no problem, he took out his cell phone, and after turning it on, he did not care about the previous missed calls, and directly dialed the phone of General Liu. Many eager fans directly skipped the clip of the actors introducing themselves, and directly came to the back of the 4 directors' works to show the link. Winning E, if you go to buy pills, she will let the red food change into the waste of the Dan that has lost the power of the medicine. If winning E go to buy heavenly treasures, the red food will change the treasures into unusual things, casting illusions. Winning E is even more unable to detect. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at her heart, a burst of worry. This continues, but there is no guarantee that Song Huining will not find anything one day. Now Nomi Xiang let her publish the report. She can't publish it openly. In her heart, she is planning how to let this report flow out, and then set herself aside. But the problem is not to go through the formal way, can achieve the effect that Nomi Xiang wants to achieve. Yes. Xiaoding saw that Boss Wu called so late to ask about this. It was evident that something big had happened, and he was a little curious in his heart. Volume 1 Chapter 76. Which Big Brother's trumpet is this again? Wow. After a while, he reacted that something was wrong. The opposite account is called Bei Bei? Lin Bei Bei's Bei Bei? He suddenly remembered Lin Bei Bei's live broadcast. So the person who had pulled the plug and kicked him out of the live room last night was really Lin Bei Bei? How did the two of them connect? In the live broadcast room, Hua Weinong had just offered to play a game with Bei Bei. Lin frowned. If Lin Bei Bei agreed, then she would definitely lose today. How could she possibly beat Hua Weinong, who had millions of fans? Not to mention that the big brothers on Hua Weinong's list were all more than capable of swiping each other. He scanned over the rapidly scrolling pop-ups, and only then did he see what was going on. Lin Bei Bei was actually Hua Weinong's double? Lin. Speaking of which, most of the departments of BEA were already on vacation, having begun the long stretch of spring festival vacation since the end of the Federation exhibition. So say well, with high IQ people married is God tired, say a word have to overguess. Fortunately this miss is smart. After Ho Ran left with people in the tightly wrapped Jun Zilan, Yen Lirong and Zhou Hongyue talked about the topic has been centered around her. A few moments later, Su Zishuan sneaked into the army tent in the camp, the old look Tian Xian and that old look at the map sad face. But the ensuing second red-colored thunderbolt then flashed above the king's residence, and the spell formation flashed again, and then the second thunder of the apocalypse was resisted. Yang Su opened his mouth, his heart is obviously weak, but not willing to just admit it. After all, hitching Zhang Lei wasted a lot of his energy. Su Guangmu treated Su Sanqing not as warmly as the previous steward in Castle Peak City. Su Sanqing didn't think much about it, thinking that it was the difference between the central region and Castle Peak City back then. However, and she went to the countryside and wrote to say that she was doing well, just how much she hoped that I could go back and have a bite of the oranges she had planted. This is the reason why he exchanged the Marsh King and the Marsh Leaping Fish, fire and theft prevention against lightning balls, never just talk. Father, is there no way for our Zhuge family to save Su Sanqing as well? Zhuge Mashue looked at Zhuge Longjian with red eyes, as if she would cry out in the next instant. Seeing that Xiao Junwan did not refuse, Su Mo also sighed in relief and gave her son an approving expression before returning to her position. Cultivators, because they completely removed the filth from their bodies and remodeled their physical bodies, even after death their bodies did not rot easily and often remained the same for hundreds of years. Half a day later, Ning Gang left Biluan Star. Only when he left, he gave Lu San an elixir that wasn't expensive, just a 4 realms elixir. And he was instructed not to leave the galaxy these days. Talking about Daojun, the faces of the strongest members of the reincarnation lineage were all very gloomy, and now they couldn't care less about that. The Imperial clan's movements were too great, and some of the resource lands had suffered attacks. You really are from there. Lang Yi threw an arm coldly smiled. He has not been so serious for a long time. The doctor saw this to know that today's timing is not right of a mind to leave. Ling Yi saw through his thoughts at a glance. How could he let him as he wished? At that moment, a group of strong men harnessed a few slave warships toward the fleet led by the Saint Ming Wushuang number to close in. What did the nurse say behind Su Gyunyan did not hear. The ear just repeatedly appeared that sentence, hereditary heart disease, and then a black eye fainted. Because things like experience stones, although the explosion rate is extremely low, but the planets in the galaxy are just too many, plus the opening of the service has been a few thousand years, the accumulation of experience stones has reached a horrifying more than 3 billion. However, it wasn't the mysterious black stone that burst open, but the layer of stone skin on the surface of the black stone exploded, finally revealing its true colors. Although giants are still relatively common in the depths of the jungle, but around the wall of Maria is also much less. But less doesn't mean there aren't any. It's also a good idea to eliminate some giants along the way. The bottom of the palace people Chamberlain have patted up Xiaoming Emperor's horses only to pat half of the exclamation. It turned out to be the Xiaoming Emperor fainted in joy and sorrow. As the number of qualifying matches increased, the enthusiasm of the students also increased. Those who were able to stay were the elite, with the grades of the top 3 gradually came out. The qualification challenge in the second half of the qualifying matches was even more fascinating to watch. Everyone was looking forward to the new miracle of the Haina Military School. Song Jing's heart thumped and sank, her hand tightly tugging on County Lord Lin Shang's wrist and not letting go. Yu Zian just kept squatting, seeing Song Jing's unwillingness to let go, but he couldn't urge her. Life aside the atmosphere do not dare to breathe. He just came in the time has probed their family prince's nostrils, indeed still alive, but look at the Duan Chongyan, this color does not seem to be good. In addition to this, he also got a few drops of divine liquid nurtured by the snow sun tree, although it is not good to refine, but there will definitely be a time to use it in the future. Wan Ji was stunned, face showed a little subtle expression. When he took the bus in the imperial capital cannot be less encountered this master, really is driving a bus can throw those luxury cars a street level, is sitting in the car is a little scary, but sit in his car is absolutely impossible to be late. The scene is huge, the whole crew came, the reporter and all the media, also arrived in full. Using the domain to completely envelop several people, Evil Faye and the others once again stepped into the Deadwater Swamp, while all those mists were blocked out of the domain. Of course, 4 people with ice and snow physique, using heavenly treasures with opposite attributes, if they used them well and knew all the secret techniques, the benefits would also be extremely great. Chang Tianma took out his elder brother, his parents' aura, but this time it failed to scare Chang Tianyao, who hissed and shouted, releasing all his emotions after his son's accident. However, Feng Yunqiu frowned and followed the other party's gaze. Surprisingly, he was concerned about Zhang Ming's existence. After all, what weight the word said, can't be estimated yet. Chang Biyu, seek defeat cannot help but a burst of blowing yawns, in the flower and fruit mountain running around but do not feel particularly tired and sleepy. Now I come to such a good environment, see a comfortable big bed, the 2 people cannot help but want to immediately lie down. Just when Nangon Lingyu doubled the despair, the sky resounded with the familiar 9 characters of divine dragon truth, followed by a deja vu dragon whistle. If the purple jade sea lifts the bar, this thing will be sold at a higher price. Although after the flag appeared, there was no reaction on the side of Kuanlai Mountain, but after that, it is not certain. Immediately got up and walked out towards the outside. Due to the place where Shang Guanyun lived, it was farther away from that commander's mansion, belonging to the extreme east direction over there. She this time into the Chu capital, is really shouldering the family's major mission. Behind the more hidden a shocking secret, shoulders such as pressure on Tarzan, often midnight dreaming back to find themselves out of a cold sweat. Poof. Seal it for me. Lu Guan coldly snorted. The next moment the formation was completely activated, although he had already killed the chicken before, but there had been no real offense, which made Kuei Yen feel that Lu Guan was nothing more than that. From the information revealed in the letter, this pair of old men and women will probably not come back until they skate around the world one by one, and also said on the line that this is to fulfill one of their 10-year dreams. Volume 1 Chapter 77 Newcomer Account Brother. Enjoy the nesting life, there's a new big brother again. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks to the new big brother. Ancient-style rhyming DJ music sounded, wearing a black halter dress, girl twisting waist, good-looking eyes looking at the camera, knitted brows and smile with the rhythm and change, vivid and seductive. Dances a rubbing dance, but without any deliberately seductive reveal and please, a cool strength, as if vaguely bring their own natural elegance and charm, so that people look even more desire to stop. Lin Beibei's live room instantly flooded into a large wave of people. Favorite Beibei management, I go. How did so many people come to our house all of a sudden? Just now there were only 1,000 people, but now there are almost 20,000 people. Hong Koen, who was in Xingya, of course knew what had happened in the past few days. He didn't want to go to Chen Gang's office in the past few days because Chen Gang knew that Qin Ming had developed a bad temper every day in the past few days, and was looking for people to take out his anger everywhere. Qin Ming looked at the way Lin Feier blurted out without even thinking about it, and thought that she was a fan of Thunderbolt, so he didn't think much about it. After being tossed around by Hong Xing and his men, the Brotherhood has been disbanded, but the vast majority of Jinjiang City today is still considered to be Yi Fei's property. Otherwise, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th wouldn't have been so excited, and the Yu family's big old man wouldn't have asked so formally. Hearing the master refiner's appreciation and feeling the clear, envious gazes all around him, Bai Yunfei laughed in an extremely pretentious pompous manner. Shenchi didn't say more about Wang Zei's help in the back, but he knew in his heart that if Wang Zei hadn't given him the attention he needed to develop Lingnan, I'm afraid that Southern Chen would be in a very bad situation. Where would it be in such a good position today, with even Northern Zhou taking the initiative to come to peace talks? At the same time, the number of ancestral blood factor was also decreasing sharply, which meant that Jiang Tian's bloodline concentration was becoming lower and lower. The python looked like it was very excited, and while biting the Japanese ghost, it also shook its head desperately. Although Lu Geng spoke softly, Xu Peng and the others had a look of disappointment. It was obvious that Lu Geng was a character that said nothing. They knew deep down that saying more would be a waste of words. Of course, on the surface there is no such division, but the actual situation is like this. By the Miyazaki clan ruled by the Valley of Hataki, even the regime and underground forces here are also in their hands. However, ever since City Lord Li Qiayang knew that Luohao had a mountain protection formation, his thoughts changed greatly. Li Qiayang had already viewed Luohao as an existence on the same level as himself. In the main general's barracks of the Red Pier realm, Suo Zhou was wearing a white singlet and a pair of short deerskin boots, half squinting his eyes, leaning back on a wooden pillow, listening to a staffer with a green scarf and turban presenting the military situation. After Guanifei, Xu Yan, and Xiao Sulan got 2 horses, they saw that the south gate was opening and were about to walk through when hundreds of guards appeared, scaring them, and the 3 of them hurriedly retreated back to think of a way to escape. The secrecy measures of the arboreal ministry were done very well. The people who attacked the arboreal ministry all disappeared and seemed to evaporate. The tribes that invaded the arboreal ministry didn't investigate a single bit of information, so they didn't dare to make any move in the past 3 months, which made the arboreal ministry recover. The remnants of the demonic monster required from His Highness Luohao were unexpectedly auctioned off for a high price of 40,000 gold coins there in the main plain of the new continent, the continent of Roar, removing all the expenses and actually scoring more than $20,000. He's a human who is qualified enough to be arrogant. Do you see anyone who once managed to come back alive from Samuel River Mountain? Another demon responded apprehensively. He scanned the people and pointed at one of the youths with a cold face. This guy didn't know if he had gone through some kind of tragic encounter, giving the feeling of being very withdrawn and cold to the people who saw him, just revealing an aura of sadness all over his body, as if his days were not as good as he wanted them to be. After that old man left, Ihan always felt that there is a trick inside. Ihan has been guarding Luan City for many years, and has had many dealings with Zhang family. Zhang City Lord has always been tricky. I don't know which show this is singing. Chai Xiao bit his lip and nodded his head. Please rest assured, King of Qin, I will do my best to lead the 3 armies to pound Shuafeng, be loyal to His Majesty and serve the court. Saying this, he turned his attention sideways and looked out at the sharp soldiers that were driving ahead, and felt 1,000 pounds on his shoulders. The court had selected 5,000 soldiers and horses, half foot and half horseback, to belong to Yenzhou, to aid in the war in the northwest. High in the sky above the cave, the illuminated large array mimics the earthly moon, emitting a hazy soft clear light. Polite a back and forth Shirzi and Yun Dengmonk finally sat on the sedan chair. Yun Qing Temple outside, many people saw Shirzi sat on the sedan chair, ran to inquire, learned that their great musician to go to the Tianlong Golden Buddha Temple are happy for him. That golden light, even if it is weak, even if it is difficult to be perceived, but the difference between that golden light and the water is still tremendous. God said, just now was a game prepared by the Demon King. According to the usual practice of previous years, we should be able to begin. The corners of God's mouth didn't have a smile, but he wasn't serious either. It wasn't long before a carriage pulled by 2 horned horses appeared on the horizon and gradually entered the line of sight. Tianyin had long noticed Adele's appearance, and had even seen the scene of Adele throwing herself at Yi Xinghan, which was why she walked out. Even joining Beidou is also based on the fact that Beidou has an extremely high degree of freedom, and if he really needs something and has to use points to exchange it, he will do it himself. Stay standing. I suddenly saw more than 100 meters away, 2 tilted cross between the sword stone, seems to leap and float through a fleeting gray shadow, starkly, as if a horseman with a gun and leaping horse, is in the wind and sand galloping through. In the silver flame, a huge beast claw shot out, with the rapidity of the momentum toward the nameless slammed over. Volume 1 Chapter 78. Our house is surrounded by big brothers. It was simply more explosive than the way he had just seen Lin Beibei dancing. When had Lin Beibei ever had this kind of attitude towards him? And called him brother? Lin uncomfortably stroked his neck. The boy next to him looked at Lin and asked curiously, what's wrong? Why are your ears so red? Lin wasn't in the mood to talk to the other guy and casually said, nothing, it's a bit hot. Then I'll turn on the air conditioner. Lin Wuan gave a perfunctory It was also funny to say. He and Lin Beibei had been family members for so many years, but he didn't even know that Lin Beibei could dance. This was the first time he had seen Lin Beibei dance. What they did as a pair of pro-siblings was not qualified at all. The Golden Silkworm Immortal Building's wanted list did have a venomous Snake King. The species was the same as this one. The Snake King wasn't comparable to a normal Demon King. In addition to being powerful, he would also use poison, and ranked very high on the wanted list. Without a certain level, it cannot be found at all, and will easily walk into the trap of the questioner. Yesterday, Chongting Rapunzel's mansion and Dongui Yard, including Qingyu Yard, all received a posting from Duke Qin's Xie Mansion. Their House 29 invited guests to celebrate the safe return of the Xie family's father and son. When Shadow Hatchet came back, he habitually opened the surveillance equipment, and at first didn't find any abnormality, but when he looked back at the records, he accidentally found this point of light. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a blue immortal shadow flying high up. His body was light and airy, absolutely stunning. Don't try to fool me, where was my mother back then? At that time, why was no one willing to come and help us? Ilati angrily refuted with a strange emotion. Although she withdrew her force in her hand in time, the sharp tip of the blade cut the wound on Ethan's chest even deeper, which caused Ethan's whole body to tremble in pain. From this day onwards, Ding Yueying really came to report to Dongui Courtyard every day at the beginning of noon, and left at the end of the next morning at the end of the day. Lu Man personally gave her acupuncture and moxibustion, never pretending to be someone else.
It turns out that Lord Hu, like Zhang Jianwei, is a member of the Xie family, which is also a member of the Crown Prince's party. The old man said, He Chang may also be because of this with Chen Yi to turn war into peace. Lu Man naturally will not be too much. Tang Long also randomly felt the scene. Li San with Jiayuan in the neighborhood to buy a wedding house, directly asked for a week's vacation, this time only he on the battlefield. The temperature here is even hotter than before. After a dozen or so otter breaths, Yamu can even with his full strength to turn out the ice mist to protect his body is of no help. These ice mists immediately turned into mist and dispersed at the same time as he turned them out, and the flesh and skin of his whole body are starting to melt and dissipate into a mist of blood. Only now, time and space were in chaos, and the original underground city where the demons resided had now turned into a city of demons in another dimension. For Qing Yu's performance, Bai Maku was even more satisfied. I only feel that this time I have found fun, but it is a pity that I have already become a human wife. The cured pork will be hung in a ventilated place to drain the water vapor until it does not drip salt water. Big brother is big brother, or why was he born before us? Ha ha. Pan Pu's heart was overwhelmed with admiration after listening to his big brother's ploy. However, Tang Long also accepts Li San's logical analysis, guesses, assumptions, which he also often uses. He pays more attention to black and white, focuses on reasonable assumptions, valid evidence, thoughts should be clear, analysis should be reasonable. We still have to survey the scene, there are still a lot of mysteries that we haven't solved. Tang Long stated the purpose of his stay. Nan Changqing, who had wanted to leave the city, naturally noticed that someone was following behind him, and turned around and headed back to Red Sleeves. At those words, Buer turned his head to look. In the dimly lit forest, the dark green and light green leaves were still falling with the wind, and the unique fragrance of the green grass came out, and the breeze brought up was close to the leaves on the ground and swirled around for a few times, and the faint green traces were then silently scratched through, blurring the white figure that was gradually approaching. He Jiangxiu clenched his fists, and also felt that the moment the divine dragon pearl entered his dantian, his power, again, had a certain increase. He Jiangxiu's tiger body shook, and within his body, countless orifices gave out a sound like frying crashing beans, and the meridians within his body were like dragon tendons, twitching and crackling. Yu Futian's figure trembled slightly, staring blankly at the young man in front of him with a fit body and quite a bit of demeanor, vaguely remembering when Yushi left with the immortals. This child turned back frequently, with a few drops of eye drops hanging from his chin, and ran back a few times to the scene. Shoo! Mu Yanzai interrupted her ahead of time, followed by, She's asleep, don't wake her up first, today she's also tired for the day, don't wake her up during dinner either, I'll ask the kitchen to warm up the meal again and leave it for her. The words just fell, striding toward Shen Zili's room. Only with more people on his front line could he better guarantee the solidity of their defense line, and allow them to hold this place with more confidence. At night, Yushi sat on top of the thatched hut with his hands clasped on the back of his head, looking at the shooting stars in the sky, and fell asleep very late. This was the second stance in the Taishian sword art heavenly spinning. Once it was performed, the space and time of thousands of miles in a radius would be turned upside down. The black-robed man shouted out loud. It wasn't that he was so concerned about the Earth-slaying ghost general, but if the Earth-slaying ghost general were to die, then he would definitely not be able to survive. Could it be that Hashimoto Chien meant that with enough spirit stones, he could ransom himself out of the Hashimoto mansion and regain his freedom? Tao Ran set up an iron pot and piled a brainful of charcoal into the bottom. When he squatted on the ground and reached out about to pull out the lighter in his pocket to light a fire, he thought that he was surrounded by spectators and immediately dismissed the idea of lighting a fire with a lighter. When the mortars were bombing after the Manchu deserters on both flanks, Wang Rui and his personal guards, as well as the cavalry battalion's officers and men, were also ready to attack. I rushed forward. Ling Tianing he threw the blast shadow blade over. I didn't realize that his weapon could actually be used as a dart. And at that time, although Sumu had some strength, but still did not go beyond the realm of mortals, that's why when he was expelled from that world before, Sumu was that disheartened, because that kind of horrifying distance was not something he could cross overnight. Volume 1 Chapter 79 A big black pot falling from the sky. After Zhou Jior went off the air, Assistant Qin Qin anxiously squatted down and checked Zhou Wine's ankle. Sister, how's your foot? Does it still hurt? Zhou Jior annoyingly retracted her ankle and told Qin Qin to stay away from her, impatiently opening her mouth. Didn't break my ankle, just now I pretended, I forgot the dance moves, there's nothing I can do about it. If it was usual to forget the moves, it would be fine to be cute and pouty, but the understudy danced so well, it would be embarrassing for her side to suddenly drop the ball. She was also a face live that was famous for her rubbing dance. Isn't this a direct hit to the face? How could she not give the understudy a chance to excel? Qin Qin, who knew the truth, stood up and put down her heart. You acted too much like it, sis, scared me to death. Although he said that on his lips, but in his heart, he also pinched a cold sweat for Jiang Feng. The cultivation gap between the two was too great. After Han Feng sat down, Qin Yu poured 2 cups of water and put it on the table. His look seemed to be really a bit tired. Even Han Feng was a bit uncertain. This guy had this look, he hadn't seen it for a long time. Not far away from the shadow clumps, can vaguely hear the sound of armor collision. That is the shift guard, this place of the Yin soldiers' ghost generals.
At this time the sun has set, the void flooded with black, the boundless sky floating hazy, colorful, beautiful. The next step is to be quiet, work hard, and strive to participate in more performances and programs. South Korea's entertainment programs are very rich, especially variety shows, which can be said to be famous all over the world, and participating in more of them will be very beneficial to their development. Moreover, Ning Cho felt that it was most likely Yin Tianzhong who had deliberately told Yin Tianlong about his presence in the Yin family's backyard, and then had Yin Tianlong come to test his strength. The slender hull of this one Dafu-class warship took up almost more than 2/3 of the length of the dock. In Zhang Xianzhong's Great Western Camp, there were many such characters who followed Zhang Xianzhong and did all sorts of bad things in the first half of their lives, but in the second half of their lives, they suddenly changed their nature, and as if their conscience had appeared, they became the mainstay of the Southwest's resistance to the Manchurian invasion. Really haven't seen the world, now this car is in a completely invisible state. Not to mention not being able to see the car, even the sound is not transmitted. Charlene pointed to a box with a flashing light behind the seat and skimmed her lips. Feng Lulu couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Was he agreeing to this? Won't this make you violate the rules? She couldn't help but ask. Just as the heavenly mountain divine sovereign and that immortal hidden beast were both starting to brew their spiritual energy, at this moment, the crowd was seeing that the entire heavenly sacred mountain was starting to shake. Just here her mind just turned, around the others on guard cannot wait, not yet allowed that October Xiao Xiao said refused to take the task words, on the sword-swinging knife rushed in. But the opportunity is only once, missed today once UG recovered since the two are only a lifetime of slavery, a proud Xiaozhe how can endure. Gold virtue, wood virtue, water virtue, fire virtue. Water virtue to meet the emperor. The 5 people walked to Liu and respectfully bowed down towards Liu. Liu saw the 5 people bowing down and even hastened to lift up the 5 people with a single immortal power. 9 shadows are not the 9 shadows of the past, playing the Royal Star Cliff illusion when things happen, let her heart more or less a bit of a shadow, not willing to go to participate in those complicated interpersonal relations, but also lest by then to the Nangong Mo to bring what trouble. After the marriage, as long as Su Jianan came in to change clothes, she would usually go along to help Lu Boyan match his clothes. When she first played this game she was busy leveling up, and there had been many times when Night Singer had something to do and had to go offline first, he would give her a word of advice like this. And she always waved her hand impatiently, answered a no, and then proceeded to practice leveling until dawn before crawling offline like loads of drudgery, struggling to get into bed. This completely enraged the leading Buddhist cultivator and threw out a lotus leaf in the air, which violently drifted away. Liu only felt a heavy body speed surprisingly took more than twice as slow as the original, but on the contrary, the 18 Buddhist cultivators did not have the slightest effect. Sometimes some surprises, clenched fists toward the man will be in the hands of the dog fell to the ground, the black dog whimpered, and then climbed up, ran. The Pleiades were captured by the Jade Emperor, and in one breath, the White Tiger formation was broken, the 4 Elephant formation was missing, and the rest of the 3 formations were also broken by the Jade Emperor one by one. Micro headlines have begun to test the waters of advertising business. After all, tens of millions of users, it is impossible to give up the largest source of income. However, Lu Fa directly and rudely interrupted Xiaozhe, with a look of thinking about the latter, and then, his eyes stared at Xing Yuan in a bad way. The deaf old lady would not choose to turn her back on Yi Zhonghai at this time, and the best support she could give to the silly column was silence, neither recognizing nor denying it. Yun Shiqiu asked Yuan Guanyu what had happened, and Yuan Guanyu did not say anything, pulling Yun Shiqiu's hand up the stairs. This is one of Wang Lin's not many lines, and it is also his last line, because there are no more lines from him after that. In front of that majestic giant city, there are thousands of figures standing, murderous looking towards the crowd on the city tower. However, these figures on the city tower, they are familiar with them, as if they do not even put the crowd of 1,000 in the eyes of the people, and these people are the old ministry of Xing Yuan, the 3 parts of the Cloud Spirit Army. Then do not hurry to bow to bow, in case in the future to use him he use you, this is still a bit of friendship is not. On the other side, Shen Xiao and Gao Jian also have nothing to say, instantly fought together, one person with a sword, swords clashed, sparks overflowed. The 9 genius cultivators present, other than Xu Feng, all of them revealed gazes of admiration. However, these people were destined to be disappointed, just as Wei Hu's fist reached a distance of feet from Wu Hao's back, Wu Hao Feng lazily and casually extended a hand. This scorching power, this blazing fluctuation, it's simply more like the sun's favorite than our Golden Crow clan. Jin Chong said. If the hegemonic spirit crocodile had the knowable retreat of a human and understood the tactic of breaking them down one by one, instead of facing them head on like this, there was no telling what the outcome would have been today. Suddenly from the side of the broken hole in the wall, grabbed out a weasel. This weasel directly blocked the way of the marquis. Uxin said, you'd better wait at home. I'll go and take a look first, if they no longer hate us, you'll go afterward, after all, it's inconvenient for you to come out now. Ling Xin promised. Volume 1 Chapter 80 Thanks to the wrongdoer for rewarding his meal. Lin Bebe replied to Earthly Rich Flower first, live broadcast is blocked, not broadcasting for the time being, oh, come early tomorrow. When Hua Wang Nong was broadcasting live, the Earthly Rich and Noble Flower didn't come. The first time I saw her was when she was off the air, and she came back to ask if she was still on the air today. What do you want to do? Sitting in his office, Zheng Jingshan. He should have thought that the understudy was most eager to get off work. Blame it on Zhen Jiayuan. Zheng Jingshan locks the screen of his phone, picks up his suit jacket and prepares to leave work, when suddenly his other phone receives a Weibo message from Hua Wine Gnome. It's wine, picture. It's wine, it seems to be a bit swollen and bruised, it hurts. Zheng Jingshan frowned slightly and hurriedly typed a reply, where is? At first, Yu Linglong was still talking nicely, but as she talked, she screamed hysterically. Dongfang Tuo carefully observed the weed. The grass was very tough, like it had grown tenaciously from the cracks in the ground. The roots were very fresh, like they had just been pulled out. However, just as the four-wheel drive fighter was about to gather enough courage to proceed, the audience suddenly erupted in applause, causing him to freeze for a moment. General Li, do I look like that kind of person? Have I lied to you once since we met? Zhang Yuan's voice was calm. In fact, he was already an old man in his old age, yet he had not found anyone he could trust so far. Yi Miaoqing's situation was not very good. The person who fought against her did not have the slightest intention of letting her go. Originally, this kind of competition was once every 3 years. If you missed it, you would have to wait for another 3 years. Who would be willing to easily give this competition away? Thank you, Ji Xiao. I said, I'm already grateful that you were able to accompany me. It's better for me to collect the things myself, don't bother others. I have hands and feet, and my injured hand is almost as good. If I can't move this, I definitely won't be polite with him. Xiao Yunma is guarding Zhao Di's side, looks in high spirits, not at all like he is going to be poisoned. Could it be that the medicine Xiao Yunxian gave her has problems? Or did Xiao Yunma not move the bowl at all? The two warriors laughed and chased after her, and the other warriors shook their heads helplessly and turned back. However, she ushered in her own spring, and she finally became a pair with her favorite person. On weekdays, Luffy ignored him, but at this moment, they were so close. Many people seem to have guessed why this is. I've opened so many people's scoops, and this time it's finally my turn, so it's quite helpless when I think about it. I always wanted to find an opportunity to invite Hie to have a meal, but they were all missed, and she was always so busy near the Chinese New Year, busy going back to her mother's home and preparing the New Year's goods. I froze and watched her play until the 15th level before she was terminated, and it seemed like she did it on purpose, so she didn't show a very lost expression. In response to this Iron Blood Great Walls Zheng Yuan, although there are complaints, but ultimately did not make a sound. The night of the third day, the wind chimes and Ghost Fee 3 again Team 300 archers suddenly attacked at once at the banquet to Yun 2 and a medium-sized guild's residence. The president and dozens of guild executives were all beheaded. Should face always have to face, but just right, take this opportunity, can also let the whole army to see, I in the end is not a vase. 3 people go again, the risk is a little big, but if you ask someone else to help, the language barrier, but also relatively easy to arouse the suspicion of others. But a figure appeared, and Lang Xiao clasped Elder Fua's shoulder with his right hand and stopped him. Many people do not realize that it is because Zhang Jin accepted to have an appointment with you this interview, so that he mistakenly opened the road to stardom. This is all an accident and not an accident, talent will be mixed wherever. I have not taken care of, you are not afraid that I will Marquis House in a mess? Looking toward Shen Lord, Yan Su's face with a provocative smile, would say this, naturally on purpose. From the glass room out, Xiaoyu walked on the long corridor of the farm office building, casually take the claw machine, intending to look at the outside world's reaction to the goods on the shelves of the Xiao's farm this time, did not expect, just logged into the platform by a bunch of cranky replies, scared to death. Only to see, curved to the second floor of the staircase there, a student uniformed Kataho Liwa is accompanied by her 2 followers walking down. During the time that the crowd was silent, they had already descended the stairs and came before them. After the graduates came to their senses, they were the first to surround Xiaoyu, chattering and asking him about the mysteries of food. Duke and Guzman were on the side, and seeing Xiaoyu's serious expression, which did not look like a joke, they also followed the giant's example of slowly closing their eyes. Whether in the Mage World or in the Mage Alliance, the patriarch of each family is honored with the family name, equated with the family because of the power it represents. The ancient demon dragon had told him that the Black Abyss itself had a will, however, generally only desperate beings would have seen the greatness of the Black Abyss. However, Tatsuyoshi had actually seen it like this and managed to come back, so it had to be said that the king's clan's chi was heaven-defying. She patted her brain and muttered to herself, could it be that she really broke her head from the fall and now her brain wasn't enough? Extremely toxic and pugnacious, just by its highly toxic nature, it was enough to step into the ranks of magical beasts. The mirror knight beside the flame warrior said strangely, Zaki's appearance and their mirror star's revered god, that is, Noah has some resemblance, but the distance is far away, unable to look closely. Ing Hao was a bit anxious to come to her side immediately, so his steps were hurried and immediately became unstable. Ing Hao hurriedly slowed his pace again. He couldn't be in a hurry, he could only approach her little by little. If he wanted to take her into his arms again, he must not rush. The more he rushed, the more she would only resist. It was really hard to determine the goodness and evilness of people. Unlike the evil spirits and demons, the stronger the strength, the higher the merit value.
The forest was chaotic, there were stray vines everywhere, and many plants with needle points, rushing all the way through. His face and body were scratched with many bloody marks. Volume 1 Chapter 81 Sleeping Service. Lin Beibei simply sat on the single sofa next to him and waited to get off work. After all, it was the customer's house, it was better not to move around. She just sat down not long ago, and from time to time, she focused on the change in Gu Chenyi's expression, to see if Gu Chenya had noticed her touching the fish. As it turned out, the man's face was just as serene as it was just now. He didn't seem to notice anything wrong. As Lin Beibei watched, she was suddenly a bit puzzled. Gu Chenya's cold attitude was still different when it came to Hua Wine Gnome, so why would he not be able to catch up with Hua Wine Gnome? Could it be that Gu Chenyi's insomnia was related to being rejected by Hua Wine Gnome? Don't think about it, it's too complicated, she just cares about making money. After about 2 hours, the doorbell suddenly. I think a little cannot understand, but at present we encountered things are very contrary to common sense. I do not have to specialize in this tip of the bullseye, as long as there is no danger on the line. In the above look around, and then did not find any other useful information. I swam to the bottom of the Shunzi and Li Xian is waiting for me. But she does not know that Chen silences feelings for Gu Cici, not to mention that Chen silence is not an ordinary man. Thank you, there are cigarettes. The completion of the task should be said to be very successful. Mo Yan but suddenly felt a burst of emptiness. She busy jet touched the pocket, and finally remembered that the body has long been no cigarette. Smiled to that commander asked. Yes? Hong Yan, where have you seen him? Lu Yu turned around and asked strangely. The house that was still bright was unexpectedly dark in all directions at the moment, except for the only window that could be seen in the darkness. Wu Yu unexpectedly could no longer see anything else. Seeing Ting Chiming like this, Gu Cici was somewhat touched in her heart and smiled, nodded, and left the office. The lean man looked at Luo Yun contemptuously. Luo Yun's head suddenly nodded up and down with the same as eating ecstasy, and although his looks were handsome, the colorful look called for disgust. I won the bet. I want Ji Liuyan to be my maid is naturally at my beck and call. I just asked Ji Liuyan to meet at a bar, and let him arrive after the brief message to me. Outside to help her sister's fight is also a horse first, but also will not take care of people. What things also have to woo you obedience to her. A little bit dissatisfied, immediately turn the face. Li and heart shocked, he has personally seen this large store in the weapons and equipment, who can breath them all ask to buy. She wanted to do so many things, all for the sake of Manan being able to have a better future, all for the sake of being able to see Shangguan Hong happy with her own eyes. Seeing the other party's good mood that came from humiliating himself, Ji Liuyan became even angrier and fiercely knocked Xingshir's hand away. Until now, he didn't have the time and experience to care about her. If it wasn't for her today, I'm afraid that no one would have known that Ling Baolu had fallen into the water. Gu Meng hesitated for a few moments and walked down, and when she saw Song Weili, she was so excited that she almost wanted to jump into his arms, but in the end, she held back. Guyan fixed his eyes to see. The front of the head is the old man's ironback eagle. This eagle he once sat once, but also a long time to see, and now is still majestic. Because of the wide range of mountains, Lian lurked there without moving again, patiently waiting for the prey to take the bait. Turned off their cell phones? The two of them wouldn't have turned off their cell phones to secretly date, would they? Principal Chang joked with a wide grin. Lian Zhang closed the magazine in his hand and put it aside, turning his head towards Liao Jinghong who was sitting beside him. In fact, it is not that Guyun's strength is how much powerful, it is just that when Guyun abolished Jian, in addition to the clan of harm, so let those outer disciples have more than a sense of gratitude in their hearts. Chen Xinlei was baffled at that time. The rumor is not that the seventh princess is proud and incomparable, eyes long in the head music? Wasn't it said that she had a good character and wouldn't allow others to treat her with a hint of disrespect? From this angle of Xiaomei, the length in front of him had exceeded 100 meters at the very least, and after 100 meters it was not the end, but a bend in the road. This strike, apparently even Ladybird and Doctor also did not expect. Just now Yang did not even voice, but Absolu himself attacked. Ladybird as a dojo trainer, encountered countless trainers, have seen the elves will grasp the opportunity to launch an attack, but have not seen to grasp so just right. That man, is he really gone like this? When we first met, the shock and amazement, the parting time of the tight pressure, the snowy mountains under the careful teaching, before the death of the earnest advice, that scene by scene, at this moment is just like the spring river tide of anger into the heart, so that I almost suffocated. The most breathless is that they actually completely ignored the end of summer side, who gave them the courage. This was the standard routine, let Yang Kong properly put down the goods he was going to be responsible for carrying right now, and they could still consider letting Yang Kong live. Just imagine, even a strong person like Hua Tianlong had no way to take out the treasures. Could they take them out that easily? And after today, that last ultimate arrow would completely break out of the world. It will perfectly converge with the other 8 divine arrows, and then together they will point their heads at the destructive red lotus that will burn out the world. The Grand Fujin didn't advise much, only thinking that Dong Yi Miaoi was a smart one, she would choose what was best for her. This giant Khan was almost 2 meters tall, with gnarled muscles all over his body, strong as if he was a polar bear. Especially since he also had a shaved head, his oily head was covered with a crisscross of scars, and with a bloody mouth of his own, he truly described himself as full of hideousness.
There is no need to say more. Right now the king and the state master's ploy has failed. That Loria is afraid that she has already taken a step ahead under the protection of the shadow when she was inside the Ronwei province, otherwise it is impossible for our people not to have found out about it. But this is not necessarily a good thing. Yes, laughed. Red Silver was releasing the pressure of a sacred beast all the way over, the absolute pressure of his bloodline, coupled with his own strength. The ferocious beasts that passed along the way were curious but didn't dare to approach or disturb them at will. She couldn't help but reach out her hand and slowly stroked his forehead, and surprisingly he didn't wake up either. Pei laughs in the darkness quietly looked at that one like a knife-carved face. He was very quiet when he fell asleep. His face did not have the usual that cold, that thin lips also no longer spit out mean words, just gently pursed, like a child. Volume 1 Chapter 82 Calling Brother Baby. Capital City, inside the apartment. Lin Wuan leaned against the bed, looking at the smiling face of the woman in the flat panel. His mood was complicated. Why did Lin Beibei want to imitate Flower Winethick live? Was she very short of money? But he asked her to come over and live with him, and she didn't agree. He wasn't like her, who could abandon him at any time. However, Lin Beibei's current appearance was really exactly the same as Hua Weinong, almost making him a little confused as to whether he was looking at Hua Weinong or Lin Beibei. Anyway, no matter who it is, this face is good looking, he has known since he was a child. Newcomer account 1111 presents Radiant Castle, emoji, 2. 30,000 Soundwave coins, emoji, 2. Lin Beibei smiled and opened. Exit the country is as easy as a slap in the face here. Really because of this, every day in here to do outbound day trips as many people, this has been just like China and why country-friendly business model scenic spot. Nan Bowan let out a miserable scream, his heart fried like blood, and pounced next to the soul claw. He looked at the soul scale with grief and confusion on his face, and alertly hugged the soul claw and jumped away from the soul scale far from the side of the soul scale. Everyone looked out. Quan Shangnan also stood on tiptoes, probed, and looked, and immediately eek. In such a situation, the tiger's portals were wide open and leaky everywhere, and the suffocated Kopo Fetch, Swanee, Solomon and Rajesh scored consecutively against unguarded baskets. Our dormitory building was constructed at the turn of the century, and there was no surveillance installed in the dormitory, so the only way to find out the clues was to ask questions and look for eyewitnesses with one mouth and two legs. When they got off the plane and did not go to the hotel, but came here, Quan Sung Nam felt a little strange. Almost all the toxicity in the world is to rely on the blood flow to travel through the body to achieve a life-threatening effect. At this time, a yellow jeep stopped less than 6 meters away from Longshang. The jeep was followed by an army green jeep and 2 gray cars. There was some anxiety, some confusion, and a hint of panic and fear that I had never seen on his face before. Obviously this time is to come to see him once, but when he really saw him, but did not have the courage to face. Can Mo Jingyuan words turn, eyes with a hint of fire, but I have to bite back. And in Shufeng City, half a day has passed. Sima Yun and that young adult from Yongsun Palace are waiting, but there is no news of the people sent out. It has been a long time since I have seen Ling Dianqian's gentle face. Mo Qianing once again looked infatuated, did not think that Ling Dianqian once again had to use a gentle face to himself, suddenly felt that this time the injury, suffered a very worthwhile. Naiha simply do not know the specific floor and number of your home, in the security cannot be registered, they do not let go. Since she left the forest garden, Mo Qianning has brought all the previous things to her body, although her force value is not good, but, with hard guys in her body, she is also able to deter some people. The next night, that inconspicuous short room was crowded with the top management of the expeditionary army with King Qing and I as the leaders. Even Uncle Xiao Wu and Lao Qian came to see it. In that original three-dimensional world of his, there were too many talented people to count, and if you wanted to stay on stage, you had to do the word amazing to impress the audience. The next day, Yi Hansheng helped me take care of everything, and at night he and Su Rongyan made up a night in the car, and his stepfather's attitude towards them had been bad, because he paid the cost of burying the money, and his stepfather's transformation towards Yi Hansheng was better, but his stepfather didn't know at all that Yi Hansheng actually didn't want to take care of him. Jiang Beibei's heart gradually a little cold, the sadness on her face is also more true for a few points, her sadness gradually from maneuvering into the real. Yi Wubai instantly knew that the mysterious person behind the scene that Lin Haotian had asked about might be about to appear. I followed to the door of Qin Shangui's office to watch them go in la. I checked no one in all directions, so I boldly put my ear to the door and listened to what was said inside. Residential base is originally 2 brothers equal share. Your original purchase and sale of documents is a note. There is no legal basis. Chen Chongshan, we now give you 180,000. You take okay? Otherwise, when the time comes to the court, this foundation, you have to return to me as well. The wabi-sabi from the 2nd generation are all orphans, and all are the kind of people who have no name and no ties. I also just got the news, it is said to be your side, has been in the scope of the county's plan, the beginning of spring next year, will be expropriated. Old Qin said in a deep voice. Blackbeard is not only crazy, but also particularly cruel. At that time, the Caribbean pirates also had their own way. Following the Great Pirate Code, surrendered prisoners are generally not killed. You accompany him to do this, and whoever dares to disobey against him at that time will be killed directly. Yi Feng said to Plankton Dragon. I don't know how long Bai Risheng drove for, and finally she parked the car at the entrance of the Three Flowers Xin Hall. This was one of the most crucial reasons why they finally agreed to let Yifeng be the Dao son of the Haotian sect. Otherwise, even if Yifeng had the Haotian ancient order, it would be impossible for him to agree to this unreasonable request. And in the void, that huge black shadow began to change rapidly at this time, and finally it was transformed into a black silhouette about 5 meters high suspended in the void. Thinking this way, she dodged Ai Ping's attack while secretly peeping at Chen Feng's reaction. Her heart was both nervous and expectant, only that she didn't see anything from Chen Feng's face. He had always looked conspicuous, but in order to follow her, he wore a low-profile black bodysuit, a hat with the brim pressed low, covering most of his face, and a pair of sunglasses, so it was almost hard to recognize without a serious look. He does not believe that these people do not hate. The reason why he saved Wang Jing, it should be for his array attainments, and he wants to make this ship more solid as gold. The punch from second elder Che just now, it was him, Zhong Li Jing, who definitely couldn't take it intact and hard, but Yijin, however, did it. This time, for the Five Nations Conference, we only have a total of 11 places in the Blackwater Kingdom, of which we, Qi Yun Sec, have 3 places, so it will be Yijin who will take the lead and bring the top 3 of the heavenly ranking forward to participate in the battle. Grand Elder Lu Chongchuan said. Li Yuner blankly glanced at Chen Turnip. Why not? You yourself did not book one early, so that in the future, you can unintentionally exercise and maintain your body, and you do not have to control your appetite. A teasingly languid, wave-skinned infinite voice entered the ears of the 3, causing their faces to swish and change, mischievously grabbing out their weapons, sidestepping sternly and glaring towards the teenager. Volume 1 Chapter 83 In Your Face Cricket List Big Brother. Lin Bebe watched as the 20,000 people online in the live broadcast room dropped directly to 2,000 after Kola finished speaking. It didn't take much to figure out where these fans had gone. 1 second they wanted to see her dance and complimented her on how good she looked. The next second ran to the opposite side and helped others take revenge. What kind of loving relationship was this? She looked at the public screen again, and there were a few more familiar account names. Mystic, 5A Male Model and Young Master Chin were all here. And what did Alphabet and Flower say about "Don't be afraid, fight her"? Do they want to hear how ridiculous they are talking? None of them came yesterday, and just one Alphabet brother came over to gift swipe half of them, and the person even dropped off the line. Should we expect these not? At best, it was a kind of vision, perhaps a certain history that heaven and earth remembered, or just one of the secrets that Si Milan had. However, for this kind of environment, Qin Zheng's adaptability is still relatively strong. Yi Moor's fear is more obvious, even though she is wearing a shiny and glittering equipment, but still shrinking arms and neck, also step by step in the back of Qin Zheng. Long Tian was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, pressing on, just shouting, "Don't worry," and then drifted away. At the same time, whoever thought of committing the following offense, then the Demon King would directly send them to report to the middle of hell. If the previous 3 plagues and 9 tribulations were just wild ways and did not completely become the rules of heaven and earth, but since Hanjin truly became the Jade Emperor God, he proclaimed heaven and earth in the form of the Jade Emperor God's will, and became one of the rules of the heavenly Tao. Right at this time, Yi Xuanhuan steeply stretched out his hand and directly pinched above Qiu Ruoshi's throat. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng had nothing to worry about. Moreover, even if he was not defeated, wasn't there still Tong Yuan? What other enemy was there that even Tong Yuan couldn't defeat? Ape Edge liked to run to Tang Knight and talk to him. Even if Tang Knight showed a relatively cold attitude, she still pestered him. If you look closely, you will realize that the black stuff in the ice just formed a pale black skull. Zhang Biao did not think that Chen Luo was actually strong to such an extent. He was already sneak attacking, and it was a sneak attack in this way. Who else could dodge it? But Chen Luo not only dodged it, but also threw it back. So he dodged to the side, then quickly lunged at Chen Luo. As I sent the hammer away and had just walked back into the house, my cell phone, which was charging, rang. Accompanied by a shout with a pleading tone, the big golden hair glanced at Ouyang Lan before sticking out its tongue and rushing to lick Qin Hao's face. At that moment, I once again heard Huang Zhong's voice. This guy was still threatening me. I looked into the air and shook my head helplessly. Although Sisterly wasn't an important person, she was the manager of Hua Entertainment, and Su Chen smoked Sisterly in front of everyone. This was simply a public slap in the face of Tang Haochuan and the face of Hua Entertainment Company. To go out on a horse or to go out on the road was not to come blindly, and it was not to say that if you had seen someone else see a doctor, you could see it yourself, and once something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. The problem of the canal? Here is such a road, you say it can still be a maze? Hammer looked at me and asked suspiciously. It turns out that here, actually has been due to Haida blood clans expert, and the strength is not know how much higher than the Baron Heman who came before, under deliberate concealment, even Qin Hao did not find out. Said here, I also know in my heart that this time is a big basket case. For a moment I also do not know what to say in the end, and at this time in addition to those who are still in the soil inside the refinement of the demonic Dan Tian Ziwei, the rest of the Tian Ziwei almost all rushed to this place. Oh, as you like, it's better to go and take a bath first. When the time comes, you can also be a little bit more spiritual. Wang Jin didn't persuade anymore, waved his hand and let the deputy chief clean up his body first. Later on, there will be a summarizing meeting, can't participate with a fishy smell, right? The Ministry of Finance, the Inland Revenue Department of the gang of grandsons more and more vigorously investigated. As more and more evidence, and a big leader behind the back, surnamed Jiang cannot help but arrogant up, not only to the people under the company's staff, the same bossy. On this side, Zhong Guolong and Chen Liwa got Long Yun's instructions, deliberately pushed with Lu Chang that he was busy, and even the phone did not pick up one of him, which simply let Lu Chang fumed. If not for the discipline, he really hated to run to the Shenlong training team to ask these two brothers properly what he should do in the end now. Yuan Shikai is generous, letting out 2 provinces at once. Getting the briefing, Wang Jin couldn't help but laugh out softly. The clothes she was wearing were from yesterday, sweaty and dirty, a strange smell couldn't go out. They glanced at each other, all their joy was on their faces, even in front of Fu Hongying, a Dezhao person. Yunjian carefully thought about Si Zhan's words, his face did not change much, still elegant with a little bit of persistence. Su Jin hurriedly ran out, only Sangji a few people are not dare to be slow, and hastily Tu Fingqi in front of the ice bowl to remove, but also will be in the room of incense to move out. At this time, a group of brothers all came back to clean up the battlefield, bullets, grenades, even Wu Yan's cigarettes were not left for him. Squad leader, don't worry, I thought so yesterday, I figured it out today. I won't kill myself. Squad leader. Are you okay? Meng Shangyun asked with a red face. Only to see an old man in the store to raise a cup of wine. Look at this horse face, thin and long, hand-held gold abacus, it is the abacus monster came. The same table sat a middle-aged man, this person looks elegant, under the chin 2 feet beard, is the world's first master of the master Fu Yuaning, and then see a fat man at the side of the head down to eat, but not the fat scale monster, who is it? Once the order to divide the army into harm's way was announced, many of the officers did not have much of a reaction. On the contrary, many officers are still very happy, after all, divided into so many fields, if you do not have to stay in the barracks, that is the best. When Wu Dingyuan heard the words change of dynasty and remembered what he had seen and heard in the divine mechanism cave, even though his internal strength was thick and rare, his whole body still trembled and he looked extremely shocked. How are you going to deal with the Japanese suicide planes? Chief of General Staff Zhao Jin asked Feng Yundong Dao. It was no wonder that Jinni was so surprised, even though he was the one who had traveled across, he was well aware of the significance of the heavenly pivot realist to the open heaven sword sect. After putting the Purgatory Pagoda, which had lost control and floated in mid-air due to Luo Li's death, into his Sumeru ring, Jinni took a deep look at the direction of the heavenly sword sect, turned around and flew rapidly to the west. As soon as Lin Feng lifted the entire quilt off the bed, all 4 of their bodies were suddenly exposed to the dim light. Volume 1 Chapter 84 Bebe Shark is crazy. Newcomer account 1111. It's okay if you don't mix, if you have difficulties, you can find more people around you to think of ways, don't tough it out on your own. When Lin Bebe saw this pop up, she couldn't help but sneer, people around me? I have no one around me. Newcomer account 1111, so it's even if he's not her real brother, now he's not even a person? Favorite Bebe management, Bebe is really on the list of Big Brother did not let go. Limited ability chairman, key list on the Big Brother did not have a scolding is in vain. Enjoy the life of a loser, there is still a young master Qin did not say it. Qin young master. This time there is no need to mention him. Shenyuani several people sat down in turn, those people of the races were quietly watching, there was no human race in the morning's competition, so in this regard, everyone was still silent. Guests. Grandpa has a lot of work to do in the day, why don't you leave the guests to me to entertain? After saying that, Cheng Yi took a step forward and wanted to grab Tong Yu. Just at this time, the phone on the table jingled. It directly startled Matsui. It possessed invisibility, a special kind of magic that could cause a mental breakdown based on its appearance alone. The closed for reorganization notice had already been posted, but there were still a few customers who didn't know about it and came to eat breakfast in the morning, but found that the door had already been open. We're only serving breakfast today, but we won't be doing business after breakfast time. Guests chanting lucky, the beginning of a week of good mood is the way to come. As for Chu Yunfei, he also took Sun Ming and rushed out of the office at the first time, looking up at the sky with an unusually heavy face. And the appearance of Lu Hong today is undoubtedly not to make me more determined in this suspicion, the Tang family may really have a connection with the sink of all things. Wang Hao was not trying to make a splash. Rather, he knew that if Zhou Weiguo went out, he would take it June. The stream of information swept around his body, refusing to stop for a long time, and Xie Yao swore that he had never been in so much pain. Wang Hao was really speechless, with about the same number of people, the National Army can't even beat such a unit. The Earth Emperor Turtle was shocked in his heart, this is not a joke, the horror of being eroded by the fierce demon Qi, he knows better than anyone else. 3 of the black gold Tyrannosaurus Rex's infected sprites were surprisingly capable of extreme overdraft bursts, which was unexpected by Bai Yuling, who had no reservations except for his ultimate bottom card, Super Subterranean Dragon, and Strengthening Power. When Lu Pakshi saw these people come, his face was calm, but only a few points of gravity flashed in his eyes.
Time was running out. Ling Zuotian immediately gained control of the mechanical ants and began to look for the supercomputer's electric gate. Chen Feng thought, when he registered the horn that day, he did not say the name of the secret treasure. I did not expect the auction organizers to think so well, but gave such a very atmospheric name. They twisted their heads to look at Chen Hao, their eyes were filled with complex colors, and for the effect of Chen Hao's elixir, they were also shaken. After all, in the just now, Jiang Jingtian had a diarrhea. Hello? Heir Xiaojie was impatient and yelled. Last night, ever since Fu Hao's accident, even he didn't have a good night's sleep. In the extreme north, the Kuanpeng spread out its wings that were enough to prop up the sky and flew towards an unknown faraway place. The double mace, which was made of fine steel, swirled and blossomed with a pale white light, and a wave of energy fluctuations spread out from above the double mace. Hey, it's not good to do, the salary is low, and the hotel business is not good recently, the salary has not been increased for 3 years. Wu Niu said with a sigh. He Conan lowered his head, seeing that she was about to throw another slap down, he caught her wrist to stop her move. 3 days ago, in the middle of the great battle with the soul-searching clan, under the leadership of Morong Ningyue and Night Demon Rao, the humans finally managed to defeat the soul-searching clan, and all the soul-searching clansmen were all killed in action under the pursuit of the humans. Old Zhou found and stood aside, also a little confused. Yi Lianyan waved her hand towards him, signaling him to wait outside for her. After a while she would call him. Mom, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know what's important, you guys help me move a chair in, she just wants to see him every now and then. Jiang Yutong seems to understand a bit, his clear and handsome face slightly red. He picked up Jiang Yuguan and went to her room. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with the prescription? Also, he asked Nancy for this prescription, was it not for her? As soon as these words came out, the ancient demon clan's demon emperor, the witch clan's Ask Tian Tian, and the sword spirit clan's Bai Wu, all three of them, coincidentally sank down, their faces somber and looking incomparably unsightly. Yi Yanlian didn't have the heart to observe what kind of mental activities Li last night was having right now. I was right, wasn't I? It turns out that Zhang Lu was a BL, it's really an eye-opener, but it's okay to listen to such a person, he definitely can't be his brother-in-law. Chang mother, tell Zhou Bing to come over and see off the guests. Yi Fianiang raised her voice, she was going to vomit if she heard one more word from this man. I'll buy you whatever you want to drink, just don't go to the bar. Mui Yang's domineering look came back. The sound of a fist resounded, and Zhao Shufeng's right arm suddenly trembled. Blood flowed violently against the flow in an instant, instantly bursting out from the acupuncture points at the arm, and for a moment the blood was biting. And, even more so, at this instant, Zhao Shufeng's right arm violently snapped, turning into a twist, and then completely turned into pieces. Kuxian, calm down. I'll open the door. Wang Sudong said, then prepared to go over and open the door. Things had come to this point, must explain clearly, not to mention that he and Su Wanqi did not do anything nasty. What's more, she had more important things to do, and shouldn't be influenced by Lu Shiyu and mess up her mind. Of course, the more important reason was that Yun Tianyang realized that there was a hidden danger that had been staring at him. This feeling was like being stared at by a cobra hiding in the shadows, a very unpleasant feeling like a thorn in the back. Shen Suishan felt herself getting farther and farther away from the shore, her body was getting heavier and heavier, she wanted to struggle to the shore, but her body couldn't make any strength, and the cold river water poured into her mouth and nose, choking her with ice-cold water, like a poison that passes through the intestines. My magic has no attributes. Lu Tianyu looked at him, not knowing why he suddenly said this. Are you saying that this house, too, is ours? Gu Enting asked as she looked at him with wide eyes in disbelief. Entering the large courtyard, which had all sorts of modern appliances, Yang Fan had thought that the clan was the same as in martial arts, carrying long swords, all day long, and huffing and puffing, practicing boring movements. However, this kind of chance was right in front of them, but they could only look at it and stare dryly. What kind of thing was this? In this way, occasional battles were not a problem, but if they had to fight continuously, or if they encountered a strong enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Chaoyan blinked, not knowing if he really didn't know or if it was just a show, one hand holding onto Ri Xiao's fingertips, tilting his head to look at Ri Xiao. She recalled that the first time, Hai Mingju had thrown her directly out of the car without mercy. Today, still trying to strangle her, maybe the third time, how she died without even knowing. Volume 1 Chapter 85 Flower Wine Thickness Personally Catching Adultery. I'm not a rich second generation. New, the anchor is stabbing the Taoist nest? The flavor of yin and yang in the live broadcast room is so big? The most favorite North management did not stab the Taoist nest, just flat, and no surprise to the list of Big Brother are trained once again only. I'm not a rich kid, this is still flat and strange. I'm not a rich kid, the whole network cannot find such crazy anchor it. What's the difference between that and smashing your own rice bowl? I'm not a rich second generation, the Big Brothers of this live room. Don't run, she won't come after you. Zhang Yixian knew Luo Yao well, and Luo Yao knew him even better. Probably, it's about 3 journeys for us to go to Gueha City. Zhang Yichen saw that Lu Rui didn't have much of a concept, so he made an analogy. Lord Lucifer, you're making things difficult for my subordinates again, aren't you? Just before Night Maple and the others had taken a few steps out, a thick voice suddenly rang out.
Zhao asked for a room card, led me to the room with the license number 507, swiped the card, and opened the door. At that moment, my eyes brightened up, and here, the head was clear of machinery. Ha ha! Director Zhang, we really haven't seen each other for a long time. Xianifei smiled and shook hands with Director Zhang, while in his heart, he felt a little strange. This Director Zhang seems to seem particularly enthusiastic today. Fang Qi had just tried 10 times gravity and 10 times mental oppression in the Tower of Heaven. At this moment, when he felt the sound of the spell, although he also felt more than a fluttering in his chest, he was ultimately better. But Gu Tai and Luo Hai were different. The two of them were shaken by the sound of the bell at this moment, and they immediately felt that their spirit was in a bit of a trance. The sky is getting brighter and brighter. Xiongsu always feel that the valley between the eerie atmosphere is getting heavier and heavier. The surrounding scene is getting clearer and clearer. He carefully did not find any abnormalities, but he always feel that there is a pair of eyes in the dark staring at him. After 100 Templars in white armor, there were a dozen or so priests in white robes, and after the white-clothed priests, there was a bald, silver-robed old man surrounded by several cardinals. There is a wind blowing on the right side, exam, even my footsteps are measured just right, only, just as I went out, I was grabbed by the fluffy sub by the hand. At the same time, right under the eyes of Yi Jiang, Mo Yuan walked slowly to the city gate, waved the long sword in his hand, and easily cut off 4 iron cables that were as thick as an adult's arm. After another moment, with the approach of a dozen or so beams of flashlight, at least 20 rickshaws were rushed into the large courtyard not far away. That's for sure, don't even look at who the producer is. Li So-yun pretended to have a smelly expression on her face. This time, if it wasn't a bolt from the blue and the heavens couldn't look away, and Master Guan personally came to clean up Qin Yulong and expose his hypocritical face, they were afraid that they would have to be deceived by Qin Yulong again. Sure enough, with the 16 late Foundation establishment cultivators joining forces, coupled with the addition of the formation, the power of the joining forces was actually no less powerful than an ordinary Jindan cultivator's strike. He immediately punched down, blasting a sand pit in the sand, even causing the ground to tremble slightly. However, it was deftly dodged by Wolf Smoke and continued to attack towards the Ape King. The Ape King was a bit surprised. It was clearly a whack at him. How did he still give him a dodge? I don't know how many times Wu Qi has lied to these people before. When he saw the army, he ran away. When he heard the recruitment, he fled, and he looked like he had put the city people on the list of lost trust, and he could not get into the oil and splash. After entering the barbecue area and buffet area, you can see the waiter standing there waiting for the guests to come. The taste of this store is good to eat, not to mention, the environment is elegant, attentive service that is certain. However, Lin Chanan was holding up his tea and not moving. Seeing this scene, Wang Boss's eyes flashed a color of neat pain and took out a storage bag. Several huge crossbow arrows instantly shot, directly shooting their bodies, broken meat and blood sprayed on top of the grass, then trampled by the bear claws behind. Seeing that Yu Rin was about to fall into another hopeless spiral, Qin Lin realized that she could no longer stand idly by. But the results of the examination were not to be thought of. He was only in his mid-20s, but his heart, liver and lungs, plus his kidneys, were already suffering from all sorts of problems, and before that, he was in good health. Either my crew is a cutie, or your Korean customs officers are cuties. Would you waltz through customs with 5 kilograms of drugs on you? Chen Feng sneered and said. Hong Kong Island was worthy of being an international metropolis. The travelers coming and going were like ants moving in and out, and the glass of the VIP room isolated the hustle and bustle. In the end, even the 4 divine monks of the Shaolin Temple, except for Kong Si who died at Xiesun's hands back then, the abbot Kong Wen and the 3 of them, Kong Ji and Kong Sex, arrived in full force, and similarly stayed with more than 20 Shaolin martial arts monks. Not to mention the identity of the other party alone. There are some suspicious, don't come to the time when he did for others, that is some row. Solved to this point, Qin Fan also dare not continue to cut. If he cut one more time, he would have to cut the jade inside. Thank you for the swastika bot screening, legend, swastika, thank you for the support, Dudan Moncler Pa Share, go to bed early, hug the fist. In this way, he also completely put down, went to the provincial capital, looking for the trace of his father, as well as Soaring Medicine and Ji Xiniang. The 2 evil forces must be completely cleaned up, can no longer be similar to the city of Anqing dragged mud and water. Chang'an City, the prosperous part of the Weiyang district, a landmark building with 3 words flashing on it, Fire Phoenix. Hearing this, Li Yamla nodded as the other party left, accompanied only by Jizan, Huang Long and Polly. Wang Dedian swung his head sideways, and turned the long sword in his hand, which was originally held vertically, with the tip of the sword pressed down to become held horizontally, and used a long snake out of the hole when dodging Xiefan's sword technique, stabbing Xiefan straight in the chest, and in the process, he switched from defense to offense. The warrior character in the game was originally a stout and majestic figure with a powerful and dashing armor. Even if she believed what Jiwei Snap said now, she didn't believe that Chu Tianyuan would be the kind of person who would get married without telling his friends and family. Today was her 18th birthday, and after 12 o'clock she would need to fulfill her family's vocation and become a professional demon god. Anyway, Gu Junyan was away on a business trip and her mother-in-law hadn't returned. No one was minding her, so she was just happy to be at ease. Volume 1 Chapter 86, There Must Be a Light Bulb in a House of 3.
Qin doesn't want to go to work to enter the live broadcast room. As Qin's boss, Joe Weiner looked at Qin's account name. Pretty. In the live broadcast room, Lin Beibei is being happy that she can still make money. Nowadays these days. What other job was there that made money faster than she did now? Working 2 hours a day, daily earnings can easily reach millions. Making an average of 138.888889 yuan per second, every minute was 8,333.33333 yuan. At this rate, she'll be a millionaire in a few days. Favorite Beibei admin, it's really rare that big brothers are on Beibei's side because they've been scolded by Beibei for feeling guilty. His Majesty is now like a courting peacock that can't wait to show his gorgeous feathers in front of his favorite person as a way to attract her attention. Cheng Snapdragon had various ingredients prepared beforehand, with a chef carefully concocting them, and they all ate, drank, and played cards for fun. However, right now, Li Su stayed comfortable on her own and didn't need her help at all. Then, the motivation that was there in the first place was gone. Or, thinking a little more frighteningly, could there be a part of the push in Wu Yiyun for the situation that Xian is in now? Since it was no longer useful to threaten them with Yuko, then this most primitive method would have to be used. The students below all laughed. I didn't expect Kenri, who was a school bully, to make such a low-level mistake. On top of that, the 2 destroyers in the perimeter, as well as the anti-aircraft guns on top of the 8 frigates were all in position, because they knew that the Yamato-class battleship's anti-aircraft capability was really average, so that was why they had specially sent out the 8 frigates for close protection. At night, Zhang Chang worked until 1 in the morning, and finally got sleepy enough to get up and pack his things, ready to leave. Zhang Cheng nodded. He felt the same way. Without the existence of the 1,000 gold formula, he was afraid that he would have died a long time ago. Yunfei Yang's eyes toured the lobby before landing on the piano in the center of the hall. The rest of the wolf dogs, however, did not care about the death of their companions and rushed one after another. Wu Chang kept waving his arm, his whip flying wildly in the air, whip shadows clumped together, the wolf dogs whimpered incessantly and screamed miserably, and several of them had fallen down in a while. Right, starting from Shinbiro's, everyone please order food, each person shall not be less than 2 of their favorite dishes. Old Wei handed the menu to Old Shin next to him in passing. Because of the muddy gale, it was not clear what was happening inside the gale, and only the violent sound of rocks crashing could be heard. Rockets serve, some are on the court to play the organization forward, slowly dribbling to the arc, facing Batum, some are after a few dribbles broke through, into the basket, behind the head pass. So is this king allowed to go in now? He asked with an expressionless face, and there was even an eagerness in his eyes. A public execution? Or in a hole like the East Sea? You are insulting him, and even more so, all of us pirates, old me will never allow it. Shirkei went completely crazy, the withered wood in his hand and Sakura Ten swung wildly like a madman, cutting out a huge blade of unrivaled sharpness. Governor Zhou agreed to this proposal. He let Lu Vice Governor's specific operation, need the county government to step in to coordinate, he will actively support. The east gate of Yeqing is the focus of the Chao army's attack. There are people such as Jin Jin personally in charge of it, Feng Ji and Lu Kuang assisting Jin Jin. The south gate has Tian Feng in charge of the defense, Xan Bai, and Chen Yuqiong assisting Tian Feng. The north gate has frustrated judge in charge of the defense, Jiang Yitsu, Lu Xiang and others assisting frustrated judge. The south gate was currently not being attacked by Chao's army and had Sima Yi in charge of guarding it. He just stood there, not moving a muscle, that oppressive and gloomy aura that pressured people to almost gasp for air. Xiaofanchen looked around and was secretly surprised in his heart. He hadn't thought that the other party was actually so powerful. Every move could cause the entire formation to change. For the 4th time, if there is still someone who believes the Goguryeo, he must have his head kicked by a donkey. A few days later, Li Shimen complained in a low voice. The Nye clan, a very disciplined elite force, would not hesitate to jump even when faced with a 10,000-foot cliff after receiving orders, and would not hesitate at all. The Tanya fire ape continued to stride forward, using the same way, killing the other party and charging directly into the middle of the blazing fire sect. Che, you coaxed the ghost almost, does hearsay know in such detail? Duan Mingyu despised Cheng Ziyuan in his heart. Jiang Ziya's second skill knocked back Xiaoyan's Han Xan for a bit, but it wasn't much use. There was still Lu Yu's son Shangxiang shooting wildly behind him, and it was still a son Shangxiang with a red buff. Moreover, Yu Ruoqin's game interface had already entered the preparation interface when she took over the cell phone of Lu Yu's, so that meant that this purification was chosen by Lu Yu himself. Seeing Qing Yen panicked, Changbai Demon Venerable was again a burst of delicate laughter, said look at you scared, I am joking, alas, that is, you are willing, I cannot be brazen enough to do this kind of thing, alas. Finally sighed quietly, seems to have some feelings. The fight is not over, don't say useless. Fighting up to now, Li Jianyang of course could not give up the victory that was about to come to hand, and said with a straight face. Especially since Ikari Yulan had put the witch demon on the poisonous touch, seeing that the slowdown and stun were about to take effect, and Zhao Dingwa, who had forcefully killed the captain, then returned to surround them, the witch demon would be dead. It's nothing, your majesty, will the slave girl take another look? Chuyer said with a casual response.
Looking upwards from the bottom of the mountain, one could still make out the staggered layers of more or less different dwellings that had been hollowed out between the mountains. Lin Yuan didn't consider himself to be a good person. He would want to keep his wallet private if he found it, but when he saw someone fall, his first thought was also to go and help them. "Hubby, how about we lure her over here?" Meng Luo Lemon actually already had a plan. Today, she had to go to Rijing's house. Lin Liao didn't want to delay on making food, and prepared everything out of the cave towards the lower mountain. Ji Qingyao looked at the cave and then looked at herself. She didn't go to the wrong place. This is the cave she found a few days ago. She saw the bag she carried in a corner of the cave. Volume 1 Chapter 87. A man should protect his innocence outside the house. Lin Beibei immediately looked up at Alphabet Brother, who was sitting calmly across the table, and then at the man who was standing by the table with a complicated look on his face. The man not only had a good temperament, but his looks were also outstanding, and compared to Alphabet, his external conditions were on par. However, his looks were slightly softer than Alphabet's. Unlike Alphabet's, when he didn't smile, he always gave off a look that was not to be messed with, so that people didn't dare to approach him easily. Just by looking at his face, young Master Qin has a better personality than Alphabet. The quality of the big brothers on Flower Wine Known's list was really high. 1 or 2 of them were rich and handsome. But then again, they were all carefully selected by Flower Wine Known, so they were definitely high quality. According to the Flower Wine Thick, only live 3 times a month not. Ouyang Shire's annoyance eventually calmed down under Chen Xian's admonition, and Yang Yingqi also became more and more calm after looking at a spy report that came from Bianliang. Hearing Sun Fei's muttered words, the mysterious powerhouse who was about to leave fluttered and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. But I suddenly also realized the seriousness of the matter. Finished, it seems that this face code is storming out. Not let her scare people will be miserable. It can be said that the blessing is unrivaled, the misfortune is not alone. Today I just went home and was almost killed by the ghost of the family, and now it seems that the ghost is lost to the eyes. I am also too unlucky it. The young man in white raised his arm, waving his palm like a sword. A brilliant golden light coalesced on his palm, like metal, stern and sharp. And at this time, not far away from Yenzhou, in the dark environment, 2 people are speaking in a very low tone. In recent years, the rise of marketing has also caused a great impact in society, and no one can imagine that this is a disguised means in the 1,000 doors, which is very harmful. Guan Yunchang knife law is like the wind. If he wants to kill, no one can stop him. If he wants to take the road, even more no one can stop him. However, the amazement in Joseph's eyes that just swept by was still captured by Duan Muji sensitively and precisely. He was still a bit chagrined in his heart, and began to calculate where he should go to buy an office building or mansion or something, but it should be hard to buy a suitable one in Haishan, right? And it wasn't long after Ren Yaoshi went back. Yan Bei Wangfei's reward arrived, and the one who came to deliver the things was another big maid beside the Wangfei, Shi Luo. Instead, because of Lin Shi's threatening behavior, the big man who had clipped her arms behind her back in turn locked her up a little tighter, causing a subtle rattle to come from Lin Shi's bones, and her expression became even more ugly. "You really went all in?" I was shocked beyond belief. Su Dongpa, this guy is not reliable in his work, but he has always been considered to have self-control, right? Now how come he met a positive girl just like a livestock? Then what do you want? Between realms, basically it is difficult to directly transfer with technology, and the various realms are different. The technology of the main world may not be completely portable, the last time it failed, and this also has a lot to do with it. Once she thought of this, under the embarrassment and fear in Lin Shi's heart, she finally couldn't help but cry even harder. Zhang Ran's eyes flashed. The Northwest General's age is getting higher, is preparing to retire to his hometown, and has already gotten the Emperor's understanding, said to find a suitable candidate to let him retire. Yes, when Brother Han said that, I did remember again that when that Lok was running the Tao, that was really step by step, it looked extremely sacred. You spoke again. Night Underworld's speed caught the attention of many underworld powerhouses, and in a flash, someone opened their mouth and shouted, "Stop him. He must have evidence on him, grab his evidence." A casual remark, a mere guess, but that guess alone was enough to cause many to lay down their lives and risk their lives. The old priest's face was expressionless, and under the boy's angry eyes, he held a knife and slashed on the boy's forehead. Yuan let go of the mountain and river tripod, clenched his teeth, moved his fingers, and Niefei far away felt that he had 2 more round grains in his hand. Jing Hua and Shi Qing had followed suit, and were equally shocked by the sight before them. They had lived with Qin Yang for several years. They didn't know how many times they had shared life and death together. They knew all about Qin Yang's superb abilities long ago, they just weren't really sure about Qin Yang's specific origins. This is just like in our time, countless and delusional Taoist equivalent existence of forces together to attack the delusional Taoist. Ji Lingsheng's right hand trembled but gently caressed Shuiyu's cheeks, eyes through a rare tenderness, said softly, "Nothing, on, good." Ji Lingsheng intermittently finished the sentence and fainted. Although neither of them said what the favor was that Li Mu went to help. But Nangong Hao guessed that it should be something extremely important. Seeing that the fist of dark clouds was showing signs of dissipating again, Yun Peng tightened his teeth and suddenly bit through the tip of his tongue, spitting out a stream of blood that cut through the air and shot into the fist of dark clouds. 10 days later, the sea blue has been holding in the heart of the hand that the summoning jade suddenly brightened up. When ZMO saw that the crowd didn't react at all after he spoke, the corner of his mouth twitched. To no dry their line of work, there is not open then, open to eat 3 years of saying, but that also have to meet the rich to become, no money, can squeeze out how much oil and water? Wang Peng, who knew what was making the noise, stretched his eyebrows and revealed a smile. That's right, you at that time, sealed the resurrected dark great evil god in exchange for the cost of your own life, but this time, I won't let you get away with it, I will let the dark great evil god be fully resurrected, meet me, my third juggernaut prop. Dark Moira said, and another hourglass appeared in front of him. The way of law, change is misty, my fire, is the fire of silence, dissolve the false and keep the true, where my heart goes, is where the fire goes. Zhang Granny cleaned the chicken, stomach filled with 8 treasures stuffing, such as good southern dates, glutinous rice, hydrated mushrooms, good Genoa zhongfang, through the heart of the white lotus, dried scallops, tender bamboo shoots tip, and some cayenne. Naturally, it is also seasoned with ginger and scallion, and finally added with good Shaoxing wine, wrapped with fresh lotus leaves and served in a steamer. P.S. Notice, these 2 days to get together are 3, the rest of the half-month time. I try to keep 4, if not, you forgive me ha. Kim Tion dumbly thought for half a day, she also felt that he said quite reasonable. It's just that those so-called other peoples are ultimately illusory to her, and the one currently holding her in his arms is still him, and can only be him. What are you doing? Wang Peng, after the initial shock, immediately came back to his senses, feeling the extra, sweet-smelling tongue in his mouth. A sense of confusion, like a tidal wave, hit his brain, grabbing Dodgy, forcefully pushing Dodgy away, backing up 2 steps, questioning under his breath. Fang Jinsher didn't know about wine, but he saw that Quan next to him heard the name and immediately twitched his nose twice, as if the wine could be smelled without opening the lid. Chu Rui was delayed so much that he directly wasted 3 precious seconds of time, allowing El Fisco's stance to be used smoothly. Empress today dressed in flower crown embroidered robe, celluloid brocade cloud shoulders, CUI sleeve red dress, phoenix crown dragon bun, crane pesia dress, dignified sitting on the top, first said some gossip, wine after 3 rounds, began to gradually into the main topic. Volume 1 Chapter 88 Upgrade Membership, plugging in the queue. Chi Nanzhou, thank you for also giving me a free vision test. You're welcome. Lin Beibei calmly got up and sat back down. She couldn't be blamed either. It was mainly because young Master Qin's words and actions just now were just too whimsical. Her mind was clean and pure. If there was that much wrong with it, it was the other party's problem. Yeah right, it wasn't her fault. Lin Beibei took out the contract for this transaction from her bag for young Master Qin to sign, and successfully bypassed this topic. During this time, the smile at the corner of young Master Qin's mouth almost never stopped. Lin Beibei. Is it so funny? Why keep laughing at her? But Lin Beibei. We're so lucky, even casting lots like this let us find our way. Gabriel seemed to be very disdainful. Duga Knight sniffed, and immediately became furious. Hegemonic heavenly demon venerable Duga Knight had been overrunning the heavenly continent 1,000 years ago, and how had he ever been humiliated like this? When the other party threatened so nakedly, Daku Knight was immediately surrounded by a wild surge of demonic chi, which drifted away regardless. 7 My hands have been burned, do you have the nerve to resent it? Xia Rongning saw that Daphabet was sticking her back into a disgruntled yell. Leaving the Bo tribe, Bai Yi strolled in the starry sky. His mind was full of thoughts. Originally he still wanted to pull the Bo tribe into his side of the camp, but now it is not possible. Thinking about those past events, Wang Pamzhu endured the sharp pain that flooded her chest and roared out, "Then please, Mr. Chu, be merciful once more and leave me again ruthlessly. I don't need you." Her chest choked and her words were incomplete. She watched Ruoshua's figure disappear from sight before she turned around and glanced at Ryan, who was in the middle of his cultivation and continued to cultivate. King Ningzhu Quan, King Yin Zhudi, Duke Xiaoli Jinglong, and Lan Yu followed Fengshang, and Fuyud led 3,000 Ming troops all the way back south. Gradually, Qin Shui's divine thoughts are no longer able to probe outside his body, and his eyes can't see, only his ears are still able to hear the sound. If not for this, he is afraid that he will easily get separated from Bai Yi. The calmness of the lake was broken, and the originally clear lake water became muddy because of the appearance of the mammoth bison. The scene appeared somewhat chaotic, and several large shadows in the lake began to slowly move and swim towards the shore. Although Xia Wanning still had a trace of intolerance for Jiang Ningtao in her heart, she knew better in her heart that she couldn't waver in the issue of right and wrong of her feelings. If she couldn't move forward and backward together with Luo Ziyuan at this moment, the two of them would have a rift in their feelings, and it was the kind of rift that couldn't be mended. Old Man Ji's words were deeply inspired by Old Man Lu's meaning, and he nodded his head. The two of them then came to Su Yang's house after closing the organ from the outside. When the warriors of the Allied forces arrived at the scene, the nearby forest was already in ruins, full of broken bodies and weapons, as well as charred tree man torsos, marking the deaths of more than a dozen tree men and dozens of green forest elves. At dawn, Caesar opened his eyes, and he first took out a gold coin, melted it with a flame, and then stared at it. After a few moments, a vortex of glowing purple light suddenly appeared in the air, swirling the melted gold in. When the vortex disappeared, the gold coin had returned to its original state. In the next moment, the magic array on the dragon's skin emitted a burst of light and wrapped around the war god's axe, which then burned like a flame. The war god's axe gradually melted into a pile of liquid metal, while the light on the magic array became brighter and brighter, shaking people's eyes. Vomit. Su Yang almost didn't vomit, just your figure, this body type, big brother. You are not becoming a prince, you are going to become a king pig. But I didn't think that this guy is also here to be an expert. Oh, is quite a destiny. He also hurriedly chased after him, and has been chasing a dozen miles away. Meng Zhaojun stopped and signaled him to be quiet. Although Sara Demon retreated, his entanglement with Uchiha Zan also created an opportunity for others. Although he had lost an arm, the Minotaur leader's power, however, seemed to have not diminished by half, but instead became more and more ferocious and powerful. Just seeing him slash downward, he immediately swept up a large area of horrifying blade awnings. Seeing that Xiao Wing was going to stand up for Lin Fan, Lu Junfeng obviously froze for a moment as well, and became somewhat at a loss for words. Feng Yuling circled around the ancient city twice, then entered the ancient city from the western gate and walked directly towards the center of the ancient city, and the further she went, the louder the Yi flute sounded. Now Chen Boyi is also a key point, might as well give him a little more benefits so that he can see his power, and then there is no resistance at all. Now there is no equipment, simply cannot refine the elixir, he at least needs a pressure cooker to give him boiling herbs and grinding tools, so he cannot do anything now. Hua Yuxing looked at the two servants guarding the doorway, then looked meaningfully towards the interior of the ward in front of him. She had set up an imitation fluorescent light like the ones used in photo studios in the living room, borrowed from a friend, and before opening the door just now, she was practicing speaking calmly and freely to this light. Anqi loaded her things and saw Chang Yifei cocking his head to look at her, wondering what he meant by this. With a lift of his right arm, the lance was pointing straight at Lin Fan again, no matter how Lin Fan tossed it around, but challenging himself, which there was only one way to go defeat. So Li Fuyang easily took back that sword, the sword body snow white, sharp abnormal, just look at that sword, should know this material is not extraordinary. Yu Xingye directly unraveled the veil on his face, this ugly side, violently displayed in front of Yuan Zhan, scared him. If there is anything in the company, you look for me, I will definitely help you solve it. Zhang Quan patted his heart and packaged his ticket and said, you guys better stay away from him, or else I'll kill even you guys later. The man looked at his parents with nothing but indifference. Fan could also not have the face to go to the living room after all, and directly smothered in his room until the next day, before covering up his heart and pretending to walk out of the room as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, just as the demonic dragon was puzzled and confused, the battleship swayed crazily, and then the spatial curvature engine exploded away in a flash. Boscow and the four of them followed and escaped from this void, watching quietly from afar with broadcasting Qing's 4. Wei Yan was wearing a brand new cloud brocade white robe, with a high collar and lapel, a row of neat cloud brocade buttons, double-folded cuffs, and a tightly bound waist. Lined with snow-white soft damask centerpiece pants, a pair of hard-soled boots and shoes underfoot, a long goat's white jade hairpin pinned between the bundled hair, a palm-sized piece of purple jade dangled down from the waist, especially eye-catching. Yes. Li Pingxing hurriedly nodded his head at his words, then went forward and asked a maid to take some lipstick from Cui Zhao's body, and together with a few eunuchs, they checked it out. Yi Yu realized that this looked similar to Snowy Night, and judging from the dress, it should be a royal son, but he didn't know which one. Sure enough, in the next second, a voice as cool and cold as ice mountain snow water came, as if pearls falling on a jade plate, crisp and rhythmic. Okay. Lu Kite was not in a hurry, fortunately shook the red wine glass, took a light sip, and looked at the stars in front of him. Volume 1 Chapter 89. Do you like it? Gu Qinya sat in the car, looking at the exquisite gift box placed on the passenger seat, his eyes sank down. Lin Beibei hung up the phone and got up to pack up her room, ready to move at any time. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she arrived at the movie theater. It was rare to actually be on time and see young Master Qin already there. This morning when she just woke up from her sleep, she saw that young Master Qin transferred $1 million in the middle of the night last night to upgrade his VVIP membership. And the previous message of the transfer was from young Master Qin, I'm not an ingrate. And then the previous message was from her, if you are in a hurry, add money to upgrade your membership, you can jump the queue, oh pro. Lin Beibei scared half a day when he saw it this morning. This hit the face between. Plus it is the blue side, so it is called $50 Good Brother by Zhou Ning. Of course, this terrier is just self-indulgence. And Li Xing's hand tightly grasped her own corner, a wave of memories that did not belong to her all rushed into her mind. Each of the 10 guards had their own specialties and took the initiative, and for a while they fought with the special hunters of Oceania. The city of Leiling, south of the capital, suddenly had a severe ghost, and the ability of the Taoist temple station there was not enough to maintain the people's peace and stability, forcing them to ask for an order from the capital, requesting that the Son of Heaven show mercy and send a master to come and clean up the ghosts and monsters. You seem curious? Lin Xiaoshu stroked the gold-rimmed glasses on his face, his sharp gaze looking at her. Dongru didn't say anything for half a day, her eyes that were as full as autumn water were also fixedly looking at him. Looking at Wei Qilong, he only felt that his chest was annoyed. This kind of eyes made him feel a different kind of pressure, which invariably had already made him soften his heart in front of Ru.
Just the moment Zhong Xiao threw away that bracelet, the green-colored thread on Zhong Xiao's arm immediately disappeared. Shen Xingfang on the side was confused, feeling that they were playing dumb riddles, but it didn't seem appropriate to ask now.
Duanwu gave a big thumbs up for old Shen's wit.
Because if it wasn't for this old comrade Shen, I'm afraid that tonight's reconnaissance would indeed have taken a lot of twists and turns. What's more, they were almost forced to climb up the mountain. Being shocked by the large caliber howitzer, coupled with the battle scene that did not allow for much thought, caused these two ghosts to have no time to think about whether or not there was any justification for this battle. This point, the emperors of all dynasties also had to admit, cannot yet say anything, can only compromise with the Tusi.
Nan sent a contemptuous emoticon packet. How is it possible?
Covered only to reveal the eyes, add sunscreen, simply cannot be tanned. Niu Mang saw that everyone had finished eating before he took the other instructors with him to the entrance of the cafeteria and clapped his hands to attract the attention of all the trainees. At this time, less than 10 years had passed since the Yuaning ceremony that Xianyang Immortal Sect had organized for themselves, and Xingyang Jinjin was grasping for time to consolidate his cultivation.
However, the Shitsong country's head families were still very large and still possessed a great deal of power in the Shitsong country.
One must know that even a large sect like the Yellow Sand sect couldn't do it with a third-order upper-grade transmitting flying sword in the hands of the Foundation establishment cultivators under their doors. Then when Meili closed down to break through the divine level, he would go out again to earn merit points, thinking that with his current strength, it shouldn't take too long to earn 100,000 merit points. Until he got on the car, the two seats were next to each other. Jolie also taught Zheng Jiayuan to adjust the seat backrest, while Cheng He didn't know where he was taken by Samuel's sequence, and he wasn't worried. When Xiao Lian was planning to make a killer move, he didn't expect to encounter Qing Shui Ran and chose to lead all the dark swordsmen to retreat in one piece. Why was that? Immediately Su Mo reacted, the power of a magic scroll depends on the person who draws it. With his teacher's status and position, the people he knows are naturally all outstanding in this aspect of magic. Can the magic scrolls they draw be compared to the average person? Once made a pact, said not to give up, stupid can, do not leave room for error, loneliness only left themselves. Inside the cell phone ringtone, Ding Dong's lyrical and lingering voice was still softly chanting. Shengshi slightly bent down, intending to turn around and get off the stage, when suddenly the closed door of the banquet hall was pushed open by someone from the outside. Jun Wuxie heard the words, but also not angry, only think Luo Cheng more want to so desperately clarify, it means that her heart more care about other people mentioned Jun Wuxie 3 words. What he didn't know was what Jun Wuxie and Luo Chengyu had gone through along the way. Those things he hadn't thought of were rare tests for Jun Wuxie and Luo Chengyu. Although many years ago, Lian Eddie was only a few years old, but overly precocious, he knew what had happened, and vaguely felt that his brother's disappearance had something to do with the AI family, and told her to take a detour? How could that be? Who was she, Lian Eddie? Only other people let her, where there is she let others reason, encountered not directly on the bar? When the quiet voice softly rang out, the noise under the stage came to an abrupt end, just like just now. No matter whether it was the judges or the audience, all of them were shocked by Su Mingyan's refreshing voice. The visitor was about 40 years old or so, with a delicate face that was slightly charming, and a pretty figure that actually had a few hints of plumpness to it.
I don't want it. I'm going to take back the guard position here.
Ashua puffed out her cheeks and spoke in a good way that was not exasperating. When the people in the village heard their words, they immediately took a stance to leave immediately. They don't listen to other people's words, but this martial king's words, they must listen to them. Shangshi tiptoed and lifted the quilt, got out of bed, went to brush his teeth and wash his face, and then went downstairs. The maids had already started to prepare breakfast. He went to the kitchen and strolled around, thinking that Gu Rinshan was menstruating, so he instructed the people to make a bit of warm kanji. Fu Jin is rarely tweeting, but once he does, it triggers a craze, or such an ambiguous sentence. Inuyasha seemed a bit upset about his lapse in judgment, but the facts were set in stone. But Mikan knew that Ritu was always going to grow up, and would one day leave his side. Thinking about this, Mikan was suddenly scared. She was afraid that Ritu was getting farther and farther away from her. Tuanzi closed his eyes and fully embodied the soft light. His body warmed up as if it washed away all the gloom in his body. His spiritual power scrutinized every inch of his soul. After leaving his grandmother, Sakura Nai is always looking for Ekasen's figure, but after looking for a long time, Sakura Nai has never found Ekasen's voice. Just when Sakura Nai's heart wants to give up, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw himself in front of the front lawn, laying a somewhat familiar figure.
Volume 1 Chapter 90 Ex-Boyfriend. GCY. Human Rich Flower. No, the two of them had just swiped money to renew their subscription, and this newbie account was speaking such demoralizing words about going off the air? Then look at the woman in the live room, her eyes are bright, her face is filled with the desire to get off work. This new account is simply abominable. Favorite Bebe admin,
Enjoying wimpy life, at newcomer account 1111, everyone is frantically swiping money to renew their subscription to let her broadcast for a little while longer, and you're actually trying to frantically swipe money to get her off the air. What good does that do you?
Long Kong, yeah, wouldn't you not be able to see her live as well? It's not good for you either. I'm not a rich kid.
The black-clothed assassin stared at the man's back and said, family head, need.
The hand made a gesture of extermination and said. Lin Chang took out a porcelain bottle from his storage bag, poured a red pill and fed it to Higuancher in his horrified eyes. Higuancher, what kind of red pill is this? You should understand that if you have any malicious intent, waiting for you will be the end of your entire body festering, the meridians will be. But these elders don't care about this, they only see in front of them. This row of carriages can be loaded with silver, even more than silver, even more sought-after spices. As for the orders of those shopkeepers didn't even care, they are nothing more than the subordinates of the 8 great families. Thus, after Wu Lily gave a cold smile, she violently stretched out her hands to pinch Tang Zhou's wrists, and then the latter's mournful screams, breaking his hands. It's nothing, it's all in the past. I'm fine now, don't worry ha. Chang Xian was now at ease, at least she knew that Morong Shuer was not the one who harmed her. Without waiting for Chen Mo to react, the words on the screen disappeared, and then a new line of words surfaced. Click anywhere on the screen to view the gourmet house system description. The grim-faced Kakajan imperial governor gritted his teeth and glared at Mei Shenli, who was stomping his own men on the ground. As for this previously obscure member of the Zhang family, but he can kill, the Fan family, a top family, paved the way for him with blood. However, there would have been no shortage of thick-skinned people at the banquet site, and having been marginalized by the Kabayan family, they wanted to draw a little closer from Ryun here. There's no need, with you taking care of Chang Xian, I'll leave first. Louis did not take the cup in Morocco's hand and walked straight towards the door. Shang Yi listened and suddenly had a physical reaction. The images in his mind followed, and then he thought of the way he looked when he was with Gao Eng. Zhao Li didn't say anything more at this moment, but led the archaeologists into action. So, from meeting Grandpa Zhao at the place where he sold jade, all the way to the partnership to open the antique house, the events that happened in between were told in detail. Wang Yilong's brain once again recalled all the past events. The words he had originally prepared were forgotten, and there were nothing but 2 emotions in the eyes of the audience under the stage. Even if they never awakened in their life, it would be good to be a carefree ordinary person for the rest of their life. Surprise flashed across Tan Mingyang's face as he waved his hand to Sun Qi behind him, signaling to go out and get a youth newspaper to send up. Huai Mengsheng's words made Cheng Yi fall into deep thought. Before he went to visit the North University, he overheard his teacher mention this Research and Development School and Enterprise Joint Department of Research and Development of Unmanned Aerial Vehicles is mainly biased towards the national military. Bai Xiaochuan's face carried a flush of excitement, and he inverted the red-colored sword, using the hilt of the sword against the stone wall to continuously knock and beat. On the streets of Taikuli, where the flow of people is extremely high, Lu Qilong took an arrogant step and looked around, and he happened to meet his own eyes, revealing a bad smile. Wang Lily didn't know about Wang Zhongfai's lung cancer yet, otherwise, she would have collapsed long ago. Wang Qian, are you crazy? Lu Qiong desperately winked at Wang Qian, signaling him to sit down, but Wang Qian had a bad smile on his face and had no intention of sitting down. Being in the entertainment industry for so long, although she hadn't felt it personally, she had seen more than enough of the horrific extent of internet violence. When she first agreed to Lu Zhan, her greatest fear was public opinion bashing. Zhang Song felt the starry sky acupuncture point, the true essence glaze inside, still shallowly absorbing the aura around the meridian, converting it into true essence to grow, and again did not affect his own strength and its own base. When that first lot was served up by the waiter, after Su Mang lifted the red cloth, he directly introduced. Many of the laborers' demands are conveyed to the leadership through the labor union, and the general treatment of the workers, the salary, and also the working hours, benefits, etc., are all discussed between the company and the head of the labor union. Zhang Song fingers light desktop and began to plan how he can move up again, earn more silver dollars, at least have the spare money to buy the herbs used in their own practice. At this time, the beautiful Yi family 3 young Yi Qing and Stone family 4 young Shi Yi also ancient Song and Zhang Yiming shouting under the wake up Yi Qing and Shi Yi face with some fear and a trace of slate, obviously as the soul in the sky of the roar under the shock of some damage. When the Lord Angel Gundam through a section of woods, reappeared as an orange and white painted MS. The surrounding line of sight suddenly became meaningful. Almost everyone was sure that Dukas Winery could win the grand gold medal and strongly crush Cloud Peak Winery, but now there is a deviation. It was just that the two knew what they were about to face if they confessed to the crime, so even though they were full of loopholes, they didn't dare to directly confess to the crime. Right. Boss, you didn't see Sun Changyuan's defeated look just now. It was simply too relieving. Colonel G was also filled with excitement. Our Cloud Peak Ranch is surrounded by forests to the west and Marshall Creek Valley Ranch to the north, but have you ever wondered what about the south? Instead of cutting straight to the chase, Cole posed a question. As for the feud between Atletico Madrid and Athletic Bilbao, under the friction of these 100 years, there has long since been no love to speak of, especially after Atletico Madrid surpassed Athletic Bilbao. Countless people raised their heads, are watching this metal beast. After these days all kinds of news bombardment, we all know that this is the magic dragon Su Han's huge body tearing the sky. The two of them are walking along the river while chatting for a while before Jianshen finished his story. Of course, crossing the point he directly skipped, this he is not prepared to say, and said there may not be someone to believe it. However, one thought of heaven, one thought of hell, heaven and hell in this short 1 second between, Inter Milan up and down from heaven fell to hell.
At this time, Jiarong's end of the mess had also finished, and Jiarong had basically roughly understood the cause and effect of the matter.
It's just a snake, it will definitely only run away when it's injured, it's fine, it's fine.
Jack's demeanor tensed up and he kept comforting himself. Master Hu, who had just stepped into the door of the temple and was in a hurry, swept over Chu Yen with a glance, and his face instantly changed. Volume 1 Chapter 91 Bei Bei and Flower Wine Thickness. Who do you like more? The big brothers on the list all paused to brush their gifts.
Favorite Bei Bei management, Bei Bei will answer properly this time. I'm not a rich kid, who does she hate the most?
She scolded all the big brothers on the list the other day, so I don't think she likes anyone.
Long Sky, I cannot be scolded. Newcomer account 1111, I wasn't scolded either. Enjoying wimpy life, at Newcomer account 1111, aren't you a deadbeat brother?
When Lin Bei Bei trained the big brothers on the list that day, he had equally categorized all the big brothers on the list who used small numbers as dead-dressed brothers.
Newcomer account 1111, I'm not. Lin.
But 7 days, those 20,000 cavalry into the camp, in addition to the 1,000 people who were transferred by Qin and Mohan, the rest of the people are not even out of the gate. Expect to become a fearless, indulging in wine and singing, in front of all the difficulties to battle the sky and the earth invincible martial artist. The first impression was always that of a hangdog, extremely defeated, or even a pale teenager whose body had been emptied by booze and sex. I heard that Princess Rue has already drawn the equipment for incense extraction, and the master of the incense-making bureau is supervising the craftsmen to work overtime to build it, striving to make it within 3 days.
And then Hua Weiyang went to the bureau to check the status of the incense-making bureau with Mengyu, and hasn't returned yet. The weather in Luo City this year is at least half a month colder than in previous years, and not long after the beginning of fall, the nearly 100 maple trees in the manor have already dyed Songsha Manor a blood red. Compared with Nameless, a sword path wizard that is difficult to be encountered in the martial arts for 10,000 years, Chen Xingyu's sword method is still a chip and a half worse after all. However, it was even more impractical for her to take him to the ancient battlefield, not to mention that she would have to be distracted from taking care of him wherever he went, and that he had just gone through electroshock treatment and was not fit to travel long distances. She's my sister-in-law, and the object of Chief Secretary Zhou, originally planning to go get a marriage license today. Fong Pingying said. What to do?
Mo Feng suddenly felt clueless. His own true chi and the vampire's internal energy is incompatible. If he forced his way in, not to mention whether he could force that strange energy out, I'm afraid that the old vampire would hiccup before he could reach the designated location. Then later heard about the capital city, the border army closed the shutdown, that depression has become worry and anxiety again.
And what happened next increased Tick's admiration and fear of Lord Jiaoming by another 3 points.
Not long after the Red Chinese restaurant opened, a household metal utensil store and cooking material store opened next to it. Xiao, Lu, and Sun were all very well behaved, and none of them continued the war, and Xiao Qiao also formalized all those official positions he had conferred on him, and the lowly queens he had left in the palace had all been stamped with jade seals, and had also agreed to hold a meeting to repress the troops when he returned. A few reporters just casually asked where they could really learn the news of that genius from Mo Bai's mouth. Back at the campsite, he began to tie another one to each of the 2 corners of the long deadwood in the bottom of the triangular deadwood, and this time, the sides of a prismatic cone were all complete. It was important to realize that all along, the system's requirements for completing Task 2 had never been about just finding people. In fact, its official name is much longer. The delighted great painter personally gave it an exaggerated name of a total of 20 characters, but shortened to 5 Thunder Pingru Sinjijin, or more briefly directly called 5 Thunder Sinjijin. They found that the Wuling Hongguan that Imobai drove was like suddenly getting a gas prop inside a racing game. Although Su Ting also thinks that this painting is very powerful, but comparing him to Zhang Daqian, that would be a bit too much. Hu Yanjua and all of a sudden have confidence, although the next cordon sent a big eunuch Lian Fengping for the east of the capital system, commanding the 3 armies. Hu Yanjua all of a sudden from the commander of the army into the account of the general, but Hu Yanjua did not care much. And just as he approached a seat on the right side, his nose moved slightly, seemingly sniffing something. On the way, however, he was held up by a pair of large, sturdy, and powerful hands. The man's arms were smooth, and his muscles were taut when he exerted force. They didn't need to bother about how the ghost died. Even if it was a suicide, it would be counted against the person who carried out the mission. Although Etian has never been there, I heard that inside, it is possible to choose the level as well as the number of opponents by yourself. For 6 whole years, Dad had ignored her in Kobe, but wanted them to go to the United States when she was about to leave here. You are a teacher who is really simple, yo, except a big disciple. All the rest of the disciples do not have to care. Dark clouds in the sky, a blinding lightning cut through the sky, abandoned rotten buildings next to the weeds, a breeze blew, issued a rustling sound, seemed unusually silent, 2 figures wrapped tightly, could not see the face. The bodyguard saw the situation, had to take Lu Jinhua to find Jason. At this time, Jason is in the hall, enjoying his extravagant life of paper and gold. The cheek was touched by that icy cold thing again, and guessing by the touch, it should be the fingertip, followed by the belly of the finger.
Although the major 6 curse powerhouses have brought their disciples to come, but there are only dozens of people present in total, and the ghost spirits are of different levels, so it is really unrealistic to want to send 500 beginners to the 4 curses. Rumor has it that the blood old devil is unruly and untamed, killing people like crazy, and not a few cultivators and demons have died in his hands. Li Bisha heard, then is a burst of froth, because he is also did not think, this hidden door of the stone wall actually still have to open the door card, but here open the door card he has not even seen, this door and how to open it? The assistant is hitching a ride on his own life, the lawyer is used to threaten Tian to make these powerful relationships clear. Make it clear to me. The princess seemed to be greatly annoyed by the skeleton soldiers shying away from words and said angrily. 2 swastikas immediately appeared in the hands of the great Buddha, and the Buddha's light shone brightly, and wherever the light filled, everything seemed extremely peaceful. The great demon king now also saw the changes in Li Bisha's body, and was also very surprised, but he was not surprised by Li Bisha's breakthrough, but the fact that he had just absorbed the demonic chi of the hall. Originally, Zhang Yi had planned to give them a ride, but he didn't expect these 3 guys to step on their swords and run away before Zhang Yi could finish his sentence. General Rogerson, General Snorin, from today onwards, the entire city of Fuxing City is on alert and ready for war. Daniel ordered. Nangongyu's cultivation was high and deep, but at the moment, she was only using the power of her physical body to fight with Guyu. Despite this, however, she had been cultivating for many years after all, and as her realm got higher, her perception, acuity, and eyesight would rise, so even though she was only using the power of her physical body for the fight, it was still very terrifying. Once the divine demon saint ancestor said this, both the heavenly elder and the Jin elder fell slightly silent, and were seriously thinking about this question. Then let me ask you, before and after the reform, what kind of changes have been made in the lives of the people of your village? Xiaodong, listen to Coach Zhang and don't be naughty, okay? Chao Fong was still fondly pulling Xiaodong to talk. Really? Zhao Rout immediately 2 eyes shine, to sell ceramic products to the international market, that is Zhao completed cannot forget the dream it. Zhuangwangu battle excited, where care in front of this immortal is Lu Zhu Lu Dongbin, white bone field rush swallowed to blue Tsaiha and iron crutchly, just Lu Dongbin's green front field but not willing to show weakness, the Zhuangwangu rush invasion over the field to hit back. Volume 1 Chapter 92 Alphabet Brothers Dominance. Regardless of how Avichai answered, she was going to offend someone. At this time, Lin Beibei's live broadcast room was also buzzing with this issue. Enjoy wimpy life. I also want to ask the big brothers on our family list, Beibei and Flower Wine Thick, who do they like more, but I don't dare to ask, oing oing oing. Favorite Beibei admin, I kind of want to know too. They must like Flower Wine Thickness the most, there's no need to ask. If they liked Beibei more, they wouldn't have come over to help on the day of their PK with Flower Wine Thickness. Most of us follow her because of wine, of course we love wine more. Newcomer account 1111, newcomer account 1. Wang Lang and the Shadow Duo were confirming the safety down below, and after hearing that, Dog Eyes and Hanging Eyes on the hillside also observed for a while before reintroducing Daisy as well as Li Shihuang. Officer Hei Ling, I have something I want to give you. A Taoist in his mid-20s shyly said as he walked up to Hades Ling. However, due to the fact that there were many rescued passengers around him, he had to suppress the fervor and impulse in his heart and maintain his face in a relatively normal state, considering his image. Not counting, Yun Lu had already smiled so much that his eyes narrowed, and if he just looked at his expression, he seemed to be very satisfied. The same question came out from the mouth of the figure that was holding that black yet seemingly transparent dagger, who was not tall and instead looked somewhat short and thin. Take these 50 lizardmen soldiers right now, 30 spearmen and 20 short archers, it was already a pretty good unit, yet in Landon's opinion, their strength was instead spread out because of such an occupation. The bed was as comfortable as Shendaer said, and I fell into sleep just as I lay down on it. Between half asleep and half awake I only felt someone holding my head and feeding me water to drink. I closed my eyes and drank a little, feeling like I was being loved like a princess. House master. At this time Li Qing's voice rang out from outside, and then I heard a knock on the door followed by the same sound. A thought popped up and startled myself first. I put my face on the baby's face and silently told myself that it doesn't matter who the father is. His mother is me after all. It has been proved that the saying speak of Chow Chow is here, even if it is in another world, it is also quite spiritual. And the military camp suddenly had a token arrow moving, and a command was given in a precise manner. The heavenly desolate heavenly honors all had strong men sitting in them, and after sensing this god's lattice, they were actually going to directly lead their armies to snatch it. So that's how it is, this way it's neither too ostentatious nor too low-key. Cultivation Lotus figured it out after hearing Cultivation Dao's words. Once people's hearts were in turmoil, all of his men would just run for their lives, and Su Ke would have no one to protect him. Xiaoji had always kept in mind what Su Ke had done to him in Dezhe Mountain, and now that he had a chance, how could he let him go? After the village chief left, due to the thin layer of window paper between Showdown and Linger being pierced, the atmosphere in the entire room became a bit subtle. Good.
Yi Tian jumped up and ran away. Han Xingxing was naturally overjoyed to hear the news that their father and son had returned safely. Yi Tian knew that the old ancestor must be looking for Yi Qing for something, and it was probably related to that notice posted at the entrance of their city. Under the feet of the black shadow, a black color clouds rise steeply. At this time, the black shadow around the black gas dispersed, the black shadow full body even covered with a layer of iron armor. The black man's throat issued a hoarse voice. Experienced people can hear out. This is the voice after wearing a voice changer. But Chen Hao simply did not give me this opportunity. His strength is much greater than mine. No matter how I struggle, cannot get out of his bondage.
What's the matter, husband, you tell me. Suzaku blinked those nice eyes aside and said.
In the distance, the Sino girl broke into sobs and smiled, saying, Duo Yuan. The green cloud beast on his side was also walking back and forth solo from left to right, unusually excited.
Well, thanks for the hospitality.
Danny shrugged his shoulders. His head didn't even lift up to look at him squarely. 5 Mile Store Town, Luoyang Inn, located in the Commercial Avenue. Business has been good, the wine operated is very good, from time to time has no empty seats. Yang Su made up his mind to mess with Gu Cheng the snake. As long as the downfall of him, they will be completely firmly in the foundation of the countryside Ning territory. The first thing to do is to clear the former in power to recruit the cow ghosts and snakes, as well as those who were mixed with the local hooligans and ruffians. At this moment, the unique Far Think also did not think of the red flash in the bosom, the space stone flying out of the air. All the things in front of you were sucked into the tower of the 7 layers. This is the days since the unique Far on the space stone again to understand. This space stone is an inverted shaped structure, each layer is a self-splitting space. Yang Su has a sad face, or for the first time to stop others to do serious things, and he himself is also a little hard-headed, and Qimin is not a little cute. The first time I saw Yang Su's expression, I knew that things had changed. Shortly thereafter, Lu Jian has been to the dungeon to visit. The news has been known for Xian Bingchang. This period of time, he has been letting people pay attention to each other's every move. The Prime Minister is not far away from the palace. Hati rushed to see outside the door of the house has been prepared carriage, and then come a moment later, the Prime Minister will be on the court to discuss.
No problem.
Even though Su Ruyan's experience at the gambling table was incomparably rich, she couldn't guess Chen Lin's intentions for a moment and could only say so. At that instant, those Taiji diagrams brushed and flew behind Yun Chen as if they had received a summons, floating silently. There was just a bit of pity inside the eyes, but there was nothing beyond the rest to step in and rescue him. Su Qi was not idle. He probed his hand and opened a cabinet by the wall. There were some magazines and newspapers inside, as well as a duck-tongued hat. Mo Lao shook his eunuch chair, silent without knowing what to ponder. After a while, he pointed his brow. A ball of 5-colored light shot out, cohesion in its fingertips, like a blooming 5-colored golden lotus, emitting obscure and mysterious fluctuations. Yi Bai drew his sword, instantly issued a clang sound, like a clear spring, with a natural killing 10 years to sharpen the sword. No one asked. Once the world was shocked by the way, such as the swordsman, Yi Bai does not want to be so. He likes to kill the sword, not to show off the sword, but the swordsman ultimately have to out of the sword. In a few breaths, the 3 Earth Fiend cultivators died in the hands of Su Qi. A mana, true Qi was first extracted, and then the flesh was swallowed by the blood rainbow. It is really not half a waste of time.
It's really not a waste of time.
Sun Dao Hang's tone was a little odd. Looking at the burning blood transformation godblade that was constantly struggling in his palm, he slightly shook his head. Mo Lu slightly nodded his head, suppressing the surprise in his heart. Bing Lan was indeed a person who often gave people surprises.
Volume 1 Chapter 93 Thank you wife.
As the music neared the end and the lyrics sang quit smoking, Lin Bebe looked at the screen with a cool expression, covering her lips with her hand before removing it a little bit, with something similar to a cigarette dangling from the corner of her mouth.
Favorite Bebe admin? Bebe fascinates me like crazy. I'm going to carry the banner for Bebe.
Enjoy the life of a wimp. This dance looks good, and it looks like a big contrast to the usual gentle style of flower wine thickness, a bit of tugging and pulling. I'm about to get a nosebleed.
Gnawing on a pig's ass, it's killing me.
This is so much better than Hannah Wine Nong's dancing. I've never seen Hannah Wine Nong dance in this style before. I didn't expect it to be handsome.
So, what is it?
Rubbing his fingers together nervously, Xiao Hanka frowned and asked in a low voice. Yang Fan told the whole story clearly to Fan Shi. He is an honest person, he will not lie for the sake of face.
Yi Nua smiled, but he didn't care anymore. What merit and fame hadn't he seen before?
All are nothing more than passing clouds. In his last life, although he ascended to the peak of his life and was courted by countless people, and seemed to live a glorious life, he lived a very tired life, and there was not a single day that he could have a good night's sleep and a good rest.
Don't cause trouble.
The elder leading the group looked at the very angry Tang Xian and warned sternly. Yan Feng on the side looked over with a smile on his face and also nodded like Tang Xian. In the blink of an eye 2 days passed. The saber-toothed tiger's days are very nourishing. Every day there is a person to serve. There is also blood food can be eaten, simply too much stronger than in the forest. It doesn't matter that I'm being dragged here, but why is there no response to the call for help that was sent to the police station before the EMP's onslaught? Did something happen to the police station as well? It's that Gao Zhao who did his own discharge. It's not really Gao Zhao. Just now I brought Fu Xing to meet him. It seems like he's going to turn on her. Hurry over here for a second. I'm here with a few kids. I don't dare go out to save her. Ruan Jing tried to calm herself down and told Lorraine what happened. Starting to try, Dugu first drew out a stream of true qi in an effort to compress it, but the stream of true qi was unmoved and did not change at all. This made him a bit dumbfounded. According to the cultivation method of the sword body as described, the true qi would be compressed continuously. Even if it didn't work, it wouldn't be completely unchanged. However, what this Zhang fifth grandma said wasn't unreasonable. Even if she didn't say it, he himself wouldn't give all the money to Huang. I don't care about that. A black light appeared inside my eyes, and behind me immediately appeared a golden shining great sun Rolai, with 4 arms holding up a round of red sun. The end is sacred and incomparable. At this time, the owner of the tavern walked out. He looked at Wu Riedge, who had collapsed beside Chen Xingfeng and was crying. His expression was complicated for a while, because he didn't know how to comfort Wu Riedge, who had lost his loved one. That youth's gaze, staring at the bodies that kept floating and sinking on the sea in the distance, said to Lin Fei, "Giant Sun boss, I don't say." No more Tianming some panic, look of the eyes, but this appearance has been completely unable to speak. Will then edge a little inquiring to know that the 6 paths door and the Tuluhan barbarians of the fierce battle has entered into white heat. Both sides sent a large number of people in the border to fight several times, thus leading to the loss of the 2 sides of the military strength. No need to look. Just as the group was looking around for the bird feather talisman, Yuer suddenly said, only to see that Yuer slowly took out a white object from behind her back, stunned that it was a white bird feather talisman. It seems to feel his prying eyes. In that dark cloud, the cloud is like a big river falling from the 9 heavens, tumbling recklessly. At the same time, an angry and incomparable roar violently sounded. Hu Fei Shue is my protective newspaper horse. She may have her purpose in doing this. But no matter what it is, in short, I can be sure of one thing, and that is that she will definitely not harm me. In order to fully suppress Zhou Feng, or more accurately, Zhou Feng's speed, completely denying him the chance to utilize his speed. Sea God Boundary. Chen Feng let out a shout, and the huge sea god boundary reappeared, only to see the entire sea god boundary expand crazily, and in an instant it actually wrapped all of the elite demons in it. Sword Saint, forget it, the 4 of us will go home together, then come out together, and try to buy time to give the others time to get out of the high ground. What? Yu Yuxian, Xiu Yu, and Yuku were even more surprised. Ding Zhan, who had obtained the recipe for the Mahabodhi divine power and practice, had reached this realm in just over 2 months' time. Now, Lei Si's original intention has already changed from mixing into the military camp and then going to Remanchusan City to meet Leyte, to bringing a regular army of the Kingdom of Rhodesia to meet them. These 300 or so decapods, who had come to this position due to their own connections, trusted that they would give themselves a face when they ran into Wright and the others. Damn it, no, I can't find Bear's Soul Stone. Chen Feng stood at the top of the mountain. Imperius was floating beside Chen Feng. Countless skeletons were frantically fighting the demons in the distance, but Chen Feng and Imperius' faces were exceptionally ugly. There is, of course there is, or else how did you get your medals? Kane raised an eyebrow and inadvertently released a huge bomb. Chen Feng and Julian looked at each other. The medallion on their chests, was it actually a demonic weapon modification? Zhou Jian waited patiently, enough. After about 10 minutes, Coldblade sent himself an equipment diagram. Qin Xiaoyu, who arrived first, stood in his suit at the entrance of the hotel, and about 15 minutes later, Prince Al-Walid's car also slowly docked at the entrance of the hotel. Prince Al-Walid stepped out of his sedan, and at a glance, he saw Qin Xiaoyu staring at the side. His expression slightly froze. Volume 1 Chapter 94 having flower wine thickness mimic a stand-in. Gu Chunyi couldn't laugh at all. GCY, this is how men and women call each other friends? Lin Bebe innocently looked at the screen. How come it doesn't count? I said call it between male and female friends, but I didn't say boyfriend or girlfriend. Favorite Bebe admin, ha ha ha, Bebe is right. Wife is also a term of address between male and female friends. Stek almost died laughing at this anchor. Stek gifted a rocket, emoji, 1. 38888 Soundwave coins, emoji, 1. Human Rich Flower presents a customized gift of romantic carriage, emoji, 1. 88888 Soundwave coins, emoji, 1. Human Rich Flower, 666. Yenshusam innocent, this matter and she really has nothing to do. She did not mention anything yet the big lady took the initiative to compensate for the shallow apricot. After watching the criminals' games, now she no longer feel that her organization can resist this hidden dragon and crouching tiger earth. Of course, this arm of Mo Qingyun was actually originally hit hard by the White Sword King. The bones are full of cracks, and it is simply unable to withstand a Nyayang strike. Facing the strong enemy in front of him, one had to pull out all their cards, all their skills, all their means now. No, I'm not an ability. The thin man began to shake his head frantically, his face contorted. It didn't matter who the TK agency was handed over to, what mattered was whether they could continue to get TK's goods. The crowd saw Jun Tiange staring at Nyayang, and those who had the heart to do so pondered a little before returning to their senses. Bai Shao furrowed his brows. How could a 26 or 17-year-old comrade, a good young man of the new century, possibly like a drink like strawberry milkshake?
When the host introduced a contestant named Hidong, the audience couldn't help but clamor. Reporting back to the sect master, the left ambassador Yang measured it according to the estimation method on the sacred fire art of war. It should not be wrong. The disciple who had sent the message said. They similarly rushed out from their hiding places, wanting to burst in just like Mu Chuan. Majestic spiritual power erupted, and for a time, even that spatial astral wind was shaken away, while the dozen or so figures that leaned closer went straight towards the tornado storm, trying to brute force their way in to grab the spiritual treasures. There was also the point that Limi should have already gained the upper hand in the infighting. To what extent it was still hard to say, otherwise this kind of socializing matter that was nominally a foreign alliance could not have been stepped up by someone under the Duke of Pushan. So in the following time, while Lin Feng was instructing the junior high school students in training, he started instructing the Equality Academy. Jinan looked at Luca's cute and beautiful appearance. It was really hard to associate her with the term Morino Goblin. Tiona and Gri were practicing together, or rather Gri was practicing with them, while Tiona was resting with Rifaya. 16th gentleman, do you still have no idea today? King Zhao said grimly. He was really out of ideas. Mr. Du doesn't seem to be up to the task of drinking. Yunhe stood up and the silver needles he carried with him flew out, piercing through Du Ping's body. Wang Fuxiu thought Yunhe was doing something and wanted to step in to stop it. After going over it in his head, Jinan still decided to tell Nangong Niue the news. Shi Yun. Han Junyu just called out, then wordlessly put down the bouquet of Tang Naihua and slowly walked to the bed. As if nothing had happened just now, Zhou Zun sat in the pet store as if nothing had happened. Imo Yen also went back to his previous room. Su Xiaoxiao slept with Yi Chushi tonight, so Yi Chushi first sent Su Xiaoxiao to her room, found a new set of pajamas and towels, and let Su Xiaoxiao take a bath first, while she went to deliver the milk to Yi Chuxian. When she called Jiang Zhan yesterday, he didn't say anything at all about him and Shu Yajun being together. Chao Ji nodded his head without saying anything, sad and angry. Pang Tong sighed quietly and suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up. However, it rang several times and no one picked up. Jane Foam anxious Yen Yen paced back and forth. She said this long string, namely Mo Yen did not understand a word, heard her anxious tone, the strength of the hand subconsciously relaxed. She removed the hairpin from her bun and put it into her bosom, and took out a red hairband to tie her long hair. These people were still playing around, but I don't know who said Xiaozhen is here. The entire corridor was like a spell had been cast, and in an instant they were quiet, all looking at us in unison. Jiraiya Tsuru limped behind Lin Ming on crutches, although his legs are about to recover, but in accordance with the doctor's advice, he is still not able to walk recklessly. I was a bit speechless, looking at this nymphette's complexion that had returned to normal. The change before and after this was too big. Shaner, you've become like this? Did you bring back the family's ancestral relics? Ling Yuanhang said in surprise when he saw Ling Shan's wretched appearance. What's the point of gaining 200 experience points? I can't practice the ghost Dao anymore. Lin Ming's tone was filled with disappointment. With a grim smile, Orochimaru took the lead, followed by Deidara as well as the duo of Kakuto. All three of these guys were men who preferred blood, although they didn't know how much killing they'd have to go through later. More or less at this point, it was better to have a good time first. Why are they stalling? To unleash this artifact? Lin Feng said as he pointed at the chessboard in front of him. I do know that the Earth Store King has been looking forward to today for a long time, so I won't delay him. Night One's tone seemed to have eased up a lot. There was no more of that domineering aura that he had before, and there were three more tenderness in his eyes. Looking at Zhao Ziwei crackling a burst of angry counting, proud chest violently undulating, Zhang Mingyu suddenly laughed. The original kind of subtle nervousness swept away, a kind of long-lost familiarity filled his heart, let him feel incomparably soothing, and there is also so a trace of sweet happiness that cannot be described in words. This is called late-night poisoning of the netizen to speak. The other people all did not speak. Think Are With Me is full of doubt. After poisoning finished speaking, the others paused for a moment, and then sent out all the questions in their hearts, basically similar to what I had in my heart. Luya County seemed to have been drained of all her strength, and her spirit was strong as she walked to the office. After passing through the Corpsewood Forest, Tang Fan and the others came to a crossroads, and they headed west, in the direction of Sunless Mountain. The 10,000-year-old python had kept his head down since Liemo started talking. He was afraid that if he raised his head he would reveal that Liemo was lying. A softy called Huazhou's two ears swooshing up, his cochlea involuntarily turning to the direction the sound came from. There are tens of thousands of scholars in total in the Longstream Academy, which is the outer institution of the Longstream School, and those who reach the standard will become the inner disciples of the Longstream School. Chen Jingjing's entire body had twisted and spasmed. Not only were cold sweats and tears flowing out, even her pants block had been soaked through. The knees of both legs were more like they were being scraped by steel knives and sharp needles were just being scraped, yet she still managed to laugh as if she had just picked up $300 golden from the ground. Volume 1 Chapter 95 Bebe's Dog. Yesterday after watching the girl who imitates wine and liquor jumping blowing snow shaking, watching my dreams are blowing snow shaking, jumping is really too energetic. Wine has never danced this dance before. I'm really looking forward to it. I want to see it. I'm looking forward to it. The understudy is so good, I'm sure the wine will look even better than the understudy. Yuan hungry, yes. I'm sure it'll be better than that vixen. I want to see you dance. Wine sister, dance. Yuan hungry presents brilliant castle, emoji, 1. 30,000 soundwave coins, emoji, 1. Yuan hungry presents rocket, emoji, 1. 38,888 soundwave coins, emoji, 1. Yuan hungry, wine sister. If only the vanguard troops of the Aojin warriors into the semi-madness state, then even if the human allies of the fortress of Rhone found anomalies, it is not too big a problem. Invincible can also be pushed to say that the semi-madness is a small number of warriors can only master the special advancement skills just. The two were extremely good friends when they were young, quite a good handkerchief friendship. Princess Ironfan knows that Princess Wanqing heart hurt the death of the nine-headed bug, deliberately consolation. The two in the boudoir to the words of a lot of private words, just did not think that Zhuang Wangu will suddenly return to the mountain, which caused the misunderstanding in front of them. When the day side of the afterglow of the setting sun reflected the sea a golden red, Invincible some out of focus looking at the red sunset, the heart of a serene. Ji Chang had known his intention, just have the intention to avoid seeing, but why calculated that in a few days there will be a disaster of war in the west, not Jiangshan cannot be solved, so he ordered on the Dr. San Yixing to the folk to visit the wise, secretly asked him to Jiangshang's hermit place, go to ask him to come out of the mountain. When the Invincible from the White City bright top flying down, Apophis really enjoy a year-old male ground flattery, although accustomed to flattery, but Apophis had to admit that the human flattery when the flamboyance and sense of comfort is any abyssal demon cannot be compared. Shura held him in his mouth as he fought bloody battles until he had killed all of the wolves, and he was no longer able to stand up. The raw wolf meat that Shura had torn into his mouth was his subsistence food. Curled up body, guarding him beside a day and night, in the middle of dragging seriously injured body for him to fight back many incoming magic tiger magic leopard. But it is empty all around, at the sea of blood seawater is still surging, that mixed with the fishy smell of the sea wind is still whimpering, and not in addition to a hint of wind sound. In the eyes of the crowd, loose cultivators can go to the top 8. This step has already hit the big luck, and the strong and strength of the leaf dust in this, the vast majority of people think that they will do the same choice, only the brain is not good talent will go with the leaf dust to hard contact. Li Song's spiritual sense absorbed the chaotic chi while traveling through the confusion, and flew straight to the place where the chaotic atmosphere was the thickest. Li Song knew that everything under the sun has an eye, a spring has a spring eye, a large formation has a formation eye, and this chaotic aura has an eye. Spring water has a spring eye, a large formation has a formation eye, and this chaos bell should also have a chaos eye, which is the source of the chaos chi. Sheila looked at the map, located in the left side of the oasis of Fei Ling Chui oasis reseated in turn of the three oases, helplessly shook his head. Bai Xiao pressed the door open button as hard as she could, but unfortunately, she still didn't make it, and the elevator rose up normally. Su Manqing said, go to the bank first. That boatman swung his to the side of the river bank, seeing that the people of the Green Dragon Gang had not yet chased after him. Su Manqing added, I still have things to do if I stay here, you guys can go back by land, and when you avoid the Green Dragon Gang, then it's not too late to go by water. After saying that, he threw down a piece of silver and raised his steps towards the big boat in front of him. And his face was a bit odd, not because of anything else, but mainly, now this one-eyed beast's information came too good to be true. It looks like a stupid white sweet, which ghost organization would cultivate such a person and send him to your side? Su Feng asked in disbelief. A remark that greatly irritated Versus. He suddenly fell silent and choked. This wound, probably will never be healed. Can only be temporarily forgotten, when it is mentioned, it will still be vaguely painful. I hate. So much, his voice abruptly lowered a few times. These past days on the devil monster disdain for real people god monarchs, to this new devil king is a high regard, seems to be able to be equal with them these upper realm gods and immortals, do not distinguish between them. So it's really like the rumors on the set, the switch between brother and brother, just need a look, he actually has such acting skills? Although Lu Bu is known as the flying general, but that is only on the horse and so on, this foot combat is far weaker than the horse. At this time to see Jotsang actually have this kind of light skill, also cannot help but be startled, never thought Jotsang this step will have such a good skill. Although Bai Xiao knew that with Emosen around, he wouldn't let anything happen to Zhang Zhe, she still couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart. Lusanyi also sat down on the ground, holding Luo Qimo's head as her face started to look not so good. Long Mingjie also gave her skills off, with Chen Shuyuan around, no matter how dangerous it was, Long Mingjie could rest assured. How is the situation? The Chinese descendant sat in the living room, leisurely sipping the tea in his cup, raising his eyebrows. The disciples around who had previously gathered around to watch and see what was going on were also stopped from arguing and had also left in this way. And Fang Yun looked at the far side of the criminal Chong and did not immediately take the offensive. The fight so far, he previously thought out the countermeasure strategy is basically successful implementation. Is she really seen this money? Or do you know that you can definitely sell this painting at this price? Su Yao knows that he is not Qin Feng's opponent, but at this time he knows that he cannot retreat, otherwise, even if he survives, in the future, the cultivation of the road will certainly be planted in the heart of the knot, it is difficult to inch forward. All the spirit jades slowly floated up and surrounded the 8 jade beads. And that jade bead surrounded Wind Evil. Let's go, back. Feng Xie smiled gently, pulled her, and walked towards the place where Mu Ling Tian was located more than 10 kilometers away as guided by the Mu clan's trigger finger. Ying was shocked by the image she imagined, her face turned pale and she couldn't help but tremble all over. Associating it with the heavy misery that the Lin family had been going through during this period of time, everyone felt that things shouldn't be so simple. When it was easy to settle it, I climbed up a big tree and lay down on it, which made me feel relieved, and clicked on the message. The Blackwater 3 hegemons had been rampaging around Blackwater City for many years, offending countless people. The people of Blackwater City naturally had a lot of grievances against them, and they were quite relieved that the teenager was able to defeat the Blackwater 3 hegemons. At the entrance of the Phantom Sound Cave, the ground is obviously a lot flatter than the rest of the place, and the stench has diminished a lot. To put it bluntly, Wulong still told me that he said he would personally come to the door, with sincerity to the door, so that there is a chance, if his grandfather agreed to repent, then the Jiang family will not say anything. This point of weight, his grandfather still has. Volume 1 Chapter 96 In front of flower wine thickness, Beibei is worthless. When did he become 3.5 years old? Why didn't he know? Is this how Lin Beibei advertised him outside? Live stream. Enjoying the wimpy life. How come he comes to your house so often? Are you usually the one who helps bring it up? Not that often, occasionally. Then do you want to go out and take a look? Do you need to change a diaper or something? Sitting in the living room and watching the live broadcast, Lin Wuan looked at this pop-up screen with mixed feelings. Only to see the woman in the live broadcast smiled carelessly. No need, there are my friends outside to help watch, it's fine. Friend? Male, female, ah? Girls, all girls, there is no man in my house. Oh no, except that. At this time has been hiding in the room of the panda, and other people also one after another to poke their heads out, and I and Zhang San masters across a spiral staircase far away from each other. The next day, in the company of Chen Feng, Yin Fei Fei easily bought a cemetery in the best cemetery in H City to bury her parents' ashes together. She called out his name and didn't need to say anything else. Pine Cheng opened his arms and wrapped them tightly around her, his trembling lips pressed against the top of her hair, comforting her wordlessly one by one. That wave came so fast and furious that Zhang Tianyang didn't dare to fight against it easily, violently straightening the 10 vines and chopping them down fiercely. However, at this time, the fox fairy Xiaoro has been my affright thunder to provoke a complete rage. She looked at us grimly, hands on the purple light convergence. This day Ruitai returned to Chengdu, the people welcome. Chengdu's city is very lively. Emperor Zhaojiu learned of the Sichuan victory, but also sent people to reward the people of Chengdu by Ruitai shelter, his respect and love than the emperor. Chengdu governor and other officials, the name of the real dead, Ruitai alone and Sichuan power in one. Several people greeted him, some cursing angrily, some accusing, but in the end they all ended up with the same result. They were all blown aside by Ron's unceremonious punches. Ron, Diana and Nick will be officially married on the 8th day of next month. If you dare to cause any trouble, I will never forgive you. Christy looked at Ron and said coldly. Sword Snake silently watched everything Chen Feng did from behind him, and gently nodded his head when he saw Chen Feng take out the pack of cigarettes that he regarded as his treasure, and also lit a few of them in front of the grave. Chen Feng's preciousness towards cigarettes was something that Sword Snake had seen in his eyes over the past few days. Seeing this, Long Tian knew that Big Mom wanted to let him come and try out how big this Dong Huang Zhong could become at its maximum. Thinking about what he was going to do next, although the mountain leopard was captured, but with what he was going to do, there was a world of difference. He was going to take down the entire Sunan district, so simply capturing the mountain leopard would not work at all. Even if he had never been a person who liked to fight fiercely, but these people had after all injured Xianer, and before coming here he had already made up his mind. Even if blood was spilled, he would still have to soothe the anger in his heart. Red-faced, with a bit of helplessness, Siji looked at Guixiao, then frowned and narrowed his eyes as he explained. No. Yimu straightened up. She seemed to have forgotten the most important thing. Or rather, in her heart, she decided that she wouldn't win the award, so she was not prepared to win the general at all. Once Shen Jiaojiao heard this, she was not polite. Directly, she said, then I'll leave first, make yourself at home. Listening to He Yuting's tone should be to pester her. Shen Jiaojiao had a headache just thinking about it. It's hard not to avoid her in the future. This kind of He Yuting really left her with no way out. Xin Zhao's gaze fell on the body of the Lord of the Volsing Immortal Palace, and it was also the first time that he had seen the Lord of the Volsing Immortal Palace, but it was not the first time that he had seen the existence of an ancient saint. As soon as these words came out of my mouth, the king's face turned red for a while and green for a while, a mixture of shame and anger and fear, and he remained silent for a long time. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, and then also seemed to notice something. The corners of his mouth suddenly curved up into an arc. And then, Wang Hao's this knife gas, but not the slightest damage, continued to cut toward the front, breaking the space barrier, and even the space barrier in that instant were easily cut. Once the rich Americas were in everyone's sights, it would become a focal point of contention. Whoever occupied this piece of territory in America first would have the geographical advantage of feeding more believers, and whoever would have the possibility of ultimate victory. However, the white one he was planning on not wearing at the engagement party, so he would wear the one sweetheart had customized for him. But she was wrong, she seems to have forgotten what Ling Night Fong is. No. Not right, it's not that she forgot, but she simply doesn't know. Just Lin Haoran that point of mine, he just want to take a hand also do not have that brain. Jane Ian pressure simply did not count him in the past, she just cannot figure out why Lin Sujie do this, really just for the sake of money? She is not sure why Lin Sujie is doing this, is it really just for the money? She has gone through a lot of trouble, why she always felt that this matter is not so simple. I was still embarrassed to cover my mouth and laugh, and then I became familiar with it and just grinned, laughing until my face froze at the end. I swear, after 24 years of living, I have never laughed so much on any one day, even I feel brilliant like a flower. No wonder Zhuang Yan always schemes his head to look at me from time to time. She was afraid to face Grand Princess Gingan, but she still tried hard to face her. Because that was Lu Wu's grandmother. This is not bad, after all, the weather is sultry in this season. If the corpse is not cleaned up early, it is estimated that it has long been stinking, and Shuhi does not want to stink as soon as he opens the door. Finally got what he wanted, Mu Jijun smiled and loosened his hand, closing his eyes and revealing a sharply invisible slit. Sure enough, after I sent a message and told him about this, he returned a smiley face. Good, make a few more friends who can talk, good. The soul attractor was concentrating on dealing with the tree demon. He didn't turn around to look at Wang Yuyao, but he was fighting and talking at the same time. No one came to stop me from walking around the round platform. In the middle it seemed like someone was about to open their mouth, but only came out with a single tone and then crashed to a halt. I didn't bother to pay attention to this and was fully focused on my feet. Lu Zichao puzzled to pull out his ears rode, sitting in the VIP box. Lu Zichao cannot see the fans, thought it was Mr. Zhang sang the song out of the problem, but he felt quite good unconsciously intoxicating. Nobiki Senzaman lowered his head, looked at the already empty plate, and smiled, saying, Volume 1 Chapter 97 Brotherly Negotiations. Zhou Weiner didn't even intend to connect with Lin Bei this time on the air. It was Qin Qin who always had an eye on the status of the stand-in's live broadcast. This was because Qin Qin always felt that the understudy was very competitive, and with both of them on air at the same time, it might more or less affect Zhou Zhouer's live data. As expected, not a moment later Qin Qin saw the understudy live room and several Big Brother brush gift. It wasn't clear which bigwigs were all there, but Qin Qin was sure that 80% of them were bigwigs on their family list. After all, Hua Wai-Nong's face value had already harvested a lot of users from Soundwave, and 80% of the people who went to see the stand-in were rushing to see Hua Wai-Nong. Zhou Zhouer still running so many bigwigs with the broadcast still on. He didn't believe that she could see what was in it at a glance. But on the contrary, he always felt that in those cool eyes, as if everything was clearly exposed to her. That is, I really cannot imagine that the former mighty white general also played a false trick. All the words were stunned to stop at the sight of the duo who walked in style, and all of a sudden the four of them were silenced. The two came to a street restaurant, the second and asked for a single room, ordered a few dishes, want to lock the door but found that it is not locked. Look cannot help but be a little anxious. Life unfolded a wonderful and grand picture in front of her, everything was so strange, so fresh and vivid. And the world knows that Shen Kong is a 20-year child chicken. Cough cough, this skimming, good-looking, high martial arts, mild temper, character is also rare in the world. Any girl who has got such a good husband is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to repair, okay? Xiao Ren was draped in a grand gold and red gown, surrounded by courtiers, trooped into the newly built Golden Dragon Terrace. Walking up the stairs casually took out a coin to complete the divination, 5 stocks, only 1 stock gave a negative, thus showing the degree of his genius, and then casually took over a few bottles of energy potions. Now that she has the status of a county princess, what else is there for her to endure? If she still had to be pleasant to the people who had once tried to plot against her, then there really wasn't any dignity at all left in living in this world. A door away, the good fortune sawn leader wooden face, bitter and hateful staring at the bowl of dark unknown objects in front of her. Seeing the 3 hands tugging on their sleeves, and their flying saliva, if not for their own left and right dodging, saliva are splattered on her face, at this time she deeply appreciate why Nangong Xian has a cleanliness fetish. Ling Huahua always felt that the random screening was actually manipulated behind closed doors, because there would be at least 2 seeded players in each group, and in the end, the remaining 20 players were all top players. Boss, I'll come over to help you when I'm done. Fu Wei was also wrapping bandages around his body, 7 to the left and 8 to the right, bundled up like a pentagram. Don't you read the newspaper or listen to the radio? Ding Haixiang's clear eyes were full of worry implicitly. Although there were also people who brought their hands down, but in terms of both quality and quantity, no one has ever been able to compare to the men Ling Huahua brought with her. Are you sure you're not here to attack Transcendent Academy? With this ability, Jiang Yan's previous idea of burying a nail in the Holy Light Church's headquarters would at least have more reliable conditions for execution. I said, we are all right, but the old black you do not forget, your old man is still hungry up there, if you are really tired of waiting, and then follow the dark tunnel to touch down. I pointed to the blood spirit blocking the cave entrance. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that.
From the mental hospital out, do Longbiao and Luo Zhou see me suspicious, but also want to accompany me again? Was I immediately refused? We simply eat a mouth of noodles at noon, then go their own way, each busy with their own. He yelled in his heart that this world is unfair, but he is accustomed to the contrary, lowered his head and continued to wait for the delicious. If Chen Tong just expressed his intention to recruit, it would be a fool's errand to expect his tiger's body to shake and his kingly aura to emanate, causing these two elites to submit. That would be a fool's errand. Of course, with the boss team's camp tendency, it was impossible to sacrifice humans, even hostile indigenous humans. Sacred Heart Group building top room, the ground issued a loud bang, a figure flew out backwards, 3-meter-high terrifying wolf shadow violently slammed forward after the godless eyes filled with confusion, uncontrollably grown giant mouth dripped out of the disgusting saliva. Family affairs, national affairs, the world affairs, really is the day-to-day. I do not know those emperors, how to be busy over. Hearing Yang Yifan's urging, Zhang really pulled up the entire piece of dirt and sod that Yang Yifan had mentioned, and in no time at all, he had hollowed out a big hole there. Although the battlefield was chaotic, Helena's side still occupied an absolute strength advantage, and quickly suppressed the elf civil unrest with a numerical advantage, gradually stabilizing the situation. Can my aura or something be useful against these blackened parasites or something? I am skeptical about this. However, even if I have doubts, I still have to release my aura and give it a try. Why would this kind of pinkish-white tender, which was rare even in cities with favorable conditions, appear in such a barren countryside? I shouted twice at the top of my voice, which can't be said to be very loud, but the whole building should be able to hear it. By the way, to show you a thing, said from the neck to take off an amulet-like thing said, this is I went to buy vegetables and fruits today when I met an old grandfather gave me. Zhang Fei of course also noticed Sun Tzu's sweat, he snickered in his heart, but his hands did not let go at all. Every move is still made with full strength. In this way, after another 50 shots, Sun Tzu could not hold back any longer. He has not made a move to counterattack for a long time and can only passively defend. Speaking of which, after Night Zhu and his group rushed into the Tower of Death, they immediately felt a strong demonic aura, and the surrounding area was also filled with a strong aura of death. Now, the crowd's real life and death battle was about to begin. At this time the Buddha slowly sighed, and then two sounds, to his gestured twice. Grandpa smiled and said, good good good. Michael had risen from his seat and waved. Aijia slowly sank into the water. She still had a little bit of weak consciousness at this point. She felt the seawater choking through her nostrils drop by drop. She felt it getting harder and harder to breathe. She felt her chest getting more and more painful, and she felt that death was getting closer and closer to her. Volume 1 Chapter 98 How much can you brush to get off the air? Lin Beibei sat alone at home furious. What qualifications does that brat Lin Wuan have to say that she dislikes him? But if Lin Wuan was a little more obedient, even if she was ruthless, she wouldn't have been able to kick the homeless him out at night. She turned her head and looked out the window at the night. After a while, she got up and walked over to the window to look downstairs, just in time to see a teenager in a white t-shirt coming out of the building's entrance. And then she saw. The poor boy she supposedly disliked actually pulled something out of his pocket, and the headlights of a black car suddenly lit up. She watched as Lin Wuan opened the car door and got in. Wasn't he still studying for his driver's license? Lin Beibei couldn't even get his shoes. At this time, Wu Yu had long ago put Shuer away in the life space ring, and then Wu Yu utilized the method of traversal to return to the elf world beyond that broken temple in front of the mural. There is no need to be so troublesome. I came over just to talk to Sister Anren. Tian Jia was a little uncomfortable. Song Anjia smiled, not caring at all. That expression was like saying, knock lightly, knock harder. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regrets in life. Even after traveling to 20 years ago, he couldn't go and tell his current self, who was only 3 or 4 years old, to grow up and study hard or else he would work as a security guard in the future. When really, everything is fate, half of it is not human. I was indeed too kind before, as she said in general there are more than just swords in this Jianghu. This time will not be. The white-robed man slowly raised the blue blade sword, the ground above the cave wall with his sword in the slow ice flowers, as if he is made of ice, want to turn everything into ice-like. The sea of blood passes to be resentment integrated, to cross must calm this resentment, so must be thrown in the sea of blood to calm the resentment of the living, can be over. Xiao Songhai added. With their hearts still thumping, the two reformers died instantly before they could understand what was happening. When he heard Li Jin say that his second uncle Li Guohua didn't have many days to live with advanced uremia, Gu Bei couldn't help but think of his second uncle Li Guohua's death in his previous life. But at most wait another year's time, after the glass merchant in Xuanzhou improved the glass technology, by then the glass products, although not to the rotten street, but never again is a valuable and rare thing. But before he finished celebrating, he heard 2 sharp bird calls, and tilted his head. 2 shadows that covered the sky were flying over him. They had all seen the power of Mu Jutian before, and it turned out that the mother Shaochen was trying to save was even stronger than the lord of the heavenly mountain? When Lin Xinger, who was next to him, saw Xiao Yang's action, she frowned fiercely, but thinking of something, she finally did not stop Xiao Yang. Just when Mu Jiardi was just about to take off Huang Fu Bayer's clothes, he suddenly heard someone pressing the doorbell.
Chu Chen whispered, highly praised, this Yellow Springs method is very scary, even if it is compared to the Jinjiao divine art of the various great Taoist systems, it is also absolutely not weak. But for Huang Fu Buyer, he really didn't know what kind of feelings it was. She was like having a kind of magic, always able to make him unable to extricate himself. As long as he saw her, he would lose his mind. Mr. Big S eyes suddenly condensed, obviously did not expect these ancient giants to be so dry. The sound of collision was unceasing, clanging and shaking the ears, directly annihilating a large area of the heaven and earth, and the terrifying ripples exploded, turning the void into ashes. The Great Elder also has a great life, being able to escape from a shocking thunder like that. Disciple wishes the Great Elder, year after year, year after year. Lightzone said belly floppingly. It was more than 2 meters long, its hair was like needle felt rooted upside down, its sharp fangs had saliva dripping from them, terrifyingly oozing and hostile. Although I know that this marriage will be a shackle, but in order to achieve their own great cause had to be sacrificed. Xiaoran gently called out to Tuoba. Tuoba then slowly raised his head. All the people under his command who were in Ping City had arrived. That was only because one felt that there was no need to involve innocent people in this, but this time one really wouldn't think like that. They never thought about it when they did this. Then one didn't have to think about these things either, how you treat yourself than how one treats them. Especially when Han Yaru's response was Han Yaru's own emoticon, the atmosphere was fired to the top. That night, almost everyone didn't realize that a few more pairs of raw faces had silently appeared in Luoyang City. Fang ended the call, could no longer hold back, tears flowed down, men have tears, just not to the heartbreak, cannot let go, he really cannot let go of Yun Chu, these days, he is running away from this relationship with her, want to borrow Nian Shirlei to forget about her, but in the end, cannot do it. A staff member wearing glasses looked up at Zhu Hongxin and quickly responded, before lowering his head to continue debugging. Such an awkward relationship, Tion was actually able to understand it clearly. In this instant, Tion felt that she had the potential to develop in the direction of a philosopher. As soon as he sat down, Tang Ling looked up in a daze, her eyes flickered, but then dimmed. Fang Fang saw that her eyes were red, and there were still tear stains on her white face, obviously she had just cried, and she was suddenly heartbroken, and was quite self-condemning. Zhang Jia planned to treat the couple in the cafeteria to celebrate the fact that they were also going to walk into parenthood and they were going to be parents. The more his own heart ached, didn't he say that time could really heal? Why did one miss him more and more, his appearance deepening in one's mind? That is to say, the value of this mission can completely exceed all that Spade has paid on Fang Tian. Although the means is not bright, although this is very likely to push his side to the side that is even less understood and forgiven by the people, but this is the most simple and direct step. Shinku is going to appear, he has to ensure the safety of Shinku, if Ning Chaoga is willing to let the Empress die in the hands of Ning Xiao in front of the people of the world. Almost every time a Hongtang warrior was lost, 2 to 3 Chang soldiers were killed in action. Numerically speaking, Hongtang was earning. Consort Yu looked left at this and right at that, not feeling full of relief. However, thinking about the bitterness of her son's heart, she sighed again, her eyes slightly astringent. In addition, as Lin Yang said, defending the Dao and eliminating demons, he is indeed duty-bound, which is also the responsibility of every cultivator of the Ebenezer divine state, and does not change because of coming to a distant foreign land. After wandering around for quite a while, Ling Yun had not yet come to the end. He casually picked a blue-colored top-grade spell exchange. Number 8 suddenly covered his mouth and bent over, as if he couldn't help but lean forward because his cough was too violent. Li Qing looked at the mask and frowned. He noticed that it seemed like anything about divine power was dark gold, such as this mask was likewise the same. What are you doing? An ominous premonition surfaced in Lily's heart, and just then the treehouse shook violently. Most of the ordinary martial artists used storage belts, and only family sons would use storage rings, storage bracelets and other jewelry. By the time people charged to the front of the monster, they realized that with their height and bouncing ability they can't even reach the eyes of the monster, which is about 2 people high, so they have to look up from below and try to use their obsidian to attack the monster to put it down. Although, Mei Wanli's tone of voice like this made all of them feel awkward, but everyone didn't care about it. After all of them knew that Mei Wanli was just like this, a knife's mouth and a bean curd's heart. Volume 1 Chapter 99 No Meeting with the Substitute. Favorite Bebe admin, thanks to Silent Brother for sending the Starry Star Party. Holy crap! There's a new powerhouse in our family. Where did this Silent Brother come from? Is he also the trumpet of the big brother on the flower wine thick list? Enjoying the life of a wimp, no he is the list 5 big brother of Avicii. Yesterday Avicii lost the punishment. The list 5 big brother wishes to ask for the contact information of Bebe well. Remembered. But why did the Silent Brother let the North off the air? I don't like Bebe's dancing, right? Silence, I want her to dance only for me. Floating screen. Online netizens in the live room. Enjoying wimpy life, I'll go. Not good. Seeing that his family didn't quite understand the arrangement, Grey Lightning naturally had to explain it in a good way. Of course he mainly focused on the future development of the Grey family, stating that his own family's cultivation would continue to advance, and that the Grey family would follow suit and continue to move up the hierarchy. Sparing no effort, the three of them had traveled day and night for Luo Chen, without even a moment's rest, and finally, after taking a large number of pills, they spelled out their strong willpower and rushed to the Star Academy. Originally, Xiao Chen had always remembered her birthday. However, after being brought to the Su family by Su Lanlan yesterday, there were so many things that happened that he forgot about it. Dao tears slid down the side of Lin Ruo's face as she leaned against the sofa. There were still smudges on her cheeks, and there were fall injuries on her hands and body, but it didn't matter anymore. Dao begets one begets two, and two begets all things. Today she has already violated the precepts, collect her heart, or else if her heart has a demonic thought, then all bones will wither. Under Hai Dajuan's detailed explanation, Grey Lightning finally slowly understood what exactly Han Jingan was doing. Just as the crowd on the playground was pointing at Xiao Chen, a round figure appeared above the playground in a hurry. Yu Shengyao curved the corner of her lips, her radiant starry eyes were like a flowing river of stars in the sky, a deep vortex that attracted outsiders to explore. Depending on the region, the details of each other's customs may be slightly different. The front row of riders desperately pulling the reins, the horse was strangled by the harsh sound of long neighing, but under the effect of inertia helplessly crashed through the back row of horses instinctively to the side of the dodge, but with the other cavalry crowded together. Miracle! The crowd of the royal court were all full of tears and worshipped. Khan became the son of God from today, and everything in the future would be guided by him. The middle-aged martial artist is also a character who has experienced life and death. After noticing the situation behind him, his figure quickly leaps to the side, along with the middle-aged martial artist's heart, only to see that above the middle-aged martial artist's right hand, the yellow yuan power rapidly surges, and then turns around in mid-air, and directly blasts out a fist towards the tiger's eye of the blood tiger. With this thought, Xing Yu made use of spiritual energy to circulate around her body, forming a protective shield that emitted a little halo of light. The demon lord gently touched the corpse blade with his finger gently crossed over, only to see a black breath swirling a black mist along with his fingertip. Even the air made a snorting sound, one could imagine how poisonous it was. Just in the blink of an eye, the top of the mountain is finally no longer gray and cloudy. This mountain, this tree, this wind, this sky is like being washed like a clear. A few rocks came crashing down on her face, and she reacted quickly by flinging herself to the ground, then taking a good bite of snow. Slowly raised her eyes, swept a glance at the dark sky, calmly walked in the direction of Xinfu Palace. Not waiting for her to approach, the black shadow flashed. Sakura One reflexively raised her hand to block in front of her. In the instant the airflow surged, 5 fingers tightened, only to hear a muffled sound of poof, steadily holding a fist. After all, they were on a mission now, and being able to feel gratitude towards their mission target was the biggest taboo when on a mission. This? Burning Eyes began to discover the mysterious power of the paper. The body that had been destroyed thousands of years ago was being remodeled by the source of time. Mufu, she knew that smile of King Mo's just now was comforting her, and touching her heart that had eased a few moments of pain, she turned in the direction of the Treasure Gully Hall. We can find someone to translate the contents of these newspapers and use them when doing the program. Lu Jianhong said. Alright, whatever the eunuch says, we'll listen to the eunuch. The atmosphere in the tavern had been completely mobilized by me, and the crowd expressed their approval. Hearing this, Lakyu, who already didn't have much goodwill towards Xiao Shu. She had even more prejudice against Xiao Shu. Since they all know each other, then Xiao Shu must know. Yu Yan likes Shai Chang very much. Doing this, if Shai Chang ends up with Xiao Shu, wouldn't Xiao Shu feel awkward when she sees Yu Yan in the future? Won't he feel embarrassed? That's your own business. Human life is not important in the first place in your eyes anyway. Ah, Shu said indifferently. He was trying his best to suppress his anger. In this instant, I had an instinctive defense against Lao Si. This guy was definitely not that simple. Before we ask this guy's identity, we still can't act rashly for the time being. Not to mention the 2 guns nonetheless pressed against Mayan Tiger's waist, or the 2 short daggers, Tiger, and I don't have the ability to break free. Is it to create an endless continent world, or to redivide the world, or to directly create a vast and endless large universe? When Adrian was about to approach the great tree of Enevers, a huge ape suddenly popped out. The whispers of those people, Zhao Zhe also heard. He does not care about what the Wang family, but he is also not willing to be the head of the head. At this moment, there is really no one to raise the price, so he had to speak softly. And for Adrian, more believers, the more divine power he gets, the more solid the mastery of the rules of the world of writing and shopping, and even in the end, even if it is possible to seal a god in this world. Fu Luoyang, who had re-hidden into the palace plaque, exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and after glaring fiercely at Qin Xiaolin once again, he raised his eyes periscope-like. The meal doesn't even let people eat well. Zhang Qiaofeng cursed hatefully, packed up his things and followed Yang Yu as he slowly retreated down the dune. Volume 1 Chapter 100 Beibei's Husbands. Lin Beibei raised her eyebrows slightly as she looked at the live room where they were all brushing Alphabet Brother. She didn't expect Alphabet Brother to have such a strong presence in her live room. Just after the opening 10 minutes of not coming, there were so many people who wanted him. Beibei, ask Alphabet Brother why he didn't come? He didn't come to feel all meaningless. I love to see the effect of the program of U2. He whispered. I am the CP fan of U2O. I'm also high on Alphabet and Bebe. Alphabet really favors Bebe, and it's especially fun to watch them fall in love with each other every day. Human fortune flower, where is the sense of CP between the two of them? Go back and check your eyes. Newcomer account 1111. Shinshi and Leda glanced at each other, unsure if the other party would take this matter, and only obediently nodded their heads towards the old man in response but still intended to listen to the old man's intentions first, and then sat quietly, waiting for Wei Lao to speak first. Lu Wanqing let Ren Yiqing take off the white jade pendant, and then merged it with the black jade pendant in his hand. Shinshi's voice was unusually calm at this moment, only that her cold as ice eyes didn't let people feel the slightest bit of warmth. She was not allowed to carry cash on her body, and even every penny she spent was recorded by the Ling family. And at the entrance of the club, there were two burly security guards who were responsible for stopping at the entrance to check the identity of those who entered. Everywhere there were medicinal fields with a strong medicinal fragrance, which were full of spiritual medicines, and the lake in the back of the mountain was also very full of spiritual fish. Today, he even personally came out to stand up for himself. Sun Xiaoyan was almost so happy that he fainted. He speculated that there was a high probability that those police officers had only been informed that he would be here, rather than determining that he was already here. Luo Qianhui also did not expect that it was such a common saying that was familiar to people in the previous world, but it was able to make the dustless Mo Gongzi, who had no dust in his eyes, salute her. The news that the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland's Stonehenge had been destroyed by a mysterious person had also spread around the world. Mu Ying faced Chen Yifei this light action, subconsciously want to avoid, but for some reason, his heart was subconsciously flooded with a strange feeling. Yu was puzzled and subconsciously raised her foot. The next moment, Chen Yifei took hold of her waist, and with a violent turn, her body spun up in midair, and the heel of her high-heeled shoes directly struck the face of one of the bodyguards, leaving behind a bloodstain that caused the bodyguard to fall to the ground in a sorry state. Chen Xingdong did not ask any more questions, opened a room, ordered a pot of tea and entered the room to wait for Zhang Yungang. In this kind of cultivation, although the body was drilling and piercing pain, it was much better than when he took the red Yongdan. His face was cold and sweaty, but he could still persevere. At this moment, the entire dragon city was startled, and since it was night, Qin Xuan and their battle armor were emitting light, and they were extraordinarily conspicuous as if they were gods. Lian Manor slowly ate her meal, thinking in her heart that Lian Shouxin's behavior towards Elder Lian and the Zhou clan could really be described by the words serving the country with loyalty. The attacks of the three Baru and Wang Tong landed on the steel wall, making a violent impact sound. After making an appointment with Chen Lu, Chen Xingdong first called Zhang Lemon and said that he had something to do today to go to Jingjiang, and would not be able to return until tomorrow. After taking his leave, Chen Xingdong drove onto the highway and headed straight to Jiyang. Jin Juefeng slightly hooked his lips. His ink-black eyes are bright, but they seem to be as deep as a pool of water, so people cannot catch it. The grades of the three alchemists were all at the lowest yellow grade, 2 were middle yellow grade and 1 was upper yellow grade. Yesterday, Axi and Bailey Guier marriage, Yi Changxi and Chui's 2 conspiracy poisonous plan, are unsuccessful, and now is the news of Bailey Guier pregnant, Yi Changxi and Chui's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, more and more cannot sit down. We grew up together, also considered childhood sweethearts. I confessed to her for 2 years, but my position in her heart, even less than a classmate. Ma'am, are we going to act according to the original plan? By Chui's side, a mean-looking and ungracious sister asked Chui in a low voice. Bailey Guier brought 2 maids and came to her mother Yang's yard. There were things she wanted to discuss with Yang, because she was a cultivator, so she was still dozens of meters away when she heard Yang's rambling on about this. After listening to Wang Jiro's words, Gao Danian and Han Mingxiu's faces didn't show any special color. After all, they already knew Ning Qing's details. Seeing such an exciting scene, although the mood was complicated, but not toying with the big devil at the moment once would not be Hanzhou Zhou. Once again, the fire burns, not yet cut off a trace of soul connection in making the residual soul belongs to the person empathize. The dead guide spoke in a solemn tone. A serious to heavy 9 gene opened the teaching mode. Intelligent creatures are usually complex and changeable, human beings are especially so. Black Cot understood the mind of the Phoenix Saint's son. He was deliberately losing to himself and did not want to get involved. That war machine immediately flashed an energy shield, only to be hit by the light that was suddenly much weaker. Reflected into the eyes Agar was a great battle. Dozens of emperor who were not visible in the sky shading universe were fighting madly. The leader of the 2 sides, one person holding a 5-colored heavenly sword and another person holding an immortal bell fighting. The aftermath of the battle almost destroyed the Star River. Bull, my father is a late-stage Yisher. What kind of poison can leave him unnoticed? I'm not a sorcerer. Gu Zijian began to look furious. It turned out that after King Ping had been deposed as the crown prince by Ding Wu, he had been imprisoned in the Zongfu for disrespecting the ruler. You goddamned lord, Etian, do you believe that I'll have my Jiehai Palace's people come over and kill you? Fatty Luo was furious. Zhen Jiayuan had the intention to stop it, but he didn't know how to stop it. He could only look at each other with the two patriarchs beside him. Both of them were puzzled. This entering into meditation to heal, forcibly interrupting it. If it was light, the qi and blood would be disorganized, affecting the recovery, and if it was heavy, the qi and blood would reverse, and the path would be destroyed in life and death. Volume 1 Chapter 101 3 seconds Alphabet Brother appears. Xing Yuyu continued to fan the flames, at least 300,000 fans big anchor. This point of the vote really can't be said. Bebe, your family fans are not like you all? At this time, in the live room of Bebe, everyone looked at the PK time left more than 4 minutes, anxious. Xing Yuyu side of a strength big brother up several rockets. The number of votes has been almost 100,000. Bebe this side is still a small yellow duck, a lollipop save, now only more than 700 votes. In the face of Xing Yuyu's provocation, Lin Bebe smiled calmly. How could our babies not like me? The fact that they came to see me means that they like me. Xing Yuyu pulled the chair behind her too. Ernie nodded. Third uncle, you go then. There were indeed many other things to do this day, so Ernie obediently walked towards the house. Just like that, a quarter of an hour later, almost all of the major families had received a situation where Yan Baihu had placed dozens of elite soldiers at the entrance, wanting to flaunt their weapons at them. Ernie turned her gaze out of the window. The cold wind blew on her face, the icy air. Straight away Ernie's eyes had a layer of cold watery light. After dealing with these things, Ma Chao ordered the whole army to return to camp. Although they had successfully accomplished their strategic goal this time out, the 3,000 soldiers under his command had experienced a long time of great battle, their bodies had long been exhausted, and they urgently needed to rush back to their quarters to rest. Yes, it's Luo Moore. Su Jinja sniffed and responded. Of course, he didn't know about the hatred between the 7th Master of the North and Luo Moore. However, only to hear a proof sound, was so light wind and clouds, Yan Wufeng unbelievably looked towards his own thunder dragon shield, this in the history of the Yan clan's invincible giant shield, but was easily pierced by this silver-colored spear, and similarly pierced through, as well as his own chest. Almost at the same moment, a trace of heaviness flashed under Qiao Hai's eyes, followed by a tight grip on Mu Yan's hand. Mu Yan attempted to let go but was held tighter by Qiao Hai. Sect Master, I have a gift for you. Longhua seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. I don't know, it's not like I'm a Nosferatu domain powerhouse, I don't quite understand these things. Taking a sip of the wine in his cup, Duohua didn't know what he was thinking about. 3 days later I will set off for Guangzhou, so I'll be counting on all of you for all things in Fujian. At the end of his words, Wang Chen took a sip of tea and considered it over. Instead of a meeting, it would be better to say that Wang Chen arranged his work and then took the opportunity to slip away. Jiayan told Gozhang and the others to retreat to the side and stabbed out with his lance in his hand, picking off a Chao soldier who wanted to fish in troubled waters, and then returned with a precise stab to the axe handle of Niu Xiener and the others' big axes, and the tip of the lance shifted slightly, and then stabbed Niu Xiener and the others' faces along the axe handles, killing them instantly. This is your best move, it's really disappointing. The divine man said. With an extremely disdainful tone. Dark beings, demon race, divine dynasty, I, Xiang Hao, swear that I must uproot you all. Xiang Hao roared violently, and on his body, endless thunderous light erupted, and at this time, he, who was grief-stricken and angry to the point of near tyranny, subconsciously erupted the most tyrannical power. Give face to face. Good. Let me see to what realm you have grown to in these 8 years. Saying that, Dongfang Zixuan opened her 5 fingers, followed by a tight grip, and swish a light green-colored long sword appeared in her jade hand. Fushi turned his head to look, but he saw that Su Rouge was looking at him with a smile on her face, her beautiful eyes soft as water. Along the way Zhu Tianpeng sighed in admiration. This dragon tribe is indeed the landlord. Everything inside the dragon palace is aesthetically exquisite, although slightly cheesy, less immortal weather, but it is indeed colorful, very bright. There are 5 weapon-type magic treasures, together with the white iron shield that he got earlier. Old Zhu got 6 divine weapons at once, and all of them are also self-perfected magic treasures. Talk? Talk about what? Yichen asked indifferently. He felt that he and Nangong Qingcheng had nothing to talk about at all. As for that oval fat guy, his face suddenly changed, revealing fear. It's over, he can't beat this guy, why is he so mouthy? Money can make ghosts push mill. Looking at this big man with deep capital in front of him, this shopkeeper immediately explained to everyone, and through the conversation with this shopkeeper, everyone gradually understood. The crowd couldn't help but look up and see Zhang Zijian and the others with blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, their faces a few shades of pale. Xu Qianrun's face was flushed with a kind smile, but to Shi Yuanji, that smile really looked like a tiger baring its teeth at its prey. As soon as Shi Yuanji said this question, he regretted it. Would such a blunt question reveal his details? She was Xianmei's doppelganger, who knew if there would be a day when he would use the exhaustive past formation to seal her. If you have the chance in the future, I'll make you a pair with thunder green steel. Shi Yuanji looked at the red moon outside the window, his face grave. Li Suqiu looked at Sun Liming with a frown on his face. How could he know Sun Liming's inner activities at this moment? But when he heard that side of Li Suqiu's face was finished, he instantly lost his heart, and although he didn't believe that Li Suqiu had made it in a short period of time, he still made himself feel that he had no bottom in his heart. That's why he burst out in the heat of the moment. Surrounded by a gasp, Jiang Yingshui was startled, panicked, raised his hand to cover his snow-white shoulders with a handkerchief but saw the excitement on Jiang Yingyu's face that he couldn't conceal in time. The first three riders slowly came, only to see Guan Yu green scarf and green robe, standing on the saddle, next to Guan Ping holding a big sword, Zhang Liao holding a strong bow, and then a pot of arrows. Though it sounds netherworldly, looks netherworldly, and is even more netherworldly to use, they are family after all. It was then that the new ruler in gun clothes, holding the Heavenly Sun's sword that he wore on his waist, walked at the front, while the three queens followed the new ruler, and together they walked towards the imperial front. Especially after this trip to the north, many people in Xiangjiang understood Ji Yuning's position in the mainland, the future assortment of the market. Xu Ling, who saw the scene, did not have any change on his face, but his heart secretly smiled, only his vigilance did not disappear. After all, this kind of thing was not absolute. Volume 1 Chapter 102 Are you guys secretly kissing behind our backs? Favored Bebe admin, Ed madly gnawing pigs, but please face up to your position. Alphabet brother favors Bebe obviously. Welcome home, brother Alphabet. Lin Bebe looked at the screen full of gifts and the fact that they were all swiping Alphabet brother home and froze a little. She didn't see it wrong, did she? After having an appointment with Flower Wine Thickness, he came back to swipe gifts for her. Alphabet brother was quite busy. True, master of time management. But other than that, being willing to brush money for her is a good fish. Across the street, Qing Yuyu was surprised to see Lin Bei's soaring vote count. The final countdown was 5 seconds. Qing Yuyu watched as her blood bar was crushed in an instant and her face grew darker and darker. Their family stole the tower. I thought we. Xiayi put his hands from behind his back to his sides, on top of them were two gloves, one black and one white, and his face was cold as he looked down at the northern Russians who were looking over. Imminent, Zhen Jiayuan has no time to think of anything else, clenched his teeth, continued to dig. Good thing this corpse buried not deep. 3 minutes later, he finally cleared out all the earth around this corpse, revealing the horror of the original appearance. This bamboo slip came from Zhang Han. Ying Zheng did not directly answer Qin Ming's question. He said that traces of the suspected princess dance have appeared in Sanghe City. And for Zhang Han to use the Black Dragon Tantric sect to send the message, it was no longer a suspicion, but a certainty. The Sun family had had marriages with many martial arts families, their status in the martial arts world could be imagined, and with so many relatives who would dare to mess with them? After all, if it is not an armor-piercing bullet, the bullet is still difficult to penetrate the steel, but flesh and blood is not. In front of the bullet is defenseless. The people who escaped from the forest were shocked to talk about their encounters, and the Jianghu people in the valley finished being shocked and laughed. The forceful deterrence of practitioners in the indigenous world was similar in nature to the military deterrence of countries in the 21st century on Earth. The high-end cultivators of two forces dividing victory and defeat was like the nations of Earth's 21st century dividing victory and defeat on the battlefield. He Luqian's victory over the 12 Clouds was equivalent to the victory won by the Yukong Recruitment Division in combat against the Ziwei Palace. After many experiments, this piece of music can easily allow patients to enter a tranquil and soothing atmosphere and try to minimize the extreme negative emotions that arise from a failed relationship and transform them into a calm despondency. Mina and Maurice, along with the freshmen from the last semester, went back to the dormitory building without getting their campus cards, not expecting to encounter Sang Rua being ambushed and surrounded by the seniors. Whether or not they can see each other in the future, Xia also has no way to know. After returning to China, the subsequent things are estimated to be out of control, although the robbed red stone will be given to the commuter bureau in exchange for their own freedom, but the commuter bureau's change should be put on the agenda. You, asshole, Radiance Lord God Collins was furious. Greatly dissatisfied with this division of labor. He similarly turned toward slaughtering Wang Biao with his own hands to wipe out his former shame. However, if Light Lord God Dennett didn't help, he wouldn't be able to break through the battle formation of these rock giants at all. Lin Feng's face was also a bit gloomy. He had only been gone for a short while and someone was actually this bold. It couldn't be that he hadn't been around for a while and his deterrent power wasn't enough anymore? Liao Yun hadn't expected Su Zhe to be able to release such a majestic intent, and without realizing it for a moment, his body couldn't help but take dozens of steps backward, a smear of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Muffler! Another such thought turned in the man's mind, but then, he felt a pain in his wrist and the gun could no longer be gripped, falling to the ground. Several rumbling sounds echoed dong in the ears of the crowd as 10 or so silhouettes appeared around Su Zhe and the others. A coquettish one, at the moment, was naked, lying on the bed, her snow-white round buttocks puckered high. Behind her, there was a lanky-year-old man, who was constantly shrugging his body with a very pleasurable expression. And their family is a gangster's nature, so it can be imagined that assuming that his big brother is the householder, Xiaochen definitely has no way to live. It was just like in history, when the princes inside those dynasties competed for favor and took over the throne, the losing side, no matter how you were, no matter how respectful you behaved, in the end, you absolutely could not escape death. Why are there only 2 guardians? Could it be that there are others hiding in the dark?
Looking at the two guardians in front of him, Suja furrowed his brows while seeing that the eyes of Kong Ten General and the others were similarly filled with a look of astonishment.
This might also be an opportunity.
Right now, they're separated, so I'm just in time to assassinate Lin Feng.
In the darkness, that's the world of our assassins.
I don't believe that I, a great duke, will personally assassinate him and still let him get away. Riley suddenly sneered several times and opened her mouth. She searched around for a doctor, but there was no reply, and she also asked the old man who adopted her, and the reply she got was, let her carry that lamp at all times, and that painting, and this spot, will disappear. Yang Zhang is a curious face. These halls of fame has heard a lot in later life, specifically how to operate. Really have not heard anyone say, now listen to the brocade guards said the torture of the imperial prison, counting him as also the first person in ancient times. At this time, he actually did not have half of the fear, and even some of them cannot wait to listen to a listen. A behemoth appeared in the air, the creature's size than the entire square is even bigger. Just at the moment it appeared, suddenly the entire square became gloomy. A month passed in a flash of time. During this period of time, the flames of war that had been ignited throughout the entire western continent had finally ended. Those families that had once defected to the Yawa Empire had all been exterminated, and a large amount of wealth had been transported to the Coyote City. But this night is very quiet. Quiet happened to be able to hear his voice that just rang, but was muffled. Men can't be relied on, they are forced to take matters into their own hands.
Tantai Li opened her mouth in a low voice to reply.
Yang Yaru took a deep breath. Long Yun was certainly important, but her parents' lives were more important.
She walked over and still handed the agreement to the man with the masked sunglasses.
The sound of the foot of the mountain was getting closer and closer. Mi Qing and the others already had a premonition of their downfall. She looked up to the sky with her head held high, just one more look at the blue sky, but what was the stream of light that flashed by?
Is that a shooting star? Volume 1 Chapter 103, Alphabet Brothers Upgrade Membership.
I'm looking forward to what gifts young Master Qin and Mr. Zhang will prepare for Jojo this year. I remember that the surprise young Master Qin prepared for Jojo last year was to use a trumpet to brush up to level 70 overnight, specifically to coax Jojo to be happy, and to thoughtfully wrap up all of our fan support materials. I don't think I heard what Mr. Zhang prepared last year. However, from the Wine every live broadcast Mr. Zhang silently brushed gift, but also time and time again to take the initiative to bear the medical expenses. I think Mr. Zhang is our family quietly pay type of solid backing. He may have done something, just didn't tell us just. There is also the third brother, you forget, the mysterious third brother, but for Wine wrapped a piece of land, according to the customized gift you. 3 people in the ride on the plane to leave Fuhai. Shintong is recalling the difference between the former Mao Tianyi and the present. He suspects the current Mao Tianyi is likely to be no longer Mao Tianyi. As for who it is he does not know for the time being. He only knew that for the moment he was safe, at least Mao Tianyi would not deal with him. At dusk, Li Mu finally woke up from his unconscious state, and of course after discovering Lu Tianming, he revealed a look of surprise and ecstasy. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Sodium Ice brought people over to apologize to Shintong, who looked at them with a calm face. It was good that Night Frenzy was still in the courtyard now, so that he wouldn't be buried under all kinds of things, but if he was really buried in it, it might still be a blessing that he escaped because of the disaster. The school student council has long wanted to organize students to learn social dance, now there is no suitable teacher. This time I teach a few of you out of the master. The next semester as soon as the beginning of the school year, help me to train some backbone force, I will be much easier.
Blue Feather responded, and learned even more vigorously.
That's right, I didn't expect him to come as soon as he was a lion's share of the money, $31,150,000 to buy it. We give a face as to offer $40 million he was happy, but also $60 million of the offer are refused. Saint Zun of course was also surprised. Later Song whose assistant also added the $50 million price offered by Yizhen. She suddenly blushed and hated, surname shares that kind of lightweight me, big senior brother you see in the eyes but do not give me revenge. Said here, her face is like a fire, and she cannot go on. I know it is by them now, want to catch us, so a pulley ying, and she left here in a hurry. The night is gradually deep. White Fox and Maui Chen has returned to the manor, the two respectively into their own rooms, wash and sleep. This night Maui Chen sleep, but the White Fox cannot sleep.
3 o'clock in the morning, the White Fox's phone rang.
Walking in the street of Huangshe Township, cannot stop coming and going. People look at me. 3, I look down, this understand, they are wearing this is a little shabby. Buzz, that breath stays above the Lee house, although still clear sky, but oppressive. Let a person cannot breathe up. Weak strength has been unable to hold up, kneeling on the ground. But this was just the beginning. At the same time, throughout the entire Violet Windstar, no matter where they were, the magic weapons on their bodies also all left their bodies and broke into the air towards Spirit Cloud Mountain. Don't go too far, push me to the edge, neither of us will want to be good, although he had expected it, and again, he was the one who was plotting the other party's treasures and was not taking advantage of the situation. However, the C-Clan Martial Immortal was still annoyed. Can't wait to die here. A medium supreme suddenly turned around and left. Without becoming a Yuan Zun, Dong Yang had the ability to kill a medium supreme, and now that he had become a Yuan Zun it was still possible. Continuing to stay was just waiting for death. Although I have known that Pan Ting and their family is not extraordinary, but can casually call out a dozen adult hunks as fighters, this is not the average rich family called to get. Reaching out to catch a piece of snow falling from the sky, Qinfeng looked up at the sky with considerable emotion and was suddenly stunned. Hua Ming fondly climbed up from Li Shui's petite body, then jumped off the bed naked, striding to the flushed face, breathing extremely heavy Yushua Jiao in front of him, and then a bend will be her efforts to adhere to the body to hold in the broad bosom. On the other end, Sui, after exiting the box, walked to the window by the tea house and lit a cigarette to smoke. In the bar's security manager's office, Huang Mao was narrating the situation he had inquired about during this period of time in a colorful manner. As the words were spoken, Lu Ruoyan's palm was waved, and in an instant, a mysterious yellow jade talisman began to arrive in front of Qin Shao. The two people were precisely the two envoys of the Qin delegation that had come to congratulate the Yan Emperor on his Christmas. The main envoy was precisely the Qin Emperor's second son, Ing Wujiang, and the deputy envoy was that canonical guest, Wei Yang. The killing opportunity did not know when to come. There was no time for Yin Yunqing to think more. His spiritual sense spread out, and really let him find the end. He was being watched, just waiting for him to leave. He would be met with obstruction of the kill. I need a transfer order from the upper-level magician. Though it was incredibly difficult, the magical apprentice gritted his teeth and finished the sentence. There were tall trees growing on the isolated island, large trees that were pitch black, with trunks like stone, branches, and leaves like steel, and on each main trunk, there was a dead body that had been disemboweled in a miserable and horrific manner, with a hideous face, as if it had also received a great shock before dying, with a panic that came from the bottom of its heart. Well, since this is the case, I also happen to have a matter to announce. 1 year after the grand competition of the Four Nations, my Point Son's eldest senior brother, Xianzhan, will be going down the mountain for a year's training from tomorrow. Zhao Yangdai said in a serious manner. What to do? What to do? Noticing the change in her divine soul body, Tu Ming didn't think about it at all, and his divine soul body instantly rushed into her sea of consciousness. I'm wrong, Lord Savage Bull begs you not to kill me. Sha Zero begged bitterly, but saying anything in front of the murderous barbarian bull was redundant. Luckily, as the Kaitra starfield was a densely populated starfield of the Federation's heavy factories, the defense force that this starfield itself possessed was going to far exceed that of the Harbing starfield. Meng Fan winked at the two earthly Shin powerhouses from the Maoshan sect. His expression was relaxed. The extreme Dao technique had opened up a door for him to manipulate his power. If it were in the past, when faced with two earthly Shin powerhouses, one of which was still the third level of the earthly Shin, he would definitely not have chosen to go head to head. Amitba Buddha, Wukong, why do you always say strange things today? Tang Monk slowly opened his eyes, and the moment he did, the look on his face disappeared. In order to facilitate management, Li Si had also long ago used his authority as Prime Minister to replace the prison rafters with his own people. Volume 1 Chapter 104 not broadcast. How did Alphabet suddenly want to open to upgrade the membership? Is it possible that yesterday's date with Flower Wine Gnome was not pleasant? But looking at the dynamics posted by Hua Wine Gnome, it doesn't look like it was unpleasant. Even in Hua Wine Gnome's comment section, there are still at her, asking her if she prepared a gift for Hua Wine Gnome and asking her to send blessings to Hua Wine Gnome and Brother Alphabet. Lin Beibei didn't pay attention to any of them. But right now the millions still had to be taken care of. Lin Beibei, okay, give me 10 minutes. Lin Beibei changed that similar flower wine thick same white skirt, backpack, not slow downstairs. Gu Chenyi sitting in the car watched the girl leisurely walk towards him, the corner of his mouth hooked up an imperceptible smile. Kindness? Forget it, you're just trying to earn my pitiful salary. But it's still earning for someone else anyway, so it's cheaper for you. Zhang Mingyu said. The Coyote Gang, Green Dragon Hall, and Headhunter Gang were severely worn, and the famous leaders were all invited into the bureau for tea and chat. The heart of the hand is all meat. The mainland's assistance to Xiangjiang is even more than omen, but the effect is not very good. Many people do not know in what kind of mentality. There is a kind of hatred towards the mainland. This person's angry eyes open round, expression hideous, eyes horror determination like death aura of Lin Rui were startled. See the killer and raise the knife quasi to Lin Rui head planted, and in the nick of time, a tang knife swung over, the cold flashes between even raw chopped off a bloody head. Along with one after another 99 type tanks Mercedes-Benz passed, $100 worth of gifts to make these neatly organized screen name is incomparably eye-catching. After saying this, Huayan directly rushed up with a flash, but the result was that before he could get close to Nucleus Dying, he was directly pulled back by Fresh with his spatial ability. Kissed Han Xian on the face and comforted, "It's okay, everything will be fine, I think you are too nervous now." Back to the conductor's office, the old man is still lying down, but the sanity has been completely awake. The spirit is also very good. It looks like there are some glowing appearance, as for the things have been roughly understood. Oh, the New Year's Day we do not say these. Auntie, I here first pay you a good morning, wishing you eternal youth and beauty, and wishing you success. Zhang Mingyu slanted a glance at his big brother without any good humor, and then bid Wu Xiao a good morning over the phone. Dare to sneak up on my mother, you to death. She controlled an 8,000-meter snake to charge Lin Rui.
When he was around, he was a piece of heaven for her, her umbrella. No matter if she loved or didn't love him, he was her natural guardian. She relied on his wings before she could eat and act. Pang Chang was forcibly helped up by him, but could not help but be furious, but happened to meet his gaze that was so clear and cold, suddenly sighed secretly, such a man, but soon to die, what a pity. As for why he didn't do this to Lu Xia, this is not only Chen Han puzzled, even the people around Huang Yanyan's fox friends were also surprised. Fong San Yuan couldn't figure out how. The priority now was to solve Tang Wanner's immediate problems, then find the Earth Gate to send her back to her original world, and at the same time, help Tang Wanner find her lost self, survive the tribulation, and return to the heavenly realm. She pulled a futon in her hand and sat down next to him, following his example, folding her hands together and meditating that way as well, slightly closing her eyes. Qin Shuizhou said viciously, his fists clenched tightly, he hated he hated Yang Qing, he hated the King Sin, he hated the Yang family. If they hadn't been unwilling to agree to their pursuit, where would they have encountered such miserable things? At this time, there was another sound of fireworks bursting, echoing in the sky for a long time. The brilliant colors of the fireworks reflecting the sky also became incomparably bright, and the stars in the sky lost their luster. Lu Mei was shocked and immediately retreated, wanting to avoid that sudden salty pig hand. However, one was a sudden sneak attack and the other was a sudden retreat. How could it be easily dodged? Those people around Qin Shuizhou were not simple, they should be the Luo family's henchmen, and more importantly, under the ancient spirit eye scanning, he found that there were 3 snipers outside the house, such a lineup, just to deal with him alone. Moreover, the museum has the most advanced air exchange system, the air circulation is very good, the ordinary odor is easily dissipated. So exterminating Hong Jinying, there is a risk. Resisting those Buddha Bull soul attacks to save Hong Jinshon is even more difficult. Lin Xingxuan pushed the door in, Bao Yang turned back, looked at it was Lin Xingxuan, and did not care much about it, turned back her head, and continued to pin the hairpin, except that she went towards that copper mirror and saw that it was Lin Xingxuan, so she remembered something. Only then can he feel the pressure, his self-improvement way can grow. If he has been staying in Shushan, so quiet and inactive, nothing to experience, then his road is close to being half abolished, life is difficult to make progress. Listening to Jian Quan's words, Prime Minister Li has been completely shocked. The emperor is gone? This is too exaggerated. Although he believes that there are demons in this world, he has never thought that there are actually demons that can disguise themselves as the emperor to confuse the government. However, without knowing what was going on, she couldn't help but send a sigh of relief when she saw this expression on Meilong Qingli's face. That senior brother also hurriedly took a step forward. The affection between the two was obviously very good. Hearing the warning, the senior brother instead stepped forward and blocked in front of his senior brother without saying a word. While the two were burning with passion, there was a sudden noise outside the window, making the two wake up from their conjugal affairs. Jian Quan immediately helped drinking ink with one hand to put on his thin clothes, and then dashed to the window with his own bare bladder. Drinking Mo, on the other hand, panically put on her clothes and stared out of the window through the curtain with her beautiful eyes wide open. Phantom lightly raised an eyebrow. Both of them came over in bed movement. She didn't want to marry her, then who did she want to marry? Seeing that the cage was filled with wreckage and broken arms on all sides, he couldn't help but frown and look into the cage. Elder Su lit a cigarette to himself, but in reality it was merely cupped in his hand and didn't go to smoke it. Water vapor bled out of Tang Mumu's eyes, her soft voice transmitting extreme aggravation, struggling to push the person away, but the person didn't move. The two gentlemen met in the hall, one clear-eyed and handsome, the other valiant, women also like a man. These words undoubtedly negate the decision to make Jie as the leader, although Jie's heart is not comfortable. But after all, they are in the wrong, how can they do it again? Volume 1 Chapter 105 Misunderstanding the Double. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. She's such a Buddhist person, it's not good to say that she's really taking a break from the show, and she'll never go on air. Lin Bebe said seriously, depends on the mood, babies, now in this situation, you will not be happy watching me live. Who would want to stay and watch in a pandemonium live room? Obviously coming to mess up, so that she had no way to continue live. Moreover, more than half of her live room were fans of Flower Wine Gnome. She couldn't say that Flower Wine Gnome and Flower Wine Gnome's fans were half bad, which could easily give some people who had just switched to powder a bad impression. But for no reason at all, she is also angry. Yang Tong Roa low hanging Jin head, hair messy, will be the whole piece of some twisted delicate face or covered up to go. The aftermath of the robbery is a person, then the previous people to be less than a half, about 100 people survived, before those people do not know where to go. Grandma, this is the Chinese medicine practitioner I hired for you, he is also my Chinese medicine teacher. Fifth Fianlu introduced. Shai Qihan he understood, although introverted, but not so much that he would behave like this now. The way he was now, he definitely had something hidden in his heart that he didn't say. Still want to escape? Shen Yuanwei suppressed his anger, stopping his steps to force his way back, face to face, just waiting for her to answer. Seemingly if she answered unsatisfactorily, he would eat her alive. The last lightning is a disaster, blessing of the watershed, resisted, then the cultivation rise, become a Buddha on the ground. If you don't resist it properly, your life's efforts will be wiped out and you will die. 2 days, Night Shadow's body also probably recovered. Woke up early in the morning, actually saw Lu Qingxi doing breakfast. Surprised Nightshade looked at the time, it was only 7 o'clock. It is rare to see Lu Qingxi get up so early. Years ago when they ate the New Year's dinner, their romantic relationship, in the upper echelons of the clan in the open, booked this year's mid-autumn, officially held a marriage ceremony. Yunsha was busy converging her gaze, her cheeks flew up with a touch of blush, she had never scrutinized a man with such fascination. Ellen dodged the salty hand that was making trouble, lifted up her proud pink breasts, and looked at Li Ye's back. Beep after beep rang in his ears. Suwa didn't bother, his thoughts had drifted elsewhere. He was just like Busby, and would eventually be forever imprinted on the spiritual totem of Manchester United. This is Ferguson, this is the red Manchester United. Sure, Drunken was very close to Lu Sui, there was no more perfume on him, and she had no physical discomfort. But his hand resting on her waist made her uncomfortable. After the Yuan family was destroyed, Su Xiaoyu made her parents a 1,000-mile teleportation jade with a paper will to guarantee their personal safety. However, Su Xiaoyu was still uneasy and wanted to add another layer of protection for them. She hated that she couldn't tell old Lu that she had found her mother, and that the beauty pavilion master was her mother, who could be beautiful and graceful. For so many years, she casually fooled around in front of Tuoba Yunya because she knew that she was worried that Tuoba Yunya wouldn't do anything to her, and she never thought that one day, Tuoba Yunya really wanted to kill herself. With the word conspiracy to describe, Igor's feel also a little reluctant. Now he is most puzzled, not only the Naga that is the Leviathan of this fact, more is this world. The Hercules Cup of the soccer world was probably the most beautifully designed within all sports, and it felt awesome that Hercules was carrying the whole earth. She was the one who had played the good cards in her hand badly, and everything was back to square one, except that she was now the titular Mrs. Nya, and there was always a little bit of progress to be made, and she should be happy about that. Ha ha ha, Lian Yunchang laughed out loud, and this laugh froze Xiangxia. Time of Xinghua he did understand, both sides had even fought in the Polish battle. Only at that time Paul was a regimental commander, while Timur Singo was already a commander of the Aspect Army at that time. Guan Yu saw Liu Bei's order, although his heart was reluctant. But still, he carried the green dragon sword upside down and went out to challenge him. Old Huang Zhong on this side clapped his horse into battle. Of course, why swordsman is sure that the one in the lead is the man of heaven's mandate. This is actually something that swordsman knows only after testing. June 22nd. Xiao Zhengping, the mayor of Donghai, began to inspect the major real estate developers in Donghai and asked quite pointed questions. Chitan 72 style to this finally outstanding molding, and its creation of neither the mountains and waters of the heavenly paradise, nor the quiet and uninhabited barbaric cold kiln, is actually Weiyuan Dart Bureau, a nondescript room in the bucket. Unlike. Lu Pen looked at Wang Hao's body, especially his arms and neck did not have half a scar, and then he said, "Don't. Ugly. No, handsome brother, please, I don't want to die yet." Nanyu kept shouting, the kind of crying that could simply be described as compassionate. At the beginning, Håkon VII has actually prepared to release goodwill to the German government, and also more or less feel that Gieselin and that pro-German group behind him are still leaning on it as the capital to ask for help from Germany in the future. Looked at the cohesion out of the golden holy on swordsman flabbergasted for a moment, although it does look very fancy, but after the swordsman a summary, but found that in fact, but sparse. After killing A, Jihan is not satisfied, but directly aimed at the EZ, a time EZ is already no flash and arcane leap, if not kill now, then to wait until when to kill? That's why he was shot on purpose, to show the enemy's weakness, so that the three people to see the effectiveness of the gun. He thought that he was far more crushing Jihan whether it was his appearance, his family history, or his gaming skills. Xin Xuan's heart throbbed and he nearly screamed out, for this was the Spirit Elder, and it was the first time that the Spirit Elder was angry and appeared in another form. Bringing Big Sky Earth and Dr. Gelman into the makeshift tent, a few people briefly recounted what had happened to the two. Volume 1 Chapter 106, Abandoned Once Again. Xing Yuyu still had the last glimmer of expectation for her account, contacting various contacts. In the end, the former signing company secretly told her, "You've offended someone you shouldn't have offended, that flower wine known, is she someone you can afford to offend?" Her backstage is very hard, especially recently as the birthday of Hua Wine Known. The whole platform is doing marketing for Hua Wine Known. No matter what, people have to give way to Hua Wine Known. You at this time to do something is not just digging your own grave. Xing Yuyu sat on the bed, her head buried in her arms sobbing. She has struggled for 3 years with great difficulty, from only one person watching online, insisting on live broadcasting day after day to 10 million fans now, no one knows that she pays. Humph. In the opposite position, the two Spirit Master Elders directly snorted coldly when they saw this, but they ultimately ignored it. Although Feng Wuxuang doesn't completely believe in Park Haijin's words, but he himself is partial to the past events and can't remember half of them, so even if he doesn't completely trust Park Haijin, he still feels that Park Haijin's words have a few points of truth. The long grass was up to his waist, and it was very difficult to take a step. Yu Longqing took a deep breath. The body of the true chi flow, a sound of Chung tsunami, pulled up, made the Jianghu extremely difficult to practice the light skill. Flying on the grass, straight as the imperial grass, swept as a few feet, startled a burst of flying birds, chattering, good noisy. Wake and go. Suddenly a burst of laughter, intermittent, said, surnamed shows, you think, you kill me, you can, live, I believe, the next one is you. After saying that, his head tilted, and he died of gas. How is this possible? Has the place where you were injured turned purple and blue? Do you feel that the wounds are much more painful than the usual injuries? And do you feel that your whole body is in pain, your head is drowsy and you want to sleep? Dongfang Yijian said all the signs of poisoning at once. Your people? Mo Longyue was a bit baffled. He really couldn't sort out the true meaning of what this sentence was trying to convey for a moment. Cheng Lingji was practically depressed to death, pulling Xinqi to sit sullenly on the bed without saying a word. You can't lighten up. Cheng Lingji gasped and glared at him, but paired with her pale face, a very imposing sentence instead seemed particularly soft. The Jiang family's money didn't fall from the sky either, so he couldn't be allowed to act recklessly by his nature. At this moment, he finally felt the importance of money. Give him a sniff of your feet and see if he dares to dislike it. Morong Jianxin was only concerned about the world. Right under such a bizarre state, the demon god temple furiously launched a carpet search, trying to find out where the blood ancestor was hiding. It was impossible to zero in on the crystal cores, it was impossible to zero in on them in this lifetime. At most, they would exchange them to give you an equal volume of supplies, and she had no use for keeping those things anyway. Skill. You don't have the outstanding ability to freely utilize your own skills that are beyond ordinary people. Zaka said word for word at the flabbergasted Yi Qi. Bai Lil Ling walked aimlessly down the street, the wedding dress still on her body, causing the people on the road to stare frequently. Mid-period innate realm of the mad sky. At this time the breath sword even reached the late strength. The hands of the sword is flashing out a rich golden light. Each returned to the room. Su Jin Luo began to clean up the bathroom and outside of Jean Knight's things. The check room was a little better. Jean Knight's clothes and hers were each in general and not mixed together. There was a dark curtain on this side that was pulled up to cover Su Nan and wouldn't be pulled away to look at it. None of the busy Nostradamus family, including the black-clad priests outside the manor walls, noticed a Night Lord flashing slightly human eyes before whirring and flapping its wings as it flew up from the top of the turret it had been converted into, heading in the direction of Sass Harbor. Out of trust for his own kind, Lianhua was not angry, but only felt that it was unnecessary, really, to stop him from dramatizing his possession. Just a few pieces of sheet metal are not enough, really, completely unnecessary. Patriarch, it's better to discuss this matter. After all, it's about the survival of our Snow Lotus sect. The vice sovereign shook his head and said. The system opened. As there was no information on the undersea topography map inside the system, the navigation interface was just a map labeled with detailed latitude and longitude. After a short connection with the satellite, a green dot was displayed on top of the map. Mrs. Bai and Suyu knew that Su Gun she didn't like to be disturbed when she was healing and detoxifying, but she didn't expect that she would even blast the king of the phantoms outwards. Early to understand this point, he since will not be hard to fight, more, to the arcane body method to hide away, and thieves shamelessly said, just to the flood side of the run, which more people to where to come together. The man hugged very tight. Meng Yao cannot push Qin Shaoran, can only wring his neck. In his deep kiss, deeply intoxicated. With this jade token, wanting to get the flood primordial stone and the 10,000 worlds immortal route no longer looked so difficult. Yikes! 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 Suddenly, a crow flew over Guanqing's head, emitting a hoarse and dull sound. The first peak emperor also moved, a sword destroying the heavens and nearly cutting off Yi Chen's head. Also only a trace of flesh and skin was left attached to the neck, holy blood spurting out, shocking to the eyes. Seemingly sensing Su Zhanyan's fear, Su Qinghan's originally deep eyes, at this moment also became sharp, slowly walked to Su Zhanyan's side. After picking up her wrist, he poured the medicine that he had just brought. Bastard! Demon Underworld Family Immortal Mountain, angry shouts suddenly rise. A black and a white two old men rushed out in no particular order. Is the Demon Underworld family's old ancestor, but also the Demon Underworld family, in addition to the red-haired youth outside the two great saints, imposing, pressure shaking the heavens, scarlet eyes, ghoulish and horrifying. However, when he saw the smirk of evil underneath Knight Yu Yao's eyes, he had a deep feeling of having been plotted by Knight Yu Yao. He fiercely clustered his eyebrows, and even retaliated by biting on Knight Yu Yao's shoulder. It's an ancient city, very old, almost no one here can tell how many years of history it has. It is said that a long, long time ago, this place was the capital of a powerful empire. Volume 1 Chapter 107 Flower Wine Thickness Hits the Face 1. Lin Bebe, who was sleeping at home until he passed out, woke up and saw everyone's hyped up messages and replied briefly one by one. Add brother Silence and 5 a male model mystic as friends. Flower Winethick birthday tomorrow. The whole network must be waiting to see Flower Winethick. Give Flower Winethick to send blessings. She get together live. Traffic where can snatch over Flower Winethick. The day after tomorrow she will start working. It just so happens that the family has finished moving. Reply to half, see the letter brother's message, she lightly tisk a sound, usually always hang on the side of the mouth will not come to her live room, now take the initiative to urge her to live, and even between the lines with coaxing her to start broadcasting the meaning of the word. Alphabet brother face does not hurt? Maybe. Next to the 22nd ring, Tang Xuanlin's brows were furrowed, he vaguely felt a hint of bad luck. The man sitting on a plate in front of him gave him the feeling of a flood of ferocious creatures with saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. This kind of feeling, he had only had it a few years ago, when he faced a fire cloud python at the level of an essence monster. He decided that it would be better to take a detour after a little probing. Dong Jiayuan suddenly remembered that he was also able to break through the void, so he found a place not too far away to try. His words had just gotten halfway through when he suddenly stopped, as if something had happened within the basement of the My People's Club that warranted his attention. The 2,500 people who participated in this intensive training, 4 people were sacrificed, 11 people were disabled, and the rest of the personnel have already been placed as junior officers in the scouting brigades of the divisions, and the families of the sacrificed personnel and the disabled have already been resettled in accordance with the regulations, Chen Feng replied. Dong Jianyun tried to copy some of the precise details first, but after a few tries it always ended in failure. It wasn't his problem, it was mainly because the details were really too delicate, so much so that Dong Jianyun couldn't depict them clearly. Right now, Chui Feng was a midget when it came to mastering the artifact. He had already reached his limit, but he still couldn't bring out the full power of the Fetal Yuan artifact. Only when he became a normal person would he be able to use all the strength of his Fetal Yuan weapon with ease. I don't like drinking herbal tea. The red-haired man shook his head and said with some regret. That just now seemed to be an illusion, and seemed to have really happened, everything, unknown, even Tetsuyi didn't dare to be thinking about it. Where is brother Lu Judge? The only bit of consciousness I had also disappeared. Aunt Xingyu pulled me, her mouth opening and closing, I couldn't hear what she said at all. Let's go back, Shower said as he turned around, or else mother will be worried again. After saying that, he had taken the lead and ran off toward the bottom of the hill. Looking at the old man again, you would realize that it wasn't so much an old man as it was a vibrant middle-aged man, but it was only for a second before he blew his breath away from an old man who looked like a dried-up specimen to a middle-aged man who was as warm and gentle as jade. Lucci looked with a slight pain in his heart. When can I let you pour out your face to lie in my arms freely? Lucci suddenly recalls the scene of that year when Wang Zhong was injured and he himself healed her. Just as Li Qing took a step on the street in a moment, but was not far away from a burst of hoofbeats to the startled down, followed Li Qing behind Li Yi very alert till Li Qing immediately pulled to the street, and then looked from the distance to come about 100 riders of armed soldiers, walking in the forefront of a man full of stubble stalwart man. Seeing that the 2 men had finished their orders, the attendant on the side hurriedly left and hurriedly went to arrange the things that the 2 men had ordered. The lancers that confronted them dispersed in all directions like running water, and a large number of people rushed out from their midst. Wei Hai's food had already made Li Aichuan eat what felt like milk bread, but there was nothing he could do about it now. The injuries on his body and the physical strength he had consumed heavily from today's sword competition made it so that he had to replenish his own energy by eating more in an attempt to recover his abilities even better. You're terrified my ass. Emperor Qi Yuan kicked Du Ning without any good reason and came out with a foul mouth. However, not only was Du Ning not surprised, but instead, he grinned and kindled his kick. Both of them laughed and smiled, as if they had recovered the old days. Master Lu seems to have no frame, while interspersed between the seats to walk from one to another in the group to exchange pleasantries, extremely casual look, cloudy and light a style of everyone. It looks like he has a great deal of prestige and popularity here, and at this time many people got up to greet him. It can be said that as long as Li Qing gave the order, even if it is at this moment to step on the level of Su Yuan auction house, they are also able to do it. In their eyes there has never been a king's law, the only thing that can constrain them is His Highness the King of Longevity of a meticulous instructions. Li Shoufei did not say a word, looking at Ankong with a smile on her face, her deep black hair dripping with water droplets, like a mermaid out of the water, quietly looking at the man in front of her who was talking to himself. He remained calm, even though the fury and death aura was haunting him, he had an invincible confidence. Praying for the winds who understand. Understanding is understanding, but on praying for the wind's face, it was clear that there was still something difficult to say. However, before Lin Shuryu could take one more step, all of a sudden, the cruise ship shook violently. The situation of Selim desertification was even worse. Everywhere there was an iron fence, which was the only barrier between the city and the desert. In the end, nothing was set out, and then the man in black disappeared into the air, like he had never come. Almost did not Suguoqing scared but sit on the ground, just wanted to sit up and let Lin Fei to give himself the second uncle down, because Jean has found that Lin Fei has already got his own brother and also his parents' approval, and listened to their own big brother said that they can also bring their own career takeoff. Of course, they do not reject it. Instantly, several people were greatly surprised, especially Lin Ruffing. He also did not expect to be followed this time. Ow. The bronze magic coffin was carried by the white snow together as a whirlwind, cannot autonomously rotate countless circles. The scene was momentarily strange.
Once this word came out, Long Moran looked at Long Zhantian suspiciously, only, Long Zhantian's response led her some despair. The two friends know that Xiao Tingting's husband is Cheng Tianzi, but friends get along with each other. Is not the other married to a powerful husband? Usually they are together and rarely talk about this topic, but now it is different. It is good that he still had a cave back then, but it was his early use, and it has long been deserted. It was a good thing that there were still quite a few good things inside that he had treasured back then, and through this his cultivation was able to skyrocket. Otherwise, he could only be completely dead to the earth-shattering blood demon sword. Hoof. Hua Hui strongly suppresses the anger in his chest and converges the aura on his body. He knew deep down that if he fought Shiman Ao, he would undoubtedly lose. Shui Yumei has also behaved herself quite a bit after being injured by herself, bringing herself to find someone, only, that person seems to have run away. Volume 1 Chapter 108 Flower Wine Thickness Hitting Phase 2. I also did not record. I thought we hear mall big screen out of the bug, directly spend $60 to play carpool to the next city mall big screen record. The results still did not wait. I've never had this problem in previous years. What's going on this year? Ask T. Where's T? Why didn't he show up on such an important day as Wine's birthday? T never misses a party. What's going on today? I just got high on CP, it's not like I'm suddenly B, is it? I don't think so. Brother T is a 2-year-old fan, there must be something important delayed, we'll wait a little longer. Joe Wine. Looking at the female with a smiling face, the 5-clawed pterodactyl crouched on the ground, preferring to stiffen his body and pretend to be dead, but also unwilling to look at her again. The night was a bit cool. After Mo Zhuan came out from the compartment of the eldest princess Jixia, he entered the palace and met the emperor at night. Receive a knife from master. The man at the head who had been watching the battle from the sidelines flew in with a large 9-ringed sword. There had also been a number of gods and demons in mortal cultivation and fell into the devil's way people to fight for the land of the broken dust. He was originally the body of the ancient divine beasts, and has been cultivating their spiritual power. How many injuries, and finally these delusions of contention for the broken dust of the immortals and demons back to the original body. Kunlun Mirror froze for a moment, only to realize that he was too anxious just now, as if he had let things slip. After dinner it was still dark. Ding Guogua refused to go into her room for the life of her, lying on the railing of the corridor gossiping with Ding Ning. I'll see which one of you dares. As long as I'm here no one is allowed to step into this room for half a step. Wang Dong finished taking a step back and blocking the doorway, looking at the captain in front of him. Wang Dong didn't have a trace of timidity, jokingly, as far as this troop strength is concerned, he is still not putting it in his eyes at all. That's not it, having a child is just like having a debt collector. Papa Kong responded, then invited the 2 Du family members into the hall room. The man possessed a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts, a bit of vermilion sand glittering between his eyebrows, and only spoke indifferently when he saw him. To be able to see the rumored genius alchemist in Jixia competing with someone in an alchemy competition, the scene was definitely exciting, and the crowd couldn't help but look forward to it. Guju's talent wasn't able to catch up to Gujin, but it was by no means as bad as he claimed. Guju was quite a bit stronger than an ordinary person. Once again, he allocated 10 attribute points to strength, and added another 20 points to his attack, and with 70 points already added to his attack from clearing the 4th floor alone, these attribute points were already especially worth it. Hua Ji meant that these people didn't succeed in escaping and were captured and returned to have their legs amputated. Their last use was to give birth to children. After the 4 semi-immortal soldiers in the hands of the 4 people were offered, they also cooperated with each other around the formation of the 4 people, and actually formed a killing formation with amazing killing power. Killing power is amazing. The 2 semi-immortal soldiers offered by the 2 quasi-saint powerhouses of the Killer Hall were struck back and forth, and were completely unable to match them. For a while, the spiritual power was in full bloom, the battle was scorching, the people outside onlookers held their breath far away and did not dare to get too close. The Hangyuan team members who surged up, nervously asked Fang Jingqi about his situation, while Fang Jingqi had been holding his head without opening his mouth, appearing to be in great pain, until his white gloves dripped with bloodstains. All of them realized that Fang Jingqi was really injured, and the injury was very serious. You read it correctly, the protagonist of the video is Zheng Yi, whom you have been pinning high hopes on. He went to play wild soccer. Mussolini narrated in a cloudy manner. In terms of music, Zheng Yi, like many ordinary people, did not have any talent. What Golden Melody Award, Best Singer Award, Golden Voice Award in the 4 years of college did not have half a penny to do with him. Entering the system, Zheng Yi's first sentence is to clamor to practice the passing training that he doesn't really see eye to eye. It was someone else's business if they didn't believe in it. He himself had to make time to practice and turn the impossible into the possible. But he didn't even know that some of the words in the tape recorder had been deleted by Luoying so that the flavor of the sound changed. But he suddenly figured out that Cheng Qing was trying to separate himself from Cheng's group, treating it as 2 separate target units, and those people, they were the partners Cheng Qing was looking for Cheng's group. After all, with the Ding family gone, Cheng's group needed new building material suppliers. Can easily deprive himself of half a step of the cultivation of the Saint King, and at the same time, he can also complement the counting of the sky chip and measure the heavenly opportunity.
This twist of the head does not matter. The fat Mathreya, suddenly scared to death, hurriedly climbed up from the bed. The clothes do not care to wear. First took out a communicator to press the red button above, and then have to grab the clothes. This time, Lu Yuxian came over to punch him to a half-dead softly on the ground. Can't tell him that he is a 985 medical college students, right, specializing in the study of various poisons and antidotes, also often dissect corpses, blah. But there's no way. Who let the person who said this is his whole Liang bowing even bowed not as good as Shiman Lang it? Pai, she was obviously choked by Hikari. This is a long speech, to find their own face. The result was so hard to interrupt her. This heart, don't mention how depressing. However, just when the two were silent, suddenly, a very gentle voice came from the side, one that Shiman Lang couldn't forget even in her dreams, the sissy in Huaya's mouth. Although it sounded like he was criticizing Hua Chang, and Zhao Laosi was still frowning as he said it, Hua Chang heard clearly that Zhao Laosi wasn't angry at all. Just as the shield was about to shatter, Moya, who had been hidden in the shadows at the first moment and hadn't moved, finally made his move. Kan Il Yang saw Bei Juhian walk back onto the stage holding the members' hands to participate in the group photo and suddenly realized why Kong Hairan was so upset. After a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, an unspeakable joy quickly filled Yunmu's chest. He was originally quite resentful of Yunmu for moving a bit without consulting him, but now, he only felt grateful. Volume 1 Chapter 109 Alphabet Brother punching flower wine thickness in the face in public. Favorite Beibei admin. The accounts that were often in Beibei's live room were dumbfounded. Human rich flower, you don't even watch her live, what are you rushing her live for? AAA Building Materials Brother Wang, that's right, I remember you were not coming for a long time, only Beibei just opened the broadcast, came for a few days, and then said not to come, but also let slip that the double can never replace the flower wine thick. Jiafu Gue, I can testify to this, because Brother T was a very good list one in our live room at the time. He also always reminded Beibei, this is not like flower wine thickness anymore, so I'm very impressed. Favorite Beibei admin, that's right. I can testify to that too. The surrounding people all looked upwards, only to see a young man standing above the void, like an immortal. Sujo said in a low voice, these people are really like gangrene on the bones, they can't be shaken off. It hasn't been long since we got rid of the people from the Refining God sect. How come this 10,000 puppet sect master is looking for the door again? It's really troublesome. Sujo naturally didn't know that this time, not only the doormaster of the 10,000 puppet sect had come, there was also the patriarch of the Refining God sect. He had reflected a lot on the confusing the army's heart incident that happened a few days ago, and still couldn't find a better way to put an end to it. As for the huge rooster, he was also excited. In the past, if he wanted to take down the monster, no matter how much it increased its attacks, in the end, the monster would either run away or hide, and the monster could achieve a basic balance with it. There was no way to kill each other. Ila casually waved his hand toward this teenager with black frame glasses in front of him to indicate that this teenager is naturally his die-hard friend, and ethics is not, Lunya June. Butterfly Dream Demon language stared at the youth with wide, dumbfounded eyes, jumping up and down for a while under the pursuit of the Sand and Earth subdragon, making the other party's attack turn into nothing. When he really couldn't dodge it, he utilized his weapon to block it, and his blood level was only slightly reduced, not a big deal. The people around him promoted more and more frequently, and in a short period of time, Lorong had once again promoted another rank, while Lin Qingxi had promoted to the first rank of body sect. Item Ability Aura of Insight. The equipper has the ability bonus of a sinister object. For magic with flame attribute, if the spell does not exceed 5 rings, the power is automatically reduced by 1 ring when hitting the equipper. In his first year of high school, Al played those Ganko games, and occasionally the idea of making one himself would float in his head, but also because at that time his mind was thinking of a way to go back in addition to the otaku, so he never put it into action either. The Stone Domain and the Barren Domain are separated by several states, and this place is just 3 states away from the extreme sea. On TV, Wu Song is receiving the toast from the magistrate, and it is also entering a lackluster stage. In an instant, countless Feng flying swords shot out sharply at the touch of Feng Yi, shooting numerous holes and eyes in the roof of the cave. Feng Yi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and constantly cursed in his heart, thanks to his own long mind, or else he was careless and thought that there was no more traps, and that would be a disaster. Zheng Jiayuan walked all the way into the depths of the Zheng family, and after fiddling with a few things, he turned on the switch and walked into it along the gloomy passage, but he heard the sound of flogging, and the candle flame swayed, reflecting the person who was beaten and bruised. Before the invention of PCR, you want to detect the DNA of living things, you need not a drop of sweat, but a tube of blood, and even a tube of blood is not enough, you have to reserve a large number of substances containing DNA in order to churn out a sufficient amount for testing. The other two shouted, but it was already too late. This sword of mine directly broke off his arm. Tang Mengqiao suddenly screamed, eyes. Ouch. It hurts. Tang Mengqiao covered her eyes and stumbled backward, swinging her hand away and pushing the person next to her out of the way. There was a tea stove on the room's coffee table. The fire on the stove was flourishing, a delicate purple clay pot on the stove fire. The tea in the pot had long since boiled, making a gurgling sound, a white mist curling up. Not really, I am a willing, stay here person. When you promote, I will disappear. So many years, I can only leave a remnant of consciousness to stay here and wait. Staying here, he was willing. Although he is a little jumpy in nature, but he is not a person with a broken mouth. There is no way, the master is not there, he must protect the lady. Xiao Changyin is too bad, must not let the lady to have the slightest good feelings towards him, not even sympathy. Fortunately, the first year can independently absorb the outside world spiritual energy to run the formation for Yishi to save a lot of spirit stones. Otherwise, even if Yishi is more generous, bottomless consumption will also make her heartache. And this Spirit Academy array consumption is even more needless to say. After all, this martial arts training ground can be compared to the scope of the East Garden is much bigger. Fei Lianyan thought to herself that Shuri was a member of the study committee, so her studies would definitely not be bad. So he decided to find Shuri to give himself a good tuition, to help himself at least not fail his classes. Yun Feng froze, he was really unaware, he did not know that in the beginning, under that heaven-shaking god hammer, that horrible hammer passed through Zhao Xi's spiritual body and smashed on top of his own body. This blood exchange simply gave Chenny a feeling of a great fall. The peak 7th grade bloodline, indeed, only allowed him to break through the gathering of qi. Before the blood dissolution was performed, his cultivation was still only a section of strength and refining qi. But so what, for this blood exchange, this little breakthrough was simply a drop in the ocean. It's the issue of energy reserves again. How much energy reserves does the Expeditionary Advance Team have left now? Marshal Saurant asked indifferently. As this command was entered, a large list of names began to show up on her notepad. What exactly is your purpose in imprisoning me? The Elephant Man race cultivator's name was Xiang Chang, and after a night's rest, the injuries on his body had slightly healed a bit. Seeing Cui Feng appear in front of him, he asked in a guarded voice. The Star Shatterer's figure unexpectedly paused in the air, and his arms spread out, tensing off all the shackles of the spiderweb with an extremely effective gesture, and then the lightsaber aimed at Lin Peng's petrol machine fuselage and chopped away. Although he knew that this demon bone was a bit perverted after his personality changed greatly, he also never could have thought that this demon bone was crazy to such a point. His comrade in arms was called Lu Zigang, and was known as the Four Heavenly Kings of the Chinese Air Force along with Gao Zhihang, Lu Yiqin, and Li Guidan. Is that all the power you have? From the opposite side came Wu Xing's disdainful voice, another flash of colorful light. Wu Xing walked out blandly from the smoke and dust. Although the black dress on his body had cracked a few times, the person didn't seem to be in any serious trouble. Shangguan Shuer seemed to see the catty look in Nangang Yer and Ao Tianqi's eyes and pouted unhappily. After returning to Morlock City, Nightcloud hurriedly found a hidden place to change into a set of clothes and wiped the bloodstains on his body. But even so, from a long distance away, yet he could still smell the pungent smell of blood on Nightcloud's body. In an instant, Nightcloud's pupils tightened, and the purple thunder sword in his hand instantly erupted into a pure and incomparable sword astral chi, and his hand gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and he lifted it up violently, and then he did not move at all. The soldier clicked on the tablet computer and seemed to be comparing the information of the personnel on the data, looking up from time to look at the soldiers on the stage. Li Jianrui twisted his head to look at the person who was speaking, also wearing a dark green military uniform, and was looking at him with a smile. Volume 1 Chapter 110 Don't imitate flour wine thickness, don't want to see it. When Zhou Weinair saw Gu Chenyi's reply, the sky instantly collapsed. What had she done to make Gu Chenyi want to do this to her? She bit her lips tightly, her eyes filled with aggression and unwillingness. At the same time, the words Gu Chenyi said were also screencapped and sent to the Soundwave platform by some netizens. The topic of Flower Wine Gnome's list of big brothers hitting Flower Wine Gnome in the face in public rushed up to the top of the list on the Soundwave platform. I rely on the excitement. Didn't put on the big screen, but it's actually Flower Wine Gnome who doesn't deserve it. This big brother looks like he really hates Flower Wine Gnome. Chasing back to the capital, it's actually someone's big brother returning to his own home? Ha 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 ha, laugh dead. Flower Wine Thick those fans a while ago everyday brush what tea brother love miserable, chasing Flower Wine Thick back to the capital. When Xia Min heard this, he knew that this matter had been resolved, and that his father's brother would not be able to do anything of the sort, so naturally he was much more relaxed. Impossible, you and Avatar Mystic Realm people can realize the battle method is already a move against the heavens. If you say that your battle method can still communicate LUN back, then all of us who are at the 9th stage of the transformation spirit have no face to live. The 9th elder said firmly. Rumble. The distant star exploded. The firelight was incomparably dazzling. It illuminated Raspan Ching extraordinarily brightly. Raspan Ching admired the beautiful flames and gasped for air. That Lu Hongqi said, I heard that the emperor borrowed troops from Huiha in order to recover Luoyang, and Manichaeism is precisely the state religion of Huiha, so if the Luoyang rebels are really driven away, I'm afraid that the Manichaeism's reputation will grow a few more points. Lu Hongqi did not speak much, but often hit the nail on the head when she spoke. The youth nodded strenuously, wanting to speak but still struggling greatly, so he simply didn't open his mouth. The old farmer, while putting the blackish herbs on the youth's wound, the youth's eyebrows slightly knit, seems to be very pained. At least let her taste the taste of being scorned by the world, and then let her 5 thunderbolts pull her soul out of her cocoon, toss her for a few thousand years, so that she can try what is called etching the soul and invading the bones. I am also of the demon race, so I understand how you feel. Please rest assured that I won't bring you any trouble, I just want to make sure my wife is safe. Yun-hee said sincerely. For a person who pursues the way of the sword, what is more important than life is seizing every opportunity that can be refined in sword arts, even if it means exchanging one's life for another, there is no regret. Lu Yongquan said in a very serious tone. Please. Big brother. Don't say it in such a serious tone, okay? Stefan said with a complaint. Who would like this bead only stick to Yilang body? His body, that layer of golden light around the body color actually deepened, especially the chest-placed glazed beads place, but also a flash of flicker glowing shimmering light, listen carefully, but also accompanied by a muffled buzzing sound. In the meantime, the party alliance became even more huge, just like a kind of behemoth, let a person in awe. Duan Qiu issued a single detonation command, making this hiding place in danger of being exposed. Jia Xian could only dump Duan Qiu to escape alone. Hua Wuqi's explanation was still reasonable, a move that was bent on killing would certainly be stronger than one that was only balanced. As that voice rang out one after another, Bo Lu's eyes completely changed from the unbelievable at the beginning to horror. Lu Yen turned on the music in the car, and a happy song came out. Lu Yen knew that he hadn't given Yang Shui a gift for a long time, so he should make it up to her, but he also knew that what Yang Shui wanted wasn't these things at all, she just wanted Lu Yen to spend more time with her. Fang Hui's strikes were more casual and quieter, but his attacks became even more furious. Although Dark Water, Dark Earth, and Balan were no weaker in cultivation than Yang Yi, an 18th order absolute god king. Kidnapping and beating people here, and they were all customers of their house, wasn't this smashing the scene and destroying their business? Because Long Xifeng had once again sent word that the fleet on the south coast had nearly begun to land, and that the south coast harbor had been attacked to varying degrees. In order to save strength, Long Xifeng directly issued a retreat order, temporarily abandoned the coastal resistance, to the other side of the successful landing, provides the innate conditions. Now there is an overseas cultivator, Hua Xiaoyu of the Tiandi sect, who not only has no fear of Zhao Shaitian, but even openly injured his people. Liang Xiaoyu naturally wanted to take advantage of this, lest he lose a powerful helper. The spear of ghost fate pierced the shield of light, emitting a muffled sound, causing the entire sea and sky to stir once again. Chen Hao was speechless. The first time I saw this, I was actually compared to the two girls, and this is not good enough. Meng's face turned pale, her fingers tightly clutched the handkerchief, and her body shook as if she was about to faint. Shom Badian and the others walked in, only Chen Hao sat in the large conference room, while everyone else guarded the outside. Tang Shi in red makeup followed them in, followed by Mo Ziling and Du Zitang. As for the others, none of them joined. Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes and counted. The demonic beasts on the lake shore alone had almost reached several thousand. Sun Yenin did not speak, letting Biwei dragged into the villa. Every time he came the feeling was different. This time however, Sun Yenin felt particularly cozy. Because no matter how Biwei does wrong, this is her home. And Nian Chu looked at his smile and actually felt a little smug. Her choosing him made him smug? She laughed out loud as well. Slightly embarrassed, he pointed out the next few points to Gong Tu-ban, and left with a look of heartfelt admiration on Gong Tu-ban's face. An academy teacher in the stands was greatly moved and praised his good friend from Qingyan Academy who was also a teacher beside him. The reason why he called himself this seat was naturally because he could see that Lu Wei had already guessed his identity, so he had nothing to hide. A good tiger doesn't eat before its eyes, and the middle-aged man who defeated it had said long ago that it only needed to be a mount for a period of time, and would let it go when the time came, so it understood very well what it should do in the meantime. Shinin shook his head and felt that this matter had to be ground slowly, and when the practicing of the army produced results, it would naturally make the officials and the chancellors look at it differently. At that time, no matter whether it is expanded or changed into a forbidden army is convenient. The quantum radar is to utilize the quantum entanglement effect, prepare pairs of quantum, one quantum is placed on the control terminal for imaging, and one is launched. Volume 1 Chapter 111 All are men, who has what mind, who does not know awe. And it was the second time he moved, and he left again without saying a word. Lin Bebe frowned slightly when she saw the question posed by the newcomer account, how did you all know I moved? 2 days ago, Alphabet and favored Bebe, as well as young Master Qin, they also asked her if she was in the capital city, were they installing surveillance on her? Favored Bebe admin, Bebe, your homepage has an IP location display, we all watched your location change from High City to Jing City with our own eyes. Lin Bebe forgot about the positioning thing. In the past, as an ordinary person, no one would pay attention to this matter of her positioning, so she hadn't cared about it, but now she clicked on her own homepage to take a look. Li Moore thought as she did, backhandedly holding He Qingyan's cold jade finger. Each other have their own difficulties to break through. This goodbye do not know if we can see each other again, without too many words, the two can only hold hands, to feel each other to give others cannot feel the infinite power. That Yuan let the real person in the sea that the ancient dragon suffered after their palm is not broken. Heart secretly said a hands of light again flash obviously to strike again. Looking at that more than 100,000 ascended soul bodies, Luo Xiu's heart was filled with regret, and then he couldn't help but have a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The system's explanation made all of his ideas unattainable, and also made Luo Xiu surprisingly have a kind of odd thoughts.
Let's say that a certain head pill and other strictly prohibited things can only be called goods. By the way, Hanyan almost forgot, the doctor in the hospital through the relationship to buy a large number of cough syrup, they are able to refine to make people eat too much addictive things, that is a headache and fear of the bane of the world. A long night, peach blossom before going to sleep on the pear blossom and a good deal of enlightenment, until sure that she really do not have the idea of seeking death to rest assured. She valued today's king of Jing, Zhu Jianin, because she and his father Zhu Qiheo some old feelings can be remembered, coupled with Zhu Jianin's tsunami, this person very know how to flatter and cater to please her heart. But many years without training, his martial arts skills have long been abandoned, even the other side of the move did not catch, was kicked back. Bai Jiao is used to it, while Butterfly Fly and Cyan Bug are the ones who have a lot of experience in cooperating with each other, and have a tacit understanding with each other. Cyan Bug can't beat it, Butterfly Fly goes up to help, Butterfly Fly can't cope, Cyan Bug goes up to make up for it, and throws Butterfly Fly a blood replenishment from time to time. How to get? 9-0 asked. 6-1 of that position sat down, the body still seems to keep dripping blood. 9 Ling know that she is the most afraid of pain, so hurry up to cast spells it. Lu Ran no one does not care to take off the red jacket, revealing the bare shoulder above was shot out of a big hole. Listening to the laughter coming from outside, the big witch as if he had not heard, only gently rubbing the hands of the south all night beads, weird dark eyes seem to penetrate the beads, do not know where to look. Mu Qingyan nodded his head, he had already checked, the curse that went against the great Tao of heaven and earth had not appeared one single star on him. It was just that the condition was so harsh, if it caused Ji Qi to become furious, then the person who sent the message, he was afraid that there would be no return. The two of them discussed some more, Jin then excused himself and left, after teleporting a few teleportation arrays, he then took out a contact stone. Good afternoon, teachers and students. My name is Su Tingting, and the piece I'm going to sing is, Su Tingting purposely chattered as she spoke, and occasionally threw a wink at the judges' table. As a half-orc, Ipova, like the vast majority of orcs, possessed the instinct to revere the strong. Therefore, after hearing Thousand Shadows' command, Ibiva hurriedly started to do as she was told. 5 days later, the fleet finally arrived in Wuching as scheduled. While disembarking at the pier outside the city, when Huanzhang, who had stayed behind in the city, came to greet them with Guan Long. Then, people looked there woodenly as dozens of immortal lights danced and flew away from that purple ocean, all emitting such sounds. I only saw that Li Tian looked deeply at the distant sky, as if there was something there, and then leisurely said, however, this failure is not worthless, at least let Green understand a truth, even if you want to appoint AI, you have to appoint a hero unit as a lord, never appoint a soldier to be a lord. The so-called failure is the mother of success, in the road of pretending, failure is nothing, success is right in front of us. At a glance, in front of us is the endless snow, which, only some plants that can keep out the cold, for this snowy mountain, embellished with a hint of green. The snow country belongs to the middle level and the big country level of strength in the middle, military strength also has 2 million, but half of them belong to the original Snow King, Xing family only 700,000. At noon, Jane gathered all the archers in the lowest hall of the mansion, where the people were talking and arguing about how to execute those crossbowmen, everyone argued with each other, and the hall was chaotic, attracting a lot of people to watch outside. Ayla step by step behind Fari, until today did not realize that his shoulders broad, like she imagined her father that want to be relied on, partners, family, she has always dreamed of, I do not know today at her side of these counts? Zhu Ling's heart is even more difficult. This Bai Qi himself does not take credit although it is a good character, but this forced him to have to reward Wei Changfeng, which is exactly what he wanted to avoid. He was at a loss. In this nonsense, Su Chenyang's eyelids more and more heavy, finally powerless closed. Xin Monyan first praised Shinhan Luo, then apologized to Shinhan Luo, and finally praised Shinhan Luo in a flirtatious manner. No matter who is Shinhan Luo, it must be too embarrassed to continue to be angry at Xin Monyan who had such a good attitude. Most likely, it is those fugitive wanted criminals and other sinners who fled here and landed as mountain bandits. Xiaoya nodded, she does not like to eat big sauce too much, and there are those spicy sauces she made at home, she did not make big sauce, and she did not know that she had to make big sauce at this time. There weren't many disciples in the Su Xin hall, the environment was quiet, and each disciple had a separate cultivation room. This essence steel unbreakable body was a type of Dharma body, and Dharma body was an iconic Dharma door for cultivators in the transformation spirit realm. Mom, it's fine, I'll pay attention myself, you don't have to do it for me, this is something I have to accomplish on my own, after this is done, I'll come back and turn myself in with you, Li Mingfen said with a serious face as she looked at Feng Zimei, who couldn't help but nod her head after she saw Li Mingfen speaking in such a serious manner. Moreover, compared to the other tower breakers, Xiao Tai was more confident, not to mention that he himself was fearless of this kind of test, even if he failed due to some unexpected factors, he was not worried about any punishment at all, he had this confidence. Volume 1 Chapter 112 How meaningless it is to be the first on your list, how to be the only one in your heart. These big brothers on the list spent $100,000 to see her she didn't understand, and now that she was being punished for changing her phone number she didn't understand even more. They will not feel no face? Some netizens are also curious about this question, being lectured in public, don't you big brothers want to lose face? Is it worth it for a number? TTYY is generous, it's not like they haven't been lectured before.
The screen is floating. TTYY, not to mention that she usually scolds me less? Floating screen. Guchini knows that when it's time for him to be scolded, he can't hide from it. He had already adapted. Ha! In fact, as the president of the group, he had been leading by example. Never have I seen him turn on his cell phone during a meeting. This was the first time that Ling Shiquan was sizing up Yi Qingting squarely at only a body distance away. Ling Shiquan reached out her free left hand and touched it, only to realize that at some point, her reddened eyes had left behind tears. Those who came with Ran Jun, who were holding knives, also threw their hands in the air and didn't dare to mess around. I slowly walked over step by step, more than why my eyes got wet, I must have laughed really hard. When Mu Yingchen arrived, he happened to run into Pei Qingyu, who was coming down the stairs, in the elevator. Just a glance exchange, two equally secretive men had already engaged in an exchange. How important was that banquet? It was the announcement of the Pei family's return to La City, and it was just spoiled by her, and all the reports about the Pei family were also stolen by her. Bao Yifan didn't let Andy intervene the whole time. Andy secretly opened her eyes and looked askance at Bao Yifan, muttering a curse, "Stinky ass." Cannot help but closed his eyes and laughed. If it were the other way around, I would have been overjoyed, but today, all I have is fear, deep fear. His voice made the store's eyes all gathered in a moment to this man who hurriedly ran in. He was wearing a regular captain's uniform, his forehead was still sweating, under the fine hair, his handsome face had a hint of urgency, which diluted a few points such as a cold pool of cold temperament. A glimpse of the window side bare, wide open window side in addition to the breeze nothing, like Sui just chided is in the same crazy. Jiaoyin also slowed down his expression when he heard this and walked over to sit down. Naturally, it is very good. But Liang Duo and Liang Yongchen not dead, still not yet the best. The war refinement outside the door, let us call it number 1 war refinement, rushed Anran and waved, with a wary face. There are too many things like this, Mo Iranian cannot finish talking about it, he knows that he owes Duan Qingyi more than he can pay. The special recruitment competition was about to begin, and this time the Qi Martial Academy had sent a total of 30 people, 20 of which were trainees and 10 were instructors. The trainees were all clear-cut martial masters, with the strongest of them having the degree of a third-grade martial master, and as for the tutors, they were naturally all grand martial masters at worst. Xiaoyu saw Bai Zong speaking lightly couldn't help but mutter in his heart, is this guy really confident, or is he deliberately saying this to make his judgment problematic? It turned out that Qi Ziyu was not at home, and Marquis Jingning, who had just returned from the palace, was talking to Qi Nanfeng Qi Dongwei, and they were of the same caliber about it, and both felt that they cared too much. She was heartbroken for a long time and secretly vowed that in the future, she must rely on her own skills and earn lots and lots of money, and then buy whatever she wants. Never again would she be heartbroken like that when she bought just one set of clothes like today. Just that the gentleman's excitement was stirred up, all waiting for him to open his mouth. Yang Shi had no other choice but to look over the words one by one. He used the walking position to avoid Li Bai's big and also the second skill, after that accelerated to rush to Li Bai's initial position, waiting for Li Bai to come back as a whack. And a few of the world's best soccer agents, no matter how to arrange their order. Anyway, among the top 3, there must be the name of Portugal's famous professional soccer agent, Jorge Mendes. 2 people after the words, both put away at the moment to fill the heart is about to rise through all kinds of emotions, began to implement Katsuragi Katsuma that determined that Sonoda Wind will seal Ryan's success as a benchmark, and formulated down the most important step. The more heaven-defying the divine power, the greater the limitations, so the divine power unleashed by the Orochi like this, the divine power that possessed infinite life energy and was almost immortal, must have great limitations. That silhouette suddenly raised its head and looked into the depths of the sky, and those 2 blood moons steeply rushed into the sky with bloodlight, directly causing this piece of emptiness to give way to annihilation. Holding by Susu's hand, Su Mo felt that his heart had instantly found a home, and that feeling made Su Mo feel very comfortable. Moreover, Tang Mu had a feeling that leading the rise of mankind would be of great benefit to him in the future, although with his current strength, even the main god's bilocation would not be able to deduce the specifics of this benefit, but for this feeling, Tang Mu still believed in it. The emergence of Skynet was the beginning of the first breakthrough in geographical connection for mankind after the end of the world, but the landing of Skynet is not that simple. If you want to log into Skynet, you don't just need permissions and tools, but also need to reach a certain level of your own evolution level. The higher the evolution level is, the longer you can log in. On the contrary, Sumoa's face was calm at the moment, acting like an ancient well, just like a wise man who had seen through the world's affairs, sitting back and watching the tide rise and fall, and the flowers blossom. It can be said that the current him is very indifferent, looking at all things very openly. What is not his, will not go to force. Only listening to this big monk hands folded, to his own unorthodox saying Taoist blackmail Taoist language, how to listen to how awkward. Could it be because of the heaven executing sword soul? Instead of attributing the reason to the fact that Chu Feng had once participated in enlightenment, or that he was a reincarnated reborn person, Ji Chen thought that it was because of the heaven executing sword soul. Su Shangxi gritted her teeth and spat out a sentence in the midst of her struggle, exhausted, only to feel her body ache as if it had been torn apart. Su Shangxi frowned tightly, cold sweat unconsciously slid down her forehead, even her vision became unclear, she clenched her back teeth and breathlessly pushed the man on top of her. Volume 1 Chapter 113 Talking Alphabet Brother into excitement. Lin Wuan was about to get up to turn on the light when she heard the live broadcast, that AI-flavored love talk. Her movements gave a start, and she almost threw up. Word a wild man, so disgusting words can also say out. Newcomer account 1111, floating screen. Beijing City Villa area. Gu Chenyi listened to the words uttered by silence, and his face darkened into the color of the bottom of the pot. What a thing to want to be the one and only. This sword man. TTYY, floating screen. Favored Bebe management, family members who understand North since the opening of the broadcast has always been on the list of Big Brother output love words, or the first time to see the list of Big Brother on the North to say love. Lin Dong's previous site, he went last night, did not find anyone, also know that Lin Dong is no longer site dry, moved away. Yi Qiu said, Your Highness, seeing the flag of Iothea in the south represents nothing, Iothea often sends soldiers to plunder the border. If there is some gossip coming in every 3 days, how to be with this, how to be with that, even if they are all fake, what kind of eyes will others look at him, Lin Dong? Meow. That Siamese cat seems to be extremely recognized to this sentence, it cannot stop the head to Bai Shue's arms, Si Xiaomeng are extremely jealous, Siamese cat life is extremely loyal, it only has a master, but I do not know whether it is nature or how. But I don't know if it's in his nature or what, but he has an inexplicable intimacy with Bai Shui. But relatively, he can't sway the operation of the world's rules, which is why he personally came to Giant Gorge City, sort of the first collision with the world's consciousness. Directly in front of his line of sight, part of the Dragon Island that had been teleported over was pressed right onto the beach of the original peninsula, and the vast majority of it had fallen directly into the sea, which had invariably made the Shining Peninsula's area much larger. Hey! Zhang Qibo looked at this teenager, the heart is also a lot of feelings, and then see him on one side of the skin high swelling, the heart is also some regret too heavy hand, but this is the way of good and evil can never be wrong, he really do not want to be this good young people misguided, fall into the devil. The next morning Shen Xian was woken up by a burst of aroma, open your eyes, leave the room, the kitchen side came from the smell of frying pan explosion. The mountain road took 18 turns, and after circling around one hill after another, it finally entered an open river valley area. The man with white hair urged with a doting look, but it was obvious that his mood was very pleasant. Meaning the teenager who was the first to compliment her on her cuteness and the first to date her besides her family and friends. Ran. I'm so sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. Blame me for not going out to pick you up. Xu Qingxue looked at Li Ran with a guilty face, she knew that Li Ran had specially taken the day off to come out today, and as a result, she still met this kind of bad thing. Zhang Zifeng suddenly remembered something, took out his cell phone and fiddled with it, and put the phone to Moncler Outlet Store C. If people who don't know the truth see Miriam, this look will definitely be fooled by her pitiful look, who can think that just now also arrogant and domineering Miriam was such a miserable and pitiful look, looks like a loser. But of course the music platforms are not philanthropic, they, too, agreed to give Zhou Ran the opportunity to release all over the internet because they saw his influence. If it was the Fan Chi of the past, after hearing that she was going to take a break, she would have given her a few days of vacation and then continued to work. Because Fujiwara Taku had sung too many hot-blooded manga songs, this had led to Fujiwara Taku having a hot-blooded manga flavor no matter what he sang anymore, which had led to the viewers not being able to bring in their emotions at all. After all, it is working in a hospital, seriousness is the most basic, carelessness is not good enough to kill people. Ping Hongxi's white-eyed wolf potential didn't show when the original mom and dad were still alive. After Mula Xin heard this, he nodded without hesitation, yes, I've long wanted to join the Heavenly Sect, it's just that I simply couldn't find the location of the Heavenly Sect for a while. Zhang Wei explained his plan of investing and taking dividends again with a dark face, and the crowd fell into deep thought. Ninth wish. When I become a Buddha. No one in my kshetra will ever hear the name of unkindness. Not to mention the fact that there is. If I do not have this wish, I will not become a Buddha. That is to say, the advanced elements of the 8 systems have the same pressure on the basic elements of the 5 systems as the bloodline of a demonic beast, and this is the level. Chaos healing technique, after the fusion of the 5 healing abilities of the water, light, wood, life, and soul systems through the art of alien fusion, it has a very powerful healing ability, and at full strength, it can restore the life force of the human body, and is effective against internal injuries, external injuries, and soul trauma, and consumes a great deal of energy. Hooking up with an exalted one, this was a great blessing, it was just a pity that they had not performed well a few days ago, otherwise they might have been able to strike up a good relationship with this exalted one-level bigwig as well, or at the very least, they would be able to speak in the future. As soon as Balzac's words fell, in the rising and falling light, the elemental giants of the elementalists, the stone demons of the necromancers, and the shadow warriors of the assassins, all these magical creatures that only had fighting instincts appeared in front of the wall of carts. It was no surprise that the Wreck Frostwolves, Lord Sal's finest offspring, appeared at the Green Vine Fortress. Whenever the orcs launched a counterattack against the demons, he could always be seen leading the way, inspiring the orc warriors with his bravery and fearlessness. "It's nothing, I'm just watching you days and telling you to wake up," Heba said and dug his nose with his right hand. "If you want to ask her, why don't you come and ask me?" As if from purgatory, a devilish aura turned from behind the screen. Chu Shixian was dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, standing coldly in front of them. With that, Zhang Jianhao finished the bowl of soul-returning soup in one gulp, and without having the time to taste the flavor of the tonic, he pursed his lips and handed the empty bowl back to the goddess of Meng. "Don't!" Xinjianzhuang pointedly resisted, but Shirduan showed no mercy and quickly retired the palace dress from her body, leaving only her middle garment. Volume 1 Chapter 114 Flower Wine Thick was scolded. The Wang assistant next to him wiped his cold sweat. "This woman is also too big, so daring to say. Really not afraid of his family." Zhang Big President directly to her Sila. After all, this girl in front of her, according to the words of his family president, is nothing more than a dispensable stand-in. Special customized gifts do not need to prepare a copy for this double. It can be seen that although the two have the same face, but the treatment gap is still very big. So how could the stand-in's level of indulgence here at Mr. Zhang's place be compared to flower wine gnome? If this was flower wine gnome, Mr. Zhang would at most laugh it off. But the understudy. Even if it is a punishment, in fact, this punishment also has a lot of avoidance reasons not to do. There is no need to non-attack Mr. Zhang. Zhao Fengshu made a gesture to the person at the door, and it didn't take long for Bai Yulong to walk into the conference room with a man in formal attire. Li Dekang only saw a glistening white lotus root arm sticking out, and then hurriedly lowered his head and did not dare to look again. The children were all tired after playing all day, and before they reached their respective homes, they were all sleeping in the back row. If the church found out, she'd probably be sent to the holy tower in the middle of the four main churches to be executed as well, right? Well, the silver-ringed serpent looked at the fleshy-faced van lingering in front of him, and always thought he'd seen that face somewhere before. The painting was so large that Arthur thought it was a family portrait, and when he saw it, he realized that it depicted a scene from that year's party. Xiao Siyu let go of her arm to raise his hand but picked up her chin and slightly leaned down close to her lips. Thinking of this possibility, her heart suddenly trembled, and the idea of revealing it to the church instantly dissipated. Not caring that she only had close-fitting clothes on her body, she stumbled forward and opened her slender arms to embrace Yichin tightly. Isha raised her head tremblingly, and the moment she locked eyes with those four reddish glowing mechanical eyes, all the words of explanation got stuck at her throat. Lin Hao coldly hummed, "Old sister, are you stupid? They killed so many people in my family, and they're still sending them money? You don't need to do anything, I'll put you in my space artifact later, and then you just need to cultivate heart in it." Su Nian said. "Head. They don't know what the 10 great tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty are." Shu Sun couldn't help but spit. "And it's only with money that you can buy whatever you want, while when you don't have money, you most likely won't even think about buying nowadays." Shanda can't say it doesn't have money, but it can't afford to hold up large-scale mergers and acquisitions. In this regard, the Night Sky God Emperor also no longer say anything more, began to cohesion of Cold Dan's secret to teach Sun Yan. Thinking, Xiongwa crooked mouth, looked at the time, now only 7:10, he did not think much, directly pick up the cell phone, will give Chenrong call. This Hat Society's people are aimed at him, this Chenrong happened to be to protect him, this matter he also have to report to Chenrong to be able to do. Of course, there is a little bit of other external blocks. After all, a gang that is under him to mix and eat is not qualified to be equal with him, but Xiao Chang's share of him is still a full share. Charlie has one thing that is not wrong, he knows what things when he can take when he cannot move. Commander Su, since Chu Tian has now proven his strength with his performance, then, the matter of calling him as a training instructor is settled. After Zhao Lian had finished introducing what had just happened, she said so to Su Xiaogang. Lin Yang, who was gently looking out of the window, seemed to sense that Jin Tianzhuang's heart was in a state of rapid expansion after receiving a sudden shock, and could not help but open his mouth to strike. Evil Ming also came up to try, and found that he could not pull out, and in the end, in addition to daydreaming and Wei Qing, outside of all involved in pulling out the sword, only to pull out the Star Core sword from the ground so little. Nangong Xian and the others' faces changed, their hearts were shocked and angry, they didn't expect that the Black Dragon King had personally made a move to force the everlasting sect to break the formation. On the finger of the big chief, the white and cloudy true chi coalesced on it, flashing with a mysterious light, containing a strong power. Hardin hated the Golden Lion Sky, but unfortunately, he was too injured and needed to recuperate and could not participate in this battle, and William could only appease him and promise to avenge him. Sima Yi is right, being an emperor naturally has the art of managing people that belongs to the emperor, and the centralization policy is not aimed at him Zhou Yan alone, but Chao Pai had to do it. William ignored Clow and approached the rain, coming to a scimitar that was thrown on the ground, and with a pick of his toes, he had grabbed it in his hand. Zhou Yang knows that this is the time when Wu and Shu are in the worst state. Guan Yu died in Jingzhou in battle. Liu Bei vowed to raise the whole country's troops to take revenge, and accomplish the brutal battle of Lu Sun's burning Yiling. Because the matter of Empress Dowager Gui is over, the next person Chao Rui has to deal with is him. Jiang Zia but a frown, although he knew Su Yuan died, but mouth to mouth, now by Xinhuan so say a gas, but instead he felt like it is said to be false. True 8 winds do not move? Boss Yao was confused, twisted his head to look at Zhou Dong. The result is that Zhou Dong also shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he is not clear what it means. Although the members of the Dragon Clan all stationed their shrines in the inner city, even the Black Dragon Clan, which was unpopular nowadays, was no exception. However, there really isn't a rule in Sea Emperor City that says that members of the dragon race can't station their pantheon in the completion. Thus Du Feng's choice could not be stopped by anyone and could only persuade him. No, the name of doing business. Xiao Xiao pushed me, this is the only thing on your father, really let you can't forget it, don't stare at the shortcomings. Old Su was also a good hand in doing business, lingering very much. Xiao Xiao said. Waiting for the end, I covered with a blanket on the sofa and fell asleep, woke up when the house was quiet. Looking up at the clock on the wall, it was 2:30 in the morning. I am very dissatisfied with my mom's performance, but the words have been said, I cannot be Yen Yen refute her, not to mention that just according to Yen Yen this look, I guess she will never be driven out by me. Hui did not reply, cold hawk-like eyes staring straight at Cheng's face, apparently, is pressing the fire, do not want to answer. After the two came out of the supermarket, the bag was also carried by Song Yuyen. She wanted to help several times, but someone did not allow it. Girl! The cripple called out in alarmed panic, and when he pulled me in, his face instantly went white. Really, I have already forgotten Guqingji in my heart, and heard the news of his wedding online to pick up on it, purely to satisfy their gossip, no other meaning, but the corner of my eye this tear is a little embarrassing. I lie on the hospital bed, looking at the neighboring bed is still in a coma Du Hong, a little envious of his good fortune. When I think of this, my heart is inexplicably a little astringent, without realizing it I am so dependent on him. The way Nanyu jumped off the cliff at that time, it was Bo Hui who had only a little contact with Nanyu who found it unbearable. To be insulted and to die in anger. If such a thing were to happen to Bo Hui, I'm afraid that he would be even more cruel than Tang Huijin. She originally thought the same thing in her heart, and thus had doubts about the origins of this gentleman, but a few days passed without seeing any clues, and Xiaoho Qian's homework looked to have improved a lot, so he went along with him. The two of them came out together, called the waiting in the courtyard of the Nameless and Kelusi, to the VIP post house of the meeting place to eat. Volume 1 Chapter 115 You Still Want to Be a Junior. Zhou Jiayuan looked at Gu Chenyi incredulously. When had Gu Chenyi ever treated her like this? Every time they met, he was extraordinarily gentle, he looked concerned about whatever she said, and he would even create surprises for her and clean up for her those male fans who wanted to harass her. Such Gu Chenyi, how could he suddenly change so much? And told her to roll? She just couldn't figure it out before she wanted to find Gu Chenyi to have a good talk. But Gu Chenyi had blacked out all her contacts, and she didn't know where Gu Chenyi lived. It's her fault that she was too confident before, wanting to deliberately catch Gu Chenyi. She did not show too much concern for Gu Chenyi. But she had a good life, and had just left the house to prepare to go to the doctor. Rumble. With a loud bang, Yao Qingcheng's huge runic knots violently smashed on top of the flying boat. Instantly this flying boat crumbled into white bone fragments. And Ding Nan's two followers were instantly smashed into a ball of mush. Zhang Ran, however, smiled. The production level of this monster was extremely high, completely inferior to the top Hollywood blockbusters, and the special effects of this movie were all made by Tiangong Heavy Color. 2 minutes later, Jing Tian began to perform. After repeating her last performance, with tears in her eyes, she wiped her arms with force, lifted her spirits, and smiled hard before raising her head slightly and looking to the sky with a hint of pride in her expression. The difference was that all along, the perfect world had an absolute advantage in the confrontation between the two sides. A human king, called Night Kier? The husky Tang scurried out from the middle of the land, shouting in surprise under his breath, his entire body covered in dust, his thick black and white tail drooping to the ground, fluttering non-stop. Yi Qi felt that just in this instant, the aura that Yi Qi's body could hold expanded more than 10 times at once, and all of Yi Qi's meridians became very strong, and the most important thing was that Yi Qi felt that the divine idea had skyrocketed several times at once. Old ancestor Yuan Yang was the city lord of Light K City, and he had to admit that he owed Yi Qi a huge favor for saving him last time. The Flowing Light Immortal City was a sect in the starry inner sea, so it had several spots, and Light K City also shared a spot because it was a subsidiary immortal city of the Flowing Light Immortal City. Right at this moment, the Oscars Best Foreign Language Film awardees Russell Brand and Helen Mirren walked onto the stage. When the interpreter sitting on one side translated Night Fang's answer word for word, the reporter who had asked the question, his face instantly turned ugly. Afterwards, Taoist Mad Jiao let out a strange cry and threw out a royal beast pouch that was plastered with seals. He then performed a secret technique and spat out a mouthful of heart blood onto the top of the imperial beast pouch, and all of a sudden a huge wave of spiritual energy emanated from the pocket, while his face instantly became extremely pale. He glanced at her. She still had the same expressionless and cold look, but what she did made him feel that his heart was soaked in warm water. It felt soothing. Ji Jijin met his line of sight, gently kissed his thin lips after looking at his face again and nodded vigorously.
Savannah tracked the flying fish warship in the sky all the way, worrying about Zhen Jiayuan's current situation. However, it wasn't long before the flying fish warship slowly came to a stop. A teleportation beam landed in front of Savannah, and Zhen Jiayuan's voice came out through the ship's microphone. The definition of gods in the behind-the-scenes world was not quite the same as reality. The gods here meant the great ones, while in reality gods in the old era were a level of power, and as for the new era it was more of a powerful person who was worshipped. Delia also knew that flower-thinking and Ninth Imperial uncle must have a lot to say, so she waited outside. Are you telling the truth? Mo Feng immediately stops letting him prescribe pain relief prescriptions for the princess after hearing that it would affect her future pregnancy and looks at him with a serious face. He ended up maintaining the movement of keeping his eyes wide open and slowly collapsed, as if he didn't understand why the other party wanted to kill himself. Charles tried to get up from the new apocalypse had already kicked away, directly knocking Charles unconscious. Great Eternal Lord, Red Devil flopped down on his knees, was about to open his mouth to flatter. Suddenly an icy cold gaze swept over him, directly looking him inside and out. Silk Bamboo shivering back to the regent's residence to prepare her room, anxious to pack a few pieces of clothing in the previous song Yunqiu reward to her valuable objects, take a bag to escape the regent's residence. Thinking of the horrible wounds on Rin's body, Lu Shaoxi was completely furious, his eyes burned with anger, dashed after him, and the flaming spider gloves rained down on the assassin's body, shattering the bones of his hands and feet into pieces, and then finally pressed the switch on the bomb at his waist and threw him up into the sky as he had done in the past. Sun Xiaozu slowly looked at the hand of the paper, eyebrows a little wrinkled up, and finally even a pick. Sun Xiaozu folded up the piece of paper and placed it in his arms. He did not say anything to Ying Chun, the words were still addressed to Aunt Zhang. She stared with rounded eyes, incredulously craned her neck, looked back with difficulty, and froze in shock. Lu Shaoxi didn't reply, but the look of gravity in his eyes intensified. He had been observing this large formation that wrapped around the shrine since just now, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he felt. An old indigenous man with a withered body shaped like a dry corpse, similarly holding a leg-bone drumstick and banging on it, tilted his head and let out a scream as he watched one of the huge tentacles that ravaged the sea surface become more and more furious. Mu Tian gently patted Feng Renner's soft back, the tenderness in his heart turned into an oath, and a kind of solo battle in the world, singling out the continent's bravado and arrogance. Therefore, this big vulture accounted for the task she rejected from the heart, on the one hand, because she did not want to be so great, on behalf of that do not know where to hatch the white Suzhen plum instead of the peach. Reverse Fate sect, Huan Shanyu sat cross-legged on top of a huge altar. In the sky, starlight descended, like a pillar of light in the sky, falling on top of the altar. Before the words fell, accompanied by his loud laughter, his figure disappeared in place out of thin air, and the allied forces who wanted to strike out in anger lost their target. Volume 1 Chapter 116 Don't Call Me Baby. Crazy gnawing pig's ass, is Brother Alphabet too embarrassed, or is he trying to give someone a leg up? It's so hard to guess. Stack, can I go? I'm new here. Floating screen. Favored Bebe admin, of course you can, as long as you're above level 30 you can go. I'm not a rich kid, then I'm going too. Floating screen. Long sky, I don't have time, so I won't go. Floating screen. Lin Bebe watched as everyone started to sign up. She hurriedly said, no, none of you need to come over because I can't figure out the meeting process or anything. I'm worried about arranging it for you guys, so you can just support me in the live chat room. It's not that she doesn't want to arrange it, but this. And Ruo immediately said seriously, looking at Lu Ling with wide-eyed amazement and highly recommending Chen Han. Almost wanting to say, you damn guy, where did I mess with you again? Please, I just want to be a quiet audience yet. In this way, even if he now succeeded in counterattacking and beheading a batch of captors just now, it seems that he has been forced to go on the road to desperation, and his current situation, as the saying goes, is desperate in the sky, unable to enter the ground, desperate. But this Rin Feng really is some ability, also do not know where in the end, he practiced this 8-step star wolf strike powerful and profound string martial arts. Mike Ferran has been working at Manchester United, starting out as a youth team coach and then being promoted to first team coach 4 years ago. Twisted his head to look at Lu Zhang behind him. This is his own elected heir. However, Lu Yin himself knows, his own this heir is purely just a short inside the pick tall. Whether he can keep his own this foundation are an unknown quantity. Ruan Shui staggered back a step, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Suchinga who had a calm face without a trace of guilt, her mind going blank. Suchinga struggled to struggle, but could not break Luo Qinghan. Think she would have been strong? Luo Qinghan, this asshole's strength is actually greater, strength she still cannot help him. All around the silence, a red and a white two figures, looking away, in this world, as if only the two of them, thousands of mountains and thousands of water defined, just for this moment to see each other. These magicians' level, also vary, but everyone who did not use their own magic. The enemy's body was flooded with golden light, surely not immune to arrows, and the cyborg's gun had sounded, a test attack, still effective. But it often took a dozen shots to kill one. Humph, the man grunted coldly, wanting to leave. This realm no longer had anything worth staying in, only just taking a step. The man's face suddenly changed, the abscess on his body was rapidly expanding, and his muscles were rapidly withering away. Did I mess with you again? She sat up unhappily, not wanting to spoil her mood in the morning, intending to ignore him and go wash her face. Lin Yun originally thought of pulling up Su Qianqi and directly fleeing, but when she saw the scene in front of her, she gave up the idea of fleeing and walked towards the two Huangfu Xiaoyuan with a curious face. She could feel Gu Cheng's footsteps pausing for a moment, a face that was illuminated by the light, appearing very cold and solemn. The two of them hurriedly collected the pile of money in front of them. Shen Sanma threw a grateful glance toward Shen Tuan. The silver in her arms knocked her and warmed her heart. Moreover, this is only a conservative statement. It can be completely said that the tiger follows the orders of Li Hang. The other foreigners saw the scene. All of them were horrified then. Their horror turned into anger, and they accused Qin Feng of being too brutal and too crazy.
Shen Tuan had all left, and Shen Changji wanted to leave, but as Tuan's elder brother, Shen Changji still sat down.
With his back to the dresser, after Xu Yang gave the Empress Dowager medicine, he was driven out by the Empress Dowager, closing the door. The Empress Dowager like this, sitting withered for 3 or 4 hours, his brain is in turmoil, and his heart seems to have stopped beating in general, and he has all the thoughts of the world. The sea is too foggy, even though the ship and the ship is almost close to each other, but still cannot tell exactly which side one. However, it was not completely without a chance, just need to fully activate the Taishu Divine Sword still may break the 7-star formation. Taking a deep breath, Gu Nuan had already organized her vestments. At this time the shy and annoyed she is still somewhat fortunate that grass came in a step earlier, otherwise if she is red in the face, if she is really in the time of that what was interrupted by grass breaking in like this, then she really will even jump in the river heart have. What is even more unethical is that Guan Ning actually wants to use this unknown pregnancy incident to marry Mu Xiao. Director Lin was wearing a gray pajamas, holding a cup of water in her hand. Apparently when she went downstairs to pour water, she heard a movement at the door and opened it. Along the way, even though he was being led, Dong Ruda felt like he walked for quite a while before arriving at the compound where the Sangha lived, Yang Yuan. Regarding this, he was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he was worried if he had provoked this girl. Generally, this girl would not easily leave without saying anything. "Boss, take a rest while we clean up the zombies on the floor," Wu Shen said, then put away the sniper rifle, carrying a machete, ready to lead the crowd forward. "Don't worry about it, I know the score. It's getting late, you better hurry back." Zhang Deming began to rush people with some impatience. No, it couldn't be. Her Zhou Meishi's fate was in her own hands. Thinking of this, Zhou Meishi took advantage of Chu Xuani's inattention to break free with a reverse tackle. While looking around, Lin Mu noticed something. Sitting in front of them was the big rowdy Charlize Theron that he and Lu Yi had seen on the street that day. However, just at the moment when the lone wolf's gun sounded, Zhao Tianlei instinctively flashed his body, and a bullet directly brushed his shoulder and struck the ground, picking up a trace of dust. Along the way, Jiang Li grabbed a few more wick dolls and tried to fuse and absorb them, only to find that they could no longer be absorbed. Next was another day of awards. 50 years had passed since the beginning of the school year, and after this award the children would be promoted to 2nd grade. Volume 1 Chapter 117 The Great King of the North comes to catch me. Gnawing furiously on a pig's ass, what the hell was I expecting? I thought I'd get to see Bebe play dodgy. Turns out Bebe is playing Great King? Enjoying wimpy life. Bebe, what are you doing with your beautiful face and nice voice? Favorite Bebe admin, haha, it's a bit greasy and lewd, but the contrast is really great and cute. Another day of loving Bebe even more. Fun. I've never seen such a live broadcasting style at Flower Wine Gnome. Bebe, let me see another side of Flower Wine Gnome, it's kinda fun. Enjoy the nest life, at TTYY, brother T, Bebe said support before. Thinking about this he felt very heartbroken. He has been living in this Qi capital for more than 20 years, but a deceased person has not. It is really too sad. And Xian just came over for a few days' time, not even a month. How come there are so many people willing to save her? She herself was riding on Xian's luck, which was why she had the life to survive. There was only half a year left before her 20th birthday. It didn't matter even if she died a horrible death by then, it was just that she didn't want to leave her parents along with her. Sis, I was wrong. As soon as Zhao Lei opened his eyes, he saw Joshua with a tear-stained face, and the siblings hugged and cried. Seeing this, Feng Junzi gestured at Xiao Yuni and the two quietly exited outside the ward door. Li Guang was an absolute tough guy with a scary iron face, and would never mind taking them on. Thanks for the reminder, Senior. I haven't yet asked for Senior's name? Since he had been practicing here for a long time, Mo Yang only felt rude now, and surprisingly, he still didn't know what the person's name was. That afternoon, Tianfeng Securities Binhai Tianhao Road Business Department Room 208, when gentleman sitting in the office frowning to see the stock index trend, heard knocking on the door, looked up, actually as the peach would endure walked in. But Song Jianan just started as an exception. In the market economy, the position of the Department of Social Sciences of the University of Finance and Economics is a bit awkward. The study of Marx and Lenin. Song Jianan does not have a lot of ways to make a living, and for this no less than Mrs. Glare. Song Jianan lamented his fate and began to pay attention to metaphysics, which led him to meet Feng Junzi. When the last trace of his Yuanshan was drawn away, Mo Yang was no longer in the place he had just stayed at this time, but had come to an illusory world and was suspended in the air.
Is there anything you can do to find me? Old Mrs. O had been in a bad mood recently because Nan Gongyu had run away. Mo Yang originally felt that there was something fishy about this matter, coupled with the fact that Wu Weizi had instructed himself long ago. It seems that this water current is not as great as imagined. Let the other party to say their wishes. Is it used as blackmail? Only to see the gauze wrapped around his buttocks issued a piercing sound, and then turned into a pile of debris, scattered on the ground. Li Shichen frowned tightly and said, Master Wu Qing, why do you need to be like this? The demonic world is so powerful, but isn't it also dusty and dissipated nowadays? Wu Qing barely struggled a bit. The iron rope on his body shook slightly, but always clenched tightly, while the silver light on the chain flashed, seemingly extracting something. Said, the South Emperor floating hand see, a black and white stream of light came into a breath suspended in his side, black and white to sun and move, a control of heaven and earth and the emergence of the spirit. At that time as also the bottom of the South Emperor's eyes turned into a wariness. Water Yuan servant slowly sucked down a breath, turned around, said, first deal with the matter at hand. The rest of the matters, until we leave the forbidden demon forest. Feng Jiecheng's face was indifferent and he did not reply as he continued to walk forward. His eyes showed a horrified look. The boy in front of him had a terrifyingly strong hand. He must be a person with extraordinary hands as well. If he really wanted to fight, the 4 bodyguards who were secretly protecting him from afar would not necessarily be able to help him. You are drawing fire. Even if I don't kill you, someone else will kill you. Understand what I mean? Bai Yueguan once again warned Mu Chendong. Lu Xiang, on the other hand, his body trembled, and his eyes gradually took on a gleam. Turning around, he retreated towards the back and said with awe, thank you, Brother Li, for your guidance. Since Mr. Lu has lost, I will take my leave. Tianwu Sec's top and bottom, leave the savage wilderness of the south. In the twinkling of an eye, Lu Xiang's body had already disappeared into the forest. I know, I'm not afraid of him with my sisters here, Wu Tinga replied with a burst of dark redness on her face. Only to see him under the effect of the water current. At first he was slowly approaching, watching the right moment, entering the intersection position of the rays right below the passage, whoosh through. Those ball-mounted devices were obviously successfully fooled by this diving suit. But what greeted Long Jianfei was being sucked into the channel as if he was being dragged by a great force. Yin Xian Nanaki whispered, and even though it was still a long distance away, it could still be heard by the human emperor. Not only is the ball out of the penalty area, so by this end of the incidentally the ball directly to the left side of the Royce. You must not bully people too much. If you ruin the peace of the people in the northwestern part of the eastern continent, you will surely be scorned for 1,000 years. Pei Luyun saw that his momentum could not shake Xin Yu's stance. The sound of angry curses coming from the lobby of the inn, even more so, startled the 4 people in the room. A few people released their spiritual sense to slowly probe, only to find that not only them, but also several experts were also probing. No matter how you say it, you can come from Mount Shu, then you have already made a contribution. Gu Tianhan sighed. There were even people who had spent their own cultivation and destroyed their own meridians, but none of them were stuck at the Jinbing. Only Feng Qingyang survived. See, the man is still sitting at the table without the slightest intention to get up. The injured hands are also hanging on the side of the body to let the blood soak through the bandage, and then penetrate from the bandage drop by drop to the ground. The tactician who led Argentina back to the World Cup final seems to have aged a lot at this moment. Snow quietly melted in her palm. All of a sudden, flying snow lingered beside her, ink hair stained with snow, as if the fairy fell into the mortal world by mistake. This is a typical Western supremacy, white supremacy thought. And it is still an extremely extreme manifestation. Give each of them a cup of water from these 2 barrels. Feng Yufei's narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, staring tightly at the cadre of slaves, her rosy lips hooked upwards, seemingly with a bloodthirsty demonic charm. Although it was extremely slow, the color of the blood diamond, however, was beginning to spread along Mu Hao's right foot, as if it was going to contaminate Mu Hao's entire form, as it were. Yes. The dark part answered. With that, he intended to drive Tsunade away. Tsunade-sama! Shizun exclaimed, while her body began to struggle. If you resist, shoot to kill. Tuanzi said coldly as he watched Shizun's constant struggling. With the power of your Emperor of Heavenly Universe, how could you have lost it? Why did you appear in the Heavenly Evil Peak? What exactly is this Heavenly Evil Peak a place? Although the power of the world-destroying Yuan body in Mu Hao's Dantian was restrained, the star diamond flesh and blood of his body had not half faded. Volume 1 Chapter 118 The Big Brothers are heartbroken. Old Six had been upside down last time, and it wasn't too much effort for him. Jinjin wasn't very good at standing upside down, barely leaning against the wall, but her legs never dared to lift upwards. As for Lin Beibei's side, the live broadcast was all worried about her. Enjoying wimpy life, can Beibei do it? Will she get hurt? It won't be cost-effective if you get hurt. Don't get hurt. If you get hurt I won't be able to see Ping Tai Flower Wine Thick. Every time Ivy Child comes here, she has no good intentions. I'm sure it'll be the same this time. TTYY, I'm going to give them a gift. You don't have to do this punishment. Floating screen. Human rich flower, I'll go brush it. Floating screen. AAAAA gold medal male model nationally flyable. But don't forget, Beiliang is still surnamed Gu, and the king of Beiliang is only missing, not sitting on the news of the fall. In addition to that day, Liu Beiyuan drinking, Meng Qingxue lunged at him, just to be seen by Su Nanqing. These years, Meng Qingxue really did not do anything to pester him. The security guards directly on the hand to let people push out, was invited out of the fashion week above the lifetime. Maybe this kind of occasions have nothing to do with, anyone will not work with him. So the Gu family, in addition to Gu Ruojio side to insert their own people, but also intends to Ji Jin side to also insert people. So these past few days, Zhu Shengsheng came to find Mrs. Li almost as soon as she was free, either to drink tea or go shopping, or failing that, to go to a beauty salon to take care of herself for a moment or two. Jeaner, I'm going to teach you a few ways to guard against scummy men setups. If Qin Xuan often uses similar tactics to set you up, it proves that he's an unapologetic scummy man, so that you can avoid the pit without hesitation. Lin Wanyu said in an old-fashioned manner. Thus, when the two arrived on the street, when Minghua not only knew Tang Jing's ancestry, but also the ancestry of her object in particular. Instantly, her heart blossomed with joy, and it was true that she just had to be a little bit more deadpan, and making the choice to go home with her was the most correct time in Su Huaixi's life. Gu Tuan, in a rare disobedience, ran to the side of Gu Xinyu, and his fists smashed on Gu Xinyu's legs one after another. The flood scale tower was about to be completed, so Marquis Arnold came day after day to inspect the progress so that he could determine the completion date and then went to inform the flood dragon. There is no need for Yi Ge to explain that the sound of the fight outside the Wangchun building is getting more and more violent, and the collision of the innate level martial artists is amazingly powerful, so that the people in the house feel that the entire Wangchun building is going to be shaken to the ground. Yi Fan was counting down the mother nests in his heart, swearing to settle scores after the fall, but he didn't expect Evil Yen and Evil Phoenix to be the first pair of sisters to approach. He actually subconsciously came here, and the new ace who had just been blasted out looked helplessly at the familiar number on the door of the sick room. Song Jiang was never expecting that Feng Xiaojiang was actually still a fearful lord, holding fasts and observing abstinence in front of Su Fan, and eating nonsense behind his back. Luo Tian sniffed and was also a bit puzzled. In this huge city, could it be that he couldn't even find a top-grade yuan condensation dan? However, since the other party had asked, it was not good for him to be a bit nonchalant. Attacks have been blocked repeatedly. The Daming border army demonstrated a superb defense. Lan Yu carefully prepared. Every step is just right. The lance in hand, the original face of the cavalry's weakest ring. At this time, the same fatal threat to the cavalry. I listened to the foot force. Came a drift beautifully turned a right angle. At this time, the carrion bug's attack also fell, but was my sudden turn to avoid. There are happy, joyful, happy, lost, confused, painful. No matter what expression, no matter how to alternate, in the end, are in the corner of his mouth into a bitter smile. To the third round of selection, but because of Shiyi's nonsense, let the crowd depressed, only the last dragon song and Farchung's battle, there is still ornamental. The Yellow Sparrow army that had broken off was resurrected one after another, and everyone rushed to the north city that had been attacked to find that the battle had already ended. Xiao Zhan drove the car, Zhang Yao was in charge of pointing out the way, and together with Su Hong and Lin Qianin, the group of four arrived at a very upscale private restaurant. Generally speaking, in the Four Seas, those with a bounty of more than $20 million could already be considered a party hegemon. That is, the West Sea is more chaotic than the remaining three seas for various reasons, so the average bounty of a great sea pirate is over $50 million. Welcome. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Yurong were bickering, the door of Urahara's store was suddenly opened, and Urahara Kisuk, who was holding a folding fan in his hand and gently shaking it, walked out from inside the store. The walls of the Mirror Cave cavern are filled with some special blue crystals, and these crystals are where the secret of the Mirror Cave lies. After all, you can't go home and tell your parents that you were pecked by someone else's goose, and you want them to make amends by killing someone else's big white goose and giving yourself a stew, right? Su Hong's eyes flickered slightly, giving instructions to the system, simply directly in the center of the starry sky stage, presenting a miniature model of the Miracle City, plus a real-time bidding light screen. Moreover, if what Lu Yu said was true, then opening a treehouse store in the Heavenly Realm was also a very good idea. The next step was to continue exploring Black Rock City, and these indigenous languages were still of great use. Kurosaki Ichigo's brows furrowed when he said this. He opened his mouth slightly but did not say anything for a long time. She was afraid that Summer would be worried, so she hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of porridge, and Summer saw that she had regained her appetite before continuing to eat. However, these salesmen said that the efficacy of Flower Language's beauty medicine cream was not good, was returned by all, and then began to recommend Wang's beauty cream, and even bragged about the efficacy of Wang's beauty cream. However, looking at that sky-high price of the same beauty cream, all people could not wait to directly spit a mouthful of water. Song Dabai nodded and sent Song Yining to the door. Song Yining glanced back at Lu Jinhan, somewhat uneasy. The four of them just stood there chatting for half a day, and only after making an appointment did the two of them slowly leave. Looking at the two old men who were singing in unison, Jinhan forgot to say anything to refute them for a while, and could only watch as they ruined his plans. Having said that, he didn't pause for a moment, biting through Huang Qingji's middle finger and drawing a Five Thunders talisman on the palm of his left hand, so that as long as there was an Yin spirit close by, he would slap it over with one palm. While the fans were preparing to call the police, the door to the living room suddenly opened and Jin Han appeared in the doorway. "So, this tattoo," said Yen Yu as she gently stroked that particular date at Fang Shijiao's wrist. Sun Changqing on the other hand was ferrying back and forth. He himself didn't even know how many laps he had already traveled. After saying Ji Bing went out, such a moment, she cannot show half a point of weakness to always have to be stronger, he can permit her to follow. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as she stepped off the plane, news about Yang and the Kardashians came pouring in. "Of course it's you who will submit to me and be my minions." The blood demon's eyes began to glare. Volume 1 Chapter 119 One can't help but want to bully. Lin Bei's footsteps lurched. He thought to himself that he was worthy of being young Master Qin's little uncle. Both of them weren't quite normal. As for young Master Qin, he spent $1 million, and later added $100,000, to take her to meet the movie star. She didn't know why young Master Qin cared so much about her casual remarks. But she guessed that the probability was that she looked too much like Flower Wine Gnome, and for Flower Wine Gnome's casual remark about liking her, young Master Qin would definitely find a way to fulfill it. Young Master Qin's little uncle obviously do not want to see, and now suddenly convenient, this change of face speed, comparable to the Sichuan opera change of face master. But young Master Qin's little uncle, seeing her and then suddenly changing his attitude, it couldn't he also be a fish in the flower wine thick fish pond, right? Because her family's live broadcast. Kim Sung-chul took 2 steps backward and stared tightly at that water-shooting fishmouth in the palm of Zheng Yi's hand. "You." Facing this kind of insult, how could Wei Zhen endure, clenching his fists to charge forward, but his strength was not as big as Yang Yi's, although he struggled, it was difficult to take a step forward at all. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but because his muscles were too tense and not soft enough, the movements he wanted to make were hard and didn't work. Even if he was not a sniper, but just an ordinary person, who could agree to the request of having an arm removed? There is a saying that 100 years of cultivation in the same boat, this life, Meng Xinyao, Hai Ting can still be this close relationship to stay together, is also a good thing. Mountain River Invincible shouted and directly used the Mountain River jar of the Mountain River Pure Land to fly towards Emperor Tian Yuan. With the ground covered by the mountains and forests, the battle was indeed in Blue Flame Chakra's favor, but also because of the mountains and forests, if Cold Tooth and Chuli wanted to sneak attack Tangming, the probability of killing Tangming would also greatly increase. It was true, as Anan had said, with the Water Moon Mansion's suppressive power over the Five Saints General Forum nowadays, its strength had long surpassed the Five Saints General Forum in all respects, something that any discerning person could see clearly. At least after returning from the battlefield, Li Qingxian's performance when facing Li Shimen, the father who made him fearful, would become unassuming, and the king's style would take shape day by day. This godfather of the Warwing family called Bolini was equally powerful, killing 13 godfathers in a row for the sake of a family scion to enter the Holy Cross 1,000 years ago, and escaping from the hands of one of the Holy Cross's supreme elders, becoming famous in a single battle. "There is one good news, I wonder if you'll do it?" Xia Mingju's tone grew colder and colder, not putting Zhang Dashi in his eyes at all in general. While Xian Er went up to strike up a conversation and pulled him into the group on the way, I glanced at his basic information. Mutta Lang said with a smile. Now that his purpose had been achieved, he certainly wouldn't let Huafeng say anymore. Zhou Zian finished settling the bill, put the gifts and whatnot in the trunk, and then waited for Huang Ague, who was holding a bottle of medicinal wine in his hand and had already begun to taste it up, to get into the car and leave. Not bad, it is the damage caused by the heavenly thunder hammer, absolutely no mistake. The old man's lips trembled as he looked at his several companions. And, I know, how can I be so easily discouraged? Although Xianer verbalized this, I clearly felt that she was still a bit depressed. Time flew by, and the deadline for the Black Panther to agree to a firefight in the western heavenly no man's land was getting closer and closer. Previously, when he had subdued the evil Jiao of the eastern sea on top of the southern mountain outside Chang'an City, he had had a meeting with the Peony Fairy. "It's only inconvenient, your place is too far from the station." Li Wei came over and cleaned out the contents of the bag one by one, and before long the freezer was basically stuffed, which was enough for a week without going out to buy anything. Since Lin Gore had opened his mouth with such certainty, it was naturally because he had already secretly noticed it or had already secretly investigated it. For this reason, under Chu Haoyun's deployment, all the heavenly souls that were at the exalted level were all divided up by the demon hatchet and the other 300 heavenly realm alien, and the evil souls that were at the heavenly realm and below, were evenly distributed by the Star Peak elemental devouring aliens. In this way, the high-end battle power was increased, and the overall battle power was able to be increased as well. Guyu looked indifferent, slightly closed his eyes, his intention sunk into the dantian, sitting on his knees. Just now he had sucked in the power of the fourth elder and the others for a full 300 to 400 years. At this moment, he was refining it with the Jiu-Shin True Qi, turning it to his own use. Have you ever seen true martial mountain tolerate anger? Of course it's going to retaliate, madly retaliate. Zhuang Bei said in a cold voice. The crowd shied away from it. Especially when they saw the appearance of that Garuda, they were both frightened and surprised. Li Wei received this letter that Zhao Qian had sent in at noon the next day. Pei Wuming naturally agreed to it with his mouth full, after which he bid farewell to the 4 ferocious beasts and left the nameless island, preparing to return to Chaozhou City. Moreover, he was not willing to repeat the part about the Ringing Water Village. After all, it was only with great difficulty that the Ringing Water Village had regained its tranquility, and if he was to be harassed again because of the matter of the 10,000 poison arcane scripture, then Zhao Donglai would be too unkind. Wu Haomin's mind was thinking about how he could get investments. If he didn't have another place to live, he would have long been thinking of selling his house. But really want to sell the house, where will he live? Alas! It is better to wait a little longer and think of another method. It seems that those treasures of the heavenly auction house this time, only those in the private rooms can afford to buy. After arriving at the airport and going through a series of formalities, Taoran sat on the airplane and waited for it to start. Only to see that the sky outside had already returned to clear, cloudless sky, floating a colorful ribbon, like a rainbow, but the shape was strange. From afar it looked like a phoenix, still scratching its head. At this moment, Lu Lin suddenly frowned, and then looked at the surrounding sea of people. Eyes light up. This is not a ready-made helpers? This is a ready-made helper, maybe it will work. Thinking of this, Lu Lin whispered a few words in the team. Coldblood said faintly. 4 people were about to clean up the battlefield, but the 2 archers ran back, shooting towards the 4 people. Once Lu Lin rushed over, they immediately retreated, not a moment later circled back. Thanks to Redline Koan for bearing with me. Hua Shi was also dazed, and she knew that she wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Second sister, why should I die of shame? She inclined her head, her black and white eyes like 2 jewels, shining with innocence. The 2 of them could be described as skillful in their cooperation. If an unusual and unseen Han would definitely be planted on top of this joint strike, a light one would fall to the ground and be disposed of, a heavy one would break his leg bones and cry out to the heavens. An absolute must-have technique. This is not only Lu Lin, even the team ready to loot was also taken aback, looking at the 10 boss in front of them, all only 1% blood. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Manu walked slowly with her head lowered. The wife's gaze fell on her several times and she acted as if she didn't feel it. Volume 1 Chapter 120 Live Dancing Caught Live by My Brother. Lin Beibei got up and looked out through the cat's eye. When she saw the familiar face, she was stunned. How did Lin know her home address? This time she was very sure that she hadn't told anyone the address. Lin Beibei opened the door. This time she held the doorknob with one hand and only opened the gap for half a person. Her eyes stared straight at Lin through the doorway. How do you know my home address? You followed me? The teenager raised one hand to brace himself against the door panel, slightly exerting himself, the veins on the back of his white hand bulging out, revealing a sense of adult male strength. Lin Beibei gritted her teeth and blocked the door. Believe it or not, I'll call the police and say you're trespassing? You are my sister, locking your brother out of the door on a rainy day, do you think? While speaking, the grasswood elf was creating 4 bottles of vaccine, while the serum was creating 1 bottle. In the current situation, it was a 4-to-1 ratio. But this is only the average speed. The grass and wood elves are not production machines. Naturally there will be some stopping time. The speed will have said to slow down. The Taoist ancestor will take this thing out. It can be seen how serious the predicament it faces, but in reality it is the Taoist ancestor has no treasure to use. The time of the ferocious beasts of the great hijacking. The Taoist ancestor is famous for many treasures of great power. Then the Taoist ancestor became a saint, and the purple heavenly palace to open up the great Taoist way, and most of its spiritual treasures are divided into their own disciples and those thousands of purple heavenly guests. Miss Linger, I didn't disturb you, did I? I came here to invite the girl to have a reunion dinner with the group tomorrow. Shi Dian said with a smile. Humph. Not even fully transformed, a waste of resources. The God Master said unhappily. After saying that, he ignored the panda and walked straight to the valley. You be the host, your treat. Su Yan was dumbfounded. He didn't have any taboos about food. Luo Shuhu, how dare you practice such tactics? My Phoenix clan will not let him have a good time. The Phoenix Emperor said angrily. Performing mind control will weaken the other party's will and mind, and seriously damage the other party's memory. So if you want to get information, one-time mind control is the best, and after many times, you have to use it carefully. Shah Hashang was releasing his horse in front of the slope, only to hear a sound of a pig grunting, and looked up to see Piggy covering his mouth and grunting. Tonight the wind is very windy, cool wind constantly pouring in through the window. Linger turned to worry about the windows in Brother Chi Yang's house can be closed tightly, deeper dew, cannot catch typhoid fever is good. What? Grandpa, how did my parents die? I still don't know. Revenge, you say with whom to revenge? Xian Yuan Lin's heart moved. Naturally it was impossible to not care about his father. But the truth had already been known, revenge could not be taken unless the emperor was killed. Phew! And bang, they exhaled a long breath, and their clenched fists loosened. Lian Shang was able to wake up unharmed. This great circle's calamity was considered to be a big hurdle that had been passed for the time being. Without the birth of the killing battle soul, even the most powerful divine soul would not be able to become the artifact spirit of the killing temple. I have to say that people Chu Changtian's influence is also enough to be able to, even people south of the border know people, but this is also a business partner. The south of the border is rich in jewelry. Chu Changtian's sideline has this one, it is also justifiable.
Kirin is naturally a fusion of the 4 elephants, while that 4 turns in the 4 turns of the Kirin represents the different attributes of the 4 divine beasts. The fact that I'm willing to bring him here today is already giving you a great deal of face. In fact, aren't you just an ugly-looking cutie? What is it? It was your auntie who went to the underworld before she died and begged me to take care of you. Otherwise, who would want to take care of an ugly monster like you? Let's go. Xiaoke led the people to leave with great vigor. Chen Ting, in particular, had once borrowed external forces to truly comprehend the peeping world realm. The laws of the great Tao were crashing, the divine soul origin was vibrating, all kinds of battle experience, the infinite Tao secret codes, all of them precipitated and fused, and even in the sea of consciousness had begun to form the beginnings of a higher level of the universe. Since that's the case, then I will take my leave first. White Broken Stream has been fighting like crazy lately to prepare for this spirit slaughtering sacrifice. If you want to send him, you still need me to do it in person. Su Huoyan got up, and after clasping his fists one by one, he walked towards the outside of the ghost temple. When I woke up again, I realized that I had been chained up by a chain. That chain didn't know what material it was made of, and I couldn't break free with all my strength. Then let's all brush together. Their strength in numbers, and raising all of Chen Yu's and their strengths as well will help them to be able to cope better with things that happen in the future. Gao Fei suggested. In the beginning, if it wasn't for Chu Songyan's help, sure Baoshan wouldn't know which nook or cranny he was squatting in right now. Sima Jinghong was very somewhat demoralized. It was now the beginning of the month, there was still nearly half a month before the full moon, he had to wait patiently. But the words of this reckless man is also good, fell in the hands of Dirong Wang, they must die, but if they fall in the hands of Song Yugongzi, at least Song Yugongzi temperament is kind and generous, will read in the same Chu people or read in the part of their sense of justice, will not be driven to extinction. I remember when breaking into the Swing Witch Palace, we passed the Ghost Road, had entered the Stone Corpse Road, and the Stone Corpse Road is only one of the 8 array channel, 8 array 8 heaven and earth, oh one a while, could it be that the 8 array is also like this? No, he is even more so than the East Fugitive Marquis, bearing in mind that when the East Fugitive Marquis was at his most dim-witted, he didn't dare to aim his butcher's knife at Wui Lane. For the Cloud Clansmen who provided the blood, in their eyes, it was no different from ants, and they could be crushed to death with a single finger. Get to know more people, you can always use it in the future. Li Shan cast a sidelong glance at her and replied indifferently. The doorkeeper was startled and hurriedly pulled the person inside, looking around, and realizing that no one was there, she then breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Baichi's expression lurched, only to feel that the layer of transparent film that had originally protected all of them shattered with a clang, and it was like waking up from a disorienting illusion, with reality becoming frighteningly real all of a sudden. At this moment, the boat at the front of the fleet seemed to be out of something. The boat that was originally traveling extremely slowly suddenly stopped, and many people were screaming something at the front. Pushing open Shang Yunqi's office door, he really wasn't there. Yun Shuangqing grabbed the car keys on his desk and a pistol inside the drawer, opened the window and flipped out. Shang Nungyang nodded. To say that do not feel sorry for their grandson, that is a lie. Su Fujin and Li Fanai all the time not to remind Shang Nungyang when the body, only Shang Nungyang heart, after all, this is also their own son. However, it is not obsolete. The cold hull flows with a metallic luster. Its design is somewhat like the ancient airship where the mechanical bird is located. Gongsun Shi's eyes were a bit evasive. If it was placed before, he could still argue one or two that he didn't know, but after they left the inn there were still people who wanted to stab them. The reason why there wasn't a single survivor, it was because those people didn't want to expose his identity. Fu Xing cooperated and lowered his head, watching his sister Fu took the initiative to come closer and then kissed him on the side of his face. Junsu's arrival prompted the East Palace more lively. The princes have eaten melon to watch the show, only the prince's face ugly to the extreme. He wanted to let Fu Rove in the East Palace in disgrace. It is best not to go out of the door of Prince Su's house in the future. To not have thought Junsu even killed a horse shot. Mom doesn't need to find, I want him. Gongzi, he has not been well trained it, afraid of the time will spoil your pleasure. I give you find a well behaved. Yun Shuangqing leaned against the glass window and smiled faintly. According to the number of times she and the wolf master lived in the cactus and other plants are the best. Volume 1 Chapter 121 Rumor Mongering? Dogs believe, young Master Qin do not believe. Lin Beibei gritted her teeth for a bit and continued to finish the dance against Lin Wuan's direct gaze. The crotch twisting looked a bit rubbing, but this dance wasn't so sexual as to make her find a place to burrow in. And it wasn't like she was imitating flower wine thickness with this dance. There was no imitation of Lin Wuan's favorite person, so she wasn't afraid of Lin Wuan looking at it. After the dance, she gave Lin a small glare. Her line of sight fell back to the computer screen. She could still feel a strong gaze staring at her. Lin Beibei just pretended that he didn't exist. However, what made her a bit puzzled was that today, Hua Wine Gnome was also live streaming, so Lin Wuan didn't sit in his room to watch Hua Wine Gnome live streaming. What was he doing running out to see her? Really strange.
The experience of dealing with Wahong doesn't work when dealing with Cheeto. Volin is completely at her wit's end and can only wait for the water to boil in the midst of Cheeto's cries. Soak half a cup of powdered milk in the hot water, then blend in some of the cooler water in the thermos bottle, and use the back of her hand to test the temperature of the powdered milk and feel that she should be able to drink it before she feeds it to Cheeto with a spoon. Zhang Yang Yang no angry also useless, now things happen the day still have to live, just began to plan for the end of the new year will be thrown back to the company Su Saiyan to train. This kind of low-level mistakes, Catalay Bao are unlikely to be able to make, is because after the newcomer training well. Look at his skillful look with chopsticks, obviously he is also very familiar with Chinese food, but still conquered by the level of Fengxing. Although Hai Fu was still in bed, the table was close to the bed, and now that everyone's conversation was centered on him, his eyebrows relaxed a bit, and his face looked a bit more colorful. After the official online, Wu Xian and Yang Pangyan, two people tightly staring at the background information, just online but a few minutes there are a few hundred download records. 10 minutes passed, the first batch of statistics came in, there are more than 700 people. Maybe the room did not turn on the lights, and he did not see the adults, plus just now Su Auntie here to make a fuss, some scared. Look at this capital place is different, even the people are different, talking with flavor. Wu Xiaoying looked around and sighed a little. Doing business to do Lin Feng this part has not yet brushed any fame, it feels in full name idol like, this credibility and fame, not to mention the country would have supported Lin Feng. Think about it, a TV series actor, in addition to acting also do another variety show director and host. The most wonderful thing is that this TV series and variety show even use the same name, the same background, as well as the same character set, how rare. She couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. In the lunchbox were pasta snacks, obviously this was prepared for Wallen, always disliked pasta Jane Kong, in order to Wallen actually did so much. A few moments later, Morong Jing gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyebrows could not hide his fatigue, a pair of eyes bright and clear, jumping with white light. Just now at the door, Shen Sanyu heard that his grandmother had come, so he joyfully carried the squirrel cinnamon fish over. This is still called unruly? Over there, Zhao Yong is also at the scene to guide. To know this area is a suburb of the gathering of cemeteries, but not built a cemetery, but instead there are a number of mounds of graves. He has just scouted the vicinity of a hole, which identified a piece of suspected locations, called everyone together to dig up. Jin Xiaoyu and Wang Tianchen had long wanted to visit Zhanghao, only that Zhanghao was roaming around various planets. It was really hard to grasp his trail. This time when he called, Zhanghao also felt embarrassed and invited the two to come to Durian Garden the next day. Only a few of the 8 products of Xuanzong, relying on their own majestic Xuanqi, only succeeded in walking out of that sea of fire peacefully. That huge sea of fire these people from now on do not want to experience a second time. The doctor wearing white clothes is full of seductive meaning between words, seems to be everywhere for your sake, so that the interlocutor easily falls into the emotions he wants to guide, and then only one step falls into the abyss. With a bang, Muin's body was kicked askew, half of his body hanging out of the bed, looking very miserable. And Warm Nuan also somewhat mistakenly ran to the entrance of the ring gate. Given the curiosity, Warm Nuan walked in, intending to watch the match. How can he not expect, he actually a move cannot catch down, was Tianin's Yin Yuan fist to cut off the life of. If he knew that Tianin is so horrible, certainly will not take the initiative to mess with each other. His talent is medium to high, if not dead, the future must have some achievements. Chui Wuji eyes flashed sharply, finally perceived the upper meaning, and nodded, said he had understood thoroughly. He is the person beside Mr. Norman Kareem in the end, he is not the same as us, how can I trust him too much? It's good to let the kids experience what it's like to be beaten up in advance. Xu Guanghu consoled himself. Just at this time, at the end of the sky, a huge wave suddenly surged up, a tsunami that was 1,000 meters high and tried to flood the entire continent. Reporters' skepticism is also reasonable. Ball players, this animal, even married, are gossip a whole lot, and Ibu so many years basically clean, is indeed very rare. Seniors leading a new student who does not recognize the way to find a dormitory, is a normal thing. But to have a senior take the initiative to ask for directions was slightly less normal. She had intended to pursue the questioning, however, Kim Ji-soo had already walked out of the convenience store before, and with the familiar oolong tea in her hand, coupled with this praise behind her, those jealous questionings were dispersed. I should have thanked you guys a long time ago, but I want to wait until it's accomplished to properly reward you again. This time, when the laborer's sword came out, it was not like a silver snake coming out like last time, but coiled into a ball and gushed out. Schwelling knew that it was because the movement was not done properly and the internal force was not infused. In this case it was very easy to injure oneself, especially cutting the fingers. It was really everything a yes. Although Qin Yuan possessed the 8 needles of the reverse sky, this kind of needle technique consumed a lot. One couldn't use this kind of needle technique for all colds and fevers, so Qin Yuan thought in his mind if he needed to learn another medical technique as a means to use in normal times. Like now, for some unknown reason, the unexpected event of suddenly scrapping hundreds of satellites was completely out of the plan. Do you have to force both of us to the brink of extinction? Venerable Deadmoon spoke to Chu Yi, and in his words, a look of determination filled his words, as if he was planning to fight Chu Yi to the death. After looking around for a moment and no one noticed her, Xiao Zhishuan quietly went to the restroom on the 2nd floor. When she thought about it, Yang Yue said to herself, Yang Yue, you shouldn't be thinking about that thing now. Li Eugene is no food. The food of the border army would have had to be supplied by the Central Plains, so Li Keyun borrowed food from the Hadong Festival minister. Volume 1 Chapter 122 Exploding List of Big Brother Photo. She raised her chin towards Lin Wuan, signaling Lin Wuan to hurry back to the room. As a result, Lin walked to the window like nothing and pulled the curtains closed. Shut out the rainy day outside the window, and the thunder that flashed with white light. Walking his long legs to the sofa and sitting down, he took out his cell phone and tapped into Flower Wine Thickness's live broadcasting room. And turned the cell phone screen toward Lin Bebe. The meaning is saying, you broadcast your own, I will watch mine, not you. Lin Bebe sneered inwardly, wanting to say that if she liked Hua Wine Nong so much, why didn't she go to Hua Wine Nong's house to watch the live broadcast, and what was the point of coming to her house to watch the live broadcast? She retracted her eyes after a glance. No matter what, just don't look at her. The music started. Lin Bebe twisted her waist and hips, and the rhythm. As soon as the words fell, countless golden armored guards had rushed into the hall, led by 11 upper immortal generals, and a bunch of immortals from the heavenly realm were among them. You guys wait first, I will call Yin Fei now. Ouyang immediately called Yin Fei. Welcome to the drama club. Don't worry, our drama club won't discriminate against anyone. The blonde schoolmate said. Saying this, Male glanced at Tal and saw him nodding thoughtfully, so he continued. So that's how it is. Thinking of Kihara's eyes suddenly turning milky white, Hughes had thought it was an illusion at first, but now it was clear that it was actually the Earth's cluelessness, a milky cluelessness. Nick couldn't have been more depressed as he listened to the increasingly outrageous content. He almost fell to the ground without taking a breath. Famwake nodded his head. He also couldn't wait to know about Judy's situation, but there was a chaotic army in front of him, and he didn't know exactly how the guards in the capital were doing. It doesn't matter, if you guys weren't reckless, the security of this 40th demon prison would be over. Ziyi shook her head and praised them instead. Swamp? The mud-impregnated layer? Shosi had not thought of Enzasian actually grows in the swamp. Just let Shosi is very strange is that the swamp actually has a layer, but also that mud layer. To open up their own need to find more information in this area, and their previous life is a great difference in what they know. But no matter what happened, Tang Yaotian will not regret, can also say, at this moment, he also has no chance to regret. What's going on? The crowd within the boundary, looking at the two people who were crushed to the ground, all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. After a few people chatted a few sentences again, Moran hurriedly exited the lab and disappeared into the corridor, hearing that the place where that whatever evaluation level was seems to be on the topmost floor. Wait! Dean Rongtai shouted at Aquamarine with an imperceptible flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Wei Fei saw the huge figures of Mach and Teru flying in. He couldn't help but let out a long whistle and flew down, landing on Mach's head. Standing upright with a disdainful look on his face, he felt comfortable on his body right now. It was an unprecedented feeling as if he was integrating into this space. The man's speed was blazing. What was even more terrifying was that a shocking aura steeply emitted from his body rose up to the sky. Even the distant Jokashion and the others were terrified by it. You, how dare you, do you know who this young master is? The youngster covered his arm that was twisted off, backing up in a sorry state, but he couldn't retreat too far. There was a ferocious beast not far away that was eyeing him. Yushinli flipped it open and looked at it. A flash of ghostly light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. At this sensitive time, Elder Master Lu invited Shenling to go to the Pill Refiners Union. He thought that he should want to find out the beginning and end of the matter from his mouth, and Yin Broken Dawn had indeed disappeared from the Divine Proceedings sect. If the Pill Refiners Union had joined forces with the Qingyan sect to force his way to the door, it was really not a good idea for him to do so. The 7 grandmothers at this moment some refused to let people close to her, to organize her clothes she is always avoiding. A few maids fortunately can be counted on in the morning when the master is not so disturbing when she washed her face and changed clothes. Now is not too much trouble. Strong coaxed her, adjusted the backrest in bedding beds, so that it looks up to stand up neatly some. Aunt Han still said excited, praised the material Boast handmade, praised the handmade Boast accessories, beads of the South China Sea, jade Shishan, and are all open before the Buddha's light, as if the corner of the bag of gold and silver are not ordinary, is the supreme lord that furnace smelted out of the general. Like sharp do a lot of merchants, the Ming brought over the new style of goods basically in Europe to form a hot situation. Only Feng Jinfu's tea is still selling flat. Feng Jinfu find a few good merchants, tea and other goods on sale, only barely sold a few quintals. The lewd old man is trying to bury himself alive to fertilize the Yudapura flowers, but looking at this situation, the lewd old man is not in a hurry to dispose of himself, and Xiao Yu's life is temporarily free from worry. Get out of the way, this official wants to see the emperor, who dares to block? Ma Shuriying's voice came from outside the hall, his tone filled with anger. This time over, Lin Hao left a heart. The car did not drive directly to the entrance of the hotel, but instead parked in a nearby parking lot and walked over. Today is responsible for guarding the palace, is the Li family young generation of the first expert Li Xiaogong. In the palace door, Li Xiaogong heard from the door of the burst of shouting and killing sound, but also frowned tightly, face of gravity. For this reason, he began to thoroughly study Focus Media and study the elevator advertisement of Focus Media.
I took out my cell phone, saw the caller ID, my face instantly black. Black is simply a mess. Directly then turned off the phone, put the phone into his pocket, shook his body, shook his head and walked into the living room, ready to cook, into the happy atmosphere. Shadow, this you can guarantee, I will definitely not pick up girls inside the company. Lin Hao said with a harumph. Kame Takahiro had just landed on the ground with his front foot. General Fang Zhang, who was far away in Kyoto, got the report, and without hesitation, he immediately notified Commander Liang Yaohai with an internal phone call. He didn't know what kind of danger there was here. Even heavenly monarchs who entered here were trapped and killed, unable to come out alive. The ball lightning had reached Kong Xia's hand within a second. However, the ball lightning didn't directly attack Kong Jing the moment it touched him, as I thought it would. Now, Kong Jing actually caught the white ball of light with his hand, as if the ball of light was really a soccer ball. Perhaps, this was also where Zhao Policy himself knew best in his own heart. After this village, there is no more this store. Zhao Policy may also want to take advantage of the tiger's might in a fight, at least Huang Tianxin thinks so. He did not care about anything else, listening to the wind to distinguish the position of the south road to choose to run away. Behind the city wall, completely unexpected Shiza tactics so vicious and vicious wind and thunder king right arm was abolished. I thought the enemy will be a succession of strikes, which expected the opponent will let go of a great opportunity, but instead of fleeing to go, Cosmic Extinction Gone plus the duo Bao Taoist as strong as the mana. At this time, Maitreya Buddha is not invincible, but also what invincible? Volume 1 Chapter 123 Children only make choices, adults can all want to. Newcomer account 1111 gift rocket, emoji, 44. 38,888 sound wave coins, emoji, 44. Newcomer account gifted Valiant Knight, emoji, 12. 99999 soundwave coins, emoji, 12. The originally empty, miserable-looking live room instantly emptied a whole bunch of gifts. Gorgeous special effects spread across the entire screen. Amazing. Favorite Bebe admin, it's not the first time I've seen this kind of scene, but it's still so exciting. Thank you, comrade newcomer. Floating screen. Enjoying the wimpy life, ah. Those little hackers take a good look. Our family Bebe is also someone who has a big brother's favor. Bebe will not. Due to the fact that he was drugged and assassinated by the fatigue sect and was not able to receive good treatment here, he might have really died here if it had been a few more nights. It was the kind of cannon fodder that could always be at the beck and call of the day-traveling envoys and night-traveling envoys to help run errands and scout out paths, gather information, and charge into battle. With the help of the electronic voice, Shen Jintang was able to get out of the troop very smoothly. And then under his guidance, he hurriedly headed towards the snowy mountains. She knew that it was not the first time that Zhong Zhao had killed someone. On the day he first returned to the capital, he had killed Huai Shuwei and cut off the source of poison around the crown prince, but this time, it involved the capital's military generals. How was he going to round off the past? After the rain, the wet and cold smell of mud poured in. Sang Bird composed himself and did not move, continued to hold the phone, pretending to brush the short video, but in fact, the whole body is on guard. Thinking about when she was living with her clan, occasionally catching a few spirit monsters to eat when she was bored, in her eyes, spirit monsters can also be a kind of food. He shook his head painfully and asked rhetorically, Ruyan Lu, what did you do to me back then? Boom! With a sound, he disappeared in place, the powerful force causing the ground to directly crumble. Whether it was speed or strength, the sky-breaking realm was not comparable to the Jinshan realm, and the sky-breaking realm had mastered the power of space to be able to fly in the air, so the Jinshan realm was not a match at all. With that said, he picked up each of the pills to examine them carefully, and the expression on his face changed from shock to numbness. Hey! Dad, isn't this what I'm busy with? You know I'm busy with the great cause of our Lu family. Seeing his dad on fire, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly explains for himself. Pa. The old emperor gently clapped his hands. Immediately, a retainer walked in holding a wooden box. Looking at the strong retainer's expression, the things inside this wooden box were heavy. This is an impossible thing. Boom, no matter what, he is also a generation of Master Gene. Even if he dies an eye that will also take the splendor as well as the prestige. Boom, how can he self-destruct the Great Wall and destroy the prestige that has been built up for more than 100 years? Su Yang slightly frowned at the other side, said, they have refused each other many times, but there is no effect. Like Zhang Chang, so thick-skinned man, she is still the first time to see. With on the dead skin to describe a little bit is not too much. The mountain of that divided into areas of the fruit forest in Lu Xiaoyu's careful care, and the role of space water growth is very vigorous. Perhaps not wait 2 or 3 years, maybe next year we'll be able to have some harvest, may also say. A few times before, when Yu Lao and his party, Six Shiyun intentionally let Six Xin appreciate the other party's tea art. The result is that, although this looks is not beautiful, but has a certain temperament of the will be, Lu Xiaoyu said, as the goal of their own will be crossed. The Earth Elemental Lord's stone skin in his own body can block any weapon's attack, not to mention that even if the hands, feet and head of these parts were cut off by the weapon, as long as the magic nucleus located in the heart of the chest is not destroyed, feel free to touch the ground, it can automatically grow back. When Zhang Liao entered the city with 150 cavalrymen, Gul'dan, who he was surprised to see, was looking at himself breathlessly from the city tower.
Zhang Liao immediately went up to understand the situation, then left 10 cavalrymen to protect Gul'dan, and led 140 cavalrymen himself to chase after him. Father, why can't we work together and fight Chao's army to the death? Sun Xiao asked unwillingly. What is this? Why do I feel a very pure immortal aura? Su Chen asked as he looked at me suspiciously. Overall, from top to bottom, there is a helmet on the head, a precious armor on the body, and knee pads on the knees, so I guess all the equipment is not mortal. Mason prepared the toolbox and refrigerated blood packets resting on the table, and then walked to the bedroom to find his own clothes. The gaze contained pitying curiosity as well as faint jokes, and Gu 18th lady hung her head slightly. Let's not talk about this, where you and I are destined to share this beautiful scenery. Gu 18th Nyang faintly laughed. Inside the large hall, debris scattered randomly all over the ground, while in the center, a broken black throne stood there silently, the overall look rather dilapidated. With a sharp eagle's cry, sweeping out through the air, Lin Chen rode a lone eagle, appearing in a majestic manner. Although his body was in a state of disarray, it still didn't lose its power. It was like being born as a king, riding a great eagle, valiant and majestic, with an extraordinary aura. Badian left the Devil's Door after the Forbidden Land and did not go to other places, but to their own retreat to cultivate some. Since the moment after the death of the Clear Moon Lady, Badian even the evil smile is not. From this can be seen the death of the Clear Moon Lady on his more or less some blow. 1 million, Mr. 9 bid 1 million, is there any higher? Everyone considered carefully, I'll reiterate. There are only a dozen or so pieces of genuine Hongxian porcelain that have been identified. The auctioneer once again explained the rarity of the Hongxian porcelain. Under the crisis, that True Dao powerhouse roared angrily, and at the same moment the remaining 8 True Dao experts also saw Jun Yixiao's attempts, each with an iron face, either intervening across the family or simply surrounding Jun Yixiao to start the extermination. It was true that the dragon soul had suffered a great loss, but if Lin Chen was able to successfully refine the immortal dragon soul then it could be used as an absorption, and then not only would he be able to restore the dragon soul vitality, he could even hope to break through to the dragon soul immortal realm. The original cold-faced clouded leopard kidney bean curls, seeing that Chior understood things so well, even nodded with extreme spirituality, before elegantly getting up, shaking its big, beautiful, and unimaginable tail, and scampering down the bed. Volume 1 Chapter 124 Flower Wine Thick Live, Bei Bei takes a long vacation. TTYY. Floating screen. Gu Chenyi repeatedly confirmed that he hadn't misread the scores, and Lin Beibei won by leading by 1 million points. TTYY, didn't we win? Floating screen. Silence is also confused, do we do punishment even if we win? Floating screen. Key, this is not important, what is important is that the two of them actually gave someone else the boot, and that's hard to tolerate. Enjoy wimpy life, yeah, win and shout list a husband, lose and explode the list a photo. TTYY, at Enjoy Wimpy Life, go tell the opposite side that we've conceded defeat. Floating screen. Silence, I agree. Floating screen. Silence, I just came in and saw that I'm about to lose. Shuichou nodded. Yun Shan and Yan Lu guessed a few points and felt that Zhang Yuli was deliberately making peace with Chu Lianlin. He had always been meticulous in his work. So I concluded that if there are still elves in this world, they must be hiding in places that the current humans can't reach. And the most likely place is inside the world tree, or underneath the earth. Su Qian stomped his foot hard with a rather certainty. Several people entered the hospital room and locked Munsa outside. Munsa wanted to follow her in but was stopped by Siyu Yao Yao. Xin Ming and Knight Orangetang walked one after the other, avoiding dirty shoes. He took off his shoes, Knight Orangetang followed suit, revealing his white paws, stepping on the soft dirt. Occasionally there were exclamations of surprise. Xiao Haiyun cultivation qualification is excellent, born with a different kind of spiritual root. Win spiritual root, since young to join the Golden Dan sect. Purple Yuan Door, less than 100 years old to achieve the Purple House, become a high-level big brother within the sect. On the other side of the Kingdom of Diamonds, Princess Erica was still trying to master Super Evolution with the help of the Core Diamond, and hadn't even begun to repair the Sacred Diamond yet. Trist's remains were leaning against the trunk of a tree. The gaping hole in her chest had already been mended, peacefully as if it was a withering mold of a diamond. Then he saw a chair sitting nicely at the table in the open door of the room. The feeling of sitting on it and being locked in a chokehold came to him. I have to take a shower. The mood of confrontation collapsed in an instant. He turned around and fled. After Shen Yuani looked at his own, his face didn't have any change. He looked towards Feng Lingxi, and when he saw Feng Lingxi smiling at him, he knew what Feng Lingxi had drawn. Shen Yuani did not say anything, just kept looking at Feng Lingxi. Feng Lingxi's forehead has fine sweat. He gently wiped, came out and continued. Walked out of the design department, came to the window, habitually lit a cigarette, looking at the unchanging scenery outside the window. The mind is blank. Things have come to this point. Xia Yafen can recognize the mistake. It is not too late. Song's gone can be rebuilt. Xia Yafen's mind is gone. That really is nothing can be undone. The self thing is invisible. Hit something else, bounce back, we'll see the self. Therefore, colliding with something very strong, something of a high standard, something terrible, and only then realize what oneself is, this is the self. Lin Yu wrapped his arms around a few people and their figures instantly disappeared. In a flash they were already in the sky, the talismanic wheels under their feet rising greatly. Is this a point? Ren Yuanjun really wanted to take a mirror and let Qin Lang take a look at it, to see what Qin Lang looked like now. Back. Wang Bing just happened to come downstairs after leaving on the front foot. Wang Jingyi went up the stairs without saying anything more to him, but when he brushed past Wang Bing found an abnormality. When Li Tian came out again. It was already half a month later. Li Tian within this half a month. Not only had he replenished all of his true essence, he also managed to repair his soul. The cost of this was that the very high-grade spirit stones in the ring had been consumed. The top-grade spirit stones had been consumed by half. Ha! Surprisingly blocked my attack. Who are you again? Louis Ping had not yet answered Gon Mifu anymore. The opposite side of Jesus opened his mouth and inquired. In his perception, Louis Ping appeared abnormally strange, and his strength also seemed to be very strong, not below him. Miramesa Akio nodded positively after listening to the words of Inamoto Shiro. These scientific research materials are their heart and soul, he must organize, and Inamoto Shiro also left the Nanjing Special Medical Service after the explanation. That song seemed to have magic power, making her feel that her cold heart had a temperature for the first time, and she felt that she was still alive. He had no choice, and he also knew that if he followed Mingcheng, he could live, not to mention that he was given a gold medal to avoid death, and if the Japanese were defeated in the future, he, Liang Zhongchuan, could get to have retreated unharmed, the best of both worlds. Shang Zun has been traveling abroad for a week, did not give Yijin called and did not send a text message. Yijin is not worried about his safety, just do not come in Yijin to share where to go to take what photos. Yijin feel as there is some loss. Shin Copper will hide himself in the darkness, wait for the guards to pass and then act. After layers of guards, Shin Copper finally came to the core layer of the dungeon. When I stood still, I saw Dongfa and Yanghao open a door. An iron door, a very sturdy iron door. Sister Yun, what then? We can't let this affect our unity. Shi Min also said. Back at Dongfang Yu's home, Sun Hong was talking to Uncle Dongfang Yang and Aunt Gui Si Xiang. Looking at them, they should be chatting very happily. Shi Xiaofeng suddenly twisted his body and flew his leg in the air, kicking off his pistol, followed by a mandarin duck chain, and then another leg that sent him flying. You don't understand, that man in black told me that when I came here after 14 years, someone would arrive with me, and he would tell me the reason why he killed my father. Lan Kuan's movements were light, and after quietly wiping away his tears, he sat back. In Ishuan he continued, if it's just appreciation, the Imperial Prince Lord need not show up personally, he can completely have someone invite Brother Su. The implication of his words was self-evident. Dingjin had just put down the phone call that old Waterman King had made to him, when Bai Jian rushed into his office, still looking anxious, and was just about to open his mouth to speak, but was stopped by Dingjin. Yes. Zhang Wu and the others had been completely stunned, dumbfounded by Lu Xiaoxiao's methods, their brains unable to think at all, only knowing that it would be fine to do exactly what the Crown Princess ordered. Just at the moment she turned around and left the dark room, an extremely bizarre smile appeared on Feng Jiuling's face, and the figure of a white-clothed man even appeared out of thin air in those pupils that were glowing with red light. The ears and eyes of this ear rat clan are spread throughout the entire mother world. It is able to communicate with its own kind. It is very difficult for any news in this world to be hidden from their ears and eyes. It is indeed right for you to seek them out to inquire about Mingwei's news, 952-7 said. The eyes of the lord of the palace are not bad. Well, Jun Luyun's this hidden right into the bottom of the eyes sank. Between the two people unexpectedly once again started an invisible war. One by one, as soon as they thought about the image of the same man holding another man sleeping and kissing, they were shocked to the point of goosebumps. Volume 1 Chapter 125 Brother Dropping Horses. Lin Beibei was suddenly stunned. When she had just called Peng Jiai her husband, she had forgotten that Lin was there. Lin sat across from her, looking straight at her with some meaningful eyes. She spoke with a straight face, it's just a program effect. The opposite side of the teenager frowned, bright teenage timbre at the moment through the serious program effects you cannot manage. Lin Wu said suddenly, tone stuttered for 2 seconds, as if choked by something, face complex. Finally the words turn, you also cannot just tube other men called husband, you are not, you talk about boyfriend? How can you stand up to your boyfriend like this? Today is fortunate that it is him. If it was another man. He spoke very slowly, his voice was clear and melodious, and the pair of clear and lofty eyes also looked at her with a smile. For Yenny, it is better to settle things a little bit earlier to worship and marry, or less the night is long and dreamy. The two children have been longing for Jiankong for a long time, and have been urging to hurry, plus they are in good physical condition and can withstand the tossing and turning. But a month and a half later, it came to the city of Ru. Just see the distant skylight flashed, high in the sky emerged a large black and purple color on, flow flickering unceasingly, covering half of the sky, this black and purple on in the flow of shocking waves of monstrous aura. The seemingly invulnerable Rift Heaven sword blade just did not enter his black armor less than an inch, after that, was a powerful absolutely not the mortal world has the energy to block. Kim Ji-yun had the intention to stop Yunair, but she scrupulously glanced at Walina and did not make a move.
Therefore sometimes when difficulties arose in Fei Ru and Linyu, Black Bamboo County would sometimes need to bear the burden of preparing the supplies needed by the local Great Wall Border Army. Yes, General Lin, the organization was set up 3 days ago and is going to ask you to go, but you couldn't be contacted because you had something going on. The staff member affirmed Lin Chang's words and also told him about the previous invitation. The quaffle stopped here. Seeing his face pained, he must have been thinking about the years that were so unbearable to return to again. Auxiliary Officer Toriyama obviously wanted to be in the limelight, and it was still this kind of mission that was very easy and not dangerous. Aya opened her big mouth, feeling that the surprise in the thousands of years was not as much as today's day, and even some of them began to be numb. Brother Shao, can we serve the food now? Yin Saiju knocked on the door and came in, with a string of girls behind her, all of them staring at the dishes on the end of their hands with full drool. The entire army, on the other hand, had 40,000 soldiers. Of course, on the first game day, these 40,000 troop types had already peaked. And then wait for this day-level great round ferocious beast to feel the spiritual pressure emanating from the teenager, want to recondense those vast fire aura that is spread to the wall above back again, and then send out a strike of super divine ability to destroy the other party, is already impossible. Out of the airport hall, Blackie made a phone call, and soon someone drove a car to pick them up to the hospital. I know that this is a reward for my efforts to play the game, but I am still grateful to Jotsong. The entire academy was built seemingly very casually, and there was no major construction to destroy the scenery in the valley. The huge divine tree was located in the middle of the entire valley, surrounded by the scattered buildings of the Divine Wood Academy, and was very tightly protected. However, before Lu Miaoye could make any fierce gestures, a slight tremor suddenly traveled from the teenager's tightly embraced arms. Xiao Ru is now the head of the world's Confucianism, but in the old man's mouth, he still calls him sect leader. The deep meaning of this was self-evident. That iconic 3 hairs sticking to his forehead, big eyes and round face with a pointed nose, the same as the 3-haired actor inside the old movie. Couldn't help but feel some apprehension in his steady voice. Having experienced that peculiar transformation, this octopus spider with quite a deep city was obviously a bit intimidated. Therefore, even Gu Mingjue, who detested the customer's bright white color, still involuntarily tightened her heart when she saw such a menacing scene. Zhang Yu is the main inventor of the alien reagent. Shenlanqin absolutely must keep an eye on her, and might even find the right moment to take someone captive. John replied, and after taking a deep breath, crawled over to tuck Eddie in, and straightened his somewhat tangled hair. But since the first game was won because she took him by surprise, in the second game, her opponent would naturally be wary of her, and would therefore have to change her tactics to make it work. It seemed that the only way for the crowd to be able to solve their doubts once and for all was to wait until Yuxing returned to the Federation again after 500 years. Gu Mingjue kissed the person in his arms regardless, and Su Jinli had the rare honor of not pushing him away because of the presence of outsiders, instead responding warmly. It was getting closer and closer to the action of the War Eagle program, and the more it came to this time, the more a certain potential problem, the more it needed to be eradicated. Needless to say, she knew that the reason why Bailey Shirhan was like this was because of her depressed mind, so if she wanted to make her heal, she must first untie the knot in her heart. However, just as his words fell, a figure ghostly appeared in front of him, and before he could see what was going on, he received a hard slap on his face, with such a heavy force that his entire brain was blinded and buzzing. Austin couldn't imagine that this youth, who looked less than 30 years old, could fight head-on with Barker. Wang Luo also ignored them, and walked forward for a little more, about where the long-range weapons of the rear camp could support him, stopped, and the people around him followed him to stop. But it was because he had eaten that first plate of veggie fried shredded potatoes that had caused everyone's heavenly wrath, and it was also because of that it completely spurred everyone to go crazy for the food dishes. In the Sunset Mountain range is so cruel, you want to kill and seize the treasure, if you can't kill, you will be killed, and the treasure will be seized by them. Oleander still didn't answer. After holding that gem, his body also shook slightly. After that, he did his best to pass the bracelet in the direction of the gem. You set up the dishes and then go get a few bottles of good wine from Grandpa's wine cabinet. Yi Shifu smiled. He didn't comment on Hu Yuan's statement that Swara was suspicious. He also did not comment on the claim that the mission might have been provided by the DTPH party. Although these skeletons can't do much damage to me, it's not a solution to keep wearing down like this, Zhang Tianchen murmured with a frown on his face. The Golden Eagle no longer had any other strength to resist. Seeing the slowly expanding sword shadow in front of his eyes, despair was written all over the Golden Eagle's face. It looks like the negotiations have failed. Although Commander Wu Xian didn't kill First Lieutenant Langright, he cut off one of his ears. The Ghost Major said with a grave expression on his face. Only, after going inside, she felt that it was still not safe, so she drilled out again and took 2 water tanks. Ancestor Master is an immortal, living with heaven and earth. The years don't dare to leave even a single trace on Ancestor Master's face, ascending for 1,000 years and then coming down to guide us, the disciples of these wastes. Zheng Ming, you should speak respectfully in the future. Su Jin, you admonished. The sound of water in the bathroom stops. Lin Ruan hears the sound of pushing the door. She walks from the balcony to the living room. Shinli just walks out, wearing silk pajamas, holding a towel and wiping her hair. Shinli, who took off her glasses, has an extraordinarily clear face, especially when she looks at Lin Ruan. Her eyes are foggy, so beautiful. Volume 1 Chapter 126 Stand and you can't imitate, don't imitate. Not a moment later, a message popped up underneath this friend's circle of hers. Human rich flower, make a price. AAAAA gold medal male model nationwide flyable, buy. Mystery Man 11, live bid it. Live bidding. No, alphabet C bad. Customer 2, I buy. Lin Bebe just wanted to reply one by one, suddenly someone private messaged her. Human rich flower, fish sold? I buy. Human fortune flower, how much? Lin Bebe referred to the price on the internet, tentative price, 100,000 A. The human rich and noble flower, lo, you this quality at first glance is excellent, at least starting price of 300,000. Lin Bebe main. The sword broke by inches, and the rigid Xianqi pierced into Shangguan Ningxiao's body, sending her flying and falling into the pond, the blood spreading out instantly. All the way to the green lotus pond in front of the green lotus garden, the lotus flowers are still blooming all over the place, along with the breeze on the face are hidden in the sweet scent of the lotus flowers. She wrapped her arms around, leisurely walking in front, Phoenixy Xian face to see the ghost followed her back, heart infinite vomit. In this way, the river and stream water springs that originally flowed out of the desolate moon lake, poured back into the desolate moon lake as much as possible. Shangguan Jing listened to the crowd's discussion. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the man who was as gentle as jade. His face was calm and unperturbed, his crescent white robe was immaculate, quite a bit of fairy spirit. However, not far away, Lin Buzheng, for all this, turned a blind eye, and continued to walk towards Lin Lulu with composure and perseverance. If you like it, it's futile to count more. Let me just ask you, can you let go? Yao Shi coldly pursued. The entire process happened in a short snap of a finger, less than a split second, and around the totem, there was always a terrifying force enveloping it, making it impossible for Lin Buzheng to stop it even if he had the heart to do so. A few kids were rubbing their fists and just about to punch and kick her when they were lifted off by a wave of air and fell to the ground wailing in pain. While traveling to Quanjin Company, Wang Tao took a closer look at the present-day Great Desert Ridge Group, and when he heard that the annual output value exceeded $400 million, his mouth was even wider. Hanko also did not know that there was such a restaurant behind the school, looking quite hot, but also thanks to the two came early, or else it is estimated that there is not even a seat. That, boss, didn't you say there was another magic weapon? When Hanko heard the old man's explanation, his heart relaxed a lot, and he was also a little bit delighted. Wouldn't he be a bully in the future? He suddenly remembered again that the old man promised him a magic weapon, so he opened his mouth and asked. So he left the two reddish-yellow birds struggling alone. He did not put the last power little cute. Like offering to this vain and dreamy world, instead he ran like the other giant beasts. Unfortunately, by the time he left that black cloud, there were only a few powerful giant beasts left in the world that hadn't been conquered by nature. Water family water emotionless, but just by the fact that you don't deserve it right now, because I'm number one on the leaderboard. After saying that, he cupped up Shui Wu Rui's body and walked towards the outside of the arena. At this time, Su Wenwen also came out from the tent, already changed her clothes, her face red. She must have heard the conversation between Huang Yu and Hanku just now. After all, it was tainted by the divine name of a cultivator's cultivation. Shui Sha, you're already unclean. Gue Zhang shook his head. He didn't expect Lin Feng to advance instead of retreating. The prancing leopard's awareness was also quite good, temporarily changing his attack. Probing out his leopard paw was a claw. This kind of face, this kind of talk, which one could not hate him? But Nan Feng regarded the crowd's eyes of disgust and hatred as nothing, skimming his mouth and tilting his head, pretending to be proud. His purpose was to make the crowd hate him, and how he could make the crowd hate him was how he did it. Her eyes were mesmerizing white, as if they contained crystals of snow, hollow but so deep, and that long hair fluttered in the wind, but it was the same light blue as her clothes, like the sky frozen in the middle of the snow color. These soldiers are overstarved, have already injured their vitality. Without 10 days and half a month is not recovered. Nan Feng is a little anxious, he is not willing to wait here for so long. Blue Star's Amei Mountain is not much different from Earth's Amei Mountain, except that the government's tourism development is far more backward than Earth's. It seems that because of what Amei Mountain's inner sects are strongly opposed to overdevelopment, so it is shelved. He looked at his wife who continued to sleep over in a daze, and unprecedentedly wanted to hold her fiercely in his arms to rub, hug, and kiss. Even though the sealing of this Godslayer era was less than 3 weeks old, he already felt infinitely distant. At the mention of that existence, the surrounding aura once again appeared to change significantly, and that dark aura swept through once again. As for me, I'm a 2-star martial artist, I can't compare to you youngsters, I don't have the potential, but I've been down to the wilderness more than a dozen times, so there's still no problem in terms of experience. Chao Yuan laughed and said modestly. This is also a problem with Zhao Yang's philosophy, the nature of guidance is really too strong is also a big reason.
Xiang Chen didn't listen anymore and entered the elevator ladder door slowly closing, no matter if the person earlier was guessing or indeed heard, at least what he said was all true. Only to see a cold ice pike breaking through the air, that endless black long snake was instantly crushed by the blade astral. As the vines contracted, Yi Chen Tian instantly appeared in front of the crowd, and the Chaos Devil vine also shrunk back into his body. Because they made me believe in myself even more, I am me, the Feng Dashan they know, not Qin. He Xing was frantically pounding the hood of the van, and when he looked back, the person on the motorcycle was actually Ding Shuang, the owner of the Four-Square Home Cooking. Yin Yan Yang very casually loosened Gu Guin's hand and rubbed the goosebumps that sprang up on her body. Ji Chu exhaled his cigarette out the window to look at Gu Xinxin again, while Gu Xinxin raised her hand to open the car to draw air. Xia Tianqi was very obedient, bookmarking Jiang Wan's voice and saving the picture, intending to study it carefully. I'll recuse myself. Yin Xiao said. Zhou immediately crossed her eyes and made a gesture to fight. Yin Xiao smiled and dodged. Just then Fan Yi walked through the door of the restaurant. On the stage, Xia Tianqi, dressed in a Tang system breasted dress, was resplendent, even her back when she retreated was swaying, causing countless whistles from the stage. To say that Gu Zhan's original voice, those present could still shrug it off and say that they hadn't heard it clearly, then a roar from this family's daughter was like clearly shoving every word into the ears of those in the arena. Turning their heads towards Yi Wentian, after all, these people were harming Yi Wentian and wanted to see what he meant as well. However, just when they thought that the dawn belonging to them was about to come, Ma Liang sold their life's work to the Shang family in exchange for Ma Liang's large shareholding in the Shang Group. Volume 1 Chapter 127 $100,000 for a video call. Zheng Jingshan was silent for a few seconds after sending this message. It must be that he had just flown back from overseas and hadn't had time to get jet lag. His head was a little unconscious to type out the words. Previously, he had been looking forward to Hua Wine being able to live stream often, or meeting and chatting with him frequently. Now that Hua Wine could easily go live every day, how could he let her rest? Zhou Wine looked at the message sent out by Mr. Zhang, the corner of her lips slightly raised. There were so many men in the live broadcast room. Men's possessiveness, well, she understood. She smiled and ignored those who told her to change her dance. What a thing, also paired with her dance finger pointing. Do not love to see can only show that they do not know how to appreciate. Also imitation 4. As soon as he arrived at the Sea and Sky Buddhist Kingdom, Mu Sheng sought a secluded and safe place to stay. At the same time, he laid down several talismans in the room to prevent the breath in the house from leaking out. After doing all this, only then did he discreetly take the previous loot out from the divine artifact Shakti. It seems that just now I got the 100 battles decision at the same time you also got the 100 battles decision, then that means that the 100 battles decision is bound to be born between the two of us. Su decided to laugh. Within the mountains, the trees were verdant and tall, as if they were guards defending the mountains and forests. The birds chirped and sang on the branches, and the roars of all kinds of spirit beasts rose and fell one after another, as if they were holding a forest singing assembly. All kinds of spirit beasts wanted to show their voices. The development of the matter was completely like watching a reverse drama. The plot was ups and downs. It was impossible to guess what would happen next. This sentence, in addition to not being able to make him immediately hand over the hands of the two armies, immediately deprived of all the authority in the hands of the Confucian king. Saying that, he poured 3 cups of spirit tea for the 3 people and said, "Have some tea to wake up." After pouring the spirit tea and lifted the curtain to go out, Red Bean walked for a long time, walked a little tired, stopped and walked into a cafe on the side of the road. A long time later, I realized that Lu Shuashan this time asked me to come out to chat for the purpose. At that time, after learning her purpose, scared me a lot. People who have ridden a motorcycle know that after squeezing the clutch and stepping on the gear, you have to slowly release the clutch and slowly give oil at the same time, so that the car can run. Tai Xiang shocked, he could not curse Zhuo Zhiyun who intended to put himself to death. He suddenly realized that he drove alone and Bing came to this wilderness is a big mistake, so subconsciously go to touch the side of the gun. After hanging up the phone, Shuefei's face full of smiles only stagnated, unexpectedly so coincidentally stumbled upon this huge city, but also the specially arranged cross-district etiquette class, but also can run into? At the same time, in the situation where the whole body was more or less already injured, it also once again reinforced the shield, space, and other means of protection, in order to prepare for a greater impact. Seeing that uncle is still lying powerless, father began to speak coldly to uncle again. Tabeo's heart is not a good taste, and I do not know where to get the courage, and suddenly turned around and came crisply. Longing was relatively much more introspective about everything, but Long Ju, who happened to be the opposite, couldn't stand this sweet expression from Sun Fengzhao. A man said to me in the future, "I'm not Zhao Xiuji, I'm Hahua," he also said. The words were not finished when the phone rang. And also continue to float in the big cocoon outside the long hair of the sky thunder color, in the whole hive stone insider scouring a circle, also failed to absorb the new energy, cannot help but some messy uncontrolled in the hull of the messy dance up. Kneeling down to the ground of the broken surface of the people in unison is shock, Ikimaro Silver and East Fairy to actually break through the limits of the Shinigami. So that was Lord Blue Dye's previous realm? After cultivating to the 6th level, he was able to control the fusion of the 7 divine powers, as well as the supreme treasure, the 7-star seal. Lang Yuhan was their only hope, but the situation of the one who brought him back now seemed to be even worse than Aaron her. After a moment of silence, Crouch continued to introduce the rules of the competition. The first event capturing the dragon's golden egg will take place on November 24th and will be completed in front of the other students and the panel of judges. A trace of worry appeared on Dongfang Yunyang's face. Of course, what he was worried about was not the royal family, but his wife, Shishan Hongye. If anything went wrong on the royal palace side, his wife, who was the dark guard of the Son of Heaven, would most likely be involved. The current minister of the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Connolly Fudge, sat paralyzed in his armchair shivering. He didn't know why things had come to this point. I will petition Professor Dumbledore to include the other 2 colleges if conditions allow. I auditioned for 3 movies at home this year, 2 of them passed but were tweaked to roles I didn't like. A mighty Gryffindor lion sprang up next to the giant Slytherin snake, side by side in brotherly fashion. It was impossible to ignore the storm that was happening on the internet. There were too many people feeding on it in this day and age. Almost immediately, countless eyes were focused on this matter. It's over, it's over. Jing Han, who was completely flustered, didn't expect that Luo Yun had actually invited out a few of the strongest elite trainees from the Southern Academy. Dongfang Yunyang did notice immediately when the explosion occurred in the royal palace. At that time, he was in the middle of his kaleidoscope sharing will eyes practice, but the resident mansion was a bit far away from the royal palace, so even with his kaleidoscope sharing will eyes open, he couldn't see the situation over there in the royal palace, and he didn't have any intention of checking out the specifics of the situation. For Zhang Wei, this student, the word pity is the best adjective. 11-year ladder score of 2,200 points, which is undoubtedly the existence of looking up to a player of 1,000 points like Lin Chu. She laughed and said, "This go to kill the enemy, you are the most not false." Sun military commander listened to the words she said, playfully with a belt of reins. Juju Red Horse stood front hoof, sucking storm call. Dongyang County and the crouching tigers and hidden dragons, the light is not less than dozens of god-hidden real people, not to mention the Dongyang king himself is the Tony early ancestor. Therefore, the 5 people do not dare in the city wantonly, honestly put away the magic weapon spiritual treasure. From the city gate went in. She did not allow anyone to get close to the main house, not only because Granny Jade Face did not like to see some messy people when she was alive, moreover, she was afraid that the secret of the ashes would be discovered. Night Qingqing pursed her lips, her facial lines became more and more rigid, the pretense on her and Xie Sun's face, it was more or less the same to fool humans. For this kind of animal that relied on breath, it could not be fooled at all, unless they could erase the breath on their body completely. Obviously, that was not possible. Volume 1 Chapter 128. Let me go over, you have to transfer money. The same nearly 2-meter large fish tank as yesterday, and 2 red dragonfish of about 30 centimeters. The delivery master was also the same master as yesterday. Lin Beibei tilted her head a bit puzzled. If it wasn't for the fact that the style of the fish tank was different from yesterday's, she would have wondered if she was going through a cycle of time. The delivery master was also puzzled as he carried the fish tank into the living room and placed it in the same spot where he had placed it yesterday morning. Raising his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, he revealed a simple smile. "Girl, you guys are moving this fish around, is that some kind of saying? I don't look like this fish is a bad fish, why don't you want it?" Lin Beibei was confused. Delivery master goes. Being said so by Huey, Christine realized something, and she pursed her lips and laughed. "What do you care? Didn't you see the speed of those monsters running back just now? How many bullets did we shoot in total just now? The monsters that can escape our fire net with plenty of stamina under such intense firepower, do you think we have a fight on our hands?" Shi Chang said, looking at Wu Hao with a face full of anger. "This is awesome, don't you really want me to die? This time it's as you wish." Huarong suddenly laughed out, Anna's last sentence, "Huarong, you die for me," Huarong heard clearly. Gov. The composition of these liquids is very complex, other than containing several strong acids, there are other ingredients that I haven't seen at all. Noticing Shi Chang walking over, the army doctor squatted beside the puddle of liquid and looked up at Shi Chang and said. The phantom demoness gently pushed Broken Sun away and said angrily, "Bear child, I just changed my clothes yesterday, and today you've soiled them again." Saying that, phantom demoness stretched out her jade finger to lightly tap Broken Sun's forehead. However, she also didn't expect that just as she was planning to tell Huey that today was her birthday and hoped to formalize her relationship with Huey on this day, she found out what was going on between Huey and Christine. The man walked less than 5 meters in front of Yang Yan before he stopped. With his head lowered, he didn't know what he was thinking. It was as if he was dancing the world's lightest round dance to that beautiful music, using the tall open-air platform at the moment as a stage to show his strength, and displaying his amazingly perfect killing skills with an almost light dance. That's right, that's why I can't say or do anything. If I say or do anything, the people up there will think me even more useless. Rachel smiled cheekily. Li Jianrui could hear that this was considered a disguised rental room, and since the tenants basically didn't live here, it wouldn't bring any trouble. It was estimated that the donations that were regularly handed over to the dean had also turned into donations from Zhang Qing to the dean, rather than to the NJ Children's Welfare Center. After experiencing something like this, her heart was always hanging in the air. There was no way to settle down, so naturally she was tossing and turning. This was Feng Zhonggui's idea, but it was really overbearing as well. Feng Zhonggui never worried about these things because he was able to use the simplest facts to fix everyone. Affinity? Did you guys ever recite kinship with my sister-in-law in the beginning? Wu Qing, who heard the commotion and came out, took a look at this family again and said in disgust. Just as she was lost in thought, Wu Zhan's handsome face suddenly zoomed in, and before she could react, her lips were tilted up by him, and Human didn't push, her hands obediently embraced his neck, and her lips and tongue entangled with his. This sentence is very interesting, obviously more than letting him manage the army well, but let him pay more attention to precaution. Maybe it is something, maybe. It is someone? Qin Zhou nodded, and after continuing to ask some more words, he left Yan Qingmai's room. These 5 clusters of liquid flashed with multicolored light and emitted a very pure 5 elements atmosphere. Li Mu saw that the time was almost right. The light of spiritual awareness in his brow rose greatly, and the spiritual awareness that was comparable to that of a true king's strongest person flew out of his body and directly disappeared into the 5 clusters of colored liquid. This time Knight Do was using his full strength. The cold weapon crossed the air and a huge sword light appeared, and this sword light, even from a distance, Feng Mu felt a cold aura. Li Mu saw Qingling began to urge him again, a low curse of anger. Qingling also saw that Li Mu was in a worse mood at the moment, and finally closed his mouth, and Li Mu in a burst of thought, directly after he took out another jade box opened. Li Tactics was well aware of how much harm his behavior had brought to his mother, but at this moment, he could not compromise. He couldn't back down like he had done too many times before, otherwise, he knew he would really have to leave Shinchao Huang. Lin Heihu chose to accept. He was already familiar with the process, and if he didn't accept, he would definitely quit. Caesar didn't answer his question directly, but turned around and left the tent. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't have a way to save Lina, he just didn't want to expose his bottom card for this matter. Cheng Wu had always believed that since cultivators could be above true lords, it was possible for sorcerers to break through the ceiling of great sorcerer ancestors. After annihilating the allied forces of the Sequoia royal family and the Church of Courage, Caesar issued a condemnation against them and said that he would visit Cedar Forest City soon to get a statement. Long before he turned himself in, Xiaotai put his bag into the temple, which was also a temple function he stumbled upon yesterday, in which he could actually place things, just like a real room, which made him happy for a night. Every day is a new day, every day has a new harvest. The road ahead seems to be never ending, but every step forward, one will find countless people being left behind by themselves. Because seeing you like this, senior aunt, I can't believe love. Mylan said seriously. However, Xiaotai had been studying this problem for a long time, but so far he had not found the slightest clue, which left him with no way to start. The nature of this detector's function is similar to the system's positioning function. Both of them need to know a specified target in order to successfully locate it. Sun Yan stood up and clapped his hands before looking inside the passageway in front of him. As for the whereabouts of Rendo's cavalry unit, this was something that I'm afraid only Rendo Ninglong himself knew best. At least today, the flag that the 5,000 cavalry under his command was wearing was precisely the flag of the Dasha Forbidden Army's Left Chamber Divine Courage Imperial Horse Battalion. Today, he heard one of the chief ministers talk about the matter of the heavenly punishment in Shu, so his curiosity was thoroughly aroused, and as the chief minister of the Ministry of Households, he was very eager to see how the original story of this matter was actually going to turn out to be. Dragon, such creatures, born with extremely high talent, it is said that the juvenile strength in the human golden soul stage is much more powerful, is one of the most powerful creatures in the world, but the number is also extremely rare. For a while there was only Su Chenjun and Yuner left in the room, which made them even more reckless, making out without any pressure. Volume 1 Chapter 129 Men, Can't They Be Bragged About? Inside the jewelry store. Qin Nanzhou stood near the south side of the VIP lounge. Lin Bebe stood on the north side of a jewelry display case. Both of them stood in place, as if there was a clear line in the middle. No one moved a step. The jewelry store's salesmen were stunned when they saw this scene. Their jewelry store, although it is not an international luxury brand, but it is opened by a big lady in the Beijing circle. The production process is top-notch, and the designer is also top-notch. The finished product is new and unique, and is very popular with the young ladies in the circle. The young master of the Qin family in front of him was not the first time he had come here, and he had come here before to hold a favor and ordered a pair of bracelets to go back and give to the old madam. I guess I'll be almost level 60 by tomorrow morning. Mu Lin looked at the character level and spoke softly. In this moment, he saw the opening of heaven and earth, the evolution of life, and the laws that govern the functioning of everything in the world all unfolding before his eyes. When they arrived at the door, they didn't encounter anything. Usually when they came here, it wasn't like this. For a moment a few veteran disciples were a bit uncomfortable. So you just counted to 3, still intend to continue to say some harsh words to force the other party to submit, then saw the wooden boss hand twist, then heard a click, the person's head was twisted off. After talking for half a day, Luo Xiling realized that Mr. Bukop wanted to invite him to help cure the chronic disease he was suffering from. The Guile Shadow didn't give them any more time to prepare. After determining that there were only 2 enemies, it instantly judged the main target of the attack. It abandoned the high-altitude bijou and rushed towards Yu Li in a zigzag attack route. Behind it brought up a string of strange black shadows, making it impossible for people to distinguish between which one was the main body, and thus losing the ability to anticipate the battle. A giant with a height of over 10,000 feet towered over him, his entire body shrouded in crimson divine light, but looking at his appearance, he was undoubtedly Shi Yunfeng. The Battle of the Elders of the Word was set for the beginning of spring next year, and there was only a year to go before the time, or even less than a year. I'll rely on my position. If I can't get it, I'll take you inside the mountain to find the treasure, the previous artifacts you mentioned, but if I do it, I want a higher level of discourse. Du Kong said to Tang Zixian with a straight face. A black and white taijutsu rotated above the devil's head. An infinite amount of death chi was extracted by the black and white taijutsu and scattered in the great snow mountain. The death chi in the devil's body was almost completely extracted by the black and white taijutsu, forming an endless black fog that enveloped the great snow mountain. There are times when life is like this, and you will always meet people you don't want to meet. Gu Qingyan opened his mouth lightly, did not even look at Qin Rui, and directly disliked her as if she was choking. But today, the atmosphere in the peaceful village of Qifeng is a bit strange. The wife of a villager, He Wuliu, has died. His wife died on the bank of the mountain stream behind the He family, in a gruesome state of death, with almost no intact flesh on her body. He wife's body was rolled up in a straw mat and placed at the head of the village. The death of people outside the village is not allowed to enter the village, which is called unlucky. This body is really too weak, even weaker than Su Zhaozhao thought. At this moment she does not doubt at all. If she did not come, Su Zhaodi really lost. Princess Jingyang angrily got up, her chest rose and fell, looking at the expressionless youth in front of her eyes. The latter did not hide or close to meet her. The depths of the calm eyes, the dark surges were raging, but it was as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier, and failed to come out alive. Tang Bingyu does not know whether she should be happy or frustrated, happy that she has become famous, frustrated because the manager is not at all appreciate her piano. Through this phenomenon is not difficult to find, the level of navigation technology in the Tang dynasty period, it is difficult to say hi. After all, Zhu Yuzui brothers and sisters want to open up the territory, to achieve some dominance, and not want to rebel in the Ming dynasty as the emperor, so what is the crime? But because of their own and the limitations of the times, the final Zhu Yuanzhang and his think tank thought, can only be open ban this bad idea. The production method of the living corpse is cruel, want to the body of the living corpse, such as the spark in the wilderness of the divine knowledge of the awakening, naturally, is not easy. Suddenly Ling Yu felt a gust of wind blow by. Before she could react, the person had already arrived at Night Xian Tian's side. Heaven? I couldn't help but look up at the blue sky and white clouds. It was actually so elegant and beautiful. That's right, in the past, our village was indeed built in the sky, and that was a last resort in order to causally prevent it from being discovered by bear children. Royal Wind was able to see the sincerity in Mu Li Zhao's eyes. She really needed his help. Needing his help, not needing him. He should have stopped having such heartbreaking thoughts a long time ago. He had walked through so many years alone, all stepping on the tip of a knife. He shouldn't care about anyone. Looking at Feng Yao's hurriedly departing figure, Chu Feng took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call to Wang Dong. Chikai's heart was a little on fire, but he still did not have any complacency. He only felt that time was running out and he had to hurry up before he could do so. King Andre, it seems that only the 2 of us have been sent to meet Boss Long. Bogba gave an honest account. The mind moved slightly. At once a hint of warning signs came. I could not help but feel a shock, immediately waved the sword towards the 4 outside to look, but only to see the entire hilltop platform above. In addition to a few of us, that is, those who do not have a goal to roam around the end of the shadow of the army, completely ignored us, but the danger is from where it comes from. He shouted in his mouth to let Lin Xin tie his hands. His body shape has already taken off into the air, a flame-long sword, picking up a horrible sword on, swiftly stabbing at Lin Xian's chest. The momentum of the mountains in the mountains, the sword gas is sharp and indestructible. Shi Kai continued to move, since this method worked, then continue to use this method, directly exhausting his origin. De remembered that Wang Fei once said that he was Tao Yang's employee, and it seems that he came to romantic to be called by Tao Yang. This shout, the shocked beautiful country people, also shook, immediately woke up, have kneeled down, shouted. Volume 1 Chapter 130. Look at the abs. It wasn't that she couldn't trust her own brother. Rather, she hadn't seen him for so many years, and she didn't know what kind of people Lin Wandering was hanging out with and what he had become. That rebellious brother, had he met some poor people over the years and become even more rebellious? He hadn't grown up beside her, and she had to see it for herself before she could rest assured. There was also the $70,000 from the sale of the house. She must find a chance to ask what's going on face to face. The Flower Wine Fake live broadcast room is as lively as usual. The big brothers on the list are all there except for Alphabet. Including young Master Qin, who had just met with her yesterday during the day, taking her to measure her ring size and carefully comforting her, was also there. After turning over half a day, I didn't see Lin Wana's account, Lin Bei. Seeing that she didn't give herself any face at all, Tang Ruoan knew in her heart that she was definitely still angry over Qiao Yinshan's matter, so she didn't care that much. In the heart is just sure Jiaguard, how dare you make the decision for the Gongzi. Besides, by virtue of the Cloud Knifegate once entertained on behalf of them to do things also cannot be said. Cloud Knifegate will not be this kind of idea, so they opened a very generous conditions. This, or a detector, is a round compass. Look, Lin Yi spent 1 system coins to start. Above the black compass interface will immediately show the background of the surrounding map too. Unable to help herself, Dong Wanqing looked down at the shrimp meat with a few grains of fried rice still clinging to it on her chopsticks and was surprised. Dong Wanqing took the chopsticks and was about to eat, but she was a bit unnatural because all of these chefs throughout the kitchen were all staring at her with a strange gaze. Alright then, I'll give you the information I've gathered, and we'll arrange everything tomorrow. Istrov clearly knew that today was bound to be a sleepless night. They had too many things to do. The giant eagle's wings stirred violently, a gust of hurricane suddenly surfaced, forming 2 tornadoes colliding with each other, while the thatched cottage at the back was unbeatable in front of the hurricane, shaking violently for several times, and after a loud clicking sound, the thatched cottage collapsed, and the black eagle's gigantic body rose up from the ground. Sure Jia said softly. Not wanting to use swordplay, wanting to use boxing to defeat his opponent. Seeing the blood at the corner of Ding Yang's mouth and his reddish, flaming eyes, the jailer thought that he had gotten the better of him and bent down to stimulate Ding Yang a little bit more so that he could bow his head and give in at the earliest possible time, when Fong Fei suddenly gripped a hairpin and ruthlessly stabbed it into the jailer's back. And this kind of gasoline car to release oil from the fuel gun to the outside, that must be in the case of the car hit. The car cannot hit, that fuel gun cannot release oil to the outside. The queen immediately understood, pursed her lips but did not open her mouth. She is more willing to come to a fisherman, because the Xiao family she does not want to tear the face with it at the moment. Jingzhou City Wangjiang Tea House, business is really good. Today is the first regular meeting of the parliament. Many people have gone to listen. After listening out, just in the spirit of the tea house, while drinking and blowing, after all, the parliament, this thing is really some fresh. Earth Army, do you really know what you are using? I'll say it again, Earth Army, please stop the attack immediately. Lux's voice sounded a bit slightly angry. There was a mountain and a sea, between the mountain and the sea. At the villa and then climbing up to the top of the mountain could see the sea in the distance, and being on the mountain, the scenery was excellent. Lin Chang liked this place at first glance. Chen Mengsheng was now completely confused. One's own Taoism was not yet able to predict what would happen in the future. But the black-faced old man's words didn't seem to be false. Furthermore, his own master did have the intention of not allowing the execution of the great white vixen. Is it wrong to say that you want to do justice to the people who died of resentment? At the same time will be rolled into the water at the same time. Yang Delu has already several punches fell on Huangfu Luiwei to the bottom of the lake, and then a fist bombardment. At this time no matter Huangfu Luiwei will be what real martial arts battle skills and heritage divine power, before it is played out, it has been directly by Yang Delu bombardment to death. For this reason, Bao Zhang has sent additional manpower to investigate whether anyone has seen Zhu Ruji enter the Zhang residence or the Zhang family property. I remember the beginning of the matter is in a spring afternoon. Our school organizes all the sophomore students to go to the North Park to learn Lei Feng to do good deeds, that is, voluntary cleaning. Ian, sleep well, I'll go make breakfast for you and Dad and Mom. She looked back in the direction of the bed. Because the village suspected that she had been killed by her husband, Niu Manin, the village had taken control of Niu Manin before the police arrived. These people were talking and laughing, and had already changed into a set of cold and incomparable faces the moment they stepped into the city. Xiaoyu orange low brow, gentle and good posture, or let Fujiwara incense find some self-respect. I turned back and looked at the flag above the antique city again, and walked toward 302 along the way I came. The story of that flower delivery man may be Yi Zixuan's story, and Yi Zixuan stayed there to look at it, perhaps because he saw his own shadow. Tang Yu frowned unhappily, originally wanted to be angry. Just look at such a presumptuous person praising his proud son, early in the morning. He is not angry at her. It's fine, it's normal. Xiaoyu Orange hung her head, watching him gently rubbing her sore ankles for her. Her heart was warm. As for Lu Yen, after listening to Qiao Shuzhan's account, he naturally had the same thought. And when he received the topographical map forwarded by Qiao Shuzhan, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and a certain thought in his mind, which was almost solid, was just short of being verified with a proof. Regarding the Baifeng bird that had taken over his nesting house's spirit platform, Shi Jingji had long had a guess in his mind when he combined it with the legend of the Dihong clan's great harmony of ghosts and gods. But when he said that all of Huayang's brothers and sisters had died in accidents, his stepfather had left the world, and the company had changed its name and business, only then did she have 80 or 90% certainty that she could determine that this Lin Xiaoyang and the bully Lin Xiaoyang in He Zhong's mouth should be one person. Volume 1 Chapter 131 Meeting with Flower Wine Nong. Another man's abs? Out of the blue, she remembered the last time she went live, Sister Humongous was excited to say that she wanted to share a few handsome men's abs with her. She was kinda looking forward to it at the time. It's just that in the end, she didn't know where humble sister shared them. Anyway, she didn't send it to her. The last time I watched abs, or just started broadcasting that moment, watching the Fierce Man Archie watched half, the result of Fierce Man Archie suddenly by the platform into the small black room. Didn't see anything behind it? Ah no, there was an alphabet brother who took off his clothes in front of her. But she did not look. Lonely men and women share a room. If she looked straight at the alphabet brother, she was worried that the alphabet brother thought that she had any intention to scare the alphabet brother. Alphabet already hated women. What did you say? Zhang Kai's voice went cold, and he stepped forward and grabbed Hu Yuelian's neck. He pushed Hu Eggman on top of the wall, a standard position for a wallop, except that his hand was grasping on top of Hu Eggman's neck instead of propping it up on the wall. The man drilled out of the ventilation fan hole, hooked his hands on the iron frame of the ventilation fan, his body hung down, his hands let go, and landed lightly on the ground. Under Zhao Tianzi's command, all of them were not mediocre. Immediately, the three people on the east bridge spread out horizontally and rushed towards me. Their hands were all stuck in their satchels. And they should have prepared competent weapons long ago. In fact, Morong Shui had already awakened with a start when Schwanger first started to call her. She usually doesn't sleep too much, it's all an occupational disease left over from her previous life, making her never be more than a light sleeper. Ha! Xiao Yang didn't say anything else, he touched his headphones. Guazi Xiao, you guys don't have to fight. It's not necessary. After saying that, Xiao Yang pulled the headphones out from inside his ears. After Morong Shui left and the maids were saved, they felt that there was not much energy, so they all left one after another. Everyone was staring intently in one direction. The whole camp was silent without a single sound, only that there was a light emanating from all of their eyes. Silverlight told her about her lover's betrayal? Silverlight has some sort of foresight and can communicate with human brainwaves? Is that it? Other than that, which other possibility is there? I asked. There was little Jedi could do in the face of Pain's determination. He understood that Pain was trying to save the innocent civilians caught up in the war first, and wouldn't allow the war to continue no matter what. Zhang Long summoned, for the grudge between Big Boob Sister and Ouyang Qiu. Zhang Long naturally knew about it. If it wasn't for his summons, how could the disciples in the sect link this matter to Lu Qingshui? The dagger in her hand crashed to the ground, making a tinkling sound. She stepped back suddenly, just hitting the wall of the bungalow, next to which was the window. Her head was pressed against the wall, holding her breasts up high and tantalizingly high. Even though the Qiluk reserve was displayed on top of the golden ranking, in fact, every time it was redeemed it was merely extracting it out of one's body. This is good. Hearing that she really isn't their family member, my heart surprisingly leapt for joy, desperately wanting to tear open Yao Rui's hypocritical face, so that everyone in the family can see her true colors clearly. When I was enjoying myself for my own eyesight, Su Qian has followed the two policemen to go out. I was also busy to follow up, but before I left, I saw the old mayor of the town smiled at me. I also smiled at him. Everything is in the end. For the next 3 days, whenever it was past the morning rush hour of business, Zhang Xian would leave his stall and walk around Sanhe City to take a look at the east and west. Shoei, of course, they knew deep down that this was all thanks to MOU's blessing. If it wasn't for MOU, there certainly wouldn't be their current achievements. Again, because of the suddenness of the incident, it was not prepared well, resulting in the already side in the battlefield to fight the same incomparable difficulties. Zhang Yazumi's private bodyguard team was conducting a massive search within the entire industrial area and had set up barriers at the entrances and exits. Ever since she had seen the true power of Harris and the others, Biddlei had no heart for being able to take the rankings. The sound of gentle footsteps came from behind. Shang Jingxing's hand holding the teacup slightly lurched, put down the teacup, his right hand whisked over the storage bag to take out a teacup and put it on the table, silently pouring a cup. 2,000 taels and 100,000 taels, how to look at it is not a bargain. It seems that the old lady's head has been confused by the idea of loyalty to the king. Tomorrow is the time when the three tribes of the heavenly tomb separate, a month of fighting side by side, from the heavenly heart body to the ordinary Shin spirit body, from the human race to the divine beasts and elves have formed a deep bond, and so many of them have the feeling that it is hard to part with each other. Even though there was laughter, it was hard to hide the sorrow of parting. Although she had previously heard Jessica say that Li Mingqiu had a record of single-handedly defeating over 100 people, she was still shocked by the shocking scene after seeing it with her own eyes. Is this still a human being? The Qing soldiers of the Yellow Banner realized that there was no way back. Retreating was death, advancing was also death, so it was better to advance. Just as Zhou Suying thought, Li Mingqiu had really thought that he would lose. Ignoring the angry strong men, Li Mingqiu walked straight through them to a wider field, then took off his shoes. And what is this signing ding thing? I also make a mess, just leave it to your county master to do. Also so, must sign ding 10,000, less 1, you also do not live. Said with a vicious face staring at Wu Quan. Well, in the last moment, the Golden Wind with a free kick successfully broke the opponent wants to take away 3 points of hope, but also continue to let Atletico Madrid in the top of the list. In contrast, the dark and thin Tang Lemon, with her drooping eyes, does not look as protective and compassionate as Zhou's mother. However, it did not take long to meet He Zhou. Fortunately, he met him, he adopted her and her family to pay off the huge debt, not good to her, but also never mistreated her. At this moment, I don't know, I've worked so hard to hide this thing that I want to block. Now it has long been heard by Morisha. After Morisha, who had suffered a great deal of physical and mental trauma, went back, exactly how would she twist and add more fuel to the fire, spreading this matter out? This is not known. It wasn't long before these red chain snakes finally couldn't withstand the crowd siege, and were chopped into mush. Among them, Red Sakura's blood shadow slash and Mu Ling's deadly air slash had the most significant effect, inflicting great wounds on them, otherwise the rest of the people would not have been able to easily deal with them for a while. Volume 1 Chapter 132 Stealing a Cell Phone and Being Found. Lin Bebe had the same face as the 10 million fan anchor of the sound platform, Hua Winethick. As soon as she arrived at the dressing room, she was surrounded by other anchors. Someone joked, "You and Hua Wine Gnome aren't twin sisters, are you, to look so much alike?" Lin Bebe was quite uncomfortable seeing so many people surrounding her offline. If the platform hadn't definitely invited her over, she wouldn't have come. The platform had strongly invited her, and if she didn't come, it would be a bit too disrespectful. There was already a Flower Wine Gnome, so she didn't know why the platform still invited her. Was it for her to come to Flower Wine Gnome as a companion? Or was it to hype up the topic heat? Lin Bebe, wearing a navy blue bustier gown, smiled politely. The SOS regiment entered a state of full readiness. After all, according to the information in their hands, the Type Moon world was still very dangerous for them. Knight Extraordinary's hands gripped the cell door tightly. He carefully pondered the look on the jailer's face, as if he was recognizing whether it was true or false. That strong man frowned. He didn't expect Yin Xianshan to do such a thing. Even everyone wouldn't have thought that Yin Xianshan would eat that elixir. Jin Yuanzi's face was even more unsightly. Before Night Wind could finish his words, he was interrupted by a series of words, causing him to reveal a slightly helpless smile. Night Wind also instructed Red Ghost to aim at those warriors who just seemed to be more advanced and use his bow to finish them off early. Clang! At the same time, the Dark Vajra sword was upgraded to the high level of Saint Artifact, and Chen Tian's aura reached its highest point, vaguely having the appearance of breaking through to martial exaltation as he flew towards the Jiao snake as if he were a stumbling shadow. Jean Yin walked into room 3012 with apprehension. She specially calculated the time. She wasn't sure if Lin Xiaowan would come or not. What if she didn't see the text message? But Jean Yin still decided to put up a fight and try. "I'm afraid there's a trick. The other party is intent on your body. I'll just go," Wendy said lightly. But remembered that yesterday inquired about, Wang Xiaomei maternal family just set off 2 days ago, to decide how to come to a 3 or 5 days of work. So, it should not be so coincidental, right? Jean trusted, and understand the mysterious side of some things, only Giles, so she shot Giles to the rear of the investigation. But getting the result was already too late. Jean suffered an ambush from the other side and was eventually captured. Jiang Chang. He Ziyuan reacted violently, but realized that there was no trace of Jiang Cheng around. Ouyang Yunj originally thought that the result would end with Xiaxi not being able to answer, who knew that it was Xiaxi who turned the tables on him, and was instantly furious in his heart, but there was not a single ripple on the surface. After all, so many pairs of eyes were watching, and it was also difficult. Surely she did it. Eri remembered Castor's Night Road deadly suffering written on the jewel airship, that magic in addition to freezing, there is likely to be the function of positioning. In order to survive the entire Royal Masters, she even blackmailed her own party's subordinates? Rose red light gauze thin skirt, long as ankle, revealing slender delicate light gold sandals thin strap. But after all, it was He Bai who pacified the tyrannical Dong Zhuo and rescued the former emperor, the king of Dong Lai, from the chaos of the dynasty at that time, so it is also considered to be more merit than demerit. I just hope that He Bai can try to remove Dong Zhuo again, so as to return the world to a clear sky. Almost the heart as a rock was shaken, Lu Chenghao's voice questioning, not only on his own behalf to ask Lu Chengxian, but also let a little shaken Lu Chengxian regain firmness. Uncle Lu was resting with his eyes closed, heard the subtle knock, slowly opened his slightly cloudy eyes, and when he saw that the person in front of him was Ouyang Yunj, inserted the car key in the car slot slightly to the right, started the Maserati. When she first entered the Lu family at a young age, Yu's indifference, Lu Chenghuan's difficulties at every turn, other people's nothing to do, all let Lu Chengxian have no peace of mind, only Lu Chengxue, although they cannot be regarded as affectionate, but Lu Chengxue is the only one in the Lu family who did not treat her with a cold eye, and sometimes will send some warmth. Therefore, Sumei Huan was a head lower than Xin Qingyun in this moment in terms of aura, especially when it was still in front of Baimo. Su Yanyan was very unhappy. Ouyang Yunj had just made up her mind and was ready to push the door in when the melodious ringing of a cell phone came from the head of the principal's office. This is to test Jane Yao. If she does not resist now, Du Yuanming guarantees that he will be able to take the person down in one meal at most. Cheng Feng was dressed in a silver battle armor. The cloak behind him was hanging all the way down above the horse's back, so it was valiant to look at. Her mom would wear this outfit in the summer when she rushed to the market, a white short-sleeved shirt made by a tailor store, a black pleated skirt, and black handmade lace-up board shoes. Zwili let go of her and punched Zhuo Qijio's face, so much that she directly chipped 2 of her teeth out. A reaction is not enough. Yang Tianshu was kicked to the chest, a mouthful of blood spit out and fell to the ground. Do less, the stepfather a little upset, either beating or scolding. I do more. To the outside, the heart of the stepmother also want to proclaim that I am honest and filial children, in order to reduce the burden of the family. Lu Xianxin also do not know why eat this fruit not only did not turn into black water, Lu Xianxin also feel the strength and agility of the flesh and increase some. What is this saying? Could it be that you have a grudge against them? Cheng Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, but then a flash of light flashed in his eyes. The Spiao looked honest. He said what he had to say, so maybe Cheng Feng would set him up with a couple more sentences. Lu Xianxin rode on top of the blue sports car that the sickle dragon transformed into, and sped all the way towards Liang's national capital. Anyway, he had long forgotten about the time when he accompanied Yi Heng to drink so much that he died the next day and swore never to drink again. The other people also heard something, perhaps, Yen, or really because of the appearance, was captured to go. Slowly stood up after the Mu Yun, lowered his head, eyes emotionless as empty as staring down. His body produces a let a person feel that he is extremely weak feeling, but it seems, Mu Yun he completely do not notice any difference. Fallingly stood high at the top of the chamber, listening to the words of the red sword in the hands of a lift. The flames of the forests aimed at the black-robed man in the air and the black bone dragon. Imoru Paintings has now slowly stepped into the devil's way. The aura around her is no longer the flavor of an immortal cultivator, and gloomy devilish aura. She had been counted, she was not that impulsive, and based on her cautious nature, it was even more unlikely that she would be so impulsive here. The faint purple light shone brightly on Yunyi's face. Yes, that purple light did emanate from the left wrist, but more accurately, it was a word, and that light emanated from above a word. From the time they met until now, except for Uncle Yu, Xiao Yumio had never seen any relatives appear beside Ling Hu Tianhai. Volume 1 Chapter 133 Fans collectively recognized the wrong lovecast. The staff delivered the flowers to her. Hello Miss Flower, these are the flowers that someone outside asked me to help bring in. Miss Flower? Lin Bebe frowned. Hello, I'm not Miss Flower, you sent the wrong person? The staff looked incredulous, then laughed out. Miss Flower, I have other work over here, I really don't have time to mess around with you, I can't recognize anyone else, can I not recognize you? Every day when you open the sound wave, you can see the promotion advertisement of Flower Wine Gnome, it's hard to remember the wrong looks. After the staff finished speaking, they hurriedly said they had work to do and turned around to leave. Lin Bebe took out the card inside the rose and saw congratulations flower wine thickness of few. The question that Jin Yu asked is also exactly what Tianxing wants to know now. Are they not afraid that Jin Jiayuan will punish them when she learns about this? 3 whales came from the sky one after another, and 3 huge ferocious birds fell down. There was a burst of applause from the cultivation warriors on the 6 battleships. They all admired good men, and it was very difficult to shoot a cunning fierce bird, let alone shoot down 3 in one breath. Of course, the consequence of a cultivator who blew up his Yuaning would be the destruction of his form and spirit, a most complete death, without even a chance to go to the underworld, or to cultivate a loose immortal. So despite being able to possess such a powerful destructive force, very few cultivators dared to go through with it. Like, old me's favorite wine is soju and wine. Song Beiqiao heard Lu Xianger's meaning and immediately narrowed his eyes again, undisguised calculations surfacing on his face. There are guards inside and out, so don't worry. Chui is worried about Xinyu, but on the face and do not want to let Jinwan Tarong see out, so still with her confrontation. Tea break for me. Qin Feng roared, his long sword violently erupted with strong astral energy, shocked away the shadow's hands, stabbed into his throat, blood splattered. At the same time, his body leaned back, dodging something that shot straight at him, then flew up and kicked the shadow's corpse out. Not far away, a lot of players fending off the undead zombies, and attacked by the 1000-year zombie king. It is difficult to hold out, while the gods give up the opportunity to brush monsters to run, regardless of the undead zombie attack, obviously come to rob the boss. This behavior is very direct. Chui has been sick for a long time, but also known Paisha's temperament of the more frustrated, the more courageous, but also for his deep friendship, so he came up with this euphemistic method of refusal. Now it seems, is effective, at least than their own harsh words to the right, much more effective. You mean that I, Lu Xianger, am a brutal and unreasonable person? Lu Xianger blankly glances at Hu Qingsong, and somewhat exasperated, she wants to get up and leave his embrace. Casually organized 7 or 8, rushed a cool bath, changed, took out the game helmet, directly logged on. Now only 10 o'clock in the morning, away from the dinner time, is still early, has nearly 2 days did not go on the game to see. Alas, easy to come in. I did not expect the Lord of the Hall of Stars trace was disabled. Live ing that said, shaking the old man behind the wisp of dusty white hair. Kill, kill, kill. My mind was completely agitated by a sense of war. My long spear ruthlessly collided with Black Baron's palm. In the next moment, the Black Bear spirit and I both froze. Just as Tang Yin slashed down, the stone giant that Bolt had illuminated unexpectedly sandailed. The thick arm transformed into a tornado, like a tornado of sand grains, instantly drifting out 7 or 8 meters, floating towards Tang Yin's blade, blocking the blow for Quintus. The fish spikes didn't dodge, and the chopper in his hand slashed twice, cutting the burning carbon rod into several burning pieces that splattered around. The fiddly smoke came out. Said to do, instructed the phantom to get ready, both hands gripping the hilt of the sword, dusty Yangli pan red mango, the sword body Dao pattern brightly dantian rising sun dispersal of high temperatures, the cabin temperature warmed up, and Z2 noses ventilated, a heavy cold healed all, pale face gradually red, more awake brain, the phantom to open the bottom of the hatch decisively jumped out. Jian Lu immediately reddened, Xing looked at me, did not say anything. For a while, the atmosphere was a bit odd. Most rich people will get a beautiful wife, it seems to be a natural thing. He Chin's appearance certainly belongs to the very beautiful kind. Benedict, who was leaning on his carbon fiber staff, was also silent, knowing that what the other party said was basically in line with his host Tang Yun's values. In this battle, Tang Yun seemed to have no reason, no way to wield his sword blade at full strength again. Qin Hao was only a martial emperor, far from the human immortal realm, so in terms of speed, naturally, he was far inferior to Blood River Old Ancestor and the others, and at the moment, he was also still being led forward by Blood River Old Ancestor. At the time when Blood Yen was pondering over his indecision, Qin gave him one last look, and quietly greeted Auxiliary Han and the others as they headed down the mountain. Even if this warmth was wrapped in an unspoken purpose, he had to admit that if it wasn't for the backing of the Empress Dowager, he wouldn't have been able to disguise himself so successfully as a fop until his wings were full. Lin Yichuan? Mulan then remembered that in the package he brought back, there was also Lin Yichuan's jade belt white brocade garment. She was looking for someone to come to her door to ask for clothes? She sat up and found her own bag from the bed closet. She had brought 300 taels of silver from the Du family. Mulan painfully took out 100 taels of silver. Her words were said coldly and obviously with emotion, but that emotion was clearly not directed at Du Kuku and Tang Hongye, while Vice President Chai on the side still had a workplace standard expression, as if he hadn't heard who the resentment within Dr. Zhou's words was directed at. But it echoes with a peculiar fragrance of grass and herbs, and it seems to get used to it after drinking more. The people in this palace speak, most of them are hidden mysteries, words with hidden meaning, never say it outright. The Empress also practiced this skill over the years, and was planning to slowly lasso the words, but didn't expect Du Yunqi to be so frank. I've inquired, they merely have no precedent, a bunch of old farts can't study anything. Luo Yang said fearfully. Those words just now were just an excuse that the crown prince casually pulled off, but now that they were brought up again and again by the crown princess, he was also a bit wildly confused for a moment, only his face didn't change. The efficiency of the Blood Wolf army was good. It hadn't even been 2/4 of an hour. There are treasures outside the south of the city. If you want to get rich, you must rush to take the silver before the officials blockade it. This sentence spread throughout Jing City. It would still take a while for the pot to be cooked. The firewood in the stove was now burning brightly and did not require anyone to keep watch at all times. Zhang Yifei kept praising Chu Liu, and at his feet was a robed pig that weighed about 50 to 60 pounds and had already swallowed its breath. The partial reality is that even fat pigs are not sent to you into the nest, so that you have a certain desire in vain, but nowhere to release. Only rare is, Jin Feng is not always on their own or very wary of it. It is reasonable to say that when there is their own, he is guarded like a thief. The real Chu Yunren is still so. How could he, a fake Chu Yunren, put down their guard, let her take advantage of the situation? And Louis actually dared to guarantee that he would unlock the Jinha Tower within 2 years, which was obviously an exaggeration. Long Yuza? I should have known that I should have ended him early on. Ji Zili spoke coldly, killing intent surging up in her eyes. Tang Rao's brows furrowed slightly. Did this fellow Hao Song have something to hide from himself? Wasn't he the one who disliked making heavenly vows the most? Volume 1 Chapter 134. I don't need a double now. Want to see the double jumping blowing snow shaking. But Zhen Jiayuan controlled herself. She couldn't betray Sister Wine. In a while, her big brother was going to treat Sister Wine to dinner and then make Sister Wine her sister-in-law to be. Lin Beibei walked towards the center of the red carpet and received a plaque for Best New Anchor. The live broadcast cameras were all focused on Lin Beibei. Whether online or offline, they were all stunned by Lin Beipei's looks. Especially those who had personally met Lin Beipei offline were even more surprised. Holy! Surprisingly, she's so good looking offline as well, her face value is so resistant. The last time I saw such a good looking beauty, it was still Soundwave Little Princess Flower Wine Gnome. Too good looking. If only the Iron Float Cavalry were here. Their horses are nailed with fine iron horsepalms, and they are not afraid of the spiky things on the ground at all. Just one team would be able to directly ignore the opponent and attack the mountain pass. Unfortunately, we didn't bring them. Ali Bai, the general of the Center Army, said in a deep voice. Today, taking the excuse that the Dragon Boat Festival is approaching, Chen Xinger brought her maid Chuanxiang on the street to wander around, bought a bunch of flower cloth and rouge jewelry and whatnot, and ate a bellyful of snacks, and was already a little disinterested. Sun Fong smile face all the instant almond eyes round stare, all the purple electricity snorting was scary. Sima long head on the fine beads of sweat slowly appeared. She is away from Sun Fong nearest to the first suffers. I'm afraid of their own. Is to let him shut up, right? Company Commander Gao Junling, who had been coldly watching the scene in front of him, spoke up. Bing was afraid of the dark, and his spiritual sense couldn't stay in a dark place for long, so chose to run right away. Thinking about it, Sun Fong has come out of the house, looked like she took a shower and is still not awake, stretched a lazy waist and then looked at Zhao Shiyu with a slight smile, and pounced over at once. Air. So troublesome, why don't you go back? I'll go to the academy after the test, you don't have to wait for me here. Lin Bundian said. After being locked in the iron cage that time, Yi Sanyuan's jade pendant was lost, and Yi Sanyuan regretted it for a long time at that time. Ruachan, Shandandan flowers bloom red, Jing Laoyu this old age, why are you always red? Nyota Bean, Pan Biaohum and Xiao Chong every drinking duel challenge Tong Moha is a miserable defeat and end. Jade plate explosion, a blood light rushed up to the sky, turned into a bloody giant sword, not long, bloody giant sword disappeared. At that exact moment, the rain grew in strength and drifted over like bullets, hitting him with a cold face and tilting his face up as if he was waking up from a dream. After discarding the problem of image, Lu Bai Rapt already knew the plot, but when the more exquisite production, coupled with the more reflective dialogue between the words, a different journey to the west was displayed in front of him. Oh, don't you think that there's a reason why Xiang ran towards Burbank for a few months? Li Fengchang once again laughed mysteriously. But Su Wuyo really wasn't someone who cared about this. Those he was willing to help, without saying anything, he would help. Those he wasn't willing to help, say anything, it was useless. The dragon engineer's voice trembled, his heart was beating crazily, practically wanting to break through his chest. That sound of a distorted child's voice still remains in the depths of memory, buried in the depths of the soul. Let him tear his heart and lungs, let him almost collapse, as if chiseling the heart of the giant hammer, heavy pressure in the heart. Such a waste is a man will not be able to help but look at two eyes, or not blind to this demon two words. Fat cat this a passive cattle blowing more than sky high, is simply as brilliant as the stars. Medical this piece as loose group this piece, how to blow will not break. There is Yi Tian's senior brother Tang Jie, the entire medical resources of Yinjing are for my use. Ling Hao thought in his heart and felt that the former was more reliable. After all, Shang Wanqing, Xue Shouyun, and the others hadn't even given their full strength yet, and it didn't define him as the strongest existence because of that. The hallowed spirit element Holy Lord accepting disciples, such a chance to be selected, this was a good thing that how many demonic geniuses would break their heads and not even come to beg for, but now that it had fallen on this Chen Fei, he was actually giving it up? Immediately following in front of the chaos haze they saw 9 gray bald stone, into a group of circular arrangement, is this 9 gray stone interplay, even irradiated a brilliant and colorful light of the dream-let chaos seems to have a vitality. As the vines of the trap were cut off, hundreds of 2-meter long, 3-finger thick crossbow arrows suddenly flew towards the orcs. Zhan She was not in a good position. Most of the people responsible for receiving him were directly controlled by Xia Ruanxiu. This kind of strength, not to mention being placed in the 3 emperors domain of the human race, even if it were to be moved to the 9 palace heavenly domain immortal beheading alliance, it would definitely be a top powerhouse qualified to dominate a party. Second only to emperors. Obviously the Zhang whirlwind Zhang Deshao had already lost his mind a little bit at this moment, and couldn't care less about his father's strict request for him to keep a secret. He directly yelled and screamed. Everyone present was surprised. What? Zhang Fengfeng was young Master Gao's cousin? However, in order to murder Xia Mao, the foreign assassin organization Moonboat had caused 22 innocent lives to be lost here. At that moment, we divided into groups. I chose by Zhan and I group, let the old flower and Li Half Xian and Zhou Yang group. I say you damned if you're a monk or not, do you believe it or not when I meet your master, Master Huijue, next time, I'll talk to him about this matter, see how his old man can clean you up. I threatened. Even if Wen Yi is a demon princess, even if she is really sorry for the emperor and the country, is their behavior today really considered to be loyal to the country? All of the Wolf Fang warriors wariness rose, and a team of figures headed in different directions, their target being none other than the gradually descending lava. Shen Yuanqing on Wen Yi in the end there is still no resentment, he does not know, but all people have to be on the defense, now said not to let Shen Yuanqing follow, Shen Yuanqing will be the first to defend him. Thinking that the area where the Fey Beasts appeared was the south of Atlan, the coordinates here simply ran counter to those places where the Fey Beasts appeared. Splat a slightly wet towel slammed directly onto Yuki Misaki's spine landing gently on the ground. The owner's wife had a scuffed-up pink apron hanging over her, and was carrying a brand new pot of date tea in her hand. Shen Yuzhu couldn't eat either, and was constantly on tenterhooks for fear of being shown the door. Therefore, the whole meal she used the excuse of having a bad appetite, ate something less, and just sat quietly all the time. The people from the Flying Dragon sect naturally wouldn't listen to Gao Deguang and Su Yan's orders, so Wan Shu's words were just a reminder that this time in the past, they had to listen to Li Chanan. They weren't the only ones who were envious, Xiu Mu was likewise, and had been shocked beyond belief. I don't know. Ziyi shook her head, she indeed didn't know, so she picked up Qian Jia who was on the side to smooth its fur. Don't you ever make such childish jokes in the future, okay? Ouyang Sakuraki crossed her arms and rolled her eyes at him. Second sister-in-law, what are you doing in my house? Since when is it your turn to dictate my family's affairs here? The gentle Chen Dongxing had no place to vent his anger in his heart after seeing fish being beaten so miserably. Just as Zhang's crashed down on the gun, the questioning tone was the same.
Volume 1 Chapter 135 Kissing sisters and brothers should also be polite about men and women. Gu Chen also dropped his sight on the black supercar in front of him. That supercar he knew, the most recent new model, priced at 8 figures, but that wasn't the point. The point was that no matter how he looked at it, Lin Beibei didn't look like someone with such conditions around him. Other than being a client like him, what else could it be? Just now, he had told him about customer relationships and keeping a distance. As a result of the same customer relationship, other customers could go upstairs and he was treated differently? The 2 bouquets of flowers Lin Beibei was holding in his hands were probably sent by that brat. Isn't the other party just a bit younger than him? What's wrong with being young? Who's old? As soon as Gu Chunyi thought of his own flowers being sold, that brat's flowers were sent by Lin. Mai Yi said helplessly, then teach something that can be worn externally. After saying that, he looked at Huang Dexian. Since the Yin domain of the Earth's capital has been restabilized, it will no longer collapse, and after the Heaven and Earth film transforms the Yin attribute Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi reaches a critical point, it will begin to breed heavenly materials and treasures that uniquely belong to the Earth's capital. I vaguely heard them say something like what kind of seat mall. That made thought carefully. After all, Tang Weining and Kong he didn't have to explain to her when they went out, she could know a little bit also because Shi Zhang was cleaning on the side. Seeing that Song Rui's state was getting worse and worse, Feinan said that she would take Song Rui out of the country to undergo surgical treatment no matter what. Shen Yuan's heart moved. How could there be no such techniques among the countless sword techniques he got on the Heavenly Sword Prairie? If you follow the normal thinking, those who generally refuse to leave are those whose wishes are not yet fulfilled and do not want to leave just like that. Even though he had possessed the stone, he actually didn't have much of a grasp on dealing with the money sword in Mai Yi's hand. I really doubt how you made friends with this temperament. Zhang Lang put his headphones into his coat pocket and had the urge to punch Ding Feng in the face. Since the Legend of Hell, the Dark Temple has a guiding god's platform in it, which only the Temple Lord can open. Could it be that when I killed the Black Rakshasa just now, he secretly opened the Dark Temple, which led to the appearance of the guiding god's platform? All of this happened in an instant, and in the next instant, the spear had already stabbed before Heavenly Sword in Autumn Rain. The next day, the 7 Jedi Ming then left the 7 Jedi Villa alone. He was going to unite the various holy places together to prepare to deal with the Chiyu who was about to break the seal. Bone hardening is also the same, even, the blows received hammering, then the iron. Until the two fought for 100 strokes of the time, Tian's family's representative seized the Oriental family's side of the person's break violently with the true Chi fist will be the Oriental family's side of the representative of the ring. Just after the Oriental family's representative was blown out of the ring, the first Tian's family and the Oriental families fighting to distinguish the winner from the loser. After entering this space where there were only trees and magical beasts, 7 Jedi Ao felt that there was something in the depths of the forest that called to him, making him involuntarily walk towards the depths. Li Shaozi rushed Yu Kaiyun a fist on the greeting down, followed by a foot. At this time Yang Meng and Jin Xiefeng just want to get on the hand. Yu Kaiyun suddenly stopped them. Do not do it. You watch, take me as your brother, do not ing hands, heard it. The latter words were almost all roared out by Yu Kaiyun. Okay, teacher, let's go to class, this matter is so decided. Yu Kaiyun stood up and said. When the 7 extremist Ming heard Dan Shenzi's words, he disappeared in a flash. The crowd of Wudong disciples were envious as they looked at such a strong person. Despite having taken out his dagger, Jia Chaobao hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't have the guts to go inside, he wasn't scared either, he just felt that there must be something horrible inside, otherwise why would there be so many seals? That is a middle-aged man, thin beard, some big belly fluttering, wearing ordinary battle armor, but with a general's helmet on his head. It was the same General Wang who ordered the army to withdraw. Somehow, he always felt that the Demon Fox Cave here had something to do with the Demon Fox Cave he entered that day in Hualong City, so he agreed to it in one go. Mrs. Chao's palace and the Chen Palace is secluded, she rarely go out, also does not allow outsiders to disturb. Taiyao back here, looking at Sydney's everything, some trance. The three of them got together, thought about the sneak, strong attack as well as strategy, found that there is no use at all. Luofang's voice shouted some urgency, people have not yet revealed it, far from her voice is able to hear. Qiu Qiu will be in the hands of the end of the herbal medicine on the side and wiped his hands before hearing the sound towards the door to look over. But in fact, the huge energy in the moment of contact to the body of the fallen god. By then, not only can you exchange some other herbs back, but you can also give Li Anan that girl a few new clothes. Li Anan's face chapped and cracked, has always been a worry for Qiu Qiu. Li Hao brought in too many unforgettable images, and Wang Duo sent the most shouts, screams, adoration and love in his body. The drug dealer leader's eyes stared, picked up the gun and looked around in a strict position, wanting to find out the person who shot the concealed gun. Huier knew that Gong Zilin and Diji were deeply in love with their husband and wife, and their party escaped from Wanqiu, and they were chased by the assassins all the way, and then they were separated, and Gong Zilin's life and death were uncertain, and those assassins still did not let them go. When TSM's entire team held the Summoner's Cup, the spell was broken and the legend set sail once again, as the flashbulbs continued to flicker and the images were recorded frame by frame. Let Barbarian 5 misunderstand.
It was only at this point that a group of Mahayana cultivators from different sects and races realized that unconsciously, their own people had indeed formed a hidden encirclement around the divine capital. Then, just like that strong human big man, they came to the north of the divine capital. Long Tianya nodded after hearing this, then suddenly woke up to the fact that nodding was useless, so he flashed his palm at the giant in front of him. Lin Zhenghao was sitting on the dragon chair with a solemn face, while Zhao Yihuan, King Yon, and Feng Maotian were down below with the same solemn face. After answering, Xing Yusan left Yi Jianhui's circle as if he had been released from a crime, and walked towards another place with his wineglass. Zhao Yihuan was shocked in his heart, his face sank, he turned around and glanced at a certain middle-aged man in the Zhao family's army, his eyes flushed with murderous intent. Yin Zhaojing held the golden rope in his mouth and climbed upwards with his hands along the body of Shakaman. Climbing to the side of the tree with the girdle tied around it, he reached out and pulled the supine Shakaman up, and helped him untie the girdle that bound his feet. Rui subconsciously ducked back, wanting to avoid Situ Qianqian's hand, but she didn't notice the steps behind her body, and if it wasn't for Situ Qianqian pulling her up in time, she was afraid she would have fallen to the ground. Tonight this is the Hongmen banquet. Mu Nik is definitely here to fulfill his promise to give this fourth princess to Situ Qianqian, so? Then what is she sitting here, what is it all about? Such a large scale of people disabled, the private clinic is definitely not able to receive, so even if going to the hospital will cause some bad trouble, this time also must go. No money, no treatment, unless you take out your money first, there's no negotiation. That doctor, while saying that, used his hand to break the fingers on his clothes that were being tightly tugged by the other party at this moment. Volume 1 Chapter 136 will report on the list of Big Brother 2 favored. Favorite Bebe management, Bebe we miss you to death. Enjoy the nest life, congratulations to Bebe for taking the Outstanding Newcomer Anchor Award. Bebe is so beautiful. Favorite Bebe admin, it's a pity we didn't have the chance to go to the scene, next time we have the chance, we must go to the scene to support you. There is no way, who led our family anchor is more Buddhist. Other anchors began to organize fan support in the first half of the month, the fans of the lesser, in order to support the scene to spend money to hire people, but our family Bebe, do not care about these, a person did not bring, I look at the heartbroken dead. It's good to keep a low profile, Bebe has a special identity in Soundwave, and the platform is unique. A rift appeared in the void, a rift that did not know where to go, and the extraterrestrial heavenly devil with a terrified expression on his face, made a gesture to escape as in it. She felt that being able to follow Tangyi's side was already quite contented, which was originally a thing to be proud of. After a slight movement of his body, Sumiko emerged from the jade wall, and without the slightest intention of avoiding confrontation River True Lord, he knelt down in front of Zhao Shinbi and looked at him with a concerned face. The three of us, seeing that the jade wind had temporarily settled down, hurriedly turned around and alerted the surrounding area with our backs to each other. Unable to move, even if I had more means, I couldn't use them. I could only watch as Fan Ziren pressed one hand on the half of Zhou Chao's head that was left and then violently lifted it. He was also afraid of any trouble, so it was better to ask the other party what exactly their identity was first. Hua Rong naturally heard the chatter around him, and with an expressionless yawn, he continued to memorize the physics formulas. Disappeared, Papa Sia said this sentence in a row, not knowing how many times he had repeated it. Nyanzi. Are you alright? Does your stomach hurt? Said with a chagrined face, he stroked the crown princess's stomach with his hand. Lin Xiaojie usually ran to Tang's house a lot when he had something to do, but he rarely saw Tang Kair. Today his eyes Niu Sheng told him that Tang Kair didn't go home in a special car, came to the cafeteria to eat, and even sat at a table with a male student to talk and laugh, so he sent Niu Sheng to come to stop him, and he arrived later. Today, he was extraordinarily avian, and ate her from head to toe without a single omission. At this time, it seems to be wrapped up enough for today, without realizing it is now more than 7 o'clock, the normal breakfast store to 8 o'clock to clock is about the same, that huge steamer seems to still have a lot, and can rest. You. Xin Tian was just about to snap when Han Bing grabbed her and casually threw out 2 spirit crystals, entering the city directly without words, and the people guarding the city didn't stop them, letting them go straight in. Yi Yanqing sniffed and flung her arm, then struck at a large tree in front of her through the air. Song Wuzhou encircled her waist with one hand, and with the other hand, he captured her chin, making her tilt her head up, and with that, it was he who lowered his head and kissed her lips. Xian Nai had wanted to be more direct, to make it clear to Chusuk. Result. Fuyuki Chaosuk threw the subject back again. For Luo Yuanji not to come to this matter, the scenery is indeed a little surprised, but Luo Yuanji does not come, she is also happy to be at ease, and also saves the need to pull out a smiling face to accompany him to talk. The wind and light is surprised, not to mention that the person who wanted to die last night was Xie Zhan, this old lady who always had a stern face and did not smile could actually smile so happily, which is really strange. As for the Shuiqi who I just met a few days ago, that old child Stirrup's sister will help herself? How would she help? Said he was a master of the occult arts, let them stop arguing, will be killed? In fact, until now I am still puzzled, do not know why we have to run? And what exactly is Master Geta Shankar afraid of? What terrible things had happened during the time he was separated from me? Battle Starfield, aren't you afraid of turning into a human stem? With a cold snort, a person once again stepped into the air. This person was dressed in black, with a face like a dead man, and a pair of eyes devoid of emotional color. That's right, this person is the Devil Realm Zan Long, and that lewd old man is War Xingyi. Back to the stone hall, Zhen Jiayuan was still cultivating. Xin Fei and the others waited for him for an hour. Finally recovered as before, it was time to set off towards other dangerous places. The old thing did not fight with it hard, but the big wing swing, the large body instantly rose several meters. That python directly pounced on the air. Tongnan stood by the door and waited for Zhongyu, feeling that his heart was unusually messy tonight. Except for the time after dinner when she accompanied Yu Hao to play, her heart had been in turmoil. Dragon Valley, the center of power in the Dragon Realm, where the Dragon Emperor resided, represented the highest authority in the Dragon Realm, and whenever people heard of the Dragon Valley, they all showed a pious gesture. Wind Realm Lord's words are reasonable. In 3 days' time, it's simply impossible to cross 2 levels in a row. I, Emperor and God, approve of executing Mu Shifeng. The hand of the God Realm, Emperor Shirshin, the brother of Emperor Shirtian, made his attitude clear. After all, if such a strong person came out from the physical arts realm, it wouldn't be beneficial to his God Realm either. I remember when I was here to recognize Song Lao Dao. At that time, he, a lewd face full of ignorance and childishness, he opened his mouth a poor road, closed his mouth a Shirshir, a face of fooling people. I don't know how to hang up the phone, stumbled to stand up, blinded by tears in front of my eyes a blur, staggered to hold the closet to the door, let the body along the door quietly slid to sit on the floor. Once lightly promised, the promise is still echoing in the ears. Only the content I can no longer afford to honor. The meeting at the design bureau was short, but the young man who visited with his colleagues was impressed. Mom, why are you back? Su Hao got up from the bed and came to the door to welcome his mother, Yang Gendi. Yes, I understand, don't kill me, I can tell you anything. The drunkard said in a trembling voice. Perhaps it was also because of this that the duo, Xiao Changhe and Lin Shangping, had targeted Hang City. The diamond dragon loved to break out of the ground and sneak up on its prey from below, and when fighting this kind of sub-dragon, one had to be wary of one's feet. I hope that Jianshi can see your desperation and thus come to his senses. Mo Shen said indifferently. Volume 1 Chapter 137 The Mysterious Man is darkly happy. Enjoying a nested life, at Mu, what's going on, where did you get the black powder from? Then, since he was in the middle of this troubled heaven and earth, and had this opportunity, why not take up arms and stir up the heavens and the earth? Immediately, he then supported the Dan furnace. Less than an hour, 3 green-colored pills from the Dan furnace slowly rose, flickering metaphysical light. Zhen Jiayuan suddenly thought about it, surrounded by a large team outside, and thought that Zhou Yixia would not do anything to himself. Many foreign companies of the same type are gnashing their teeth at Giant Bio. After all, this company has a lot of life-saving special effects drugs, and it is impossible not to cooperate. Struck Baiyu on the neck, now sleeping down, not yet waking up. Zhen Jiayuan was angry just thinking about it. This apartment area is 3 rooms, 1 hall, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom pattern. Usually only Zhong Dad Zhong Mom 2 people live, completely enough to live. The TV is playing the annual Spring Festival Gala, although only their family of 3, but still warm and happy. Hui Yi look, thought for a moment, or reply to the letter that there are indeed goods, but need each other to come over for an interview. Seeing the people, Ross Hai in the main seat, raised his hand to signal. Afan is very sensible to welcome up. In fact, the 3 devil fruits were the dragon fruit, ancient species swollen-headed dragon that originally Rune was supposed to eat. Currently Rune does not have the fruit. The dragon fruit, ancient species crested back dragon that originally Peggy 1 was supposed to eat. Currently Peggy 1 ate the Jin fruit, with the Sara fruit, ancient species ancient giant ape. Should I know? Zhou Tian was somewhat baffled by this augur light and shadows question, and asked back with a heart full of doubt. Holy, damn, Sakura Summer Burial actually got a fire dragon element, damn it. Before we could start celebrating the victory of this great battle, Ouyang Jia received a message from Song Wolf. With a face of anger, Ouyang Jia tightly clenched his fists, shouted towards the few of us. Zhou Tian looked at this person so dry and ran away. He was also slightly stunned. Then he thought of Zhou Hanya, so he immediately looked in the direction of Zhou Hanya, and sure enough, Zhou Hanya was losing ground, but he didn't give up and was still struggling to hold on. Looking at Zhou Tian, Lin Peixin faintly smiled, as if bathed in the spring breeze. His voice was quite soft. And at this moment, Zhou Tian could only squat behind the barrel with a nervous mood. He didn't dare to move a bit. Once he moved a bit, with Zhou Linger's strength he would definitely notice. There are more on the other roofs. There are many, many more, humans mainly. Jin Wu's voice rang out at an inopportune time. Yen Yun's ferocious performance also made the zombies fearful, and they went for more trouble with the shape-shifting beasts, and his Sai too emptied out a lot. Moreover, that Black Breeze sword was swallowed by the Yin-Yang dragon in Phoenix diagram. The clan would definitely thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of the Black Breeze sword, and once Zhou Linger testified on Zhou Tian's behalf, Zhou Tian would be able to blame everything on Zhou Hongtao and the others. You're not that stupid. This Chen Sun has an older brother named Chen Rong, who is extremely protective of his shortcomings, and is a strong person in the top 100 of the Mountain River ranking. Do you think he'll have a good time if you robbed his younger brother's clan contribution points? That old disciple looked at Zhou Tian sympathetically and said,
"This map is not a divine soul real form, is Zhuojin Pa divine soul wood spirit trap map to wash the filth city territory within the wood spirit orientation as the basic manifestation of the map and become, is specializing in the main flowers and trees distribution of geographic maps, similar to the watercourse map, mineral map, and so on." Park Tianxiu also on his own some change, some morbid hobbies a shame, had to play dumb not to speak. Volume 1 Chapter 138 You are also quite important.
AAAA Gold Medal Male Model Nationwide Flyable. It's hard to wait until you're on the air. Why don't you broadcast a little longer tonight? Human Rich Flower, agreed. Floating screen. Mystery Man 11, I agree too. Floating screen.
Looking up at the nervous look in the eyes of the people in the Spirit Medicine Valley in front of him, Pillwort also let out a helpless sigh. He said with a breathless voice in his mouth, "Over here," because Xiao Yunlei was sitting on the scene, things were finally starting to be handled step by step and according to the statute. After all, she was still very clear about what made her different. Something like raising the dead, she had only done it once and never again, but this ability, it was already very heaven-defying. Yang Wei said this, her eyes still looking towards the world consciousness. Even though it was essentially intangible, it could coalesce into something tangible. But there was no way to fully grasp it by herself, she had to go further before she could do so. Mi-Man supported Su Yang in the beginning, so Su Yang gave Mi-Man the most favorable conditions of all travel agencies, and Mi-Man is now living a very dashing life. Fenghua did not have a trace of embarrassment directly on his back, his broad back than the back of the unrepentant can be much more comfortable, and his body also has a light aroma, smelling people's mood to follow a lot of relaxation. Every year, this kindergarten would add more than 200 new students, making it the largest kindergarten in Linshui County. AIE saw Xia Hanqing's photo posted in QQ Space, the location is in the private album, set to part of the Friends Visible. She hasn't continued to speculate on it, the kind of intuition in her heart that tells her that the other party is most likely the kind that takes over the body. Then the other party can know those things is justified, and the other party may also not want to use the spirit material early to assist, which has not eaten those spirit materials. Xia Maokai changed into his regular clothes that can see people, the afternoon heat, the side door and not often go, only 2 steps to sweat wet a back. The flying warship flashed an arc of light, defending against the attack of the spirit-devouring soul-swallowing arrow, but the ship's hull was obviously skewed and flew diagonally out a few meters. Muyan was instantly enraged, and with a flip of his right hand, a yellow-orange slate directly appeared in his right hand.
If we catch the key culprit and find another genius. Maybe Lord Underworld Lord is momentarily happy, granting me an Underworld Marshal or even an Underworld King's cultivation is not a problem.
The Underworld General's eyes had a brilliant light that flooded through them. Haoran followed Hua Hanshan's gesture and saw that the 2 large doors had 4 large and robust characters, Yujia Mountain Room. He laughed. Yujia synthesizes the word Hua, so this must be the private residence of the Hua family. How about you and I team up to kill it, the corpse goes to you, and I only want the beast core. The Snow Spirit Monkey King then said. The dragon beheading sword was an ancient divine artifact, and by consuming it to enhance the star-swallowing Stygian dragon sword, Tian Shen believed that he could enhance the latter into an ancient divine artifact as well. Not to mention that Chen Shilin had been staring at the swords, so anyone who wasn't a blind man could tell what she had in mind. When Ling Jiuxiao followed the duo into the purgatory, many of the Netherworld Zine soldier guards were greatly curious as to who this person was that he was able to follow the black and white Yama to the purgatory. Yi Jialo cleverly set a trap, Fu Tian do not know people clearly, married and went to Beiping with that person. After the marriage, ants carried into the door one after another, she was not very satisfactory, depressed and died. The last time Lin in the implementation of the Cage Party's mission, 2 people's whereabouts do not know who was exposed, even the Royal Beastmaster Association to meet their people, were blown up dead. Su Qian walked out of Jade Mountain County and saw that early in the morning, outside of Jade Mountain County, there was a long line, and he couldn't help but sigh. In this life and death situation, host Zhu Qian's suspension's fighting skills that had been refined by thousands of hammers between hunting demonic beasts relied on his body's instincts to come into play.
Volume 1 Chapter 139 You're with a man?
It sounded like someone who watched her live broadcast, and the other party was also a hardcore fan of flower wine thickness.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have purposely added the word understudy. Lin Bebe frowned slightly. You are?
Song Meng looked at the woman in front of him who looked just like Hua Wine and still hadn't come out of the shock until now. In the end, Yu Qingming still went to the embroiderers first to see what they had accomplished in the past few days, and there was no need to rush about Zhang Qianqing's matter. Anyway, they would still go back together in a while, and there would be plenty of time to inquire about what was going on. Just as Shen Riling hesitated, Zhou Minggao also saw her. Unlike Shen Riling's entanglement, his eyes lit up and he immediately walked towards her. After work, Lu Feng was in front of the company door talking leisurely with a few security guards. After all, he was also the head of the security department, he still needed to understand the situation of his men, and was in the middle of bragging when a soft voice rang out.
What do you need me to help? Just open your mouth. Opened his mouth. Comforting words finally did not say. Exhaled. Cloud Shadow also turned toward his room to prepare to consolidate some of their own cultivation. So in the end, Jiang Qiancheng still chose to follow the guard to go back to Jiang Qianbai to see the situation. However, Yu Qingming is in Jiangnan. This is far away from the imperial city. Moreover, Yu Qingming is not likely to see those doctors in the palace. She is really worried because of their own. Tang Yan originally did not like to eat sweets, if again because of their own, and to sweets completely no good feeling would not be good. As the first true disciple of the Heavenly Palace sect, he was naturally qualified to enjoy the best treatment in the sect. Shihao managed to become the #1 outer sect this term, while Ren Xiaozhu was ranked second. The rest were all veteran disciples, and that Lin Xian also ranked in the top 10 this time. In this way, although all the fights for the God Plane faith afterward would have to be against the other lineage's main gods, but the former fought against the 10 lineages with 1 lineage, while the latter fought against the 8 lineages with 3 lineages, and the advantages and disadvantages of this were not wanting to be known. All deliberate. How can this battle still be fought? As soon as Dai Shan returned to the camp, he couldn't wait to convene a group of Manchu leaders to deliberate. The chinchilla hid in the corner of the cage, stuffing its head into the gap, leaving only its buttocks outside, shivering all over, seeming to be very afraid. Xiaoting regretted when she finished speaking. Finished, exposed. Xu Yun also violently felt that something was wrong. This look will not be able to play dumb anymore. Waiting to go to the second floor, Colin casually pushed open the door of a room, only to realize what Uno said, "Clean up yourself" means. It wasn't the weirdest of bizarre copies, and Fang Yi was more impressed because he liked to call that copy world the bachelor dog world. Okay, we're just going into the city to do some shopping. The car we called is already waiting outside. Raven tugged on Latour's shirt, signaling Latour to hurry up and follow. Don't stay here to attract attention. 30,000 Chujin silver coins is about 7.5 tons. There are 10 four-wheel carriages to be loaded in total. When Mu Lang was confused, Sima Shang had already ordered his men to bring 5 carriages each from both sides to quickly go around to the front of the formation. The carriages ran to 10 paces in front of the military formation, and the back door of the carriages opened. Under the dumping of several military officials, silver coins were poured like water on the withered grass. If you boiled water and then sprinkled it into the air, before the boiled water even hit the ground, it became ice slag and looked as if it had broken a pot of white sand. Even if the concentration of magic core particles had been reduced, the magical aura that erupted from Lord Formation Zhuang's body at this moment was still mind-blowing. The water salt's whole body boomed. The mind was clear, from the visual feeling, as if it did not exist. The figure and the surrounding grass and trees have been fused into one. The starlight sprinkled on top of that long and lonely figure, causing a kind of metaphysical and mysterious mood. Volume 1 Chapter 140 Encountering Zhang Jingshan. Lin Wana's home. Lin Beibei had just woken up from his nap and was pulled by Lin to do sit-ups. Simply convinced. He said that he saw her as too skinny and helped her exercise. But she thinks it's an opportunity to torture her, right? People are almost falling apart. On the contrary, Lin Wuan, young as good, did not breathe a bit. Physical strength is very strong. Machi politely let the butler receive the gift, and from time to time, he looked at Yi Tang inside. It looks like Elder Yi asked her to come. He saw a large clay vapor directly pass through the layer of rotting leaves and fit into the earth, then turned green. Lin Feng was more or less surprised. The underworld was an upper realm that didn't lose to the immortal realm and was opposed to the divine realm, and Lin Shuer actually came from that place. Jiang Lin looked at Long Mohu's skeptical expression through the radar video. His heart was a little snappy. Liuxia's lifted heart also slightly put down, peacefully nestled in Jifeng Jun's arms, enjoying a rare comfort. Central China Security Zone. Surprisingly, the entire Kyoto are encompassed in. Now inside the traffic, various stores are still open for business. The sea has been quiet lately, except for the 4 emperors of the New World. There's nothing that needs our attention. T. Dolphin hemmed and hawed. Zhang Zun and the others immediately started attacking, but that centipede's defense was extremely high, almost to the point where even an alien weapon could not penetrate it. If they attacked rashly, they would probably be retaliated against by Lin Feng. They didn't want to be missed by Lin Feng, so they all retreated away. But things started to go in a worse and worse direction, so much so that it evolved into what it is today. In the tumbling fire breath, 3 beacon dragons with flames all over their bodies sprang out at the same time, with long teeth and claws, spitting out flames. I've already entered the boundaries of the Golden State. The last time I came to the Golden Buddha Temple, I passed through this street. Normally, 3 more days and I'll be at the Golden Buddha Temple. Su Yang thought to himself. Since Qin Zhao had already made such a decision, he couldn't care about Qi Tianming first. After all, Qin Zhao wasn't sure if these men of his would be like those bodyguards of Qi Bei's father, who had fallen into a sinking ship after their own boss died. In the past, it was difficult to make talismans because of the thin aura, but now that the aura has been restored, the talismans can be utilized. I can only make life and death talismans first, and then some defense talismans if I can. Zhang Huiran said, continuing to make life and death talismans. Whether this idiot would be contagious or not he didn't know yet, but the contagiousness of this gossip, he kind of experienced it. Even people like him who didn't like to talk about people's rights and wrongs were almost infected into it. Although monks are compassionate, but when subduing demons, in order to avoid demon recalcitrance, it is okay to let the demons suffer a little injury. The last time they met, Jiayuan kindly advised him that Wang Mei might not be suitable for him, and might not be even worse than Yi Do Away. When a foreign beast cultivates to a certain level, an inner elixir will be produced in its body. This endodin is the essence of the beast, all of its memories and all of its knowledge are stored in this endodin. Right at this moment, Hong Yuanshan found Jiang Feng and handed over a note with 4 words on it: guard China. From what you're saying, you want to skip class again today? Chongyang and Jun Zheyu came side by side from outside the compound. Moe looks at Han Jingxuan's back before revealing a hint of a genuine smile. Han Jingxian, remember what you just said. I hope Duanmu Hao is the one who loses. You already knew that Qing Yi would go to assassinate Moing, didn't you? Duanmu Hao opened his mouth flatly. His expressionless look made it impossible to know what exactly he was thinking. The Viet Cong army? Chang Lin froze. His own army went to slaughter and drive away his own countrymen. What was this for? A cup of white water, a dish of dried fruit, and a 6-inch white porcelain bowl escorted on the left and right, and when the lid was removed, it was a bowl full of a dubious-selling sauce black medicinal juice. When that thick smell of medicine with the hot steam up, Liuli's face immediately appeared a pair of inverted 8 eyebrows linked with the word Chuan. Volume 1 Chapter 141 The Fish That Missed the Net. It was only when he had just taken 2 steps that he vaguely heard someone at the table next to him discussing about the topic of flour wine thickness. Zheng Jingshan abruptly stopped in his tracks, turning his head to look at the 2 men who were waiting for their meal. There were even a few crisp clicks as the kicks hit, obviously broken ribs. After seeing Lin Feng get into that Rolls-Royce Phantom, Zhang Boyan called for the online car he had chartered for the day to follow closely behind. After another 5 minutes, Boyer Cullen was sent in. It seemed that their package also included conversations with loved ones at the door. Go to the Yuan family, it's time for our Shin family to have a happy event. Shin Zhongnan covered his heart. His son's back was haggard, and why wouldn't he be haggard, but hopefully marrying to flush out the situation and live a peaceful life in the future. The eldest prince will always have only her mother, even if the eldest prince is aware of his birth mother is another person, but if he knows today's events, then he will only have hatred for his birth mother. Tang Hongfei and other people are gone, rushed out to carry the sedan chair, the 2 sedan chair position swap. Luo Sen's hand clenched the handkerchief that he had just used to wipe his tears, and he stared at his face expressionless. Yu Qing realized that as long as Liao Xiuzhang exerted a little bit of force, she was left defenseless. This child's strength was too great, his hands were like pincers tightly clamped around her wrists. 15 minutes later, the sound of gunfire stopped. One after another downstairs rescued people, some quietly left, but also by the police found. The situation in the Madrid department store spread out. Or was worried about a confrontation with the police. After all, they were all cops from the local precinct and didn't know him. It didn't take much to figure out what he would say, but she didn't have the time right now. She'd have a nice talk with him when she was done with her shift. Such a ferocious scene caused the crowd to be shocked. The slaves bowed their heads, eyes not looking, ears not hearing. Zhao Chao stumbled a bit and was supported by the maids around her. When Lu Xanyan was leaving, he also deliberately provoked and demonstrated to Lu Xanyan, so angry that Lu Xanyan could not wait to go forward to kick him wildly. The area around Rubeck Island in the North Sea Will came to, more than 3 years ago, during the joint mission with Lu Qi to hunt down Fisher Tiger. Guan knocked on the door and then fought all the way to the main courtyard where the princess lived. None of the guards of the royal residence was his opponent, and the secret guards were inconveniently out of the way and really let him break in. In this kind of occasion, Xiao Yan to maintain the majesty of the eldest, always extraordinarily silent. As a result, the atmosphere at the table had not been warm, and all of them were silently eating their meals, until Zhang's words broke the silence. Feather, again, 2 blade characters combined into 2 sharp blades, one facing outward, one facing inward. Chu Nangong's tone paused. But that was as far as it went. After barely putting down Zhang Liang, he was also stabbed in the abdomen and lay on the ground. Next to the 2 icons, there was also a message that read Newcomer Quest Benefit, Character Image Adaptation Plot World. The Cloud Martyrs were an all-rounded troop type with both foot and horseback, something that both Bailey Jing and Bailey Dun were aware of. Even if they didn't know, seeing that all 2,000 people came on horseback, they would know. But now, he felt that perhaps only by making the situation clear could everyone join forces to drive this scum out, and there was no hiding the disgust in his heart. The 3 of them joked and laughed as they walked into the school building, a world away from the drooping heads of the white poppy girls. At this moment, the stability of the family is more important than anything else. Su Haodong took his cell phone and walked to the side. 10,000 rivers return, the sea and sky, the sun shines straight down, the sparkling sea surface seems to sprinkle a layer of broken gold, the slightly salty sea breeze is refreshing. Volume 1 Chapter 142 Encountering a Double Again. Lin Beibei spoke in a calm tone, brought one for my brother. Brother? Zheng Jingshan suddenly remembered that the double had said during the live broadcast that she would occasionally bring a 3.5-year-old little brother.
Zheng Jingshan watched as Lin Beibei purposely asked the waiter to add many servings of beef to the other lunchbox, and he said, "Your younger brother has quite a large meal.
Could a 3.5-year-old eat so much beef?"
But Zhou Lin really regretted it, because this Chen Meng said for a long time, so that he squatted until his legs were weak. Song Gang was likewise fighting out of fire, the black battle sword in his hand. Every time it chopped out, it was accompanied by water waveform space ripples that seemed to collapse space.
"It's not good for the boy, is it?" Fujimaki Katsu was puzzled. His own wife said she wanted to help. How?
Ling Yun drove the car and rushed towards the direction of Clearwater Lake, while Mining called the manager of Clearwater People's house and asked for the best private room. This is exactly charming Bon Shan Shan with drunken yen, with clouds dragged rain over the former Sichuan. The cherry blossoms are as beautiful as the cherry blossoms, but they are not as beautiful as the cherry blossoms. The beautiful cherry blossoms are like brilliant fireworks, although brief, but it is the beauty of the people thrilling, memorable.
No.
To the Mufeng Manda's ground, naturally is to live in his royal residence, I cannot live in.
Dead demon, how can I say that this time I will also kill you properly?
Two people just like ordinary friends talk. Lin Tingting did not mention the crouching dragon villa that matter. The grace of life saving not always hang on the mouth, as long as remember in the heart do not forget to repay the kindness on the line. And Fang Haotian didn't care about this matter at all. If it was someone else, he would definitely take this opportunity to pick up girls.
The man with glasses said, "Understood."
He then knocked on the keyboard a few times, and the entire base resounded with an icy mechanical sound. "Attention base launch site personnel. Missiles are in launch status, please evacuate immediately, launch is imminent in 3 minutes."
It was broadcast 3 times in a row.
Unexpectedly Zhou Lin so directly to her divination such a problem. Zhou Ling really do not know how to respond. In fact, for her own future, she has long been determined. Just Zhou Lin asked her this way, how can she answer it?
Pan refers to the man to have appearance, that is, you need to have the appearance of Pan an ancient and modern first beautiful man.
Li Pingdong cannot help but curse a sentence. Thousands of years of accumulation can be martial arts, true chi practice to the top, but purely depends on the talent of the soul, born without is not.
And wherever it passes through, whether it is the disgusting sticky snakes that are entangled together, or the ubiquitous odor in the air, they all freeze and turn to ice.
If he was distracted by the side, this more than 100 bright mirror vision is equivalent to non-existent, or did not open. About 2 days later, Su Ziyi, who was in the middle of class preparation, received a phone call from class teacher Zhen Jiayuan. The two of them had also regained their senses from their inexplicable state of confusion, and were both baffled and incredulous at the scene that had just occurred. Hu Gue opened his mouth. Mangzhou's words were so sensible and reasonable that he couldn't refute them, and could only gesture with his eyes, allowing the silent youth to sit cross-legged next to Yen Xiong. No, even using the word 100 shots to describe it, I'm afraid it's not very appropriate. It should be said that as long as it's within range, Luosin can shoot and hit any target he wants to hit. Even Zhao Rubing, who had already had his mouth raised by old man Lu before, joined in on the praise.
So, the surveillance in my house before was installed by those people, and they've been spying on me?
Rong Sui still had clusters of doubts in his heart. Not only the students, but even the teachers of the first year of high school, they also valued this open class and wanted to take lessons from Shani, especially those math teachers. Fortunately, the soul storm had already started to weaken before, and Zhang Chen had already set up an illusion formation first thing in the morning, isolating the fluctuations of the soul storm in the meantime, or else it was possible that these soldiers had just come out and had already been directly stunned.
Volume 1 Chapter 143 Where are the flowers I sent you, do you like them?
The Archmage gazed out the window with his hands behind his back, looking as if he was watching his students practicing. After saying that, without waiting for Yibeoer to answer, Lin Chen lowered his head and directly kissed Yibeoer's rosy, fragrant lips. Lin Chen lifted his hand and left the driver behind, jumping off the hood of the car. Just heard a rumble, the car crashed into a large tree on the side of the road, was stuck in place, unable to move. Mr. Ferguson, not only today can't talk about it, but also can't talk about it in the future. He is our team's non-saleable.
Hugo said firmly.
The benefit of 5 midfielders was that the wings were set up with wingbacks, but the wingbacks were not just for offense, they still took on the task of retreating from the defense. In this way, no matter if it was in the middle of the defense or in the middle of the offense, Trapani could have enough candidates. Yi Tan's eyebrows gently frowned for a moment, although only for a moment if people familiar with Yi Tan knew that he did so on behalf of unhappiness. Such unhappiness was a terrible phenomenon.
Yes, I think Kai is right, we need this batch of weapons too much.
Li Zijing, who had always been calm, suddenly turned nonchalant. Just when Lin Chen was desperate and incomparable, but he felt a movement not far away, Lin Chen didn't think much and quickly swam over. Ares in the eyes of the Black Tail is simply more sublime than the king of the werewolf race, a godlike existence. There are 500 pounds of food in the family, and the food that can be taken out directly to pay is less than half, which is the reality. The demolition company is too bullying, the money to give less not to mention, but also moving to demolition to beat people, the city does not care.
Lawlessness. Tian Jindo defiantly argued. Other students can go to the big city, why can't I go? Which graduate looking for a job is not supported by the family? Why is it my turn to not be able to? Wei Xiaofan screamed with a face full of aggression. I'm still in first place. Tang Yuyu is following closely under the practice of the divine bird Vermilion Bird, and the godly Vulcan is a strong latecomer occupying the third place. Eternal Love is fourth, the fifth is Funeral of the Roses, and Against Sanctian is in the sixth place, and the top 15 players in the heavenly ranking list, there are 4 of the Funeral Moon, occupying a very heavy proportion. Green Micro and Green Cloud felt Lu Xianger's nervousness. Naturally they also thought of what Lu Xianger was thinking, and their faces were also a bit flushed. But the 2 maids were hired by Lu Renyang to teach them. There were some things that Lu Xianger couldn't care about, but they had to think of all of them for Lu Xianger. I'm sorry, I don't think I'm blessed enough to lift Su Jing's shoes. Someone more blessed than me has already appeared, hasn't he? I sneered back coldly. I swept over Ji Liunian, who was reading a magazine on the sofa as if nothing had happened. My current identity is Qin Nianyan, but at least I'm also a classmate with Ji Liunian, so it's not a big deal to say something, right? Hanging up the phone, Lu Quan saw that the corner of the eyes of Chen de President was with a faint smile, which was a sigh of relief. Let's all pad something before we drink. Come on, try this steamed fish. This fish is produced in our local clear water river. The production is very small, but the meat is very delicious. Teacher Wang, you come and cut the color first. Qin Feng enthusiastically invited. This chopsticks must be the guest to move the chopsticks first, otherwise it would not be enough to appear respectful. At this time, the blood mist was the one that already seemed to have turned into a pool of blood. The blood mist was no longer in the shape of a mist, but was as viscous as blood. What was even more frightening was that in the midst of this viscosity there would also be 1 or 2 bubbles that would bulge up from time to time, but it was still not possible to see the red child's appearance. How long have I slept? Chui asked in a daze, not having spoken for a long time, and her once sweet voice was a little hoarse. The lotus platform had been spinning non-stop, bringing up a brimming haze around it as it rotated, looking extremely beautiful. Indeed, there are some surprises. Just look at your heavy heart. Something more serious must have happened. Are you trying to entrust Li Chen to us? Brahma's sharp eyes were as keen as an eagle. The 2 of them talked and laughed as they arrived on the Bund, looking at the endless flow of the Huangpu River, the Bund bustling with tourists, and couples laughing and joking around. The black leather ball also did not question, directly flicked a pair of cold eyes to Bai Luo, waiting for his third question. Li Bai checked the wiring and some other accessories, and finally found that it turned out to be the power receiver was a little bit out of order, and he slightly tinkered with it, and this computer was able to reboot and work. In the farming-based society, as a landlord official, the main thing to catch is the spring plowing and autumn harvest, so the samurai after the Sheng Yuan festival, not in the general management of the house, but early to the Dongting Lake area, which is now by the ordinary people as the main force, the development of a new agricultural area. But never tell him that our real plan is more than just this team, and this plan is only good for the 3 of us to know. Even the supervising teacher should not let him know. The only thing that is more precious is the heavenly Jedi level armor, but its reserves also reached a surprising amount at that time, and at the high level war, but anyone who can get in, is a handful of handfuls 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 of handfuls. It was as if it was an antique, although itself was at best a broken brass. The body was more than a few hundred times more than a few thousand times more than a broken brass, kneeling tens of thousands of times more than a few hundred times more than a few hundred times more than a broken brass. When the sound of music gradually stopped, Chang a long sleeves a shoe, the body backward down waist, as if a soft ribbon, and by Ling pick up a ribbon, a beautiful backflip, a perfect stop, a perfect duo dance came to an end. At this time, the ant has long been put away, the chopsticks placed aside, nodded, raised a kind smile squarely. If Xiao Yuan's student and reserve team leader, 2 gifted youths, are lost here, he is afraid that it is difficult to explain. Until all the people are rumored Changdal County, she returned to the capital. She realized that something is not right. Changdal is Shouchang, which is already in the clan. Everyone knows the secret, Shouchang, since it has decided to jump out of the family of heaven, and how would it be for no reason into the capital, which must be what is the hidden meaning of. Just a moment after Shuri Jian stepped inside the ancient tower, a powerful sense of oppression instantly met his face, pressing his heart to sink. Of course, this is not an absolute thing. After all, the situation of each sea is still somewhat different. There is no such thing as absolute safety. In fact, on the whole of World War II, the Japanese Zero fighter in the world shine, P-40 fighter in front of the Zero fighter is not at all a rival. Europe and the United States at one time that Japan's Zero fighter is an unbeatable existence. Shinaiha looked at the sound, is a very popular boys in the class Lu Hai, but also Shinaiha's friends, learning good, long good people and good, only mouth is not good, very venomous, in the class always take Shinaiha's grades jokes. Shinaiha knows his habits, did not care. Volume 1 Chapter 144. Just now that girl is not flour wine thick? The mysterious man thought that he had met another interesting anchor, but this anchor is too unassertive. Why do you have to ask him? What's the difference between that and manipulating a puppet on a string? And this dance, the flirtatious expression and action, what is the difference with the club inside the escort? He is rich, but he also has taste. The person on the stage's white feathered coat covered her entire body, along with her face, and it was unknown what race she was. The sarcoma on her face had been removed, but it was horrible and hideous to look at with blood pouring out, and some of the sarcomas on her arms, where her sleeves had been torn open, were swollen like fists. She used all her methods, but could not manage, only to find the opportunity, jumped the horse and rolled down the gentle slope, and then she was completely lost in the deep mountains. A pitch-black heavy sword appeared in Ma Chuan's hand, and a dark sword aura exploded out from the pitch-black heavy sword, containing a terrifying might. Yun Wu Yu recalled in his head, the otherworldly heaven can also be his previous home. It is good to be able to come back this time to take a look at it, and I don't know how the place is now, and whether the otherworldly people in it are out of any oddities. Nodded and also responded. After searching around, he was able to not find, thought about it and chose to bite on her soft face, as punishment. Bo Yin kept on consolidating the cognition to herself, the person in front of her is a thief with the power of a great traitor. He climbed step by himself to this position now, not a playful punk, but he really looks like a foppish male, or the kind of hanging out in the greenhouse being dragged back by his father twisting his ears. There were limitations to these gagging spells, though, and that was that they couldn't work on other extraneous speech, and the caster didn't seem to want to make her a mute. As long as they didn't talk about Miley's secrets, then they could speak normally. Wan Lai hesitantly said that he was afraid that Princess Yunshan would really get one angry and get someone killed, and it would not end well. The energy that was enough to sweep across the imperial continent actually seemed like it was attacking the softest place in the world to soften it. Brother Sanjiu, see anything unusual? I had been staring at the stone walls on both sides, but couldn't find anything wrong. But looking at the demeanor and breath alone. Compared to his older senior brother, Yan Huai instead looked more like the original King Jing. Everyone was in the middle of eating. When they heard these words, they immediately sprayed out all the rice in their mouths. Unexpected harvest? Fei Hao was very puzzled, although Li Qingfeng's strength was outstanding, but in the end, he was also a junior who had cultivated for less than 100 years. Fei Hao really couldn't think of what kind of unexpected gains Li Qingfeng could give himself. Then what to do? Can't we still endure it? Bastard sword cannot swallow this breath, dare not say. By Shu Xian's words hadn't finished, Li Xin didn't know when he had regained his consciousness, his big hand directly pressed on the back of Bai Shu Xian's head, and kissed Bai Shu Xian fiercely, kissing him so hard that he was practically unbridled. There was a loud snap. It was crisp but not painful, because she had no extra strength to hit at this point. He took one step on trembling legs and walked towards the house. The arrangement inside was unchanged, the teacup she loved, her favorite toffee chair, the bronze mirror she used every morning, rouge. I was shocked in my heart. For the first time, the old blind man and my premonition coincided so much, but I didn't say anything. Instead, I picked up my cell phone and called home. The person who answered the phone was Li Sen. System prompt: you have stepped into the final dinner of the special script Age of Gods and Goddesses. At the same time, your identities have been successfully disguised. Please play your role to decipher the truth of the whole incident. There is still 1 minute left before the script starts. At this moment, he was exceptionally calm, and since he was already prepared to break his wrist, he was also absolutely able to accept the damage caused by the first wave of the Tugashan's charge. The primordial left army only needed to withstand the first wave of charge. The next initiative would have slipped out of the hands of the Tugashans.